Crossing consciousness. You've embraced a simple and leisurely rural life. I originally thought that relying on the work in the boiler room would guarantee food and clothing without worry. And yet you oddly realize, all the residents in the town never live past the age of 30. You start to doubt. The lack of intermarriage with outsiders among the locals here is responsible for this. Over time, they developed a certain hereditary disease. So as a transmigrator, you aren't worried in the slightest. And on this day while you were working, but was choked by the steam in the room and started coughing uncontrollably. At this point, the blood rice had been boiled until it turned completely white. The other two then used a cloth net to scoop out the rice grains. Only half a pot of boiling red water remained in the stove. Legend has it that blood tooth rice was exclusively used as offerings for celestial immortals. The residents here have relied on cultivating blood tooth rice for generations to make a living. The furnace room where you work. It's the place where Bayoni Town boils blood tooth rice. 100 gene of blood tusk rice can be boiled into one blood tusk pill. You began carefully controlling the heat. After boiling this brine dry, the blood fong pill was thus successfully refined. Before I knew it, the sun was already setting in the west. At that moment, a cold and aloof young man also entered the furnace room. It's specifically for collecting blood tooth pills. The potful of water had already boiled dry, leaving nothing at the bottom. The red substance extracted from the blood tooth rice gathered together, condensed into a pill the size of a thumb. You examined this bright red object. It feels much more reliable than those elixirs refined from lead and mercury. I couldn't help but wonder, is this blood tooth pill genuinely meant for immortals to consume? The cold and stern young man used bamboo tweezers to retrieve the pill, nodded with satisfaction, placed it into the small ceramic bottle on their person. The young man left without saying a word. The three of them smiled faintly. Today's task could be considered successfully completed. Yet you're still coughing, feeling nothing but a stifling congestion in your chest, especially in your heart, as if a burning ember were lodged there. Very uncomfortable. Xiao Yang, you'd better go see Dr. Yang later. Seeing this, the young man surnamed Zhao spoke up with concern. Everyone in Bayoni Town has their own role to play. Farmers, woodcutters, rice cookers, and others. Everyone was busy working around the blood tooth rice. After you tidy up the furnace room, it was already completely dark. You coughed lightly twice more. Muttered, better get some medicine from Dr. Yang first. Dr. Yang is one of the few elders left in the town. This clearly demonstrates his exceptional medical skills. His clinic was located at the corner of the street. If it weren't for medical visits during normal times, few people would come here. Looking inside, under the dim candlelight, two figures, one plump and the other slender, were seated at the table playing chess. Their bodies were all exceptionally tall, a whole head taller than anyone else in the town. It looks quite unconventional. The two held chess pieces, silently pondering over the chessboard. Seeing someone approach, the old man stood up. The old man's eyes drooped, his chin sharp and pointed, with a long white beard, like a standing old goat, quite eerie. The middle-aged man opposite, fat as a pig. His gaze swept over, then he remained seated motionless. It gives off an intense sense of oppression. You gave the man a reserved smile. Then he said to the old man, Dr. Yang, today in the boiler room, the steam made me cough constantly. The old man sat in the armchair and inquired, apart from these, are there any other symptoms? There's a burning sensation in the chest, especially inside the heart, like a fire blazing inside. Hearing this, the old man frowned. He got up, flipped through your eyelids, and examined the coating on your tongue. Noticing something peculiar, his expression turned utterly astonished. Then the old man withdrew his hand. Nothing seriously wrong. It's just that these days in the furnace room, I've been sweating too much suddenly. Sweat and blood share the same origin, the body is temporarily unwell. Some serious losses. I'll give you a few doses of medicine to regulate your system for a few days and you'll be fine. That's good. You breathed a sigh of relief, just in time for the busy farming season these past few days. Sweating is indeed quite excessive. The old man asked, what is your name? Chen Yang, surname Chen. The old man looked at you. You must be the only one left in town with the surname Chen now, right? Now there's only your family left in Xinjia Lane. How strange. There used to be several Chen families living nearby. What's been going on these past few years? Only this faint wisp of incense remains. The old man clicked his tongue in admiration and picked up a few sheets of straw paper. He grabbed the medicine from the cabinet without hesitation. The 4 packets of medicinal herbs were quickly wrapped up and placed on the counter. He instructed, boil every packet with 5 bowls of water until reduced to 1 bowl. Remember to simmer it gently over low heat and take it before bedtime. Thank you, Dr. Yang. You quickly expressed your gratitude and held the medicine tightly in your arms. After bowing to each of them respectfully, he departed. In Bayoni Town, neither medical treatment nor calligraphy practice requires payment. Even the food they eat, Master Huan would always send people specially to provide them. It feels like we're trapped inside here, but everyone has enough food and clothing. The old man stepped outside and stood beneath the lantern, eyes slowly open. revealing a pair of brown vertical pupils beneath. Looking puzzled at your retreating figure, the middle-aged man asked softly, Elder Yang, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with this human herb? The old man stroked his long beard and said, this human herb is actually showing signs of aging, and it's even displaying symptoms. Could it be that the Dan Gu planted in this human medicine body is exhibiting abnormalities? A look of confusion flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The old man walked to the table and sat down. See if those medicines are effective. It might be a celestial embryo that was overlooked. The Dan Gu has absorbed sufficient essence of bone and blood. It's going to bear fruit properly. The old man twirled the chess piece in his fingers, pondering where to place it. Immortal fetus? The middle-aged man was immediately astonished and shook his head, saying, no way? Babies born in several medicinal gardens. All have been inspected. How could there be any omissions? Let's wait a few more days and see. It might be an immortal fetus. It would be a waste to plant a low-grade Dan Gu. The old man gently pressed the chess piece onto the table. After returning to his small hut, you dug out an earthen jar from under the bed. After washing it, you poured the gathered herbs inside. Start brewing according to Dr. Yang's instructions. The night was filled with chill, and you warmed yourself by the fire. Still unable to stop coughing, the surroundings were silent. Whenever night falls, this is the only place where light shines in Xinjia Alley. Half an hour passed. The medicine in the pot was nearly done boiling. You push aside the firewood and wrap it with a handkerchief. Carefully pour the medicinal liquid from the earthen jar into the bowl. It's so bitter, this medicine tastes awful. You gently blew at the rim of the bowl, furrowing your brow. Little by little, she drank the entire bowl of medicine clean. The medicine is bitter but remarkably effective. Soon, I felt relief in my chest. No more coughing, the whole body feels warm and cozy. Especially the burning sensation in the heart area also disappeared. Dr. Yang's prescribed medicine worked surprisingly well. You are amazed. It's getting late, and I have work to do tomorrow. After tidying up the bowls and jars, they rested on the bed. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Deep in the mountains outside Bonny Town, faint lights flickered in the thick fog. A cluster of gloomy ancient buildings perched on the mountainside. The next day. Early morning. Sunshine streamed through the windows. The crisp chirping of birds outside the window woke him. Another day. Chen Yang sat up and stretched his shoulders. After washing up and eating breakfast, he hurried to the furnace room, repeating the day's busy routine. Someone's getting married today. As he crossed the intersection, Chen Yang spotted a wedding procession carrying a bright red bridal sedan chair. Such pomp and circumstance, it must be a prominent family in town. Whose family is getting married? Haven't heard a whisper about it. The Zhou family, Zhou Ye's youngest son. But didn't his youngest son just get married a few months ago? A crowd gathered outside the scattered houses nearby, still discussing the matter. The Zhou family. Chen Yang watched the wedding procession pass by. The Zhou family was one of the prominent households in Bayoni Town, boasting over 80 members. Their family was large and thriving, with a prosperous lineage. Moreover, the Zhou family members tended to live longer than the average villager, generally reaching around 40 years of age. This earned them the special regard of Magistrate Huang, who encouraged the Zhou men to take multiple wives and bear many children. A typical Zhou male could marry 3 or 4 wives. The Chen family, however, was like most others, barely surviving to around 30 before succumbing to rice blight disease. Chen Yang did not linger. Once the procession had passed, he hurried toward the furnace room. Before he knew it, 4 days had passed. At night, Chen Yang sat on a small stool eating by the stove. Why do I feel so unappetizing? He realized that over the past few days, he hadn't felt much desire for food. Everything tasted bland and uninteresting. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, several knocks sounded from outside the courtyard gate. Strange. Who could it be? Chen Yang furrowed his brow slightly. No one ever came looking for him here. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside knocked again. Coming. Chen Yang called out, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before heading outside. Opening the door, he found a tall figure standing outside, taller than his own doorframe. Dr. Yang. Looking up, he recognized the visitor as Dr. Yang, which surprised Chen Yang greatly. The old man smiled and nodded at him. Dr. Yang, please come in. Chen Yang hurriedly ushered him inside. The old man followed him inside. Chen Yang pulled a chair from the corner and wiped it clean with his sleeve. Dr. Yang, please sit. He then asked, Dr. Yang, have you eaten? Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. No need for such formalities. I just happened to be passing by on business and thought I'd check on your recovery. I'll be leaving soon. Have you finished all those prescriptions? Finished, Chen Yang nodded as he stood beside him. Dr. Yang, the medicine you prescribed worked wonders. I feel much stronger than before, but I haven't had much appetite these past few days. The old man's expression was as expected. He replied, several of the herbs inside have the effect of replenishing qi and blood. This is normal. That's good to hear. Chen Yang had been worried it might be a side effect. Turn around. Let me take another look. The old man instructed. All right. Chen Yang shifted his stance. This time, the old man didn't examine his eyes or tongue coating. Instead, he placed his hand on Chen Yang's back, stroking his long beard as he felt carefully. Chen Yang felt a tingling sensation wherever Dr. Yang's palm touched him. Perhaps it was the warmth of his palm, or perhaps there was a faint, almost imperceptible flow of warmth. Was this how one examined patients? Chen Yang wondered inwardly. After a moment, the old man shook his head and withdrew his hand. Dr. Yang, what's the verdict? The old man smiled and said, your body is in excellent condition now. I'm relieved to see you're fine. I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you long. With that, the old man turned and walked toward the exit, hands clasped behind his back. Dr. Yang, allow me to see you out. The old man was so tall that one had to duck to enter or exit his house. Chen Yang escorted the old man to the courtyard entrance. Watching him walk away, he closed the door and returned inside. At the alley entrance, the old man's footsteps abruptly halted. The gentle expression vanished from his face. He glanced back at the dimly lit house and murmured, tonight is the crucial moment. After administering these few doses of medicine, the Dangu still hasn't stabilized. It seems there really was an overlooked immortal embryo. Alas, immortal embryos are hard to come by. What a pity to waste it like this. The old man strolled leisurely into the night, his figure gradually fading from sight. Inside the house. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Once he had tidied up, he retired to bed early. Under the moonlight, he slept soundly and deeply. Deep into the night, the youth's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if in discomfort. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Chen Yang felt an invisible hand clamp down on his throat, pinning him completely still. His heart pounded wildly, accelerating like a raging fire burning within his chest. Intense pain surged through him, and his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins. After a moment, it felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. His eyes lost all color, his pupils slowly dissolving. The night remained unchanged, the moon hanging high in the sky, its pallid light shrouding the entire town of Bayonne. Dawn began to break. Outside the window, birds chirped noisily on the branches, yet the room remained utterly silent. Sunlight streamed in, yet the youth on the bed by the window did not wake as he usually did. Slam! The tightly shut door suddenly swung open, shattering the dead silence. Two young men entered from outside. They were Mr. Huang's men. Strange. How did this medicinal plant mature so quickly? The man in front expressed astonishment upon seeing today's harvest. Looks like a poor variety. We'll just treat it as weeds from this medicinal garden. Still, after all these years of careful cultivation, bringing it back to the sect might yield some use from the pills it produces. The two men swiftly lifted Chen Yang off the bed, covered him with a white cloth, and departed. Chapter 3: The Immortal Lotus Sect. The Lotus Sect was nestled deep within the vast mountains. Dawn. As the cold mist gradually dissipated, disciples began arriving at the Lotus Sect's Hall of Merit, carrying mature human medicinal specimens from various herb gardens. They were men and women around 30 years old. Upon closer inspection, however, one could see their bodies slowly shriveling like grains of rice dehydrated under scorching sun. Nutrients from their flesh were being absorbed by something within, leaving only a layer of withered skin clinging to the bones beneath. Ultimately, the human medicinal treasures transformed into withered corpses with slightly parted lips and sunken eyes. Their hands and feet were carefully positioned and arranged, resembling dried snow clams, neatly displayed throughout the hall. Place them carefully, these are treasures of the sect. A scrawny, short old man reclined in a chair, patting his knee as he gave orders. The old man stood about 4 feet tall, his back hunched. Clad in a blue floral robe, he had a narrow forehead, a pointed chin, and small, sharp eyes. When he opened his mouth, 2 protruding front teeth stood out conspicuously. Yes, Elder Shu. The disciple before him answered respectfully. The little old man pulled his small tobacco pipe from his waistband and began puffing contentedly. Elder Shu, come quickly. This medicinal plant hasn't withered yet. Suddenly, a surprised voice echoed from outside. 2 disciples entered the Hall of Merit carrying a precious specimen. They'd transported precious materials from the medicinal garden many times before, but today was the first time they'd encountered this situation. What's all the fuss about? The old man rose impatiently from his chair, walked over to the 2, and looked at the medicinal specimen they'd brought. It was a youth. Though lifeless, his flesh hadn't been drained clean like the other medicinal specimens. Ha! Seeing this, the little old man was also quite surprised. He rubbed his chin in puzzlement. After a few moments of scrutiny, he placed his hand over the youth's heart. His brow furrowed even deeper as he murmured to himself, strange. Not only is this human medicine not dead, but it's actually starting to slowly absorb the medicinal properties from the pill bug. Could it be a divine embryo? A sudden flash of insight lit the old man's eyes. A physical body absorbing a dan fruit? It must be a divine embryo, no doubt. I haven't obtained one in ages. Could this be a divine opportunity bestowed upon me? He was now certain. Elder Shu, what do you think? The 2 young men beside him inquired. The old man shot them a stern glance and snapped, "He's dead as a doornail." But, this human medicine's flesh is still fresh. The two were utterly perplexed. The old man replied impatiently, "This human medicine was only in his teens. The elixir parasite planted in his heart mutated and bore fruit before it could fully mature. Its power is limited, it couldn't possibly refine the essence of his flesh and blood so completely." "I see," the two realized. "Go back. Leave this to me. Keep doubting and second-guessing, and watch out for this elder's punishment." The old man swung his tobacco pipe. "Yes, sir." The two bowed respectfully before turning and running off. After they left, the old man crouched beside the youth's body, examining him closely. He murmured with admiration, not yet awakened, yet able to suppress even a Dan bug. "This immortal embryo is no ordinary one. It's just that his physical body is too weak. If he continues absorbing like this, the potency of the Dan fruit will simply burst him apart." Seeing the hall empty, the old man secretly carried the youth into a room. "If we can extract thee quickly, there's still hope. But my skills are limited. Cutting into his heart would kill this divine embryo outright. If I ask other elders to intervene, they might seize this opportunity for themselves." The old man paced anxiously in the room, racking his brain for solutions. Elder Zhu. Soon, a suitable candidate came to mind. He dispatched a disciple to deliver the message. Not long after, a tall, middle-aged, stout Taoist priest arrived. "Elder Zhu, you finally arrived." Upon seeing the man enter, Elder Shu immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Elder Shu, what urgent matter summoned me?" the man asked, looking down at him. The disparity in their physiques was stark. The elder was no thicker than one of the man's arms, appearing minuscule in his presence. Elder Shu's small eyes darted cautiously around the room before he spoke. "Opportunity. A golden opportunity lies before us right now." "An opportunity?" The man's eyes narrowed in confusion. What kind of opportunity could possibly exist in this decrepit sect? "Elder Zhu, follow me." The old man turned and led the way, the stout middle-aged man following behind. "This is..." Upon entering the small hut, the man recognized the figure before him at a glance. It was the human-shaped medicinal plant he had seen just days prior. Elder Shu explained, "A disciple delivered it this morning. It's a divine embryo." The man replied, "I saw this human medicine when I went to see Elder Yang earlier. But it was already controlled by the Dan Gu. There's no saving it. Even if we managed to revive it, it wouldn't be of much use." Elder Shu shook his head. "No. Not only is this divine embryo not controlled, it has actually suppressed the Dan Gu. It's now absorbing its medicinal properties. Its potential is remarkable." "Suppress the Dan Gu?" Hearing this, the man was greatly surprised and began crouching before the youth to examine him. "Indeed it has. This divine embryo truly possesses extraordinary potential. A low grade cannot overcome it." A fiery gleam lit up the middle-aged man's eyes. This was his first encounter with such a high-grade divine embryo. Both he and Elder Shu were low-ranking elders of the Lotus Sect. The divine embryos they usually received were the leftovers discarded by the senior elders, poor in quality. This divine embryo must have been accidentally overlooked by the elder guarding the medicinal garden. "Elder Zhu, divine embryos are rare, and this one is particularly exceptional. If nurtured properly, it could help us advance our cultivation even further." The old man rubbed his hands together incessantly, his gaze burning with desire. "Open his chest to extract the parasite." "Save him first," the man said in a deep voice. "I've already prepared everything for you." The old man walked over, retrieved several cloth-wrapped knives from a cabinet, and placed them before him. "Take your pick, see which one feels right in your hand." The man bent down to examine them, remarking, "Fortunately, I have several green corpse centipedes on me. Otherwise, extracting the poison would be quite tricky." At that moment, on the table, the unconscious youth's eyelashes suddenly fluttered slightly. "I feel so miserable." Chen Yang felt as if he'd just recovered from a severe illness. His entire body was weak and limp, an indescribable discomfort gripping him. Clang, clang. "Not bad. This blade will do." He faintly heard the crisp sound of fingers plucking metal and the soft murmur of voices. With great effort, Chen Yang opened his eyes to find himself in a dimly lit room. Dizzy and disoriented, he glimpsed a broad figure not far away, standing with its back to him and gesturing at something. "Where am I?" His vision gradually sharpened. He recognized the figure, a Taoist priest clad in a robe, exceptionally tall, with a bronze hairpin pinned to his head. His wide sleeves billowed like a towering wall as he stood there. You're awake." Hearing the faint movement behind him, the man turned around. He discovered the man had large ears and a thick neck, being quite obese. His arms beneath the sleeves were as thick as water barrels, and he sported a belly that nearly stretched the robe apart. The entire figure resembled a giant wild boar clad in robes, and he held a knife in his hand, squinting as he stared intently at him. "Monster!" Chen Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart pounding with dread. Such a nuisance. The old man stood behind him, his finger pointing at the top of his head. Chen Yang's vision darkened, and he passed out as if struck by a tranquilizer. "Begin." After exposing Chen Yang's chest, Elder Shu stepped back to the side, watching intently. The man approached, pressing the blade's tip against Chen Yang's heart. With a gentle flick of the blade, blood flowed from the wound, revealing the steaming heart hidden beneath flesh and bone to both men. The man's gaze sharpened as he located the precise spot. The blade swiftly swung back, slashing a long gash across the apex of the heart. Put! A shadow of insects shot out from the wound along with the blood. In the blink of an eye, the man swiftly drew a green centipede from his sleeve and placed it upon the wound in Chen Yang's heart. The centipede's countless legs dug into the flesh on either side of the gash, somehow stitching the wound shut. The bleeding ceased instantly. Good. Elder Shu watched the scene with admiration. Extracting the poisonous insect in such a short time and treating the fatal wound so flawlessly, it was something he himself could not accomplish. Had there been the slightest misstep in that process, the immortal embryo would have perished. The man produced another centipede and placed it on the chest, meticulously suturing the outer flesh around Chen Yang's wound. When finished, the man smiled. All done. Within the pool of blood on the ground, a scarlet ant struggled to crawl. Its abdomen was swollen enormously, like it had a grape hanging from it. This was the Dan Gu. The object attached to its body was the bone blood pill, refined from the essence of the host's bones and blood. This bone blood pill is of decent quality. Elder Shu picked up the Dan Gu. A faint, flickering light seemed to flow within the pill. We must report this to the sect. Every medicinal plant in the herb garden is recorded. We can't withstand scrutiny. If we break the rules and act recklessly, we'll be punished, the man frowned. I have an idea. Elder Shu said. What is it? The man asked, turning to him. His blood essence is still depleted. In this state, few elders would consider him worthy. I propose you take him as your disciple. Since you saved his immortal embryo, the sect will surely approve. Besides, don't you happen to have an open disciple slot? Elder Shu suggested. Could this truly work? Let's try it. If the sect refuses, it means we simply weren't meant to have this divine embryo. The Lotus Sect's rules are strict. Due to the limited number of immortal embryos, elders are not permitted to recruit disciples without authorization. All immortal embryos belong to the sect, and elders are assigned them based on seniority. The elder nodded in agreement. This method was the most prudent, and he dared not violate the sect's rules. Have him draw a little blood from his physical body. Once preparations were complete, the two reported to the elder responsible for distributing divine embryos according to sect regulations. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man clad in red arrived. Greetings, Elder Hu. Upon seeing him enter, the two immediately bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Rise. The red-robed man merely gave them a dismissive glance, his expression filled with contempt for these two elders. His aura was steady and profound. Standing before them, he exuded an immovable, oppressive presence. Though the plump middle-aged man towered over him in stature, his imposing aura paled in comparison. Take me to see that divine embryo, the red-robed man inquired in a flat tone. This way. He led the way, with the two elders guiding him from the sides. Upon entering the room and seeing the pale, barely breathing human medicine, the red-robed man's brow furrowed slightly. Elder Shu immediately explained, Elder Hu, fortunately, the disciple brought it in early. The essence of this human medicine's bones and blood hadn't been completely drained by the alchemical parasite. I sensed something was amiss. Just then, Elder Zhu came to the Hall of Merit to retrieve medicine, so I had him examine it too. He confirmed it was indeed a divine embryo. We immediately acted to remove the parasite and managed to barely preserve its life. The essence of bone and blood was depleted too severely. Even a divine embryo would be ruined. How could a divine embryo have been overlooked? The man's face darkened with anger. The two men beside him dared not speak. The red-robed man then turned to face them, his tone cool. At this stage of cultivation, there's little point in going to such lengths to save it. It's meaningless. Elder Shu replied softly, our sect is currently short on divine embryos. We thought that if this one could be saved, it might serve a greater purpose. To let it go to waste like this would be such a pity. The man's expression softened slightly. He nodded approvingly. Your spirit of putting the sect first is commendable. If only all elders could think like you. Since it's been saved, I'll take the divine embryo with me. I'll see if any elders wish to claim it. Rest assured, I'll record this as a merit for you both. Thank you, Elder Hu. The two immediately expressed their gratitude. The plump Taoist then produced the pill-like parasite. Elder Hu, this is the parasite extracted from the divine embryo. The red-robed elder halted, turning to examine the object in his hand. This low-grade bone blood pill, Elder Zhu, you may consume it yourself. Elder Zhu hastily replied, I wouldn't dare. These are the sect's treasures. How could I possibly claim them for myself? The man chuckled, tilting his head back. Elder Zhu, you're too rigidly by the book. Within the sect, that approach will only leave you at a disadvantage. With that, he reached out and took the pillworm. By the way, don't you still have one disciple recruitment slot left? Why not ask Elder Hu to give you this divine embryo? The old man beside him leaned in and whispered. That seems inappropriate. Elder Zhu hesitated. The room was small enough that Elder Hu naturally overheard their conversation. Turning to face the man, he pondered, Elder Zhu, this divine embryo is in such a state that I doubt any elder would want it if I took it back. If you're willing to accept it, take it with you. It'll save me the trouble later. But Elder Zhu was still pondering. Elder Shu interjected, Old Zhu, celestial embryos are scarce in the sect right now. Though you still have one disciple slot left, it'll be at least 5 or 6 years before your turn comes up for selection. Don't turn your nose up at this one just because it's inferior. Elder Hu added, Elder Zhu, this is a rare opportunity. Over 10 elders are ahead of you waiting for divine embryos. By the time your turn comes, you might not find one of this quality among the remaining ones. Though this embryo has lost much of its essence, with proper nourishment using fine herbs, it can recover. I'll follow Elder Hu's arrangement. The man bowed respectfully to the crimson-robed elder. Very well, it is settled. This divine embryo is yours. Seeing his willingness to accept it, Elder Hu smiled with satisfaction. As you command. Elder Zhu bowed and clasped his hands. After a few final instructions, Elder Hu departed. In the room, the two men gazed at the divine embryo before them, exchanging knowing glances and sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 4, Becoming a Disciple of the Immortal. Elder Shu, I shall take my leave now. The plump Taoist could barely conceal the excitement in his eyes. With Elder Hu's permission, he could now openly take the immortal embryo away. I'll fetch some medicinal herbs for you. This little fellow is far too weak now, he needs proper nourishment. Elder Shu turned and headed toward the depths of the Hall of Merit. Soon, he emerged dragging a cloth sack, which he handed to the man. Both men gazed at Chen Yang with intense, almost burning eyes. After bidding farewell, the plump Taoist led Chen Yang and the sack of herbs out of the Hall of Merit. Within the Lotus Sect, mist swirled and drifted, and wild cranes could often be seen spreading their wings and dancing amidst it all. The place pulsed with vitality and radiated an ethereal aura. The plump Taoist moved with the agility of a swallow, covering 3 zhang with each stride. Before long, they returned to his own mountain peak. Compared to the surrounding peaks, his mountain was not particularly tall, only about 100 zhang high, though the forests upon it were lush and verdant. Upon reaching the summit, the monk found a spacious courtyard. Pushing open the door, he saw several incense burners covered in moss. They appeared untouched for ages, damp and filled with rainwater. The Taoist entered the room and set Chen Yang down. You better not disappoint me, you little rascal, he muttered to Chen Yang. He then opened the medicinal herbs he had brought from the Hall of Merit and began brewing the potion. To aid Chen Yang's recovery. Time passed. After an unknown period, Chen Yang abruptly awoke from his deep slumber. He felt as though he had slept for an eternity. Vaguely, he recalled a terrifying dream where he was captured by a demon intent on harming him. Thankfully, it was only a dream. Chen Yang thought, still feeling the lingering fear. Where am I? He quickly realized something was amiss, noticing the unfamiliar surroundings. This was not the bare, dilapidated shack he knew. Moreover, he found himself submerged in medicinal liquid within a stone cauldron. At the same time, besides the strong herbal scent, a nauseating, fishy stench filled the room like the den of some mountain beast. You're awake. As he pondered what was happening, a deep voice came from behind him. Chen Yang quickly turned his head and saw an oddly built Taoist priest speaking to him. The room was well lit now, and the man showed no hostility, so Chen Yang no longer felt afraid. Uncle, what happened to me? Chen Yang asked in confusion. He had seen this man before at Dr. Yang's clinic. Due to his peculiar appearance, he remembered him clearly. The Taoist rose to his feet, his girth towering over the medicinal bath Chen Yang had been soaking in a veritable mountain of flesh. This is treatment for rice blast disease, the Taoist declared. You've been soaking in this medicinal bath for a month now. I have rice blast disease? Chen Yang gasped, his mind instantly recalling the searing agony that had consumed his entire body just before falling asleep. Step outside first. We'll discuss the rest later. The man pushed open the door and walked out, hands clasped behind his back. Chen Yang climbed out of the medicinal cauldron. A set of clothes lay ready nearby. After dressing, he stepped into the outer courtyard. I've contracted rice blast disease, yet I'm still alive. That man must be one of Master Huang's men. Chen Yang mused silently. Come here, the Taoist called to him. Chen Yang approached. What a stench. As he approached the Taoist, the foul stench hit him again. He had initially thought the odor came from medicinal herbs, but it turned out to be the Taoist's own body odor. How could a person smell this bad? And it wasn't the kind of odor from someone who hadn't bathed in years, but rather the natural scent of some wild animal from the deep, ancient forests. Thank you for saving me, sir, Chen Yang said gratefully. Would you like to take me as your master? The man turned to face him and asked abruptly. Become your disciple? Chen Yang froze, then asked, Sir, do you want me to practice medicine with you? He assumed the man wanted to teach him medicine. Even Dr. Yang was helpless against rice blast disease, so if this man could save him, his medical skills must be extraordinary. The Taoist smiled, shook his head, and said, Not medicine. It's to learn cultivation with me. With that, the Taoist rolled up his right sleeve, revealing the intricate network of muscles on his arm. As he cupped his palm upward, pebbles and fallen leaves from the surrounding ground lifted off the earth and began to circle slowly around the two men, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. What is this? Chen Yang stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, stones floating weightlessly. Such a supernatural phenomenon was actually happening right before his eyes. This is magical power. Once you master spells, you can command thunder and lightning, summon wind and rain, and even become impervious to fire and water. As the Taoist lowered his hand, the stones and leaves rained back down to the ground. Magic power. You're a legendary immortal. Chen Yang recalled the rumors circulating in the village. Indeed, I am an immortal cultivating in these mountains. The Taoist nodded. So immortals truly exist in this world. Chen Yang thought excitedly. He had always assumed the tales of immortals he heard were nothing but ignorant feudal superstitions, never expecting them to be real. The Taoist, hands clasped behind his back, said, "My name is Zhu Shan. I am an elder at the Tao Palace realm of the Lotus Sect. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Disciple Chen Yang pays respects to his master. The chance to enter a broader new world was an opportunity Chen Yang naturally welcomed. He promptly performed the master-disciple ritual before the Taoist, just as he had once done for his schoolmaster. Very well. Zhu Shan was quite pleased with Chen Yang. He waved his hand and said, "Rise." "Master, how can I become like you?" Chen Yang asked. Faced with such unimaginable power, no one could resist the temptation. No rush. First, I'll explain cultivation to you. Zhu Shan walked slowly, each step leaving a distinct footprint on the ground, a testament to his profound magical prowess. He explained, the first step in cultivation is to open the immortal orifices within your physical body. This establishes a connection between yourself and the heavens and earth, allowing you to absorb the spiritual energy of this world and harness it for your own use. Once your physical body's orifices are opened, you must then break through the divine treasury. Every immortal embryo possesses 3 divine chambers, each corresponding to our essence, energy, and spirit. When these 3 chambers are unified, they form the Tao Palace. At this stage, essence, energy, and spirit merge within the Tao Palace, nurturing magical power. I myself am currently at the Tao Palace realm. Zhu Shan's foot touched the ground lightly, and a visible whirlwind appeared around his body. Chen Yang watched, his eyes sparkling with awe. Well done, my disciple. What do you think? Zhu Shan waved his hand, and the surroundings swiftly returned to calm. Master, your magical power is boundless, Chen Yang declared reverently. Boundless power? Ha ha. Ha ha. Zhu Shan relished such praise, bursting into hearty laughter. Master. At that moment, a youth slightly older than Chen Yang entered from outside. Here you are. Zhu Shan resumed his previous stern demeanor. He began the introductions. This is my newly accepted disciple, Chen Yang. Junior brother Chen, my name is Zhou Lingjun, the youth said with a smile to Chen Yang. Greetings, senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang responded with a bow. Your junior brother comes from the sect's medicinal garden. He was drained of some of his bone marrow essence by the alchemical parasite and has only just recovered. Take him to the small courtyard left behind by your senior brother Wang to rest. While you're at it, explain the sect's rules to him. Zhu Shan instructed. Understood. Master, this disciple takes his leave. After bowing to Zhu Shan, Chen Yang followed Zhou Lingjun out of the gloomy courtyard. Upon stepping outside, the world appeared renewed. Chen Yang found himself amidst a range of spiritually beautiful mountains. Truly befitting the dwelling place of immortals. The mountains and rivers here were untouched and pristine. Immersed in this environment, one's spirit naturally relaxed and merged with the surroundings. Junior brother Chen, this is our master's sacred ground, Xianyun Peak. It's quite serene here. Zhou Lingjun led the way ahead, and Chen Yang followed him along a path shaded by ancient trees. Senior brother Zhou, how many disciples does our master have? Chen Yang inquired. Including you, there are 5 in total. Our master is the 17th elder of the sect. According to the rules of the sect, he can only take 5 disciples. Zhou Lingjun replied. Then how many elders are there in the Lotus Sect? Chen Yang wanted to learn more about this immortal sect. Zhou Lingjun walked at a leisurely pace as he explained, there are 21 elders. The number of disciples like us is much larger, over 300. The higher an elder's rank, the stronger their power. They can take on more disciples and have priority in selecting them. I see. Chen Yang understood that Zhu Shan's standing within the Lotus Sect wasn't particularly high. As the 17th elder, he ranked near the bottom among the elders. But he didn't care about such things as long as he had the opportunity to cultivate. Senior brother, what must I do to begin cultivation? Chen Yang yearned to quickly master that seemingly miraculous ability. Zhou Lingjun patiently explained, to cultivate, your physical body must first open the immortal orifice. Without it, you cannot absorb spiritual energy. To open this orifice, you must endure hardship and hunger. It's actually quite simple. Endure hardship and hunger? Chen Yang was perplexed. What kind of cultivation method was this? Zhou Lingjun continued walking forward. Exactly. Only when you're starving and utterly exhausted can you tap into your body's deepest reserves to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby sustaining your life. I too opened my immortal orifice when I was on the brink of starvation. Didn't your master give you any food at all? Chen Yang's heart jolted. Of course he did. But it was all kinds of live snakes and insects. He'd give me a little something to look forward to every now and then, just enough to keep me from losing all hope. Thankfully, I managed to push through in the end. Recalling his own ordeal of opening the immortal orifice, fear involuntarily flickered in Zhou Lingjun's eyes. Senior brother, is what you're saying all true? Chen Yang found it hard to fathom this method of opening the immortal orifice was too bizarre, turning people into wild beasts of the mountains. Junior brother Chen, you must prepare yourself mentally. MHM. Seeing that Zhou Lingjun didn't seem to be joking, Chen Yang nodded firmly. It seemed that stepping onto the path of cultivation would require enduring considerable hardship. But what did a little hardship matter, as long as he could become an immortal? Chapter 5, The Divide Between Mortals and Immortals. Senior brother Zhou, what cultivation level are you at now? Chen Yang caught up with his pace. Divine Treasure Realm. Currently breaking through to the second Divine Treasure. If my physical body hasn't opened its orifices, I should be punished by the master, right? Chen Yang voiced his concern. Zhou Lingjun reassured him, Junior brother Chen, there's no need to worry about this. As long as a sect disciple isn't exceptionally lacking in aptitude, their physical body can generally open the immortal orifice. By absorbing spiritual energy, they shed their mortal flesh and attain the transcendence realm. But before Chen Yang could relax, Zhou Lingjun shifted his tone, opening the divine orifice is the easy part. The real challenge is breaking through the first divine treasure within a year to enter the divine treasure realm. Failure to meet this deadline signifies inadequate aptitude. Such disciples are discarded by the sect, used as human medicine or cultivated into alchemical parasites. Roughly 20% of disciples fail to meet this requirement. Chen Yang froze upon hearing this. The sect would actually take disciples' lives? Junior brother Chen, cultivation demands sacrifice. Sect resources are limited, not everyone qualifies to receive them. The weak may even become resources for others. The cultivation world is one where the strong prey on the weak. Zhou Lingjun remained remarkably calm about this. Senior brother Zhou, I understand. Chen Yang nodded solemnly. Survival of the fittest, it was a universal law, no matter where one was. Let me explain the sect's rules, Zhou Lingjun continued. Junior brother Chen, you must remember, without the sect's permission, you absolutely must not leave the Lotus Sect on your own. The two walked on, their conversation continuing. Before long, Zhou Lingjun led him to a small, overgrown hut. Weeds grew wildly around it, clearly abandoned for quite some time. Junior brother Chen, you'll stay here. This was originally senior brother Wang's quarters, but he left us 5 years ago. Where did senior brother Wang go? Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun pushed open the door and stepped inside. The furnishings were simple, much like his home in Bayoni town. Senior brother Wang broke through to the Dao Palace realm and went to the main sect to pursue even greater cultivation. Zhou Lingjun's eyes brimmed with admiration. The main sect? Zhou Lingjun explained, our master said this is merely a branch of the Lotus Sect, dedicated to cultivating disciples for the main sect. Only those who break through to the Dao Palace realm qualify to go to the main sect. That's why there isn't a single Dao Palace disciple in our sect right now. All the disciples cultivated to the Dao Palace realm by the elders of the Lotus Sect had gone to the main sect. What kind of place is the main sect that even someone with master's cultivation level is required to reach? Zhou Lingjun shook his head. I don't know. But we'll find out once we get there. Come, junior brother. Senior brother Wang has a plot for cultivating medicinal herbs. I'll take you to see it. All right. Zhou Lingjun led him to the cave behind the house. The cave wasn't very large, only about 10 feet wide, overgrown with weeds inside. A crack in the ceiling let in patches of sunlight, and deep within, among the moss-covered rocks, a spring bubbled up, moistening the earth. Beneath the thick undergrowth lay scattered fragments of decayed, blackened bones. The soil inside was black, yielding a soft, spongy feel underfoot, rich and fertile. This is the place. Brother Wang has cultivated this soil exceptionally well. Brother Zhou, are these bones human? Chen Yang had initially assumed they were animal remains, but upon seeing scattered finger bones and crushed jawbones, he realized they belonged to humans. Yes, they're all from those mature human medicines. Besides the bone blood pills they produce, their dehydrated, withered bodies make excellent fertilizer for cultivating medicinal herbs, Zhou Lingjun said with a smile. Seeing Chen Yang's heavy expression, he added earnestly, Junior brother Chen, these are merely ordinary mortals. Their flesh and blood bodies are entirely different from ours. Think of them as cattle, chickens, or ducks. If that's too difficult, consider them monkeys that look somewhat like us. You're right, senior brother. Chen Yang forced a smile. That's more like it, Zhou Lingjun patted his shoulder. Junior brother, get some rest. I'll head back now. All right. Chen Yang saw him out. Oh, senior brother Zhou, where is the sect's dining hall? Chen Yang asked, already feeling pangs of hunger in his stomach. We're cultivators. We usually take blood essence pills. There's no dining hall. Our master hasn't given specific instructions about this, so I assume he has his own plans. If you're hungry, junior brother, just endure it. Besides, one blood essence pill can keep you from feeling hungry for a month. Taking it now would interfere with your cultivation. Since the master hadn't instructed him to provide food for Chen Yang, Zhou Lingjun dared not offer any. To hinder his junior brother's cultivation would be a grave offense. So the blood essence pills are meant for the sect's disciples. Chen Yang's daily task was boiling the blood-infused rice, so he was quite familiar with the resulting pills. After bidding farewell, Zhou Lingjun departed. Chen Yang entered the room and began tidying up. He noticed a yellowed notebook on the table left there by Zhou Lingjun earlier and began flipping through its pages. The elegant script resembling small seal characters was mostly recognizable to him from his studies at the Bayonne Town Academy. Immortal Embryo. The notebook contained introductions to cultivation practices and the rules of various sects. Only those with a celestial embryo can cultivate. Master went to such great lengths to save me and even took me as his disciple. It seems I possess a celestial embryo too. Chen Yang murmured to himself. Living beings were divided into mortal and immortal types. For humans, mortals were ordinary people, while immortal types could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate as immortals. For plants, mortal bodies referred to the common grasses and trees growing wild across mountains and fields, while immortal bodies were the sacred herbs. Dangu, absorbing the essence of bone and blood, maturing into bone blood pills. The reason the townspeople fell ill and died so young was because the Lotus Sect had planted Dangu within them. The entire Bayonne town was nothing but the Lotus Sect's medicinal garden. As he read on, his understanding of the Lotus Sect deepened and his frown grew heavier. Moreover, the descriptions revealed that the Lotus Sect maintained several medicinal gardens like Bayonne town. Truly a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Chen Yang witnessed the brutal side of this world, a world summed up in 2 words, cannibalism. It seemed as though mortal flesh served as nourishment for immortal embryos, existing solely to become cultivation resources for divine beings. I wonder if there's any information about the outside world. He continued flipping through the pages. Unfortunately, there were only a few pages, and he finished reading them quickly. Disappointed, Chen Yang set the booklet aside. It contained only matters concerning the Lotus Sect, not a single word about the world beyond its gates. He had once asked Zhou Lingjun what the world outside the sect was like, but Zhou Lingjun knew nothing of it either. Dangu. I should have one in my heart too. He lifted his shirt and discovered a long scar on his chest. Recalling his previous dream, Chen Yang understood what had happened. Lowering his hand, he murmured, "It seems my master has already extracted the Dangu from my body. But it's intriguing that the Lotus Sect forbids disciples from venturing out and cuts them off from the outside world. This place feels like a giant cage. If mortal bodies can be used as cultivation resources, then immortal bodies surely can too." Chen Yang, untouched by the sect's indoctrination, sensed something amiss. His guard up, he stood by the window, silently gazing at the rolling green mountains beyond. By now, the turbulence within his heart had gradually subsided. He began to rationally examine this new world through his own worldview. Things have come to this. For now, I can only wait and see how events unfold, taking each step as it comes. Dusk had fallen, and the sky grew dim. Lotus Sect was quiet and pitch black at night, with only occasional flickering flames visible within the gloomy buildings. Chen Yang retired for the night. The next day. Early morning. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Chen. Chen Yang awoke to the sound of someone calling his name outside. Brother Chen, the master is about to assign cultivation tasks. It was Zhou Lingjun calling him from outside. Chen Yang hurriedly got up, opened the door, and stepped outside. Senior brother Zhou. Let's go, brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun led the way ahead. The two walked along a cobblestone path, eventually arriving at a bamboo grove. 2 figures were already waiting there, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, while the woman was younger, around 30. Senior brother he, senior sister Huang. Zhou Lingjun greeted them. Greetings, senior brother and senior sister. Chen Yang bowed respectfully. No need for formalities, junior brother Chen. The two were quite kind to Chen Yang. He had been unconscious on Xianyun Peak for a month, and these people had known him for quite some time. From his conversation with Zhou Lingjun yesterday, Chen Yang had gained some understanding of these two. The senior brother was named He Chu, a divine treasure realm cultivator with all 3 divine treasures fully unlocked. It wouldn't take him many years to break through to the Dao Palace realm and ascend to the main sect. Senior sister Huang Ting had opened 2 divine treasuries, her cultivation equally formidable. Chen Yang grew familiar with the group. As fellow disciples of the same sect, they got along quite well. Before long, a tall figure emerged from beyond the forest. Greetings, master. The 4 bowed to Xu Shan. Xu Shan nodded, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over them. This unspoken gesture instilled a palpable sense of pressure in all four. Rise. Hearing him finally speak, the tension eased in their hearts. They immediately stood at attention. Xu Shan paced slowly before them. When he reached He Chu, he suddenly swept his sleeve. The sudden attack forced He Chu to react swiftly, thrusting both hands forward to block. Boom! The surrounding bamboo trees shook violently from the impact. He Chu was sent flying 7 zhang by the unexpected assault, landing on a bamboo stalk that bent perfectly to absorb the force. He then pushed off the ground, landing twice before returning to his original position. Impressive. You've made further progress. At this rate, you should reach the Dao Palace realm within 2 or 3 years. Xu Shan nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Master, your guidance is truly invaluable. He Chu said gratefully. Xu Shan took his disciples' training very seriously, personally overseeing every aspect. They were all leftover immortal embryos from the previous elders' selections. Without Xu Shan's dedication to honing their skills, their innate talents alone would never have allowed them to reach their current cultivation levels, let alone earn a chance to join the main sect. Chapter 6, 5 Poisons Refining the Body, Opening the Immortal Orifice. Though your progress is commendable, it remains insufficient. You are now 41 years old. It would be best to achieve breakthrough this year. Otherwise, even upon reaching the main sect, greater accomplishments will prove elusive. Do you understand? Xu Shan imparted earnestly. This disciple understands. He Chu nodded firmly. Go to Big Fish Spring. Listen to the flowing water and meditate, comprehending the state of emptiness. Yes. Xu Shan then approached Zhou Lingjun, studied him for a moment, and said calmly, try punching me. As you command. Zhou Lingjun first clasped his hands in a bow, then suddenly launched a punch. Despite his small frame, his punch carried immense force, whistling through the air. Xu Shan remained motionless. Facing this fierce punch, he calmly extended a single finger and effortlessly caught it. Then, speaking to himself, he remarked, the force is sufficient enough, but the flow of energy within your body remains too constricted. After speaking, he reached out to pinch a falling bamboo leaf, imbuing it with a touch of his magical power before handing it to him. Today, continue practicing the 7-star fist to temper your spirit and preserve your vital energy. As you perform the form, keep this leaf suspended within the fist's wind. Remember, it must not touch the ground, and no slacking off. I will be watching to see how well you execute this technique. Rest assured, Master. Your disciple will not slack off. Zhou Lingjun clenched the bamboo leaf firmly in his fist. Soon after Xu Shan had finished his instructions, only Chen Yang remained in the bamboo grove. Hungry? Xu Shan remarked, unusually so. Chen Yang nodded sheepishly. He was indeed famished. Xu Shan flickered his finger, and a bright red pill drifted from his sleeve, landing in Chen Yang's hand. Take this first. This was a blood essence pill. Despite having cooked bloodling rice for so long in Bayoni town, this was the first time he'd ever held such a pill specifically crafted for immortals. After examining it briefly, he swallowed it whole. The blood essence pill took effect swiftly. The moment it entered his stomach, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body. Follow me. I'll arrange your cultivation. Xu Shan turned and walked along the path toward the mountaintop, with Chen Yang following behind. The morning air carried a chill, the grass blades damp and glistening with dew. Walking behind his master, Chen Yang appeared remarkably small. Brother Zhou must have told you yesterday about the origins of our Lotus Sect. Yes, Senior Brother Zhou said this is merely a minor branch of the Lotus Sect. Only those who reach the Dao Palace realm are qualified to cultivate at the main sect. Chen Yang replied. That's correct. Compared to this place, the main sect is the true sanctuary for cultivation. Ah, I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to return to the main sect in this lifetime. A nostalgic look flashed in Xu Shan's eyes. Master, what is the main sect like? Xu Shan looked down at him, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. You'll see for yourself once you break through to the Dao Palace realm. He did not answer Chen Yang's question. Seeing his master remain silent, Chen Yang refrained from pressing further. Are you familiar with the sect's rules? Xu Shan inquired again. I understand them all. What about the rules concerning cultivation? Chen Yang replied, if one fails to reach the required cultivation level by the stipulated age, the sect will abandon them. Xu Shan nodded. Correct. Any disciple who fails to break through to the Dao Palace realm before the age of 45 will be implanted with a Dan Gu. This is for the cultivation of subsequent disciples. The path of cultivation is one of no return. Are you afraid? This disciple is not afraid. Chen Yang answered. For now, even if he didn't cultivate, he'd still be fodder for the Immortal Embryo. To survive, it seemed his only option was to train relentlessly, reach the Dao Palace realm, and make it to the main sect. Good. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't push forward relentlessly, you'll be swept away. Strive to reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible. Once you reach the main sect, even if you can't advance further, your life will be secure. You can become a branch sect elder like me, cultivating disciples for the sect. Xu Shan said. This disciple will definitely reach the Dao Palace realm and not disappoint you, master. Chen Yang pledged. No further words were exchanged. Chen Yang followed Zhu Shan to the courtyard atop the mountain peak. Master! Master! No sooner had they arrived than a faint voice drifted from an adjacent courtyard. Beneath the pavilion stood a stone cave where a gaunt, sallow-faced youth crouched. Hearing the commotion above, he clung to it like a lifeline, pleading, "Master, please give me something to eat. I'm starving beyond endurance. I beg you." Zhu Shan frowned, then said to Chen Yang, "This is one of your senior disciples. He's been under my tutelage on this peak for nearly half a year, yet his physical body still hasn't awakened." His tone was utterly cold, betraying little hope for this disciple. Due to his status, he could only select a divine embryo of this quality. Yet immortal embryos were rare indeed. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward. "Master! I'm starving." The youth inside was disheveled and filthy, his eye sockets deeply sunken like dried wood. Spotting Zhu Shan standing at the pit's edge watching him, he scrambled to his feet. Zhu Shan said nothing. He walked over to the stone furnace beside the pit, grabbed a mouse from within, and tossed it down. The youth's eyes instantly flashed with a feral light. He grabbed the rodent and shoved it into his mouth, tearing into it frantically, not caring about the fur filling his mouth. His throat made gurgling sounds as he sucked the blood from the rodent's body. Then he crouched in the corner, savoring the chew of the rodent's flesh. Watching this creature, neither fully human nor ghost, sent a chill through Chen Yang's heart. A living person had been broken down into a savage beast. Zhu Shan turned and walked away. Chen Yang followed. "Master, must I train like this too?" he asked. Yesterday, Zhou Lingjun had told him that the method to open the orifices involved enduring hunger and exhaustion to stimulate the body's potential. "No. This method is too damaging to the body. Your talent is exceptional. Using this approach would be a loss. Follow me. I've already prepared everything." Zhu Shan led him deeper into the courtyard. So this method isn't the way to go. Though he didn't know how his master had discerned his exceptional aptitude, the thought of avoiding such suffering brought a deep sigh of relief to Chen Yang's heart. "It's inside here." They reached the deepest courtyard. Before even pushing open the door, Chen Yang sensed a thick, damp air seeping through the cracks. The courtyard gate and walls were already severely moldy. "What is this place?" Chen Yang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. "This is the training ground your master prepared for you." Zhu Shan pushed the door open. Inside, the space was crawling with venomous creatures, snakes, centipedes, scorpions, toads, and other poisonous beasts alongside an ancient bronze cauldron covered in verdigris. At the sight, a chill shot up Chen Yang's spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. "Come in." Zhu Shan stepped into the courtyard. The snakes and insects instinctively backed away, intimidated by the aura emanating from him. But Chen Yang wasn't so fortunate. Every venomous creature fixed its gaze on him, eyes gleaming with malice, restless and eager, as if they would pounce at any moment and devour him whole. Chen Yang's hair stood on end, his skin crawling with dread. Finally, Zhu Shan stopped before the bronze cauldron. The cauldron stood over 5 feet tall, its surface etched with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient, weighty aura. Inside the cauldron lay 4 iron chains. "Take off your clothes and climb inside." Zhu Shan turned and commanded him. "Master, am I to cultivate inside this cauldron?" Chen Yang asked hesitantly. "That's correct." Chen Yang glanced at the floor covered in snakes and insects, his unease deepening. Yet, facing Zhu Shan's stern gaze, he gritted his teeth, stripped off his outer garments, and climbed into the cauldron bare-chested, steel to endure. Zhu Shan sat cross-legged before the bronze cauldron, his hand seals shifting as a dark green aura of magical power began to emanate from his body. The bronze cauldron responded to the energy, its surface patterns gradually glowing with a faint, flickering light. "What is this?" Chen Yang felt as though the cauldron was coming to life. Whoosh, whoosh. Before he could react, the iron chains connected to the cauldron suddenly sprang to life, wrapping tightly around his limbs. "No!" Chen Yang's expression darkened. He was trapped inside, unable to escape. Just as panic seized him, Zhu Shan spoke up, "Fear not. This is merely to prevent you from escaping during your cultivation later, wasting your master's well-intentioned efforts." "Master, how am I supposed to cultivate like this?" Chen Yang's heart began to race. If this was how it started, the torment to come must be unimaginable. "You'll find out soon enough." A strange smile touched Zhu Shan's lips. He raised both hands, gathering more and more magical power until it enveloped his entire body. Slowly, 2 crimson beams of light began to emanate from his eyes. "Insects, obey my command." With a sinister, low growl, the swarm of snakes and insects covering the courtyard ground turned their heads in unison toward the bronze cauldron. As if possessed, they scrambled toward it, eventually surging upward along its sides in a dense, writhing mass. "What's that sound?" Inside the cauldron, Chen Yang forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that his master would never take his life. But just as his mind began to settle, he heard rustling sounds echoing within the vessel. "Snakes!" Suddenly, he caught a fleeting shadow near the rim of the cauldron. Focusing his gaze, he saw a venomous snake, its body a mottled red and black, coiled along the edge. It flickered its tongue, its cold, menacing stare fixed upon him. Chen Yang's pupils contracted sharply. With his limbs tightly bound, he couldn't move an inch. If this snake slithered inside, there'd be nowhere to hide. Moreover, judging by its color alone, it was clearly a highly venomous creature. Master, a snake has slithered in. Chen Yang cried out anxiously, thinking the snake had slithered up while his master wasn't paying attention. Master! He continued to warn, but the moment he opened his mouth, his expression froze. A dense swarm of snakes and insects emerged from the rim of the cauldron, then tumbled inside, landing within its depths. Master, save me! Save me! Chen Yang was utterly terrified, screaming in horror. He had never experienced anything so spine-chilling. My disciple, do not panic. This is something I have specially prepared for you, refining your body with the 5 venoms. Among all my disciples, you are the first to receive such treatment. Xu Shan finally spoke. Hearing Chen Yang's horrified screams brought him immense satisfaction. He delighted in seeing him so utterly terrified. Is this the cultivation method Master has arranged? Chen Yang felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't move at all, forced to watch helplessly as those terrifying venomous creatures, snakes, centipedes, lizards rained down and crawled toward him. This is cultivation, this is cultivation. Chen Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and repeated the words silently in his mind. He clung to one thought: no matter what, his master would never let him die now. These were merely cultivation materials prepared for him. With that thought, knowing his life was not in danger, only the sheer terror remained. Chen Yang felt a little calmer. Ha! Did that kid faint from fright? Hearing no sound from within the cauldron, Xu Shan stood up and peered inside. Discovering that Chen Yang was merely gritting his teeth and enduring rather than fainting, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Chen Yang's behavior bore no resemblance to that of a typical 14-year-old youth, which surprised him greatly. What is he trying to do? Terrified and uneasy, Chen Yang was also deeply puzzled. The courtyard teemed with venomous snakes and insects, all surging toward the bronze cauldron. Inside, the creatures swirled like water, piling higher and higher. With his upper body bare, Chen Yang could distinctly feel the venomous creatures crawling and writhing around him. After a dozen breaths, every venomous creature in the courtyard had crawled into the cauldron, countless tiny forms filling it to the brim. Chen Yang was now completely submerged. He dared not open his mouth, terrified these creatures would crawl into his throat. Even now, he still had no idea what his master intended to do, only feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Outside, seeing it was nearly complete, Xu Shan channeled his magical power into the cauldron. Instantly, the bronze cauldron emitted a soft, pale green glow. As the intricate patterns on its surface began to glow, the venomous creatures within seemed to suffer some injury, thrashing violently inside the cauldron like a pot of boiling water. The commotion gradually weakened. Finally, after lying utterly still, streams of black blood flowed from the mouths and eyes of all the venomous creatures. It hurts. As this corpse blood soaked into Chen Yang's skin, a burning sensation swiftly spread, accompanied by the agonizing pain of countless ants gnawing at his flesh. Chen Yang tried to struggle. But the iron chains binding his body surged with force, pinning him down so tightly he couldn't even move his eyes, let alone scream. The agony of flames scorching his flesh caused his muscles to convulse uncontrollably. By comparison, the disciple's earlier ordeal of eating a rat raw seemed utterly insignificant. Were it not for the chains, Chen Yang would have let out a wretched scream. In the deafening silence, he finally couldn't endure it any longer and passed out. The black, venomous corpse blood pooled within the cauldron, accumulating until it filled nearly half its volume. The corpses of snakes and insects floated on the surface, covering it completely. All this goodness is yours to enjoy, you little brat. Xu Shan stared at the cauldron filled with insect remains, his heart aching with regret. These venomous creatures were all precious tonics he had painstakingly collected. But it was all worth it. Xu Shan's eyes gradually grew fiery. Inside the cauldron, Chen Yang remained motionless, his entire body submerged in the corpse fluid. Thanks to the protection of the bronze cauldron, he wasn't suffocating. On the contrary, the vitality within him surged even more vigorously. His current state felt like returning to the womb. Gradually, under the cauldron's influence, black threads began to emerge from Chen Yang's skin. These dark lines spread wildly, crawling across his entire body. Under the stimulation of this terrifying potion, one after another, faint points of light flickered beneath Chen Yang's skin. Good, very good. Consolidating the foundation, nourishing the essence, opening the orifices with the 5 poisons. Xu Shan was overjoyed, astonished that Chen Yang had opened his immortal orifices so easily. He clapped his hands against the cauldron, causing it to burst into brilliant light. The potency within the venomous insect carcass water was ignited, causing the black threads on Chen Yang's body to thicken and grow more robust. This brought even stronger stimulation to his body. Under this pressure, the points of light on his body grew increasingly bright. It seems this divine embryo's innate talent surpasses my expectations. Just as my own potential was nearly exhausted, heaven has bestowed such an immense opportunity upon me. Xu Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement, bordering on manic ecstasy. Cough cough. But just as he was brimming with ambition, he suddenly began coughing inexplicably, a trickle of blood seeping from between his teeth. Seeing the blood drip from the corner of his mouth onto the ground, Zhu Shan's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, why did this old injury flare up now? He immediately began circulating his magical power to suppress the injury. Yet the increasingly grim expression on his face made it clear this was no simple matter. Chapter 7, Divine Medicine. The bronze cauldron stood silently in the courtyard. Within the corpse blood, black patterns had already crawled across Chen Yang's entire body, thick as blood vessels. Such intense stimulation caused the immortal orifices within his body to open one after another. It felt as though a celestial bridge connecting him to the natural world had been forged. His body, in this silent transformation, had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Zhu Shan had vanished without a trace. Within the cauldron, Chen Yang gradually absorbed the medicinal power of the myriad poisons. Vitality surged within him like a sprout breaking through seed, absorbing dew and rain, its life force radiating outward. Time flew by, and half a month passed. In the courtyard, the ancient cauldron, long silent, finally stirred. As the copper patterns on its surface dimmed, the iron chains binding Chen Yang's physical form loosened and fell limp. Without the cauldron's sustaining power, Chen Yang gradually awoke from his unconscious state. Over the past fortnight, the corpse blood within the cauldron had significantly lightened, and even the remains of snakes and insects had completely dissolved and vanished. Crack! From the still, black corpse blood, Chen Yang abruptly stood up. The moment he regained consciousness, he was hit by a nauseating stench so foul it defied description. Is the cultivation over? Everything instantly flooded back to Chen Yang's mind. Seeing himself soaking in filthy corpse blood, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This stuff had been fermenting for half a month, swarming with flies. The stench was beyond words. He never imagined that the cultivation his master spoke of would be like this. Recalling how snakes and insects had crawled all over his body back then, goosebumps instantly broke out across his entire body. Junior brother Chen, you're finally awake. Zhou Lingjun, who had been waiting outside, heard the commotion from within the cauldron and immediately peered over the rim. The foul stench inside was so overpowering he had to pinch his nose shut. Senior brother Zhou. Junior brother Chen, come out quickly. I'll fetch you a few buckets of water. With that, Zhou Lingjun headed outside. Chen Yang struggled to climb out of the bronze cauldron. Strange. Why hasn't anything changed? He felt his body, only to find it unchanged, not a single difference. Could all those toxins have failed to take effect? Zhou Lingjun moved swiftly, returning shortly with 2 buckets of water. Senior brother Zhou, where is the master? Not seeing Zhu Shan, Chen Yang asked. Master is in seclusion, cultivating. He knew you'd wake up today and asked me to wait here for you. Zhou Lingjun replied with a smile, setting the buckets before him. Sympathetically, he added, Junior brother Chen, wash up first. Though he didn't know what Chen Yang had been practicing these past 2 weeks, judging by his current state, he must have endured considerable torment, not to mention being soaked in that disgusting corpse blood. After so long, Zhou Lingjun even suspected Chen Yang had been pickled to perfection. Chen Yang grabbed the bucket and began dousing himself. Zhou Lingjun went out to fetch several more buckets for him. After a flurry of activity, it was finally clean. Chen Yang put his clothes back on. Junior brother Chen, how's the cultivation going? Zhou Lingjun asked curiously, having never experienced this method himself. Chen Yang shook his head. Same as before. Zhou Lingjun offered reassurance, it's okay. It's only your first time. It took me over 4 months to open my immortal orifice back then. Senior brother Zhou, how long have I been in the cauldron? Chen Yang turned to look back. About half a month. That much time has passed? Chen Yang rubbed his stomach. Strangely, even after half a month, he hadn't felt the slightest pang of hunger. The blood essence pill was quite effective. Master said once you awoke, he'd have me guide you in sensing spiritual energy. Zhou Lingjun walked to the edge of the bronze cauldron and peered inside. Then I'll be relying on you, senior brother Zhou, Chen Yang said. Zhou Lingjun smiled at him. No trouble at all. We're all brothers in the same sect. Seeing him prepare to move the bronze cauldron, Chen Yang asked in confusion, Senior brother Zhou, what are you doing? Our master instructed that once you awaken, we should take the corpse blood from this cauldron to nourish the immortal herbs. Zhou Lingjun explained, clapping his hands. He had just tried lifting it himself, but the cauldron was too heavy, he could barely manage it. Immortal herbs? Chen Yang's interest was instantly piqued. Immortal herbs were the divine embryos among plants, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. They possessed all manner of miraculous properties and were exceedingly rare. Yes. Master planted a divine herb in the back garden. This corpse blood makes excellent nourishment for it, we can't just let it go to waste. Zhou Lingjun prepared to scoop the toxic blood into a wooden bucket. Senior brother Zhou, let me help you. Chen Yang stepped forward to assist. Senior brother Zhou, what does the master's immortal herb look like? He asked curiously. It's a yellow gentian plant. After filling the bucket, Zhou Lingjun hoisted it and headed toward the courtyard exit. Chen Yang followed behind. He wanted to see what the immortal herb looked like. Following the mountain path, they soon reached a damp, chilly spring. Zhou Lingjun pointed to the lush green grass beside the spring and said, that's it. This is the immortal herb? Chen Yang looked over and saw nothing more than a cluster of yellow gentian about half a foot tall. It looked exactly like ordinary yellow gentian and bore no resemblance to any kind of immortal herb. He felt a slight pang of disappointment. Even if this cactus were placed right before his eyes, he wouldn't have recognized it as a divine herb. Doesn't it look like one? Zhou Lingjun chuckled. It doesn't. Chen Yang shook his head. Zhou Lingjun stepped forward and poured the corpse blood beside the golden seal plant. Ha! After the corpse blood was poured, Chen Yang was astonished to see that some of the previously unremarkable stems and leaves of the yellow gentian had begun to develop vein-like patterns, seemingly starting to absorb nutrients from the blood. See what I mean now? Zhou Lingjun picked up another bucket and poured it over. The entire plant seemed to come alive, its branches and leaves moving without wind, radiating a sense of joy. I see it now. Chen Yang finally witnessed some of the marvels of immortal herbs. Senior brother Zhou, what purpose did our master cultivate this herb for? Zhou Lingjun replied solemnly, this immortal herb is for our master to break through his cultivation realm. Break through his cultivation realm? Yes, Zhou Lingjun nodded, explaining to him, master is at the Dao Palace cultivation level. Successfully integrating this spirit herb into the Dao Palace will allow him to break through to the qi-consuming realm. Cultivation stages include mortal transformation, divine treasure, Dao Palace, and beyond Dao Palace lies qi consumption. Breath eating? Does that mean consuming spiritual energy? Correct, Zhou Lingjun affirmed. When it comes to absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, our mortal flesh ultimately cannot compare to the plant-like bodies of immortal herbs. Upon reaching the Dao Palace realm and formally embarking on cultivation, to absorb greater amounts of this energy, one must find an immortal herb to plant within the Dao Palace. Once the fusion succeeds, there is no longer any need for food. The immortal herb absorbs spiritual energy for the cultivator, while the cultivator's flesh and blood provides the nutrients the herb needs to grow. They depend on each other, mutually beneficial and symbiotic. I see. The process seemed incredible, yet Chen Yang grasped it readily. In his words, it was a fusion of human and plant, allowing humans to indirectly perform photosynthesis and become self-sustaining. This was a collaboration between immortal embryos, each fulfilling the other's needs. The cultivator's physical body served as an ideal fertile field for the immortal herbs, far superior to any barren soil or mud for taking root and growing. Meanwhile, with the abundant spiritual energy provided by the immortal herbs, the cultivator's own magical power would greatly increase, granting them even greater strength. Senior brother Zhou, do the elders at the Dao Palace realm within the sect all possess immortal herbs? Chen Yang asked, bucket in hand. That's correct. These immortal herbs were all brought from the main sect by the elders. Are there many immortal herbs at the main sect? Master said there's a sacred land at the main sect dedicated to cultivating immortal herbs. Every disciple who breaks through to the Dao Palace realm can choose one plant. Brother Chen, we must strive diligently in our cultivation. Once we reach the Dao Palace realm, we'll go to the main sect and each receive our own immortal herb, enabling us to attain even greater heights. Zhou Lingjun said solemnly. MHM. Chen Yang nodded. The copper cauldron still held a considerable amount of corpse blood. The two hurried their efforts, hauling bucket after bucket. After absorbing the nutrients from the corpse blood, the color of this Huanglian plant visibly became more vibrant. But once it finished absorbing, the entire plant reverted to its original state, ordinary and inconspicuous, camouflaging itself perfectly as if it were just another common medicinal herb growing there. After watering the divine herb, Chen Yang followed Zhou Lingjun to practice cultivation. Master! Master! Passing by the outer courtyard, he could still hear the sorrowful pleas of the youth within the stone cave. He wanted some food. Junior brother Chen, that's your senior brother Lin inside. He's been chosen by the master for nearly half a year now, yet he still hasn't opened his immortal orifice. Zhou Lingjun explained to him. It's been so long. Senior brother Lin must be. Chen Yang understood the Lotus Sect's rules. It had been nearly the maximum allowed time. Zhou Lingjun sighed. It depends on junior brother Lin's luck. But if it were any other elder, someone who hadn't opened their immortal orifice after so long would have been abandoned and sent to cultivate. Zhou Lingjun felt genuine sympathy for the youth inside. He'd been through it himself, but no one could help with opening the immortal pore. It depended entirely on one's own determination. Chapter 8, Beginning Cultivation. This youth was actually quite fortunate. Under Master Zhu Shan, he had been granted more time. The two paid him little mind as they walked outside. They finally halted before several massive boulders atop the mountain peak. This spot offered the most expansive view across the entire Xianyun Peak. A sea of mist swirled between the mountains, making the peaks appear like islands floating on the water. Junior brother Chen, this is the spot. Zhou Lingjun leapt onto one of the boulders. A cool mountain breeze blew, ruffling the hair at their temples. Chen Yang followed suit, standing there to survey the surrounding landscape. The oppressive emotion stemming from his earlier cultivation instantly dissipated with the wind. This mere corner of the landscape was already so breathtakingly beautiful it defied description. Compared to the 5 A-rated scenic spots of his past life, it was like heaven and earth. Junior brother Chen, follow my lead. Zhou Lingjun sat cross-legged and explained, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a profoundly mysterious force present yet elusive, beyond definition. To absorb it, you must first sense its existence. Otherwise, even with an opened immortal orifice, you cannot harness it. This step isn't difficult, though with time and careful attunement, you'll master it. Seemingly present yet elusive? Chen Yang sat down opposite him, frowning in confusion. If it's not there, it's not there. If it is there, it is there. What does neither here nor there even mean? Spiritual energy is highly elusive, like the wind. When you sense it, it exists. When you don't, it vanishes. The fundamental difference between immortal and mortal bodies lies in sensing spiritual energy. Only immortal bodies can perceive it. Take Master's immortal herb, for instance. Both are yellow gentian, yet born from the same root. Why does one remain a mortal herb while the other becomes immortal? The key lies in perception. When you sense it, the essence manifests. When you perceive it, you undergo a profound transformation. I see. Chen Yang grasped the essence of this insight. Sensing spiritual energy felt more like a spiritual awakening. To truly embark on cultivation, merely awakening the physical body was insufficient. Master's cluster of immortal herbs sprouted multiple yellow gentian plants from a single root system, born as one entity, all immortal embryos. Yet only one perceived the spiritual energy, underwent a complete transformation, and became an immortal herb. The others, though immortal embryos, could not sense the spiritual energy's presence and could only grow as ordinary herbs. Without sensing spiritual energy, even a divine embryo remains an ordinary one. Senior brother Zhou, is sensing spiritual energy really that simple? Chen Yang couldn't help but ask. Indeed, Zhou Lingjun nodded affirmatively. For us immortal embryos with flesh and blood, once the immortal orifice is opened, sensing spiritual energy becomes a natural progression. For immortal embryos in plant forms, once they sense spiritual energy, opening the immortal orifice and transforming into immortal herbs becomes remarkably easy. For immortal embryos with flesh and blood, opening the immortal orifice is difficult. For those made of plants and trees, sensing spiritual energy is difficult. His resolute gaze eased Chen Yang's mind somewhat. Staring at his own palms, he thought to himself, after all that my master put me through, I wonder if my immortal orifice has been opened. Junior brother Chen, follow my lead. Breathe in gently, exhale slowly. Imagine yourself as a blade of grass, a wisp of wind merged completely with heaven and earth. Let your mind reach a state of emptiness. Ordinary people harbor too many distracting thoughts to control them. The more we try not to think, the more our minds wander. Only in a state of extreme exhaustion and hunger can the mind truly become blank. Zhou Lingjun slowly closed his eyes, regulating his breath. Motionless, he seemed to transform into a tree stump. Chen Yang mimicked his posture, straightening his chest to relax his mind and clear his thoughts. He struggled to maintain this state of emptiness, but just as Zhou Lingjun had said, the more he tried not to think, the less control he had. Sure enough, thoughts gushed forth like a spring, bubbling up from his mind. After trying for quite some time, he still couldn't achieve even a hint of emptiness, let alone sense the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. Frustrated, he opened his eyes. Could it really be that one must be starved and exhausted to the extreme to achieve a completely blank mind? Brother Chen, how is it going? Zhou Lingjun was observing him. Senior brother Zhou, this is too difficult. Chen Yang felt utterly powerless to control his thoughts. It's normal. If you could sense spiritual energy that easily, that would be the abnormal part. Brother Chen, keep practicing for a few more days, and you might enter that state, Zhou Lingjun reassured him. Senior brother Zhou, you sensed spiritual energy. What was it like? Chen Yang asked curiously, hoping for some insight. Zhou Lingjun pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It's indescribable. I can't quite put my finger on what it's like. Then how do you use your spiritual orifice to absorb spiritual energy? Chen Yang pressed further. Zhou Lingjun opened his mouth and pointed to it with his finger. With our mouths. Before fusing with the immortal medicine, we can only use our mouths to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into our bodies first. Then the immortal orifice absorbs and refines it. With your mouth? Chen Yang was astonished. He had assumed the immortal orifice could directly absorb and refine the surrounding celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. To be precise, it's actually the lungs. When we inhale, we simultaneously draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the efficiency is very low. This is the limitation of us immortal embryos with flesh and blood bodies. Immortal herbs excel at absorbing spiritual energy. Powerful ones can even absorb all the spiritual energy within several miles. I see. Immortal herbs excel at absorbing spiritual energy, while us flesh and blood immortal embryos excel at attack and defense, providing protection for the herbs. By merging these two types of immortal embryos, we compensate for each other's weaknesses, leverage our strengths, and progress together. That is cultivation. Chen Yang grasped the essence of cultivation. Correct, brother Chen. Try again. If you can sense the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy now, you'll save yourself a lot of hardship. All right. Under Zhou Lingjun's guidance, Chen Yang began his cultivation. At the clinic in Bayonne town. Zhu Shan sat cross-legged on the floor, his back studded with bronze needles as thick as chopsticks. His brow furrowed tightly, clearly in considerable discomfort. Dr. Yang stood behind him, strands of green magical energy as fine as hair emanating from his fingertips, connecting to each bronze needle. Under his control, the needles trembled incessantly, like pebbles skipping across water, creating tiny ripples across Zhu Shan's back. Put! Suddenly, Zhu Shan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling, black, filthy blood. After letting out a long sigh of relief, his complexion finally brightened considerably. Dr. Yang flicked his fingers, and the needles flew off Zhu Shan's back in unison, landing neatly in his palm. The strands of green energy were drawn back into his body. Elder Zhu, refrain from using any magical energy for the next few months. If your old injury worsens further, I won't be able to suppress it, Dr. Yang cautioned. Thank you, Elder Yang. Zhu Shan pulled on his wide-sleeved robe and shrugged his shoulders. This old injury had been stable for so long. It's strange indeed that it suddenly started worsening. Have you recently exerted your magical power? Dr. Yang inquired thoughtfully. Not that, Zhu Shan shook his head. But I did attempt to forcibly fuse that immortal herb within me. You haven't reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm yet. It's not the time to fuse with immortal herbs. Why would you attempt to force it? Dr. Yang was utterly baffled by Zhu Shan's actions. Zhu Shan clenched his fists and replied coldly, the elders above grow ever more insatiable, hoarding more and more immortal embryos. By the time my turn finally came to choose, only low-quality embryos remain, some couldn't even open immortal orifices. If I wait any longer, I'll grow too old, and my chances of breaking through will vanish entirely. Chapter 9, Absorbing Spiritual Energy. Yeah, the good stuff's been snatched up by those elders ahead of us. Us? Ha, we're barely getting any scraps now. Dr. Yang grumbled as he turned to the cabinet, pulling out a wooden box radiating a chill. He whispered mysteriously to Zhu Shan, here, have something special. Zhu Shan took a deep breath, catching a whiff of something. His eyes instantly flashed with excitement, and his whole demeanor perked up. He asked greedily, where did you get this? Dr. Yang chuckled. A few nights ago, a rogue cultivator sneaked into the medicinal garden to harvest human organs. I caught him and put him down. When the box opened, a pungent, fishy stench wafted out. Inside lay a collection of shattered, dismembered organs. Preserved with care, they remained remarkably fresh. At the sight of these organs and the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, both men involuntarily licked their lips. Those bandits actually dared to steal the fruits of our labor, Zhu Shan said with utter contempt. Exactly. Always trying to get something for nothing. Human medicine doesn't just sprout from the ground. We follow the rules, mind our own business, work diligently here cultivating and planting, and conduct our trade honestly. It's not meant for them to profit from. Dr. Yang placed another jar of liquor on the table, then retrieved some intestines from a box and sliced them into pieces with a knife. The two men placed the pieces in their mouths and chewed lightly, drinking wine and chatting idly in the room. These awful delicacies made the finest accompaniment to their drink. Dusk. Xian Yun Peak. Ah, still can't sense the spiritual energy. Chen Yang opened his eyes wearily. For an entire day, he hadn't managed to enter that state of emptiness. Though he focused on sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his mind kept drifting uncontrollably to other thoughts, leaving him restless and agitated. Each time he closed his eyes, thoughts either surged uncontrollably or he drifted into a state of emptiness so profound he simply fell asleep. Junior brother Chen, let's call it a day. Get some rest and try again tomorrow. It's only the first day, don't get discouraged. Zhou Lingjun offered reassurance. All right. Chen Yang nodded. In his current state, continuing practice would be futile and his mind was already exhausted. The two headed toward the house. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As they reached the other side of Xianyun Peak, the crisp sound of flowing water reached their ears. The mist had now dissipated, revealing a clear stream nestled among the small peaks at the mountain's base. Several small waterfalls cascaded down the rock walls. Within it, a figure sat cross-legged upon a rotten log submerged in the stream. Is that senior brother he cultivating there? Chen Yang inquired. The figure remained utterly still, blending seamlessly with the surrounding scenery, creating a scene of poetic beauty. Indeed, senior brother, he is practicing the refining void and unifying Dao technique. It seems brother he will soon reach the Dao Palace realm. Chen Yang now possessed a certain understanding of cultivation, the first divine treasure refined essence, the second refined qi, and the third refined spirit. Once all three divine treasuries were unlocked, and after undergoing refining the void and unifying the Dao, one could break through to the Dao Palace realm. After breaking through, senior brother he will be able to go to the main sect. Zhou Lingjun felt quite envious. Going to the main sect meant a life of carefree freedom. After observing for a while, the two departed. Outside the hut. Junior brother Chen, get some rest first. If you need anything, just call me. Alright, brother Zhou. Thank you for today, Chen Yang replied gratefully. We're fellow disciples. No need for formalities. Zhou Lingjun bowed his hand, shook his head with a smile, and after bidding farewell, turned and walked toward his own residence. The effects of the bloodling pill lingered. Though he hadn't eaten in ages, Chen Yang felt no hunger whatsoever. With nothing else to do, he sat cross-legged at the bedside and silently pondered, spiritual energy, what exactly is it? He continued to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, striving to embark on his cultivation journey as soon as possible. Night fell silently. The moonlight tonight was faint. Only a handful of people remained on Xianyun Peak, the silence area. Not just Xianyun Peak, but the entire Lotus Sect was usually shrouded in pitch darkness on such nights, creepy and eerily quiet. Tap, tap. Deep into the night, heavy footsteps echoed on the stone path through the mountains. Xu Shan walked along the path, hands clasped behind his back, at a leisurely pace. I wonder how that kid is doing. As he passed by Chen Yang's dwelling, he paused briefly before continuing onward. He stood quietly outside the window, his frame so tall he had to bend slightly to see inside clearly. Not bad. Seeing Chen Yang still awake, sitting on the bed sensing spiritual energy, he felt deeply satisfied. His spiritual orifice is already open. Sensing spiritual energy is only a matter of time. I've never taken on a disciple with such innate talent before. What a stroke of luck. Who knows what surprises he'll bring in the future. Perhaps the key to my breakthrough to the chi-consuming realm lies within him. A faint smile touched Xu Shan's lips as he rose and vanished silently into the night. Creak. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Xu Shan pushed open the vermilion gate to the courtyard. The sharp scraping sound shattered the stillness in the air. Master, is that you? The youth in the stone cave called out weakly. Xu Shan frowned slightly and walked over to check. The youth, catching the pungent, unpleasant body odor, recognized his arrival and immediately raised his voice. Master, I'm starving to death. Please give me some more insects to eat. The youth was emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones like kindling, weighing barely 60 or 70 pounds. He curled in a corner, too weak to even support his own weight. All this time and still haven't opened your immortal orifice. Useless. Xu Shan watched the scene, his expression darkening. Enough. With such poor aptitude, there's no point in cultivating him further. After a moment's thought, Xu Shan narrowed his eyes and leaped straight down. Master! Master! The youth, spotting him descend, immediately stumbled forward. Just as he struggled close enough to cling to his leg, ready to beg for food, he felt countless black hairs, hard as steel needles, sprout from his master's leg. Xu Shan grabbed the youth by the head and yanked him upright. His voice was cold and menacing. Still haven't grasped it? You don't deserve to live. Master, just give me 1 more month. 1 month. The youth pleaded desperately, but his voice trailed off mid-sentence as if witnessing some horrifying spectacle, overcome by terror. Too late. Red light flared in Xu Shan's eyes. The muscles in his shoulders and neck twitched violently as black bristles began sprouting from his flesh. Roar! With a low growl, 2 jagged, black fangs protruded from his mouth. Before the boy's wide, horrified eyes, his master's head transformed into that of a wild boar, a massive, wrinkled, pig-like head with a thick snout. Never having witnessed such a terrifying sight, the youth tried to scream, only to find his throat clamped by an invisible force, unable to utter a sound. He could only kick and struggle. In Xu Shan's grasp, he was like a struggling grasshopper. Xu Shan lifted him high, then tilted his head back, opening that foul-smelling, terrifyingly large maw. He shoved the youth whole into his throat. Crunch, crunch. The dark cavern echoed with the crunching sounds of bones being crushed by teeth. After a moment, silence returned to the cavern. The pig-like head began to shrink, gradually reverting to human form. What a delicacy! Xu Shan wiped the blood from his lips with a look of pure satisfaction, then, still craving more, sucked his fingers clean. Only after licking every trace of blood from his hands did he leap out, his sleeves fluttering behind him. Returning to his room, he closed the door and sat cross-legged to meditate. In the small hut halfway up the mountain, Chen Yang remained motionless. He had now entered a peculiar state. It felt like a dream, yet his consciousness remained utterly lucid. Chen Yang felt as though he stood amidst grasses beneath the night sky, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, faintly glowing stars began appearing in the sky. As if painted onto the scene, countless firefly-like lights swarmed out from the grass, filling the heavens. Could these be spiritual energy? Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang was filled with delight. He drew a deep breath, and the light points before him were drawn into his chest along with the air. Immediately afterward, Chen Yang distinctly felt something resembling a vortex form within his body, absorbing the drawn-in points of light. The immortal orifice. Chen Yang's excitement grew even more. This was the immortal orifice refining the spiritual energy within his body. It seemed his immortal pore had been opened by his master using those toxic substances. Now that the immortal orifice was open and sensing spiritual energy, he had truly become a cultivator. His wish had been fulfilled. He had finally become an immortal being capable of harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chapter 10, Purification and Refinement. Continue. Chen Yang suppressed his inner excitement, fearing the sensed spiritual energy might vanish again. After calming his mind, he began absorbing it once more. The moment he sensed the spiritual energy, it was as if he had reached some tacit understanding with the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy no longer vanished as it had before. Now, whenever he closed his eyes and focused his mind, the spiritual energy would once again reveal itself around him. Chen Yang controlled his breathing, drawing the spiritual energy into his body bit by bit. Simultaneously, he sensed that after the spiritual energy was refined by his immortal orifice, his physical body seemed to undergo a transformation. Much like his master's golden seal immortal herb, it began shedding its mortal form through the baptism of spiritual energy. Unnoticed, the sky gradually brightened. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window, bathing his face. Chen Yang awoke from his cultivation. Having stayed awake all night, his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Having only just embarked on his cultivation journey, he was still a mortal being, unable to go without sleep day and night like Zhu Shan. I'm so sleepy. Chen Yang yawned, scratching his head absent-mindedly. What's going on? Chen Yang suddenly felt something odd under his fingers. To his shock, he realized he'd just yanked a handful of hair from his scalp. It looked as if he'd undergone radiation therapy. Unable to believe it, he gently ran his fingers through his hair again only to pull out another large clump. No way. Cultivation can actually make you go bald? Chen Yang felt a wave of gloom wash over him. This had never happened before. It must be because of absorbing spiritual energy last night. He could feel his body changing, but he never imagined it would be this kind of change. Why does my body feel so filthy now? Chen Yang felt sticky all over, accompanied by a foul stench. Rolling up his sleeves, he found his skin greasy, as if he hadn't bathed in months. Rubbing his hands together, flesh slurried off in clumps. Could this be what they call cleansing the marrow? The various bodily transformations quickly led Chen Yang to a possible conclusion. After opening the immortal orifice, one must absorb the essence of heaven and earth to undergo a complete transformation into an immortal embryo. This process involves purging impurities, though the manifestation here was far too vivid. After briefly assessing his current state, Chen Yang dragged his weary body out of bed. Junior brother Chen, what's gotten into you? Didn't you sleep last night? On the way, he happened to run into Zhou Lingjun, who noticed his listless appearance and asked. Yeah, I cultivated all night. Chen Yang nodded in response. All he wanted now was a good night's sleep. You sensed spiritual energy? As he drew closer, Zhou Lingjun caught the sour, musty scent emanating from him and asked suspiciously. I think I did. Chen Yang scratched his head and chuckled, though more strands of hair fell away. Junior brother Chen, you're incredible. Zhou Lingjun's eyes widened like copper bells in disbelief. How could one sense spiritual energy so quickly? The transformation in Chen Yang over this single night was astonishing. It's probably because Master used so many snakes, insects, and venomous creatures to temper my body. Chen Yang mused aloud. That's very likely, Zhou Lingjun agreed, convinced it was the reason. Senior brother Zhou, will my hair grow back? Chen Yang asked with a grimace, staring at his hair that fell out at the slightest touch. Zhou Lingjun smiled. It will. Once this process of being reborn is complete, your hair will grow back. That's a relief, Chen Yang sighed, not wanting to be bald at such a young age. Not only will your hair be renewed, but your internal organs, muscles, and bones will all be brand new. Every part of your body will be completely replaced, transforming you into a true immortal embryo. From that point on, you will no longer be an ordinary mortal. You will be separated from the mortal realm forever. Even if you marry a mortal woman, you will never be able to have children, Zhou Lingjun continued. The mortal and the immortal worlds are now utterly separate. Chen Yang froze for a moment, then chuckled wryly. This separation was a bit too absolute, wasn't it? It had even reached the point of reproductive isolation. Now he finally understood why Zhou Lingjun, despite his kind heart, felt no qualms about the residents of places like Bayoni Town being reduced to human medicine. It turned out he no longer considered those mortal bodies to be of the same race as himself. And it wasn't just Zhou Lingjun. From what he understood, every immortal embryo within the sect viewed ordinary mortals no differently than monkeys. Chen Yang wondered, outside the Lotus Sect, did celestial embryos treat mortal bodies the same way? Unfortunately, as disciples of the sect, their knowledge was confined solely to Lotus Sect. They knew nothing of the outside world. Junior brother Chen, now that your celestial orifice has opened and you've sensed spiritual energy, you can go to the Hall of Merit to claim your reward. You can exchange it for some good items. After we finish today's cultivation, I'll take you there. Thank you, senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang smiled his thanks. The two walked together toward the bamboo grove. By the way, brother Zhou, are your parents also cultivators of the sect? After walking a few steps, Chen Yang suddenly asked. Parents? Zhou Lingjun shook his head. No. I don't even know who my parents are. Ever since I can remember, I've lived on the sect's immortal cultivation peak, raised by special elders who taught us reading and writing. So all disciples of the sect grow up on immortal cultivation peak? Yes. Whenever a divine embryo is born in the medicinal gardens, it's brought to immortal cultivation peak for care. Once they reach a certain age, elders come to select disciples. I was chosen by my master at 13, which is how I came to Xianyun Peak. Due to his upbringing, Zhou Lingjun had little concept of what parents were. I see. Chen Yang understood. Bayoni town had a custom of sacrificing infants to the grain god. Now it seemed those sacrificed infants were actually divine embryos, brought to the sect under the guise of sacrifice. From Zhu Shan's scattered remarks, he learned that he was an immortal embryo overlooked due to an elder's oversight. The two walked and talked. Soon they reached the bamboo grove. Most mornings, Zhu Shan would come here to inspect their daily cultivation progress and assign practice tasks. It was precisely through his dedicated instruction that his disciples had the opportunity to break through to the Dao Palace realm. Senior Sister Huang. Senior Sister Huang. Huang Ting had already arrived, and the two greeted each other with smiles. He Chu was cultivating at Big Fish Spring these days and hadn't come. The three conversed amidst the forest. Upon learning that Chen Yang had already sensed spiritual energy and begun entering the stage of profound transformation, Huang Ting, like Zhou Lingjun, was utterly astonished. Learning of the special attention he received from his master, they felt a deep sense of envy. But seeing how quickly this junior disciple had embarked on his cultivation path, they knew his talent must be truly exceptional. No wonder he received such meticulous cultivation from the master. Master is coming. Before long, Zhu Shan's figure appeared. The three immediately stood at attention. Has this kid sensed spiritual energy? Zhu Shan noticed the change in Chen Yang's state. With his extensive experience, he instantly understood that Chen Yang had sensed spiritual energy. Chapter 11, Immortal Transformation. Excellent, excellent. This cultivation talent hasn't disappointed me. Zhu Shan thought to himself, deeply satisfied. Rise, all of you. Zhu Shan approached the three disciples and praised Chen Yang. To sense spiritual energy so swiftly, your master truly did not misjudge you. You have not wasted the effort I put into tempering your body with so many precious resources. Thank you for your guidance, master. Chen Yang immediately bowed in gratitude. Zhu Shan nodded with a smile, his gaze gentle. This scene filled the other two with envy. Neither had ever received such esteem from their master. The speed of his transformation is astonishing. Just one night. When he saw Chen Yang's hair beginning to fall out and the layer of old grime on his skin, his expression grew slightly solemn. Last night he was still immortal, yet after merely absorbing spiritual energy overnight, he had transformed so drastically today? Zhu Shan was astonished, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he smiled at Chen Yang. Train diligently and reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible. This disciple will not disappoint you, master. Chen Yang pledged earnestly. Zhu Shan, hands clasped behind his back, said, stand over there for now. I'll arrange the cultivation tasks for your senior brothers and sisters first, then take you somewhere. Yes. Chen Yang obediently stood to the side. After he left, Zhu Shan's gaze grew stern as he looked at the two before him. He extended his hand to the right, and a withered bamboo stick from the ground flew toward him. Then he addressed Huang Ting, let me see how well you've practiced your techniques. As you command. Huang Ting bowed with her hands pressed together before drawing the iron sword at her waist. Begin. Zhu Shan's fingers lightly twirled the branch in his hand, channeling magical energy into it. Huang Ting raised her sword and launched a swift attack. Despite her slender frame, her movements were fierce and precise. A chilling aura radiated from her blade as she moved like a sleek, agile panther. Though Zhu Shan appeared stout, his movements were astonishingly agile. No matter how swiftly Huang Ting struck, he deftly evaded each blow. The branch in his hand became a deadly weapon. Empowered by magic, it could even clash with a real sword. Clang! Clang! A series of metallic clangs echoed through the bamboo grove. And it was clear both fighters were deliberately avoiding the bamboo stalks. Even in such a fierce battle, their blades and edges managed to steer clear of every single bamboo stalk. Is this what she is? Chen Yang's eyes locked onto Huang Ting's movements. He noticed a visible air current forming beneath her sword's edge, strikingly similar to the sweltering heat rising from parched earth during the hottest days of summer. This was the qi within her second divine treasure. Chen Yang had now grasped the essence of divine treasure cultivation, first tempering the body through legwork to refine essence, then using weapon techniques to cultivate qi, and finally meditating in seated oblivion to refine spirit. The qi and magical power Huang Ting now displayed bore some resemblance in form, but lacking the fusion of essence and spirit, they held little true potency. Huff, huff. After more than 20 breaths, Huang Ting began panting heavily. Her movements slowed progressively until she could no longer move, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Is this all she can manage? Watching her state, Zhu Shan shook his head in disappointment. The qi within her divine treasury was still too meager. Yet this also revealed how far she remained from unlocking the third divine treasury. This disciple is incompetent. Please punish me, master. Huang Ting bowed her head in acceptance of punishment. Go rest for now. Zhu Shan did not punish her. Turning to Zhou Lingjun, he tossed aside the bamboo rod in his hand and said indifferently, let me test your boxing again. See if you've made any progress these past days. As you command. Zhou Lingjun stepped back half a pace with his right foot, crouched slightly, and assumed a boxing stance. His body remained still, yet his aura radiated out, steady and solid like a massive boulder blocking a river. In the next instant, he erupted with force, stomping 7 rapid steps across the ground, leaving 7 deep footprints in his wake. After gathering power through those 7 strides, his fist shot forward like an arrow released from its string, piercing through the air with a sense of penetration. Xu Shan made no attempt to dodge, countering with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided midair, swirling fallen leaves as both men stepped back. Zhou Lingjun seized a nearby bamboo stalk with his right hand, using the recoil to spin swiftly in midair before launching a straight kick toward Xu Shan's face. Xu Shan reacted with lightning speed, slamming his left hand down onto Zhou Lingjun's toes, sending him flying upright before him. His right fist thundered forward. Thud! Xu Shan's fist connected squarely with Zhou Lingjun's midsection, instantly sending him reeling backward, doubled over in pain. Watching this unfold, Chen Yang felt his heart leap into his throat. Taking that punch from their master must have felt like being struck by a speeding car. He couldn't help but worry for brother Zhou. Zhou Lingjun slammed heavily onto the ground 5 zheng away. After rolling several times, he scrambled back up as if nothing had happened. The clenched teeth revealed just how painful it must have been. To endure such a blow unscathed, a divine embryo truly is incomparable to mortal flesh. Chen Yang stared at him in astonishment. Had it been an ordinary mortal body, that blow would have shattered every internal organ. Zhou Lingjun had unlocked his first divine treasure. His physical body had absorbed spiritual energy, completely shedding its mortal form. Inside and out, it had undergone a profound transformation. Xu Shan leapt lightly to his front, relentlessly pursuing without pause. Zhou Lingjun dodged while counterattacking. This was a trial by fire. Xu Shan was clearly holding back the vast majority of his power, otherwise, how could Zhou Lingjun possibly exchange blows with him? After a long while, the two finally paused. Not bad. Your fist power is substantial, you've made great progress. It seems it won't be long before you refine essence into chi and break through to the second divine treasure. Xu Shan withdrew his fist and spoke, showing satisfaction with Zhou Lingjun's progress. It's all thanks to your master's excellent teaching, Zhou Lingjun replied respectfully. How often do you take the blood essence pill now? Xu Shan's aura began to settle, his breathing even, showing no trace of the recent battle. 1 every 10 days. Your essence refinement pace is still a bit slow, Xu Shan observed, studying him. Blood essence pills were brewed from blood essence rice, rich in concentrated water grain essence and acquired essence. Consuming them replenished the innate essence stored in the spirit reservoir. The process of refining essence was essentially acquiring to supplement the innate. This disciple will train even more diligently. Zhou Lingjun hastily replied. Slower progress meant insufficient expenditure. Increasing his daily boxing practice would boost consumption. After pondering, Xu Shan shook his head. Too much of a good thing is as bad as too little. Continue as before. Cultivation must follow gradual progression. Understood. Xu Shan then proceeded to assign cultivation tasks. After Zhou Lingjun and Huang Ting had both departed, only he and Chen Yang remained in the bamboo grove. Master, what should I cultivate today? Chen Yang asked softly. For now, your sole responsibility is to absorb spiritual energy. As for cultivation, we'll discuss that once you fully shed your mortal form. Xu Shan grabbed his arm, gently rubbing his thumb against it. Dirt and grime appeared, and then he released his grip. Thinking his master was disgusted, Chen Yang immediately stammered, Master, I woke up like this after my morning practice. I'll wash it off tonight. This is a good thing. Don't wash it off. Xu Shan said with a smile. Good stuff? Chen Yang was puzzled. Xu Shan examined the old grime on his thumb and explained, this is immortal shedding. As you absorb more and more spiritual energy, the immortal shedding will increase. Eventually, it will form a cocoon-like layer on your skin. This layer is crucial for protecting you during your successful transformation into an immortal embryo. From now on, you must be careful around rainwater and avoid washing this immortal shedding away. Just like a silkworm cocoon, without it, how could you break free and become a butterfly? So this filthy crust serves such a purpose. Chen Yang admitted he never imagined this substance would later become his own cocoon, a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly, mortal flesh becoming immortal embryo. Xu Shan turned and began walking up the mountain. Follow me. I'll take you to a place rich in spiritual energy. Yes, master. Chen Yang followed behind. Chapter 12, Something's Off. Upon entering the courtyard at the mountaintop, Chen Yang's gaze immediately fixed on the stone urn. But the stone urn was eerily silent. Earlier, when they had arrived, they could still hear senior brother Lin's cries. Xu Shan glanced at him and said calmly, Your senior brother Lin failed to open his immortal orifice. He starved to death yesterday. The path of cultivation is one of no return. Such hardships and dangers lie ahead at every turn. To attain the mystical power that transcends mortal existence, one must pay a price, even the price of life itself. Xu Shan continued speaking as he walked deeper inside. Chen Yang followed in silence. This is it. The two arrived at the courtyard atop the mountain. The location where the sacred yellow gentian herb grew. The only place on Xianyun Peak where spiritual energy was this dense. This is a divine herb I cultivated myself. It gathers and channels the surrounding spiritual energy. Cultivating here will make your efforts twice as effective with half the effort. Xu Shan crouched before the Huanglian, gently stroking its leaves. The yellow gentian emitted a soft glow, shedding its disguise to reveal its true form as a divine herb. Its branches and leaves swayed gently without wind, like a docile little puppy. Ha! Chen Yang was astonished, sensing the herb had gained sentience. Xu Shan rose with a smile. This immortal herb has been nourished by my own blood for years. It has become one with my very bloodline. Watered with blood? Master, is this to facilitate its cultivation within the Dao Palace? Zhou Lingjun had brought him here before, so Chen Yang knew the ultimate purpose of this immortal herb. Precisely. Only by achieving this blood connection can the immortal herb be successfully planted within the Dao Palace. Otherwise, the herb will reject the physical body and wither away. Xu Shan turned to face the yellow gentian, his expression growing colder. Once it's successfully planted, I'll break through to the qi-consuming realm. My magical power will surge, and I won't have to put up with those elders' nonsense anymore. Master will surely succeed in breaking through. Chen Yang immediately stepped forward to offer words of encouragement. Xu Shan turned back to him, a smile returning to his face. Patting Chen Yang on the shoulder, he said earnestly, "We elders of the sect rely on our disciples' prestige. You must break through to the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible. Then those arrogant elders who bully others will rein in their behavior and dare not look down on me anymore. This disciple will strive diligently in cultivation and not disappoint you, Master. Your dedication alone brings me great satisfaction." Xu Shan nodded repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly pleased with Chen Yang. "Master, what exactly is the main sect like?" Chen Yang asked curiously. Xu Shan's expression paused. He cleared his throat lightly and waved his hand. "The main sect is a sacred place for cultivation. If you can break through to the Dao Palace realm before you turn 25 and go to the main sect, your future achievements will absolutely surpass your master's. Even reaching the Spirit Spring realm would be no problem." Spiritual Spring realm, Chen Yang murmured. Beyond the qi-consuming realm lies the Spirit Spring realm. After planting immortal herbs within the Dao Palace, one must open a spring within it to nourish the herbs, providing the nutrients they need to grow. The head of our Lotus Sect branch is at the Spirit Spring realm. At this realm, the physical body and the immortal herb become one. Not only can one subsist on qi and abstain from food, but even injuries can be healed through the herb's potency. Xu Shan explained the mysteries of the Spirit Spring realm. Master must surely be able to reach the Spirit Spring realm too. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Xu Shan smiled and handed him a small clay bottle. "I must depart now. Inside are 10 blood essence pills. Your body will consume more energy during the process of shedding mortality. Eat these when hungry. From now on, except for sleeping and resting, come here to cultivate. The spiritual energy here is dense. I believe within 2 or 3 months, you will completely shed your mortal form. Oh, and one more thing, never touch the immortal herbs. I've hidden a venomous insect inside them. If it bites you, there's no cure." Before departing, Xu Shan specifically cautioned. "This disciple understands." Chen Yang bowed respectfully as he saw him off. After watching Xu Shan walk far away, Chen Yang stared at the small vial in his hand, his expression growing increasingly grave. He murmured to himself, "The main sect. Does the main sect truly exist?" Having been at the Lotus Sect for some time now, his observations over these days had made him sense something deeply unsettling about this sect, especially regarding the coveted main sect. Moreover, the elders within the sect repeatedly instilled in the disciples the cultivation goal of reaching the main sect. This Lotus Sect, it's probably another Bayoni town. Chen Yang surveyed the surrounding landscape. The entire Lotus Sect resembled an isolated island, nestled amidst treacherous peaks and natural barriers. Without the ability to fly, escape was utterly impossible. He now suspected that the sect's disciples were like the commoners in Bayoni town, all merely human medicine cultivated by the Lotus Sect. Sect organizations in this world weren't like the compulsory education schools of his past life. Why would they invest resources to cultivate disciples without any benefit? If the sect's benefits weren't visible, it could only mean the disciples themselves were the benefit. He wasn't some brainwashed sect disciple raised from childhood, nor was he an immature youth. Something felt terribly off about this Lotus Sect. Whether it is or not, I must remain vigilant. Chen Yang murmured to himself as he approached the divine herb and sat down beside it. Having only just begun his cultivation journey, his strength was too weak to leave the sect or effect any change. Even if something truly sinister lurked here, he would remain safe at least until reaching the Dao Palace realm. After Xu Shan departed, the Huanglian divine herb reverted to its ordinary appearance, concealing itself flawlessly. Since Xu Shan had mentioned poisonous insects on the herb, Chen Yang refrained from examining it closely. Yet he felt uneasy about his predicament. Time to cultivate. Hunger began to gnaw at Chen Yang. After swallowing a bloodling pill, he adjusted his posture, slowly closed his eyes, and soon felt the surrounding celestial and terrestrial qi. The spiritual energy here is indeed far denser than elsewhere. He could distinctly sense the spiritual energy within dozens of feet converging toward the immortal herbs. He couldn't help but marvel, the efficiency with which immortal herbs absorb spiritual energy is utterly incomparable to us mortal cultivators with flesh and blood. At best, Chen Yang could only absorb the spiritual energy near his mouth and nose. Compared to the medicinal herbs' range of over 10 zhang, the difference was simply too vast. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Controlling his breath, he began to absorb the spiritual energy. His immortal orifice is activated, refining the spiritual energy. A peculiar sensation spread through his flesh and blood. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, his entire body's metabolism suddenly accelerated significantly. After leaving Chen Yang, Zhu Shan descended the mountain and headed toward a peak towering far above Xianyun Peak. Compared to the desolate emptiness of Xianyun Peak, this mountain was bustling with activity. Over 20 wooden huts alone were scattered throughout the mountainside, housing the disciples. Watching the disciples cultivating in the woods, Zhu Shan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. If only he had so many disciples of his own. Zhu Shan made his way directly to the summit. In the courtyard, a man clad in red sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree. Spiritual energy from the entire courtyard converged upon him. It seemed as though something within him was drawing the spiritual energy. Moreover, this spiritual energy was directly seeping into his skin, absorbed and refined by his immortal orifice. This is a qi-consuming realm cultivator who has successfully cultivated immortal herbs. Elder Zhu, why aren't you staying at home? What brings you to my blazing fire peak? The man sensed Zhu Shan's arrival, and the door swung open instantly. Bending at the waist, Zhu Shan stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He then addressed the elder politely, Elder Hu, one of my disciples passed away yesterday. I've come to join the queue here, to see when it will be my turn to select a new disciple. Chapter 13, The Hall of Merit. That human-grade medicinal plant you acquired recently? Not much time had passed, and Elder Hu still remembered the matter. Zhu Shan shook his head. The one before that. It's been half a year, and still no sign of opening the immortal orifice. You kept that immortal embryo this long? Elder Hu stared at him in astonishment. In their hands, if a chosen immortal embryo failed to open its immortal orifice within 3 or 4 months, it would be discarded outright. Such poor innate talent meant the investment outweighed the return. It wasn't worth the effort or resources to cultivate. Yet here was Zhu Shan, treating trash like treasure, holding onto it for half a year. Zhu Shan replied bitterly, immortal embryos are hard to come by. If we can avoid wasting one, we should. Elder Hu nodded. True. Wastefulness is forbidden. Thrift and diligence are traditions of our sect. I'll register it now. Return and await news. Should a divine embryo on immortal cultivation peak meet the requirements, I shall dispatch a disciple to notify you when your turn comes. Elder Hu, how much longer might I have to wait before it's my turn to select a disciple? Zhu Shan asked politely. About 7 or 8 years. That long? Zhu Shan's expression changed. Didn't you already take on a disciple a while back? Naturally, you'll have to move further back in line. 7 or 8 years is assuming the immortal embryos are supplied normally. If there's a disaster year and the medicinal gardens yield less, you might have to wait over 10 years. That's just how the rules are, Elder Hu said, looking as helpless as anyone. But that's far too long to wait. Zhu Shan tried to plead his case. Seeing his hint of defiance, Elder Hu's eyes darkened with displeasure. He rose slowly, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Zhu Shan. You complain the wait is too long? If you can break through to the qi-consuming realm right now, I'll immediately grant you permission to go to Immortal Cultivation Peak and select 2 top-tier immortal seedlings. Can you do that? Zhu Shan dared not reply. For him, advancing realms was an arduous task. If an elder could bear offspring to strengthen the sect, they too would be rewarded with a divine embryo. Could you do that? Elder Hu stepped before him, his imposing presence bearing down like a mountain. Zhu Shan bowed his head even lower. Procreation was equally difficult. You can't do this, you can't do that, we can't just hand you a divine embryo for nothing. Elder Hu's tone was stern. Seeing Zhu Shan's pitiful expression, he turned and said, very well. Considering how sensible and disciplined you've been, I'll assign you a task. If you complete it well, I'll allow you to select a divine seedling a few years earlier. Elder Hu, what kind of task? Zhu Shan asked urgently. Elder Hu gazed into the distance and spoke slowly, in 2 months, Elder Go, who guards the medicinal garden in the east, will return to the sect. Elder Lu was supposed to take over for him, but Elder Lu is currently preparing to break through to the qi-consuming realm. You will take his place for now. Guarding the medicinal garden. Zhu Shan frowned. This wasn't a desirable assignment, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Are you unwilling to go? Elder Hu's gaze fell upon him once more. I'm willing. I'm willing. After a moment's thought, Zhu Shan accepted the assignment. Then it's settled. You may return now. I'll notify you when the time comes. Thank you for your consideration, Elder Hu. Zhu Shan bowed respectfully with clasped hands before tactfully taking his leave. Damn it. Only when he reached the mountain's base did he glance back at blazing fire peak, his gaze finally revealing a look of resentment. Without lingering, Zhu Shan made his way back to his own Xianyun Peak. Once there, he began diligently instructing his disciples. When disciples lacked innate talent, their master's diligence had to compensate. Time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, dusk had fallen. At the summit's immortal herb site. That's enough for today. Chen Yang opened his eyes. Having stayed awake all night and cultivated from dawn until now, he felt utterly drained. It was time for proper rest. He was still a mortal being who needed sleep. Pushing himself this far was already his limit. First, I should go with senior brother Zhou to the Hall of Merit to claim the reward for breaking through my cultivation realm. Chen Yang thought to himself. He and Zhou Lingjun had already agreed to go after finishing their cultivation session. Now that he had reached the mortal transformation realm, the sect would grant him certain rewards. Junior brother Chen, you're here. Zhou Lingjun sat cross-legged outside his small hut, absorbing spiritual energy. Having shed his mortal form, he no longer needed sleep. By day, he dedicated himself to refining his physical body through martial arts practice, tempering his essence to strengthen his spiritual reserves. By night, he absorbed spiritual energy to restore himself. The sky was already dark, and his daytime cultivation tasks were complete. Senior brother Zhou. You went to cultivate near the immortal herbs, right? How did it go? During his own transition from mortal to immortal, Zhou Lingjun had also been taken by Zhu Shan to absorb spiritual energy near the immortal herbs. Chen Yang assessed his own condition. Not bad. Now, his hair loss had become more pronounced and the grime on his body had visibly increased. Let's go. We're heading to the Hall of Merit. Zhou Lingjun led him down the mountain. Senior brother Zhou, what kind of rewards are we talking about? Chen Yang asked eagerly. Just medicinal plant seeds and fertilizer for cultivating herbs. Any miraculous elixirs? Zhou Lingjun shook his head. No. Those medicinal seeds are derived from immortal herbs. If tended properly, they can greatly benefit cultivation. Divine herb seeds? Doesn't that mean they'll all grow into divine herbs? Zhou Lingjun chuckled. How could that be? If they could grow into immortal herbs, would they give them to us? Though they are seeds of immortal herbs, what sprouts from them are still mortal herbs. However, having absorbed a trace of immortal energy, their potency far surpasses that of ordinary herbs. Of course, herbs grown from such seeds do possess the potential to transform into immortal herbs themselves, Zhou Lingjun explained. The two walked along the mountain path, chatting as they went. After a little less than half an hour, they reached another mountaintop. Before them stood a dilapidated wooden structure entirely covered in moss. Wild grasses grew thickly on its roof tiles, giving it the appearance of an abandoned cottage long forgotten in the wilderness. Senior brother Zhou, is this the sect's Hall of Merit? Chen Yang stared at the desolate wooden structure before him, utterly astonished. Why did all the buildings of the Lotus Sect give off such an ancient, eerie feeling? Even though so many people lived here, there wasn't a trace of human warmth. Back in Bayoni town, even when he was the only one in a house, he would tidy it up inside and out. Indeed, this is the Merit Hall. Zhou Lingjun nodded with a smile, seeing nothing amiss. How desolate. Chen Yang's words came from the heart. The sect disciples usually cultivate on their respective peaks. They only come here to collect rewards, so it does look a bit desolate. Zhou Lingjun led him inside. The Lotus Sect rarely lit candles, leaving the treasure hall dimly lit. Senior Shu! Senior Shu! Zhou Lingjun called softly. The interior remained silent, with no response. Senior brother Zhou, could the elder be absent? Chen Yang scanned the surroundings. By the faint light, he could see the interior was sparsely furnished and old, permeated by a foul, musty odor. Who's there? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hoarse, aged voice echoed from deep within the building. Rustling sounds came from a dim, gray corner. Finally, a hunched old man clad in a flowered robe emerged slowly. With a sharp, pointed chin and a shifty, sly look about him, if he hadn't been able to speak, Chen Yang would have thought he was nothing more than a large rat dressed in clothes. Greetings, Elder Shu. The two bowed to him. Chapter 14, The Prescription. So it's you, Zhou Lingjun. The old man seemed quite familiar with Zhou Lingjun. But when his gaze fell upon Chen Yang, a sudden gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Elder Shu, it's me. Zhou Lingjun said with a smile. This disciple looks unfamiliar. Who might he be? The old man circled around Chen Yang, scrutinizing him closely. Zhou Lingjun hastily introduced, Elder, this is the junior brother my master took in last month. He's now broken through to the transcendence realm. I brought him to claim his reward. Then, turning to Chen Yang, he added, Junior brother Chen, Elder Shu is a close friend of our master. He's a very kind person. Greetings, Elder Shu. Chen Yang greeted politely. He's grasped it so quickly. The old man rubbed his hands together, feeling quite excited inside. Chen Yang eyed him strangely, sensing something off about the old man's gaze. Realizing his own uncharacteristic behavior, the old man straightened his back abruptly. Stroking his chin, he spoke in a solemn tone, so you are the new disciple Master Zhu has taken in. Here to claim your sect reward, I presume? Follow me. The old man walked over to a nearby counter, took out a firelighter, and lit the candles. A faint glow finally illuminated the Hall of Merit. According to sect regulations, disciples who break through to the mortal transformation realm may claim 1 packet of medicinal seeds and 2 sets of treasure material corpses. The old man spoke while bending over to rummage through the cabinet. Soon, he produced a bundle wrapped in yellow paper. Take a look for yourself first. He unwrapped the paper, revealing numerous seeds of various shapes and sizes. Chen Yang saw that the quantity was substantial, enough to fill the medicinal garden behind his house. Elder, what kind of medicinal herbs are these? He asked. It's written right here. The old man pointed to the lines of text on the paper. 3 qian of angelica root, 7 qian of white peony root, 4 qian of asparagus root, 2 qian of Paris polyphylla. Chen Yang examined it closely and realized it was a prescription. It seemed this packet contained all the herbs listed in the formula, over 20 varieties. Once the herbs mature, just take them according to this formula, the old man said. Chen Yang nodded. The old man repackaged the seeds and handed them to him. He then retrieved a small booklet from the cabinet to make a record. After completing the entry, he picked up the candle lamp and turned toward the back. Follow me to get the precious ingredients. Chen Yang and the other followed. Behind the cabinets lay a room. As the door swung open, a thick, musty stench flooded out. Both Chen Yang and his companion pinched their noses shut, overwhelmed by the stench. Upon entering and seeing what lay within, Chen Yang froze in place. Inside, a pile of grotesque, dried corpses lay neatly arranged. Though he'd braced himself, Chen Yang still felt his stomach churn violently. Junior brother Chen, what's wrong? Zhou Lingjun tugged at his sleeve. Nothing. Chen Yang took a deep breath and composed himself. Nephew Chen, just pick these 2 pieces of treasure material. While he was lost in thought, the old man had already made the selection for him. These are excellent specimens, all human corpses over 40 years old. Zhou Lingjun instantly recognized their quality. The longer the human medicine had aged, the richer its nutrients, making it ideal for composting. Chen Yang approached and discovered that the mummified corpses in the room all had large holes gouged into their chests, their hearts removed. He knew the hearts contained the Dan Gu, the bone blood pills that matured when the human medicine ripened. The bone blood pill was akin to blood rice grains, and these corpses were the rice stalks. What do you think, Chen? The old man asked, turning to him. Just these 2. Chen Yang replied. Shall we grind them here, or will you take them back to process yourselves? In the corner of the room stood a large stone mortar, used to grind the precious materials into fertilizer. Chen, I suggest you process them here. Last time I took some home, it took me ages to smash those bones with a rock, Zhou Lingjun offered from experience. I'll follow your advice, senior brother. Chen Yang pressed his hand to his forehead. Gazing at the hollow eye sockets and mouths of these desiccated corpses, the images of departed loved ones surfaced in his mind. That this was the final resting place for the departed. Alright. I'll give you a hand then. The old man dragged 2 corpses and hopped onto the stone mortar. Normally, disciples would handle the stone mortar themselves, but Elder Shu seemed in a particularly cheerful mood today, willing to do the work for them. Thank you, Elder. The 2 immediately bowed in gratitude. Well, what can I say? This elder just takes a liking to you 2 little ones. The old man chuckled as he bowed, tossing the precious material inside before hoisting the pestle thicker than Chen Yang's own body with both hands. He raised his head and bellowed, 1 strike for favorable winds and rains. Boom! The pestle struck down with tremendous force. Crack, crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed from the bowl. The corpses inside snapped like dry kindling, breaking into several pieces and scattering into dust. Some severed arms even flew out, landing outside the bowl. Zhou Lingjun hurried over, scooping up the scattered fragments and tossing them back inside. The old man arched his back, pulling the pestle free. His sleeves slid back, revealing arms barely 2 fingers thick. Even when he stretched his hands as wide as possible, they couldn't encircle half the pestle. It was hard to imagine such frail arms could lift such a heavy object. 2 strikes for bountiful harvests. The old man now resembled a priest, emitting a piercing cry. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed. 3 strikes for thriving livestock. With each strike, the old man muttered a blessing, channeling his heartfelt wishes into the ritual. Under his actions, it wasn't long before the 2 precious stones were crushed into small, oily, dry-looking fragments. Normally, the disciples could barely move the pestle and mortar, requiring great effort to process the materials properly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Watching the scene, Chen Yang thought to himself as he stood quietly by. That's enough. Pack it yourself. The old man, satisfied with the progress, set the pestle aside and hopped down. Got it. Zhou Lingjun fetched a burlap sack from nearby, while Chen Yang picked up the shovel lying on the ground. The 2 of them efficiently began filling the sack with fertilizer from the mortar. Once everything was gathered, Chen Yang weighed roughly 50 pounds. Nephew Chen, this fertilizer should last you quite a while. After half a year, you can come get another load each month. Cultivate these medicinal herbs well. Once they sprout, fertilize them daily. Especially in the first few days. The old man stood nearby with his hands behind his back, explaining the key points of medicinal cultivation. Have you taken note? Yes, I've taken note. It wasn't complicated. Chen Yang already knew how to proceed. Elder Shu, we shall take our leave now. Go ahead. The two bowed their hands in farewell to him, then departed the Hall of Merit carrying the bag of fertilizer. The old man hopped onto the cabinet and sat, watching them disappear into the distance. The candles in the tower flickered out, plunging the entire Hall of Merit back into silence and gloom. Chapter 15, Cultivating Medicinal Herbs. Senior Brother Zhou, what rewards does the sect offer for breaking through to the divine treasure realm? Chen Yang asked as he carried the fertilizer sack along the path. A single leaf of immortal medicine can help us maximize the activation of our divine treasure essence. But this reward comes from our master. Zhou Lingjun walked ahead, idly tapping at roadside weeds with a stick he'd picked up. How does it feel after taking it? Chen Yang was curious about the effects of consuming the divine herb. Zhou Lingjun recalled, you feel light as a feather, like you're floating. It feels like you're about to ascend to immortality. The two chatted idly as they walked. As they approached the lower intersection, a young man came toward them, heading for the Hall of Merit. They were about to step aside, but the young man stopped at the roadside first, smiling as he said, you two go ahead, junior brothers. Senior brother, please go first. Zhou Lingjun stood aside, refusing to move forward. As the senior disciple, it is my duty to yield to my juniors. The young man remained still, speaking with great humility. Then thank you, senior brother. Zhou Lingjun bowed with Chen Yang before stepping forward. The young man flashed them a smile, stepped aside, and continued on his way. Senior brother Zhou, do you know that senior brother? Chen Yang asked him in a low voice. Zhou Lingjun shook his head. No, I don't. He seemed so polite, I thought you two might know each other. Chen Yang glanced back in surprise. This senior brother's temperament was remarkably good, wasn't it? Zhou Lingjun patted his shoulder with a smile. That's how brothers and sisters in the sect usually get along harmoniously. The elders constantly remind us to be humble, yield in matters, avoid being overly competitive, and never bully the weak. We're all family. I see. Among Lotus Sect disciples, there were no grudges or disputes. Everyone channeled all their energy into their own cultivation. That young man earlier was clearly more powerful than the two of them. Yet a stronger cultivator would actually yield to a weaker one. Truly rare, truly rare. With few lights within the sect grounds and nightfall approaching, the two quickened their pace. Hoof. Huff. Upon reaching Xianyun Peak, they heard a woman's exhalation. It's so late, yet senior sister Huang is still practicing swordsmanship. Not far away, Huang Ting stood blindfolded at a wooden stump, practicing her sword techniques with fluid, flowing movements. Master is here too. Beyond the stump stood a tall figure, Zhu Shan. He watched every movement Huang Ting made. Master, you're working so hard. Chen Yang murmured. To help his disciples reach the Dao Palace realm sooner, Zhu Shan diligently guided them every day. If only our aptitude were better, Master would have it so much easier. Zhou Lingjun understood Zhu Shan's difficulties all too well. The top-ranked elders, whose disciples possessed exceptional natural talent, didn't need to expend nearly as much effort on cultivation. They lived comfortably day after day. Unlike Master Zhu Shan, who was exhausted every single day. The two did not linger long. After a sigh, they departed. Junior brother Chen, I'll head back to cultivate now. Upon reaching his quarters, Zhou Lingjun bid him farewell. All right. Thank you for your trouble today, senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude. No problem. Zhou Lingjun smiled and headed toward his own small room. Chen Yang also returned to his own quarters. After so long without sleep, the moment he entered his room, drowsiness immediately washed over him. I'll plant these medicinal seeds tomorrow. After stowing away the seeds and fertilizer, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. The night grew deeper. On the lawn, seeing Huang Ting utterly exhausted, Zhu Shan shook his head. Alright, that's enough cultivation for today. Huang Ting finally pulled away the cloth covering her eyes and bowed her hands in respect. Yes. Go rest now. With that, Zhu Shan began walking up the mountain. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright. Leaves rustled softly along the path. Except for that kid, the rest of the celestial embryo candidates are all too ordinary. Teaching them is truly exhausting. Zhu Shan pushed open the courtyard gate. A day of busyness had left him feeling somewhat weary. There was no other way. Without investing this time and energy, those disciples would never break through to the Dao Palace realm. After securing the gate, he walked into the house and pushed aside a stone slab on the floor. A passageway leading underground appeared. Zhu Shan descended, holding a lit candle. Beneath the house lay a cavern as large as half a courtyard. Inside lay over a dozen female wild boars. They lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, snoring loudly. The sound of footsteps startled them all awake. Recognizing Zhu Shan, they immediately gathered around him, jostling to nuzzle him affectionately with their snouts. Zhu Shan watched them coldly. What good is being so strikingly beautiful? They're merely mortal beings, incapable of bearing my children. If even one of them bore a celestial offspring, he might gain a disciple of extraordinary talent. Though he found his harem beautiful and charming, they remained mortal. Mortals and immortals were worlds apart. Mortals could not bear children to immortals. The wild boars around him, though lacking true sentience, sensed their master's displeasure and backed away fearfully. Zhu Shan shed his robes and hung them aside. Then thick black bristles erupted from beneath his skin, revealing his true form, a massive boar nearly 2 zhang long, with thick, leathery skin. Put. Early morning, the sound of soil being dug up echoed from the cave behind the house. As dawn broke, Chen Yang rose from bed. After washing up, he grabbed his gardening tools and busied himself in the medicinal garden left behind by brother Wang. Finally done. The herb garden was neither too large nor too small, but loosening all the soil still took Chen Yang some time. After clearing the weeds, he planted the medicinal seeds one by one, following Elder Shu's instructions. Finally, he brought out the fertilizer he had selected the night before and spread it evenly across the garden. After fertilizing, he scooped up spring water from nearby and watered the soil, keeping it moist to aid the seeds' germination and growth. Hopefully some of these herbs will become immortal elixirs. With the task complete, Chen Yang clapped his hands, gazing at the garden with hopeful anticipation. Satisfied there were no oversights, he carried the half-full bag of fertilizer back to his room. Time to cultivate. After washing up, Chen Yang set off toward the mountain. Another day of cultivation was about to begin. As he neared the summit, Zhu Shan descended from the mountain. Master. Chen Yang hurriedly bowed in greeting. The peculiar scent emanating from his master remained as strong as ever. So early. Zhu Shan smiled as he spoke, his voice gentle. I've rested enough. It's time to focus on cultivation and strive to complete the transformation from mortal to divine as soon as possible. Reaching the divine treasure realm, Chen Yang replied. How did your cultivation go yesterday? Zhu Shan inquired about his progress. Very well. The spiritual energy near the immortal herbs is exceptionally dense. A single day of cultivation there equals 3 days elsewhere. Zhu Shan nodded, watching him as he murmured, it's been quite a while. That should be sufficient. What's wrong, master? Chen Yang didn't understand what he meant. Come closer. Zhu Shan motioned for him to draw nearer. Chen Yang stepped before him. Zhu Shan pulled aside his clothing, then traced something across his chest with his finger. Master, my chest hurts terribly. Under his touch, Chen Yang soon felt a sharp, piercing pain surge through his chest. It felt as though something inside was tearing at his flesh. Chapter 16, The Lin Clan Arrives. Bear it. Zhu Shan commanded. Yes. Chen Yang clenched his teeth. After 5 breaths, something could be seen wriggling beneath his skin. A thin trickle of blood emerged, revealing a tiny wound on his chest. Then, a green centipede crawled out from within. Chen Yang was utterly astonished. Inside his own body, there was actually a venomous insect. Zhu Shan extended his hand, and the centipede crawled up his palm into his sleeve. This is a green corpse centipede. When I extracted the Dan Gu from you, it left a deep wound on your heart. Had this centipede not stitched the wound closed, you would have died then and there. Now, if it remains inside you, it will hinder your transcendence. Zhu Shan explained. I see. Chen Yang stared at the wound on his chest, thinking to himself that after the centipede emerged, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Now it was just a minor wound, causing little discomfort and posing no hindrance to his cultivation. Go cultivate first. Zhu Shan tucked his hands behind his back and began walking down the path. Understood. Chen Yang bowed once more before hurrying toward the area where the immortal herbs grew. Upon arrival, he began absorbing spiritual energy and shedding his mortal nature, just as he had done the previous day. Zhu Shan also began guiding the cultivation of the other 3 disciples. Time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, noon had arrived once more. Clang! 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 Zhu Shan was guiding Zhou Lingjun through the woods when suddenly, several chimes echoed from deep within the sect. What's going on? Is the sect master summoning us to assemble? Zhu Shan looked toward the direction of the bells, puzzled. This was the signal summoning the sect elders. Continue practicing your boxing here. I'll be back shortly. The tolling of the bells signaled that something significant had occurred. Zhu Shan dared not delay. After giving his instructions, he hurried deep into the heart of the Lotus Sect. Elders on other peaks of the Lotus Sect reacted just as he did upon hearing the chime. In the grand hall atop the sect's highest peak, the elders arrived one after another. What's going on? I was in the midst of breaking through my cultivation realm and had to rush over. I have no idea. I had urgent matters to attend to as well. Seated upon the hall's chairs were over a dozen figures with animal heads and human bodies. Some stood tall, others short, all dressed in fine robes yet bearing the heads of beasts, tigers, oxen, dogs, rabbits, goats, and more. They chattered incessantly, creating a chaotic and noisy commotion. It seems the Lin clan from the human race has arrived. An elder who seemed to know more spoke up. What do the Lin clan want? Are they here to increase our annual tribute? The rabbit-headed man frowned in question. The dog-headed man mused thoughtfully, probably. I heard the Lin clan suffered some losses competing with the Zhou clan for territory a few months back. They need resources to recover. We're a small sect, dirt poor. If the Lin clan keeps squeezing us with these annual tribute hikes, Lotus Sect might as well shut down. The Minotaur, known for his hot temper, roared. Unlikely. The Lin clan values their reputation. If they reneged on their promises, who would dare establish a sect in their domain? Besides, we deliver every single bone blood pill on time, not a day late. The tiger-headed man shook his head. The Lin clan sending envoys? Nothing good can come of it. The elders in the hall murmured incessantly. My apologies for being late. Shushan pushed open the door and entered, casting apologetic glances at the other elders. But no one acknowledged him. They continued their own conversations. Shushan didn't feel awkward. He sat down on a chair near the door. As the 17th elder, this chair was his rightful place. With no outsiders present, he felt no need to hide. He pulled his pig-shaped head out from under the blanket. This is still the most comfortable way. The chicken head beside him remarked. Shushan chuckled. Yeah, pretending to be human is exhausting. The chicken-headed man sighed helplessly. There's no choice. Revealing our true forms to the disciples would terrify them, disrupt their minds, and hinder their cultivation. Yeah, if they saw us like this, they'd be terrified and want to run away at every moment. That would be a huge hassle. Just bear with it, it'll be fine by nightfall. Shushan reclined in his chair, savoring a rare moment of relaxation. Are they really from the Lin clan? He asked. Not entirely sure. Aside from the elders guarding the medicinal garden, the rest are nearly all here. The sect master should explain the reason soon. The chicken-headed man engaged him in conversation. More elders arrived one after another. The sect master has arrived. Before long, a figure stepped inside from outside. The elders, who had been clamoring in the hall, immediately fell silent. It was a tall man with an elephant's head. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone rose to pay their respects. Sit down, all of you. The elephant-headed man took his seat at the head of the chamber. Master, what has happened that you summoned us all? The tiger-headed man inquired. Today, an elder from the forest clan arrived to discuss certain matters with me. Surely it's not about raising our annual stipend, clan chief? We're barely scraping by as it is. An elder asked with concern. The Lotus Sect was established within the Lin clan's territory and annually contributed resources to the clan as tribute, known as the annual tribute. My friend, you worry too much. The Lotus Sect has been established in our forest domain for over 200 years. It is a venerable sect that we support. How could we increase the tribute? I have come this time to bring you benefits. A steady voice echoed from outside the hall. All eyes turned to the entrance. An elderly man clad in a blue robe entered, hands clasped behind his back. Before the assembly of spirits and creatures, the old man appeared frail and slight. This is Elder Lin Yun of the Lin clan. Why haven't you all paid your respects? The elephant-headed man rose and commanded. Greetings, Elder Lin. The demons immediately bowed to the old man. Let's sit down and talk. Everyone relax and be yourselves, no need to be formal. The old man was quite humble. Friend Lin, please sit. The elephant-headed man rose to offer his seat. The elder waved his hand, choosing to stand nearby. He looked at everyone and smiled, saying, as you all know, matters between our clan and the Zhou clan have been strained. To be frank, our clan has suffered considerable losses. Some of our younger members have even fallen victim to the Zhou clan's peculiar poison, causing irreparable damage to their vital organs. My purpose in coming is to bring back some disciples at the Divine Treasure Realm to replace the damaged organs of our clan's youth. The disciples of your Lotus Sect possess the purest physical bodies. Since they cannot be cured, replace their organs. There are plenty of donors available. Disciple. The elders below exchanged glances, visibly troubled. The elder continued, rest assured, we won't take your disciples for free. We'll exchange treasures for them. What sort of treasures? The elder's eyes lit up. Now we're talking. Well, that depends on how generous you're willing to be, the elder said, stroking his long beard. The Lotus Sect patriarch stepped forward and said, esteemed elders, opportunities to exchange treasures with the Lin clan are rare indeed. Had it not been for the Lotus Sect's status as an ancient sect, we would never have been granted this chance. Do not let it slip away. Chapter 17, Awakening of Insects. The spirits below exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement, clearly stirred by the old man's words. Fellow Daoist Lin, are disciples at the Divine Treasure Realm the only ones you seek? What about those at the Mortal Transformation Realm? One elder inquired. The elder smiled and replied, only Divine Treasure Realm disciples, and I must personally select them. Not everyone qualifies to be an organ donor for our clan. Mortal Transformation Realm practitioners are scarcely different from ordinary mortals, utterly useless. The Lotus Sect's leader assured him, rest assured, fellow Daoist Lin. Our Lotus Sect specializes in the organ trade within the forest domain. Every disciple in our sect subsists solely on spiritual elixirs from childhood, never consuming grains or vegetables. We regularly nourish their internal organs with costly herbs. Their bodily organs will meet your highest standards. Granted, our cultivation costs are substantial, but regarding quality, you have every reason to be confident. You absolutely get what you pay for. Though the Lotus Sect operates on a modest scale, we've dedicated over 2 centuries to this single craft. Our dedication to perfection and relentless refinement have earned us a reputation spanning generations. I have complete confidence in the donors sourced from you. This time, I've brought insect charms, elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans. Rest assured, fellow cultivators, the treasures my Lin clan offers in exchange will not leave you shortchanged. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, his expression one of deep trust. Some nobles extend their lives by replacing aged or damaged organs. This high demand has spawned numerous factions trading in organs. The Lotus Sect has thrived for over 2 centuries in such fierce competition for a reason a poor reputation would have shut them down long ago. Elders, those wishing to exchange treasures with the Lin clan should bring their disciples forward. The elephant-headed man addressed the crowd below. Yes. Bowing in unison, they murmured among themselves before exiting. Once outside the hall, each swiftly reverted to their human features. Old Zhu, this is a rare opportunity. You have 3 disciples at the Divine Treasure Realm. Do you plan to send them all? Elder Shu and Zhu Shan brought up the rear, whispering quietly. Zhu Shan pondered, That old wound flared up recently. With the Lin clan here for trade, my 3 disciples should be enough to secure a healing spirit pill. Zhou Lingjun only reached the Divine Treasure Realm a few years ago. He might not be selected. Elder Shu stroked his chin. What's your take? Zhu Shan looked down at him. Lotus Sect had many disciples at the Divine Treasure Realm. He knew full well that Zhou Lingjuan's chances of being selected were slim. He was simply too weak. Elder Shu glanced around, confirming the other elders had moved far enough away before quietly lowering his voice. Your first 2 disciples are 1 late Divine Treasure Realm and 1 mid-stage Divine Treasure Realm. I also happen to have a mid-stage Divine Treasure Realm disciple. Combined, we should be able to trade for 2 pill bug eggs from the Lin clan. You're after the Lin clan's Jingxi bug. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Shan's eyes. Elder Shu nodded with a smile. Exactly. We have a promising prospect here. I'm at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, and you'll reach that level in a few years. Once we implant the Jingxi bugs, when they mature into Jingxi pills, consuming these 2 immortal pills might just allow us both to ascend to the Qi-consuming realm. It's a good plan, but bug eggs are prone to failure. The risk is too great. Zhu Shan voiced his concerns. Their resources were limited, and mature bugs weren't something these few disciples could afford to trade for. And even if both Jingxi bugs survive, will there be sufficient nutrients for them to successfully produce immortal pills? Zhu Shan pressed further. This method was too risky, threatening to lose everything. At my age, I've already lost the right to take disciples. Once this matter is settled, I'll search the surrounding mountains for nourishing insects and herbs. If we pool all our resources and give it our all, it should be enough. Elder Shu's eyes gleamed with determination as he threw caution to the wind. Old Zhu, this might be our closest chance yet to break through. When the Lin clan arrives, the sect elders will surely seize this opportunity to trade their current disciples and recruit new ones. Tell me, will there even be room for us then? You're right. Alright, let's do as you say, exchange the Jingxi bug eggs for the immortal nurturing pills. Zhu Shan accepted the elder's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Elder Shu was absolutely right. Only after the elders above had their fill would it be their turn. The 2 then returned to their respective peaks to summon their disciples for selection. Today, the Lotus Sect was bustling with activity. But Chen Yang, on Xianyun Peak, was completely immersed in cultivation and unaware of the events unfolding outside. Of course, no one came to disturb him. Before he knew it, the sun dipped below the western horizon. The Milky Way swirled in the sky as nightfall slowly descended. That's enough for today. Chen Yang halted his cultivation, opened his eyes, and rose to his feet. After a full day of cultivation, his mind felt weary, and the efficiency of his divine orifices in refining spiritual energy had noticeably declined. One must not rush things, for excess is as harmful as deficiency. When tired, it was time to rest. This stinks. Chen Yang sniffed the odor on his body and frowned deeply. The layer of divine exfoliation on his skin had thickened further. He ran his fingers through his hair, pulling out clumps of dry, straw-like strands. It seemed only a matter of days before it would all fall out. Just bear with it. Chen Yang stood up with a bitter smile. Until he completed his mortal transformation, bathing was out of the question. Zhou Lingjun had also been covered in grime for nearly a year. He walked toward his small hut. Senior brother Zhou. Passing by Zhou Lingjuan's quarters, he saw him sitting listlessly on the ground, lost in thought. This state didn't seem quite right, so he approached. Junior brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun looked up with tear-filled eyes. Senior brother Zhou, what's wrong? What happened? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Zhou Lingjun wore an expression of profound regret as he lamented, today, envoys from the main sect arrived to select disciples at the Divine Treasure Realm for cultivation. I was so close, just a hair's breadth away from being chosen. Ah, if only I'd been born a few years earlier and opened a second Divine Treasure, I'd surely have made it to the main sect too. But isn't one supposed to wait until the Dao Palace realm to go to the main sect? Chen Yang sat beside him, utterly baffled. Master said the main sect suffered heavy casualties in a major war with other sections. They're gathering branch disciples to rebuild their strength and will invest resources in their cultivation. Those selected could break through to the Dao Palace realm in as little as 1 or 2 years, or at most 4 or 5 years. When did this happen? Just this noon. Master said you've only just reached the mortal transformation realm and aren't qualified yet, so he didn't come for you. Were senior brother Su and senior sister Huang selected? Chen Yang asked. Zhou Lingjun replied enviously, they were. Junior brother Chen, now only the 2 of us pitiful souls remain on Xianyun Peak. What about disciples from other peaks? Most were chosen. Now, there should be fewer than 100 disciples left in the sect. So many have gone. Chen Yang was astonished. After all, the Lotus Sect only had around 300 disciples in total. This meant 2/3 of them had departed in one go. Those left behind are like you and me, either still in the mortal transformation realm or just entering the divine treasure realm. Those at senior brother and sister levels? They're practically all gone. Zhou Lingjun sounded utterly despondent. Chapter 18, The Exchange. The main sect took so many disciples at once. How heavy must the casualties be? Chen Yang felt this branch sect was practically being emptied out. It doesn't matter. The Great War has ended anyway. Being selected for the main sect at this time is a tremendous opportunity. Zhou Lingjun was deeply immersed in regret. Chen Yang patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's okay if you weren't chosen. At worst, you can train harder and earn your way to the main sect through your own true abilities. Brother Zhou, I believe you can absolutely do it. Junior brother Chen, you're right. It's just bad timing. What's done is done. There's nothing to dwell on. Striving to reach the Dao Palace realm is the true path. Zhou Lingjun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering. That's the spirit. The two watched the starlight under the night sky and chatted. Zhou Lingjun's mood lifted. Soon it would be time to begin cultivation. Having shed his mortal form, he no longer needed sleep. Chen Yang still needed rest and returned to his own small hut. Did the senior disciples really go to the main sect? After turning to close the door, Chen Yang stared at the latch, lost in thought. The sect had sealed off all information about the outside world. The endless mountain ranges stretching in every direction formed a wall-like barrier. In truth, he had always harbored a certain feeling deep within his heart. The entire Lotus Sect resembled those large-scale ecological farms from his past life. Disciples who reached the Dao Palace realm were taken away by the main sect, much like chickens and ducks raised on a farm being sent to market once they reached maturity batch after batch. Did the main sect, so revered by the disciples, truly exist? Chen Yang harbored deep doubts. Upon reaching the Dao Palace realm, were they merely chickens and ducks raised on a farm, ready for slaughter? Chen Yang found this increasingly plausible. Though he knew little of the outside world, the existence of several human medicine gardens revealed the Lotus Sect's cultivation relied on various forms of consumption. Mortal bodies were edible, and immortal bodies naturally were too. Shrimp ate mud, small fish ate shrimp, and big fish ate small fish. This place is a hotbed of trouble. If only I could leave sooner. Chen Yang walked to the bedside and sat down. Now even those at the divine treasure realm were being plucked away by the main sect. If his fears were true, then the Dao Palace wouldn't be safe either. In short, the Lotus Sect was far more complex than its outward appearance suggested. Sensing something amiss, he too yearned to leave now. Yet with his current strength, escape was utterly impossible. I must strengthen myself first. Only with greater power will I have a chance to leave. Chen Yang refused to dwell on his troubles and lay down on the bed to rest. He must appear as dull and aimless as the other disciples to avoid arousing suspicion. Deep within the Lotus Sect, the elders who usually carried themselves with such arrogance now stood in line outside a small hut. They dared not speak loudly, behaving quietly and obediently. Those emerging from the room all wore beaming smiles. Next. After waiting in line for quite some time, it was finally Zhu Shan and his companion's turn. Hearing the voice from within, they pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, a rusty candle lamp hanging from a pillar, its flame flickering and casting wavering light. The elderly Lin clan elder sat upright in the grand armchair at the head of the room, as dignified as a revered deity, leisurely sipping his tea. Master Lin. Fellow Daoist Lin. The two bowed deeply upon entering. Are you certain you wish to exchange the Jingjayung bug? Lin Yun set his teacup on the nearby table, then retrieved an exquisitely crafted box from his robes. As he lifted the lid, over a dozen white snakes, each 3 or 4 inches long, poked their heads out, peering curiously around the room. Yes, fellow Daoist Lin. Zhu Shan and Shu Elder nodded firmly. Lin Yun pinched the head of one small snake, removed it from the box, and casually snapped the lid shut. He then drew a wooden rod from the bottom of the box and deftly inserted it into the snake's mouth. The little snake instantly straightened. Next, he rubbed his left thumb and index finger together, conjuring a flame that ignited the snake's tail. Young bug, young bug. After hearing their words, he pinched the snake's head between his fingers and placed it in his mouth, taking a deep breath. Leaning back in his chair, he slowly tilted his head back and exhaled a wisp of white smoke. Seeing no immediate response, the two men's hearts sank. Before long, Lin Yun turned his gaze toward them and said, "The cultivation levels of the 3 donors you provided are barely acceptable. However, to exchange them for 2 young Gu, it still falls short. If you could present 1 more disciple at the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm, it would be sufficient. Fellow Daoist Lin, my disciple will break through to late divine treasure realm within a few years. Might you be willing to make an exception?" Elder Shu smiled obsequiously, his face brimming with flattery. "Then we'll discuss it after he breaks through." Lin Yun tapped his fingers on the table, his expression cold and unyielding. He refused to make an unequal trade. "Well, if 2 young bugs aren't enough, what about 3 bug eggs?" Elder Shu changed his offer. Shu Shan remained silent beside them, careful not to disrupt the tense atmosphere. 3 bug eggs? That's a bit optimistic of you." Lin Yun shot him a contemptuous glance. Taking a drag from his snakeskin pipe, he puffed out smoke as he spoke. "Your 3 disciples are merely average. Trading them for 2 bug eggs might be acceptable. But bug eggs are prone to dying off easily." Elder Shu hesitated. "Then how about 1 young bug plus some other treasures?" After the simple probe, Shu Elder had gauged Lin Yun's maximum acceptable offer. His eyes darted around before he proposed, "Lin Daoyu, how about 1 young bug and 1 bug egg?" Lin Yun furrowed his brow slightly, pondering internally. Elder Shu continued, "Fellow Daoist Lin, there's a chance the bug eggs won't hatch into young bugs. We 2 low-ranking elders of the Lotus Sect have invested immense effort in cultivating 3 disciples. Surely you can spare us 1 young bug as a guarantee?" "Indeed, fellow Daoist Lin. Our allocated resources are meager. These disciples were cultivated through relentless, day and night dedication. No easy feat. We implore your mercy." Zhu Shan suddenly knelt on the ground, timely playing the sympathy card. "We implore you, fellow Daoist Lin, to show mercy." Elder Shu knelt immediately, even beginning to kowtow. "Enough, rise." Lin Yun looked at the 2 spirits before him, one with a pig's head, the other with a rat's, and felt nothing but disgust. Yet, in the end, he agreed to their request. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin." Zhu Shan and the other immediately beamed with joy, overcome with excitement. Lin Yun flicked the ash from his snake tail pipe as he cautioned, "Jingja bug eggs are fragile. They must be implanted within the heart of a divine embryo, nourished by its scalding heart's blood. They feed on the host's essence and blood, gradually hatching and growing." "We understand." The Jingshi parasite was renowned in Lin Yun's domain. Incubating even a single one required sacrificing an entire immortal fetus. The 2 were fully aware of this and had made the necessary preparations, otherwise, they wouldn't have considered the exchange. The transaction was now complete. Junior brother Chen. Junior brother Chen. The next day, Chen Yang was awakened by the calls outside his room. "Senior brother Zhou, what is it?" Chen Yang climbed out of bed and pushed open the door. Zhou Lingjun stood outside. "Junior brother Chen, the master has something to discuss. He sent me to fetch you. Let's go, don't keep the master waiting and risk his displeasure." "All right." Zhou Lingjun led Chen Yang toward the mountaintop. The early morning air carried a refreshing coolness, while the mountain's plants glistened with dewdrops. Chapter 19, Manual for Cultivating Precious Medicinal Herbs. "Without my senior brothers and sisters around, I'm actually finding it a bit strange now." As they climbed, Zhou Lingjun plucked wild grasses by the path. Shenyun Peak had never been crowded to begin with, and after the senior disciples left for the main sect, it felt even more desolate. Well, at least Master has it easier now. Avoiding the damp grass blades that edged the path, Chen Yang carefully stepped around them, mindful that his divine skin must not touch water. "That's true. Master worked so hard every day to help us improve our cultivation." Zhou Lingjun nodded in agreement. The 2 walked and chatted, soon reaching the mountaintop. The moldy courtyard felt even more airy in the damp, misty morning air. Chen Yang found it peculiar. Though his master resided there daily, the dwelling consistently gave him an abandoned, uninhabited feeling devoid of any human warmth. Zhou Lingjun pushed open the door, and a vast emptiness poured out. "Junior brother Chen, let's go inside." The 2 stepped into the small courtyard. Arriving before the house, they bowed together, saying, "Greetings, master." With a creak, the door swung open. Zhu Shan's towering figure emerged, arms behind his back as he regarded them. "You're both here. What instructions does the master have for us?" Zhou Lingjun inquired. Zhu Shan tossed 2 booklets before them. Chen Yang picked up the one in front of him, where a few small characters were printed. "Precious Medicine Cultivation Manual." The 2 looked up at their master in confusion. Zhu Shan stated, "In 2 months, I must oversee the human medicine garden. The sect lacks sufficient manpower, so you 2 will accompany me to assist. Study the contents thoroughly beforehand so you won't be clueless when the time comes." "Understood, master." Chen Yang and the other briefly skimmed through it. "Master, why must we also learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" After skimming through a few pages, Chen Yang discovered that a significant portion of the content focused on enriching the daily lives of human medicine subjects. Xu Shan chuckled. Extensive practice has shown that when human medicines live joyfully and contentedly, the quality of the bone-blood elixir formed by the Dan Gu within them improves. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are the finest methods for cultivating their temperament. That's quite the meticulous approach. Why did this feel so familiar to Chen Yang? In the world he had lived in before, weren't there breeding farms that played music or even showed TV to cattle and sheep, touting benefits like stabilizing emotions, promoting digestion, and improving meat quality? Who would have thought this world practiced similar methods? Beyond this, we must also treat patient human medicines to relieve their suffering. The ultimate goal is to prolong their lives and maximize their reproduction. Remember, once in the human medicine garden, never reveal our immortal status. Immortals must exist only in their imagination, never intrude upon their daily lives. Otherwise, it will stir their desire for immortality, causing restlessness and neglect of their farming duties. Xu Shan admonished with grave solemnity. This disciple understands. We must let those medicinal humans view us as stars in the heavens, unreachable and unattainable. Zhou Lingjun replied thoughtfully. Very well. Xu Shan nodded, then addressed the two. Zhou Lingjun, you remain here. Chen Yang, go cultivate first. Yes, master. Chen Yang bowed respectfully before taking the small booklet and departing. Master, is there anything else you wish to instruct us on? Zhou Lingjun inquired. Follow me inside. Xu Shan turned and walked into the house. Zhou Lingjun followed him inside. With a creak, the door closed tightly. On the path, Chen Yang flipped through the booklet in his hand as he walked toward the small hut. He still needed to water the medicinal seeds he'd planted yesterday. He must tend to them carefully. After reaching the cave, he watered them with spring water and returned to the hut. He studied the precious medicinal herb cultivation manual in his hands carefully. He hoped to uncover some clues within, perhaps gaining access to information normally beyond his reach. It seems that for the Lotus Sect, mortal bodies are also a highly valuable resource. Chen Yang mused silently after finishing the manual. Though the manual contained only meticulously detailed information about the medicinal gardens, he still discerned some subtle hints. The Lotus Sect cherished the mortal bodies within their medicinal gardens. In truth, ensuring the health of these human specimens had minimal impact on the quality of the subsequent bone-blood pills. They could easily compensate by raising more mortal bodies. Yet, they were willing to expend greater effort for such a slight improvement. This could only mean that obtaining those mortal bodies was extremely difficult, or rather, the risks involved were too great to justify the effort. It was better to cultivate them themselves than to risk seizing them. This is a cultivation world. Immortals possess magical power, making them thousands or tens of thousands of times stronger than mortals. Acquiring more mortal bodies should be effortless for the Lotus Sect, and this world surely isn't short of them. As he studied the booklet, he pondered silently. It seems this is something that cannot see the light of day, forced to hide deep within these mountains. The outside world would never tolerate such reckless behavior. Weak mortal bodies should be protected. Based on this information, Chen Yang speculated about the world beyond the Lotus Sect. That must be it. Chen Yang nodded to himself. Only this explanation made sense. The Lotus Sect, as it existed now, must be a dark place akin to the Golden Triangle. These thoughts only intensified his desire to escape this place and venture into the outside world. He felt a deep longing and yearning for the outside world. He felt that disciples like himself within the Lotus Sect were no different from the medicinal plants in the herb gardens, merely cattle and sheep within the sect's pasture. Time to cultivate. Chen Yang placed the book on his bedside table and opened the door to leave. Overthinking now was useless. Only through relentless cultivation could he ever hope to escape this place. Arriving beside the immortal herbs, he sat cross-legged to cultivate as usual. As increasing amounts of spiritual energy entered his body and were refined by his immortal orifice, his physical form underwent rapid transformation. On the mountaintop above him, a short figure watched him with narrowed eyes. It was Elder Shu. A moment later, hearing a sound behind him, he turned to look. All set, he asked Xu Shan. MHM. Xu Shan nodded, walked over to his side, and gazed down at Chen Yang cultivating below. He murmured softly, not bad, huh? Elder Shu expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. Judging by this, he should reach the Dao Palace realm in just 5 or 6 years. Who would have thought that such a hidden gem could be found in an ordinary medicinal garden? A gleam of excitement flashed in Xu Shan's eyes. Indeed. And even more surprising is that such a treasure has fallen into our hands. The excitement in Elder Shu's voice was palpable. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. I'd nearly given up hope of ever breaking through to the chi-consuming realm in this lifetime. From now on, this youngster will need your guidance. My only disciple has been passed on to the Lin family of the human clan. Soon, I shall resign my post at the Hall of Merit and Virtue to search the mountains for nourishing herbs for him. We must cultivate him swiftly. Shu Elder said, looking at Chen Yang. Chapter 20, Dragon-Drawn Chariot. His elder seat remained behind Zhu Shan. With only one disciple and now advanced in years, he no longer qualified to take on new apprentices. Like Zhu Shan, he had no offspring to inherit his legacy. Very well, I'll handle his cultivation. But be warned, wild cultivators may lurk in these surrounding mountains. These rogues are brutal, ruthless, and cunning beyond measure. If you encounter any, retreat if you can, evade if you must. Zhu Shan cautioned. Elder Shu chuckled, stroking his long beard at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I'll be vigilant. The Lin clan truly is generous, Elder Shu remarked, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang. They've actually given us a larva and an egg. Zhu Shan sighed, indeed. These prestigious human clans truly possess extraordinary depth and resources. Both men were somewhat surprised that Lin Yun had agreed to their request. Now we just await the hatching of that Gingshir bug egg. It won't be long before our grand plan comes to fruition. The two exchanged a knowing smile, glanced down at Chen Yang practicing below, then turned and walked away. On the plaza of Lotus Sect's main peak, over 200 disciples stood in orderly formation. 10 palanquin-like wooden shelters remained on the plaza. Wait, are we supposed to ride these things to the main sect? These wooden palanquins have no wheels, and Lotus Sect doesn't have any major roads leading out. Are we supposed to fly out? Probably. Elder Lin from the main sect is immensely powerful. He'll cast a spell to carry us on the wind. Flying through the air? Not even the sect master possesses such power. The disciples murmured among themselves, their eyes brimming with excitement. Fellow Taoist Lin, must you depart so hastily? We haven't properly hosted you yet. Beside the square, the Lotus Sect master stood by Lin Yun's side. Lin Yun replied calmly, the young ones back at the clan are still waiting for me. I cannot linger longer. As they spoke, the two approached a courtyard. Opening the door revealed a 5 zhang long green dragon imprisoned within. An iron ring pierced its nostrils, and it was chained to a stone pillar like an ox. It was currently buried in a trough, devouring blood-soaked glutinous rice. Greetings, Senior Lin. Greetings, sect leader. An elder responsible for tending the dragon immediately stepped forward to bow upon seeing them. You've cared for it well. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction and asked, how much has this beast consumed? The elder replied, over 1,000 jin. The Lotus Sect master suggested, fellow Taoist Lin, why not feed it a few bloodling pills? Lin Yun shook his head. Feeding bloodling pills to this beast is too wasteful. Back in the clan, it wouldn't even get bloodling rice. This was merely a wild demon devoid of spiritual intelligence, incapable of cultivation or absorbing spiritual energy. With its enormous size, its daily food intake represented a significant expense. Even for a cultivator at the Spirit Spring realm, maintaining such a beast would be a considerable burden. We needed to haul over 200 people soon. I fear it lacks the strength, said the Lotus Sect patriarch. If it lacks strength, use it for medicinal wine. After feeding it blood demon pills and whetting its appetite, I won't be able to afford to keep it. Lin Yun spoke as he approached the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was devouring its meal voraciously. Disturbed by the intrusion, it let out a series of low, muffled growls. It was guarding its food. You beast! Do you really want me to soak you in wine? Lin Yun lowered his head, grabbed the iron chain, and yanked it violently. Woo woo! The Azure Dragon screamed in agony, tilting its head as its eyes instantly cleared. It stared fearfully at its master. Let's go back to the clan. Lin Yun unhooked the iron chain and led the dragon out. The green dragon glanced back at the blood-soaked rice in the trough, drool dripping from its mouth as it yearned for one more bite. But Lin Yun dragged it away forcefully. Snap! Slap! Before leaving the courtyard, the green dragon deposited a pile of foul-smelling dragon dung at the gate. Elder Lin has arrived. What is that? It looks so majestic. Outside, the disciples gathered in the square fell silent the moment they spotted the pair. They stared in awe at the dragon trailing behind the two. Having grown up within Lotus Sect, they had never encountered such a majestic creature. Everyone, please enter the tents. Elder Lin will soon lead you to the main sect. 20 people per tent, no crowding. The Lotus Sect master instructed the disciples. The disciples scrambled to squeeze into the shelters. Several elders secured all the wooden shelters together with ropes, then fastened the ends to iron hooks attached to the dragon's body. Lin Yun mounted the dragon's back and bowed to the elders. Gentlemen, I shall be taking my leave now. Farewell, Elder Lin. The crowd bowed in farewell. Go! Lin Yun swung the iron chain in his hand. The dragon's body undulated as it began soaring into the sky. The wooden huts behind it were lifted one after another. The dragon bared its fangs and panted heavily, pulling so many people at once clearly strained it. Under the gazes of the crowd, the dragon's form gradually vanished into the horizon. Traveling really is more convenient with a flying mount. One elder sighed enviously. Indeed. Mountains and valleys become as level ground. The others agreed. Without a means of transportation, traversing gullies and ravines on their journeys took an enormous amount of time. But the Lotus Sect's holdings were modest, they couldn't afford such luxuries. Besides, it wasn't needed for everyday use. It wasn't necessary. The crowd dispersed. Night fell. On Xianyun Peak, Chen Yang concluded his day's cultivation. Standing at the mountain's edge, he gazed around as a cool breeze blew. It's truly quiet. With most disciples having departed for the main sect, the already sparse Lotus Sect felt even more desolate. Come nightfall, the complete absence of lights left it shrouded in pitch darkness, a silence so eerie and foreboding that it bore no resemblance to the grand, imposing aura one expected from a martial sect. Strange, very strange. Chen Yang muttered to himself as he walked along the path. Having been at the Lotus Sect for some time now, he keenly sensed the intense territoriality among the elders. Each practically guarded a mountain peak, the ranges isolated from one another like private domains, intolerant of outsiders. Disciples from different peaks rarely interacted. Though the Lotus Sect once boasted over 300 disciples, he had only encountered one by chance while returning from the Hall of Merit just days prior. The cultivators on each peak of the Lotus Sect lived lives completely cut off from the outside world. This struck Chen Yang as deeply unnatural. He couldn't shake the feeling that these elders and disciples were treated like personal possessions of their respective masters, confined and raised like livestock atop the peaks. A master reeking of foul odors, a palace in tatters, elders with bizarre appearances. What kind of place is this Lotus Sect? Walking alone along the path, Chen Yang grew increasingly unsettled with each passing thought. Especially those elders, their forms didn't even resemble humans. Unnerving. Utterly unnerving. If one grew up in the Lotus Sect, everything might seem perfectly normal. But Chen Yang hadn't. The more he learned, the more he felt this place was another Bayoni town. Keep calm, keep calm. Stop overthinking. Peace and quiet, peace and quiet. The wind brushed against his skin, yet Chen Yang felt as if countless ants were crawling beneath his scalp. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, trying to calm his nerves. I should go talk with senior brother Zhou. See if I can learn more about the Lotus Sect. He made his way toward Zhou Lingjuan's quarters. Having grown up within the sect, Zhou Lingjuan might reveal some clues through his daily routines. Where is brother Zhou? As he passed by Zhou Lingjuan's quarters, intending to ask about the mortal transformation, he found Zhou Lingjuan absent. Chapter 21, he's about to become an immortal. Could it be that the master is still guiding brother Zhou in his cultivation? Chen Yang wondered silently. With only 2 disciples left at Mount Zhu, Master Zhu Shan had ample time to spare. I'll rest first. With Zhou Lingjuan absent, he returned to his quarters to rest. After a full day of cultivation, his mind felt heavy and foggy. I should check on those immortal herb seeds first. He didn't rush into his room but headed instead to the medicinal garden in the rear cave. Though only a few days had passed, under his careful tending, tiny green sprouts had already begun peeking through the soil. The germination rate is so low. Chen Yang crouched before the garden, his brow furrowed, for only a fraction of the seeds had sprouted delicate shoots. Immortal herb seeds possessed remarkably tenacious vitality. Typically, they would take root and sprout within a day or two after being planted and watered. The current sparse results puzzled him. He carefully dug into the soil with his hands, picking up a few seeds that hadn't sprouted at all to examine them. How could this happen? Chen Yang was shocked to discover that these seeds had already begun to rot. Immortal medicine seeds can rot? Chen Yang was utterly perplexed. Seeds that sprouted perfectly for others were rotting in his hands. He dug up more ungerminated seeds, and without exception, they were all blackened and rotten. Could it be the seeds themselves? Chen Yang speculated. Even if he neglected them completely, they shouldn't have rotted this badly. There was definitely something wrong. He suspected the seeds given by Elder Shu were adulterated. I'll speak with the master tomorrow. Chen Yang clapped his hands and stood up, his mind heavy with worry. He had originally hoped to harvest a garden full of green grass. These herbs were all tonics for his future cultivation, crucial to his practice. Did I somehow offend Elder Shu? Chen Yang left the cave, pondering silently as he walked. But there was no reason for it. He had only met Elder Shu for the first time, and Elder Shu and his master were on very good terms. He couldn't make sense of it. Sigh, it's all gone. Returning to his room, Chen Yang touched his head, now completely bald. After days of cultivation, every strand of hair had fallen out. The divine scales covering his body had grown thicker. He felt that if he took a bath now, he could scrub off several pounds of grime. Strange, why does it feel a bit itchy? Just as he closed his eyes and lay down, he felt a faint, tingling sensation spreading through his body. It was pleasantly uncomfortable, like the stirring of seeds sprouting, a pulsing vitality pushing outward. It was a subtle sensation. Chen Yang savored the sensation, drifting into unconsciousness without realizing it. Knock knock knock. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Chen Yang felt he'd only dozed off for a moment when a tremendous noise erupted outside. Before he could open his eyes, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. Something slammed open the door and rushed inside. Chen, what's wrong? Immediately after, he felt someone pushing his body. Exhaustion had overcome him, and only now did Chen Yang open his eyes, half asleep and half awake. When his vision cleared, he saw Zhou Lingjuan shaking him beside him. Senior brother Zhou, what's going on? Chen Yang asked, rubbing his eyes. Junior brother Chen, why are you still sleeping? I thought something had happened to you. Seeing him awake, Zhou Lingjuan's heart finally settled. What happened to me? Chen Yang looked puzzled at first, then noticed the light was off. Surprised, he exclaimed, is it already dawn? Outside was now fully lit. It's past noon. I came down from the mountain peak and didn't see you cultivating, so I came to check. Through the door crack, I saw you lying motionless on the bed, unresponsive to my calls, Zhou Lingjun explained. It's already noon? Chen Yang was stunned. How could he have slept for so long? He felt like only a short while had passed since he'd just lain down. Moreover, his mind still felt drowsy, he hadn't slept enough. Hurry and resume your cultivation. Don't let the master find out. If he thinks you're slacking off, you'll be punished. All right. Chen Yang scrambled off the bed. The sky was overcast today, shrouded in gray clouds. Damn it, how did I oversleep? Senior brother Zhou, help me sprinkle some water on the herbs. Leave it to me, brother Chen. Chen Yang silently cursed himself under his breath. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Lingjun, he hurried toward the mountain where the immortal herb grew. Thank goodness the master didn't catch me. Upon reaching the immortal herb, Chen Yang sighed in relief. From his senior brothers and sisters, he knew the master was strict. Anyone caught slacking off during cultivation would be bitten by poisonous insects, a most unpleasant experience. Ever since Zhu Shan subjected him to that insect bath, Chen Yang now recoiled at the mere sight of any insect. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he began another day of cultivation. I'm so sleepy. The moment he closed his eyes, Chen Yang couldn't help but yawn, as if an endless wave of drowsiness had overtaken him. At first, he managed to endure it, focusing his energy on absorbing spiritual energy. But gradually, his mind grew hazy. Finally, like a seed scattered upon the soil, he fell into a deep slumber. Though asleep, his body maintained the posture of cultivation. Not only that, but the immortal orifice within him continued to absorb spiritual energy. Evening fell. Snap. Crack. Thunder rumbled overhead. In the woods, two figures, one large, one small, exchanged blows. Zhu Shan was guiding Zhou Lingjun through boxing drills to temper his physical body, refine the essence of his divine treasury, and hasten the transformation of essence into qi, aiming to break through to his body's second divine treasury. Hearing the clap of thunder, Zhu Shan halted his punches and looked up. A few raindrops fell onto his face. Master, brother Chen is still cultivating over there. Zhou Lingjun spotted Chen Yang motionless beside the immortal herbs on the mountain and hurriedly reminded him. Chen Yang was currently in the stage of shedding his mortal form. The layer of immortal skin enveloping his body was most vulnerable to rainwater. If it became saturated, his cultivation would be destroyed. Chen Yang. Zhu Shan called out to him. Seeing no response, he frowned. Deaf, are you? Can't even hear thunder this loud? Chen Yang. Junior brother Chen, rain is coming. Hide quickly. Zhu Shan and Zhou Lingjun called out again. But Chen Yang remained as still as a statue. You practice your boxing first. With the downpour imminent, Zhu Shan sprinted toward the location of the immortal herbs. His agile form darted along the path, reaching the spot in no time. You bastard, you haven't. Zhu Shan was furious to see Chen Yang with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. Just as he was about to rouse him, Zhu Shan suddenly sensed something. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he swiftly withdrew his hand. This guy, he's actually ascending to immortality. Staring at Chen Yang, Zhu Shan's eyes were filled with shock. For at this very moment, his disciple lay dormant within his immortal transformation. This was the sign of ascending to immortality. In other words, Chen Yang was shedding his mortal flesh to ascend to immortality. How long has he been cultivating? Such incredible speed. He's found a treasure, a true treasure. Zhu Shan's stunned gaze gradually transformed into exhilarated joy. Even his breathing grew increasingly rapid. What kind of cultivation prodigy had he taken under his wing? Boom! Boom! The air reverberated as heavy raindrops began to fall. The icy chill on his face snapped Zhu Shan out of his daze. Oh no! Seeing the rain intensify, Zhu Shan immediately sensed trouble. He couldn't let the rain wash away the divine transformation on Chen Yang's body. In a flash, he swiftly stripped off his gray robe and draped it over Chen Yang, wrapping him up tightly. In his current state, Chen Yang must not be moved or disturbed. After doing this, he hurried back to the courtyard. He broke the 5 pillars of the pavilion inside. Then he carried the entire pavilion over to shield Chen Yang from the wind and rain. Splash, splash. Moving with utmost care, he finally finished everything just as the downpour began. That was close. Watching the curtain of rain outside, Principal Zhu exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Chapter 22, The King's Nest. He plopped down beside Chen Yang. In his eyes, the disciple before him was like a red-hot piece of refined iron, scorching, blazing, a rare treasure. Facing the worsening weather outside, Zhu Shan braced himself as if confronting a formidable enemy. He braced the pavilion with both hands, fearing the storm might tear it apart. Under his meticulous protection, Chen Yang underwent his transformation safely. As time passed, the divine exoskeleton covering Chen Yang grew thicker and thicker. Even the features on his face became indistinct. To an uninformed observer, it might have appeared as though a clay figurine wrapped in cloth sat there. Shu Shan remained vigilant by his side, awaiting the day he would emerge from his cocoon. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had fallen into a dream. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Early morning. The phone beside the pillow vibrated incessantly. A hand emerged from beneath the covers, silencing the noisy alarm. The young man, sleeping face down with his head buried in the pillow, stirred awake, eyes heavy with sleep. The young man seemed to realize something, his eyes snapping open. He sat up in bed, scanning his surroundings repeatedly. Everything felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Hey, boss, 3 xiaomai and a steamed bun. Pork's only 18 yuan per pound today. How about this lean cut? Beep. The young man pushed open the window beside his bed, and the clamor of street vendors and cars in the alley below flooded in like a torrent. Wang Chao, a recent graduate navigating young adulthood, currently lived in a rented room in an urban village, holding down a job that paid 6,000 yuan a month. What a strange dream. Gazing outside, Wang Chao scratched his head. He felt like he'd had an exceptionally long dream last night, though he couldn't recall its details clearly. Only a vague memory remained: a cultivation world where practitioners treated ordinary people as cultivation materials, using them to breed venomous insects and cultivate elixirs. Though it was a dream, it felt vividly real. It's already 8 o'clock. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. Grabbing his phone, Wang Chao jolted awake and scrambled out of bed. Hope I can make it. Otherwise, I'll lose this month's 200 yuan perfect attendance bonus. No more staying up late. Wang Chao was filled with regret as he quickly pulled on his clothes, running downstairs while fixing his hair. Work started at 9, but his commute took about an hour. Though his place was a bit far, compared to city rents that easily hit 1 or 2,000 yuan, the 600 yuan a month fully furnished village apartment felt like a warm embrace. Here, the cost of living was significantly lower than in the bustling urban districts. 1 meat bun and a soy milk, please. 350. With no time to eat, he grabbed his breakfast, hopped on a shared bike, and rushed toward the subway entrance. The subway entrance was as crowded as ever. Wang Chao waited in line with the crowd, finally able to catch his breath and eat his breakfast. Once on the subway, he still had to transfer lines twice. By the time he exited the station, it was almost 9 o'clock. Damn it, my perfect attendance record is gone. Finally arriving at the company building, the long queue at the elevator entrance shattered his perfect attendance dream completely. Wang Chao felt like a deflated balloon. Today was a total waste. After an agonizingly long wait, he finally clocked in at 9:05. Inside, the cubicles were already filled with people. Wang, why are you so late? No sooner had he sat down at his desk than the team leader approached with a stern expression. Brother Zhao, there was traffic today. Enough excuses. Get these documents organized for me. I need them by noon. The man cut him off, placing several documents beside his computer. Got it, Brother Zhao. Don't be late again next time. Don't worry, it won't happen again. After the brief exchange, both men went back to their respective tasks. Wang Chao propped his chin on his left hand while flipping through the documents with his right, then powered up his computer. The daily grind commenced once more. 2 hours for lunch break. Order takeout, eat. Back to work. At 8:30 p.m. sharp, he clocked out. Wang Chao walked across the overpass with his hands tucked into his coat pockets. Towering skyscrapers over 100 meters tall, clad in glass facades, loomed around him. Below, a steady stream of traffic moved slowly but relentlessly. With time to spare, he felt no urgency to catch the bus. I wonder what this city looks like from above. Wang Chao paused, gazing up at the distant residential district and murmuring to himself. Like most migrant workers in this city, he dreamed of having a place of his own here. Beep beep. The phone emitted a notification sound. Wang Chao pulled out his phone and opened the notification. Xiao Wang, please pay next month's rent. Got it, Auntie Li. After typing a few words on the screen, he transferred 600 yuan. Beep. Received. All right. Wang Chao sent another smiley face with its mouth wide open. Then he shut off his phone. He slipped it into his pants pocket. Silently watching the city's neon lights. People came and went on the bridge, and he didn't know when he had left. 10:30 p.m. Back at his place, Wang Chao took a shower first. After tidying up, he unlocked his phone and lay in bed scrolling through videos. A weary smile occasionally flashed across his tired face. 12:30 a.m. He set his alarm for 7:30 a.m., plugged in his phone to charge, turned it off, and lay in bed with his eyes closed. It was already very late, yet his mind was completely devoid of sleepiness. After tossing and turning for who knows how long, finally drifted off into a hazy sleep. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Is it dawn already? Early morning. Wang Chao grabbed his phone and wished he'd just set the alarm wrong. Sitting on the bed, he stared listlessly out the window. Rest always seems to fly by. Shaking his head, he forced himself to get up. Toilet. Brushed his teeth. Washed my hair. Got dressed. He smiled at his reflection in the mirror before heading off to work. 1 neat bun and a soy milk, please. 3-5. Payment successful. Wang Chao put away his phone and ate the bun while waiting for the bus at the bus stop with the crowd. Chapter 23, Divine Treasure Realm. Bored, he pulled out his phone and opened his Moments feed. The first post was a female classmate sharing photos of delicious food. Her delicate features, a little tank top, and several girls with bright smiles were perfectly framed against the bustling city nightscape. Wang Chao glanced at it and swiped up. When you stand atop the highest peak, all other mountains seem small. If the mountains won't come to me, I'll go to the mountains. Below were several cool photos of a classmate in hiking gear, backpack slung over his shoulder, trekking poles in hand, standing atop a mountain. Wang Chao gave it a little red heart. You're like the moon reflected in water seen but never reached. Below was a melancholy status update from a male classmate, accompanied by a side profile photo of himself in a black trench coat, standing by the sea and gazing wistfully into the distance. Wang Chao scrolled down his phone screen. Hand in hand till our hair turns white, sharing this life together. Blessed to eat our own wedding candy, now my beloved is my bedmate. Another classmate had gotten married. Suited up, posing with his wife in a wedding photo on the grasslands. Wang Chao tapped the photo. After a moment's glance, he returned to scrolling through other friends' posts below. The bus is here. Before long, the crowd around him began to stir. Wang Chao quickly looked up to see the number 4 bus he was waiting for. He immediately exited his social feed and opened the city's transit app. It was rush hour, and the crowd was dense. Wang Chao judged the bus's stopping position based on its approach speed, aiming to squeeze in early. Half a minute later, the doors closed and the bus slowly pulled out of the station. There were no seats left inside. Wang Chao gripped the handrail, his body swaying with every bump in the ride. Standing amidst the crowd, Wang Chao gazed out the window at rows of towering buildings, his expression growing increasingly distant. Sometimes he pondered the meaning of life. Was it the endless grind of day after day? Working, earning money, the mindless cycle of commuting to and from work, never ending? Or was it simply following life's instinct, perpetuating the genes in ourselves, buying a house, finding a partner, marrying, having children? The bus jerked and swayed, its passengers rocking like waves upon the sea. This was Wang Chao's daily existence. Repetitive, monotonous work. Wake up and go to work. Work, sleep. Day after day. 1 month later. Mom, don't worry. I'm doing fine here. You too get some rest early. I'm going to shower and sleep. I'll hang up now. Leaving the office that evening, Wang Chao answered the call on his way home. Even though he was already in his 20s, his family still called frequently to check on him while he lived alone in this city. Clunk. The sidewalk under the tree canopy was dimly lit. As he walked, Wang Chao suddenly tripped over something, nearly falling. What is this? Turning back, he saw it was a rock the size of a soccer ball. What a jerk, just tossing things around. Wang Chao muttered under his breath, then moved the rock to the nearby grassy area. But just as he was about to take a step forward, a familiar feeling suddenly welled up from deep within him. This scene felt like it had happened before. Strange. Wang Chao muttered to himself, glancing around as he walked, the sensation lingering. It felt as though he had experienced these events in a dream. When he reached the traffic lights at the crossroads, the sensation grew particularly intense. 9. 8. 7. Alone at the empty intersection, he stared at the countdown timer across the crosswalk as unease welled up inside him. A vivid image even flashed through his mind. Moments later, as he crossed the street, he'd be struck by a massive truck, his body hurled into the air and crushed beneath the wheels until it was nothing but mangled flesh. Huff. Huff. As these images played out, Wang Chao's breathing grew ragged and uncontrollable. Fear. Panic. Impatience. What's wrong with me today? Wang Chao's heart pounded wildly, bewildered by these sudden, inexplicable thoughts. 3. 2. 1. The green pedestrian figure on the opposite signal lit up, indicating it was safe to cross. A beeping sound urged pedestrians to hurry across. Wang Chao started to step forward, but the bloody scenes kept flashing through his mind, distracting him. He stood frozen in place for 3 seconds. Whoosh! In an instant, a piercing screech echoed as a vehicle sped past on the road ahead. It was a red truck running a red light. The gust of wind kicked up dust, covering Wang Chao's face in grit as he stood by the roadside. Wang Chao stood frozen, his eyes darting nervously. Cold sweat poured down his face. Having narrowly escaped death, a sense of survival after a catastrophe welled up inside him. That was close, so close. Wang Chao patted his chest. Still shaken. He peered cautiously across the street, confirming no cars were coming before carefully stepping into the crosswalk. Snap. Clunk. Snap. But just as he reached the center of the crosswalk, the world around him fell silent in an instant. Then, a sound like something shattering echoed through the heavens and earth. In the next instant, Wang Chao witnessed the surrounding space cracking open like shards of glass. Countless eerie black vapors seeped out from the fissures, closing in on him. Snap. 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 Xianyun Peak. Inside the pavilion. A faint cracking sound suddenly emanated from the object wrapped in cloth. It's about to break free. Xu Shan, standing guard nearby, stiffened in alertness. He watched as the layer of divine exoskeleton covering Chen Yang's physical form began to peel away bit by bit, revealing beneath its skin as white and tender as a newborn's. As Chen Yang completed his transformation, his consciousness gradually returned. How did I fall asleep? Chen Yang thought he had fallen asleep. He had dreamed of his past life and the final moment of his existence. Wang Chao, that was his former name. My dear disciple, you finally awakened. Xu Shan's delighted face was practically pressed against his. Oh no. Chen Yang's heart sank. He thought, oh no, my master discovered I fell asleep while cultivating. Seeing his master standing before him, he hurriedly explained, Master, I didn't sleep well last night and accidentally. Sleeping is good, sleeping is good. Chen Yang, who had braced himself for punishment, was momentarily taken aback by these words. My dear disciple, Master Xu Shan asked with a warm smile, do you feel a warm, fiery current flowing beneath your navel now? A warm current? Chen Yang began to focus his awareness. He discovered a fiery mass within his lower abdomen, like a furnace radiating heat that kept rising upward. Do you feel it? Xu Shan leaned closer to ask. Chen Yang nodded and asked, Master, what is this? Xu Shan smiled. You've completed your transcendence from mortal to divine, reaching the divine treasure realm. That warm current is the innate essence within your first divine treasure. I've broken through to the divine treasure realm? Chen Yang stared at himself in utter astonishment. Indeed, the divine treasure realm. From this moment onward, you are no longer among the common mortals. After speaking, Xu Shan walked over to the area where immortal herbs were cultivated. Divine treasure realm, divine treasure realm. Chen Yang examined his own body. Beneath the layer of divine skin shedding from his surface lay a jade-like immortal physique. Xu Shan snapped a branch from the golden bark immortality herb and handed it to him. Take it now. While your divine treasure realm has just opened and your innate essence is boiling, refine more vital energy. Thank you, Master. Chen Yang took the divine herb and consumed it all in one go. Chapter 24, Anomalies in the Medicinal Garden. The divine herb tasted bland at first, offering only a faint, cool sensation. Just as Chen Yang thought that was all there was to it. An indescribable surge erupted, shooting straight to his forehead. It felt like holding a mouthful of wasabi. Is this what Senior Brother Joe meant by ascending to immortality? The sensation was unbearably painful. Chen Yang's face contorted into a grimace as he clenched his teeth and squeezed his fists tightly. This taste shattered every notion he'd ever had about immortal elixirs. Not to your taste, huh? Xu Shan roared with laughter. Good medicine tastes bitter, and immortal medicine is bitterer still. The finer the immortal medicine, the more unpleasant its taste. Endure the bitterest of hardships to rise above the rest. Chen Yang forced the immortal medicine down, his voice harsh. The taste of the elixir exploded in his mouth, leaving him numb and weightless, as if he were floating. Exactly. If you can't endure the bitterness, you'll never become an immortal. Xu Shan nodded, pleased with Chen Yang's endurance. After enduring over a dozen breaths, the overwhelming sensation finally began to fade. Chen Yang drew a long breath, exhaled slowly, and his expression began to return to normal. But the lingering effects of the elixir remained. He still couldn't feel his mouth, as if what he'd placed inside moments ago had been a bomb that had blown his jaw off. Finally settled down. At least he could still speak. The taste of that immortal medicine would stay with him for the rest of his life. Is there nothing normal in this world? Chen Yang cursed inwardly, never imagining the elixir would be like this. He had always assumed it would possess some extraordinary, wondrous flavor. But upon reflection, it made sense. Such a fragile treasure as a divine herb would naturally make itself as unpalatable as possible to avoid being devoured by beasts. The more repulsive, the better. After tasting this yellow root immortal herb, Chen Yang vowed never to consume it again unless absolutely necessary. And if he did, he'd never take such a large dose in one go. This was a far cry from his understanding of immortal herbs. Well? Xu Shan asked him with a smile. Chen Yang scratched his head. It would be nice if I could mix some honey with it. I'm not in the mood to prepare that for you. Xu Shan picked up a garment nearby and tossed it to him. Go wash up at Big Fish Spring first. Holding the clothes, Chen Yang suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, Master, is there something wrong with the immortal medicine seeds Elder Shu gave me? Many of them rotted before they even sprouted. No way. Xu Shan frowned. I don't know what's going on either. Only a small portion sprouted. Come on, let's go check. Xu Shan had been stationed here the entire time, never straying an inch, neglecting all other matters. The two descended the mountain. Master, how long have I been cultivating? Chen Yang asked from behind, his body shedding thick layers of immortal skin that fell to the ground as he walked. It felt like they had been accumulating for a very long time. About a month. Xu Shan walked with his hands behind his back, his voice betraying his excellent mood. That long? Chen Yang marveled at the realization that he had slept for an entire month and dreamt for an entire month. Rest for a few days first. Once you've fully absorbed the effects of the immortal medicine, I'll teach you the 7-star fist to temper the essence of the divine treasury. In the early stages of the divine treasury, you absorb the essence of water and grains to replenish your innate essence. The divine treasury is like a furnace. Practicing the fist techniques to temper your physical body is like stoking the fire beneath the furnace. When the essence within this furnace boils to a rolling boil, that is when you refine essence into qi, thereby breaking through to the second divine treasury. Xu Shan walked alongside him, explaining as they went. Chen Yang listened intently behind him, absorbing the profound wisdom. The 7-star fist was a formidable martial art. He had seen Zhou Lingjun practice it after just a few rounds, sweat poured from him like beads, and he was gasping for breath. Master, can we incorporate weight training? Chen Yang inquired, reasoning that since the primary goal was to temper the physical body, weight training might yield even better results. Certainly, replied the master, but not for extended periods, as it impairs bodily agility and coordination. Look at me, though broad-shouldered and stout, I regularly practice the 7-star fist and remain as agile as a monkey. If the body becomes rigid through training, the qi within the second divine treasure will flow poorly. Upon reaching the Tao Palace realm, even the circulation of magical power will become obstructed. Only through balanced fist training can one achieve the perfect equilibrium, knowing when to exert and when to relax. Understand? Understood. The two soon reached the bottom. Master. It was early morning, and Zhou Lingjun was cultivating before his house. For the past month, Zhu Shan hadn't bothered to oversee him, but Zhou Lingjun remained diligent, never slacking off. MHM. Xu Shan nodded at him. Junior brother Chen, have you broken through to the divine treasure realm? Seeing Chen Yang behind him, looking as though he'd just emerged from the earth, Zhou Lingjun was utterly astonished. This junior brother had advanced so rapidly that his cultivation level now matched his own. The venomous insects I had him soak in earlier were potent, saving a lot of time. Zhu Shan explained. That's wonderful. Zhou Lingjun couldn't help but feel envious. Is that so? Chen Yang pondered. Junior brother Chen, something seems off with the herbs in your medicinal garden. Zhou Lingjun remarked doubtfully. Not seeing Chen Yang around this month, he had been helping tend the herb garden. Chen Yang's herb garden was clearly different from his own. Senior brother Zhou, I've already informed our master, Chen Yang replied. I'll go take a look. Xu Shan headed toward Chen Yang's herb garden. The two followed behind. Junior brother Chen, the herbs in your garden are growing so sparsely. I noticed many seeds haven't even sprouted. Zhou Lingjun whispered to him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. Chen Yang frowned, unsure if he could request more from the Hall of Merit again. Strange. Upon reaching the cave, the medicinal garden contained only about 30 sparse plants, and their growth was far from robust. Xu Shan had never seen such a situation before either. Master, could it be the seeds are faulty? Zhou Lingjun speculated. Xu Shan shook his head. Impossible. These are all immortal herb seeds. They possess such vibrant vitality that even if boiled in water, they wouldn't lose their life force for 3 or 4 hours. Then what's going on? Master, could the sect redistribute some seeds to me? Chen Yang asked tentatively. No. Immortal herb seeds are rare treasures. Elder Xu must have made a mistake. Unfortunately, he's currently traveling outside the sect. Otherwise, I'd definitely seek him out to clarify. Then, Xu Shan shot Zhou Lingjun a sidelong glance before turning to Chen Yang. It's fine. We have enough herbs. These herbs merely aided in refining essence. The herbs cultivated by their senior brothers and sisters at the main sect had long been consumed. Seeing that even his master couldn't discern the cause, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was one of his few remaining resources. Go wash off the divine residue from your body first. Zhou Lingjun, come here. Let me see how you've practiced the 7-star fist this month. Yes, master. Xu Shan led Zhou Lingjun away. Chen Yang had no choice but to head down to the Great Fish Spring in the valley at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 25, The Attempt. Big Fish Spring was a pool about 10 jang wide, clean and clear. Numerous small waterfalls cascaded down the stone walls. It was early morning, and mist swirled over the water's surface. In the center of the water lay an ancient tree trunk, fallen and submerged. From the rotting roots, thick with moss, sprouted a small, emerald-green sapling. Above it lay the spot where senior brother Hichu often cultivated. Brother he had been away at the main sect for nearly a month. The imprint left by his frequent meditation had now been covered by newly grown moss. Plop. As Chen Yang admired this fairy-like natural scene, a faint splashing sound came from the water's surface. He followed the sound. He discovered a slender, green-scaled monstrous fish gliding through the water. As slender as a snake, it possessed a tail but, oddly, no fins. Its head bore a fleshy growth, and from its eyes sprouted 2 tentacles 3 times longer than its body. What a strange creature. Chen Yang muttered to himself. He could almost discern an ethereal, benevolent aura emanating from the creature. Setting his clean clothes aside, he plunged into the water. The divine exoskeleton on his body dissolved upon contact with water. The water around him visibly clouded, spreading outward from his center. The aquatic creatures couldn't tolerate it, all avoiding the area with disgust. My hair's grown back. After getting wet, he gazed at his reflection in the water and saw a thick mane of black hair beneath the divine skin on his head. After shedding his mortal flesh, he discovered his eyes had become piercingly bright, like two blazing flames. His body felt more attuned to the heavens and earth, even transcending the mundane. Having broken through to the divine treasure realm, he felt quite content today. Chen Yang dove headfirst into the water. He chased after the various strange fish swimming below. After holding his breath for over 30 full breaths, he finally surfaced. I can hold my breath this long now? Chen Yang ran his hands through his hair in astonishment. That extended underwater duration wasn't even his limit. He tried again underwater. He only surfaced when he could no longer endure it. Nearly 100 breaths. A divine body really is different. Chen Yang exclaimed with delight, now feeling the difference in his physical form compared to before. Like Zhou Lingjun, he no longer needed to sleep and rest each night like ordinary mortals. A ray of light now shone down. The golden rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, streaming down from the heavens onto the mountains. The world was bathed in golden light. Chen Yang gazed upward at this magnificent scene of mountains and rivers, utterly captivated. After a long moment, he murmured to himself, what is the world outside really like? He yearned and wondered about the world beyond the sect's walls. He felt like a caged bird, trapped within these confines. This water. Observing the flow of the water, Chen Yang suddenly fell deep in thought. He didn't know where the path out of Lotus Sect lay, but this water surely flowed beyond its borders. Chen Yang planned to follow this stream downstream to explore. Shenyun Peak lay on the outskirts of the Lotus Sect. Following the water's course would lead him out. However, he hesitated, for the sect strictly forbade disciples from leaving without permission. Discovery would bring severe punishment. But upon spotting the clothes nearby, an idea struck him. After careful consideration, he resolved to take the risk. This was a rare opportunity, a better excuse might never come again. Without trying, escape from this hellhole would remain impossible forever. Before long, several garments appeared in the water, drifting downstream. After washing himself clean, Chen Yang discovered the clothes had been swept away by the current. He silently cursed, forced to search downstream naked. Master, my blood child pill is almost gone. Up on the mountain, Zhou Lingjun and Zhu Shan arrived at their usual training spot, where Lingjun asked Zhu Shan for food. Here. Zhu Shan pulled 2 small bottles from his sleeve and handed them over. Zhou Lingjun took them, popped one into his mouth, then asked, Master, I feel like I've been getting hungry much faster lately. I used to go about 10 days on one pill, but now I need one every 5 days. What's going on? He practiced his daily routine as usual, yet his appetite had inexplicably doubled. Worse still, his body showed no signs of gaining weight, leaving him deeply unsettled. Is that so? Zhu Shan studied him, a slow smile curving his lips. Master? Master? Zhou Lingjun was puzzled by the expression his master was giving him. Zhu Shan paused for a moment before explaining, it's normal. This should be the stage where you refine essence into qi. Really? Zhou Lingjun's face lit up with delight. Zhu Shan spoke with a hint of mystery, indeed. Keep practicing diligently. If you persevere, you should be able to open your second divine treasure by year's end and break through to the mid-stage of divine treasure cultivation. Hearing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Zhou Lingjun eagerly assured his master, rest assured, master. I will cultivate even harder. Good. Zhu Shan smiled with satisfaction. Then the two began sparring. Zhu Shan showed great patience toward his disciple, sparing no effort in dedicating ample time each day to his cultivation. In the valley, Chen Yang walked barefoot through the stream, slowly making his way forward. He had gathered several thick branches with dense foliage to shield himself. Though it was a small mountain stream, it gradually widened as waters from various valleys converged. It's so quiet. Chen Yang looked around and found the mountains completely devoid of people, utterly silent. Strange, he murmured. Why are there no birds or beasts in these peaks of the Lotus Sect? Upon reaching this point, he suddenly noticed something unusual. While the absence of birds and beasts within the peaks inhabited by immortals was understandable, the complete lack of animal traces on these densely forested outer ridges felt eerie. Deep within the ancient forest, the surrounding trees grew ever taller, nearly 20 zhan high, their leafy canopies reaching skyward. They completely obscured the entire stream. The air was thick with moisture, and Chen Yang felt a chilling, eerie coldness begin to permeate the atmosphere. Goosebumps gradually rose on his skin. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of red eyes watched him coldly from an ancient tree nestled among the ridges. It was a black python over 2 zhan long, thick as a thigh, its body marked with yellow spots. The black python coiled around the tree trunk, slithering into the dense forest until it vanished from sight. Soon, Chen Yang reached the end of the stream. Here, the river was wide and shallow, dotted with rocks. His clothes, washed downstream, were caught on them. Ahead lay a sheer cliff. Chen Yang picked up his clothes and looked ahead. Hearing the splashing sounds below, he knew the cliff wasn't very high. What's that smell? Just as he was about to approach the cliff edge to investigate, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strange odor. The foul stench of a rat snake. At the same moment, a dark figure slowly emerged from the misty water nearby. Like a ghost. Silent and stealthy, it startled Chen Yang. It was a stout middle-aged man clad in a straw raincoat and wearing a conical hat, coldly scrutinizing him. "Greetings, elder." Chen Yang hurriedly bowed in greeting. He had no idea who this man was, but anyone appearing in such a place must be a sect elder. Chapter 26, 3 Spirits and 9 Monsters. Boom. The man offered no reply, his gaze hardening as a powerful surge erupted from his body, churning the water's surface. Caught off guard, Chen Yang felt as though an invisible wall slammed into him, sending him flying backward. He landed 3 zhang away, crashing into the water. "What brings you here, disciple? Have you no knowledge of the sect's rules?" The man instantly materialized before him, planting a foot squarely on his chest and pressing him underwater. His cold voice boomed with piercing intensity, exploding directly within Chen Yang's mind. Water gushed into his mouth, choking him until his throat burned fiercely. Fortunately, the water wasn't deep. After struggling to lift his head above the surface, he hurriedly explained, "Elder, I came down to retrieve my clothes. I just broke through to the divine treasure realm today. I was cleansing myself at the big fish spring earlier, and my clothes accidentally got swept away by the current. I was afraid of being punished by my master, so, Elder, please spare my life." Retrieving clothes. The man narrowed his eyes, not only refusing to release his grip but tightening his hold even further. Gurgle. Chen Yang's entire body was submerged, denied any chance to breathe. The elder deliberately varied the pressure, causing him to choke on water repeatedly. He really just broke through. After a long moment, the man murmured before finally releasing his foot. Huff. Huff. Chen Yang sat in the water, his face pale, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. Today was merely a minor lesson. Should any disciple dare venture into these areas in the future, I won't be so lenient in my punishment, the man said sternly. Thank you for your mercy, elder. I shall never dare to violate the sect's rules again. Chen Yang hurriedly rose to his feet and pledged. Which peak are you from? The man asked. Xianyun Peak. A disciple of Master Zhu? Yes. That clumsy pig, how did he teach his disciple? The man's eyes flashed with displeasure. Then he turned to Chen Yang. Aren't you going back? Yes, sir. Elder, this disciple takes his leave. Chen Yang bowed respectfully before grabbing his clothes and fleeing the scene. Still trembling with fear, he hurried forward, not daring to glance back once. The elder's figure gradually faded away into the mist. That was close, so very close. Only when he reached the great fish spring did Chen Yang finally breathe a sigh of relief, still trembling with fear. Had he not had a valid reason, he would have suspected the elder might have killed him outright. The sect really keeps a tight watch on us disciples. Looks like leaving the sect isn't going to be easy. Chen Yang sat by the stream, lost in thought. This test had made him keenly aware of just how tightly the sect monitored its disciples, but it only fueled his desire to escape the Lotus Sect even more. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but the Lotus Sect simply didn't seem like a legitimate place. Master is supposed to take us to the medicinal garden soon. Perhaps that will be our chance to leave. And it would be best to escape through the river that way, we can mask our scent. Chen Yang pondered silently. With the elders guarding so tightly, he knew escaping from within the sect was hopeless. Those elders were profoundly cultivated immortals with immense magical power. Under their watch, leaving would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. This was forbidden territory, there would be no room for error. Traces could be concealed, but the scent on one's body could not be hidden. Even dogs could track by scent, and these immortals surely possessed scent tracking techniques as well. That stream must flow into a larger river below, but I have no idea which direction it runs. Chen Yang pondered, but the dense forest made him uncertain. After resting for a while, his mind finally settled. He walked back up the mountain in his damp clothes. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Chen Yang began cultivating inside his dwelling. Having now completed his transcendence, his body no longer craved spiritual energy as intensely as before. He no longer needed to cultivate beside the immortal herbs. Moreover, having lost some branches and leaves, the immortal herbs needed time to recover. Zhu Shan also forbade them from competing with the herbs for spiritual energy again. From then on, Chen Yang remained in the room, absorbing the medicinal properties from the leaves of the immortal herb. Under its nourishment, he could distinctly feel the warm current in his lower abdomen gradually growing stronger. Night. Outside the Lotus Sect. A small figure nimbly leaped across the steep mountain terrain, carrying a large sack on its back. It appeared to be an elderly mountain rat clad in clothing, its coarse fur caked with mud and dried grass, giving it a dusty, grayish appearance. Finally back at the sect. The rodent gripped a protruding rock with one paw and murmured to the moon above. Heh, this trip has been quite fruitful. It gazed at the sack it carried with eyes full of delight. Huff. But just as it leapt onto the cliff, a black whirlwind suddenly swept in from the side. Hidden within the dark wind was a sharp claw, striking straight for its vital point. What? The rodent scrambled to dodge, narrowly avoiding the attack with a somersault. The claw sliced past his body, tearing away strands of flesh. Missing its mark, the figure within the black whirlwind twisted its waist, and a massive serpent tail, gleaming coldly with scales, lashed out. Oomph! The rat snorted coldly, gripping the sack's opening with its left hand while withdrawing its right. A swirling mass of dark green energy coalesced in its palm. As the massive serpent tail lashed out, the rodent's eyes glowed green. He thrust his palm forward. Boom! The frail, slender palm collided with the serpent's tail, producing a dull thud. The surrounding trees swayed violently from the surging shockwave. The collision of such immense forces sent the figure in the black wind reeling backward. The rat man, however, used the momentum to leap backward over Chen Yang, landing lightly on the ground. Gazing ahead with a cold, icy stare, he said in a chilling voice, "If you wish to kill this old man, there's no need for sneak attacks." Ha! The figure within the black wind was astonished that this mountain rat possessed such formidable strength. Invoke the child god. The rat man entered combat mode, his body instantly radiating colossal green magical power and a thick aura of savagery. The dark wind ahead dispersed, revealing a burly man within. Shen technique? Seeing the rat man had turned serious, he quickly chuckled. So it's Elder Shu after all. What a misunderstanding. I thought some reckless wild cultivator was sneaking into Lotus Sect to steal our precious immortal herbs. A misunderstanding, truly. It's so dark out here, I couldn't see clearly. Considering I'm just guarding our sect's treasures, please don't take offense, Elder Shu. I meant no disrespect whatsoever. The man feigned utter innocence. Both of these demons belong to the category of 3 spirit, 9 monster beings, one backed by the Z Divine Lord, the other by the C Divine Lord. I hope it was a misunderstanding. The rat man did not withdraw his magical power. Without lingering, he shot a cold glance at the man before turning and walking back toward the sect with the sack on his back. Elder Shu, my sincere apologies. Please come dine at my peak another day. The man called after his retreating figure. But Elder Shu paid him no mind, quickly disappearing from sight. The man shook his head and chuckled. Such a tightwad. It was just a joke. As he spoke, his gaze turned sinister. But that old codger hides his abilities well. At his age, he's still so sturdy he actually managed to block my attack. The man's figure disappeared into the forest, leaving no trace. Chapter 27, Maximum Benefit. A solitary moon hung high, its pallid light bathing the boundless mountain ridges. After entering the Lotus Sect, Elder Shu's magical power dissipated. The fur on his body retreated, transforming him into human form. Yet his expression revealed that maintaining human form was an agonizing ordeal. He then shouldered his bag and climbed swiftly up Xianyun Peak. The courtyard atop the mountain was equally silent, utterly devoid of people. Elder Shu, agile as ever, leapt into the courtyard with a single bound. Standing there, he glanced around before frowning. Not here? Could it be? He glanced at the floor, then pressed his left ear to the ground. Upon hearing faint sounds below, he chuckled, so it's down there. He stood up, lightly tapping his foot on the ground to make a sound. Before long, Zhu Shan, sporting a pig's head, opened the door and stepped out. Old Shu. You pig-headed fool, you're still young. Don't overindulge now. Overworking your body will hinder your future breakthroughs, Elder Shu admonished, setting the sack on the ground. Zhu Shan, however, patted his bulging belly unconcernedly. After all the humiliation I endured at the sect, I'm bursting inside. If I don't vent my frustration on these women at night, I'd suffocate, and that would hinder my breakthrough even more. Ah, pity they're all mere mortals, incapable of bearing children. Yeah, anyone would feel the same way. Elder Shu understood completely. Has there been no word from your clan yet? He inquired. Zhu Shan replied resentfully, those females in the clan have all gone to cling to the powerful. The strong have harems full of wives and concubines. Even the elders in the clan won't give me any females, not even the ones without spiritual awareness. Anyway, I can't count on the clan for anything. Ultimately, it's because Lotus Sect is too small. If you could become an elder in one of those major powers, you'd definitely get your share. Elder Shu consoled him. I'll see about it after breaking through to the chi-consuming realm. This Lotus Sect is utterly tedious to stay in. Zhu Shan glanced at the sack on the ground. Not bad haul, huh? Yeah, I scoured quite a few places. I even traded at some marketplaces in the forest domain. These items are incredibly hard to come by. Elder Shu replied. Zhu Shan lifted the sack and opened it. Inside were all sorts of strange insects and venomous creatures, packed tightly together. With these nourishing items, your disciple should be able to complete his mortal transformation faster, Elder Shu remarked. Zhu Shan immediately broke into a smile. Old Shu, he's already broken through to the divine treasure realm. What? Good heavens, so quickly. Elder Shu was startled by the news. Is it true? He asked excitedly. Zhu Shan nodded. That youngster is more extraordinary than we ever imagined. Let's go. Take me to see him. Elder Shu was already eager to see for himself. Come on. The fleshy protrusions on Zhu Shan's head rapidly retracted, finally taking on a human form. He led Elder Shu down the mountain. By the way, what happened to the immortal herb seeds you gave that kid? Most of them rotted in the soil. Zhu Shan inquired about the unusual state of the herbs. Impossible. I gave him only the finest seeds. Elder Shu felt wronged. Could it be that some elders sabotaged them? Zhu Shan naturally trusted him. It must be. Elder Shu mused thoughtfully. There was absolutely no way he could have made a mistake. Aside from other elders, he couldn't fathom any other reason why the immortal herb seeds would rot in the soil. Old Zhu, it seems some elder intends to drive us out, Elder Shu speculated. No way. I'm in my prime, and the sect wants to kick me out already? Zhu Shan refused to believe it. Elder Shu's tone turned grave. It's entirely possible. You're injured, and the elders above assume you won't break through to the chi-consuming realm. Plus, the sect just struck a major deal with the Lin clan. The immortal embryos born in the medicinal garden afterward won't be enough to go around. Keeping extra elders around consumes too many bone blood pills. You and I have the protection of our races behind us, so they dare not expel us openly. Instead, they're sabotaging us behind the scenes. The moment I returned from outside, I was attacked by elders guarding the sect. They claimed it was a misunderstanding, but who doesn't know their true intentions? Elder Shu said, revealing the claw marks on his body. Damn them. Zhu Shan gritted his teeth in fury upon seeing the wounds. He never imagined the sect would go this far. If we weren't affiliated with the 12 Sacrifices Bureau, the sect would likely have resorted to force outright. Elder Shu was equally furious. I'll just refuse to leave and see what tricks they pull. Even if the sect pressed their advantage, Zhu Shan wasn't afraid. Though his cultivation was low, he was a living being within the sacrificial department's race. Exactly. Elder Shu agreed wholeheartedly. After all, they had food and shelter here. Soon, the two arrived outside Chen Yang's room. Through the window, they could see him seated in lotus position on his bed, deep in cultivation. Chen Yang, now a divine fetus and a cultivator, no longer needed sleep like ordinary mortals. He's truly reached the divine treasure realm. Elder Shu's pupils flashed blue, confirming that Chen Yang had indeed opened his first divine treasure. At this rate, he might reach the Dao Palace realm in 3 to 5 years. Zhu Shan weighed the words. With such exceptional immortal herbs, producing 2 divine pills should be no problem at all, Elder Shu remarked with evident delight. Thank goodness we heeded your advice and traded the Lin clan for the Jingja parasite. Who knew this little thing would bring us such a huge surprise later on? That bug egg should be hatching soon, right? Almost. Zhu Shan beamed. Looking at Chen Yang, Elder Shu stroked his beard and remarked meaningfully, Old Zhu, I feel we still haven't made the best use of this divine herb. Oh? Zhu Shan inquired, Old Shu, do you have other uses in mind? Elder Shu nodded. This fellow possesses such exceptional innate talent and a pristine physical body. His internal organs would be highly sought after if traded at the marketplaces in the forest domain. We could exchange them for several valuable treasures. But if we strip his body bare, what will we use to cultivate the awakening insect? Zhu Shan questioned. Elder Shu chuckled. Doesn't he have 2 kidneys and 2 lungs? Once he reaches the Dao Palace realm, removing half of each won't significantly affect his life. The remaining body will still be sufficient to nurture the immortal bug and refine the immortal pill. Right. Given his current state, losing a kidney and half a lung wouldn't hinder the spirit bug's growth. Only you could think so thoroughly. My pig-headed brain, how did I only just realize this? We nearly wasted such valuable resources. Zhu Shan's mind cleared instantly. Elder Shu truly knew how to maximize efficiency, failing to do so would have been nothing short of squandering divine resources. A thought flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Old Shu, when we leave this time, take my cauldron to trade outside too. Since we're going to cultivate him, we should spare no effort in doing so. Zhu Shan then made a bold decision. He would stake his entire fortune. Chapter 28, Practicing Fist Techniques. That doesn't seem wise. Upon hearing his plan, Elder Shu frowned. It's fine. That cauldron is useless to me anyway. Better to trade it for nourishing treasures to enhance this fellow's quality. Then his organs will fetch a better price later. That makes sense. It also prevents the 2 Jingshur bugs from malnourishing and failing to produce immortal pills. After pondering, Elder Shu nodded in agreement. The cauldron wasn't a precious item, it had been looted from a wild cultivator and was usually left in the courtyard to collect rainwater. He'd long wanted to trade it in but never found the time to go out. Now was the perfect opportunity. I don't have any treasures. How about this, the kidneys are yours and the lungs are mine. What do you say? Agreed. It's settled. Since kidneys were more valuable than lungs, Zhu Shan didn't hesitate. The two smoothly finalized their arrangement. While visiting the marketplace, I saw someone from the Du family keeping a demon beast mount a female demon boar. Once you obtain the kidney, you could trade for it. Though it's a wild demon lacking sentience, it's still a divine embryo capable of bearing your offspring. Are you interested in acquiring it? If so, I'll make arrangements with the Qian family first, Elder Shu inquired. Zhu Shan twirled his fingers thoughtfully before shaking his head. No need. I plan to trade this kidney for a weapon. A weapon, then. That's also wise. Without a suitable weapon, one's strength is indeed greatly hindered. After their whispered conversation outside, the two returned to the mountain. In their courtyard, they tossed all the strange insects and venomous creatures into the cauldron, added numerous medicinal herbs, and began stoking the fire to simmer the concoction. Lotus Sect remained as quiet as ever. No one disturbed them. Half a month passed. Inside the house. It should be ready now. On the bed, Chen Yang opened his eyes, awakening from his cultivation. Feeling hunger stir within his stomach, he swallowed a bloodling pill. For the past fortnight, he had cultivated relentlessly day and night within the room, finally digesting and absorbing the immortal elixir within his belly. The primordial essence within his divine treasury had also settled into dormancy. To continue growing from here on, he would need to consume the essence of water and grains. By tempering his physical body, he could replenish the primordial essence. My skin's back to normal. Chen Yang looked at his arm, where the skin as fair as a baby's had returned to its usual color. The vibrant vitality remained unchanged. After marveling at the transformation, he rose and stepped outside. This view was still more pleasing to the eye. Master and senior brother Zhou are practicing their boxing over there. Xianyun Peak was small enough that Chen Yang could hear the rhythmic sounds of martial arts practice echoing through the mountains. Having successfully shed his mortal form, he was truly reborn. His perception had markedly heightened compared to before. After checking on the herbs growing in the cave behind his house, Chen Yang headed toward where his master and senior brother were practicing. The herbs weren't thriving, just a stunted crop. Chen Yang felt disheartened. Senior brother Zhou. Upon entering the grove, he found only Zhou Lingjun present. Zhou Lingjun paused his movements upon seeing him and smiled. Junior brother Chen, you finished your cultivation. Yes, I've fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the yellow gentian. Chen Yang glanced around and asked, where is our master? The master is on duty. He won't be on Xianyun Peak for a while. On duty? Did master go to the medicinal garden? Chen Yang immediately inquired. Wasn't he supposed to take them along? He was still hoping to use the herb garden assignment as an opportunity to see if he could find a way to leave Lotus Sect. Zhou Lingjun shook his head. Probably not the herb garden. It's so vast, master couldn't possibly manage it alone without us. Let's hope so. Chen Yang silently thought to himself. Ha! As he drew closer to Zhou Lingjun, Chen Yang noticed with surprise that the color in Zhou Lingjun's face was off. Gone was the vibrant energy of before. Now he looked as if he hadn't fully woken up. Puzzled, Chen Yang asked, Senior brother Zhou, why do you look so unwell? Really? Zhou Lingjun didn't feel it himself. Master said I need to refine my essence into qi. Maybe I've been pushing myself too hard with the boxing lately. Refining essence into qi. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang congratulated him. Congratulations, brother Zhou. It seems you won't need much longer to break through to the second divine treasure and reach the mid-stage of divine treasure cultivation. Once one refines essence into qi, they can then assault the second divine treasure. I must train diligently to reach the main sect swiftly and live up to my master's high expectations. Zhou Lingjun clenched his fist, his resolve firm as he spoke with enthusiasm. However, observing his demeanor, Chen Yang fell silent. He seemed to want to say something, yet hesitated. He wanted to warn Zhou Lingjun that something was amiss within the sect, that something was not right. But for his own safety, he held back. If Zhou Lingjun reported him to the Grandmaster, he feared he'd never leave the Lotus Sect. The sect would never tolerate such thoughts within its ranks. Disciples like Zhou Lingjun, raised from childhood within the Lotus Sect, saw all the strange and illogical clues that stood out to Chen Yang as perfectly normal. The minds of all disciples were controlled, leaving them utterly oblivious to anything amiss. Those immersed in the situation are often blind to it, but Chen Yang was an outsider. Each person has their own destiny. His own fate was as fragile as paper. Junior brother Chen, since the master is absent, I'll teach you the 7-star fist. Zhou Lingjun smiled, thoroughly familiar with every stance of the 7-star fist. Thank you, senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang bowed his hands in gratitude, as this was precisely what he had intended. Come, stand behind me. Zhou Lingjun prepared his stance, legs slightly bent, ready to demonstrate the form. Chen Yang positioned himself behind him and began to learn. Teaching the form, Zhou Lingjun moved slowly, ensuring Chen Yang could observe every detail clearly. Chen Yang mimicked his movements step by step, gradually becoming familiar with the techniques. This is exhausting. Before long, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. How's it going? Zhou Lingjun stood before him and asked. My whole body aches. That's normal. You'll get used to it in a few days. At first, I could only do it 7 or 8 times a day before I couldn't go on. Zhou Lingjun patted his shoulder. Senior brother Zhou, how many times can you do it now? Chen Yang grew curious. Both of them were now at the early stage of the divine treasure realm. Zhou Lingjun stroked his chin, tilted his head, and gazed at the sky. Never counted, but if I go non-stop, I can do over 20 rounds at a stretch. A day? Easily over 200 rounds. That many. Chen Yang was utterly stunned. He'd only managed 2 rounds following the form, and even his movements were far from standard, yet he was already exhausted. It was unimaginable how strong Brother Joe's stamina must be. It's perfectly normal. The adaptive capacity of an immortal body far surpasses that of mortal flesh. I'm certain you won't need a month before you can perform 10 consecutive sets without issue. Having witnessed his junior brother's innate talent, Zhou Lingjun no longer considered himself particularly exceptional. Indeed, my body's recovery ability is far superior to what it used to be. Even as he spoke, Chen Yang felt the weariness in his body gradually dissipating, his breathing returning to normal. If he were still in his mortal form, he'd need to rest for several hours. Junior brother Chen, do you sense any movement here? Zhou Lingjun pointed to his lower abdomen. Chen Yang focused his mind and could sense a warm current at the location of his divine treasure. He replied, there's a warm, fuzzy thing. This is our innate essence. The blood essence pills we take daily are meant to replenish it. The early stage of the divine treasure is like heating water in a furnace. When the water boils and steam rises, that's the transformation of essence into qi. This is the source of qi within our second divine treasure. Zhou Lingjun took this opportunity to explain the principles of cultivation. Though the pamphlets he'd given before contained such descriptions, only experiencing it firsthand allowed for true understanding. Chapter 29, The Great Tonics. Boiling water in a furnace. The innate essence within the divine treasure is like water. Practicing the fist is like adding fuel to the furnace's base. Brother Zhou, then when we take the blood essence pill and absorb its water grain essence, we're essentially filling the furnace with water, right? Chen Yang inquired. Zhou Lingjun nodded in agreement. Precisely. Our parents were mortal beings, which left us all with innate deficiencies. Only by taking the blood essence pill and absorbing its concentrated essence of water and grains can we compensate for our innate shortcomings. Once the essence within the divine vault is perfected, we will have sufficient foundation to break through to the second divine vault. After chatting for a while, Chen Yang felt his body had mostly recovered. He said, Senior brother Zhou, shall we continue? All right. Zhou Lingjun resumed guiding Chen Yang through the martial arts movements. Under his guidance, through repeated practice, Chen Yang grew increasingly proficient in the 7-star fist. Simultaneously, as his movements became more precise and his strikes perfectly timed, the technique engaged every muscle in his body. Completing a full set left him increasingly exhausted. Fortunately, his current Immortal Embryo physique allowed him to recover swiftly each time. Xu Shan hadn't returned to Xianyun Peak during his days on duty. Chen Yang trained daily with Zhou Lingjun, attempting sparring sessions with him. Unfortunately, his lack of experience meant he was easily defeated, even when Zhou Lingjun restrained most of his physical strength. He was no match at all. Day after day passed, until 5 days had elapsed. At dawn, Chen Yang concluded his night of cultivation. Opening his eyes, he felt refreshed and full of energy. First, I'll go fertilize the medicinal herbs. After rising, Chen Yang carried the bag of fertilizer to the medicinal garden in the cave. Ugh, these things are hopeless. Gazing at the sickly, stunted herbs, Chen Yang muttered his complaints under his breath. He tended to them meticulously every day, yet these herbs continued to disappoint him day after day. He had seen Zhou Lingjun's medicinal garden. The herbs there were thriving, lush, and green, truly enviable. Disappointment aside, Chen Yang diligently fertilized and watered the plants, tending to them with care. After tidying up the medicinal garden, he headed to his usual spot to practice his boxing. Master! But as soon as he stepped out of the herb garden, he saw Zhu Shan standing outside. He hurriedly bowed in greeting. Did you neglect your cultivation while I was away these past few days? Zhu Shan inquired. Chen Yang shook his head. Not at all. After absorbing the essence of the immortal herbs, I'd been practicing the 7-star fist with senior brother Zhou. Very good. Time is money. At your age, this is the golden period for cultivation. Remember not to neglect your practice. Xu Shan admonished him earnestly. I understand, master. Xu Shan nodded slightly, drew a gourd from his waist, and handed it to him. This is a potent tonic brewed by your master. It will replenish the essence of your divine reservoir. Thank you, master. Chen Yang thanked him repeatedly as he took the gourd. But the moment he opened it, an indescribably foul odor assaulted his nostrils and surged into his brain. It made him want to vomit. The contents inside were equally indescribable in form. Master, what is this inside? Chen Yang saw that the gourd contained a black, mud-like substance. He couldn't believe this was the so-called great tonic. Xu Shan explained, this is concocted by your master using various rare ingredients, all treasures, though their aroma and taste may be lacking. Still, it's undoubtedly a top-tier tonic. None of your senior brothers or sisters ever had the chance to taste it. Is that so? Chen Yang stared at the gourd, his heart heavy. Is there truly nothing normal in this cultivation world? Not even things that appear normal? Go ahead and eat it. Let's see how it works, Zhu Shan urged from the side, his eyes narrowing slightly with eager anticipation. Yes, master. Chen Yang swallowed hard to steel his nerves, slowly bringing the gourd's mouth to his lips. The foul odor wafting from within nearly made him retch. Regardless of whether it contained any nourishing substances, even if it were a miraculous elixir, he couldn't muster the courage to swallow it. Xu Shan's eyes began to widen, eagerly awaiting Chen Yang's reaction. What the hell? Chen Yang knew that refusing now would only make things worse. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and tilted his head back sharply. The black substance poured out of the gourd. No taste? The mud-like substance felt cool and soft on his tongue. He'd expected it to be unbearably foul, but to his surprise, it had no taste at all. Gulp, gulp. Chen Yang's Adam's apple bobbed rapidly as he quickly devoured every last bit of the gourd's contents. Well done, my disciple. How was it? Xu Shan asked with a mischievous grin. Master, it just smells awful, but once it's in your mouth, it doesn't taste like much. Chen Yang answered truthfully. In reality, aside from the even more foul stench, it tasted like eating durian. No taste? Xu Shan eyed him skeptically. But seeing Chen Yang's calm expression, he pressed, really? Chen Yang nodded emphatically. There really was no smell. Strange. Xu Shan muttered under his breath, taking the gourd and dipping his finger into the black substance on its rim. He placed it in his mouth to taste. The next moment, his expression soured visibly. Pa! 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 He spit it out immediately. This left Chen Yang even more puzzled. Xu Shan glanced at him, then at the gourd, and fell into deep thought. Try this. He plucked a blade of grass nearby. See what it tastes like. Yes. Chen Yang placed the leaf in his mouth, savoring it carefully before shaking his head. Master, it still has no taste. Master, could it be because of that immortal medicine? Chen Yang suddenly realized what was happening. Half a month ago, after eating those few leaves of the golden seal immortal herb, his sense of taste had been completely overwhelmed. He hadn't expected it to linger this long. He couldn't help but marvel immortal herbs truly lived up to their name. Consider yourself fortunate. Xu Shan also recognized the cause in the divine herbs. Typically, his disciples recovered within 5 or 6 days, but among all his disciples, Chen Yang had been given the largest dose. Feeling a pang of disappointment, he turned and said, "Let me see how you've been cultivating while I've been guarding the mountain gate." All right. Chen Yang followed behind him. Guess I dodged a bullet. Chen Yang thought to himself. Just a tiny taste had made Xu Shan look that sick. If his sense of taste were intact, he'd be scarred for life. In any case, the taste was certainly no better than swallowing immortal medicine. Master. Upon arriving at their usual cultivation spot, Zhou Lingjun was already waiting there. Ever since the senior disciples had departed for the main sect, this place had felt rather monotonous. Xu Shan hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to Chen Yang. First, let's spar. We'll identify your weaknesses before I teach you the 7-star fist. Yes. Chen Yang bowed respectfully before assuming his boxing stance. His frame was less than a quarter of Xu Shan's, making the exchange look like an ant shaking a tree. Chapter 30, Instruction. Not bad. In just a few short days, you've already begun to develop some form. Xu Shan beamed with delight upon seeing his stance. Over these past days, training under Zhou Lingjun, Chen Yang had essentially grasped the essentials of the 7-star fist. Though he was panting heavily after completing a full set, his movements carried a powerful, dynamic force. Gradually, he began to embody the aura of a trained martial artist. After his praise, Xu Shan crouched slightly, his right palm drawn back and left palm extended. Standing immovable as an iron wall, he commanded, "Attack." Chen Yang understood and launched a swift attack. Covering the 2 zhang distance in 3 strides, he stood before Xu Shan. He swung a punch toward Xu Shan's midsection. After days of rigorous physical conditioning, his raw strength had increased significantly, making his punch swift as the wind. Xu Shan felt a quiet satisfaction. Facing the attack, he merely shifted his right foot back half a step and leaned his body slightly. Chen Yang's fist swept past his abdomen. Before he could follow up, his foot caught on something. Combined with the momentum from his charge. After his punch missed its mark, he stumbled and tumbled several times across the ground. Ah, you're full of holes. If we were to fight for real, even if I only used my early divine treasure realm strength, I could crush you with a single finger. Xu Shan withdrew the foot that had tripped Chen Yang, not missing the chance to taunt him. Quick reflexes. Chen Yang scrambled to his feet. He hadn't expected his punch to harm his master, but the ease with which the other had dodged it was still surprising. Despite his broad frame and stout build, Xu Shan moved with the agility of a monkey. Fighting and training are 2 different things. Attacks should be as simple as possible, and the more unexpected, the better. You had too many unnecessary flourishes just now. Xu Shan pointed out his flaw. Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully. His earlier attack had been saturated with 7-star fist patterns. Someone like Xu Shan, who trained in 7-star fist for decades, knew these moves inside out. He could predict Chen Yang's next strike with his eyes closed. And he was absolutely right. Training is training, fighting is fighting. Only by shedding the constraints of set patterns could one truly unleash their full potential. Let's continue. Xu Shan once again assumed a stance ready to meet the attack. Chen Yang clenched his fist. Crack! But just as he prepared to strike, Zhu Shan, who had been in a defensive stance, suddenly surged forward toward him. His speed was blindingly fast. Before Chen Yang could react, a palm struck his chest, sending him flying backward. Master! Master! Landing on the ground, Chen Yang stared in disbelief at the towering figure before him. Such formidable strength, yet he still ambushed me. He never imagined Zhu Shan would strike when he least expected it. A searing pain shot through his chest, churning his insides like a storm-tossed sea. Fortunately, Zhu Shan had struck with his palm. Had he used his fist, it could have crushed Chen Yang's entire chest. Seeing Chen Yang's dazed expression, Zhu Shan smiled with satisfaction. In combat, no matter who your opponent is, even someone you know well, never let your guard down. Chen Yang was speechless. It made sense. Since this was a sparring match, his master had no reason to merely defend. He would attack too. Zhu Shan straightened his posture and imparted earnestly, "My dear disciple, everything I teach you is genuine. Absorb it well. It will greatly aid you in refining the void and unifying with the Tao after you break through your third divine treasure." Regular update tomorrow. Chapter 31, Half Moon. Yes. Chen Yang listened intently, deeply moved by the words. Alright, I'll stand still. Let's see how your moves are now. Zhu Shan assumed a defensive stance. Chen Yang took a deep breath, calming himself. Preparing to attack. But just as he was about to strike, Zhu Shan's previously immovable figure suddenly charged forward again. Oh no. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. Fortunately, he had been prepared for a sneak attack this time. The moment he saw Zhu Shan move, he swiftly drew his hands together, shielding his chest. But the expected collision never came. Instead, a chill swept over his head. Snapping back to his senses, Chen Yang looked up to find Zhu Shan standing directly before him. A massive hand slashed toward his head, halting just as it made contact. No wonder his head felt chilly, it was the palm wind rushing past. Not bad. You've learned something. Your reaction was quick this time, you knew to block. Zhu Shan slowly withdrew his hand, somewhat satisfied this time. But his tone shifted as he narrowed his eyes. With flesh and blood, blocking is courting death. Remember this, when facing any attack, your first instinct should be to dodge. Blocking an attack is nothing special. The real skill lies in evading it. This disciple understands. Chen Yang bowed respectfully. In just a few brief exchanges, he had deeply grasped the difference between practicing boxing and actual combat. Good. Continue. Zhu Shan assumed his stance. Having taught him nearly everything he needed to know, Zhu Shan did not initiate the next attack. Chen Yang advanced and swung his fist. Zhu Shan guided him throughout, constantly honing his experience. Exchanging blows with his master, Chen Yang felt his stamina draining faster than when practicing the 7-star fist. Before long, he felt his limbs growing weak. His attacks grew increasingly weak and feeble. Zhu Shan judged it was enough and halted first, saying to him, "That's enough for now. Go rest over there." Yes. Drenched in sweat, Chen Yang could no longer continue. Zhu Shan turned to Zhou Lingjun, who had been watching nearby. "Come over. It's your turn." "Master, I've been feeling increasingly weak lately, and I get hungry much more easily. What's going on?" Zhou Lingjun hurried over and asked. He sensed something was amiss with his body. Zhu Shan smiled and said, "It's nothing to worry about. These unusual sensations are normal during the refinement of essence into qi. Moreover, it indicates you're nearing the critical final stage. You must cultivate even harder. Within a few months, you'll open the second divine treasure vault. Understand?" This disciple understands. Hearing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Zhou Lingjun's eyes lit up with excitement. "Rest assured, master. I will cultivate with even greater diligence." That's more like it. Don't disappoint your master's earnest efforts," Zhu Shan said with a smile. Then the two began their practice. Shadows danced across the training ground. "I wonder how much longer I'll need to train before I can match senior brother Zhou's skill." Chen Yang sat nearby, watching their exchange, thinking to himself. "My lower abdomen feels so hot." No sooner had he sat down to catch his breath, the fatigue in his body beginning to fade, than he felt a searing heat radiating from his lower abdomen. It felt as though hot spring water was bubbling up from within. Looks like that strange thing the master gave me is taking effect. Chen Yang rubbed his stomach as he pondered. Though it looked disgusting, it was undoubtedly beneficial. The warm current spread throughout his lower abdomen, radiating a soothing warmth that felt incredibly comfortable. Chen Yang's exhausted and weakened body began rapidly regaining its strength. On the training ground, after practicing for a quarter of an hour, Zhou Lingjun and Zhu Shan gradually began to show signs of fatigue. Soon after, they took a break. Zhu Shan then called Chen Yang over. The two took turns practicing their boxing techniques. Zhu Shan showed remarkable patience with them, barely resting throughout the entire day. Even though his cultivation was far superior, by evening, fatigue began to show on his face. "That's enough for today. Go back and absorb spiritual energy to cultivate." Feeling it was sufficient, Zhu Shan stopped. "Yes, master." Chen Yang and the others responded with a bow. Zhou Lingjun was still holding up relatively well, but Chen Yang was already exhausted. In half a month, we'll be assigned to guard the medicinal garden. Until then, make sure to study the cultivation manual I gave you thoroughly. Don't show up at the garden clueless about everything. Zhu Shan continued his instructions. Master, I've already memorized it all, Zhou Lingjun replied with a smile. I've got most of it down too. Chen Yang added. Good. Make the most of your time to cultivate. Once we're in the herb garden, there won't be much spare time for that. Understood. After giving a few final instructions, Zhu Shan signaled for them to depart. Exhausted after a long day, Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun didn't linger in conversation. They bathed in the mountain spring water at the cave herb garden before returning to their quarters to absorb spiritual energy. The weather had grown bitterly cold this season, with frost coating the plants at night. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Chen Yang felt profoundly comfortable. Over the next few days, Chen Yang trained under Zhu Shan, honing his techniques and refining his fist methods. Repetition after repetition, his strength grew daily. Half a month passed. Poof. Crack. Boom. Within the bamboo grove, two figures clashed in combat. It was Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun. Both at the early stage of the divine treasure realm, after half a month of cultivation, Chen Yang could now hold his own against Zhou Lingjun. Of course, this was only when Zhou Lingjun refrained from using his full physical strength. Having tempered his physique for years at the divine treasure realm, Zhou Lingjun's strength was beyond Chen Yang's reach. Not bad, junior brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun's arm took a kick from Chen Yang, sending him stumbling back 2 steps. He couldn't help but clap his sleeves in praise. Chapter 32, Descending the Mountain. If senior brother Zhou hadn't let me, I might not have even gotten close enough to you. Chen Yang landed, steadied himself, and replied. Not at all. I've witnessed your remarkable progress firsthand, junior brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun brushed fallen leaves off a rock and sat down. Feeling hunger pangs in his stomach, he drew a small ceramic bottle from his waistband, poured out a blood essence pill, and swallowed it. Senior brother Zhou, you're hungry again? Chen Yang asked in surprise, since Zhou Lingjun had consumed one just days prior. They were all at the early stage of the divine treasure realm, and their daily training loads were roughly comparable. Yet a single blood essence pill could sustain him for over half a month. Zhou Lingjun's consumption rate was over 4 times that of his own. Even senior sister Huang, who had previously reached the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm, hadn't possessed such a rapid metabolic rate. Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. My body just keeps getting hungrier and hungrier. But master said it's normal, some people burn through a lot of water and grain essence during the refining essence into chi stage. Though Zhou Lingjun also sensed something amiss, since his master assured him it was fine, he dismissed it. As a disciple, how could he know more than his master? Whatever his master said was naturally the truth. Chen Yang, however, didn't share this view. He glanced at his senior disciple, then sat down silently on the ground, pondering inwardly. Senior brother Zhou's condition seems like he has parasites inside his body. Could it be that master has done something to him, like those people's medicine? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Moreover, over the past month, Zhou Lingjun's vitality and spirit had steadily declined, like leaves on a tree turning yellow and withering as autumn approached. If this is truly the case, and it's senior brother Zhou now, could it soon be my turn? At this thought, Chen Yang felt a deep sense of impending danger. He must find an opportunity to leave this place quickly. Junior brother Chen, what are you thinking about? If something's bothering you, talk to your senior brother. Noticing his sudden preoccupied expression, Zhou Lingjun approached with concern. Chen Yang looked at his living quarters and replied with a grimace, Senior brother Zhou, you mentioned we're going to the outer medicinal garden. What about the herbs we planted on the mountain? Zhou Lingjun patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. These herbs were nurtured by immortal herbs and are imbued with divine energy. Even if left unattended, they'll remain vibrant, though their growth might slow slightly. Besides, we'll definitely bring back mature medicinal herbs we harvest regularly. It won't affect them. Senior brother Zhou, yours will be fine, but mine are different. They barely survive even with my careful tending. If we leave them now, they'll probably wither away by the time we return. True, your herbs are hopelessly uncooperative. But no worries, I'll share half of mine with you if it comes to that. Zhou Lingjun offered a generous assurance. Chen Yang's expression faltered. Seeing Zhou Lingjun's frank expression, he felt a pang of guilt. He quickly averted his gaze from those sincere eyes and hastily replied, Then thank you, brother Zhou. No problem. We're brothers in the sect. Once we reach the main sect, we'll still need to look out for each other. At the mention of the main sect, Zhou Lingjun grew wistful. Ignoring the dirt on the ground behind him, he placed his hands behind his head, lay back, gazed up at the sky, and murmured, I wonder how senior brothers and sisters are doing at the main sect. Senior brothers should have broken through to the Dao Palace realm by now. Probably. On the mountain. Zhu Shan approached the golden seal herb. Come here. After a soft call, a dark red spider emerged from the soil at the base of the herb. Its furry appearance made it look extremely poisonous at first glance. With a light leap, it landed on Zhu Shan's shoulder and burrowed into his ear to hide. After securing the spider, Zhu Shan gripped the herb's root stem with both hands. His posture suggested he intended to uproot the Huanglian divine herb. Indeed, that was the case. As Zhu Shan braced his waist and exerted force, the soil within a 5 zhang radius around the Huanglian plant began to shift and loosen. Though the plant itself was small, its underground roots spread far and wide. Zhu Shan intended to take it to the sect's medicinal garden outside the gates. No matter how bold he was, he dared not leave this divine herb here. It must be taken along for safety. Poof! Immortal herbs were no delicate flowers. As Zhu Shan exerted himself once more, the roots of the coppice were gradually pulled from the soil. He retreated over 10 steps backward before finally freeing every last root. Without a second thought for its delicate nature, Zhu Shan grabbed a burlap sack and stuffed the entire plant inside in a few swift motions. After packing it away, he hoisted the sack and began his descent down the mountain. There was nothing else worth taking. I wonder how long we'll have to stay in the medicinal garden. Zhou Lingjun replied, probably just a few months. Master is filling in for Elder Lu. Once Elder Lu breaks through his cultivation, we can return. Midway up the mountain, Chen Yang and the others were still chatting idly, waiting for the master. As they spoke, the figure resembling a wall of flesh descended along the path. Master! Master! Upon seeing him, the two hurriedly rose from the ground and bowed respectfully. Let's go. Zhu Shan nodded and led the way ahead. The two followed behind, descending the mountain together. Chen Yang watched the bag his master carried, bulging and full, and was curious about what was inside. But he dared not ask. After leaving Xianyun Peak, the paths gradually thinned out. Finally, only a narrow stone path remained. Led by Zhu Shan, the pair traversed the path through the dense forest. The early morning mist hung thick in the mountains, carrying the pungent, musty scent of decaying leaves and branches. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As they walked, Chen Yang could hear the rustling of leaves and branches rubbing against each other within the thick fog surrounding them. He couldn't tell if it was caused by the wind or some creature moving through the forest. Stop looking around. Just follow me. Seeing the two looking around restlessly, Zhu Shan immediately scolded them, then sternly warned, we haven't even left the sect yet. Remember this well, without your master's permission, you must never come to places like this. The consequences would be severe. We understand, master. Both immediately pledged compliance. Click. Click. After walking through the mist for a short while, they heard the sound of footsteps ahead. As they drew nearer, they discovered two youths. They were carrying two human corpses back to their sect. Upon seeing us, they immediately set down the stretcher and bowed respectfully to Zhu Shan. Greetings, elder. Zhu Shan gave a light nod, paying them no mind as he continued walking forward. As he passed by, the two disciples offered a friendly smile to Chen Yang and his companion before resuming their task, hurrying the human medicine into the sect's compound. Master, is this the only path in and out of the sect? Chen Yang caught up to Zhu Shan and asked casually. That's correct. The Lotus Sect is isolated from the outside world. Only this path leads to the external medicinal gardens. Our destination is the farthest point from the sect, so we'll have to take a detour. After Zhu Shan answered, Zhou Lingjun muttered, why didn't they build more paths? The sect has only so many people. One path is sufficient. Why would we need more? Chapter 33, White Candle Town. The three walked along the path for a while. After rounding a bend, the mist dissipated, and the landscape suddenly opened up before them. Bathed in golden light, vast mountain ranges rushed toward them. It was refreshing to the soul. River. Chen Yang scanned the area, his eyes lighting up as he spotted a gently flowing river in a nearby ravine. Following the river's course, it wound its way toward the deep mountains beyond the Lotus Sect. What are you staring at? Let's go. Zhu Shan's urging voice rang out. Yes, master. Chen Yang snapped back to attention and hurried to catch up. Master, what is the outside world like? Zhou Lingjun gazed at the vast expanse before them and couldn't help but ask. The outside world. Zhu Shan halted his steps, glancing back at him with a sudden chill in his eyes. Do not take an interest in the outside world. It will not benefit you. His master rarely displayed such an expression, and Zhou Lingjun was startled into burying his head, whispering, understood, master. Zhu Shan paused for a moment, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance at the rising sun. His voice was calm. The outside world is cruel. It's no place for survival. If you were born into a prestigious clan, it might be different. Your status alone could keep you safe. But you were born lowly, your lives as fragile as paper. You'd only become juicy lambs. Master, isn't our Lotus Sect a noble lineage? Rarely hearing Zhu Shan reveal anything about the outside world, Chen Yang immediately pressed further, eager to understand more about this world. Zhu Shan chuckled. What does the Lotus Sect amount to? Then what do you mean by prominent families? Zhu Shan replied, the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families. Are they very powerful? Zhou Lingjun asked curiously. Naturally. Our Lotus Sect is currently within the Lin domain, and the Lin clan is one of the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans. For thousands of years, these noble families have used their power to divide the territories beyond the 10,000 mountains among themselves, monopolizing all resources. Our Lotus Sect is still okay with several medicinal gardens providing cultivation resources. After paying the annual tribute to the Lin clan, what remains barely suffices for cultivation. The lower-tier cultivators, however, suffer terribly. To survive, they are forced into brutal infighting, stripping each other bare. The reason the sect forbids disciples from leaving is to protect your very lives. Do you understand? Seeing Zhu Shan's gaze turn toward them, Chen Yang and the other immediately clasped their hands in response. We understand, master. Let's go. Zhu Shan led them along the stone path. Zhou Lingjun was shaken by his master's words and dared not ask any further questions. Chen Yang followed behind Zhou Lingjun, his eyes constantly darting around to assess their surroundings. It's a pity we're so far from the sect now. Gazing at the river, Chen Yang felt regret, for they would have to traverse several small mountains to reach its banks. This would take some time. But after walking a bit further, Chen Yang discovered a short section of the path actually ran 10 zhang above the Great River. This discovery lifted his spirits. You guys need to be careful when carrying people or medicine past here later. Don't fall off. Zhu Shan warned from ahead. Zhou Lingjun glanced down. It's not that high. Like Chen Yang, this was his first time leaving the sect to visit the medicinal gardens outside. It's not high, but the river might hide savage beasts without spiritual awareness. A disciple fell in before a leg was torn off. If an elder hadn't been traveling with him and rescued him in time, he would have lost his life for sure. There are truly ferocious beasts in the river? Watching the gently flowing river, Chen Yang remained skeptical of Zhu Shan's words. He couldn't tell if it was true or if their master was just trying to scare them. Even if there are beasts, we must try. Chen Yang's resolve remained unshaken. To leave Lotus Sect, traversing this great river was undoubtedly the best option. If the river held such beasts, then the vast mountain ranges would surely harbor even more. Senior brother Zhou, next time we pass here, we must keep further inland. Don't fall in and get eaten by those beasts. Chen Yang edged further inland, distancing himself from danger, clearly wary of the river. Zhu Shan laughed heartily. Look how scared you are. Zhou Lingjun chuckled too. Junior brother Chen, you really are a scaredy cat. The three chatted and laughed as they journeyed through the mountains. Along the way, they encountered several disciples transporting medicinal plant specimens and passed by several herb gardens. After walking for nearly half an hour, the trio finally arrived at the medicinal garden located east of the Lotus Sect. This is it. Zhu Shan pointed ahead. Baizhu Town. Chen Yang looked down at the small town nestled within the valley below. Though also a medicinal garden of the Lotus Sect, Baizhu Town differed from Baoanai Town in being entirely enclosed by towering stone walls. Judging by the buildings within, its population seemed smaller than Baoni Town's. Master, does this town cultivate blood rice? Chen Yang noticed no fertile fields within the town, only vast stretches of trees. Zhu Shan replied, this medicinal garden cultivates lacquer trees. They supply lacquer oil for consumption to other medicinal gardens. This lacquer oil is highly nourishing. Without it to sustain their lives, human cultivators would likely not survive past 20. The oil you consumed in Baoni Town was produced here. Junior brother Chen, it's fortunate we later discovered you were an overlooked divine embryo. Zhou Lingjun felt relieved. This is all thanks to our master. Had he not rescued me, I would have perished long ago. How can I ever repay such a debt of gratitude? Chen Yang gazed at Zhu Shan with profound gratitude. Zhu Shan basked in the praise, smiling warmly. No need for talk of repayment. Diligently cultivate, reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible, and go to the main sect. That will be the greatest repayment to your master. This disciple will not disappoint your expectations, master. Good. Zhu Shan was thoroughly pleased by the flattery, his spirit feeling wonderfully light. Before long, the three arrived outside the town gates. Senior Zhu, you finally arrived. As soon as they arrived, several disciples pushed open the massive wooden gates and stepped out, bowing respectfully to Zhu Shan. The one currently guarding this medicinal garden was Elder Gu. These disciples were all disciples of Elder Gu. Judging by the number of disciples, Elder Gu's standing within the sect was considerably higher than Zhu Shan's. Where is your master? Zhu Shan asked the group. Our master is still cultivating. He instructed us to come here to meet you, Elder Zhu. Please follow us. The disciples led the way ahead. Chen Yang and his two companions followed them inside. Like Baoni Town, Baizhu Town was characterized by its simple folkways and friendly neighbors. Every resident radiated vitality, their faces adorned with contented smiles. Under the care of the Lotus Sect, the people of the medicinal gardens never worried about food or clothing. When hungry, the sect provided delicious meals. When ill, they supplied medicinal herbs for treatment. Beyond this, they taught the people the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, nurturing them diligently to thrive just as one tends crops for a bountiful harvest. Chapter 34, The Fat God. Upon entering White Candle Town, the three travelers found themselves on clean, orderly streets. The townspeople, noticing the unfamiliar visitors, cast curious glances their way. They paused along the roadside to scrutinize the newcomers, whispering among themselves. Fellow villagers, announced a leading disciple to the crowd, this is the new town magistrate sent by the imperial court, Magistrate Gu. Our term has ended, and we shall soon depart for other duties. From this day forward, you must obey Magistrate Gu's commands. A disciple leading the group addressed the surrounding crowd. His face showed no trace of an immortal's air, and his tone was remarkably humble. So that's the new town mayor and his entourage. The mayor looks so imposing and commanding, he'll surely keep our little town safe and secure. Indeed. His imposing stature alone inspires a sense of steadfast reliability. The townspeople murmured among themselves. Upon learning of Zhu Shan's official status, these people showed no reverence for authority. Instead, they grinned cheerfully. This clearly showed that under Elder Gu's governance, officials and commoners shared a relationship as close as fish and water. Master Zhu, shall we address the villagers? The disciple turned to ask Zhu Shan. Since everyone has gathered, I shall say a few words. Zhu Shan surveyed the crowd, nodded, then stepped to the front. Clearing his throat, he addressed the residents of White Candle Town with warmth. Good morning, fellow villagers. I am Zhu Shan. I've always had a hearty appetite, so I'm a bit on the larger side. But rest assured, I'm not easily angered. From now on, you can call me Zhu or Brother Zhu. If you're a little kid, calling me Uncle Zhu would make me very happy. So please, don't call me Master Zhu. That kind of hierarchical title makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Master Zhu seems like a decent fellow. Indeed, he's kind. Much more approachable than old Master Go. Seeing Zhu Shan's expression of genuine care for his people, the surrounding residents felt immense warmth in their hearts. After introducing himself, Zhu Shan asked with genuine concern, fellow villagers, how are you faring in Baizhu town? The imperial court takes a keen interest in your well-being. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone beamed and replied. Master Zhu, we have no worries about food or clothing. We rise with the sun and rest at sunset, with ample sustenance and clothing. Life is good. This year, Magistrate Gu even provided each of us with 3 new sets of clothes. The crowd chattered animatedly, the air thick with contentment. Good, very good. Zhu Shan nodded with a smile. He then proceeded deeper into the town, exchanging warm greetings with the residents who gathered around him. Strange. Why do the residents of White Candle Town live significantly longer than those in Treasure Mud Town? Could it be that they haven't had the Dan Gu poison planted in their hearts? As the welcoming crowd grew larger, Chen Yang noticed something unusual. Among the crowd were many elderly people in their 50s and 60s. In Bayoni Town, reaching 50 was already considered exceptional. Then what is it? As doubts lingered, Chen Yang and his companions had already reached the center of the town. Here stood a square 20 zhan wide. Chen Yang's gaze was immediately drawn to the stone statue at the square's center. Standing 5 zhang tall, it was carved from a single piece of pale green jade. The statue depicted a terrifyingly obese giant even more exaggeratedly fat than Zhu Shan himself. At 5 zhang tall, its belly alone stretched over 3 zhang wide, bulging and lifelike. The fat god. Chen Yang saw the 2 characters inscribed on the jade stele beside the statue. Everyone, please return home. Upon reaching the imposing courtyard nearby, Zhu Shan waved to the residents who had followed him. Master Zhu has traveled a long way and must be exhausted. He needs proper rest. Everyone, please return home. Then Master Zhu should rest first. We won't disturb you any longer. Only upon hearing Zhu Shan's request did the people reluctantly depart. Chen Yang watched them fade into the distance, silent. From their expressions, it was clear these people, kept in seclusion, truly lived a life of comfort. It seemed as though this town of White Candle was a secluded paradise untouched by the world's strife. Once the crowd dispersed, quiet finally settled in. Zhu Shan and his companions entered the courtyard. With a creak, a door swung open, revealing a stern-faced middle-aged man stepping out. Elder Go. Zhu Shan politely greeted him first. Zhou Lingjun and Chen Yang, following behind, promptly bowed in recognition. Greetings, Elder Go. The middle-aged man was not particularly tall, roughly the same height as Chen Yang, yet he exuded an overwhelming sense of solidity. MHM. Elder Go gave a slight nod before turning to Zhu Shan. Elder Zhu, White Candle Town is now entrusted to your care. As he spoke, he handed over a small notebook. Everything is recorded here. Do not neglect your duties. Zhu Shan accepted it solemnly and replied, rest assured, Elder Go. I shall see to it thoroughly. First, come with me to see the glutton. Elder Go led him deeper into the town. After taking a few steps, Zhu Shan halted, tossed a string of copper coins to Chen Yang and the other man, and ordered, you two go into town and buy me 100 pounds of wine. Remember, don't lord your status over the residents or flaunt your power. Don't reveal your immortal identities either. Treat them as I do with care and concern. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Yes, sir. Understood. The 2 men took the coins and left. Zhu Shan followed Elder Go into the house. In the innermost chamber, numerous candles burned. At its center stood a small tower constructed from 100 stacked porcelain bowls. The white smoke from the burning candles gathered entirely into these bowls. Each bowl within the tower was greasy, holding half a bowl of black, viscous oil. Upon closer inspection, a loach-like creature could be seen writhing within the oil. Like a chain smoker, it kept inhaling the smoke. Light them up, Elder Go instructed Zhu Shan, gesturing toward the bowl tower. 100 gluttonous worms in total, all alive. Additionally, 70 people in the town have already been possessed by these creatures. These 70 plump deities were ordered by the heavenly demon tower to be rendered into oil for cooking. The deposit has been paid, so there can be no compromise on quality. Elder Go addressed Zhu Shan as he gestured toward the bowl tower. Understood. Zhu Shan stepped forward and began carefully inspecting the condition of the gluttonous worms in the bowls. Outside, Chen Yang and the others were searching for wine for their master. Why does the master need wine? I've never seen him drink it on Xian Yunpi before. Zhou Lingjun was puzzled by Zhu Shan's request. Besides, as immortals, shouldn't they be drinking divine wine instead? What use was mortal wine? Since the master has given the order, there must be a reason behind it. Chen Yang replied, unconcerned with the reason. His primary focus now was how to escape this place. True enough. This herb garden isn't so bad after all. I'd grown tired of Xian Yun Peak anyway. Zhou Lingjun scanned his surroundings. Since arriving in this new environment, his mood had lifted considerably. This is the lacquer tree cultivated in Baizhu town. Lacquer trees stood tall and numerous throughout the town. Zhou Lingjun's curiosity piqued. He walked over to examine an ancient lacquer tree so massive it took 3 people to encircle its trunk. Chapter 35, The Anomaly. Young men, don't touch it. Just as Zhou Lingjun was about to reach out, a shout rang out from the distance. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man running toward them. Uncle, why can't we touch it? Zhou Lingjun asked him. Greetings, officers. The man had seen them enter the town with Zhu Shan earlier and recognized their status. He first bowed politely to them, then looked up at the towering lacquer tree and explained, you two young officers probably don't know this, but touching this lacquer tree will cause your skin to break out in hives, causing intense itching. We always wear protective gear when harvesting lacquer seeds. So that's how it is. Zhou Lingjun chuckled. While the lacquer tree caused discomfort to ordinary mortals, he, being of immortal essence, would remain unaffected. Chen Yang noticed the man clutching a box from which wafted the tantalizing aroma of delicious food, making one's mouth water. He asked, Uncle, what's inside that box? Yes, it smells wonderful. Is it something to eat? Zhou Lingjun's eyes fixed on the box as he swallowed hard. Having grown up within the Lotus Sect, he'd subsisted on tasteless elixirs his entire life. Now, encountering the scent of mortal food, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. The man chuckled, patting the box as he replied, I just picked up some divine food from the offering hall. Taking it home to feed the fat god. The fat god? What's that? Chen Yang murmured to himself, recalling the statue he'd seen earlier when entering the town. Could it be that every household in White Candle Town kept a fat god? Though they had arrived at this medicinal garden, Zhu Shan hadn't told them anything about the town, only instructing them to follow his orders. As the man spoke, he lifted the lid of the box, revealing glistening grains of rice within. A rich, enticing aroma filled the air. Blood-infused rice. Chen Yang's expression froze upon seeing the contents. The food inside was actually blood-child rice. To be precise, it was the white, pristine rice grains left over after washing, cooking, and refining the blood-child pills. He had assumed it was mere waste material, yet here it was, brought to this place to serve as nourishment for the fertility god. Moreover, through some unknown process, the blood rice, which had been as hard as pebbles even after repeated steaming with water, was now cooked through. Hey, you two, why not come over to my place for a bit? The man closed the lid and extended a warm invitation. No, thank you. We still need to fetch wine for Master Zhu. Zhou Lingjun shook his head. Getting wine for Master Zhu? Ha! I know exactly whose brew tastes best in town. Let me take you there later. We really shouldn't trouble you. Seeing Zhou Lingjun about to refuse, Chen Yang quickly interjected, then thank you, sir. Junior brother Chen, this. Zhou Lingjun looked at Chen Yang with confusion. Their master had explicitly warned them against interacting too much with the townspeople. Chen Yang smiled. We're new to White Candle Town and unfamiliar with the area. Since the master enjoys drinking, what if the wine we get isn't good? That would spoil his mood, wouldn't it? Zhou Lingjun saw his point and nodded in agreement. Alright then, young men, follow me. The man led the way ahead. What exactly is this fat god? Chen Yang wanted to see what this fat god was all about, thinking it would be a good chance to learn more about this world. Walking beside the man, he tried to strike up a conversation. Uncle, what's your name? Everyone in town calls me Big Tooth Wang. Uncle Wang. The three walked and chatted until they soon arrived at a courtyard. The residents of White Candle Town lived quite comfortably, each household residing in a clean and attractive courtyard made of blue bricks. Daddy! No sooner had they arrived than a porcelain-like little girl came running out in a high-pitched voice. Her childish appearance was utterly adorable, making one want to crouch down and pinch her chubby little cheeks. Father, you're back. There was another woman weaving cloth in the courtyard. Other than that, it seemed like no one else was there. Wang De bent down to pick up his daughter and smiled at his wife. This was a happy family of 3. Father, who are they? The woman approached, looking at Chen Yang and the other person with confusion. These were 2 unfamiliar faces. The town was small enough that she could tell these were outsiders. Wang De introduced them. The imperial court has recently assigned Magistrate Zhu to oversee our town. These 2 young officers arrived with Magistrate Zhu. Gentlemen, this is my wife and daughter. Hello, ma'am. Chen Yang and his companion greeted the woman politely, keeping Zhu Shan's words in mind. They showed no trace of the arrogance one might expect from immortals. They were determined to get along harmoniously with these people, nurturing them carefully and ensuring they thrived. Every detail demanded their thoughtful attention. Please come in and sit down, young men. The woman was equally warm toward them, showing no stiffness despite their official status. This alone revealed how close the bond between officials and common folk truly was here. Chen Yang stepped into the courtyard and sat down, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The house was quiet. He could confirm that only these 3 people lived in this household. His senses had grown far more acute since completing his divine transformation. Hello, big brother. The little girl, who looked about 4 years old, called out in a sweet, childish voice. Chen Yang reached out and ruffled her little head. But gradually, he seemed to realize something, his expression shifting. He turned to Wang De and asked, Uncle Wang, is this your only child? Well, I suppose you could call it a late blessing. Wang Dia scratched his head as he replied. Chen Yang fell silent. It was only now that he suddenly noticed a pattern. The people in the medicinal garden seemed to struggle with procreation. Couples typically had only 1 or 2 children. This defied logic. All medicinal plants in the garden lived lives of comfort and plenty. There was no reason they couldn't raise their young. Moreover, the sect provided free medical care, so premature deaths from illness were unheard of. Logically, any child born should be able to live safely into adulthood. Given such favorable living conditions, the medicinal humans should be multiplying like rats. It wasn't that they didn't want to have children, they simply couldn't. What could be the reason? Chen Yang couldn't fathom it, suspecting that the Lotus Sect's lack of restraint and excessive exploitation of the land's fertility had prevented the medicinal garden from yielding more herbs. Take this divine food to the fertility god. Wang De handed the box in his arms to the woman. Father, you should go instead. The woman hesitated, clutching the box as she gazed at a tightly shut door. Fear flickered across her face. We're all family. What's there to fear? Wang De frowned at her hesitation. Auntie, I'll go with you. Chen Yang offered, for this was precisely why he had come. But no sooner had he spoken than Wang De immediately protested, Young man, you absolutely mustn't. The fat goddess can only be seen by family. An outsider going in would startle the old lady. Is that so? Chen Yang felt disappointed. Since she had spoken so firmly, he couldn't press the matter further. After all, he had plenty of time in the town. There would surely be other opportunities later. He couldn't rush things. Hurry up and go. After hearing Wang De's sharp command, the woman finally plucked up her courage and walked toward the house. She opened the door cautiously. Then she closed it just as cautiously. Then, the room fell silent. Chen Yang withdrew his gaze and asked Wang Dia, Uncle Wang, what did you mean when you said the fat goddess family? She's my mother. Wang De pressed his palms together and bowed reverently toward the room. Chapter 36, Buying Liquor. Your mother? Chen Yang was utterly astonished by the answer. The fat goddess worshipped in Wang De's home was actually his own biological mother. If she was his real mother, then why did his wife look so frightened when she saw that room? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Compared to Chen Yang's flustered expression, Zhou Lingjun appeared far more composed. Having been raised since childhood on the immortal cultivation peak of the Lotus Sect by celestial beings, he had never known his parents. To him, father and mother were merely 2 words devoid of any emotional attachment. Nothing. Chen Yang recovered and smiled at Zhou Lingjun. It's truly peculiar. I wonder what sort of measures the sect has imposed upon this white candle town. The town appeared peaceful, yet beneath its tranquil surface lay some unknown secret. Chen Yang mused inwardly. Uncle, you've already delivered the divine food. Now hurry up and take us to buy some wine. Zhou Lingjun, however, wasn't as preoccupied as Chen Yang. His mind was solely focused on his master's instructions, so he didn't want to waste any time here and began to urge him on. All right. Wang De nodded in agreement. Follow me, young men. After ruffling his daughter's little head, he led the 2 men toward the door. Chen Yang glanced at the room where Wang De's mother lived before quickening his pace to follow behind. Uncle Wang, where's your father? Is he also a fat god? Chen Yang walked beside Wang De, his thoughts deep as he asked. Wang De replied, yeah, my dad's a fat god too. He's staying with my younger brother now. We brothers split up over 10 years ago. My mom went with me, and my dad went with him. So it seems, just like in Bayoni town, once the human medicine reaches a certain age, it finds other uses. Chen Yang began to grasp the dynamics of these places, silently noting to himself. Uncle Wang, Baizhu Town relies on lacquer cultivation for its livelihood. How much lacquer oil do you typically harvest annually? Chen Yang inquired about other matters. Wang De pondered for a moment before replying, about, at least 1 million gene. There are over 500 mature lacquer trees in the town alone. It seems the Lotus Sect's supply of human medicine is greater than I imagined. Chen Yang had grown up consuming lacquer oil himself. On average, each person required at least 20 gene of lacquer oil annually to sustain themselves. By this calculation, the sect's medicinal supply exceeded 50,000. It would take the careful cultivation of over 50,000 ordinary mortals to sustain the daily cultivation needs of all the disciples and elders of the Lotus Sect. Brother Wang, how old is your daughter this year? Zhou Lingjun asked casually. The three walked along, chatting as they went. Wang De led them through the winding streets and alleys. The new magistrate Zhu clearly understood the people's needs. The wine he requested had to be the finest brew in town. This is the place. Before long, the trio arrived outside a brick and stone courtyard. Even from a distance, the gentle melody of an arrow drifted out. The courtyard gate stood open, revealing a group of middle-aged men and women dressed uniformly, practicing health-preserving exercises. It wasn't yet the busy farming season, and children of school age had already gone to class. So the adults, with nothing pressing to do, gathered together to enjoy life. The courtyard tables were laden with fruit, tea, and delectable-looking pastries and snacks, ready for everyone to enjoy when hunger struck. Oh, Brother Wang has arrived. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the threshold, eyes closed as he bowed his head and played the arrow, opened his eyes at the sound of footsteps. He rose with a smile and greeted them. Old Gao, these two are the new constables. They'd like to borrow some wine for the new magistrate, Mr. Zhu. The man turned his gaze toward Chen Yang and his companion, greeting them with a warm smile. You two look sharp, young men. Wang De introduced the man, this is Gao the Lame. His liquor has the richest flavor. The previous magistrate, Magistrate Go, loved it most. Take some for Magistrate Zhu to try. When it came to his own fine liquor, Gao the Lame immediately brimmed with pride. Gentlemen, I wouldn't dare brag about much, but brewing liquor is my specialty. Since it's for the new magistrate, I'll give you a few pounds to take back for him. Uncle Gao, how much wine do you have? We need over 100 pounds. Zhou Lingjun inquired. That much? Lame Gao paused, genuinely surprised. Who buys over 100 pounds of wine at once? You don't have it? Don't worry, we'll pay for it. Zhou Lingjun added. I do. Lame Gao replied hastily. Zhou Lingjun handed over the silver. Good. Just buy as much as this silver will cover. You two young men are truly generous. This silver is enough to buy 500 pounds of liquor from me. Then 500 pounds it is. But I only have about 200 pounds left. 200 pounds it is. Zhou Lingjun shrugged indifferently. Ha, got it. Lame Gao grinned broadly as he took the silver. Hurry up and take us to get the wine, lest the master keeps waiting. Zhou Lingjun urged. Got it. Lame Gao led the two men into the house. After showing them the way, Wang De returned. Though the arrow's background music had ceased, the people in the courtyard continued their slow, deliberate boxing practice, moving as sluggishly as sloths. Senior Brother Zhou, shall we take some to our master first, to see if he likes it? Inside the room, while Gao the Lame was busy with the liquor, Chen Yang whispered the question. No need. Master likely intends it for other purposes. Let's take it back first. This silver is worthless to us mere stones. If it doesn't work, we can always discard it and buy more. Besides, mortal brewed liquor made without quality ingredients all tastes the same. There's little to choose from. Zhou Lingjun replied. Chen Yang found this reasonable and said no more. Lame Gao worked swiftly, packing all the wine away in no time. 3 large wooden barrels in total. He then instructed his son to bring a wooden cart to deliver the goods to the newly arrived magistrate. The 200 pounds of goods weren't heavy for Chen Yang and his companion, they could easily carry it. Still, they maintained their appearance as ordinary mortals. The young man pulled from the front while Gao the Lame pushed from behind, requiring no assistance from Chen Yang and his companion. By the time they reached the outer courtyard, they were already panting heavily. Just leave it here. We'll carry it inside ourselves. Zhou Lingjun said, declining their offer to accompany him inside. All right. The Gao family beamed with delight. After unloading the wine, they pushed their cart away. Chen Yang and the other man each carried a barrel of liquor into the courtyard. Master. Zhu Shan was also in the courtyard at that moment, carrying a sack of immortal herbs. MHM. Zhu Shan gave a light unloaded the divine herbs, and casually tossed them into a corner of the courtyard. Despite being uprooted for so long, the Huanglian leaves remained vibrantly green. Upon hitting the ground, the long, tangled roots touched the soil and seemed to come alive, wriggling like earthworms as they frantically burrowed into the earth. Within 3 short breaths, the roots vanished entirely, leaving only a single cactus plant growing in the corner by the wall. The 2 men standing behind Zhu Shan watched this scene with wide-eyed astonishment. They thought to themselves, truly a divine herbit's power is nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 37, Divine Food. Master, have Elder Go and the others left? Zhou Lingjun saw that only Zhu Shan remained in the courtyard. Yes, just now. As they spoke, Chen Yang had already brought the remaining barrel of wine inside. Having entered the divine treasure realm some time ago, combined with the essence refining tonic Zhu Shan had administered and his diligent training in fists and physical conditioning, his physical strength had grown significantly. Lifting 70 or 80 pounds of liquor was now effortless for him. After setting the wine down, Chen Yang asked, Master, did we buy too much wine? Zhu Shan shook his head. The more, the better. Master, what are you going to do with all this liquor? Zhou Lingjun asked, eyeing the barrels. Zhu Shan chuckled, to drink, of course. Ah. Chen Yang and the others were instantly dumbfounded. It really was for drinking. This is nothing. Let me show you two youngsters what your master is capable of. Zhu Shan swirled his palm in front of him. A suction force emanated from his palm, drawing the 3 barrels on the ground into the air. They floated above his head. Then, with a wide, gaping mouth, Zhu Shan exhaled a long breath before taking a deep inhale. The 3 wooden barrels in midair exploded one after another. The wine inside, like 3 clouds, transformed into 3 water snakes that slithered into Zhu Shan's enormous mouth. In just 5 short breaths, 200 pounds of liquor vanished into his belly. Master's appetite truly is unfathomable. Zhou Lingjun's eyes widened in astonishment. So much wine, and the master had downed it all in one go? He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Drinking that much in one go. Zhu Shan's belly swelled visibly, stretching his clothes to bursting. His stomach had grown several times larger than before. Oof. After downing 200 pounds of liquor, Zhu Shan felt a bit uncomfortable from being so full. After letting out a long belch, his complexion finally improved somewhat. Master, your prowess is truly divine. Chen Yang and the others snapped out of their daze and immediately began flattering him, their expressions brimming with admiration. This liquor has quite a flavor. Zhu Shan patted his belly, savoring the aftertaste with a satisfied chuckle. If you like it, Master, we'll go buy some more for you. Zhou Lingjun offered with a smile. Zhu Shan shook his head. No need. Too much ordinary wine is bad for the body. Master, are you drinking all this wine to prepare for some profound magic? Chen Yang was certain Zhu Shan wasn't merely drinking for pleasure. Such heavy consumption must serve some purpose. Indeed. I intend to establish a protective barrier around White Candle Town. The Lotus Sect resides deep within the mountains, and the surrounding forests and wilderness harbor many wild cultivators lurking in the shadows, coveting our sect's medicinal herbs. We must remain vigilant at all times. Once the barrier is in place, I will be aware of any wild cultivator who dares to step within its boundaries. That's incredible. Chen Yang was utterly astonished by such a method. If outsiders entering would be detected, then wouldn't leaving also escape the master's notice? Chen Yang felt a chill of dread. He had been considering whether he could slip away from White Candle Town while Zhu Shan was preoccupied with other matters. Though the town was protected by high walls, they only prevented people from escaping. That's nothing. Zhu Shan dismissed it casually. Alright, I need several hours of quiet to refine these things within me. Go explore the town and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Remember, do not reveal our immortal identities. Zhu Shan reiterated. Master, when should we return so as not to disturb your cultivation? Zhou Lingjun asked. If this gate remains open, it means my cultivation is complete, Zhu Shan said, pointing to the courtyard gate. Understood, Master. Go now. The two bowed and withdrew, closing the gate behind them as they left the small courtyard. Zhu Shan belched as he walked back into the house. The main gate was tightly shut. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun wandered through the town. White Candle Town was densely planted with lacquer trees. These trees were lush and leafy, heavy with nearly ripe lacquer seeds. This gave the town an air of ancient history, creating a sense of rich cultural heritage. Senior brother Zhou, let's go see the place in town where they make the divine food. Walking along the nearly deserted street, Chen Yang suggested. All right. Since the master hadn't assigned any tasks yet, and they were just strolling around anyway, Zhou Lingjun naturally agreed. Soon they arrived. It was a small room resembling a furnace chamber, though exquisitely crafted and aesthetically pleasing. Sacred hall, no outsiders allowed. Before they could approach, they were stopped by several guards dressed uniformly. Zhou Lingjun produced his Lotus Sect disciple badge. We are newly appointed officials here to inspect these restricted areas. The guards took the badge, verified its authenticity, and promptly stepped aside, bowing respectfully. Greetings, honorable officials. Please proceed inside. These guards, stationed within the town, were exempt from labor duties and followed the officials' orders specifically to assist the sect disciples in managing the medicinal gardens. Chen Yang and his companion stepped inside. Few people occupied the room, just 7 souls. The most conspicuous feature was the massive iron cauldron standing among them. A magical artifact. Zhou Lingjun's perception was sharper than Chen Yang's. He recognized the cauldron's extraordinary nature the moment he entered. This vessel, used by mortals to cook rice, was actually an item employed by immortals. A magical artifact. No wonder. Hearing Zhou Lingjuan's words, Chen Yang stepped closer for a closer look. He noticed unique fluctuations emanating from the pot's surface. Such fluctuations were imperceptible to ordinary mortals. Chen Yang finally understood why the blood-stained rice, which had remained uncooked no matter how many times it was washed and boiled in Bayoni town, had cooked here. It was all because of the magical artifact. These two are the newly arrived constables, everyone. Shouldn't you all pay your respects? Someone from the back addressed the people inside the room. Upon recognizing their status, the others immediately rose to pay their respects. Greetings, your excellencies. Very well, you may rise. Zhou Lingjun nodded, his expression commanding respect. These two would be his subordinates in the town from now on. Hierarchy must be maintained. There was no need to appear overly friendly. Though both men appeared youthful, these men dared not act presumptuously in their presence. After all, officials were traditionally martial arts masters. Dealing with them would be effortless. Understood. The group remained standing in place, awaiting further instructions. Go about your business. We're just looking around. No need to pay us any mind. Chen Yang waved his hand. Understood. The people in the room went back to their tasks. Chen Yang walked over to the pot, lifted the lid, and found it filled with white glutinous rice, its aroma tantalizingly sweet. Sir, we're preparing lunch for the town's fat god. Someone explained from behind. How many fat gods are there in the town now? How much divine food must be cooked each day? Zhou Lingjun inquired. The man replied, our town of White Candle currently has over 70 fat gods. With 3 meals a day, each fat god eats at least 10 jin of divine food per meal. At least 10 jin per meal? They sure can eat. This is like raising pigs. Eating that much, I wonder how fat those creatures must be. Chen Yang recalled the statue of the fat god in the square. Surely the fat gods kept in every household weren't as monstrously obese as that statue? No wonder Wang Dai's wife was so terrified back then. Junior brother Chen, look at this. Zhou Lingjun pointed to the bottom of the cauldron. Chen Yang looked and saw the pot was anchored to a massive boulder. Numerous iron chains bound the pot to the stone, some even embedded deep into the rock's core. Looks like they're afraid someone might steal this pot. This cauldron was a magical artifact, incredibly valuable. Judging by its size, the stone beneath it weighed at least 10,000 catties. Even his own master couldn't lift it. No need to guess it was meant to deter those wild cultivators coveting the treasures of the medicinal garden. Zhou Lingjun agreed. Chapter 38, Setting Up the Barrier. This unassuming iron cauldron was worth far more than any human or medicinal herb. It might even be the most valuable item in all of White Candle Town. Chen Yang scanned the room. The artifact wasn't fueled by firewood, but thick steel charcoal. Besides the white blood rice, various ingredients were arranged around the pot's rim meant to enhance the divine food's flavor and whet the fat god's appetite. Within the courtyard where the officials resided, demonic winds now swirled violently. Inside a room, Zhu Shan sat cross-legged, hands clasped in front of his lower abdomen as if cradling an elixir. He channeled his magical energy to refine the substance he had just swallowed. Suddenly, his body reacted with discomfort. His brow furrowed, and his expression quickly darkened. Cough cough. A series of coughs followed, his breathing becoming erratic. Covering his mouth, Zhu Shan watched blood trickle through his clenched fists. His expression darkened as he muttered, "Why is this wound stirring again? Didn't Elder Yang help suppress it?" After a moment, the discomfort within him began to subside. Zhu Shan's expression finally eased slightly. Yet, as he assessed the injury, he remained deeply troubled. He couldn't understand why his body had deteriorated inexplicably over the past few months. Although Elder Yang had advised against using his magical power, that referred to overloading it. Today, he had merely drunk a bit too much wine. It shouldn't have been enough to aggravate his injury. Could it be that the elders above have secretly taken some action against me? Zhu Shan pondered calmly. The inexplicable flare-up of his suppressed injuries forced him to suspect someone within the sect was deliberately targeting him. The more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. The bizarre rot of the medicinal seeds planted by Chen Yang suggested he might be being targeted. We'll see. Hopefully, I'm overthinking this. Zhu Shan racked his brain but found nothing amiss. As a sacrificial officer of the living, his bloodline bore the protection of the divine lord of the pig, a safeguard so formidable that even the sect master dared not plot against him in secret. Though the Lotus Sect's leader possessed Spirit Spring Realm cultivation, his clan's strength was weak and he had no backing. Even with such a vast power disparity, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on a sacrificial officer unless he wished to forfeit his position entirely. It was less accurate to say the elders were serving the sect leader, and more that the sect leader was exhausting himself to sustain a brood of parasitic elders. On the surface, the sect master appeared to be the decision-maker of the Lotus Sect, but the real power lay in the hands of those chi-consuming realm elders of the sacrificial department. Zhu Shan adjusted his state and resumed refining the object within his belly. Outside, Chen Yang and his companion had finished their tour of the Divine Hall and departed, continuing to familiarize themselves with the town. Clang, clang, clang. Thump, thump, thump. By midday, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly echoed through the town. What's going on? Inside a roadside snack shop, Chen and Zhou were greedily buying treats. Having grown up on bland elixirs within the sect, Zhou Lingjun had never experienced such vibrant flavors before. Now immersed in mortal life, he was gradually embracing the colorful delights around him. As they ate with gusto, a clamor rose from the distance. Gentlemen, this is our White Candle Town's welcoming Immortals festival. The shopkeeper beside them explained with a smile, recognizing the two as new constables unfamiliar with the town's customs. The welcoming Immortals festival. The shopkeeper gazed at the ancient lacquer trees outside as he explained, the harvest season is approaching. Every year at this time, everyone organizes a procession through the streets to welcome the Immortals. This is done to purge the town of evil spirits, ensure a bountiful lacquer harvest year after year, and protect the townspeople from harm. Come on, Brother Chen, let's go see it. Hearing about the event, Zhou Lingjun perked up instantly. Alright. Chen Yang was also quite intrigued. Compared to life in the mortal world, the sect life felt utterly dull. If you two young men are interested, you're welcome to join in the fun. The shopkeeper pulled two masks from beneath the counter painted with black and red pigments to form hideous, snarling faces and handed them over. Thanks, uncle. Chen Yang and his companion took the masks. The more they stared at the grotesque designs, the more amusing they found them. After quickly finishing the snacks on the table, they paid and headed out. Thick smoke everywhere. As they approached the source of the sound, billowing white smoke could be seen rising from the street. Amidst the haze, faint, flickering figures could be discerned. As they drew nearer, the scene became clearer. Several stooped old men and women walked along both sides of the path, each holding an iron basin aloft. The mist-like white smoke drifted out from within these basins. Following these elders were people dressed in strange attire, some playing arrow, others blowing horns, beating gongs and drums, creating an eerie atmosphere. Bringing up the rear was a group of masked villagers, men and women, young and old, who moved in sync with the rhythm of those ahead. Amid the thick smoke behind them, they flailed their arms wildly, emitted strange cries, and acted like fake immortals, reveling in the revelry. Junior Brother Chen, let's go inside too. Zhou Lingjun slipped on the mask given by the shopkeeper and said to Chen Yang. Alright. Then the two true immortals mingled among the crowd of fake immortals. When the sounds of flutes, drums, and stringed instruments ceased, the crowd erupted in unison. Divine beings descend to display their supernatural powers. All evils retreat, vanishing without a trace. 1,000 rays of golden light illuminate heaven and earth. Beneath the auspicious clouds, 10,000 voices call. Amidst this lively scene, following the crowd's rhythm and mimicking their actions, Chen Yang and his companion reveled in the excitement. Before they knew it, the sky had gradually darkened. As the crowd dispersed, the two reluctantly stopped, their hearts still full of excitement, and began making their way back to the mansion. The mortal world is truly fascinating, so many delightful things to do and eat. On the way back, Zhou Lingjun reflected. Today's experiences had opened up a whole new world to him. It's been so long. I wonder if Master has finished his cultivation yet. Chen Yang muttered. He should be done by now, Zhou Lingjun said, gazing ahead. Though night had fallen, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people. The townspeople lived in abundance, and the night market thrived every evening. Their residence was located in the town center, but regulations prohibited by Zhu town residents from approaching it without permission. After passing through the noisy streets and alleys, the surroundings gradually grew quieter. Master has finished his cultivation. The dark courtyard gate stood wide open. Junior Brother Chen, do you think Master will punish us for eating so much mortal food today? Zhou Lingjun couldn't help but feel a little worried they had indulged too much today. It'll be fine. If there's any punishment, it'll be for us too. Besides, it's just an occasional indulgence, nothing to worry about, Chen Yang reassured him. Is the master not here? After nervously stepping into the courtyard, they found it completely deserted. They breathed a sigh of relief. Junior Brother Chen, let's return to our rooms to cultivate first. Alright. They quietly returned to their respective rooms. In the dead of night, Xu Shan walked alone through the town. Upon reaching the outer wall at its edge, he effortlessly leapt over it. Finally assimilated all this stuff. Time to set up the barrier. Xu Shan patted his vastly swollen belly, murmuring to himself. Muscles began bulging at his neck, and black bristles gradually sprouted across his body. After 3 steps, his entire form transformed back into a massive boar with bloodshot eyes. Closing his eyes to gather his energy, a stream of pungent fluid trickled down between his legs. Huff! Huff! Xu Shan thrust off with his hind legs, beginning to run around the outskirts of White Candle Town. His blistering speed whipped through the forest, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. He ran while urinating, aiming to circle the town's perimeter once he emptied himself, enveloping the settlement within his stream. This was no ordinary urine. The scent emanating from it was controlled by Xu Shan. Instead of dispersing, the scent gathered and spread upward into the air, forming an invisible barrier that gradually enveloped White Candle Town. This barrier could not stop anything, but Zhu Shan could sense any foreign presence that entered it. This was the barrier Zhu Shan sought to establish. At night, a mighty wild boar charged through the mountains, urinating as it ran. Its belly gradually shrank, its rough head smashing through countless trees blocking its path. Chapter 39, Capturing the Dragon and Tiger, Refining the Great Elixir. Mission accomplished. Before long, Zhu Shan successfully marked a large circle outside White Candle Town with his urine. Transforming into human form while running, he clapped his hands with a sense of accomplishment, gazing up at the town's sky. Beneath his gaze, a barrier as vast as a pot lid hovered over the town, its outline faintly visible. Fortunately, he'd drunk enough wine, otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for his needs. After confirming everything was in order, Zhu Shan returned to the town. So many days have passed. I wonder if Elder Shu has sold my cauldron for treasures yet. Zhu Shan pondered silently as he walked. His cauldron was a fine piece, forged using the Earthgate's divine smelting techniques, far more valuable than that pot used to cook divine food. It won't be long now. That Jingjie egg should hatch soon. Zhu Shan murmured, stroking his chin. Good day, Master Zhu. Good day, Master Zhu. Upon entering the street, numerous townspeople out for leisure waved and greeted him spontaneously. Having arrived this morning, word had spread throughout the day, and most in town now knew he was the new mayor sent by the imperial court. Good day, everyone. Zhu Shan offered a warm smile and waved back in greeting. Thanks to the contributions of the elders before him, such local officials were highly popular in White Candle Town. What a wonderful aroma. Zhu Shan strolled through the town with his hands behind his back. As he passed by a specialty snack shop by the roadside, his stomach growled. His footsteps halted involuntarily. Master Zhu, care for a bite? The vendor, quick to read the situation, brought over a stool and placed it before the stall, inviting him to sit. Alright, I'll have some. Zhu Shan swallowed hard, then settled into the seat. While excessive consumption of mortal food could hinder cultivation, it was not something he indulged in often. An occasional meal posed no harm. Besides, eating just a little merely to satisfy his craving might even prove beneficial to his cultivation once his craving was sated. Master Zhu, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you right away. The vendor deftly prepared the food at his stall. Hurry up, I'm getting hungry. Zhu Shan urged lazily. Right away. Late at night. Not a single light shone atop the peaks of the Lotus Sect. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere was eerily gloomy. This is the place. On a distant ridge, an old man resembling a piece of rotten wood appeared in the moonlight. He leaned on his cane, carrying a massive furnace over 2 zhang wide and weighing at least 20,000 jin as he traversed the mountains. Spotting the sect's headquarters faintly visible within the mountain range ahead, a smile spread across his face. The old man was dressed in rags, most of his teeth gone. Barely 5 feet tall, he was emaciated, looking like a refugee who had wandered here. His left arm was abnormally large, while his right arm was thin and small, resembling a crab's claw. What was astonishing, however, was that despite carrying such a heavy load over mountains and rivers, he showed no signs of breathlessness. More astonishing still, he left not a single footprint on the ground. I'll set it down here for now. It'll just get in the way later. The old man muttered to himself, then lifted the iron furnace hundreds of times larger than himself with one hand and set it down on the ground with careful, light steps. Thump, thump. Something churned inside the furnace, colliding with the walls and sending out a rumbling sound. Through the surrounding vents, a large black loach could be seen writhing inside the colossal furnace. Calm down, calm down. The old man stroked the furnace wall with the utmost care, gazing at its contents. What was locked inside that furnace was no mere giant loach, it was clearly a 3 zhan long, untamed black dragon. Its scales glinted coldly, and its ferocious fangs and claws seemed capable of tearing anything to shreds. Alas, this black dragon had long since lost its majestic bearing. One of its horns was broken, and facing the surrounding walls of bronze and iron, its eyes held only despair and terror. After concealing the iron furnace with branches, the old man leapt into the mountains, his figure vanishing in an instant. Lotus Sect. On blazing fire peak. 2 elders were drinking and feasting in a pitch-black chamber. There were no disciples present, so they all casually reverted to their true forms. One was a centaur, the other a tiger-headed man. Elder Hu, congratulations on reaching the peak of qi consumption. It won't be long before you break through to the spirit spring realm. The centaur bowed his hands in congratulations. This is all thanks to your assistance, Elder Ma. Had you not lent me 10 disciples, I truly wouldn't have been able to exchange for the jade marrow from the Lin clan. Elder Hu raised his cup in gratitude. It was precisely because Elder Ma had lent him the disciples to meet the required number that the Lin clan had agreed to trade him the jade marrow. After days of seclusion, aided by the jade marrow, he had finally reached the peak of qi consumption. And being still young, he had a strong chance of breaking through to the next realm within his lifetime. Reaching spirit spring cultivation would grant him a certain standing within his clan, and he might even be recalled to enjoy the cultivation resources within the clan treasury. After sharing the cup, the horse-headed man inquired, "Now, about that promise you made." "Rest assured," Elder Hu replied readily. For the next 6 years, you may select 15 divine embryos cultivated in the medicinal garden first. This was the exchange condition. My deepest gratitude, Elder Hu. The centaur thanked him with a smile. Elder Hu oversaw the distribution of immortal embryos within the sect. His terms held weight. And he even got priority selection. The two conversed pleasantly. Elder Ma did not linger long, departing after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Reaching the peak of chi consumption cultivation, what bliss! Once I fully master the Yin divine technique, I might even vie for the position of Grand Elder of the sect. Elder Hu clenched his fists, overcome with excitement. Though he held little sway within his clan, in a minor sect like the Lotus Sect, he could have his way with everything. Little did he know that atop his own mountain peak, a pair of equally excited eyes were watching him. The rumors were true. Lotus Sect truly harbors a tiger demon at the peak of chi consumption. It perfectly complements the dragon essence. Now, the two most crucial sovereign ingredients for refining the dragon tiger pill are finally complete. A sinister expression spread across the gaunt old man's face. Today, he would capture the dragon and tiger alive, refine the dragon tiger grey pill, and nourish himself thoroughly. He was far too thin and hollow now. The old man crept stealthily toward the house. Cultivate, steady yourself, steady yourself. Inside, Elder Tiger shed his clothes, transforming into a fierce tiger Tu Zhanlong as he lay upon the wooden bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the tiger's form. Outside, the wind howled. Inside the room, a figure was starkly silhouetted against the tiger's form. The old man launched his sneak attack without warning. His left hand extended, growing larger and larger in the air until it covered half the room. Whoosh! With a swift pinch of his palm, the tiger on the bed was seized in his grasp. What peak chi eater! Before it could even react, it was instantly knocked unconscious. Ha ha, got it. The old man was overjoyed as his arm gradually returned to its normal size. He then hoisted the unconscious beast onto his back and slipped away from the Lotus Sect. Upon reaching the furnace, he tossed the Tu Zhanlong beast through the opening. Little Loach, you've got company now. Next, the old man moved swiftly through the mountains, carrying the Tu Zhan wide furnace on his back like an ant-moving house. He had to rely on the cover of night to transport the alchemy furnace to a hidden, safe location. Such a massive object was far too conspicuous during daylight hours, making exposure likely. The old man hid in the shadows by day and only dared to travel by night. Chapter 40, Delivering the Baby. The next day, as dawn broke, Bai Zhu Town still lay asleep. You two, get up quickly. Inside the house, Chen Yang, who was in the midst of his cultivation practice, suddenly heard Zhu Shan shout. Do we have to start practicing so early? Chen Yang opened his eyes. It was still very early, but since his master was calling, he hurried out. Zhou Lingjun, who lived across the hall, emerged at the same time. Master, are we starting the boxing practice? Chen Yang inquired. Zhu Shan shook his head. No. You two come with me now. There's a family in town facing a difficult childbirth. If we don't hurry, both mother and child might die. In the quiet air, if one listened closely, faint cries of agony from the woman could be heard. What? We have to deliver a baby too? Chen Yang and Ning Jing exchanged glances, utterly stunned that their master had roused them for this. What else? Our mission is to care for these people and herbs, ensuring they can safely branch out, blossom, bear fruit, and live to maturity. Though we are immortals, we must set aside our pride. Remember, every grain of rice and every drop of soup should be cherished, for they come from hard work. Every thread and every strand should be treasured, for they represent the toil of creation. Zhu Shan admonished them sternly. Understood, master. Let's go. Zhu Shan grabbed one of them by the shoulder, hoisting him up, then leapt several zhang into the air, swiftly heading toward the source of the sound. To avoid revealing their identities, he chose paths through sparsely populated areas. Zhu Shan moved with the speed of a swift horse, reaching his destination in just over 30 breaths. Beneath an ancient lacquer tree, a household's lamps flickered brightly. Many people paced restlessly outside, waiting anxiously. Master Zhu has arrived. Zhu Shan and his companions instantly drew their attention. What's the situation? Zhu Shan inquired. A man, already on the verge of tears, urgently replied, the midwife said the baby is breech and can't come down. Zhu Shan nodded silently, then led Chen Yang and the other man into the room. A pungent smell of blood filled the room. The woman on the bed was deathly pale, her voice growing weaker by the minute. The midwives beside her, unable to correct the position, were flustered and helplessly bustling about. Everyone step back. Breech presentation is my specialty. Leave this to us. Zhu Shan's deep voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. Yes. The ordinary people inside immediately rushed outside. Master Zhu, you must save my wife. The homeowner clung to him like a lifeline, his voice choked with tears. For in the past, whenever they encountered problems they couldn't resolve, turning to the constables always brought a resolution, instilling a deep sense of security in them. Rest assured. I am the magistrate of this district. I will not allow harm to come to my subjects under any circumstances. You may wait here with peace of mind. After offering a few words of reassurance, Zhu Shan closed the door. Master, what should we do next? Zhou Lingjun looked at the woman writhing in agony on the bed, utterly at a loss for what to do. Zhu Shan remained silent, approaching the bedside. He touched his finger to the pregnant woman's forehead, and she immediately fainted. Hearing no sound, those outside grew restless. Come closer and watch. From now on, you'll handle these situations. The principle is simple: if it won't come out naturally, cut it out. I'll demonstrate first. Watch carefully. Zhu Shan produced the iron knife he had prepared earlier. He lifted the quilt and made a gentle incision, creating a long gash across the woman's swollen belly. Remember this, the incision must be made here to prevent excessive bleeding. The cut was clean and precise. Chen Yang, go retrieve the baby inside, Zhu Shan instructed. Me? Facing this situation for the first time, Chen Yang felt deeply unsettled. Yes. Understood. With the wound gushing blood, Chen Yang steeled himself and reached inside. Fortunately, he managed to pull the baby out. After Zhu Shan slapped the baby's cheek, a loud cry echoed through the room. It worked! Gazing at the tiny, blood-stained life in his hands, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you're truly amazing. Zhou Lingjun watched the procedure in stunned amazement. This is nothing. Merely delivering a mortal's child. Those who can transplant internal organs for cultivators, now that's truly remarkable. Zhu Shan severed the infant's umbilical cord with a single stroke. I wonder if it's a divine embryo. Zhu Shan muttered to himself as he pulled a rosewood box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a black firefly inside. Master, can this insect tell the difference between immortal and mortal fetuses? Zhou Lingjun stared curiously at the object in his master's hand. Indeed. Master, let's save this person's medicine first to avoid any mishaps. Seeing Zhu Shan ignore the woman, Chen Yang quietly reminded him. I have it under control. Zhu Shan spoke as he took the firefly and placed it on the infant's forehead. 3 pairs of eyes watched the insect for a moment, yet no reaction was visible. Master, is this an ordinary human embryo? Zhu Shan nodded and retrieved the insect. Yes. If it were a divine embryo, the tail would glow. Alas, divine embryos are rare indeed. Chen Yang, come here. I'll show you how to tend to the wound. After handing the infant to Zhou Lingjun to hold, Zhu Shan pulled him before the woman. Watch how I stitch this. Zhu Shan retrieved needle and thread from his pocket and began meticulously suturing the woman's wound. Chen Yang watched his master's movements intently from the side. Master, how do we remove these stitches later? Chen Yang asked. Zhu Shan replied, this is spirit spider silk. You won't need to worry about it, it will dissolve on its own. How advanced. Chen Yang felt this world was bizarre and surreal, yet he couldn't find fault with it, absurd yet inexplicably logical. Zhou Lingjun approached, cradling the child, but Zhu Shan showed no intention of teaching him. Zhu Shan worked with practiced skill, and soon the wound was nearly sutured, leaving only the outermost layer of skin and flesh exposed. He then handed the needle and thread to Chen Yang. Try this outer layer yourself. Ha! Chen Yang's eyes widened. He'd only been watching for a moment, and now he was being asked to take over? It's no big deal. The patient's already out of danger. Go ahead and practice. You'll need this skill sooner or later anyway. Zhu Shan wiped his blood-stained hands on his clothes. All right. Though it was his first time, he had no choice but to dive in. Chen Yang took a deep breath and began stitching the wound, his hands moving awkwardly as if he were sewing clothes. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Shan nodded approvingly beside him. He was a bit nervous at first, but as he went along, Chen Yang got the hang of it, and his movements gradually became more natural. After more than 30 stitches, the suturing was finally complete. Master, how does it look? You stitched it up quite well. Zhu Shan patted his shoulder. Chen Yang scratched his head. Really? Take the child out now. Zhu Shan turned to Zhou Lingjun. Yes, master. Zhou Lingjun stepped forward, pushed open the door, and smiled as he announced, the gods have blessed us, mother and child are safe and sound, safe and sound. Hearing the news, the crowd outside burst into joyful cries of gratitude. Thank you, magistrate. Chapter 41, The Glutton. The crowd outside had braced themselves for the worst, expecting to lose either the mother or the child. Hearing that both had survived, they were overcome with gratitude. Of course, none of them could have imagined that it was actually a deity who had delivered the woman's child. Wrap this thing up in something. I have use for it. Zhu Shan licked his lips as he gestured toward the placenta on the table. Master, you wouldn't be planning to eat it, would you? Chen Yang guessed his master's intent from Zhu Shan's expression. This is a precious thing, Zhu Shan said, his eyes gleaming with desire. He even asked with feigned concern, do you want some? Its flavor is far superior to any immortal elixir. A wave of revulsion washed over Chen Yang. He shook his head frantically. No, master, you eat it. Oh, refusing that, how will you cultivate like this? Seeing his resistance, Zhu Shan was puzzled. Following his master's instructions, Chen Yang took the wooden basin filled with water and placed the placenta inside. The foul, bloody stench emanating from the mass made him wrinkle his nose in disgust. He couldn't fathom how his master could possibly enjoy this. Such a bizarre and revolting taste. Little did he know that a tiny placenta was nothing compared to what his master could devour with relish, even fresh, large and small intestines. Master Zhu, we're so fortunate you were here today. Our entire family will remember your great kindness forever. As Zhu Shan approached the doorway, listening to the grateful words of the kneeling crowd, he spoke with a warm, approachable demeanor. Everyone, please rise. Since I've come here to serve as your magistrate, this is simply my duty. Alright, we'll take our leave now. The patient inside should awaken in 2 or 3 hours. Should she experience any discomfort then, be sure to inform me promptly. Remember, she must rest at home for at least 2 months. Therefore, she need not participate in the lacquer seed harvest later. She should focus on recuperating at home. Zhu Shan instructed the crowd. Understood, Magistrate Zhu. Zhu Shan nodded and walked forward. The others entered the room to check on the woman's condition. Chen Yang followed behind, carrying a wooden basin holding the placenta. Master, is it easy for divine fetuses to be born in this medicinal garden? Zhou Lingjun asked beside Zhu Shan. It is not. Out of 100 mortal fetuses, not even one might be divine. That is why Lotus Sect maintains so many medicinal gardens yet has so few disciples. In White Candle Town, 2 divine fetuses emerging in a year is already quite remarkable. Now, most of the sect's disciples have gone to the main sect, and the elders are all queuing up. If I want to take on another junior brother or sister for you, I'll have to wait at least 10 years. 10 years. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? Zhu Shan couldn't help but let out a few deep sighs as he spoke. Master, is our daily task here in White Candle Town specifically to handle situations like today's? Chen Yang approached and asked. Zhu Shan replied, your primary tasks are threefold. First, rescuing human medicine. Second, conducting regular health checks for the fertility god. And third, diligently cultivating your arts. Don't we need to bring the corpses of deceased human medicines back to the sect as fertilizer? Zhou Lingjun inquired. No need. The human medicines in White Candle Town aren't infused with alchemical seeds. They consume ordinary food and possess ordinary bodies. When they pass away, they're buried beneath the lacquer trees in town. Their remains serve as fertilizer for those trees. Master, what exactly are those fertility gods in the town? Chen Yang cautiously inquired about the town's secrets. Zhu Shan made no attempt to conceal it, stating plainly, the fertility gods are actually elderly people who have had gluttony worms implanted. According to sect regulations, any elder in White Candle Town who reaches 65 years of age will have a gluttony worm implanted, transforming them into a fertility god. What exactly is a gluttonous worm? Zhu Shan patiently explained, the gluttony worm is a type of poisonous insect. Once implanted, it causes the person's appetite to spiral out of control. They feel nothing but hunger, eating day and night. A good fertility god can be fattened up to over 3,000 gene. Good heavens! What on earth would a mortal look like weighing over 3,000 catties? Zhou Lingjun's expression turned exaggeratedly shocked, unable to fathom it. That heavy? Chen Yang also found it unbelievable. Yet consuming at least 30 gene of divine rice made from blood-infused rice daily seemed reasonable. After all, that blood-infused rice only matured once every 10 years. Even the residue left after refining blood-infused pills retained astonishing energy. Does every elder become a fat god? Yes, but not everyone can endure it. Mortals over 60 have bodies that have already aged. Most can't withstand it and die suddenly during the bug planting process. Then why not implant the bug in young people like they do in Bayoni Town? Zhu Shan looked at Chen Yang and replied with a smile, young people's bodies are too full of vitality. The greedy worms can't be controlled and might end up killing the host instead. Greedy worms are far more precious than human hosts. I see. So our mission is to find ways to keep the human medicine alive until age 65. That's correct. Then what exactly is the fat god used for? Only the sect master knows that. Knowing when to stop, Zhu Shan revealed no more to the two. The three chatted as they made their way back to the manor. Dawn had already broken. Zhu Shan entered the house, instructing them to wait outside. Moments later, he emerged with 2 small booklets, handing them over and saying, these were left by Elder Go. They contain records about the fat god in the village. You must check them daily from now on. As for the other medicinal creatures, follow the instructions in that precious medicinal creature care manual. Report any difficult cases to me. Chen Yang flipped through a few pages. The instructions were straightforward. First, monitor the fat god's health. If it fell ill, administer medicine promptly. Second, observe the appetite of the greedy insects. If any showed signs of vitality decline, an elder must be summoned to handle it. As for human medicine, the town had clinics, schools, and dispute resolution centers. They needn't concern themselves with those matters. We'll look at it later. For now, start practicing your boxing. Cultivation matters must not be neglected. Zhu Shan waved his hand, and the courtyard gate closed behind them. Their residence was a high-walled compound with a central courtyard, shielding its inner workings from outsiders. The space was ample enough for both of them to train their bodies as usual. Yes, master. The two began practicing the 7-star fist in the courtyard. After practicing the fist techniques for so long, Chen Yang had mastered their essence. Each time he fought, he felt as though a furnace burned within his lower abdomen, making his body grow increasingly robust and powerful. This lad truly is a rare piece of unpolished jade. Xu Shan stood by observing. To his eyes, a distinct aura radiated from Chen Yang's body, making him resemble a red-hot branding iron radiating heat outward. This was what it meant to radiate vital energy. In contrast, Zhou Lingjuan's punches carried far greater force than Chen Yang's, yet to Xu Shan, his performance remained utterly ordinary. Not bad, not bad. Xu Shan carried a wooden basin up the steps, sat down, and began eating the placenta raw while watching them. Master. Seeing Xu Shan chewing with relish, Chen Yang felt his stomach churn violently, the urge to vomit rising. Fortunately, he managed to steady his composure in time. He couldn't stomach it, but Zhou Lingjun saw nothing wrong with the act. After all, the people in the medicinal garden ate these things themselves. Chapter 42, The Divine Art of the Boar Hidden Spirit. Master, does eating this stuff actually help cultivation? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Having reached the Dao Palace realm, why would he still need things from mortal bodies? Xu Shan sucked the long umbilical cord into his mouth like slurping noodles, chewing as he spoke. It won't help your cultivation, but the taste is exquisite. Except for the heavenly demon tower. Anyway, things made from immortal ingredients never taste great. Haven't you tasted what that's like? That's true. Chen Yang recalled eating those immortal herb leaves an unforgettable experience. Though he hadn't tasted the black liquid afterward due to his numb palate, it surely couldn't have been pleasant. Of course, we shouldn't overindulge in mortal fare either. We are immortals, after all. After devouring the food in a few bites, Xu Shan solemnly cautioned. After watching the two practice their boxing for a while, Xu Shan stood up and walked toward the door. You two continue practicing here. I'll go inspect the town's fat god in detail. With that, he exited. Having just taken charge of White Candle Town, he needed to understand its details. Only Chen Yang and the other remained in the courtyard. After 8 rounds of the 7-star fist, Chen Yang was panting heavily from exhaustion. Junior brother Chen, your progress is truly remarkable. Zhou Lingjun was astonished to see him perform 8 consecutive rounds before collapsing from exhaustion. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to him. Chen Yang gasped for breath as he replied, compared to you, senior brother, I still have a long way to go. Junior brother, it took me 2 or 3 years after reaching the divine treasure realm just to temper my physical body to this level. How long have you been cultivating to achieve what you have now? Zhou Lingjun slowly stopped, looking at him with envy. Junior brother, the master truly values you. He even specially prepared treasures for you to consume. Seeing the special favor Chen Yang received, Zhou Lingjun's voice grew low. Chen Yang hurriedly reassured him, senior brother Zhou, with only the 2 of us as disciples now, master naturally focuses all his attention on us. Perhaps he has prepared treasures for you too, maybe he'll only present them when you break through to the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm. That's unlikely. My aptitude isn't as good as yours, Zhou Lingjun pondered, shaking his head. Senior brother Zhou, I believe the master values you greatly too. Just look at today when we assisted with the mortal birth, all the dirty work was assigned to me. Now that you mention it. After pondering, Zhou Lingjun realized it was true and chuckled, chiding himself, what kind of senior disciple am I, being so petty? Master has his own hardships, he needs me to bring him honor. How could I blame him? Even if he hasn't prepared treasures for me, it doesn't matter. He has his difficulties. I must cultivate diligently, enhance my cultivation, and help master resolve his troubles. Chen Yang also smiled. Over time, Zhou Lingjun had looked after him in every way, like an older brother and his only true friend. He didn't want any rift to form between them. Chen Yang said, senior brother Zhou, while we're in White Candle Town, we should look out for each other. Of course. We'll cultivate together and one day journey to the main sect to pursue even greater cultivation. The main sect. At the mention of that place, Chen Yang's expression faltered. Even if the Lotus Sect elders spun tales of the main sect as beautifully as they could, he refused to believe such a place existed. Even if it was just his imagination running wild, he didn't want to go there. The Lotus Sect was too strange. All he could think about now was how to escape this dangerous place. Junior brother, I've been practicing my fist techniques. Lately, I often feel an urge within me, as if something is trying to break free from its shell. I suspect it's about to shatter the second divine treasure. Zhou Lingjun resumed his practice of the 7-star fist. After 8 rounds, Chen Yang's entire body ached. His limbs felt as if they were filled with molten iron, heavy and sluggish. It took nearly a quarter of an hour of rest before his strength returned. With nothing else scheduled today, Xu Shan confined them to the courtyard for cultivation. They trained relentlessly until late into the night before being permitted to return to their quarters for rest. Night. Xu Shan sat before the golden seal herb in the corner of the courtyard. His entire body was enveloped in a fiery aura of magical energy. Within the energy, faint, dark blue runes flickered in and out of view. This was the pig god technique, spirit concealment. My injuries have been fluctuating abnormally lately. I must store more spiritual energy. That way, if anything goes wrong during the critical moment of breaking through my cultivation later, I'll have enough magical power. Xu Shan channeled his full strength into the high divine art. Strands of spiritual energy were forcibly drawn from the sacred herb and integrated into his spiritual orifice. He had already begun preparing for the breakthrough to the next realm. Hiding spirit, as the name suggests, involved storing spiritual energy within the body. The size of a cultivator's Dao palace is inherently limited, restricting the amount of magical power it can hold. The high divine art, however, allows the spiritual energy refined by the immortal orifice to be stored within the body. When needed, this stored energy flows into the Dao palace and instantly transforms into magical power. Xu Shan's terrifying bulk stemmed from his cultivation of the Haishan technique. The flesh beneath his skin wasn't ordinary fat, but divine fat, a reservoir of terrifying spiritual energy. When his magical power was depleted, he could rapidly replenish it by breaking down this divine fat. Someone has entered White Candle Town. Suddenly, Xu Shan, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed something breaching the barrier he had set up and entering the town. His senses sharpened, his eyes snapping open. His feet left the ground, propelling him onto the rooftops. His figure darted outward at breakneck speed. Soon, a slender figure came into his sight. Upon recognizing the visitor, the stern expression on Xu Shan's face instantly vanished. Elder Xu. Ah! The figure startled. Xu Shan had been lurking in the shadows, and his sudden appearance before the man startled him. It was none other than Elder Xu, with whom he shared the closest bond. Old Xu, you scared the life out of me. Elder Xu patted his chest as he spoke. You've been gone so long, I thought something might have happened to you out there. Xu Shan pulled him over to sit beside him. Your cauldron sold well, but what we're looking for is hard to find. So, what's the situation? Xu Shan asked expectantly. Naturally, it's been taken care of. Elder Xu smiled as he pulled a small vial from a hidden pocket in his robe. What is this? Can it help that kid break through his cultivation faster? Xu Shan frowned, staring at the little thing. Primordial essence extracted from the body of a divine embryo cub just born to a bear demon. If that kid refines this, he'll surely achieve primordial perfection. Immortal embryos born to mortals lack nourishment in the womb, resulting in innate deficiencies. They require refining essence to compensate for what nature failed to provide. In contrast, immortal embryos born to immortals receive ample nourishment, achieving innate perfection. They need not shed their mortal nature born into the realm of divine treasures, they begin cultivation and swiftly refine essence into chi. Excellent! This is truly remarkable. Xu Shan gazed at the vial with excitement. I went through great lengths to obtain it, Elder Xu said, still shaken. I was even targeted along the way and had to use the divine seed technique to escape. You've gone through a lot. Xu Shan solemnly patted his shoulder. Enough about that. How about the spring awakening bug eggs? Xu Elder inquired. Almost ready. Xu Shan gave him a reassuring smile. Chapter 43, The Mystic Gate. That's good. All our painstaking efforts won't have been in vain. Elder Xu said with a smile. First, take me to see that youngster. Follow me. After brief pleasantries, Xu Shan led him toward his quarters. Elder Xu, when did you return to the sect? Xu Shan asked casually. Just returned to the sect. I went to check on you at Xianyun Peak but found you absent. After inquiring, I learned you were in White Candle Town, so I came straight here to find you. With a treasure like the primordial essence on your person, I dared not delay. You know why I agreed to take this job? Xu Shan said with a mysterious smirk. Why? Xu Shan placed his hand on Elder Xu's shoulder and chuckled. First, to earn some merit so I can take on an apprentice sooner. Second and most importantly, to keep things under wraps. If those chi-consuming realm elders found out about that kid, who knows what underhanded tricks they might pull behind the scenes. Your timing is perfect. When you return, tell Elder Hu for me that I'm willing to stay in White Candle Town for another 10 years. I see. But old Xu, there's something I must tell you. Elder Hu has met with an accident. Elder Xu suddenly dropped a bombshell. What? Xu Shan's eyes widened in shock as he pressed. What happened? Elder Xu spoke slowly. Elder Hu's tree of immortality within the clan has withered. Now, powerful figures from the Yin clan have arrived at Lotus Sect to investigate. Who would be so audacious as to target the living beings of our sacrificial department? Have you identified them? Xu Shan frowned. If it were just some elder bear or elder leopard dying, it wouldn't matter much. But for the 12 sacrificial clans, the demonic tribes that, alongside the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, formed the most powerful faction in this barbarian immortal domain, the death of a wise being within their ranks was a grave matter. Daring to kill them was an act of rebellion against their superiors, deserving severe punishment to serve as a warning to others. Nothing. The killer's methods were highly skilled, leaving no trace. They must be at least spirit spring realm cultivation, leaving no clues behind. Ordinary wild cultivators wouldn't dare target our sacrificial clan beings, nor do they have the ability. It's likely those lawless fellows from the Xian sect. The Xian sect, one of the heaven, earth, and Xian sects, specialized in alchemy. They delighted in capturing humans and demons to refine treasure pills. Relying on their superior techniques, they looked down upon ordinary wild cultivators and demons. They most enjoyed targeting the other 2 sects and 2 families of the human race, the 5 clans and 7 noble houses, as well as the 12 sacrificial clans of the demon race. The vast majority of calamities in the barbarian immortal realm stemmed from the Chen sect, making them the common enemy of the world. As immortal cultivation levels increased, procreation became increasingly difficult. Thus, despite their formidable power, these major factions possessed few members. In the primordial immortal realm, the vast majority of cultivators belonged to minor sects and lesser races. Xian men. Hearing these 2 words, Zhu Shan couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. These madmen acted without regard for consequences, lawless and uncontrollable. They could kill Elder Hu, and they could kill him, Elder Zhu, or Elder Shu. Don't overthink it. Let things take their course. If the Xian sect moves against us, there's little we can do to stop them. Elder Shu, though deeply troubled himself, tried to reassure Zhu Shan. Your divine child technique allows you to burrow underground. Normally, you can hide beneath the earth, making it difficult for Xianmen cultivators to threaten you. But I can't do that. Zhu Shan remarked enviously. Elder Shu gave an awkward chuckle. When it came to self-preservation, the Z-divine technique did hold a slight edge over the high divine technique. Enough of this. Life and death are predestined. Let's focus on the task at hand. The 2 chatted as they walked into the courtyard. Knock knock. Zhu Shan approached Chen Yang's room and knocked softly. Master? Chen Yang, who was in the midst of cultivation, opened his eyes upon hearing the sound. Opening the door, he found it was indeed Zhu Shan standing outside. Master. He was puzzled as to why he was being sought out so late at night. But the next moment, he noticed another figure beside Zhu Shan. Recognizing him, he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Shu." Very good, very good. Elder Shu scrutinized him closely, nodding approvingly repeatedly, though it was unclear exactly what aspect he found commendable. I have business with you. Let's discuss it inside. Certainly, Master, Elder Shu. Please come in. Chen Yang hurried to the doorway and ushered them inside. Watching Shu Elder, he wondered what business he had here. Could it be specifically about him? Master, what's happened? Chen Yang fetched stools and invited them to sit. Zhu Shan took out a small bottle and placed it on the table, saying, "This is a treasure I asked Elder Shu to find for you outside. It will be very helpful for cultivation." A treasure. Chen Yang bowed his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder Shu. He then stood up and looked at the bottle, asking, Master, is this something I take orally? No. Zhu Shan gave a mysterious smile. Then, Chen Yang noticed the strange looks on both their faces, and a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Kid, knock yourself out first. Elder Shu had appeared behind him unnoticed. A single palm strike to his neck sent darkness flooding Chen Yang's vision, and he collapsed unconscious. With no one left in the room, the 2 no longer held back, their features rapidly transforming. A furry rat head and a vicious pig head emerged. Leave this to you. Elder Shu scratched the fur on his neck with his claws. All right. Zhu Shan lifted Chen Yang off the floor and tossed him onto the table. Elder Shu cooperated readily, pulling aside the fabric covering Chen Yang's abdomen. After tracing horizontal and vertical lines across his lower belly, he drew a straight line with his finger, right here. Zhu Shan produced the prepared knife, positioning its tip precisely over the marked line. It looked like he was about to cut open his abdomen. Be careful. This is the location of the Dao Palace after all. Elder Shu's expression grew solemn. It was still called a divine treasury now, but once the 2 other divine treasuries broke through and merged with it, it would be called a Dao Palace. Both of their divine treasures were also located in this part of the body. You still don't trust me? Zhu Shan was confident in his skills. After speaking, he bent down and began to wield his knife. Though his words carried a light tone, his expression remained utterly solemn. The blade moved, and the flesh on Chen Yang's lower abdomen began to separate. Beads of blood seeped from the wound. Zhu Shan worked with meticulous care, taking nearly 10 breaths to fully open the incision. A mass enveloped in fat and visceral membranes came into view. The organ within was the divine vault. Visible beyond the intricate network of blood vessels and nerves connecting to it were tree root-like filaments spreading outward. Though called an organ, its appearance resembled more the embryo of some living creature. It's ready. The 2 demons fixed their gaze upon this divine treasure. Only a divine embryo possessed such a thing. The essence of primordial life. Elder Shu took the bottle and carefully dripped its contents onto the divine treasure, as if watering a divine herb. The primordial essence within the bottle was a viscous white substance, carrying a pungent, blood-like scent, resembling some sort of pulverized organ tissue. Chapter 44, The Alien Species. Upon contact with Chen Yang's divine treasury, it began to pulsate faintly. Within, it seemed as though an invisible little mouth existed, sucking up every drop of primordial essence that landed upon it. Ha! It devoured it so quickly? What a powerful divine treasure! After all, this was primordial essence from another being not even human. He'd expected it to take some time to absorb. It was like an undiscerning child eating whatever was given, so easy to raise. Ha, excellent. The stronger, the better. The two demons were overjoyed at this sight. They could already envision themselves refining immortal pills using this divine embryo, then consuming them to break through to the chi-consuming realm. Even without innate essence, this lad won't take long to refine his essence into chi and open his second divine treasure, said Elder Shu. No problem. With such a potent tonic, he'll reach the late stage of the divine treasure realm even faster. Zhu Shan beamed with delight. As they spoke, Chen Yang's divine treasure suddenly pulsed violently. Several delicate, pink tendrils, each about the size of a pinky finger, extended from it and plunged directly into the small vial held by Elder Shu. They greedily absorbed its contents. These were divine veins emanating from the divine treasure, channels for the circulation of magical power. Caught completely off guard, the two demons were startled by the scene. They stood frozen in disbelief. Old Zhu, this feeding method is terrifying. I feel like we're raising a freak. Something's definitely wrong here, we need to be careful. Watching the immortal veins behave thus, Elder Shu spoke with grave expression. The youngster before them was nothing short of a freak. The immortal vein has emerged, perhaps this is a rare species. Fortune favors the bold, Old Shu. I sense our breakthrough may surpass the chi-consuming realm. And you, with half your life already behind you and little time left, I'm not afraid, why should you be? Zhu Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. A different species? It's definitely possible. If that's the case, even if this thing backfires, it doesn't matter. This risk is definitely worth taking. Let's do it. Besides, this kid doesn't know any magic. With the two of us at the Dao Palace realm, even if he fights back desperately when we try to control him later, won't he still be easy to handle? After Zhu Shan's persuasion, Elder Shu instantly shed his reservations. He was already old and had little time left, with no descendants to speak of. What did he have to lose? Under the demon's watchful eyes, within 5 breaths, the bottle of primordial essence was devoured clean by the divine treasure. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. The divine veins retracted back into his abdominal cavity. That's enough. The task completed, Zhu Shan stepped forward and deftly sutured Chen Yang's wound closed. Why can't we wake this kid? Elder Shu attempted to rouse Chen Yang with his magic, only to find it had no effect. It's likely due to the divine treasure absorbing so much innate essence. We'll just have to wait, Zhu Shan speculated. We have no choice but to wait. There's chi flowing within him. Elder Shu observed a distinct energy rising from Chen Yang's lower abdomen, surging upward toward the divine treasure chamber within his chest. This was clearly the process of refining essence into chi. Indeed. After consuming so much primordial essence, his innate foundation has reached perfection. He's now indistinguishable from offspring born of immortal fetuses. With his divine treasure having been cultivated, it's only natural he can directly refine essence into chi, Zhu Shan explained. Both he and Elder Shu were actually born from ordinary wild boars and mountain rats. By sheer luck, they had opened their spiritual orifices, transformed into immortal beings, and joined their respective races. Because of this, they possessed no so-called tree of immortality, which was one reason for their low status within the Lotus Sect. That bear demon possesses Dao Palace realm strength. The innate essence within its offspring is of exceptionally high quality. Having absorbed so much, this creature will likely reach the mid-stage of divine treasure realm upon awakening, Elder Shu murmured. That would be best. Once it reaches the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm, we'll administer the bone blood pill to it. What do you think? Elder Shu proposed. Zhu Shan nodded. Yes, that's acceptable. With the bone blood pill's aid, it should swiftly advance from refining chi to transforming spirit, reaching late divine treasure stage. From there, the Dao Palace realm won't be far off. The two demons dressed Chen Yang, placed him on the bed, and withdrew. Let's go check on the development of the Jingja parasite eggs. The two demons resumed their human forms and approached Zhou Lingyuan's room. They did not disturb him, however, instead standing outside and peering through the door's crack. Zhou Lingyuan sat cross-legged on the bed. His spiritual orifices circulated, gradually refining the spiritual energy drawn into his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, countless blood threads, too fine to be seen, had already spread across his entire body, flickering in and out with each breath. Within his chest cavity, at the source of these threads, lay a blood-red egg the size of a thumb. A crimson glow pulsed within it, like a beating heart. The spreading blood threads drew nutrients from the flesh throughout the host's body, feeding the blood egg's Jingja. The Jingja bug egg has reached maturity and could hatch at any moment. Zhu Shan declared. 2 cursed insects yielding 2 immortal pills, excellent, excellent. Elder Shu smiled, visibly relieved to see the parasite egg nearing completion. After a few glances, he departed. Elder Shu, that bottle of primordial essence is rich with vital energy. Surely my broken cauldron alone wouldn't suffice as payment? Returning to his cultivation chamber, Zhu Shan poured wine as he spoke. He knew the true worth of his cauldron. After all, it had been seized from a wild cultivator in the Godslayer realm. Beyond its use for body refinement, it held little value. I'll trade you my weapon instead. Can't have you footing the entire bill. Elder Shu picked up his cup and took a long swig. Losing his weapon was painful, but for the sake of advancing his cultivation, he had to make the sacrifice. You actually traded your weapon for it. Shu Shan stared at him in utter shock. It matters not. Material possessions are trivial. As long as the immortal pill is perfected, it is all worthwhile. Here, let me toast you. Shu Shan refilled its cup and stood, raising his own. After several more cups, Shu Shan spoke with solemn earnestness. Elder Shu, ordinary treasures likely hold little value for that young man now. You should remain within the sect from this point forward. Without a weapon, venturing out would be highly unsafe. As Chen Yang's power grew, his demands for treasure quality would only increase. Things like poisonous insects and venomous snakes no longer serve to enhance his cultivation. It seems there's no other choice. Elder Shu nodded silently. With his current strength, finding better treasures was nearly impossible. Without a weapon to command, venturing into dangerous places was out of the question. Take this young insect of awakening. Shu Shan pulled a broken bone fragment from his robes and added, it's safer to keep it separate. We'll use it together once that kid reaches the Dao Palace realm. Agreed. Elder Shu accepted the bone. It was a bone from a demon beast's leg, with the dormant young insect of awakening hidden within its marrow. Chapter 45, Presiding over the ceremony. Then I'll return to the Lotus Sect now. After securing the Jingshur bug and drinking a few cups, Elder Shu prepared to depart. Upon your return, tend to the medicinal herbs for my 2 disciples. Though not divine elixirs, they carry traces of celestial energy. Once matured, they'll yield remarkable effects for that youngster, Zhu Shan instructed. Those herbs possessed potency far surpassing ordinary medicinal plants. Even when Chen Yang reached the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm, they would still hold significant value. Each plant was more precious than the bone blood pill. It was a pity the other disciples had long since consumed their own medicinal crops. Rest assured, I'll take good care of them. My disciple still has some herbs left. Once they're all mature, we can give that kid a major boost together. After downing another cup, Elder Shu stepped outside. Shu Shan saw him off all the way out of town. Tonight's moon was large, full, and bright, with a few clouds drifting across the sky. After bidding farewell, Zhu Shan returned to his quarters. With Xianmen disciples active near the sect now, we must be cautious lest we meet our end without even knowing it. He murmured, placing his left hand near his ear. Soon, a spider covered in red spots crawled out and obediently settled on his palm. Shu Shan licked the index finger of his other hand, coating it with saliva, then gently poked the spider's rear end. Soon, a slender thread of silk was pulled from the spider's body. Shu Shan then wrapped the silk thread around the entire perimeter, leaving only one passageway known only to himself. This room served as his usual cultivation space. Such precautions were merely to guard against surprise attacks, for cultivators were most vulnerable during practice. These spider threads were imperceptibly fine. With this arrangement, even the slightest disturbance would be detected while he was in his cultivation state. Drained of so much silk, the spider lay exhausted in his palm, its abdomen nearly hollowed out, all its legs curled into a tight ball. Mission accomplished. Open threats are easy to dodge, but hidden dangers are hard to guard against. Zhu Shan clapped his hands, admiring his own ingenuity. With these defenses in place, he finally felt a glimmer of security. Now I must set up a barrier outside the house as well. Of course, that alone wasn't enough. He needed to set up another barrier outside the house, layering his defenses. Zhu Shan sprang into action. This location was some distance from the sect, so caution was essential. After a considerable amount of effort, everything was finally set up properly. Only then did Zhu Shan settle his mind to begin cultivation. As for the golden seal planted in the corner of the courtyard, he didn't give it much thought. Immortal herbs possessed innate concealment that golden seal grew quietly there, indistinguishable from ordinary golden seal. That night, White Candle Town remained calm and quiet. As dawn's light spilled across the town, Baizhu gradually awoke. Zhou Lingjun pushed open the door. After a night of cultivation, the fatigue from yesterday's martial arts practice had completely vanished. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Chen. He approached Chen Yang's room, knocking and calling out, intending to rouse him for morning practice. But after several calls, there was no response from inside. Frowning, he was about to push the door open when Xu Shan's voice came from behind him. Your junior brother is cultivating. There's no need to disturb him. Master. Zhou Lingjun turned around, bowed respectfully to Zhu Shan, and continued, but why isn't he responding? Zhu Shan stepped into the courtyard and explained, last night, Elder Shu visited. He was supposed to be traveling, but I asked him to exchange some treasures outside. After your junior brother took them, he fell into a deep sleep. His body is currently refining them, and it's unclear how long it will take for him to wake up. Oh, so that's what happened. Upon hearing about the treasures, Zhou Lingjuan's expression darkened, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Zhu Shan knew exactly what Zhou Lingjun was thinking and smiled kindly. I've prepared something for you too. Zhou Lingjun looked up in surprise and delight. Xu Shan continued, "Were both my disciples, how could I show favoritism? It's just that you're currently in the critical phase of refining essence into qi, so it's not advisable for you to take it now." "Thank you, Master." Zhou Lingjun immediately thanked him cheerfully and assured him, "Please rest assured, Master. Your disciple will cultivate diligently and break through to the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm as soon as possible. I won't disappoint you. That is most gratifying. You have not wasted your master's earnest efforts." Zhu Shan nodded with great satisfaction, then pulled a bowl from his sleeve. "Come. Today an elder in the village is turning 65 and will hold a deification ceremony. We must go to preside over the rites." "Master, does the divine ascension ceremony mean becoming a fat god?" Zhou Lingjun inquired. Xu Shan addressed the bowl in his hand. "Correct. This contains a gluttonous worm. If it survives after parasitizing a host, it will become a fat god." Zhou Lingjun looked at the bowl. It was filled with thick, black lamp oil that hadn't solidified, and within the oil, a small loach swam. "This is the gluttonous worm." He stared intently at the tiny creature. "Let's go." Xu Shan led him toward the door. Zhou Lingjun followed behind, asking curiously, "Master, what is the fat god used for?" "Mind your own business." Xu Shan halted and shot him a stern look. Zhou Lingjun immediately lowered his head. "After gathering nectar from 100 flowers to make honey, for whom does it toil, for whom does it sweeten?" Xu Shan sighed inwardly. The creatures he toiled to raise, he himself could never taste. Once these fat gods were sold to the heavenly demon pavilion, he would gain no benefit. The sect elders who stood to profit would never bother with the affairs of the medicinal garden. To this day, he had only heard rumors of the exquisite delicacies prepared with oil rendered from fat gods at the celestial demon pavilion, the world's premier culinary landmark, but had never tasted them himself. Zhou Lingjun couldn't grasp the meaning behind his master's words. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the two arrived outside a household. The house was clearly celebrating a joyous occasion, adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. Auspicious couplets were pasted on the door, and the interior buzzed with lively chatter. "Master Zhu, you've arrived." Even before Zhu Shan and his companion reached the courtyard, the people inside spotted them and came out to greet them. "Master Zhu! Master Zhu!" The crowd stood on either side of the doorway, bowing respectfully. "Rise, all of you." Zhu Shan waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Upon entering the small courtyard, one could see it was exquisitely decorated, adorned with numerous lanterns. "Are all the preparations for the ceremony complete?" Zhu Shan inquired of the steward in charge. "Yes, everything has been carried out. We are now awaiting your blessing, Master Zhu," the steward replied. "Very well." Zhu Shan walked toward the room beside the courtyard. This room was also festively decorated, with an octagonal table placed right in the center. An elderly woman dressed in a red cotton jacket sat at the table, immaculately groomed and looking remarkably spry, as if she were a bride about to be married. "Master Zhu." The old woman rose to greet Zhu Shan upon seeing him. Zhu Shan immediately stepped forward and said warmly, "Auntie, please stay seated. Today is your big day. Once you become the goddess of prosperity, your descendants will be blessed." "Yes, yes." The old woman clung to Zhu Shan's arm, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 46, A Joyous Occasion, a most joyous occasion. They firmly believed that becoming a god of wealth was an honor that would bring glory to one's ancestors. In a lifetime, if one lived to 65 without achieving this status, their entire existence was considered a failure. But once one became a fat god, it was like defying heaven and changing one's fate. The entire family would instantly rise to the upper class, achieving prominence. For 3 generations, their descendants would not only be exempt from labor but would also be respected and revered. "You must be the children of the matriarch." Zhu Shan turned to ask the 3 men and women, also dressed in festive red. "Yes, Master Zhu." The 3 stepped forward. Zhu Shan stood to one side and said, "The final blessing ceremony is about to begin. If you have anything to say to your mother, now is the time." The 3 gathered around the old woman. The eldest son knelt directly before her and said with heartfelt emotion, "Mother, you must stay strong. Father left us before he could become the god of wealth. You must bring honor to our family. Mother, rest assured. We are still here for you. Mother, whether our family prospers now depends entirely on you." The old woman grasped her children's hands, her voice gentle and kind. "Don't worry. I'll do my best. I will become the god of wealth, so you can all live a good life." The 4 of them chatted by the table for a while. "All right, you all go outside now." Seeing it was time, Zhu Shan began ushering them out. "Mother, you must hold on. We'll wait outside for your good news." After giving their final instructions, the old woman's 3 children withdrew outside. "Close all the doors and windows," Zhu Shan said. Many people were standing outside watching. Such a sacred matter couldn't be exposed to public view. "Yes." Zhou Lingjun closed all the doors and windows as instructed. The room grew dim. Zhou Lingjun lit the red candles around the room. Their soft glow filled the space, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. "Master Zhu, shall we begin?" The old woman looked at Zhu Shan expectantly. Zhu Shan brought out the bowl and stepped forward. Auntie, you've given birth to 3 children, what a blessing indeed. The old woman chuckled, is that so? In White Candle Town, families blessed with 3 children who grew up safely were rare. Raising 3 children to adulthood gave the old woman a profound sense of accomplishment. Auntie, get ready. It's about to begin. Master Zhu, I've been ready for ages. The old woman said eagerly. Very well. Zhu Shan pulled 5 iron nails from his clothing and drove them all into the old woman's head with lightning speed. The old woman stiffened as if struck by lightning, her entire body frozen rigid in her original posture. Zhu Shan then placed the bowl atop her head. At that moment, the nails and the bowl began to emit a faint glow. The lamp oil, previously still within the bowl, began to surge as if alive. It flowed over the rim, trickled down the nails, and seeped into the old woman's skull. Master, what purpose does this serve? Zhou Lingjun asked. The gluttonous spirit can only survive in this lamp oil. To parasitize within a human host's mind, it must first be fed oil. When you tend to the gluttonous spirits in the future, your most crucial task will be replenishing the oil within their heads, Zhu Shan explained. Is this human medicine still alive? My 5 iron nails merely pierced her skull without damaging the vital organs inside. Naturally, she remains alive. However, once infested by the gluttonous worm, she will become a monster consumed solely by the urge to eat. She can grow to over 3,000 jin? Looking at this frail old woman, Zhou Lingjun found it hard to believe. How enormous would she have to become to weigh over 3,000 jin? Compared to a normal human subject, she truly was a monster. If she lives another decade or so, reaching 3,000 jin is no problem. The record in White Candle Town is 5,000 jin. That fat goddess lived a full 20 years. As he spoke, Zhu Shan produced another iron nail and drove it into the back of the old woman's skull. A stream of cerebrospinal fluid immediately oozed from the nail's surface. If this fluid wasn't drained, the human medicine skull would burst from the pressure of the lamp oil. After about 20 breaths, no more fluid flowed from the back of the human medicine's head, and the lamp oil in the bowl atop its head had settled back into stillness. This signaled that the human medicine skull was now completely filled with lamp oil. Zhu Shan removed the bowl and pulled out the iron nail from the back of the head. He then pinched the gluttonous worm, now swimming in the bowl, and placed it on the back of the head. Once removed from the lamp oil, the maggot struggled violently. Upon detecting the scent of lamp oil within the subject's skull, it burrowed through the hole left by the iron nail at the back of the head. Did it work? Zhou Lingjun watched the scene in astonishment. It's only the beginning. The parasite's chances of successful implantation are less than 1 in 10. Zhu Shan carefully observed the subject's condition. The craving is fragile, and he cannot aid it with magic. Only the harmony between man and medicine matters. It's moving! Zhou Lingjun suddenly cried out in alarm. The kindly old woman's face had twisted into a hideous grimace, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Her closed eyes snapped open, the 2 eyeballs inside darting wildly about. The gluttonous spirit is attempting to control her mind. Zhu Shan explained. This was the most critical moment. Outside, the old woman's family paced anxiously in the courtyard. Everyone remained silent, afraid to disturb Master Zhu as he bestowed blessings upon the old woman inside. Time ticked by slowly. The room remained utterly still. At the octagonal table, the old man's expression shifted strangely, sometimes fierce and terrifying, other times dignified and benevolent. An entire hour had passed. Yet as time wore on, her expression gradually calmed. Her pupils began to contract, and her entire being radiated a look of longing. It seems it will succeed. After a long silence, Zhu Shan finally spoke upon witnessing this transformation in the human medicine. Her expression of hunger proved the gluttonous spirit had successfully begun controlling her mind. Ultimately, it transformed her into a ravenous glutton, a creature that knew only hunger, never satiety, the fat goddess. Another half-hour passed before the human medicine's expression fully stabilized. It's done. Zhu Shan pulled out a notebook from his person and began recording the fat goddess's details. Zhou Lingjun pushed open the door. Seeing movement inside at last, the crowd outside hurriedly gathered around, asking anxiously, "Young man, has my mother become the goddess of gluttony?" "Yes, congratulations." Zhou Lingjun clasped his hands in congratulations. "Wonderful. Our family finally has a fat god." Hearing this earth-shattering news, the old woman's 3 children were overcome with emotion and knelt down, weeping aloud. For 7 generations, their family had been lacquer farmers. Now, at last, they had risen above their station. They had a god of fertility. Joy. Great joy. A joy beyond measure. Quick, start playing. Upon hearing the success, the steward turned and shouted to the musicians in the courtyard, who were playing the arrow and swola. In an instant, a joyful symphony filled the household. Chapter 47, Mid-Stage Divine Concealment. Louder! The steward, dissatisfied with the volume, rushed forward and bellowed. Watching the musicians play and blow with renewed vigor. Only then was the steward satisfied. He began directing, quickly served the dishes to the old lady. Right away. Amidst the clamor of gongs and drums, everyone bustled about in orderly fashion. 7 tables were already set up in the courtyard. Neighbors and relatives had brought their families to claim seats, ready for the feast. Of course, the very first dish was carried indoors for the matriarch, now newly crowned as the goddess of plenty. Mother! My mother! The old woman's 3 children, overcome with emotion, rushed to her side, tears and snot streaming down their faces. I'm starving. But the old woman's eyes were now vacant and unfocused. She couldn't recognize them at all, only feeling an overwhelming hunger, desperate to eat. Dinner's here. A shout came from outside, and soon a line of people entered, each carrying a bowl of food. Quick, quick! Don't let our mother go hungry. The 3 children stepped forward to help, placing all the dishes beside their mother. The old woman's pupils instantly contracted at the sight of the food. She licked her lips incessantly and swallowed repeatedly. As soon as the bowls were placed before her, she began grabbing at the food with her hands, shoveling it into her mouth like a starving ghost. Seeing their mother's hearty appetite, the children couldn't stop grinning. Mother, eat more. There's plenty left in the pot. The more you eat, the better. A hearty appetite is a blessing. Yes, mother, try this big pork knuckle. Mother, you must eat until you're plump and round, becoming the heaviest foodie in our town. The room was filled with lively chatter and festive cheer, while those outside gazed enviously at the family. For 3 generations thereafter, the family name shone brightly. The dishes are served. Everyone, eat heartily and share in the joy. After the old woman finished her meal, the banquet outside began. Congratulations on your family producing a fat goddess. You 3 must take good care of your old mother from now on. Zhu Shan smiled at the 3 of them. Rest assured, Master Zhu, we will attend to mother with the utmost care. The 3 replied cheerfully. That's most reassuring. I shall take my leave then. Master Zhu, we've prepared a meal. Please stay and eat before you go, they tried to persuade him. No need. Look at me, I'm such a fortunate man. Staying here too long might steal your good fortune, Zhu Shan joked, patting his large belly. Not at all. Master Zhu, you bring us good fortune. Zhu Shan smiled and departed with Zhou Lingjun. Outside, the banquet was in full swing, plentiful wine and rich dishes, everything one could desire. The medicinal garden yielded abundant crops. To ensure a bountiful harvest, the Lotus Sect had provided meticulous care, allowing these cultivators to live quite comfortably within its walls. These mortals are truly ignorant. Having witnessed the process of creating the fat god and the absurd spectacle of the human medicine, Zhou Lingjun remarked with disdain. Ignorance has its perks. Knowing too much only brings unhappiness. Look at them, aren't they living quite happily and contentedly? Zhu Shan chuckled, patting Zhou Lingjun's shoulder as they stood watching the lively scene unfolding in the courtyard ahead. Let's go. There's nothing else to do today. Zhu Shan led him back. Master, I sense the second divine treasure vault is about to be unlocked. Zhou Lingjun said with a smile. Oh? Lately, I've often felt something inside my chest, like it's about to break free. That must be the divine treasure being unleashed, right? Zhou Lingjun said, touching his own chest. Indeed, my good disciple. Zhu Shan felt deeply gratified upon hearing this, then added, though your innate talent doesn't match that of your junior brother Chen, reaching the Dao Palace realm before 40 should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Master, when will brother Chen awaken? That is uncertain. But if he does awaken, he will likely reach the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm directly. Ah! Zhou Lingjun was utterly stunned by this news. After all these years of cultivation, he had only just begun to sense the transformation of essence into qi. Yet Chen Yang, after merely a few months of practice, was already on the verge of reaching the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm. Let's go. Seeing him frozen in place, Zhu Shan urged him onward. Junior brother Chen is truly remarkable. Zhou Lingjun sighed deeply before quickly catching up to his master's pace. Upon returning to the manor, Zhu Shan instructed him to practice his boxing in the courtyard. For some reason, Zhou Lingjun noticed his master seemed less inclined to teach him lately. Before, whenever he had free time, he would always spar with him. Zhu Shan was about to check on Chen Yang's condition when he suddenly noticed something amiss with the immortal herbs planted in the corner. His brow furrowed as he walked over. What's going on? He discovered that among the lush leaves of the immortal herbs, several had begun to turn yellow. The herbs possessed incredibly vigorous vitality under normal circumstances, withered branches or leaves should never appear. Could it be because I absorbed too much spiritual energy? Zhu Shan suspected inwardly, as it seemed the only plausible explanation. Fortunately, the issue wasn't severe. He'd simply need to be more careful going forward. After checking the room, he got up and went inside. At that moment, Chen Yang lay fast asleep on the bed. Yet his lower abdomen burned like a furnace, seething with intense heat. The stove within was blazing fiercely, completely boiling over. Rolling steam rose steadily upward, pouring into his chest. After consuming so much primordial essence, I wonder how much qi it will generate. Zhu Shan was filled with anticipation. The more qi, the better. Once this divine treasure within his chest was filled, he could refine qi into spirit, thereby unlocking the third divine treasure within his brain. After observing for a long time, he finally emerged. Half a month slipped by unnoticed. On the bed, Chen Yang's fingers suddenly twitched. Then, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. How long have I been asleep? Chen Yang murmured, his mind racing to recall recent events. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Why did the master knock me unconscious? Did he do something to me again? At this thought, Chen Yang immediately perked up. He tore open his clothes and examined himself carefully. What is this? His expression darkened instantly as he discovered a 6-inch scar on his abdomen. It lay there like a centipede, utterly terrifying. Could master have implanted some kind of poisonous insect inside me? Chen Yang thought instinctively. Creak. The door creaked open as an unusually tall figure stepped inside. Master. Chen Yang quickly steadied his nerves. Awake. Zhu Shan smiled, noticing Chen Yang staring at the wound on his abdomen. Don't worry. Elder Shu brought some primordial essence. Swallowing such a treasure hole would be wasteful. Only by cutting open the abdomen and dripping it onto the divine treasure can it be absorbed to the fullest. As for this scar, you are no longer a mortal being. Scars from ordinary injuries will fade away on their own in a few days. So that's how it is. Chen Yang quickly reviewed the information in his mind, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. You're now at the mid-stage of the divine treasure. Feel the energy within that divine treasure in your chest. Mid-stage divine treasure. Chen Yang was astonished. He had awakened to find himself at the mid-stage of the divine treasure? Chapter 48, Sword Training. But he soon realized his master spoke the truth, for he truly sensed a peculiar energy within his chest. Can you feel it? Yes, I can feel it. Chen Yang nodded. The most crucial aspect of the mid-stage divine treasure cultivation is learning to master this massive energy. This energy is very similar to the magical power you'll wield later, though it currently lacks spiritual essence. Only by mastering it can you later master your own magical power. Zhu Shang instructed him on what to do. Control. Chen Yang began to try, but found himself utterly disconnected from it. Master, I can't control it. Zhu Shan shook his head and smiled. Your divine essence hasn't merged with it yet, so naturally you can't communicate with it. How can you control it? To make the energy move, you need an external object to guide it. That's why you must use weapons like the senior disciples do. Exactly. It's a 2-for-1 deal. You learn to harness chi while mastering weapon techniques. Follow me. Elder Go still has several weapons stored here. Go choose one. Zhu Shan headed toward the exit. Chen Yang hurriedly got out of bed and followed. Junior brother Chen, you're finally awake. Outside in the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun was still practicing the 7-star fist. Spotting Chen Yang, he paused to greet him. Senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Lingjun, his expression shifting slightly. Compared to before, Zhou Lingjun's complexion had deteriorated significantly, and he appeared noticeably thinner, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Go pick out your weapons first. You can chat later. Zhu Shan urged from ahead. Yes, master. Chen Yang followed suit. The two walked to a room at the back of the courtyard. 5 weapons hung on the wall inside, a sword, a broadsword, a staff, an axe, and a whip. That's all there is. Choose whichever you wish to practice with. Master, are you proficient in all these weapons? Zhu Shan shook his head. I'm not proficient in any of them. But all weapons in the world boil down to 3 essentials: speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Master these 3, and any weapon will become second nature to you. Then I'll take the broadsword. Chen Yang said, eyeing the broadsword. He had considered the sword. But it felt awkward to practice. The broadsword felt more imposing and easier to handle. With that, he took down the blade. It was a straight sword, its body jet black, the edge gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Weighing only about 30 pounds, Chen Yang could easily hold it in his hands. As you wish. Zhu Shan didn't interfere with his choice. Seeing that Chen Yang had made his decision, he led him outside. Master, are you going to teach me a sword technique? Chen Yang asked, holding the blade. I don't know any sword techniques. For us immortals, all weapons are the same. No matter how skilled you are with a sword, when fighting other cultivators, it all boils down to a chaotic flurry of strikes. Only when you know how to strike precisely to hit your opponent does it become a sword technique. Once you reach the Dao Palace realm, you'll realize that sword techniques and knife techniques are nothing more than a handful of moves. Just swing with all your might. Is that so? Chen Yang looked doubtful and asked, then how should I practice? Zhu Shan turned and said, didn't I already tell you? The essence of weaponry lies in 3 points: speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Haven't you seen your senior sister Huang practicing swordsmanship? What about sword techniques? As smooth as flowing clouds in water, no unnecessary flourishes, Chen Yang replied. Exactly. She started out practicing haphazardly too. Once she became familiar with the weapon, her sword technique naturally fell into place. All sword and blade techniques are self-discovered. Everyone's habits are different. What others teach is always someone else's style. What you figure out for yourself is what suits you best. Techniques you discover on your own, those are the ones that become lethal in combat, every single strike. I see. After Zhu Shan explained it that way, Chen Yang found some truth in his words. Sword techniques are uniform, but battlefields are ever-changing. Only what you hone yourself proves truly practical. Master, how should I practice? Start by practicing speed. Speed? From now on, practice just one movement daily, the chop. Among all sword techniques, this strike is the most practical and frequently used. Chop thousands of times each day. You already possess strength. If you master the essence of speed, a single strike will send your opponent tumbling. Understood. From this perspective, Chen Yang suddenly felt that mastering any weapon in the world wouldn't be so difficult after all. Zhu Shan didn't have him practice in the courtyard. Instead, he led him to a small pond in the rear courtyard. This was a small courtyard, designed like the front one with water flowing into the central hall. However, this courtyard featured a dugout pond filled with lotus flowers, beneath whose leaves fish swam. From now on, you'll practice your sword here. When you can cut through the water without raising a splash, you'll have passed. Zhu Shan laid out his requirement. No splashes, master? That seems impossible. Chen Yang felt this demand was utterly unrealistic. Zhu Shan offered no reply. Stepping into the pond, he reached out and snatched the long sword from Chen Yang's grasp. Then, with a single hand, he slashed down at the water's surface. Without a sound, the blade sliced through the water's surface where it passed, cleaving it cleanly in two. Not a single droplet splashed. Only after completing this did Zhu Shan speak. For ordinary mortals, it would be impossible. But you are now a cultivator. If you can master the qi within your body, letting it flow with the blade's movement, you can achieve it. Chen Yang recalled senior sister Huang's state during sword practice. Back then, he could clearly see qi swirling around the edge of her blade. Cut this lotus leaf with your fastest strike. Zhu Shan returned the blade to Chen Yang. Chen Yang stepped before the lotus leaf, gripped the blade's hilt tightly with his right hand, took a deep breath, and swung at the stem with blinding speed. The lotus leaf trembled first, then fell apart into two pieces after half a breath. Remember this sensation. This is speed. When you achieve this feeling while cutting water, it means you've entered the zone. Chen Yang savored the sensation. The feeling of severing the lotus leaf had been subtle. He began to grasp what his master meant by speed. Moreover, when I swung the blade just now, the energy within the divine chamber of my chest visibly stirred. Begin. Hold the sword with both hands. Zhu Shan instructed from the side, hands clasped behind his back. Chen Yang gripped the sword with both hands and raised it above his head. Crack! As the long sword descended, a sharp splash of water echoed through the courtyard. Zhu Shan stood motionless beside him, letting the splashing water fall upon his body without so much as a blink. His eyes remained fixed on the blade, observing whether Chen Yang's swing was correct. Your grip is off. Try again. Zhu Shan pointed out the flaw in the strike. After striking the water, Chen Yang's blade entered the water at an angle, tilting to one side upon impact. Chen Yang raised the blade once more, carefully controlling its direction. He swung down once more. This time, though the surface still churned with turbulent waves, the sound was less intense, and the blade sliced straight into the water. Not bad, but too slow. In a real fight, before you could land half that strike, your head would already be severed by your opponent. Chapter 49, Testing. Though this strike was straight, by the third swing, it veered off course again. The blade traced an arc underwater, skewing to one side. Hold steady. Forget about splitting the water in two for now. The most important thing right now is to strike straight and steady. Zhu Shan instructed. Chen Yang focused all his attention on the blade, striving for a straight, vertical strike. As the number of strikes increased, his skill with the blade grew. The blade tilted less frequently upon entering the water. After about 200 consecutive strikes, Chen Yang sensed the blade, which had felt solid, starting to feel slightly uncontrollable again. Come ashore and rest for a moment. Zhu Shan recognized this as a sign of physical exhaustion. Though Chen Yang could manage another 200 swings, his form had already begun to break down. Continuing the practice would serve no purpose. After so many swings, Chen Yang could feel his arms starting to ache. Moreover, there was a noticeable looseness in his grip on the blade. Once they reached the side, Zhu Shan asked, "How does your lower abdomen feel now?" "It feels warm, and I can sense energy flowing toward my chest." "Master, this innate essence must be quite precious, right?" Chen Yang inquired. The warmth in his lower abdomen had been present since he first awoke, and after swinging the blade for so long, that sensation had intensified. "Naturally. It's also quite potent. You slept for a full fortnight. Master seems rather eager to advance my cultivation. This doesn't bode well." Seeing Zhu Shan's benevolent smile, Chen Yang felt a sudden chill. He could clearly sense his master was sparing no effort to accelerate his cultivation, pushing him to reach the Dao Palace realm as quickly as possible. Even with his exceptional talent, this seemed excessive. If he imagined himself as a human medicinal herb, then Zhu Shan's excessively attentive cultivation methods would make perfect sense. Since the Lotus Sect forbade disciples from leaving, how is this any different from raising them as cultivated human herbs? Master seems to be in quite a hurry. Chen Yang now felt uneasy. If his suspicions were correct, he feared Master Zhu Shan might act before he broke through to the Dao Palace realm. He also dreaded the possibility of Master Zhu Shan procuring another treasure, leaving him to wake up one morning to find himself at the late divine treasure stage or even the Dao Palace realm. What are you thinking about? Zhu Shan instantly noticed Chen Yang's distraction. Chen Yang replied with a complex expression, Master, you've been too kind to me. Seeing Chen Yang's genuinely moved expression, Zhu Shan relished the feeling of manipulating him. Those who've never ventured outside are so much easier to control. A few words, and they're utterly devoted. Though he found Chen Yang's reaction amusing, he maintained his teacherly demeanor. It's my duty. If you wish to repay me, devote yourself to cultivation. Reach the Dao Palace realm swiftly and join the main sect. Master, my talent is decent. Must one truly reach the Dao Palace realm to enter the main sect? Couldn't the divine treasure realm suffice? Chen Yang inquired. Zhu Shan chuckled. No. Is it because the divine treasure realm lacks magical power? That's part of it. Suffice it to say, the Dao Palace realm is the minimum qualification. Don't worry about it now, your primary task is cultivation. Seems I'm safe for now. From their conversation, Chen Yang understood that reaching the Dao Palace realm was essential. His mind settled. Master, can you teach me spells? Chen Yang pressed further. Spells can only be learned after reaching the Dao Palace realm and possessing magical power. You can't even control the qi within your body yet. Thinking of learning spells? Ha, you're nowhere near ready. Master, what spells do you know? Show me something to broaden my horizons. Chen Yang looked utterly fascinated. Zhu Shan pointed to his own mouth. My spell lies right here. Eat? Failing to get an answer, Chen Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Just as Zhu Shan was about to speak, his face suddenly paled, and his expression turned grim. Master, what's wrong? Chen Yang hurriedly asked, his master clearly in great physical distress. Zhu Shan clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and said grimly, you stay here and practice. I have something to attend to. Rest when night falls. Remember, tomorrow morning you're to go with Brother Zhou to examine the corpse of the fat god. With that, Zhu Shan departed. What's wrong with him? In the small courtyard, Chen Yang watched his master's retreating figure with confusion. Could he be ill? Is he cultivating me so intensely to use me as medicine? Or perhaps, like those human medicines, to enhance his cultivation? Chen Yang felt he was pretty close to the truth. After all, such painstaking cultivation couldn't be for anything good. Mortals were mortal medicine, while immortals were immortal medicine. Since it was medicine, it could cure illnesses and enhance cultivation. The surrounding mountains are too treacherous. If anyone has tracking techniques, escape would be impossible. I must find a chance to leave White Candle Town and flee along that great river. The river water can mask my scent. Even if escape fails, I can claim I slipped and fell in. He sat by the pool, deep in thought. On his way here, he had carefully studied the terrain surrounding the Lotus Sect. With its myriad ravines and gullies, escape was impossible. The safest route lay along that great river. But now, there was no chance. His master had already set up a barrier outside White Candle Town. Any attempt to escape would be detected. After resting for a while, Chen Yang resumed shopping at the water. Enhancing his strength was crucial at this moment. Inside a room. After Zhu Shan closed the door, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, why did it flare up again? Zhu Shan braced himself against the table as his form began to warp, shifting between human and pig-like states, his eyes bloodshot and his features twisted into a terrifying grimace. His injuries had flared up again. Damn it all. After setting up the barrier, I haven't used a single bit of magic. How could it still trigger my injuries? Zhu Shan's face darkened as much as it possibly could. But more than that, he was baffled. The old wounds that had lain dormant for over a decade, why were they flaring up every few days these past months? Zhu Shan was utterly exhausted. With no other choice, he sat cross-legged, circulating his magic to suppress the pain. He no longer harbored any hope that the injury would heal on its own. He only wished it would not worsen. Night fell. Chen Yang couldn't even remember how many times he'd swung his blade, but his arms ached as if they were about to explode. Exhausted beyond measure, he returned to rest. Junior brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun was still practicing his boxing in the large courtyard. Senior brother Zhou, how did you end up like this? In just half a month, Zhou Lingjun's cheekbones had become sharply defined. Zhou Lingjun chuckled, it's nothing. Master said it's because my innate essence is deficient. When refining essence into qi, my spirit reservoir lacks sufficient essence in qi, so it draws from my flesh and blood instead. That's why I look like this. Once I reach the mid-stage of spirit reservoir, I just need to eat more to replenish it. Master told me to persevere for another month, and then I'll have the same cultivation level as you. Innate deficiency? Yeah, in layman's terms, it means my innate talent is too poor. Zhou Lingjun asked enviously, Brother Chen, Master must be teaching you weapon techniques now. How's it going? We practice one move per day. My hands feel like they're about to fall off. That's normal. Master holds you in such high regard, don't let him down. I understand. Chapter 50, Who's sick? Brother Chen, you should go rest first. I'll practice my boxing a little longer. Senior Brother Zhou, you should get some rest too. After a brief chat, Chen Yang returned to his room. Ah, Brother Zhou. Inside his room, Chen Yang sighed silently. Though he didn't know what was troubling Zhou Lingjun, this behavior was definitely unusual and undoubtedly connected to their master. This Lotus Sect is pure hell. I have to escape. In a few months, Elder Lu will come to replace the master. That might be my last chance. Chen Yang's desire to escape this prison had reached its peak. Zhu Shan was currently guarding the medicinal garden on behalf of Elder Lu. Once his term ended, he would naturally return, and during that journey, he would inevitably cross that great river. If he missed this chance, once back at the Lotus Sect, he might not even get the opportunity to leave the mountain peak. He composed his mind and settled into meditation. As the spiritual energy he drew into his lungs was refined by his immortal orifice, the weariness in his body gradually dissipated. Yet beneath the scar on his lower abdomen, the divine treasure grew increasingly scorching. Within the pitch-black cavity of his abdomen, his divine treasure emitted a faint glow, drawing in wispy strands of ethereal white gas from the outside. This gas was not spiritual energy. Dawn. Junior Brother Chen, let's go. Inside the room, Chen Yang was roused by Zhou Lingjun's voice. After a night of cultivation, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Senior Brother Zhou. Chen Yang stepped outside to find Zhou Lingjun standing there holding a bucket of sesame oil. What's this? He asked, gesturing toward the bucket. I don't know, but it's for grooming the fat god. Zhou Lingjun turned to leave. Let's hurry. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to practice. Chen Yang hurried to catch up. Senior Brother Zhou, how many fat gods do we need to tend to each day? Not many, just 10. It's a simple task. The two walked and talked. River. A small river flowing at the foot of distant mountains suddenly caught Chen Yang's attention. Observing the river, Chen Yang's thoughts began to stir. Since I've decided to escape through the river, I need to practice holding my breath underwater. He wanted to practice swordplay at the riverbed. Struggling underwater without breathing, as such training would greatly increase his chances of escape. But for now, it was just a thought. He still needed Zhu Shan's approval. This is the place. Zhou Lingjun pulled out a small notebook for recording and led Chen Yang to a house. After confirming it was the right one, the two stepped inside. What does the fat god look like? Chen Yang had long wanted to see the fat god of White Candle Town. Officer, you're back again. The moment they entered the courtyard, the male head of the household approached with a face full of respect to greet them. Zhou Lingjun had visited once before. Uncle, we're here on Magistrate Zhu's orders to inspect your household's fat god. Very well. Follow me, officers. The man led them to a room. It stinks. As soon as the door swung open, a foul stench of excrement and urine assaulted their senses, making them feel sick to their stomachs. The two men forced themselves to endure the stench and stepped inside. Inside, Chen Yang was confronted by a plump little mound of flesh blocking his path. Pale and white, nothing but flesh. This fat god had grown so plump his limbs were nearly invisible. Literally, he'd become a ball of flesh. Eat, eat. Hearing movement behind it, the mountain of flesh shifted, emitting strange noises as it turned. A head emerged atop the flesh sphere. It resembled an old woman, with chubby cheeks and long black hair cascading down to completely cover her head. Is this fat god even human anymore? Watching this scene, Chen Yang's eyes held no astonishment, only a sorrowful sympathy. If the Lotus Sect could commit such atrocities against human medicine, how much worse might they treat us immortal embryos nurtured by medicinal gardens? Chen Yang murmured inwardly. Even knowing that human corpses were used as fertilizer, nothing had shaken him as deeply as seeing the fat god. The mountain of flesh before him could scarcely be called human anymore. Having not been indoctrinated from childhood with the sect's doctrine of distinguishing immortals from mortals, witnessing this scene left a bitter taste in his mouth. Junior Brother Chen, what are you pondering? Shocked? I was startled the first time I saw it too. Only us immortals possess such unfathomable methods. This fertility god now consumes 70 caddies of divine food daily, weighing a full 3,200 caddies. It's lived 12 years now. Zhou Lingjun chuckled, seeing it as nothing short of a miracle. Indeed. Chen Yang nodded expressionlessly. Eat, eat. The old creature's eyes glowed with ravenous hunger. Its immense weight rendered it immobile, forcing it to rely entirely on others for sustenance. What's that on her head? Chen Yang saw 5 iron spikes driven into the old woman's skull. As her head swayed, yellow pus oozed from the holes. Junior Brother Chen, you missed much knowledge during your half-month slumber. These iron spikes cultivate gluttonous worms. The fat old woman's brain matter has been devoured by them. The worms control her mind, making her obsessed with eating and abandoning all kinship. Her feeding children sometimes get bitten off the arm or even devoured whole if they're not careful. How do you use this oil? Watch closely. Zhou Lingjun demonstrated for Chen Yang. Scooping some oil into a bowl, he held it before the fat deity. The moment it caught its scent, the creature froze completely. Zhou Lingjun poured the fragrant oil over the fat god's head. The iron spikes on its surface glowed faintly, absorbing every drop of the fragrant oil. Only when the head was completely saturated did Zhou Lingjun stop. Junior brother Chen, this is our main task each day. It's quite easy, we can finish in less than an hour. After finishing, the stench inside was unbearable, so Zhou Lingjun pulled Chen Yang out. It really is easy. Chen Yang replied casually. Junior brother Chen, what's wrong? You seem distracted. Zhou Lingjun sensed something was off with Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked intently into Zhou Lingjun's eyes and asked, Senior brother Zhou, let me ask you something. Seeing how the sect treats Runya like this, don't you feel anything? Feelings? What feelings? Don't you find it abnormal? It's perfectly normal. We raise them for cultivation purposes, don't we? Is that so? Chen Yang shook his head and walked forward in silence. Junior brother Chen, you seem off today. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Lingjun caught up, asking with concern. Me, sick? Chen Yang couldn't help but feel like laughing inside. In his previous world, everyone in the Lotus Sect would have been rounded up by his uncle and locked away in a mental hospital. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he simply couldn't accept the Lotus Sect's worldview of raising humans as medicine and refining elixirs from living bodies. Come on, let's move to the next place. After finishing today's tasks, I still need to go back and cultivate. Zhou Lingjun pulled him along to the next location. Chapter 51, The Pig Demon. Guided by Zhou Lingjun and following the ledger's entries, the pair swiftly visited 10 households. Some fat gods weighed only 500 or 600 pounds, while others reached 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. Once transformed into fat gods, they were confined for life to cramped rooms, forced to eat relentlessly and grow ever fatter. The Lotus Sect coveted only the thick layers of fat on their bodies. Ugh, I'm hungry again. On the way back, Zhou Lingjun's stomach growled loudly. He reached for the gourd at his waist, poured out 2 blood child pills, and swallowed them whole. Senior brother Zhou, you're taking 2 blood essence pills at once? Chen Yang frowned in question. Otherwise I'd be starving. Master said it'll get better once I get through this stage of refining essence into qi, otherwise my internal essence and qi will be depleted. Brother Chen, tell me what changes occur when one reaches the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm. Zhou Lingjun leaned closer, curiosity evident. Nothing too drastic. Just this ball of energy in my chest. I suppose I'll only truly feel the change once I learn to control it. The two chatted as they walked back to their quarters. Boom! On the outskirts of the town, the massive protective walls surrounding White Candle Town suddenly shook violently. It felt as though something was violently ramming against it from the outside. In the next instant, the massive wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. A figure radiating malevolence burst through from outside. Its eyes locked onto the people inside the walls, drool dripping from its mouth. What was that sound? Chen Yang and his companion, who were walking nearby, froze in shock and turned toward the sound. Help! Monsters! Monsters! Soon, the town echoed with the terrified screams of its inhabitants. Not far from them, the two immediately ran to investigate. Inside the secret chamber, Xu Shan, seated cross-legged with eyes tightly shut, sensed the commotion outside. His expression darkened as he opened his eyes. Wild demons? Though his injuries hadn't fully stabilized, the urgency of the situation forced him to venture out. Officer! Trouble! Monsters have breached the walls and are charging in. The panicked crowd, fleeing in all directions, saw the two men as if they were saviors. Monsters! The two looked ahead. Boom! A house before their eyes collapsed with a thunderous crash. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Poof! From within the haze came muffled, ominous sounds, as if some savage beast lurked within. Chen, what's inside? Zhou Lingjun swallowed hard, instinctively taking a few steps back. Chen Yang had no idea, but whatever could collapse walls and houses must be terrifying. Sure enough, the next moment, a black figure emerged from the dust. It was a massive wild boar. Its eyes fixed on them with savage intensity. Chen Yang's pupils contracted. Such a colossal beast instilled immense pressure in his heart. When had he ever encountered such a terrifying creature? Its thick, tough hide could even smash through the thick stone walls of White Candle Town. It was nothing short of a flesh and blood machine. His mind raced in horror. Are all the beasts in this cultivation world this terrifying? Compared to this monster, the ferocity of lions or tigers seemed utterly insignificant. It's watching us. Zhou Lingjun, also encountering such a terrifying creature for the first time, instinctively wanted to turn and flee with the others under its gaze. But Chen Yang grabbed his arm and whispered, Senior brother Zhou, stay put. Running would only make things worse. Fleeing would only expose their backs, making them easy prey for the beast. Let's stay calm. Our master must know this creature has entered. He'll be here soon. Our agility far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. This thing might be clumsy. As long as we hide calmly, we should be safe. Chen Yang forced himself to sound composed. For this monster, there was nowhere to hide in the village. You're right. Zhou Lingjuan's breathing was heavy, but thankfully, he wasn't as panicked as before. Fortunately, the boar only stared at them for a moment before turning and disappearing into the ruins to gnaw on something. It's eating the fat god. They watched as the boar lay sprawled over a fat god, feasting heartily. Compared to them, the fat god was far more tempting. Relief washed over them. Let's back away slowly. Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun retreated cautiously, step by step. The aroma was intoxicating. The fat god's flesh and blood were torn to shreds, yet instead of a bloody stench, a unique fragrance wafted outward. The wild boar feasted with relish. After retreating only a few steps, the two suddenly bumped into something. Turning back, they saw Zhu Shan. You two stay back. Leave this to me. Watching the wolfishly devouring figure, Zhu Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. With their master present, Chen Yang and the other finally dared to run away with peace of mind. A celestial embryo. A celestial embryo. Heaven has taken pity on me, bestowing upon me a female celestial embryo of my own kind and one so strikingly beautiful at that. After the two departed, Zhu Shan's eyes gradually took on the gaze of a wild beast. This was a pig demon who hadn't yet attained spiritual intelligence, but in Zhu Shan's eyes, she was nothing more than a foolish girl driven out of the mountains by starvation to steal. And since she was a demon, she must be a divine embryo. Oomph, oomph. The pig demon, feeding in the distance, sensed Zhu Shan's presence. It turned its head and fixed him with a deathly stare, instinctively recognizing the man before it as a powerful being. Thus, it emitted a warning snort from its mouth. Marvelous, marvelous. As Zhu Shan approached, the sound reached his ears, and he felt as though he were hearing celestial music utterly exquisite. He had waited far too long for a divine embryo of his own kind. Perhaps sensing overwhelming pressure, the pig demon abandoned its food and bolted away. Think you can just walk away? Zhu Shan smiled faintly and immediately gave chase at a brisk pace. His speed far outpaced the pig demon's, and in moments he blocked its path. Seeing escape was impossible, the pig demon summoned every ounce of strength and charged at Zhu Shan. Even in human form, Zhu Shan towered over it. He neither dodged nor flinched, meeting the charge with a single hand. The powerful impact sent him crashing backward, leaving two deep footprints in the ground. Impressive strength. Chen Yang hadn't strayed far. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity to witness his master's techniques. He hadn't expected Zhu Shan to block the pig demon's attack with just one hand. After blocking the attack, the pig demon tried to retreat, but Zhu Shan swiftly grabbed its neck and hoisted it up. Poof! Zhu Shan gave a low snort, his aura surging violently. The pig demon gradually ceased struggling, lowering its snout to sniff at Zhu Shan's body. The savage glint in its eyes slowly faded. Zhu Shan smiled faintly and set it down. The pig demon circled around him. Is that it? Chen Yang felt a pang of disappointment. From start to finish, he'd only witnessed his master execute a single move. The spell he'd longed to see with his own eyes remained entirely hidden. Zhu Shan walked toward the fat god, the pig demon following close behind. The fat god now bore a gaping hole in its body, yet its flesh remained pure white like a giant radish that had been bitten into. Thankfully, the gluttonous worm is unharmed. We haven't caused a major disaster. Zhu Shan wrenched the fat god's head off. Seeing the glutton safely tucked inside the skull, a smile spread across his face. Otherwise, it would have cost him dearly to earn the sect's forgiveness. Chapter 52, Zhu Shan's Joyous Occasion. We'll need to call the sect elders to handle this. He pulled out a talisman from his robe, channeling a thread of magical energy into it. The talisman slowly burned away in his hand. Everyone, it's all over now. Zhu Shan turned and called out to the surrounding crowd. Chen Yang was utterly baffled. How had his master managed to tame the ferocious boar so swiftly? Though Zhu Shan declared it safe, the villagers remained too frightened to approach. Only a few guards, obeying orders, mustered their courage to approach. Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun immediately stepped forward. Master! Master! After completing their formal greetings, they stared at the pig demon in astonishment. With their master present, their fear subsided considerably. The pig demon still wanted to devour the fat deity, but Zhu Shan's stern gaze stopped him. Go to the shrine and fetch 100 pounds of divine food to the courtyard. Zhu Shan instructed Zhou Lingjun. Yes, master. Zhou Lingjun dashed toward the shrine. You lot stay here and guard the fat god. Don't let anyone approach. Zhu Shan then instructed the guards. After giving his orders, he called Chen Yang and left together. Master, what about the fat god? Chen Yang asked. The sect elders will handle it later. Master, what about this wild boar? Chen Yang asked, glancing at the beast following alongside his master. I have my own use for it. Zhu Shan chuckled. Seeing his master's cheerful expression, Chen Yang was puzzled. With the fat god killed by the beast, Zhu Shan, as the elder guarding the medicinal garden, should have faced punishment and been displeased. Residents on the road avoided them, terrified by the wild boar. They weren't particularly astonished that Zhu Shan could subdue such a creature, for everyone knew that every master who came to the town was a martial arts expert. Go fetch a few buckets of water to clean it up. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhu Shan gave his orders. The wild boar lay sprawled in the courtyard, its body covered in a thick layer of grime. Ha! Facing the massive boar, Chen Yang hesitated. Don't worry, it won't attack anymore. All right. Chen Yang had no choice but to grab the bucket and fetch water. Zhu Shan returned to the house and put the greedy little creature away. Upon receiving Zhu Shan's message, the Lotus Sect elder arrived swiftly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had arrived. Before the destroyed house, Zhu Shan accompanied the elder as they inspected the damage. Elder Zhu, what are the losses to the medicinal herbs? The visitor was an elderly woman. Elder Yuan, the human medicine suffered minimal loss, only 12 people. That wild demon targeted Fei Shen. I arrived too late. By the time I got there, Fei Shen had already been bitten to death, Zhu Shan said, filled with self-reproach. Baizhu town is so vast. No one could have prevented such an incident. What kind of wild demon was it? The old woman looked at the fat god with regret, not blaming Zhu Shan. This fat god weighed over 2,000 jin and was nearly fully grown. Its death represented a significant loss. A pig demon. It lacked sentience. Zhu Shan answered truthfully. A pig demon? The old woman turned to face him. Female, right? Since no pig demon corpse was visible here, if it had been male, Zhu Shan would have surely killed it with a single palm strike. Zhu Shan nodded with a smile. Congratulations. The old woman offered her congratulations with a smile. Elder Yuan, how should we handle this situation? Zhu Shan humbly inquired. How is greedy worm? The glutton is fine. That's good. The old woman turned to look at the corpse of the fat god on the ground. Elder Zhu, you've always been diligent and conscientious within the sect. Since no major transgression has been committed, upon returning to the sect, I will intercede with the other elders and seek leniency for you. The punishment shall be waived. Thank you, Elder Yuan. Zhu Shan immediately expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. It's only right. The sect must uphold fairness and justice. Guarding the medicinal garden is inherently dangerous work. Besides, according to the rotation, Elder Lu should have been here these past few months. Elder Yuan looked at him. I'll be taking that fat god back to the sect shortly. Take me to see that pig demon. Understood. Zhu Shan led the way. In the courtyard, Chen Yang was rinsing the pig demon's body with water. The pig demon kept eating the divine food Zhou Lingjun had brought back. This pig has so many scars. Though unsure of his master's purpose, Chen Yang diligently scrubbed away the grime with a brush. After scrubbing away the thick grime, Chen Yang noticed numerous claw marks on the wild boar's body. It seems the towering mountains beyond the Lotus Sect also harbor endless dangers. Chen Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. If this boar was already so formidable, whatever had left these scars must be a terrifying being of equal caliber. How peculiar. I wonder what method Master used to tame this creature, making it so docile. Zhou Lingjun watched the beast with curiosity, though fear still kept her from approaching. After all, taming a creature was far more difficult than simply killing it. Probably some kind of magic, Chen Yang replied, then asked, by the way, Brother Zhou, have you ever seen our master perform magic? Zhou Lingjun shook his head. Never seen it. Master is coming. As they spoke, they saw their master walk in, followed by a white-haired old woman. Master! Master! They immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. This is the 9th elder of our sect, Elder Yuan. Pay your respects, Zhu Shan introduced. Greetings, Elder Yuan. Greetings, Elder Yuan. The two immediately bowed to the old woman. The old woman responded, then smiled. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with your master. As you wish. The two withdrew and closed the door behind them. The wild boar, who had been eating, approached upon seeing Zhu Shan arrive. It stayed nearby, already regarding him as its leader. This boar demon possesses considerable strength. You must train it diligently. If it can awaken its spirit and learn cultivation, that would be even better. The old woman surveyed the beast with satisfaction. Its subjugation by Zhu Shan had bolstered the sect's combat strength. Should it transform, learn cultivation, and master spells, its power would grow even greater. Such wild beasts were merely low-tier creatures, lacking spiritual intelligence and thus unrecognized by the High Clan. They were essentially ordinary mortal boars that had accidentally given birth to immortal embryos. After all, it was still mortal, lacking magical power. Unless it was some kind of natural anomaly, this was about the strongest such beast could become. Rest assured, Elder Yuan, I will do my utmost to aid it. Since you have this joyous occasion, and as fellow sect elders, I should offer you a token of my regards. Elder Yuan produced 2 small vials from his robes. These contain 10 bone blood pills. A small token of my regards, please accept them. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Zhu Shan accepted the gift without hesitation. After all, when Elder Yuan had children in the past, he had also given 5 bone blood pills. Chapter 53, Arranging for the Pig Demon. Elder Zhu, since there's nothing else at the moment, I'll take my leave. After chatting with Zhu Shan for a while, the old woman prepared to return to the sect. Please speak well of me before those elders, Yuan. Old Zhu here would be eternally grateful. No problem. The two walked out together. Master, Elder Yuan. Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun, waiting outside, immediately bowed in greeting. The two paid them no mind and walked toward the corpse of the fat god. The fat god is a treasure painstakingly cultivated by the sect, so Elder Yuan must naturally bring it back to the sect. Senior brother Zhou, have you ever seen such a ferocious beast? Chen Yang and the others walked into the courtyard, where the pig was feeding. At such a massive size, he estimated it weighed at least 1,000 catties, with nothing but solid flesh beneath its skin. No wonder it could smash a hole through the wall. Hearing Chen Yang's question, Zhou Lingjun shook his head. No. Within the sect, there are only fellow disciples and elders. Where would we find such a monster? It's eaten so much, it's practically more gluttonous than the fat god himself, Zhou Lingjun marveled, watching the boar devour divine food with relentless hunger despite its already massive size. I wonder how Master will handle this wild boar. Perhaps it will be slaughtered. The meat can be shared among the sect elders. With such a massive size, maybe we disciples will get a share too. The two sat nearby, watching the monstrous creature before them. Xu Shan returned after about 15 minutes. Is it full yet? Xu Shan asked the moment he entered, just as the boar lay snoring on the ground. Chen Yang replied, it's full. It devoured over 100 pounds of divine food in one go. That's normal. Food is scarce in the mountains. It's a miracle it grew this big at all. Xu Shan smiled as he observed the boar demon. Seeing his expression, Chen Yang felt like he'd seen a ghost. He actually detected a look of affection on his master's face. Master, has Elder Yuan returned? Zhou Lingjun asked. He's gone, and he took the fat god with him. The cleanup will be handled by the mortal guard squad in the village. Then what about this wild boar? It will stay here with us from now on. Stay here? The two were utterly astonished, unable to fathom why their master would make such an arrangement. If such a ferocious creature suddenly turned violent again one day, wouldn't they both be in grave danger? Xu Shan understood their concerns and said, rest assured, it won't happen again. This wild beast is also a divine embryo. I will teach it cultivation from now on. So it's a divine embryo? No wonder it's so powerful. Seeing their master's resolve, the two said no more. There's nothing for you to do outside. Begin your cultivation. Cultivation must not be neglected. As you command. After bowing in respect, they each began their own cultivation. Chen Yang, holding the black blade, approached the small pool. Outside. How's your health been lately? Xu Shan approached Zhou Lingjun to ask, noticing his vitality seemed slightly better today than yesterday. Not bad, master. I feel I won't need much longer to unlock the second divine treasure. Zhou Lingjun said excitedly. But Xu Shan didn't seem pleased. Frowning, he said, turn around. Let me take a look. All right. Zhou Lingjun turned his back to him. Xu Shan placed his hand on her back, holding his breath and closing his eyes as he carefully sensed. Strange. His frown deepened as he realized the Jingxur seed planted within Zhou Lingjun wasn't as active as usual today. This was peculiar. As the young bug gradually matured, it should have grown increasingly active. Could something have gone wrong? Xu Shan couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Master, what's wrong? Zhou Lingjun asked as soon as he felt the palm leave his skin. Xu Shan casually replied, nothing. It truly is nearing breakthrough. Zhou Lingjun's heart swelled with joy. You practice first. With that, he departed with the pig demon. I'll observe it for a few more days, Xu Shan murmured. He knew nothing about the bug and felt powerless to help. Though the egg's vitality remained incredibly robust, his greatest concern now was that it might fail to develop properly. The spring awakening bug was a parasitic insect born from the celestial roots of the forest clan. Beyond the forest clan, no one understood this treasure. Cut the water. Chop. In the small pool, Chen Yang repeatedly slashed at the water's surface with his blade. Compared to yesterday, his control over the blade had greatly improved. Each stroke appeared steady and controlled. He could now ensure each stroke remained perfectly level, avoiding any tilting upon entry into the water. The focus of his water chopping practice had now shifted to mastering the qi. With each strike, the qi within his chest's divine treasure stirred, emanating outward. The purpose of sword training at the mid-stage of the divine treasure realm was to use external objects to draw the qi from within the body outward. The physical body itself was a shackle, trapping the qi within. Thus, to cultivate qi, one must break through this shackle. Only then, at the Dao Palace realm, could one's magical power leave the body, enabling the use of spells for long-range attacks. When qi leaves the body, it transforms into spirit. After refining qi into spirit, one gains the opportunity to unlock the third divine chamber. Upon refining the spirit to return to emptiness, unifying essence, energy, and spirit, the Dao Palace realm is attained, and one's magical power is complete. Close your eyes and clear your mind of distractions. This will help you feel the qi more distinctly. After practicing for a while, Xu Shan approached to observe his progress. Yes, master. Chen Yang closed his eyes. Splash. Without visual correction, the strike inevitably went awry. The blade swung crookedly, sending a large spray of water flying. The water in the pool violently churned, as if struck by a club. Despite the poor execution, Zhu Shan offered no reprimand. Instead, he stood quietly by, waiting for Chen Yang to adjust on his own. Chen Yang took a deep breath, searching for his sense of balance. With his eyes closed, it was difficult to gauge whether the blade was aligned correctly. The difficulty increased. But it offered a better opportunity to hone his control over the weapon. After nearly 20 wild swings, he finally corrected it. Each stroke was straight. Not bad. Zhu Shan smiled with satisfaction. She. Chen Yang murmured silently to himself. His focus wasn't on the blade, but on his chest, where he felt the flow of qi. Zhu Shan watched his water-chopping motions, his brow gradually furrowing. Stop. Zhu Shan suddenly barked the command. Master, what's wrong? Chen Yang looked at him in confusion. No. Your focus is misplaced. It should be on the blade. He recognized Chen Yang's mistake. The blade? Chen Yang looked down at the blade. Master, if I focus on the blade, how do I sense the energy and control it? Wrong. The more you focus on it, the harder it becomes to master. The more it struggles to break through the physical constraints. Just practice cutting water with the blade. Remember, you must hold only one conviction, to cleave the water in two. This is a profound sensation, a breakthrough of the spirit. Once you cleave the water to the degree I demand, the qi will naturally break through the flesh's constraints, emerge outside your body, and be at your command. Zhu Shan spoke slowly, hands clasped behind his back. But Chen Yang was utterly baffled. This sensation was something that could only be grasped intuitively, not explained in words. Chapter 54, Tempering the Sword Technique. After a brief rest, Zhu Shan addressed Chen Yang. Alright, now I'll practice with you to master the sword technique. Master, are you unarmed? Chen Yang saw Zhu Shan had already assumed a fighting stance. You're not worried you might hurt me, are you? Zhu Shan smiled at the remark. Chen Yang replied awkwardly, blades have no eyes. Better safe than sorry. No worries. Let's do this. Zhu Shan was amused by his line of thinking. Master, forgive me. Chen Yang bowed respectfully before charging forward with his blade. Clang! Without even lifting his head, Zhu Shan sidestepped the attack. Before Chen Yang could swing again, Zhu Shan kicked out, sending him flying 5 zheng away in an instant. Chen Yang rolled on the ground, his sword landing far away, dazed and disoriented from the fall. That hurt. Chen Yang felt his stomach ache as if it would explode. He couldn't get up for a long time. No one will stand still and let you cut them. They'll dodge and exploit the opening in your strike to attack you directly. Your reactions must be lightning fast, either evade swiftly or strike faster. I know this demand is too much for you right now, so this time I'm giving you a lesson that will sting to the bone. Come again. Next time, I'll only evade. Zhu Shan ignored his condition, continuing his lecture from the sidelines. All right. After a moment, the pain finally subsided. Chen Yang stood up, picked up his blade, and attacked. Zhu Shan knew when to hold back. That kick had caused Chen Yang excruciating pain, but it hadn't actually injured him. Having never trained in sword techniques, he simply swung the blade wildly. His movements appeared wide and sweeping, utterly lacking in technique. But that was fine. Zhu Shan would correct him bit by bit during actual combat. Moreover, Chen Yang had let go of his inhibitions, thinking to himself that if he could kill his master during this opportunity, he could also seize the chance to escape. He aimed for vital points. Yes, good insight. That's it. Don't worry about the specific moves. Any strike that hits me is a good move. Zhu Shan dodged while speaking. Despite his extraordinary bulk, his body moved with surprising agility. Chen Yang couldn't even graze the hem of his robe. This was their first sword sparring session, and Zhu Shan was quite pleased with his performance. Got it. Though I'll never actually hurt you, master, you should still be careful, Chen Yang reminded him with a friendly tone as he swung. Good lad, cut away freely. Your senior brothers and sisters lack your insight, they dawdle, hold back, and just show off with fancy moves. Each strike targeted vital points, yet Zhu Shan evaded them all with unflappable composure. Through attack and evasion, he showed Chen Yang which movements were superfluous and which techniques were truly effective. At this very moment, Chen Yang's sword technique was like a red-hot iron ingot, gradually taking shape under Zhu Shan's relentless hammering. With each relentless swing, Chen Yang felt the energy within him coursing through some unseen channel, circulating throughout his body. Having Zhu Shan serve as his sparring partner accelerated the process of Chen Yang's qi breaking through the shackles of his body, enabling it to burst forth sooner. The reason he was willing to teach so much was to prune away the useless branches and leaves, allowing the growth to be more perfect, so that the Dao Palace realm could be reached sooner. The two sparred in the small courtyard. With repeated practice, familiarity bred proficiency. Chen Yang's sword technique grew visibly more polished with each swing. An hour passed. Alright, that's enough for today. Zhu Shan caught Chen Yang's oncoming black blade between two fingers of one hand. Thank you, master. Chen Yang quickly withdrew his blade, panting heavily as he bowed in gratitude. You've mastered the technique well enough. Rest a while, then continue practicing on water. Master, there's a stream in the village. Might I practice my sword techniques underwater there? It might yield better results. Chen Yang seized the opportunity to suggest. You can't breathe underwater. It'll be unbearable. Zhu Shan was puzzled by why Chen Yang would suddenly have such an idea. Though it's uncomfortable, if it means mastering the energy within the divine treasure sooner, it's worth it. You're afraid of that wild demon, aren't you? Seeing Chen Yang persist, Zhu Shan assumed he'd been frightened by today's pig demon. Since that pig demon would be living with them from now on, it was only natural for Chen Yang to feel afraid. A little. Chen Yang scratched his head with a smile, his awkwardness betraying that his thoughts had been read. If you can endure it, go ahead. Practicing underwater does yield better results. Zhu Shan agreed. Master, I'll go now. After bowing respectfully, Chen Yang shouldered his sword and stepped outside. Outside in the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun was practicing the 7-star fist over and over. Strange. It seems my master is teaching me real skills. Walking along the path, Chen Yang stared at his sword in confusion. If the master truly intended to harm him later, why teach him such practical skills? What am I thinking? How could I let my guard down now? Sword techniques are nothing. Master's real power lies in magic. Without magic, I pose no threat to him. I mustn't be fooled. Chen Yang snapped back to reality. The reason he was being taught these things was akin to the difference between a pig raised on growth hormones and one raised on natural feed. After the pig demon's rampage, the town was in utter chaos, its people and medicine in disarray. Under the guidance of the guards, the villagers began moving boulders to repair the holes the pig demon had smashed through the walls. Chen Yang walked straight ahead and soon reached the small stream. He found a deeper spot and jumped in. First, let's see how long I can hold my breath now. After completing his mortal transformation, he could hold his breath for about 100 breaths during the early stages of the divine treasure realm. Now in the mid-stage, he wondered if he had made any progress. Holding his black blade, Chen Yang sank straight to the bottom and stood upright under the weight of the weapon. About 150 breaths. When he could hold it no longer, Chen Yang planted the blade in the riverbed and surfaced. An improvement over before. Once he reached the chi-consuming realm, he wouldn't need to breathe at all. By cultivating immortal herbs, he could directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through his immortal orifices. This duration still isn't enough. If I were to move underwater, it would cut the time by at least half. After recovering, Chen Yang stood underwater, holding his blade and began slashing forward. Though the water currents added resistance, each strike landed true. Yet his underwater movements churned the water, causing waves to surge violently on the surface. Lotus Sect. On Xianyun Peak, Elder Shu was fertilizing Chen Yang's medicinal herbs with fertilizer made from human remains. What's wrong with the seeds? They're growing perfectly fine, aren't they? Surveying the lush green herb garden, Elder Shu felt quite pleased with himself, thinking to himself that it must have been Chen Yang's haphazard fertilizing in the past. The once wilting herbs had flourished under his care, each plant now lush and leafy. Even the seeds that hadn't sprouted before were beginning to peek through the soil. Under Shu Elder's care, Chen Yang's herbs now differed little from others' crops save for being slightly stunted from past malnutrition, a vast improvement over their previous half-dead, listless state. Chapter 55, Strange. In the stream. Chen Yang swung his blade over and over. Such intense exertion drastically shortened his breath-holding time underwater. After fewer than 70 breaths, he had to surface for air. Simultaneously, he sought to grasp the sensation Zhu Shan had described, striving to reach the stage of refining qi into spirit before returning to the sect. Such enhanced power would give him greater assurance should escape become necessary. In the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun practiced his fist techniques over and over. In the village, once the damaged buildings were repaired, the residents' lives returned to normal. The stream flowed gently, ripples dancing across its surface. 1 month later. Not bad. You've made some progress. By the pond, Zhu Shan accompanied Chen Yang as he practiced his sword techniques. He now had Chen Yang chop at the water for half an hour each day, followed by half an hour of sparring with him. After dodging a strike, Zhu Shan offered his praise. After a month of practice, Chen Yang wielded the black blade with fierce momentum. Each strike was crisp and swift, utterly devoid of hesitation. After spinning the black blade twice in his hand, Chen Yang deftly tucked it behind his back with one hand and smiled, "Master truly teaches well." "That's enough for today." Zhu Shan signaled for him to leave. "Master, I'll be heading out now." With permission granted, Chen Yang took his sword and walked outside. He headed to the stream bed to practice his sword play. Outside in the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun was squatting in a horse stance, but 2 large blue stones were hung from his arms. After completing their morning task, he had been squatting there for a full hour, sweat soaking through his clothes. In recent days, Zhu Shan had altered Zhou Lingjun's training regimen, subjecting him to various weight-bearing exercises. Zhou Lingjun's muscles trembled all over. Passing by, Chen Yang dared not greet him, knowing that if Zhou Lingjun lost focus and dropped the stones, he would face severe punishment from their master. "Hey there, kid. Long time no see." As soon as the door opened, a small old man with a pipe in his mouth stood outside, carrying a bundle on his back. It was Elder Shu. Seeing Chen Yang emerge, he greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, Elder Shu." Chen Yang hurriedly bowed in respect. "Carrying a knife like that, where are you headed?" Elder Shu inquired kindly. Reporting to the elder, "I'm heading to the stream bed to practice my swordplay." Good lad, already at the mid-stage of divine treasure cultivation. Seeing that Chen Yang had already unlocked his second divine treasure, Elder Shu was overjoyed. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Elder," Chen Yang said gratefully. After laughing heartily, Elder Shu inquired, "Is your master present?" "He's inside." "Then go practice your sword. I have business with your master." "Elder, I'll be going now." Chen Yang bowed respectfully before departing. Standing on the stone steps, Elder Shu turned to watch Chen Yang's retreating figure. Stroking his chin with a satisfied smile, he murmured, "Good. Good. Very good indeed." Upon entering the room, he saw Zhou Lingjun performing horse stance squats with weights. A look of puzzlement flashed in the old man's eyes. "Elder Shu, you're here." Zhu Shan emerged from the inner room. "Congratulations, congratulations." Elder Shu offered his congratulations with a smile. "Come over and talk." Zhu Shan turned around. Elder Shu followed him. "Who'd have thought you'd have such luck coming to this White Candle town, even finding a wife? Keep it up. Have a child in the next few years, then have the offspring join the High Clan. If the child shows talent, you won't have to suffer in this rotten sect anymore." Elder Shu picked up his cup and poured himself a sip of tea. The sect elders were all aware of the pig demon appearing in White Candle town. The pig demon was a celestial embryo, and Zhu Shan was also a celestial embryo. Their future offspring would be born with innate perfection, naturally also celestial embryos. However, bearing children is difficult for mortals, and conceiving offspring among immortal embryos would be even more fraught with challenges. Indeed. If fortune smiles upon us, this would be a truly extraordinary stroke of luck. Zhu Shan nodded in agreement. If he could truly have bloodline descendants of his own, this stroke of luck would be no less significant than discovering Chen Yang. "What did you bring?" He noticed the bundle strapped to Elder Shu's back. "Medicinal herbs. Several have ripened, and I brought them to help that youngster strengthen his constitution." Elder Shu opened the bundle, revealing the herbs inside. They were whole plants, dried in the sun. "What's wrong? Why are you looking so down?" Shu Elder noticed Zhu Shan's preoccupied expression. Now that he had a wife, he couldn't understand what else could be troubling him. That kid outside has regressed in his cultivation. Zhu Shan pushed open the window, gazing at Zhou Lingjun with a dark expression. Earlier, Zhou Lingjun had reached the stage of refining essence into qi, just a hair's breadth away from unlocking his second divine treasure. But now, all signs of refining essence into qi had vanished. The water that had been boiling fiercely in the furnace within his abdomen was now gradually cooling. Regression? Impossible. Elder Shu's brow furrowed instantly, utterly perplexed. There's no mistake. The divine treasure within his lower abdomen no longer generates qi, and even with such intense physical training, it remains lifeless. Could it be due to the Jingja bug? Elder Shu asked gravely. The Jingja bug has been growing quieter lately, as if preparing to hibernate. Your arrival is timely. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. It hasn't even hatched yet. How could it hibernate? Elder Shu also realized the gravity of the situation. I don't know. Zhu Shan shook his head. Could it be that the incubation failed? Elder Shu's mood instantly soured. It's possible. Over the past month, things have only gotten worse day by day. What if we open his chest to check? Elder Shu suggested. I've been thinking the same thing. It was developing perfectly fine before. Why did it suddenly stop? We need to see where things went wrong. Zhu Shan agreed. Dragging this out any longer wasn't a solution. If it fails to hatch, it would be such a pity. The two could only hope for the best. Outside. Master. Zhou Lingjun, struggling to hold himself upright, called out with difficulty as he saw Zhu Shan standing before him. Let it all go. Hearing these words, Zhou Lingjun instantly collapsed to the ground, the stone he'd been holding thrown aside. He gasped for breath in ragged, heavy heaves. Get up. Zhu Shan barked, making it clear this wasn't a moment for rest. Master. Just as Zhou Lingjun rose and opened his mouth to speak, Zhu Shan struck him across the neck with a palm, knocking him unconscious. Zhu Shan dragged him into the house. Indeed, it's not very active anymore. Elder Shu examined him nearby and confirmed Zhu Shan's observation. The Jizha bug within Zhou Lingjun's chest seemed to be entering hibernation, no longer voraciously consuming nutrients from his flesh and blood. Could this brat have caused the bug to backfire? Elder Shu entertained an absurd thought. If he possessed such talent, he would have reached my level long ago. Zhu Shan placed Zhou Lingjun on the table. Strange. Even with all this training, his divine treasure shows no reaction. Shu Elder placed his hand on Zhou Lingjun's lower abdomen. Logically, after such intense flesh training, the divine vault should have become scorching hot. Yet Zhou Lingjun's divine vault was only slightly warm. His talent couldn't possibly be this poor. He knew Zhou Lingjun well enough. Let's examine his divine treasure first. Zhu Shan was also puzzled. Logically, the Jingxi bug shouldn't have harmed the divine treasure. As nutrients from the flesh were absorbed, the divine treasure should have become more active to facilitate recovery. After a few cuts, Zhou Lingjun's divine treasure was exposed. Upon seeing it, both men were stunned. Zhou Lingjun's divine treasure appeared dim and lifeless, like that of an elderly person in their twilight years. Strange. How could this be? Elder Shu's eyes brimmed with confusion. No wonder he couldn't refine essence into qi. With his divine treasure in such a state, even activating it was a struggle, let alone refining essence into qi. That would be nothing short of a miracle. No wonder Zhou Lingjun showed signs of regression in his cultivation. Chapter 56, The Fool's Fortune. Seems this lad's natural talent is lacking. His body couldn't withstand the parasites devouring, leaving his divine treasure so damaged. Zhu Shan looked at Zhou Lingjun with deep regret. This medicinal herb was now useless. Unless treated with a top-tier treasure, it was beyond salvage, and such treasures were worth dozens of times more than Zhou Lingjun himself. Moreover, due to the damage inflicted by the Jingxi bug, his internal organs were compromised, rendering him unsellable at any price. Hopefully the bug is unharmed. No longer concerned with the divine treasure, Zhu Shan swung his blade directly, cleaving open Zhou Lingjun's chest. He fumbled beneath the sternum before withdrawing his bloodied hand. Resting in his palm was a green jade ant, no larger than a grain of rice. Resting in a pool of blood, it was easy to miss if one wasn't paying close attention. The tiny creature lay utterly still. It's dormant and it successfully hatched into its final form. Seeing this, both of them let out a long sigh of relief. No wonder it had grown increasingly inactive. It had been preparing for hibernation. Old Zhu, I get it now. This thing must have sensed its host was failing, unable to provide higher quality nutrients, forcing it into hibernation. Zhou Lingjun's talent is too poor to the Jingxi bug. He's nothing but barren land. Just successfully hatching was an arduous struggle, let alone developing and growing afterward. Elder Shu paced back and forth, speculating aloud. Zhu Shan pondered for a moment before nodding. That seems the only possibility. I never imagined my disciple's aptitude could be this poor. What can be done about it? Elder Shu sighed helplessly. Zhu Shan ranked low among the sect's elders, and the disciples he could choose were always the leftovers after the first dozen elders had picked. This young bug is so weak. Even if it hatched, will it survive? Zhu Shan's heart was filled with worry. The bug in his hand resembled a premature infant, far smaller and weaker than the other young bug. It's a matter of luck. Elder Shu retrieved a demon beast bone from his robes. Place it inside this for now. Zhu Shan carefully placed the young bug inside. Inside the bone was a small, dried twig. This bone had been given to him by Lin Yun during an exchange and could serve as a breeding bed. The withered twig inside was a fragment that had fallen from the Lin family's heaven and earth spirit root. Though dried and devoid of divine energy, it could still be used to nurture the spring awakening bugs. These spring awakening bugs were the insects that grew on the Lin family's heaven and earth spirit root. Sensing a familiar aura, the young bug's delicate legs began to stretch out before clinging tightly to the withered twig. Are you going to place it, or shall I? Elder Shu inquired. It was just a bone hard to divide. You take it then. Zhu Shan didn't hesitate. Staying in the medicinal garden carried too much risk, and with treasures like Chen Yang still present, any bandits would simply profit from them. All right. Elder Shu placed the beast bone back. Then what shall we do with this creature? His gaze fell upon Zhou Lingjun. Zhu Shan looked at Zhou Lingjun with disappointment. Even with the divine treasure, he's in this state. Breaking through to the mid-stage is already hopeless, and with his vital energy and organs depleted, he's not worth much now. After a moment's thought, Zhu Shan continued, it'd be a waste to consume him. Take him back to cultivate medicinal herbs. Though the Jingxi bug may look down on him now, he's still decent fertilizer for herbs that can enhance their potency. After all, it represented years of his own hard work. To simply discard it felt like his heart was bleeding. Therefore, it must not go to waste. He would take it to the fields to fulfill its final purpose. A body like this should yield several top-grade medicinal plants. Elder Shu wholeheartedly agreed with Zhu Shan's arrangement. Take him back to the sect. Refining qi into spirit. How does one transform the spirit and release the qi? At the stream's base, Chen Yang swung his black blade downward. The powerful resistance of the water flow met him, stirring up a whirlwind of chaos. He kept trying to grasp the sensation of cleaving the water in two. After a month of practice, though he hadn't grasped that sensation, the qi within his chest had grown significantly. Thanks to the primordial essence brought by Elder Shu, the divine chamber in his lower abdomen had remained fiercely hot throughout this period, ceaselessly generating qi for him. Strange. Why is the divine treasure in my abdomen constantly active? Chen Yang sensed the unusual activity within his body. While it made sense for the divine treasure to be active during sword practice, its persistent heat during nighttime meditation was unusual. It felt as if some force was sustaining the divine treasure's operation, continuously refining essence into energy. About 100 breaths. After cutting through the water over 10 more times, he could no longer hold his breath. He surfaced to take a breath and came ashore to rest. Through this period of training, his breath-holding ability had improved significantly. And this was achieved under high-intensity training. Chen Yang pondered inwardly. When he jumped into the river to escape, the intensity hadn't been nearly as great as it was now. Holding out a little longer shouldn't be a problem. Returning to the sect was my best chance to escape. Chen Yang clenched his fists. There was only one chance. If he returned to the sect, he might not get another opportunity to escape. His previous attempt had shown him just how strict the sect's guards were. If he couldn't continue accompanying his master on missions to the medicinal garden, the chances of ever leaving the sect would be virtually non-existent. "Brother Chen, practicing with your sword again?" After reaching the shore, a voice called out from nearby. It was a few lacquer gatherers. It was the busy farming season in White Candle Town as the lacquer seeds ripened, and these villagers had been gathering seeds for days. During breaks, they'd come out of curiosity to watch Chen Yang practicing his sword underwater. Over time, they'd become familiar with each other. "Uncle Sunday." Chen Yang greeted them with a weary smile. "Tired, huh? Here, have something to eat?" The sun-darkened middle-aged man approached carrying a water jug and food. The food was wrapped in cloth. Unfolding it revealed several pieces of steamed cured pork, half lean and half fatty. "Thanks, Uncle Sunday. I won't stand on ceremony." Chen Yang enjoyed interacting with these ordinary folk and began eating after taking a piece of meat. After all, this was a world of cultivation. The town knew no natural disasters or pest infestations. With favorable winds and rains, crops flourished under the aid of immortals, yielding bountiful harvests year after year. Thus, the medicinal gardens were abundantly supplied, and the mortals living within enjoyed ample food and clothing, free from illness and pain. Compared to the ancient farmers of his previous life, their lives were far more comfortable and much less arduous. Good heavens, that blade must weigh over 30 pounds. The man stared in astonishment at Chen Yang's black blade, wanting to lift it to test its weight. Yet even gripping it with both hands, he couldn't fully raise it. Close enough. Even now, the black blade felt too light for Chen Yang. "Brother Chen, it's hard to believe such immense strength could come from your slight frame." The man stared at Chen Yang's still somewhat slender frame, marveling at the sight. Chen Yang was only 15 years old, barely reaching the man's shoulder height, and his legs weren't even as thick as the man's arms. "That's nothing. Master Zhu can effortlessly lift objects weighing over 1,000 jin." Chen Yang shook his head. Uncle Sun set down the blade and sat beside him. "Master Zhu is that strong? I'd believe he could lift 10,000 jin. Master Zhu is the county's martial arts champion. He can shatter stone with a single punch, and 5 horses couldn't pull him down." Chen Yang remarked casually. This was their identity in White Candle Town. Zhu Shan was the martial arts champion. No wonder he could subdue that wild boar. Hearing how formidable Zhu Shan was, it made perfect sense that he could capture a boar with one hand. "Is it tasty?" Uncle Sun also took a piece of cured pork. "It's delicious." Chen Yang answered honestly. "My wife made it." Uncle Sun ate with relish. "Uncle Sun, how many children do you have now?" Chen Yang asked. The man's face flushed with embarrassment. "Well, we've been married over 10 years, but we still don't have any." Chen Yang paused, then said slowly, "You've got to step up your game." "I've been trying my best, you know. My goal is to have 5 kids." Uncle Sun had lofty ambitions. Chen Yang smiled faintly. In White Candle Town, there were 2 paths to elevate one's status, becoming a fertility god or having more children. Of course, having more children was a path to higher status in every medicinal garden. But as far as Chen Yang understood, for some unknown reason, fertility was hindered in the medicinal gardens. Many couples in White Candle Town had been married for 3 or 4 decades, yet they either had only 1 child or 2 children. Families with 3 or 4 children were extremely rare, and those with 5 children were even rarer. Thus, even under the Lotus Sect's meticulous care, the number of medicinal plants cultivated by the garden's inhabitants fluctuated only within a very narrow range. When Chen Yang first arrived in White Candle Town, he sensed this anomaly. Logically, with abundant resources, excellent medical conditions, and even immortals setting aside their status to personally assist with difficult births, the population of the medicinal garden should have exploded like rats long ago. But that was not the case. "Uncle Sun, you've never left White Candle Town. Have you ever wondered what the outside world might be like?" Chen Yang gazed at the towering wall in the distance as he asked. "What's it like outside?" Uncle Sun pondered for a moment, took a sip of water, and replied, "Honestly, I haven't given it much thought, nor do I wish to. Life here in the town is good. We have food to eat and water to drink. During busy times, we work together, chatting and laughing. In our free time, friends gather to eat meat, drink wine, play music, beat drums, sing, and dance. Life is utterly pleasant. What happens outside doesn't concern us." Besides, several masters who came from the town told us the outside world is ravaged by war, or human life is as worthless as grass. Our White Candle Town is still a sanctuary. People here are warmly clothed, never go hungry, and live happily into old age. Uncle Sun devoured his meat in no time. True enough. Chen Yang didn't dwell on the topic. Just as his master had said, the less one knew, the better one felt. Once exposed to the cruel truths deliberately hidden from view, happiness vanished. The root of human suffering often lies in knowing too much that one shouldn't know. The ignorant are blessed. After chatting for a while, Uncle Sun returned to his work. The town's busiest season lasted only these 2 or 3 months, gathering lacquer seeds, roasting them, and pressing lacquer oil. Once Chen Yang's strength returned, he headed back to the stream bed to practice his swordplay. Chapter 57, Breathing. Freeing the chi from the shackles of the flesh is a breakthrough of the spirit. But how does one achieve such a breakthrough in the spirit? Night had deepened as Chen Yang walked back, his clothes damp. His mind replayed his master's words. Transforming chi into spirit primarily required a breakthrough in the spirit. Only by first breaking free from the shackles of the spirit could the chi within the spirit chamber escape the constraints of the flesh. After so many years of practice, every time he swung his sword, the chi within him would dart about like a rat, yet he could never find the breakthrough. Did senior brother Joe retire so early today? Upon returning to the courtyard, it was eerily quiet, completely deserted. Chen Yang felt something was off. Usually, when he returned at this hour, senior brother Joe would still be practicing his fists until late into the night. What was going on today? Master had also retired for the night, so Chen Yang returned to his own room. He sat cross-legged on his bed, taking deep breaths in and out, absorbing the surrounding celestial and earthly energies. Senior brother Joe. Senior brother Joe. The next day, Chen Yang rose as usual, preparing to fulfill his daily tasks. Yet he discovered that Zhou Lingjun, who was typically an early riser, had not yet awakened. He proceeded to knock on the door and call out. After several calls, there was still no response. Chen Yang pushed the door open. Strange. Where is brother Zhou? The room was empty. Could he have gone ahead to complete today's task? Chen Yang wondered aloud. He's up. Zhu Shan heard the commotion and pushed open the door to come out. He then said, "You'll have to go on today's mission alone." Master, where is brother Zhou? Chen Yang asked after completing his bow. Brother Zhou returned to the sect with Elder Shu yesterday. He encountered some issues with his cultivation and needs to properly adjust. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to unlock his second divine treasure in this lifetime. Zhu Shan said while stretching his shoulders. The wild boar had been following closely beside him the entire time. Back to the sect? Chen Yang was taken aback. Hurry up and finish today's tasks. I need to accompany you in training. Zhu Shan urged. All right. Chen Yang retrieved the barrel of fragrant oil from Zhou Lingjuan's room and set out to complete today's task. This lad truly possesses remarkable talent. After obtaining the primordial essence, his physical form has advanced significantly in such a short time. Teaching a spirit embryo with such innate gifts feels effortless, almost like a pleasure. Zhu Shan sighed as he watched Chen Yang's retreating figure. Only he knew how much progress Chen Yang had made in just 1 month. To put it plainly, his physical strength alone had already surpassed Zhou Lingjuan's. Moreover, in terms of combat skills, he could now exchange blows with him normally. After learning to control his power, he could even engage in a back-and-forth fight. Has senior brother Zhou truly returned to the sect? Outside, Chen Yang's mind stirred with unease, a vague sense of something amiss creeping in. Over recent days, he'd noticed Zhou Lingjuan's condition steadily deteriorating, as if his lamp were burning low. Now that he had suddenly vanished without a trace, Chen Yang couldn't help but wonder if he had been abandoned by the Grandmaster. He knew the sect's rules and what fate awaited a disciple who had been cast aside. Senior brother Zhou, I hope it's not what I fear. Chen Yang sighed inwardly. He was in a precarious situation himself and couldn't afford to dwell on it. Their task in White Candle Town was straightforward, primarily adding fragrant oil to the gluttonous worms within the fat god's head and checking its physical condition. As for other medicinal matters, the town had a clear division of labor. Unless something particularly tricky arose, they didn't need to get involved. Chen Yang had become quite proficient, finishing today's tasks in less than an hour. He carried the bucket back to the courtyard. Let's begin. Zhu Shan tossed him his black knife. Chen Yang caught it. Zhu Shan now held a weapon of his own, a long spear. However, the spear seemed rather short compared to his massive frame, making it look awkward in his hands. Due to Chen Yang's rapid progress, they had now begun practicing weapon-to-weapon combat. The more complex the techniques, the more their focus would be absorbed in the sparring itself, allowing them to ignore the surging chi within their bodies. This was far more conducive to cultivation. The moment Chen Yang caught the sword, Zhu Shan suddenly stepped forward, thrusting his spear straight toward Chen Yang's face. Through Zhu Shan's repeated instruction, Chen Yang's alertness had sharpened considerably. As the spear thrust toward him, he merely tilted his head, and the spear whistled past his ear, dodged. Seeing his master initiate the attack, Chen Yang immediately countered with a backhand slash. Zhu Shan withdrew his spear, using its shaft to block the blade. Very good, very good. You know how to evade. Zhu Shan was pleased with Chen Yang's performance. Chen Yang replied, Master said that no matter what attack you face, you shouldn't try to block it head-on. If you can dodge, dodge. Blocking isn't skill, dodging is skill. Zhu Shan nodded. Correct. But evasion also means losing the initiative. That's why I'm teaching you now, constant evasion is courting death. You must block at critical moments, and the purpose of blocking is to seize the opportunity to counterattack and strike down your opponent. With that, Zhu Shan's spear began to dance through the air once more. Chen Yang scrambled to parry, forced into a retreat by the relentless assault. Clang! After 7 clashes, Chen Yang's black blade was finally knocked flying. Zhu Shan had already adjusted his strength to match Chen Yang's level. Retreating again and again learned to attack. Zhu Shan barked. Master, your attacks are too fast. Chen Yang picked up his black blade. You've trained with the blade for so long. You could actually move this fast now, but you haven't developed the habit of attacking. That won't do. Again. Don't be afraid. Just swing the blade with all your might. My attacks may seem dangerous, but rest assured, I'll stop short of causing harm. Zhu Shan slung his spear over his back. He didn't employ any specific spear techniques, relying instead on the weapon's inherent characteristics for his strikes swift and precise. All right. Zhu Shan's words undoubtedly gave Chen Yang a reassuring boost. He no longer held back. Wielding his blade with one hand, he launched a preemptive strike. His sole purpose was to strike his master with the blade as often as possible. That's more like it. But remember, you can't just attack relentlessly or dodge endlessly. Zhu Shan blocked while imparting his experience. Through repeated practice, Chen Yang's techniques grew increasingly polished, developing his own distinct style. The chaotic energy within his body began to flow rhythmically with his movements, no longer darting about like a headless fly. Good, very good. Zhu Shan noticed the changes in Chen Yang's physique and felt a surge of quiet joy. It seemed the transformation from refining qi to cultivating spirit was drawing near. Breaking through the third divine treasure was within reach. The Dao Palace realm was within reach. Chen Yang sensed he had unlocked something profound. The feeling could be summed up in 3 words. The qi flows smoothly. Once the qi flowed in a regular pattern, his body became more coordinated, and wielding the black blade required less physical exertion. At this very moment, Chen Yang entered a different state. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Keep going, strike while the iron's hot. Zhu Shan's technique suddenly rose to a new level, and Chen Yang felt the pressure intensify. Yet the qi within his body flowed with unprecedented fluidity. Chapter 58, Heavenly Demon Tower. Life in White Candle Town was tedious, filled with repetitive tasks and cultivation day after day. With Zhou Lingjun absent, he was now alone. After a while, the monotony began to set in. With Zhu Shan as his sparring partner, Chen Yang's sword technique advanced at an astonishing pace. The qi within his body circulated steadily and evenly, needing only a single breakthrough to shatter the constraints of his mortal flesh. Time slipped away in the monotony of these days. Half a month later. Outside White Candle Town. At dawn, thick fog shrouded the towering mountains. Amidst the rugged peaks, a crimson sedan chair was carried by 4 weasels walking on their hind legs, traversing the mountain paths. The weasels' front paws gripped the sedan poles. Their legs being rather short, they had to shift their steps rapidly to maintain speed. The sedan chair floated through the mist like a boat. On the left side of the palanquin, a delicate wooden plaque fluttered in the wind like a wind chime. 3 black characters were inscribed upon it, Heavenly Demon Tower. We're almost there. Let's descend. The Lotus Sect has its own rules. Though it's a minor sect, they're business partners, and we must show them proper respect. The simple mountain gate in the distance was already faintly visible. A soft voice spoke from within the palanquin. It was a woman's voice, ethereal and serene, like morning dewdrops glistening on a tranquil lake, refreshing the soul. Understood, my lady. A weasel in front acknowledged the command. The palanquin then descended into the mountainside, and the 4 weasels proceeded by tiptoeing along the treetops. Master, shall we proceed directly to the Lotus Sect's mountain gate? Asked the weasel in front. After a moment's thought, the figure inside the palanquin replied, No, let's go straight to their medicinal garden. We need to inspect how well they're raising the fat gods we ordered. Business at the Celestial Theme Tower is booming right now, and we're running low on spirit oil. Understood, Master. We'll conduct a surprise inspection so they won't have time to pull any tricks. The 4 weasels quickened their pace. Soon, the crimson palanquin traversed several mountain valleys and arrived at the town enclosed by towering walls. Ugh, what a stench! Which pig demon is peeing everywhere? A boy's disgusted voice echoed from within the palanquin. The 2 weasels in front bent down to lift the curtain of the flower sedan chair. A tall, white weasel dressed in white emerged from the palanquin, leading a small weasel by the hand. The young weasel covered its nose, clearly disgusted. Baby, bear with it. The white weasel smiled faintly, and a mist began to swirl around her. As the mist dissipated, it transformed into a fair-skinned, beautiful, and gentle woman. Mother, why must we take human form? In this forest realm, the forest clan permits us to roam freely in our true shapes. Human form is truly ugly and quite uncomfortable. The little weasel looked at its mother in confusion. The woman affectionately stroked its little head and smiled, Baby, be good. If you go in looking like that, you'll scare the humans inside. Alright. The little weasel reluctantly hugged its mother, then gradually transformed into the form of a 10-year-old child. Let's go. The woman led the child inside. The 4 weasels behind them dissolved into wisps of yellow smoke that slipped into the woman's clothes. As the mist dissipated, 4 distinct weasel patterns appeared on her garments. The crimson sedan chair halted just outside the town gates. Who's here? Inside the house, a wild boar sleeping on the bed suddenly opened its eyes. It sensed something had breached its barrier. After the previous incident with the boar demon, it dared not be careless and immediately rose to its feet. Outside the town, ripples of water appeared beneath the woman's feet as she glided through the air, slipping silently inside. A spirit spring realm expert, Zhu Shan, possessing exceptional eyesight, leapt onto a rooftop and caught sight of the woman entering. Standing mid-air, a feat only possible for a spirit spring realm expert. He drew a talisman to notify the sect. So it really is a pig demon guarding this place. The woman also spotted Zhu Shan. Seeing no hostility in her, Zhu Shan hurried over. If she had been hostile, she could have slipped in unnoticed. Such a powerful being could easily ignore the barrier he had set up. What's gotten into Master Zhu running so fast? No idea. Must be in a hurry. Residents on the street saw a broad figure sprinting down the road. They were utterly baffled by Zhu Shan's behavior. Before long, Zhu Shan arrived before the woman and bowed respectfully. Junior Zhu Shan greets the senior. Zhu Shan? Merely at the Dao Palace realm? How could Lotus Sect send such a weakling to guard the medicinal garden we've contracted for ingredients? Seeing that Zhu Shan was only at the Dao Palace realm, the woman frowned. Rise. I am an elder of the Celestial Demon Tower, passing by and stopping to inspect the quality of the fertile spirit herbs we ordered. She beckoned him with a delicate gesture. So you are an elder of the Heavenly Demon Tower. Zhu Shan's expression turned solemn. This was a major client of the Lotus Sect by Zhu Town had been built specifically for the Heavenly Demon Tower. When dealing with such a powerful figure, Zhu Shan couldn't help but tread carefully, as such matters were usually handled by the senior elders and the sect master. Elder Zhu, how many fatty gods weighing over 3,000 jin are currently in the town? The woman inquired softly. 42 weighing over 3,000 jin, including 10 exceeding 4,000 jin, Zhu Shan promptly replied, thoroughly familiar with every detail of White Candle Town. He wondered why such a prominent figure had suddenly visited the medicinal garden. He prayed the sect's powerful elders would arrive soon. If he failed to serve them well and incurred their displeasure, they might cease cooperation with the Lotus Sect. Losing this stable source of income would mean he dared not dwell on the consequences. The gap in cultivation was too vast, and the visitor hailed from a colossal power like the Heavenly Fiend Tower. His status as a sacrificial officer held no sway here. Take me to see it, the visitor said. Tianyao Tower is currently short on spirit oil. If it's suitable, I'll send my men to haul supplies here next month. The woman stated the purpose of their visit. Very well, senior, follow me. Zhu Shan hurriedly led the way. That a Spirit Spring Realm powerhouse would personally inspect ingredient quality left Zhu Shan deeply impressed by the Tianyao Tower's commitment to sourcing. No wonder they'd built such a vast business empire, truly the world's foremost establishment. Meanwhile, within the Lotus Sect, several high-ranking elders were in an uproar. A Spirit Spring Realm expert? Did Zhu Shan misreport? Who among you will go investigate? If such a powerful figure is from the Xian sect again, wouldn't we be courting death by going? There can't be that many Xian sect members. Then you go. The room fell silent. These elders were all merely at the qi-consuming realm. After all, this was a matter of life and death. How could they dare to go? They had gathered here both to deliberate and to seek shelter should any mishap occur. They could confront it together. Elder Zhu hasn't responded to our messages. Could he have met with misfortune? The words hung heavy in the air, weighing on every elder's heart. Sect Master, you must go. All eyes turned to the Sect Master seated at the highest position. For now, let's wait and see. The Lotus Sect Master hesitated. The Sect Master was afraid too. Chapter 59, Inspection. For now, we can only wait and see. How did such a powerful being end up in our Lotus Sect's medicinal garden? It likely isn't someone from the Xian sect, otherwise, Elder Zhu wouldn't have had the chance to relay the message. The elders gathered in the hall murmured among themselves, their speculations running wild. The Lotus Sect's leader was merely at the Spirit Spring realm. He wouldn't dare take such a risk. Even a minor injury wouldn't be worth it. What if there were other accomplices? They resolved to wait and see. By Zhu Town. Master. Chen Yang had just finished his daily task and was on his way back when he happened to see Zhu Shan walking toward him with a woman and a young boy. Judging by the reverence in his master's demeanor, it was clear the woman held a position of great prestige. Is she an elder of the sect? Chen Yang wondered inwardly. He had never seen this woman before and knew nothing of her background. In truth, he had only encountered fewer than 5 elders during his time at the Lotus Sect. Senior. Though unfamiliar, Chen Yang respectfully bowed. Mommy, he smells so good. I want to eat him. Let's buy him and make divine fish. It's been so long since you made divine fish for us. The little boy licked his lips and mumbled upon seeing Chen Yang. Zhu Shan's expression darkened instantly. Sweetie, be good. Otherwise, mommy won't take you out to play anymore. The woman tapped the back of the boy's head with her finger. Without another glance at Chen Yang, she walked straight past him. Go back and practice your sword. Zhu Shan hurriedly gave him a warning glance before following the woman's footsteps, letting out a long sigh of relief. Who is that woman? Chen Yang lifted his head and glanced back. When his gaze fell upon the woman's clothing, for a moment, it seemed as though the patterns on her garments had come to life, staring back at him. You little insect, keep staring and I'll eat you whole. The little boy turned his head, his expression fierce as he glared at him. For some reason, Chen Yang noticed a savage glint in the boy's large, childishly cute eyes. Those wide, staring eyes sent a chill down his spine. Chen Yang quickly lowered his head and turned to leave in a hurry. Was that just a child's playful threat, or did he truly intend to devour me? Only after walking a considerable distance did Chen Yang pause, his mind replaying the boy's words. Weighing the possibilities, he leaned toward the latter, especially after witnessing that terrifying glint in the child's eyes. Whether it was the medicinal herbs from the garden or the disciples within the sect, they all had their uses. His master could devour even a mortal's placenta with relish. Consuming a human being was hardly beyond the realm of possibility. Judging by the woman's appearance, she doesn't seem to be from the Lotus Sect. She must be an immortal from outside. If that child said he wanted to buy me back, could it be that my senior brothers and sisters were all taken by the master to be sold? Chen Yang pondered inwardly. Though he hadn't met many sect elders, those he had encountered differed markedly in appearance and stature from ordinary disciples. Moreover, the elders who commanded Zhu Shan's deference were invariably advanced in years, yet this woman appeared barely 30. What kind of filthy place is this Lotus Sect? Treating disciples as commodities for trade only reinforced Chen Yang's conviction that the Lotus Sect was nothing more than a massive breeding ground. Human medicine served as feed, while they, the disciples, were the primary subjects of captivity. He drew a deep breath. He had to escape this dark place. Chen calmed himself as he returned to the manor. Let's check out this place. The woman pointed in a direction, her keen senses guiding her to the house where the fat god resided. Yes, senior. Zhu Shan dared not refuse. Master Zhu. Zhu Shan led the woman to the door of that household. The people inside greeted him with a bow upon seeing him arrive. Even though it was the height of the farming season, this family, thanks to the fertility god, had been exempted from labor duties. They lived in leisure every day and enjoyed the town's most privileged benefits. Everyone step outside. We're here to inspect the fertility god's development. Zhu Shan said slowly. Yes, Master Zhu. After bowing, everyone withdrew to the courtyard. Please come in, elder. Zhu Shan stood at the doorway and pushed the door open. The woman led the boy inside. Unconcerned by the poor sanitation inside, the woman scrutinized the fat god's massive frame from head to toe. This fat beast weighed 4,000 jin, snoring soundly as it lay motionless on the ground. It smells so good, even better than that person earlier. Mommy, I want to eat it. Staring at the creature before him, the child immediately crawled onto the fat beast, drool dripping from his mouth. He opened his mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Had the woman not grabbed his clothes and yanked him up in time, the pig would have lost a chunk of its plump flesh. You've raised it quite well. The woman looked at the wriggling child in her arms and said with satisfaction. Zhu Shan hurriedly bowed and replied, It is the greatest honor for our Lotus Sect to be a supplier to the Celestial Demon Tower. Therefore, the sect master and even the elders take great care in feeding the fat god, daring not to be the slightest bit negligent. Though the Celestial Fiend Tower couldn't match the might of the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 nobles, or the 12 sacrificial ministries, it was undoubtedly one of the most widespread powers in this wild and untamed immortal realm, spanning both land and sea. You're quite the smooth talker. The woman chuckled softly, her finger gliding across Fei Shen's body. A wound appeared. The foul-smelling room instantly filled with an aroma that stirred one's appetite. Quality approved. The woman nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a brush dipped in cinnabar. She drew 2 marks on the fat god's body. Watching this, Zhu Shan's gaze grew anxious as he looked toward the entrance. Why aren't the sect master and the others here yet? Those 2 marks signified acceptance for delivery, a decision beyond his authority. Let's go. We'll check another location. After finishing her task, the woman walked out. Zhu Shan followed behind, whispering, Senior, weren't we here for an inspection? The woman smiled faintly. Several families in the forest have recent celebrations and have commissioned our Tianyao Tower. To prevent any shortcomings in hospitality, we need to prepare extra spiritual oil. The Celestial Demon Pavilion is truly thriving. Zhu Shan agreed. That plump spirit beast earlier was quite decent. Put it in the cauldron, and we should be able to boil out 20 pounds of spirit oil. And it's all thanks to the powerful gluttony ability provided by the Celestial Fiend Tower. Zhu Shan carefully led her to inspect another household raising plump spirits. In the courtyard. Splash. Chen Yang wielded his black blade, slashing relentlessly at the water. Why can't I break through? Feeling the chi flowing within his body, Chen Yang couldn't help but grow impatient. It felt as though countless channels existed within his body, through which the chi flowed smoothly. Yet it remained trapped within the limitations of his physical form. Unless the chi could escape his body, he couldn't connect with the divine, and thus couldn't master this force. Once he mastered the chi, his strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. He had been in White Candle Town for some time now. Elder Lu would arrive soon. He wanted to master the chi before Zhu Shan returned. Chapter 60, False Alarm. Splash. The black blade struck the water's surface once more. Once again, a large splash erupted. He still couldn't manage to cleave the water in two like Zhu Shan did. Something was always missing within the blade. Don't think about chi. Don't think about it. Chen Yang focused his mind entirely on the blade. In the courtyard, he swung blow after blow. This fat god isn't half bad either. Meanwhile, the woman was inspecting the fat gods in the village. After a thorough inspection, she was quite satisfied with the fat gods raised by the Lotus Sect. She drew 2 more marks on the fat god with her brush. Why haven't the sect master and the others arrived yet? Zhu Shan felt a surge of anxiety. With the woman present, he couldn't continue reporting to the sect headquarters, lest he upset her. Are there any more fat gods weighing over 4,000 jin? The woman asked, turning around. Zhu Shan replied, reporting to the senior, no. This is the last one. Still not enough. The woman murmured. She then inquired, how many fat gods are there in the village now? 74. Zhu Shan answered. Are there any fat gods left in the other medicinal gardens? None. How could they be gone? I recall you purchased ample quantities of gluttonous insects from the Celestial Fiend Tower. Why haven't you expanded your operations? The woman's expression darkened with displeasure. Zhu Shan sensed trouble brewing and humbly explained, Senior, you may not be aware that Lotus Sect once maintained 2 medicinal gardens dedicated to cultivating fat gods. However, 5 years ago, one of these gardens was targeted by another faction, who forcibly seized the mortals within. In the barbarian immortal realm, mortal bodies were the most precious resource like grain, they formed the very foundation of cultivation across the entire world. The more mortal bodies a faction controlled, the more cultivation treasures they could transform. A force like the Lotus Sect could only protect a limited number of mortal bodies. Once that limit was exceeded, it easily attracted the covetous eyes of more powerful factions. Did the Lin clan not intervene when this happened? The woman was puzzled. All mortal bodies within the forest domain were assets of the Lin clan. Regardless of which faction they currently belonged to, the Lin clan held the final say in their distribution. To maintain order in the forest domain and foster a conducive cultivation environment, the Lin clan strictly forbids factions from targeting each other's mortal bodies. Except for the uncontrolled wild cultivators. They did intervene, but the Lin clan also felt the Lotus Sect had too many mortals. After reaching some agreements with their sect master, nothing came of it. Seems like your Lotus Sect drew the short straw. Zhu Shan began to lament, indeed, generations of cultivation efforts by the Lotus Sect have gone down the drain. When our sect was first established here, the Lin clan only granted us 30,000 mortals. After centuries of development, we finally managed to increase our mortal numbers to 70,000. Now, so many have been snatched away. Senior, you know how difficult it is to cultivate mortals. Sai, who told you to raise them so well? The woman shook her head, her expression tinged with sympathy. Among the factions she knew, few treated their commoners as well as the Lotus Sect did. Very well. I shall go to your sect and speak with your sect master. The woman didn't wish to discuss it further. She took the little boy by the hand and walked toward the town's exit. Zhu Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, following behind to escort her. He asked, Senior, when will you come to collect these fine specimens you've selected? We need to prepare. In about half a month. The two chatted along the way. The town bustled with activity. Seeing the promising harvest, residents sang folk songs while busily tending to the lacquer trees, their cheerful energy filling the air. As they passed along the path beneath the trees, people waved greetings. Farewell, Senior. Outside the town, Zhu Shan escorted the woman to the front and back of the red sedan chair, bowing respectfully. Her white robe fluttered as 4 weasels darted out from beneath it. Spirit artifacts. Watching this scene, Zhu Shan's eyes brimmed with envy. The garment she wore was a spirit artifact. My friend, please return. The woman stepped into the palanquin, and the curtain fell naturally. 4 weasels hoisted the sedan poles, lifting it into the air as it soared toward the Lotus Sect behind White Candle Town. Finally gone. Zhu Shan rose to his feet, smiling as he watched the sedan chair depart. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Serving such a powerful figure weighed heavily on his mind. Clapping his hands, he returned to the town. Could the sect master and the others have been frightened off? Zhu Shan wondered inwardly. They hadn't arrived even after all this time. It seemed the only plausible explanation. But then again, an uncontrolled wild cultivator at the Spirit Spring realm suddenly appearing here was indeed quite frightening. Elder Ma, go investigate. Your clan's noon god speed allows you to soar through the air with incredible speed. Even if the opponent is at the Spirit Spring realm, they might not be able to catch up to you. Within the sect, a leopard-headed elder addressed a horse-headed woman. Indeed, Elder Ma. If you go, you should be able to return safely. The other elders chimed in agreement. The horse clan's Wu Divine Technique Divine Stride and the dragon clan's Chen Divine Technique Water Walk both excelled in speed, one the fastest on land, the other the swiftest in water. I won't go. If anyone must, you go. Elder Ma refused outright. What if the enemy also masters the noon divine art? I'll go take a look. The Supreme Patriarch, standing at the head of the elders, looked at them with disappointment. He rose to his feet, deciding to go out and investigate. Master, I'll accompany you. Seeing the leader had made up his mind, Elder Ma, who had just been insisting he wouldn't go, immediately called out. I'll go too. The other elders chimed in one after another. For they all knew staying by the side of the most powerful patriarch was the safest place to be. Truthfully, everyone was puzzled. With Lotus Sect's modest resources, how could it possibly attract a Spirit Spring realm expert? Just as the elders stepped outside the hall, a crimson object drifted toward them from the distant mountains. What is that? The group immediately stood ready for battle. After a dozen breaths, the palanquin slowly descended outside the hall. Ah, it's the celestial beings from the heavenly demon tower. Upon recognizing the sedan chair's banner, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All that commotion for nothing, just a false alarm. You must be the leader of the Lotus Sect. The curtain lifted, and the white weasel emerged from within. Greetings, fellow cultivator of the celestial demon tower. The Lotus Sect leader stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The woman smiled. I just visited your medicinal garden. The quality of the fatty gods is quite good. I've selected some. Special personnel will come to collect them in half a month. Upon learning that the powerful figure who had entered the medicinal garden was none other than the immortal before them, everyone finally relaxed completely. Life is one's own, it's best to be cautious. These elders of the sacrificial department were not particularly concerned about the sect's upheaval. Even if the sect were destroyed, their status as living beings of the sacrificial department would allow them to thrive within other factions, continuing to reap the benefits. Though their treatment might be slightly less favorable than at the Lotus Sect. Understood, understood. The sect master nodded repeatedly in agreement. The fat gods you're raising are of excellent quality. Could you expand the breeding scale further? The woman inquired. Chapter 61, Refining Qi into Spirit. Fellow Daoist, we'd love to expand, but we simply don't have enough mortal workers in the medicinal gardens right now. The Lotus Sect master replied with evident difficulty. The medicinal garden's manpower was limited, and each garden served distinct purposes. If another garden were diverted to fattening divine beasts, resources for other areas would dwindle. While reduced income was a minor concern, the real fear was that such disruption would jeopardize the bone blood pill harvest. Failing to deliver the annual tribute to the Lin clan would spell trouble. Moreover, they had no desire to exhaust themselves expanding only to benefit others. They believed in working within their means. After pondering for a moment, the white weasel said, I've looked into your situation. Here's what we'll do. If you're willing to open another medicinal garden dedicated to cultivating the fat god, my heavenly demon tower will protect these two gardens. Should any wild cultivators or other factions come to cause trouble here, my heavenly demon tower will intervene. Is there such a good deal? This is fantastic. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elders behind them, hearing the weasel's terms, began murmuring excitedly. Their greatest fear was precisely being coveted by others. With the celestial demon tower stepping in, these two medicinal gardens could become a steady stream of wealth for the sect. A stable source of wealth. Moreover, with the heavenly demon tower's methods, any wild cultivator daring to cause trouble could be tracked down even if they fled. Eliminating evildoers and restoring peace would serve as a warning to others. The Lotus Sect master's eyes lit up upon hearing this, though he suppressed his excitement and inquired, if that's the case, then opening another medicinal garden wouldn't be a problem. But what exactly are the heavenly demon tower's demands? The weasel chuckled, just one thing, both medicinal gardens must supply at least 15 plump divine beasts weighing over 4,000 gene each year, guaranteed in both quantity and quality. Fellow Daoist, 15 is rather excessive. The sect leader frowned. Supplying 15 fat divine beasts weighing over 4,000 gene annually wasn't difficult, but the challenge lay in guaranteeing quality. How many do you think would be appropriate? Asked the weasel. 12, the sect master replied after careful consideration, but stable supply won't be possible until at least 10 years from now. The Lotus Sect master gave his figure after careful consideration. 12 per year might not seem like many, but maintaining two medicinal gardens required at least 5,000 mortal bodies. To ensure quality, these bodies couldn't be used for anything else. The food consumed by the residents of White Candle Town was meticulously crafted, each recipe a masterpiece of medicinal formulation. Very well, it's settled then. The white weasel nodded in agreement. She merely saw that the Lotus Sect had raised the fat god well and could afford to show a little favor. Fellow Daoist, this isn't the place for such talk. Let's discuss this further inside. The Lotus Sect master gestured invitingly. The demons proceeded inside. Master. In the courtyard, Chen Yang was practicing his sword techniques. Upon seeing Zhu Shan arrive, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your senior brother Zhou has returned to the sect. The task in the small town now falls solely to you. You'll have your work cut out for you. Zhu Shan said with concern. No trouble at all. Chen Yang shook his head repeatedly. Do you know who arrived today? Zhu Shan asked beside him. Master, I haven't been with the Lotus Sect long. I don't know which elder from the sect it is. Chen Yang feigned ignorance. Zhu Shan smiled and explained, he is indeed a sect elder, but he's been traveling far and wide for years. He just returned to the sect recently and, out of boredom, decided to visit the town. Master, did that elder bully you? Seeing you like that today really upset me. Chen Yang murmured. Zhu Shan's expression darkened. What can one do? It's because my status within the sect is lowly. Chen Yang pressed his lips together, his gaze firm as he declared, Master, I will train even harder. I'll reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible, go to the main sect to further strengthen myself, and make sure no elder in the sect dares to bully you again. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shan laughed heartily at these words, ruffling his disciple's hair with a satisfied smile. My good disciple, you truly live up to being my favorite. Master, how much longer must we remain in White Candle Town? Chen Yang seized the moment to ask. Probably another half-month. By then, the sect will send elders to take over White Candle Town. Half a month later was the day Tianyao Tower would come to collect their goods. He had no authority to represent the sect in the transaction and would likely be recalled by then. Only half a month left? Chen Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. The time left for him was running out. Come, let's practice swordplay. I see the chi within you is nearing the stage of transforming into spirit essence. Zhu Shan dared not relax his vigilance regarding Chen Yang's cultivation progress. All right. Chen Yang nodded firmly. Gripping his blade, he began sparring with Zhu Shan. Practice makes perfect. Over this period, his mastery of the sword had grown fluid and effortless. 5 days later. Faster. Much faster. By the poolside, Zhu Shan shouted to Chen Yang, who was submerged in the water. Chen Yang had been slashing continuously for a full hour, his hands already numb. Splash. After delivering the final strike, his hands lost all strength. The black blade was knocked from his grasp by the force of the water current. It fell to the bottom of the pool. Master, this is the fastest I can go. Chen Yang stood exhausted in the water. His blade speed had improved significantly since the beginning when the blade sliced through the water, not a single droplet splashed beyond the pool's edge. Zhu Shan shook his head. No, you can go faster. Your mind is too scattered. The purpose of telling you to go faster isn't about how swiftly you strike, but to relax your spirit. Focus on one thought alone, cleaving the water in two. Where there's a will, there's a way. In truth, no matter how fast you swing, you'll never truly split the water. Your spirit is what matters most. The reason I urged you to go faster was to make you lose yourself in the moment. The mind. Chen Yang pondered the words, sensing some understanding yet unable to grasp it fully. Someone's coming. Zhu Shan sensed someone entering the barrier. He instructed Chen Yang, continue practicing here. I'll be back shortly. Then he departed. The divine treasure within Chen Yang's lower abdomen remained fiercely hot, ceaselessly refining essence into energy. His physical strength quickly recovered. It's not about the blade's sharpness. Even the sharpest blade couldn't cleave water in two like my master did. What matters most is the sensation, the feeling that allows chi to transcend the limitations of the physical body. For the first time, Chen Yang sensed the profound mystery of cultivation. Many things could only be grasped intuitively, never fully conveyed in words. Continue. After swallowing a bone blood pill, he picked up the blade once more. He was alone in the courtyard, the air still and quiet. His clothes were completely soaked, sending a chill through him. Split the water in two. Chen Yang stared intently at the now calm water surface. His inability to refine essence into chi, coupled with the approaching deadline to return to the sect, caused an uncontrollable anxiety to well up within him. Split the water in two. Chen Yang's eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. Achieving this step required a breakthrough in spiritual cultivation above all else. Yet he could not find the breakthrough point. Distraught, Chen Yang thought of being taken away for cultivation, and the towering figure of Zhu Shan began to loom before his eyes. The figure grinned maliciously, staring at him with ill intent. If I split you in two, I can finally leave this hellhole. A murderous intent flared in Chen Yang's eyes as he swung his blade down from above, striking at Zhu Shan's phantom form. Boom! In that instant, Chen Yang heard the deafening roar reverberate in his eardrums. After the strike, Zhu Shan's entire figure split apart before his eyes. The phantom vanished, and the long sword plunged into the water. Yet the water's surface remained perfectly still. Chapter 62, Armor-Clad Technique. That's it? I broke through? Chen Yang stared at the water's surface in disbelief. His previous strike had already cleaved the water in two. Holding the blade aloft, he could clearly see a layer of translucent light shimmering across its surface. Qi. A smile spread across Chen Yang's face, for this very substance was the qi within his body. With that strike, the qi within him had broken through its constraints and emerged outward. So this is what a breakthrough in the mind and spirit feels like. He now grasped the sensation his master had described. A proverb from his past life came to mind: arrows pierce stones and drink their feathers, a phrase that perfectly captured his current state. No wonder his master insisted on teaching him weaponry. It was a way to swiftly master qi. For ordinary immortal embryos, achieving qi-spirit communion through self-realization was exceedingly difficult. So this is qi. Chen Yang gently waved his black blade, feeling the qi circulating outside his body. Now this qi had reached divine union, linked to his spirit and under his command. Closing his eyes, he quietly absorbed the sensation. The once unruly qi now flowed freely throughout his body under his mental command. A peculiar sensation stirred within his heart. Why does this feel exactly like the inner strength described in martial arts novels? Chen Yang murmured. With a casual flick of his wrist, the qi sliced the water's surface, cleaving it into two deep, concave halves. Not a single droplet rose, only two faint ripples spread outward. Chen Yang looked toward the stone stele at the courtyard gate. Leaping out of the pond, he landed with two swift steps before the stele and struck it with a fluid slash. Crack! Empowered by the qi, Chen Yang's strike flowed with unparalleled fluidity. With a sharp crack, the blade sliced through, cleaving the stone tablet cleanly in two. Chen Yang's figure halted, the blade trembling faintly in the air. Just qi is this powerful. Once I reach the Dao Palace realm and possess true magical power, how formidable will I become? Chen Yang stared in disbelief at the fallen stone tablet, murmuring to himself. The gap in strength between him and Zhu Shan was still far too great. With a flick of his black blade, Chen Yang began practicing sword techniques in the courtyard. He needed to adapt to his current state as quickly as possible. Elder Xiong, it's you. Outside Baizhu town, a female cultivator as imposing as Zhu Shan stood waiting at the edge of the barrier. Elder Zhu, I've come to deliver a message. Elder Xiong stated his purpose. What news? Zhu Shan inquired. But since Elder Xiong had come in person, it couldn't be anything urgent, otherwise, he would have simply sent a message via a communication talisman. Lotus Sect's talismans were all purchased at great expense from the Heavenly Gate, and they had to be used sparingly. Elder Xiong explained, the Celestial Fiend Tower finds the fattened deities cultivated by our Lotus Sect to be excellent. They wish to deepen our cooperation and request we establish another medicinal garden for raising these deities. They offer protection in return. Preparations have already begun within the sect. Several elders convened a meeting and decided that the task of reopening the medicinal garden falls to 6 elders: myself, you, Elder Shu, Elder Lang, Elder Chan, and Elder Gue. Just the 6 of us? How is that possible? Zhu Shan's expression darkened. Reopening the medicinal garden was a monumental task. Changing the mindset of thousands of herbalists would be no easy feat. Moreover, the medicinal herbs used to cultivate the fertility gods were notoriously delicate. If their condition deteriorated due to poor care, it would severely impact the quality of the fertility gods. If they couldn't be sold, it would be blamed on us. There's no choice. The elders unanimously agreed to this. They said if we succeed, we'll be rewarded. If we fail, we'll be expelled from the sect. Elder Xiong said with a bitter tone. She wasn't a ritualist spirit. If she left and was killed by other immortal cultivators or wild practitioners, no one would care. Having finally found a place to stay, she naturally didn't want to leave. Damn it, they always dump the dirty, grueling work on us. Zhu Shan's ugly, bloated face twisted into a hideous grimace, but he could only vent his anger here. It was the sect's decision, there was nothing he could do about it. When do I go? Zhu Shan took a deep breath to steady himself before asking resignedly. The elders say you'll go when Elder Lu arrives to replace you, Elder Xiong replied. Elder Lu has broken through to the qi-consuming realm? Yes, he has. Alright, I understand. You may go now. A flicker of envy passed through Zhu Shan's eyes. Elder Zhu, I'll be going now. Elder Xiong bowed his hands in respect before departing. If I break through to the qi-consuming realm, I won't have to put up with those elders' nonsense anymore. Zhu Shan turned and headed back. They want to open another medicinal garden and claim the credit, but who knows which elder will get the credit in the end. He seethed inwardly, yet felt powerless to change it. However, if he could break through to the qi-consuming realm now, his standing within the sect would rise. As someone possessing divine herbs, Zhu Shan's prospects for breakthrough remained quite promising. I'm so exhausted. In the courtyard, after Chen Yang controlled the qi within his body to wield the black blade for a moment, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged into his brain from all directions. This was far more exhausting than practicing the 7-star fist. And why is my divine treasure so hot? Chen Yang sat on the ground to rest. It was normal to feel exhausted when temporarily circulating qi as heavy as lead and mercury, but he was puzzled by the intense heat radiating from his divine treasure. Especially during each breakthrough, it grew exceptionally scorching. Moments later, Zhu Shan pushed open the door. The moment he stepped into the courtyard and saw the stone steel cleaved in two, his eyes lit up instantly. His earlier displeasure vanished instantly. Master. Chen Yang stepped forward to pay his respects. You've broken through? Zhu Shan's face broke into a smile. Yes, master. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Chen Yang put on an innocent, childlike expression, seeking encouragement and praise. You've given your master an immense surprise. I thought it would take you at least half a year to reach this stage. Now that you've refined chi into spirit, it won't be long before the divine treasure chamber in your mind is unlocked, reaching the late stage of the divine treasure realm. Zhu Shan was overjoyed. Chen Yang's progress consistently exceeded his expectations. With master teaching me so tirelessly, if I still fail to live up to expectations, wouldn't I be betraying your kind intentions? Excellent disciple, excellent disciple. Zhu Shan laughed heartily, then declared, strike me with your blade. Let me see how formidable your chi truly is. With that, he extended his hand. But, master, if I channel my chi into it, the black blade's power will be immense. Chen Yang voiced his concern. You've only just cultivated chi into spirit. How powerful could your chi possibly be? Don't worry, just strike me with all your might. You're right. Master's power is boundless. How could I possibly harm you? Chen Yang tightened his grip on the blade as he spoke, taking a few steps back. Feeling ready, he shouted, Master, be careful. With that, he charged forward at full speed. As he neared Zhu Shan, he leapt 10 feet into the air, raised the blade high with both hands, channeling half his chi into the black sword. He swung straight for Zhu Shan's head. He wanted to test his master's true strength. Watching Chen Yang strike, Zhu Shan, who had previously appeared calm and composed, froze upon sensing the blade's power as it descended. He channeled his magical energy into his palm, using his palm to block the blow. A spherical protective barrier formed from colored magical energy, interwoven with mystical runes, materialized. The black blade struck this defensive layer. The collision of their energies sent an invisible shockwave rippling outward. Ha! Impressive, lad. Your chi is truly formidable. That single strike surpasses what your senior sister Huang achieved after over a decade of cultivation. Zhu Shan was thoroughly impressed. He had originally intended to pinch the blade between two fingers, but the sheer killing intent Chen Yang displayed forced him to change his approach, resorting to a spell instead. Under that strike, it remained unshaken. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Yang was sent flying backward. So powerful. Chen Yang landed steadily, his heart sinking to the depths. The stronger he grew, the more he sensed Zhu Shan's unfathomable depth. Quickly regaining his composure, he rushed forward, running his hand over the defensive barrier Zhu Shan had conjured with his magic. Excitedly, he asked, Master, is this magic? Zhu Shan withdrew his magic, clasped his hands behind his back, and smiled. Indeed. This is the armor technique. Once mastered, blades cannot pierce it, water and fire cannot harm it. It can withstand heavenly thunder and bear the weight of boulders, the ultimate defensive art. Armor technique. Chen Yang murmured. Before such magic, even the fiercest weapons were mere show. Even if Zhu Shan stood completely still, Chen Yang couldn't harm him in the slightest. This was precisely why Zhu Shan was willing to teach him weaponry. Without magic, he'd be utterly defenseless. Do you wish to learn it? Zhu Shan asked with a smile. Chen Yang nodded vigorously. You can learn once you reach the Dao Palace realm. Zhu Shan reached out to pat Chen Yang on the head, but as his hand neared, he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. What the? Zhu Shan staggered back 2 steps, clutching his head in discomfort. Master. Chen Yang hurried forward to steady him, asking with concern, Master, what's wrong? Nothing. The sensation came and went swiftly. He waved it off, but just then, the injuries within his body erupted violently. His expression twisted, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But he managed to hold it back. Go cultivate first. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Zhu Shan hurriedly departed. He locked himself in the room where he usually cultivated. Chapter 63, The Insensitive Spirit Insect. What's wrong with him? Chen Yang was puzzled by Zhu Shan's inexplicable behavior. Could it be that even immortals experienced physical discomfort? Shaking his head, he dismissed thoughts of Zhu Shan and focused instead on the black blade in his hand. His expression darkened as he thought, my master is truly that powerful. How foolish of me to hold back half my strength. Earlier, he had only channeled half his chi into that strike, thinking to reserve strength for unforeseen needs. But witnessing Zhu Shan's techniques revealed the vast gap between them, making him feel utterly ridiculous. Without mastery of magical arts, no matter how skillfully he honed his blade or how far he advanced to the Dao Palace realm, he would never be Zhu Shan's equal. Ah, never mind all that. Being able to enhance my strength now is still a good thing. After a moment of frustration, Chen Yang composed himself and began to recall Zhu Shan's words, murmuring to himself, just now, I only used half my chi, yet my master said my chi was already more robust than senior sister Huang's. It must be because of the divine treasure. He touched his lower abdomen and looked down. The scorching divine treasure was refining the innate essence within, providing him with an endless supply of chi. Inside the house, Zhu Shan channeled his energy to heal his wounds. Cough cough cough. Unfortunately, he couldn't suppress it in the end, coughing up blood continuously. Damn it, what's wrong with this injury? At this rate, I'll die before the immortal pill is even refined. Zhu Shan clutched his chest as excruciating pain radiated from within. His breathing became erratic. At that moment, Zhu Shan felt his body like a dam being corroded from within. Something relentlessly eroded him, the severe injuries he'd suffered years ago like holes in the dam. Now, they were worsening, pushing his entire body closer and closer to the brink of collapse. Could it be that Elder Shu ambushed me? Zhu Shan's expression darkened. This seemed the most plausible explanation. Why else would his body begin showing strange symptoms immediately after finding such a treasure? That old bastard wanted to keep it all for himself. Smiling all the time, yet playing dirty tricks behind my back. Zhu Shan's eyes darkened, turning crimson with fury. Even with his close relationship with Elder Shu, the irresistible allure of the treasure in his hands forced him to doubt. I can barely hold it in. Zhu Shan's features suddenly contorted. His facial muscles churned violently, revealing long fangs and a pig-like snout. But under his control, these beastly features retreated. Chen Yang, come here. Outside, Chen Yang, who had been deep in thought, heard Zhu Shan's call. He hurried to the doorway and respectfully inquired, Master, what do you require of your disciple? Zhu Shan said, I shall enter seclusion for several days to cultivate. During this time, the affairs of the town are entrusted to you. Take it. The door burst open. 2 boxes flew out before it slammed shut again. Chen Yang caught the items instantly. These are spirit insects for detecting immortal embryos. Several medicinal plants are about to bear fruit soon. Keep a close watch. If you detect an immortal embryo, come tell me immediately. I will report it to the sect. Zhu Shan's voice came through, assigning the task. Master, focus on your cultivation. The town is in good hands with me. Chen Yang spent every day with Zhu Shan and knew exactly what to do. Oh, Master, how should I proceed with my cultivation now? Chen Yang pressed on. His sword training aimed to refine qi into spirit essence, a goal he'd already achieved. But how could he now break through to the third spirit treasure? Zhu Shan replied, simple. Find any lacquer tree outside. Shake off some leaves. As they fall, use your blade to cleave them in two. Remember, channel your qi into the strike. Aim for the center as much as possible. Within just a few breaths, strike every single falling leaf. That's how one cultivates. Chen Yang was astonished. Exactly. The mid-stage of the divine treasure involves using weapons to guide cultivation. Haven't I told you before? Using weapons boils down to 3 words: swift, precise, ruthless. You've already mastered swift. Now practice precise. If you can train your blade to cleave falling leaves cleanly in half, with your talent, breaking through the third divine treasure will come naturally. Understand? This disciple understands. Chen Yang understood. Slicing a falling leaf cleanly in half tested one's focus. And was this not also a form of spiritual tempering? It was precisely a method of refining the spirit. The realm master spoke of just contemplating it revealed a different dimension. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. Go now. This disciple takes his leave. Chen Yang bowed and departed. I wonder how long it'll take this kid to break through this time. Zhu Shan murmured, releasing his control. His body gradually transformed into its true form, crawling on the ground. Bone and blood pill. Outside, Chen Yang opened a box in his hand. Inside lay 3 fiery red pills. These were the treasures cultivated within the hearts of Bayoni Town's residents. Chen Yang no longer consumed bloodling pills at Zhu Shan's insistence, he now took these instead. The bone blood pill was reserved for elders. Lotus Sect disciples consumed the bloodling pill instead. This clearly demonstrated Zhu Shan's high regard for him. After putting the box away, Chen Yang opened another one. Inside were the fireflies he had seen during Zhu Shan's recent personal delivery. At this moment, the spirit insect lay motionless on a leaf. The leaf concealed faintly glowing patterns, belonging to some sort of immortal herb, likely the creature's sustenance. It can detect immortal embryos. Chen Yang examined it with curiosity. Suddenly, the urge to test himself arose. He took it out and placed it upon his own brow. The firefly hooked its claws into his skin, sniffing incessantly with its head. Chen Yang approached the water tank in the courtyard and gazed at his reflection in the water. He stared for a long time, but the firefly showed no sign of movement. What's going on? Chen Yang was puzzled. He was clearly a divine embryo, so why wouldn't this spirit insect glow? Is this little thing really useful? He removed the firefly from his head and examined it with a skeptical gaze. Not sensitive enough. No wonder immortal embryos are so rare. Just a small-time operation, like those little companies that can't afford the real deal. Chen Yang suspected the spirit insect was faulty, much like the small company he'd worked for in his previous life, which provided employees with pirated office software. He dismissed it, stowed the spirit insect away, and left the courtyard. His master was in seclusion, so fearing residents might seek help, Chen Yang didn't wander far. He found a lacquer tree outside the courtyard to practice on. Split the leaves cleanly in two. Chen Yang approached the lacquer tree and kicked it hard. The canopy swayed, dropping a few leaves. Holding the blade in his right hand, he positioned it at his left side. Fixing his gaze on one falling leaf, he swung the blade diagonally upward as it descended before his eyes. The black blade sliced through, splitting the leaf cleanly in two. Chen Yang crouched down, picking up both halves to examine them. One was large, the other small. It fell far short of what Li Zhushan had described. Moreover, he had only cut one leaf. Zhushan's intention was for him to split all the falling leaves in half as they descended. Chapter 64, Sacrifice to the Heavens. Keep practicing. Chen Yang picked up an intact leaf and tossed it into the air. Staring at its falling trajectory, Chen Yang timed his strike perfectly and swung his blade. The leaf split neatly in two. With the previous experience under his belt, this strike produced a result that, while still uneven in size, was significantly better than before. Chen Yang gathered both halves. He wanted to try something. After tossing them, he swung his blade twice in quick succession as they drifted down. Both leaves were struck cleanly. But upon inspection, while the first one was slightly better, the other had an absurdly large size discrepancy. Still not precise enough. From then on, Chen Yang trained relentlessly beneath the tree, striving to reach the late stage of the divine treasure realm as soon as possible. While channeling his qi amplified the power of his techniques, it also placed a greater burden on his body. After delivering about 20 strikes, his body began to protest. The fatigue intensified. Fortunately, the divine treasure within his lower abdomen continuously refined essence into energy, allowing his stamina to recover rapidly. Practice makes perfect. With each attempt, Chen Yang gradually found his rhythm. His strikes grew increasingly precise. Within the Lotus Sect, several elders and the sect master sat in the hall, discussing something. The solemn atmosphere made it clear this matter was no trivial affair. Honorable elders, the year draws to a close. The Lin clan has begun preparations for their heavenly sacrifice rites. This year, they demand 2,000 mortal bodies as sacrificial offerings. The Lotus Sect leader stated. In previous years, only 200 were required. Why so many this year? This is simply outrageous. 2,000 ordinary souls would shake the very foundations of our Lotus Sect. Moreover, we've already signed an agreement with the Celestial Demon Tower to establish a new medicinal garden, which itself requires several thousand commoners. Demanding such a large number of sacrificial offerings to the heavens at this critical juncture will inevitably impact the medicinal garden's harvests for the next 20+ years. Master, how did you negotiate this? How could you burden our sect with such a tremendous weight? Indeed, sect leader, what were you thinking? The elders below murmured in dismay. The dual demands establishing the new medicinal garden and providing sacrifices to the Lin clan would severely reduce the Lotus Sect's income for an extended period. Correspondingly, the elders' incomes would also plummet. At this thought, several elders grew so agitated they even spoke disrespectfully to the sect master. Facing these elders, the Lotus Sect master had no choice. After all, without these ritual elders to uphold the sect, the Lotus Sect could not stand. He could only forcefully maintain his dignity and say, the Lin clan calculated this well. Knowing we just secured a major deal with them and wouldn't need to support a large number of disciples for a long time, they increased the offering quantities. However, they also agreed that for the next 10 years, we wouldn't need to provide offerings, and part of the annual tribute could be offset with blood child pills. Sacrificing to the celestial realm was the most crucial activity in the primordial immortal domain. Each year at the beginning of the cycle, the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 noble houses, and the 12 sacrificial offices would select an auspicious day. Simultaneously, within their respective domains, they would hold grand ceremonies to pray to the heavens, beseeching divine blessings for the flourishing of the immortal way and the abundance of spiritual energy throughout the immortal domain. That's more like it. With fewer disciples, the blood youth pills would just sit unused. Offsetting them against the bone blood pills eases our burden. Hearing the sect master's words, the elders' expressions finally began to brighten. At their level of cultivation, the blood child pills were utterly useless. Reducing the number of bone blood pills they had to submit meant they could keep more for themselves. But sacrificing 2,000 mortal bodies, losing so many people at once, I fear it will plunge the medicinal garden's human medicine into panic. Yes, this is troublesome. Previously, only 200 were required annually. Distributed among each medicinal garden, it was hardly noticeable, and no one could detect anything amiss. But now, demanding so many suddenly, even the most easily deceived workers will sense something is wrong. If it stirs unrest among the workers, though it won't cause a major upheaval, it will affect the harvest. This is difficult to handle. Master, what is your plan? Such matters must be decided by the sect master. The Lotus Sect master rose and declared, rather than exhausting multiple medicinal gardens, we should transform one. Wusong town has 7,000 people. Allocate 2,000 to the Lin clan. The remainder shall be converted into a medicinal garden suited for cultivating the fat god herb, to be used in trade with the heavenly fiend tower. That is feasible. Entrust this to the Dao Palace realm elders. Will announced that enemy forces have invaded, brutal foes demanding we raise an army to protect our homes and families. This will prevent any unease among the medicinal cultivators. After deliberation, the elders deemed the sect master's plan sound and agreed. 5 days later. Beneath the lacquer tree. Chen Yang's figure danced like a butterfly, his blade sweeping through the air with graceful movements. Fallen leaves swirled as his black blade sliced through them. In the span of 3 short breaths, over a dozen leaves were cleaved in two. Thanks to the long hours spent chopping water with the black blade, and now having mastered the qi, his sword technique had advanced significantly. The requirement to cut leaves, as Zhu Shan had mentioned, was no longer difficult for him. The black blade flowed through his hands like clouds drifting and water flowing. Not bad. Surveying the ground littered with severed leaves, Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction. After 5 days of practice, the heavy burden he once felt when channeling qi had vanished, allowing him to wield it freely and effortlessly. He could now wield the blade continuously for a quarter of an hour without fatigue. This signified he had fully mastered his qi. Looking up, the once lush, towering lacquer tree now stood sparsely leafed. His physical recovery had become remarkably swift, eliminating the need to absorb spiritual energy at night for restoration. Consequently, he had been practicing his sword techniques day and night without rest. Disperse! Chen Yang barked the command, stamping his foot on the ground. Empowered by the qi within him, akin to internal energy, a faint gust of air emerged, blowing the freshly severed leaves out from the lacquer tree. His left hand slammed against the trunk, causing it to shake. With a rustling sound, several leaves fell to the ground. After shedding his mortal form, his senses had become extraordinarily keen. Combined with his recent practice, a single glance allowed him to memorize the approximate positions of every leaf. The blade swept through like a gentle breeze, severing a single leaf. Chen Yang's figure appeared behind the leaf. His toes touched the ground lightly, and he swiftly materialized elsewhere. After a few more strokes, he sheathed his blade. Now, only a single opportunity remains before I can break through to the third divine treasure. I hope to reach the late stage of the divine treasure before returning to the sect. Chen Yang murmured as he gazed at the 2 nearly identical halves of the shattered leaf at his feet. There were only a few days left. Zhu Shan would soon return to the sect, which was his only chance to escape this place. Then, rubbing his stomach, he whispered, the primordial essence should be nearly fully refined by now. Over the past few days, the divine treasure within his lower abdomen still radiated heat, but it no longer burned as intensely as before. Now that senior brother Zhou was gone, he had no way of knowing if this was normal. Brother Chen, is Master Zhu here? As he was examining his divine treasure, a hurried voice suddenly rang out from the distance. The master isn't here, uncle. What's the matter? Chen Yang looked up to see a middle-aged man rushing over in a panic. Help, help! My sister-in-law was washing clothes by the river and fell in. I need Master Zhu to see if she can still be saved. She's pregnant too, due next month. The man was so distraught he was crying. Where? Quickly! The man pointed behind him. At the muddy pond. The muddy pond. Having been in Baizhu town for so long, Chen Yang knew exactly where the muddy pond was. Without a moment's delay, he rushed toward it. Chapter 65, Rescue. By the stream. When Chen Yang arrived, a crowd had gathered. The official is here. Everyone, make way. Upon seeing Chen Yang approach, the crowd parted to make way. In the center of the crowd, a girl who looked about 17 lay on the grass. How long has this been going on? Chen Yang asked immediately. Not long, less than a quarter of an hour. We were picking lacquer seeds across the way and saw her fall into the water with our own eyes. By the time we pulled her out, she wasn't breathing anymore. Replied a drenched man. No breath or pulse. Chen Yang checked and felt his heart sink. If we save the baby, there might still be a chance to revive the child. But upon hearing it hadn't been long, he felt a glimmer of hope. Staring at the woman's swollen belly, he pondered. If he cut open her belly now, the baby inside might still be saved. But the woman herself might still be saved too. Choosing to save her, however, carried the risk that if it failed, both mother and child would die. Choosing to save the child in this situation meant certain death for the mother. Save the mother. There was no time for further deliberation. After a brief moment of calculation, Chen Yang decided to try and revive the woman first. Fortunately, he had learned CPR during his university days, and Zhu Shan's precious medicine manual also included similar emergency heart compression techniques. He knew exactly what to do in this situation. Chen Yang positioned the woman's body correctly and began chest compressions. He counted silently in his mind. As pressure built on her chest, the organs inside her ribcage were compressed, forcing the river water that had flooded her lungs to gush out through her mouth. The surrounding residents watched in tense silence, afraid to disturb the young official's rescue efforts. Cough, cough. To Chen Yang's delight, after only a few moments of compression, a cough emerged from the woman's mouth. Her breathing resumed as well. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She's alive. Though she was merely immortal, witnessing her return to life through his own hands filled Chen Yang with a profound sense of joy. In his eyes, he hadn't saved a medicinal herb, but a living being just like himself. She's going to live? This young official is incredibly skilled. Truly a blessing in disguise. Heaven's blessing indeed. The onlookers around them were utterly astonished to see the woman stir once more. I wonder if the baby inside her is okay. Chen Yang looked at her abdomen, his brow furrowing once more. Her heart had stopped beating for a while, and the fetus inside had lost its blood supply. It must have been affected. She had only just been pulled back from the brink of death. Performing a cesarean section to deliver the baby was clearly out of the question now. He didn't possess Zhu Shan's level of skill. Go inform the master. Chen Yang intended to report to Zhu Shan. But as he rose, he saw a tall figure already approaching the edge of the crowd. Master Zhu. Master Zhu. It was Zhu Shan. Everyone instinctively bowed in greeting. This was heartfelt. After the wild boar incident, in their eyes, Zhu Shan had become the guardian deity of the town. Master, you've arrived. Chen Yang immediately stepped forward to bow. Zhu Shan nodded, then addressed the surrounding crowd. Everyone, turn around. His voice carried the weight of divine power. Upon hearing it, the mortals present felt their minds sway like grass in a fierce wind. Without question, they all obediently turned away. Hand over the blade. Zhu Shan eyed the black blade he carried. Chen Yang hastily handed over the blade. Zhu Shan approached the woman, blade in hand. Is the master going to cut open her abdomen to retrieve the child? Chen Yang understood Zhu Shan's intent and wanted to speak up, but held his tongue. From the perspective of the immortal realm, the woman had already fulfilled her purpose. The fetus within her womb was the most precious thing. His words would be futile. Just as he had anticipated, Zhu Shan approached the woman and drew his blade across her abdomen in one swift motion. A long gash instantly split open her abdomen. Crimson blood seeped out, staining her clothes red. Zhu Shan thrust his knife into the ground beside him, then plunged his hand directly into the wound. Soon, a blood-soaked infant was pulled from her womb. The infant's entire body was purple and motionless. Zhu Shan cradled her in his left hand while pressing his right palm against her head. Magical energy began to gather between his palms. Wah! After 3 breaths, the lifeless infant suddenly let out a cry. 2 tiny hands flailed in the air. A smile spread across Zhu Shan's face as he withdrew his right hand. Master, what about her? Seeing Zhu Shan's full attention focused on the infant, ignoring the woman lying in a pool of blood, Chen Yang urgently reminded him. By now, the woman was barely clinging to life, her pale lips trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Shan gave her a detached glance before stating, she's of no use anymore. After severing the infant's umbilical cord, Zhu Shan turned to Chen Yang. Hand it over. Let's see what this little one's like. Chen Yang replied, the spirit insect is in the house. Then we'll test it back at the house. Zhu Shan examined the infant in his hands. Master, she. Chen Yang inquired again. The woman on the ground had already stopped breathing. Blood gushed continuously from the gaping wound on her abdomen where Zhu Shan had forcibly removed the placenta. Ignoring him, Zhu Shan addressed the others, everyone, turn away now. Only then did the surrounding commoners dare to look their way. The Sun family's daughter-in-law, how could? The child. Seeing the horribly slain woman and then the infant in Zhu Shan's arms, they all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Chen Yang glanced at Zhu Shan, then stepped forward, his voice heavy with self-reproach. Fellow villagers, I failed. I nearly saved this sister just now, but thankfully Master Zhu arrived in time to rescue the child within her. A flicker of approval passed through Zhu Shan's eyes before he quickly grew somber. Facing the crowd with guilt, he said, I did my best. Ah, it was fate. Yes, that girl just wasn't meant to be. Thankfully Master Zhu's medical skill saved her child. The crowd murmured among themselves. In their eyes, saving even one was a stroke of incredible luck. Who is this girl's family? Zhu Shan inquired. Master Zhu, she's my brother's wife. The man who had gone to find Chen Yang earlier emerged, his face etched with sorrow. It was the height of the farming season, and the woman's husband was still out gathering lacquer seeds elsewhere. Zhu Shan addressed the man, this child was born prematurely out of necessity and is now very weak. I'll take her back for treatment first. You should arrange for the girl's remains to be laid to rest properly. Then come directly to my residence. Understood, Master Zhu. I beg you to save my nephew. The man gazed at the infant and pleaded earnestly. I'll do my best. Rest assured. Zhu Shan carried the infant forward. People ahead parted to make way. Chen Yang followed behind him. Master, that man's poison could still be cured. Why? Chen Yang whispered the question along the way. Given the methods Zhu Shan had previously demonstrated, saving that medicinal plant wouldn't have been difficult. Moreover, Chen Yang could tell Zhu Shan had done it deliberately. Zhu Shan replied in an indifferent tone that human medicine suffered such severe fright that its spirit is now impaired. It can no longer host the fat worms. Keeping it alive is pointless. But she could still bear offspring? Chen Yang remained perplexed by his master's decision, for hosting fat worms was merely one of the human medicine's values. Zhu Shan's expression darkened with displeasure. Chen Yang immediately fell silent, realizing his master had other intentions he wasn't meant to know. The two continued walking toward their lodgings. By the way, why did your rescue method just now differ from the emergency procedures in the precious medicine cultivation manual? Zhu Shan suddenly inquired. Chen Yang replied in a low voice, Master, I didn't study those details closely and don't recall them clearly. When I saw that man had no pulse, I just thought to try compressions, nothing to lose. The methods described in the manual bore similarities to the CPR he had learned in his previous life. This wasn't some feudal, backward world of antiquity. Skills like performing cesarean sections or even operating on the heart were highly advanced, and they were further enhanced by magical power. The method may be a bit crude, but it does stimulate the heart to restart. It has some use. Go back and study the manual thoroughly a few more times. Zhu Shan instructed. Understood, Master. Chapter 66, Immortal Embryo. The two quickly returned to the courtyard. Go fetch the spirit insect. Zhu Shan commanded. The child slept in his arms. Yes, Master. Chen Yang hurried into the house to fetch the items. This immortal herb of mine, how could? Zhu Shan glanced toward the corner, his expression darkening instantly. The number of yellow leaves on the golden seal immortal herb had increased significantly. How could it have withered so much in just a few days? If only I hadn't absorbed so much. Zhu Shan thought regretfully. He had assumed it was because he had absorbed too much spiritual energy using the Haishan technique earlier. After all, he couldn't think of any other possible reason. He had been hoarding more spiritual energy to guard against his injuries flaring up during the breakthrough. But now it seemed his efforts had backfired. Not only were his injuries worsening, but the divine herb itself had suffered damage because of him. Looks like I'll have to sell that kid's lung and kidney to buy some nourishing immortal medicine. Zhu Shan silently mused. Those organs had originally been intended for purchasing weapons for himself, but now, the immortal medicine took precedence. After Chen Yang broke through to the Dao Palace realm, half of his lungs and kidneys could be harvested and traded with those great clans. Master, the spirit insect detected 2 newborns in town these past days. I've examined them, no immortal embryos present. Chen Yang emerged holding the box. Zhu Shan replied, normal. He then retrieved the spirit insect. But he noticed the spirit insect seemed off listless and sluggish. Master, what's wrong? Chen Yang inquired. Why is this spirit insect half dead? Master, I've been tending to it carefully, Chen Yang hastily replied. It's not your fault. The immortal herb inside has lost its potency. The spirit insect is this weak, it must have been ineffective for some time. Zhu Shan noticed that the segment of immortal herb meant to nourish the spirit insect had deteriorated into ordinary grass. Without sustenance, it was no wonder the creature had fallen into such a state. How could the immortal herb lose its potency? Chen Yang murmured in confusion. Naturally, the divine energy within it has been completely depleted. The herbs used to feed the spirit insect weren't high-grade divine herbs to begin with, their divine energy was already sparse. Master, what exactly is divine energy? Chen Yang asked, as this wasn't recorded in the booklet Zhou Lingjun had given him. Divine energy is the very foundation of our immortal lineage. The higher one's cultivation, the greater their divine energy. It is like the central pillar of a great hall. Without it, the immortal herbs will gradually wither and die. And we immortals, deprived of it, will see our physical bodies disintegrate like a collapsing edifice. The mildest consequence is reverting to mortal form, while the most severe leads to sudden death. The reason it's called an immortal embryo is precisely because it contains immortal energy within. Its innate constitution differs fundamentally from that of a mortal embryo, enabling it to wield power beyond mortal comprehension, truly a gift from heaven. Zhu Shan explained. Divine energy. Hearing Zhu Shan's words, Chen Yang grasped the vital importance of divine energy to immortals. He found a more vivid analogy. It was like the steel reinforcement within the concrete of a skyscraper. Master, if the spirit insect is so weak, what use is it? Chen Yang inquired. Of course it's useful. Spiritual insects are highly sensitive, they'll react upon contact with a divine embryo. Zhu Shan placed the spirit insect on the child in his palm. Not necessarily sensitive. Chen Yang muttered inwardly, unconvinced. Master, it's glowing. Moments later, Chen Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Shortly after touching the child, the spirit insect's tail began to glow softly. Finally, a divine embryo has emerged. Seeing this, Zhu Shan's sullen expression softened slightly. As long as the divine embryo was verified, he would share in the credit. After all this time in White Candle Town, an immortal embryo had finally appeared. He promptly took out a talisman to relay the news to the sect. Fortunately, I heard the sound today and followed it out to protect this embryo. Otherwise, the sect would have suffered a great loss. Zhu Shan fixed his gaze upon him and admonished, you know what to do if something like this happens again, right? Chen Yang bowed his head and replied, this disciple understands. We should assess the value and choose the one with the greatest worth. Good. Zhu Shan nodded and said, when that family arrives later, tell him I've divined that this child is an ill-omened being who will bring disaster. I will later sacrifice him to the god of plenty. Yes, master. Chen Yang bowed respectfully. This was the same playbook as Bayoni Town. Stay outside and keep watch. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Zhu Shan handed the infant into his arms. He then returned inside. You're one lucky kid. Chen Yang carried the child into his own room. He prepared to lay the infant down on the bed to rest. Though premature, the child weighed about 5 pounds and didn't seem frail. But no sooner had he been placed down than the noise must have startled him awake. The infant suddenly burst into loud wails. This. Chen Yang sighed helplessly and picked the baby up again. He paced back and forth around the room. The little one finally settled down. Once the sect elders arrived, they would take him to a mortal nurturing peak where dedicated elders oversaw the daily care of these children. Master Zhu! Master Zhu! Before long, shouts echoed from outside the courtyard. Here it comes. Chen Yang knew this was the child's relative. So he carried the little one out. 2 men stood outside the courtyard. One was the man who had come earlier to ask Chen Yang for help. The other one, he supposed, must be the child's father. Having lost his wife, the man looked as if he'd been through a major illness. Young master. Upon seeing Chen Yang, the 2 men immediately stepped forward. Chen Yang's expression turned grave as he said, Gentlemen, I have some bad news to share with you. Did we lose the baby? Hearing this, the man staggered back in grief. Chen Yang shook his head. Thanks to Master Zhu's timely intervention, the child was saved. However, after Master Zhu's divination and calculations, it appears this child may be an ill-omened being. To prevent disaster from befalling our town, we must sacrifice him to the god of plenty. An ill-omened child? The accompanying man recoiled in terror, instantly distancing himself from Chen Yang. The gentle gaze he had directed at his nephew vanished, replaced by unease and dread. After years of indoctrination, the fear of unlucky infants ran deep in White Candle Town. No wonder my sister-in-law met with misfortune. She was carrying a harbinger of disaster in her womb. The man still murmured tremulously. Chen Yang looked at the child's father and asked, Uncle, your child is about to be sacrificed. Would you like to see him one last time? The man rose to his feet, saying nothing, but began to walk forward in small steps. His older brother suddenly grabbed him from behind. It's a cursed child. Don't look. What if you bring misfortune back with you? Let's go now. He tried to pull the man away. The man paused, glanced at the swaddled infant, then lowered his head and followed his brother away. A harbinger of misfortune? That's just a way to fool people. Watching their hasty retreat, Chen Yang shook his head and turned back toward the courtyard. I suppose not a single word the sect elders tell us disciples is true. Chen Yang silently glanced at Zhu Shan's meditation room. Were they, the sect disciples, any different from the ordinary folk in the medicinal garden? They too lived in a world woven from lies, perpetually deceived. Chapter 67, Zhu Shan's misfortune. Why hasn't the sect elder arrived yet? Chen Yang paced the courtyard, cradling the child in his arms. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Zhu Shan had locked himself in his room, and no one knew what he was up to. Is this the divine embryo? A woman's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Chen Yang looked up to see a tall, strikingly beautiful woman approaching. Greetings, elder. Chen Yang immediately bowed in respect. Where is Zhu Shan? Elder too, I'm right here. Zhu Shan, who had been sitting cross-legged inside, heard the commotion outside and swiftly opened the door to greet them. Though his injuries were not yet fully under control, they were largely suppressed. It hasn't been long since we last met, but how did you get so thin? The woman looked at Zhu Shan, her expression puzzled. Chen Yang also glanced over and noticed that his master had indeed grown thinner during his time in White Candle Town. Zhu Shan gave a sheepish smile. My attempt to break through to the chi-consuming realm failed, draining a lot of my spiritual energy. When it comes to magical prowess, the Haishan technique still holds a significant advantage. The woman replied. Over the past few months, Zhu Shan's injuries had flared intermittently, forcing him to expend considerable spiritual energy to suppress them. Fortunately, his mastery of the Haishan technique allowed his body to store ample reserves of spiritual energy. Had it been any other elder, they would have long since succumbed to such repeated strain. Zhu Shan handed the infant from Chen Yang to the woman, stating, Elder too, this is the divine embryo. In all the time you've been in White Candle Town, you've only discovered this one? The woman gazed at the infant. I have done my utmost to care for it. I don't blame you. Divine embryos are simply too rare. As she spoke, the woman produced a small box from her robes. Opening it, she revealed a firefly inside. Just like the one Zhu Shan had, it was used to test for divine fetuses. She too needed to verify its authenticity. A surprising scene unfolded. After the woman placed the spirit insect on the infant, there was no reaction whatsoever. Elder Zhu, you're pulling my leg, aren't you? The woman's expression darkened. This was clearly just an ordinary mortal. No, Elder Tuesday. When I tested it earlier, the spirit insect did glow. Zhu Shan's expression changed dramatically. Is that so? The woman retrieved her own spirit insect and said, then test it again? Xu Shan hastily produced his own spirit insect. Compared to the woman's, his spirit insect looked half dead. After placing it down, Xu Shan stared intently at the spirit insect's rear, waiting anxiously. Over 20 breaths passed, yet the spirit insect showed no change whatsoever. How could this happen? It was clearly glowing before. Xu Shan muttered blankly, utterly baffled. How could a perfectly good immortal embryo have turned into a mortal one? Elder, we tested it earlier. It truly was a divine embryo. Chen Yang interjected from the side. This isn't your place to speak. Stand aside. Elder Tu's expression darkened noticeably. Thankfully, he had verified it himself, otherwise, if they took it back, someone might accuse him of swapping it to claim it as his own. Xu Shan, you always seemed honest and upright. Why are you resorting to such underhanded tricks now? The woman pressed. Elder Tu, I'm innocent. It must be my spirit insect malfunctioning. Look. Xu Shan, terrified, quickly shifted the blame onto the spirit insect. The woman took it and frowned. What on earth is this? Xu Shan hurriedly explained, the spiritual herbs I feed it must have lost their potency. It must have been starving when it made this mistake. You're so careless, you nearly caused a major disaster. The woman scolded reproachfully. Hearing this, Xu Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he wasn't accused of fraud, it was fine. He replied weakly, Elder Tu, I will definitely re-examine all the infants born in the past few months. Then take your time with it. The woman tossed the spirit insect from her body to him and added, I won't hold this against you this time. However, as punishment, your duty shift at White Candle Town is revoked. Elder Lu's cultivation has stabilized sufficiently. Tomorrow, I'll have him come to the town to guard it. The sect has assigned you a task, go with Elder Chan and the others to rebuild the medicinal garden. You know about this, right? Elder Xiong already told me. Do it well. Completing the task is also a major achievement. Understand? Rest assured, Elder Tuesday. I won't take it lightly. Though Xu Shan resented the wasted effort, he could only offer a low-voiced assurance. Following Elder Hu's capture by the Xian sect cultivators, Elder Tu now oversaw the sect's affairs, ranking among its most powerful and influential elders. Work diligently. Should such negligence recur, do not blame the sect for showing no mercy. With that, Elder Tu turned and departed. Having traveled all this way, he was in no mood for pleasantries. Master, why did this happen? Chen Yang approached, puzzled. Why must all the misfortune fall upon me? Xu Shan muttered grimly, ignoring Chen Yang beside him. His injuries kept flaring up, now the immortal medicine was causing problems, and the matter of the divine embryo had drawn the displeasure of the sect's powerful figures. His once peaceful life had suddenly turned into a chaotic mess. At least I still have this kid. Looking at Chen Yang, Xu Shan's mood lifted slightly. After composing himself, he instructed, take this child back to his family. I'll go test the other children. But he's premature. Can his family even keep him alive? Chen Yang asked, looking at the cheerful infant. It's fine. The sect has specially prepared a unique milk to ensure the survival rate of newborns in the medicinal garden. They know where to collect it. How thoughtful. When it comes to caring for medicinal plants, the Lotus Sect has certainly put a lot of thought into it. Wait, let me check again. Xu Shan wasn't ready to give up, calling out to Chen Yang as he prepared to leave. But the spirit insect still showed no reaction, just like the one he'd had before. Only then did he give up. Chen Yang carried the infant to the muddy pond. The deceased pregnant woman's home was near the muddy pond. After a brief inquiry, he found it. Young master, what's the matter? The family was deep in grief at that moment. Seeing Chen Yang suddenly arrive carrying a child filled them with both shock and dread. This was surely an ill-omened person. Chen Yang explained, Uncle, I'm sorry. Master Zhu recalculated and found this child is blessed with great fortune and vitality, not an ill omen at all. Upon realizing his mistake, Master Zhu sent me to bring the child to you immediately. Please don't blame us. Upon hearing that the child was perfectly normal, the family was instantly filled with relief and joy. This child was born prematurely and requires careful attention. Chen Yang handed the infant to his father. Thank you, Master Zhu. Thank you, young official. The man clutched the infant like a priceless treasure, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The master mentioned there's a dedicated milk supply. You know where to go for it, right? We know. Good. I'll be going now. Chen Yang did not linger long, departing after giving clear instructions. The elder said we'll be returning to the sect tomorrow. We need to prepare. On the way back, Chen Yang thought to himself. Though unexpected, he had now mastered the qi, increasing his chances of a successful escape. Success or failure hinges on tomorrow's decisive move. His fist clenched involuntarily. Tomorrow's return to the sect would be his chance to escape. Chapter 68, Heaven's Aid. Damn it! You worthless thing, why can't you just cooperate? Xu Shan glared at the spirit insect in his hand, grinding his teeth in fury. It was this creature's negligence that had wasted all his efforts in White Candle Town. Why didn't I just starve you to death? Xu Shan's anger flared with every thought, nearly crushing it to death in his hand. But he restrained himself. This was sect property, to be returned upon his return. Once that brat cultivates his immortal pill and I break through to the chi-consuming realm, I'm out of here. It's all effort for no reward. Let whoever wants it deal with it. Zhu Shan pinned all his hopes on Chen Yang. Thinking of him, all his current hardships suddenly seemed insignificant. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Chen Yang did not immediately resume cultivation. Instead, he sat in meditation before the immortal herb. The spiritual energy here was most concentrated. With his departure tomorrow, he needed to keep his body at peak condition. A breeze swept through, carrying several yellow leaves drifting down from the immortal herb's branches. Zhu Shan returned after finishing his tasks. Seeing Chen Yang in meditation, he did not disturb him, instead retreating to his room to tend to his injuries. Immortal embryos were rare, and he clearly hadn't discovered any more. Night. Beneath a lacquer tree, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. It was Zhu Shan. Gazing at the freshly turned soil beneath the lacquer tree, he swallowed repeatedly. Finding himself alone, he shifted into his true form. A massive wild boar materialized. Then it began rooting through the mud with its snout. Large chunks of soil were turned over, along with fragments of human bones. In Baizhu town, the dead were buried beneath lacquer trees to serve as fertilizer. Soon, Zhu Shan had dug a pit in the earth. A woman's corpse appeared beneath the mud. It was the woman who had met a tragic end today. Zhu Shan sniffed at her body, unconsciously drooling foul-smelling mucus. The pig-headed creature spoke in human words, fragrant, so fragrant. Then he opened his mouth and picked up the woman's corpse, chewing it bit by bit. This was a perk of guarding the medicinal garden, I suppose. Though it served no purpose for cultivation, it satisfied his appetite. Tender flesh and delicate skin young ones taste best. Even after swallowing her whole, Zhu Shan seemed unsatisfied. Restoring the scene to its original state, he turned and departed. The next morning. Master, may I take this blade back to Xianyun Peak? I've used it for so long that I've grown accustomed to it. I fear switching to another weapon would feel awkward. In the courtyard, Chen Yang held the black blade as he asked. Take it back. Zhu Shan pulled his immortal herbs from the corner and was packing them into a sack. The two were already packing their belongings. Thank you, Master. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. With the black blade in hand, he at least had something for self-defense. Let's go wait by the main gate. Elder Lu and the others should be arriving soon. Zhu Shan tied the sack securely and fastened it to his waist. Yes, Master. Chen Yang followed Zhu Shan toward the exit. The wild boar followed closely behind, never straying far from Zhu Shan's side. Master, Elder Tu mentioned yesterday that you know the boar god technique. What kind of spell is that? Along the way, Chen Yang casually asked, feigning curiosity. Zhu Shan patted his belly and chuckled, it consumes spiritual energy. Ordinary immortals are limited by the size of their Dao palaces. Once a Dao palace is full, it can't store any more magical power. But those who cultivate the Haishan technique can continue absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spiritual power even when their Dao palace is full. This spiritual power is then stored in the spiritual fat within their bodies. When needed, it can be rapidly converted into magical power. His bulk wasn't from being fat, it was from storing vast amounts of spiritual fat within his body. That's incredible. Cultivate diligently. Once you reach the Dao Palace realm, I shall pass down this Haishan technique to you. Master, I also wish to learn the armor-clad technique. Chen Yang looked thoroughly duped. Fine, fine. They're all yours. Zhu Shan patted his shoulder. The two chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the main gate of White Candle Town. They stood atop the surrounding wall, waiting. Elder Lu had broken through to the chi-consuming realm, causing his status within the sect to skyrocket. Zhu Shan had to come personally to greet him as a sign of respect. Here they come. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, 7 figures emerged from the distant intersection. Leading the group was a robust middle-aged man, accompanied by a tall elder. Behind them followed several disciples. Elder Yang has arrived as well. How wonderful! Zhu Shan's expression brightened upon seeing the elder. He then said to Chen Yang, come, let's go downstairs. With that, he led Chen Yang down the wall and out the main gate to greet them. As they drew closer, Chen Yang got a clear look. The middle-aged man was as sturdy as an ox, his entire body a mass of bulging, intimidating muscle. As for the elder, Chen Yang recognized him. Dr. Yang, it's him. The elder was the former physician of Bayoni town. Elder Lu, Elder Yang, you're here so early. Zhu Shan stepped forward to greet them. Chen Yang followed behind, bowing and saying, greetings, Elder Lu, Elder Yang. Behind them were 5 more disciples. So it's you, youngster. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Dr. Yang looked visibly surprised. Elder Zhu, you've worked hard. I was supposed to be guarding White Candle Town during this period. You've lost so much weight it seems this town has kept you quite busy. Elder Lu exchanged polite pleasantries with Zhu Shan. Not at all. I humbly congratulate Elder Lu on successfully breaking through to the chi-consuming realm. Zhu Shan adopted a humble tone. Elder Lu was pleased and then asked, "Have you packed everything up?" "Yes. Leave the town to me from now on. You should return to the sect to rest." Elder Lu was well versed in the affairs of White Candle Town. "You go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to." Zhu Shan turned to Chen Yang and said. "This." Chen Yang hadn't expected Zhu Shan to send him away first. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed and replied, "Master, please return soon." He had already prepared to escape right under Zhu Shan's nose. Now that he was returning alone, escaping this place would surely be no problem. Heaven itself seemed to be aiding him. Zhu Shan and his two companions didn't linger for further conversation, instead heading together toward the town center. The disciples nodded kindly in his direction. Chen Yang returned their nods with a smile. Though they didn't know each other, it was a polite greeting. Once everyone had departed, Chen Yang turned and hurried toward the sect's direction. Nestled amidst towering peaks and rugged mountains, the Lotus Sect offered little chance for escape. Moreover, his scent would linger along the path. The optimal route to flee lay through that great river. Water could mask his scent and provide excellent cover. What a godsend! Chen Yang quickened his pace, sprinting along the stone path. Now, at last, he glimpsed the dawn of escape from this eerie place. "Elder Yang, you've arrived too." In the annex courtyard, 3 elders sat together sipping tea. "In a few days, the Heavenly Fiend Tower will be coming to collect their goods. The sect has assigned me to accompany them. I'll also join the Heavenly Fiend Tower representatives on a trip to see the quality of the fat gods cultivated by other factions." "Elder Zhu, how did that youth become your disciple?" The pill bug within him had already matured. By all logic, he should have perished by now. Elder Yang asked curiously. Chapter 69, Black Frog. The kid was lucky. He wasn't quite dead when they brought him to Elder Shu. "I happened to be there and saw it. Since he had a divine embryo, it seemed such a waste to let him die. I intervened, extracted thee from his heart, and saved him." Elder Hu came to check on him afterward. Seeing I'd saved him, he asked me to take him as a disciple. Zhu Shan briefly recounted the events. "So he's your only disciple now?" Elder Lu inquired. "Yes. I had another disciple not long ago, but the lad was hopeless. He couldn't break through his cultivation level no matter what. Keeping him around was pointless, so I decided to cut my losses. I turned him into fertilizer for cultivating medicinal herbs." Zhu Shan poured Elder Lu a cup of tea. "You must cherish this disciple now. With all the elders lining up to take apprentices, who knows how long you'd have to wait otherwise?" Elder Yang reminded him. I understand, Zhu Shan chuckled. "Elder Zhu, if I were you, I'd leave Lotus Sect. Staying here without taking on a single disciple for so long is utterly pointless," Elder Lu sighed. Elder Yang quickly interjected, "Not so. The sect is merely experiencing temporary operational imbalance. With so many medicinal gardens still intact, it will recover eventually. Even if you can't take on disciples right now, you still receive monthly supplies of bloodline pills. Leaving now would make it very difficult to find another power like the Lotus Sect to protect you. Elder Zhu, don't act impulsively." He and Zhu Shan were on good terms, and he feared Zhu might leave in a fit of passion. I know. Though Zhu Shan often complained about the sect, he had no real intention of leaving. After all, as a sacrificial officer spirit, his treatment far surpassed that of elders like Elder Turtle or Elder Bear. All elders of the Lotus Sect who weren't sacrificial officials lacked the authority to take disciples. They were perpetually busy, yet despite this, they remained profoundly grateful to the sect for its protection. Otherwise, wild cultivators living day to day would suffer terribly. Within the sect, however meager the provisions, one could at least eat a steady meal. Venture outside, and one became someone else's meal. "Elder Zhu, has your injury flared up again?" Elder Yang frowned as he asked. Zhu Shan had grown noticeably thinner, a clear sign of physical distress. "Yes. When I first arrived in White Candle Town, I felt nearly recovered. In my eagerness, I pushed myself to advance my cultivation again. Little did I expect my injuries to flare up once more." Zhu Shan's face was etched with bitterness. "Didn't I warn you before? Don't use your magical power lightly." "Sigh, I'll use the Nirvana technique to suppress it for you later." Elder Yang scolded. "Thank you, Elder Yang." Zhu Shan hurriedly thanked him. He had stayed precisely because he saw Elder Yang had arrived too, hoping to ask for his help in suppressing the injury. This is the spot. On the mountain path, Chen Yang had reached the most perilous spot. Below lay a raging river. Gripping his black blade, he feigned a slip as he passed by and let himself fall. After hitting the water, his figure was quickly swallowed by the splashing waves. The river water was murky, visibility extremely low. Chen Yang clamped the black knife between his teeth and swam toward the river's depths. He swam swiftly downstream with the current. His training in swordplay at the stream bottom and White Candle Town had honed his swimming skills. Still within the Lotus Sect's territory, Chen Yang held his breath, daring not to surface to avoid detection. Having mastered breath control, his command over his body had greatly improved. His underwater swimming speed was astonishingly fast. Previously, when practicing swordsmanship at the stream bottom, he could endure over 100 breaths of intense exertion. Now, swimming felt effortless. 200 breaths were easily within his reach. He moved like a great fish. Having heard Zhu Shan warn of dangers in the water, Chen Yang kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. At this moment, he dared not let his guard down for even an instant. We need to leave quickly. When he could hold it no longer, Chen Yang surfaced cautiously. Judging by the buildings on the mountain behind him, he had reached the lower reaches of the Lotus Sect and was nearly out of range. After a quick breath, Chen Yang swiftly dove back underwater. The sect grew farther and farther away. It hurts. Underwater, Chen Yang suddenly felt excruciating pain in his leg. He turned to look and saw blood gushing from his calf. Something had bitten a chunk of flesh right off. Something's around here. Chen Yang stopped paddling with his hands and instead stood upright in the water, knife in hand. He let the current push him along. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Even with his keen senses, visibility in the water was limited to about 10 feet. Here it comes again. Chen Yang noticed a dark shape darting toward him. About the size of a fist. The moment he spotted it, his blade sliced through the air. After days of practicing cutting leaves, his blade remained precise and swift even in this torrential current. The dark shadow was cleaved clean in two by his blade. Black frog. After it lost its life, Chen Yang saw the shadow's half-body. It was a frog-like creature, entirely pitch black, yet its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Gurgle. Before he could examine it further, a faint crackling sound reached his ears from behind. Chen Yang spun around swiftly, a dark shadow bearing down on him. Chen Yang reached out, grabbed it, and crushed it with a forceful squeeze. This river really is full of hidden dangers. Chen Yang murmured to himself. These tiny creatures were fragile yet ferociously vicious. An ordinary disciple falling into the water would likely be devoured alive by them. And there's more. Chen Yang's gaze caught another dark shadow darting by. He gripped his blade tightly, daring not to let his guard down for even a moment. These creatures might not be powerful, but they were elusive and unpredictable. Without Zhu Shan's armor technique, a bite would leave him missing a chunk of flesh. But soon, Chen Yang's expression darkened. More and more black frogs appeared within his field of vision. Pairs of hungry eyes were fixed on him. Have I stumbled into their lair? Chen Yang forced down the rising panic in his heart. Witnessing this scene, he could no longer maintain his composure. These black frogs swim faster than me. They've locked onto me, there's no escape. He raced through countermeasures in his mind. Fleeing now would be futile, it would strip him of his ability to resist. Under these rows of sharp teeth and razor-sharp tongues, the flesh on his small frame would surely be insufficient to satisfy them. I have no choice but to fight them head-on. Realizing escape was impossible, Chen Yang's gaze grew sharp. He treated the black frogs like falling leaves, slicing them cleanly in two. Just like practicing his swordplay. Only this situation tested him far more. He refused to believe these black frogs could outnumber the leaves on the trees. Chen Yang followed the stream downstream. The black frogs followed him, launching frenzied attacks. Chen Yang maneuvered his body with his legs, constantly shifting to avoid being surrounded. His black blade sliced through the water. Any frogs that came close were sliced clean in half. Chapter 70, Late Divine Treasure Realm. In less than 10 breaths, over 30 black frogs had been slain. SSS. These creatures were simply too numerous. Even Chen Yang couldn't guard against them all. A piercing pain shot through his shoulder. Another bite. He jerked his head violently, crushing it between his jaws. The current grew increasingly turbulent, tossing Chen Yang about like a kite caught in a storm, whipping wildly with the water. Yet he remained focused, deflecting each incoming threat with deliberate precision. This state felt like returning to his sword training beneath the lacquer tree. Only now, instead of leaves, he faced the elusive black frogs, a far greater challenge. Chen Yang could afford no mistakes. The slightest slip would mean having his flesh devoured. So while he maintained his composure outwardly, the pressure weighing on his mind was immense. This was nothing like slicing through a few leaves. They're multiplying. Chen Yang thrust his blade forward, piercing two black frogs that now dangled from the blade. Despite their tenacious vitality, they still flailed and lunged at him from the blade. He swirled his blade in the water, slicing through another black frog. Only when the frog impaled on his blade burst open did it finally cease its struggle. Chen Yang's expression grew increasingly grave as the attacking frogs multiplied. Clearly, his violent commotion had drawn more black frogs from the water. With no retreat possible, Chen Yang focused entirely on facing the onslaught. Against the attacking black frogs, he could only swing his blade faster and more precisely. In this state, the chi within his body flowed with increasing fluidity. Boom! Suddenly, it felt as though his mind had exploded. A sensation of clouds parting to reveal clear blue sky surged through his mind. I've actually broken through at this moment. Chen Yang's face lit up with surprise. His third divine treasure had been unlocked. Under such immense pressure, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the divine treasure realm. Wonderful! Overjoyed, Chen Yang realized that after breaking through the divine treasure, his perception had immediately expanded. What he could previously see only extended about 10 feet, but now he could clearly perceive everything within 30 feet. The most noticeable enhancement after breaking through the third divine treasure was his perception. He could now even clearly sense the state of his internal organs. Moreover, the chi that had once felt as heavy as lead and mercury had become remarkably docile under the enhancement of his divine essence, now as light and ethereal as mist. Now, harnessing it placed no burden on his body. Blade flashes danced beneath the water's surface. As black frogs approached his body, they were sliced apart by the slashing blades. Having broken through to the late stage of the divine treasure realm, Chen Yang's reaction speed had accelerated, and his strength had surged dramatically. Finally, it's about to be over. Chen Yang continued his slaughter downstream. As he neared the edge of the black frog's lair, fewer and fewer pursued him. His taut nerves finally relaxed a little. Feeling he could no longer hold his breath, he surfaced for air. From the river, he could see the peaks of the Lotus Sect looming nearby. With 3 or 4 more breaths, he would be clear of the Lotus Sect. To avoid detection, he took a deep breath and submerged once more. I can't stay in this river for long. Once I'm out of the Lotus Sect's territory, it'll be safer to get ashore. Chen Yang calculated silently. Underwater, his movements were restricted. While these black frogs were manageable, encountering more agile beasts would be dangerous. Within his field of vision, all manner of strange creatures swam about him. Chen Yang swam farther and farther away. The river gradually widened, and the current slowed. This is the spot. After taking 4 breaths, the buildings of the Lotus Sect were no longer visible, so Chen Yang decided to come ashore here. The river ahead flowed gently, yet beneath the calm surface, he sensed danger lurking everywhere. Chen Yang scrambled ashore and swiftly vanished into the hills. Night. Along a mountain path. 2 figures walked leisurely. Xu Shan led the way, the wild boar following behind. Elder Yang's nirvana technique is truly remarkable. Though I can't use my magical power for half a year, my body feels so much better. Xu Shan chuckled as he caught the cool mountain breeze. He then turned to urge the boar behind him, pick up the pace. Hearing the voice, the boar immediately broke into a trot to catch up, affectionately rubbing against his feet. Xu Shan smiled softly as he led it on a stroll through the mountains. After Xu Shan's teachings over this period, the bored demon could now understand some words. It was born with the essence of immortality, but without proper guidance, its spiritual intelligence had remained dormant. Ha! Where's that kid? Upon returning to Xianyin Peak, Xu Shan went to Chen Yang's quarters only to find it empty. Chen Yang! Chen Yang! Xu Shan called out several times. But there was no response. Not on the mountain? His brow furrowed slowly. Strange. If he's not here, where could he have gone? The lotus pond was pitch black at night, devoid of any light. Could it be Elder Xu? Xu Shan turned to look down the mountain. How could someone vanish without a trace? He suspected Xu Elder might have hidden the boy while he was away. But upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Xu Elder knew his methods hiding the boy to claim him alone was impossible. Besides, Xu Elder was currently rebuilding the medicinal garden and wasn't even at the sect headquarters. Xu Shan unfastened the sack from his waist and pulled out the immortal herb. Let's see where it is. He murmured softly as he traced the leaves of the golden seal. Then, a soft glow emanated from the branches and leaves of the coptis, and all its roots floated in midair, beginning to sense. After a dozen breaths, the roots extended like tiny hands, pointing toward the mountain range beyond the sect's borders. How could he have gone there? Could he have been captured by wild cultivators? Upon seeing the direction, Xu Shan's expression darkened instantly. He wondered if some wild cultivator had infiltrated the grounds to steal herbs and, upon seeing Chen Yang, had taken him away. Damn it! If anything happens to him, I'll grind your bones to dust. 2 flashes of murderous intent shot from Xu Shan's eyes. Chen Yang was of great use to him. After all the effort put into cultivating him for so long, if he died, everything prepared for him would be wasted. The pig demon saw him heading down the mountain and immediately followed. Wait for me here. After Xu Shan's sharp rebuke, it dared not follow further. Xu Shan raced down the mountain, following the divine herb's guidance. When Chen Yang shed his mortal form and broke through to the divine treasure realm, Xu Shan had fed him the leaves of the golden lotus. This served 2 purposes: first, to strike while the iron was hot and enhance his cultivation; second, to establish a connection with the immortal herb, precisely to guard against a situation like this. These wild cultivators are utterly audacious. Xu Shan moved with agile leaps through the mountains, his speed astonishing, his heart boiling with rage. Boom! Boom! The night sky darkened with heavy clouds. After several claps of thunder, torrential rain poured down from above. Perfect. Looks like even the heavens are on my side. Deep within the dense forest, Chen Yang looked up at the sky. Cold rain pelted his body, yet a smile spread across his face. He had feared Xu Shan might track him by scent after he came ashore, but now the downpour had washed away every trace he left behind. Since reaching land, he had been fleeing deep into the mountains. The rugged peaks and deep valleys made the terrain treacherous and difficult to traverse. His clothes had long been torn to shreds by the forest's thorns. Wiping the rain from his face, he lowered his head and continued his flight. Though the forest was dimly lit, after breaking through the third divine treasure, he could see clearly. Chapter 71, Pursuit. This is so hard to traverse. Chen Yang traversed mountains and valleys in the darkness, but this was an untouched primeval forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, thorns littered the ground, and hidden pits covered in fallen leaves created countless obstacles, making his journey agonizingly slow. He couldn't move quickly through it. At the same time, he had to remain constantly vigilant for any dangers lurking around him. After witnessing that wild boar and white candle town that could smash through walls, he knew these woods were equally fraught with peril. Late at night, Zhu Shan stood atop the mountain peak. Over there. It's getting closer. His gaze fixed on the direction indicated by the divine herb. After such a long chase, the torrential rain had soaked him through and through. Judging by the divine herb's response, he was nearly there. Cough cough. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly let out a soft cough. Then his brow furrowed. His relentless pursuit had pushed him too hard. The prolonged exertion caused the injuries he had barely suppressed to flare up once more. Zhu Shan's expression darkened. This was not good. If the other party was also at the Dao Palace cultivation level, he would be at a significant disadvantage in combat. Gazing into the distance, he hesitated briefly before setting off in pursuit once more. Chen Yang's value to him was simply too important. He was the very fruit of his labor. Wah! Squeak! The mountain ridges in the dead of night were far from silent. As Chen Yang darted through the forest, eerie, unsettling cries echoed intermittently. He couldn't tell what kind of creatures were making them. His mind remained constantly alert, guarding against any potential attack. Having grown accustomed to the Lotus Sect's nightly stillness, Chen Yang now found himself somewhat unsettled. Time to rest for a bit. Chen Yang leapt from a ledge to the base of an ancient tree and sat down on its thick roots. After fleeing for so long while constantly focusing his senses to scan his surroundings, his spirit was utterly exhausted. Who knows how much longer it will take to escape this primeval forest? Chen Yang gazed into the distance, where distant mountains stretched out in undulating ranges. Now, he felt as if he were escaping the Amazon rainforest. Though he had never visited the Amazon in his previous life, he knew this forest far surpassed it in scale. Ancient trees towering 30 or 40 zhang high were everywhere. Goo goo. A sound came from nearby, and Chen Yang's gaze darted over. There, a plump bird stared at him warily from within a stone cave. Only after confirming no threat did it relax. Due to the terrain, Chen Yang hadn't encountered any large creatures during his escape. The largest creature he'd encountered was a lizard, nearly 2 zhang in length. What? Just him? What Chen Yang didn't know was that less than 50 zhang away, a towering figure was coldly watching him. After chasing for so long, Zhu Shan had finally caught up. Seeing only Chen Yang sitting there alone, he was quite surprised. He had assumed someone had captured him, but now it seemed things weren't as he had imagined. Good. Just one person. Perfect. A smile touched Zhu Shan's lips. If Chen Yang had been captured by wild cultivators, he might not have been able to rescue him. This news eased the worry that had been weighing on his mind. Let's keep moving. After a short while, having rested sufficiently, Chen Yang stood up and continued deeper into the dense forest. My dear disciple, where might you be headed? Barely a few steps had been taken when a cold, ominous voice suddenly echoed from behind. Ah! Chen Yang's eyes flashed with terror, as if a thunderclap had struck his mind. His steps froze instantly, a chill creeping up his spine from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This voice was all too familiar to him. Hearing it now felt like the sound of death itself. In an instant, every pore on his body radiated chill. Zhu Shan had found him. I couldn't escape after all. Chen Yang felt a deep sense of resentment. He turned to look behind him. A figure emerged from the darkness. That expressionless face told Chen Yang he was finished. I'm asking you a question. Zhu Shan's voice was cold. Master. Is it really you? You finally come for me. Chen Yang's voice trembled with emotion. His sudden change left Zhu Shan somewhat bewildered. His eyes filled with confusion. How did you get here? Zhu Shan frowned and asked. Chen Yang wiped his face as if dabbing away tears, then approached cheerfully. Master, I fell into the river by accident while returning to the sect. A monster in the river knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I had no idea where I was. I could only wander aimlessly through the mountains. Fell into the river? Zhu Shan grew even more puzzled. Surviving an encounter with a monster in the river? Strange. Oh no. Even as he was still analyzing Chen Yang's words, he suddenly saw Chen Yang, who had been walking ahead of him, thrust a knife toward him at blinding speed. Directly at his face. Clearly, he intended to take his life with a single blow. Startled, he scrambled to dodge. He never imagined Chen Yang would suddenly attack him. Though caught completely off guard, he managed to dodge just in time. The blade sliced past his face, only grazing the skin. What a pity. Watching Zhu Shan evade, Chen Yang's eyes held profound regret and disappointment. Having already fled, he naturally had no intention of returning with Zhu Shan. Knowing his chance was gone after that missed strike, Chen Yang showed no hesitation in retreating, swiftly sheathing his blade. For now, it was Zhu Shan's turn to attack. Sure enough, the moment Zhu Shan dodged the black blade, he launched a direct kick toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang was prepared and dodged in time. By the moment the kick was launched, he had already retreated. Then, without looking back, he kept running forward. Zhu Shan's kick slammed into the ancient tree, 10 feet wide, with tremendous force, shaking the massive trunk violently. Of course, the recoil from his own force sent him staggering back 2 steps. How dare this brat? After steadying himself, Zhu Shan stared at Chen Yang's retreating figure in disbelief. He couldn't fathom what Chen Yang was thinking, drawing his sword against him, and even attempting to kill him. He had never taught him such things. Where had he learned such things? Perhaps Zhu Shan was too accustomed to his other disciples. They had grown up within the sect, untouched by the outside world. Their futures were entirely up to them. While skilled with weapons, they knew nothing of killing. The sect strictly forbade disciples from engaging in combat beyond friendly sparring. Concepts like taking a life, especially against a master, were utterly foreign to the disciples of the Lotus Sect. Chen Yang's sudden action left Zhu Shan reeling, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. That simple slash was nothing short of an act of utter shock and horror. Zhu Shan touched the wound on his cheek, blood staining his fingers. Staring at his fingers, he murmured, "Has he gone mad, possessed by some evil?" He couldn't fathom why Chen Yang would do this to him. Unable to comprehend it, he could only speculate that Chen Yang had lost his mind. Rebellious disciple. Do you know what you're doing? Regaining his senses, Zhu Shan immediately gave chase after Chen Yang. He's incredibly fast. Zhu Shan was stunned by Chen Yang's escape speed. It was nighttime, and the mountain terrain was treacherous. It was impossible to move that fast. Chapter 72, Admonition. He's in the late divine treasure stage. His third divine treasure has already been unlocked. After careful observation, Zhu Shan deduced the reason. What extraordinary talent! To reach the late divine treasure stage so swiftly. Zhu Shan was secretly alarmed. Such terrifying cultivation speed stirred a hint of fear within him. It was hard to believe such a person had been nurtured within their medicinal garden. In this shallow pond, barely capable of nurturing small fish and shrimp, a whale had emerged. Truly, a unique variant among divine embryos, utterly different from the rest. The thought that this was an anomaly made it somewhat easier to accept that he might break the rules. Zhu Shan's astonished gaze vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. With innate talent unmatched by other immortal embryos, the efficacy of the immortal pills it would eventually produce would surely surpass all others. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Why are you running? Come back with me. Do you have any idea how dangerous this dense forest is? Don't worry, I won't blame you for what happened earlier. Zhu Shan called out softly. Now that Chen Yang had broken through to the late divine treasure stage and had been well trained by him, it would be difficult to catch him in these places without using magical power. Chen Yang paid no heed to Zhu Shan's words, fleeing relentlessly. He'd rather die than go back. Oomph. Seeing Chen Yang ignore him, Zhu Shan snorted angrily, his body crashing into and shattering a tree as thick as an arm before snapping it clean in two. He then seized the broken trunk and hurled it at Chen Yang. His aim wasn't to hit Chen Yang, but to distract him, so he didn't aim. This disciple was his treasure. Death was out of the question, even injury would be a tremendous loss. Whoosh! The branches and leaves whistled sharply through the air. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chen Yang turned to see a tree hurtling toward him like a javelin. He halted his steps, shifted direction, and dodged it. But this delay allowed Zhu Shan to close the distance between them. Whoosh! Another tree crashed down. These trees proved fragile before Zhu Shan, snapping one after another as he struck them down. Chen Yang dodged relentlessly, avoiding the slashing branches and leaves. Gotcha! 20 breaths later, Zhu Shan finally caught up. He leapt into the air, poised to seize him. But Chen Yang spun violently, swinging his black blade to strike at Zhu Shan's hands. The strike was both precise and swift. Zhu Shan hadn't activated his armor technique, knowing his fingers would be severed if struck. He swiftly withdrew his hands. Chen Yang grabbed a nearby branch with his left hand, swinging himself to the opposite side to evade Zhu Shan's pursuit. He swiftly fled in another direction. That kid's blade work is surprisingly lethal too. Zhu Shan's body slammed into the ground. Recalling that strike, he still felt a chill run down his spine. He nearly lost his finger. He couldn't help but regret teaching Chen Yang to master sword techniques so thoroughly. During their time in White Candle Town, he had devoted considerable effort to sparring with Chen Yang to help him rapidly advance his cultivation. Now, those very techniques were being used against him. Moreover, every strike from Chen Yang was delivered with full force, amplified by the power of qi, capable of shattering stone tablets with ease. With all this commotion, I'd better use magic to finish this quickly and avoid attracting wild cultivators. Zhu Shan thought to himself. Without magical power or weapons, and having to protect Chen Yang, he might just end up tripping over a small obstacle if this continued. Of course, what he feared most were the wild cultivators. He still carried a divine herb on him enough to make anyone envious. After weighing his options, he resolved to use magic for a swift resolution. He rose and resumed his pursuit of Chen Yang. Disciple, come back with your master now. With his superior cultivation, Zhu Shan used his magical power to outpace Chen Yang through the mountains. Before long, he caught up again. Seeing Zhu Shan lunge to grab him, Chen Yang swung his blade. But the blade halted midair, halted a foot away from Zhu Shan. Armor technique. Chen Yang recognized this as the spell Zhu Shan had cast earlier. Kid, this ends here. With his weapon shielded by the armor technique, Zhu Shan kicked Chen Yang flying with a single blow. He crashed into the large tree behind him. Looks like there's no escape. Chen Yang let out a bitter laugh, his body aching from the brutal kick. Come with me. Zhu Shan stepped before him, about to speak, when suddenly, an unfamiliar discomfort washed over his body. The moment he sensed something amiss, his expression changed drastically. Put. He couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. I only used the armor technique. Why did my injuries flare up again? Zhu Shan's face darkened. His body weakened, his magical power spiraled out of control, and the armor technique vanished. Seeing this, Chen Yang sprang to his feet and thrust his blade forward. At such close range, Zhu Shan knew he couldn't dodge in his current state and urgently forced the armor technique to activate. Chen Yang's attack was blocked once more. Run! Seeing his attack had no effect, Chen Yang turned and fled. Without magical abilities, the power gap was vast. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang vanished from sight. Damn it! Zhu Shan tried to pursue, but after taking just 2 steps, he was forced to halt. His injuries flared up, making any strenuous movement impossible. Why now? You won't escape anyway. Focus on stabilizing your injuries first. Gazing at the empty mountain forest, Zhu Shan felt a surge of frustration. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged on the spot. He began suppressing the damage. After such a long forced march, combined with the use of magic and some unknown factors, his injuries had flared up at the worst possible moment. They're not pursuing anymore. Seeing Zhu Shan no longer behind him, Chen Yang felt a surge of relief. It felt like a close call. He'd almost been caught. Strange. I've run this far. How did my master find me? He must have some way of tracking me. At this thought, Chen Yang slowly came to a halt. He realized there must be something fishy going on. Zhu Shan must have some method to locate him. Master just coughed up blood. His health must be failing. That he let me escape means his condition is serious. Even if I manage to flee now, he'll find me eventually. Looks like I have no choice but to fight. While he's weakened, I'll risk everything. Maybe I stand a chance. Grasping the critical point, Chen Yang clenched his blade and turned, his eyes growing wild. Since escape was impossible, he might as well fight to the death. If Zhu Shan died, all problems would be solved. Chen Yang retraced his steps. He's still here, as expected. Soon he arrived at the site of their earlier battle. Zhu Shan sat cross-legged beneath a tree. It's you! After all, Zhu Shan was an immortal cultivator at the Dao Palace realm. Chen Yang had intended to ambush him, but was spotted the moment he drew near. Seeing Chen Yang return after leaving, Zhu Shan was astonished. He never imagined Chen Yang would return. After witnessing the might of the armor cloak technique and narrowly escaping death, shouldn't he have fled as far as possible to hide? Since he'd been spotted, Chen Yang abandoned his hiding and stepped forward, addressing him. Master, you taught me that evasion means losing the initiative. Constant hiding is courting death. Your teachings are forever etched in my heart. Chapter 73, Dragging It Out. Your audacity is truly extraordinary. Zhu Shan looked astonished. He couldn't fathom how a 15-year-old boy raised in a medicinal garden could possess such mature thinking. Escaping was one thing. Attacking him was another. But now, he was striking while the iron was hot, aiming for the kill. Could such unseen ideas truly be grasped without a teacher? Staring into Chen Yang's eyes, filled with murderous intent, Zhu Shan found himself feeling a strange fear toward this disciple he had personally trained. Well met. I was just about to come find you. Never expected you'd come crawling to me. Let me show you the power of your master's other spells. Zhu Shan rose to his feet, advancing toward Chen Yang with a savage grin, his demeanor brimming with confidence. Seeing Zhu Shan still intent on capturing him and hearing mention of other spells he couldn't counter, Chen Yang instinctively wanted to retreat. But after taking half a step back, he paused, a thought crossing his mind. Are you trying to scare me off? If he truly still possessed any strength, he would have charged forward long ago. With that thought, Chen Yang raised his blade toward him and stepped forward directly, saying, Come on then. Let me see the power of your spells. Seeing Chen Yang show no fear, advancing toward him instead of retreating, Zhu Shan's heart tightened. His bluff had failed. His expression grew increasingly grave. He knew only 2 spells, the pig god technique and the armor-clad technique. In his current physical state, even casting them would be difficult. He had witnessed the power of Chen Yang's black blade imbued with qi. If they truly fought now, the outcome would be uncertain. Especially now that Chen Yang had appeared, his injuries had begun to worsen at the worst possible moment. Mastering 2 spells was already remarkable. Had he not been a sacrificial officer, possessing even one would have been an achievement? Most wild cultivators and demons could only rely on a single spell. So it was just a bluff after all. Observing Zhu Shan's actions, Chen Yang's resolve steadied. Even he himself had begun to feel apprehensive. It seemed his master truly was nearing the end. Disciple, I imagine tonight you've resolved to confront your master. Zhu Shan crushed a tree trunk as thick as his wrist with one hand, holding it midair. With a flick of his palm, he stripped away the excess branches and leaves, revealing a crude wooden staff nearly 20 feet long. Zhu Shan's imposing stature made the staff a perfectly suited weapon. Chen Yang focused his mind, daring not to let his guard down for a moment. He did not launch a reckless attack. A blow from that sturdy frame would leave him either dead or gravely injured. He had witnessed Zhu Shan barehanded block the wild boar that had smashed through the wall. Come on then. Let's have a proper contest here, master and disciple. Zhu Shan pointed his staff at him. He's injured and needs to cultivate to heal. Now is not the time for a fight. Chen Yang's eyes locked onto him, his mind racing with analysis. It was clear from Zhu Shan's current state that he was forcing himself to hold on. The fact that he needed a staff for defense alone proved it. Come on then. Zhu Shan said coldly. You come? Chen Yang remained unmoved, instead urging him on. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. All his martial arts skills were taught by Zhu Shan. Fighting him while he still had strength left, how could he possibly win? Chen Yang took a step back. The surrounding trees weren't densely packed, making it ideal for Zhu Shan to swing his staff, a highly unfavorable situation. He didn't retreat far, maintaining a distance of about 10 zhang from Zhu Shan while searching for an opening. There was no time to tend to his wounds. Chen Yang knew his master couldn't sustain his current state indefinitely. Dragging things out worked to his advantage, so he'd stall for now. If he could avoid fighting, he would. How cunning this brat is. Though Zhu Shan appeared calm on the surface, his inner frustration had reached its peak. Unable to close the gap, this was his worst nightmare. Chen Yang's every move struck directly at his vulnerabilities, bringing his worst fears to life. Moreover, besides dealing with Chen Yang, he now had to contend with the injuries within his body that were steadily worsening. Chen Yang gave him no chance to heal. My disciple, I truly cannot understand. I have always treated you so well. Why did you flee the sect? And now you even come to kill me? Zhu Shan began appealing to his emotions. This was his deepest confusion. Just as fish in a pond remain unaware of their confinement, the other disciples of the sect simply didn't possess Chen Yang's mindset. Raised within the sect since childhood, they had never seen the outside world. Naturally, they saw nothing wrong with the sect's actions, knowing only to follow the path instilled in them from birth, train diligently and strive to reach the main sect. Chen Yang remained silent, merely observing his every move. All this talk was merely a tactic to distract him. Who taught you these things? Why do you act this way? Zhu Shan pressed on. Even if Chen Yang hadn't grown up in the sect, he shouldn't have known this much. After all, Bayoni Town was also an isolated environment, and the knowledge taught in private schools since childhood was nothing but ideas designed to tame people. Answer me one question. Chen Yang finally spoke. What question? Where is senior brother Zhou? Could it be that you grew suspicious when you didn't see Zhou Lingjun on your way back to Xianyun Peak? A thought flashed through Zhu Shan's mind, sensing an opportunity. He immediately replied, your senior brother Zhou went to cultivate with Elder Shu. He's not on Xianyun Peak right now. Master, don't lie to me. I saw everything that day. What? Impossible. Zhu Shan's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that Chen Yang had been spying outside during Zhou Lingjun's autopsy? But that couldn't be possible. So it was him. Seeing Zhu Shanxia's instinctive reaction, Chen Yang knew he had guessed correctly. Senior brother Zhou was indeed dead. How could he have seen it? At the time, both I and Elder Shu were. No, he was testing me. Zhu Shan snapped out of his daze. He stared at Chen Yang in shock, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into a verbal trap. At that moment, he could no longer regard Chen Yang as an ordinary teenager. This was no mere adolescent mind. What? Not playing along anymore? Chen Yang said coldly. I intended to spare your life so you could continue serving me, but it seems that's no longer possible. With his deception exposed, Zhu Shan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. This was the first time he'd harbored murderous intent toward Chen Yang. Before, he'd assumed Chen Yang had been kept in the dark and that there might still be room for maneuver after capturing him. But now, realizing Chen Yang knew too much, there was only one option left: kill him. No time. We can't waste any more time with him. Die. Zhu Shan made his decision, roaring as he swung his long staff, thrusting it straight at Chen Yang. He no longer sought to capture Chen Yang, he intended to kill him. While he still possessed some strength. Prolonging this would only drain him further. It had come down to a fight to the death. Chen Yang immediately retreated. Zhu Shan's strike was ferocious. The staff pierced straight through the large tree behind Chen Yang, shattering it. Such a strong reaction? Chen Yang's expression grew grave as he maneuvered through the forest. Fine. That works to my advantage. Chen Yang welcomed this development. Otherwise, if Xu Shan had remained stationary, he wouldn't have had an opening to attack. Moreover, launching a preemptive strike carried too great a risk. Chen Yang kept evading, having no intention of engaging in combat. He planned to flee whenever possible, aiming to wear Xu Shan down this way. In these dense woods, Xu Shan's massive frame proved a significant hindrance. Damn it! Xu Shan grew increasingly uneasy as he realized he couldn't subdue Chen Yang immediately. His injuries rapidly worsened under such violent agitation. He urgently needed to find a safe place to retreat and heal. Gulp! After a dozen breaths, he finally collapsed, stumbling to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. He's done for. Seeing the attack cease, Chen Yang immediately halted his steps, standing over 10 zhang away to keep Xu Shan perpetually under threat. Seeing his mouth filled with blood, Chen Yang felt immense satisfaction. Chapter 74, Merciless. He's done for. Chen Yang stared at the broad figure not far away. Though his earlier attacks seemed ferociously intense, they were nowhere near as dangerous as when he'd pursued Chen Yang earlier. It felt more like a dying man's last desperate struggle. Damn it, why did my injuries worsen so severely? Am I really going to die here? A dark cloud of death hung over Xu Shan's heart. The deterioration of his internal injuries was abnormally rapid. The wounds now felt like gaping holes in his body, as if an invisible maw had latched onto them, sucking relentlessly. In this state, he couldn't possibly channel any magic. Doing so would be the final straw that broke his body. Kid, you wanted to kill me? Then come with me. Xu Shan stood up, spoke those words to Chen Yang, then turned and ran backward. What kind of trick is this? Chen Yang sensed deception. No. He's trying to escape. But he quickly realized this was Xu Shan's ploy to buy time for his escape. He was making me think there was a conspiracy, so I wouldn't dare chase after him. Can he really get away? Chen Yang pursued without hesitation. To guard against any tricks he might have up his sleeve, he maintained a distance of over 10 zhang as he followed. The fact that Xu Shan chose to flee told him it wouldn't be long before he couldn't hold out. In these rugged mountains, Xu Shan's massive frame made him conspicuous, and he couldn't move quickly. Maintaining this distance ensured he wouldn't lose sight of him. Just as he'd anticipated, Xu Shan's pace slowed steadily. Ignoring his injuries, blood flowed unceasingly from his mouth. Chen Yang pursued him like a hunter tracking wounded prey. This is unbearable. Xu Shan cried out in despair, his body swaying as he felt life steadily draining away. To die like this, it was unbearable. He couldn't fathom why, in Chen Yang's presence, his injuries worsened at an exaggerated pace. Splash! His consciousness began to blur. Finally, he stumbled and tripped over a vine, his massive body tumbling down the slope into a ditch below. Xu Shan struggled, but he couldn't pull himself up. Blood spattered everywhere as he coughed it up. All strength drained from his body. Is he done for? Chen Yang stood above, looking down as Xu Shan flailed helplessly in the ditch. He couldn't even stand. Though he appeared finished, Chen Yang exercised caution and did not rashly descend to finish him off. His gaze shifted to a nearby exposed rock. He channeled his inner chi, hacking 5 times until a stone the size of a bamboo basket was severed. Chen Yang lifted the stone heavy in his grasp and, fixing his gaze on the figure below, hurled it down. From a height of 6 zhang, the stone weighing over 300 jin crashed down. Even someone at the Dao Palace realm couldn't withstand such an impact without magical protection. Thud! A dull, thunderous crash echoed. The stone struck his body, instantly shattering flesh and bone. Under such a crushing blow, Xu Shan instantly lost the strength to struggle, blood spurting from his nose and ears. Seeing this, Chen Yang's uneasy heart finally settled. The outcome was decided. He then slid down beside the ditch. Xu Shan, not yet completely dead, gazed at Chen Yang and rasped, I am your master. Chen Yang pressed the blade's tip against his throat and murmured, Master, my sword technique still lacks refinement. I've mastered speed and precision, but now I need to cultivate ferocity. With that, he thrust forward with all his strength. The black blade sliced through flesh and bone, piercing his throat and emerging cleanly from the back of his neck. Xu Shan's eyes widened in shock. Raindrops fell onto his pupils, gradually dimming their light as life vanished completely in that moment. Chen Yang slowly withdrew the blade. It was his first time taking a life. Staring at the blood-soaked corpse before him, a heavy weight settled in his heart. What's happening? Suddenly, Xu Shan's corpse began to move. Startled, Chen Yang leapt back to a safe distance. This. At first, he thought Xu Shan hadn't died completely, but then Chen Yang witnessed a horrifying scene. His master's flesh began to contort, patches of black hair emerging across his skin. Finally, it transformed into a massive wild boar. A demon beast. Chen Yang stared in disbelief at the colossal beast. His master had been a boar-shaped demon all along. He had spent so much time in the presence of such a creature. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine, chilling him to the bone. No wonder he always reeked of foul odor. No wonder that boar followed him. If the master is a demon, then the elders of the sect Shu, Lu, Go, and the rest must all be demons too. No wonder they treat the mortals in the human medicine hall like this. Those people are nothing but their livestock. The human disciples within the sect are surely their food as well. Observing Zhu Shan's transformation, Chen Yang suddenly understood everything. No wonder this place was so dark. He had been trapped in a den of monsters all along. Thank goodness I escaped. Zhu Shan was thoroughly dead, and Chen Yang relaxed, plopping down onto the ground. He felt immense relief at having escaped this filthy, vile, and foul place of darkness. This was no place to linger. After a brief rest, Chen Yang rose, approached Zhu Shan's body, pushed aside the stones, and began searching. He looked for anything that might be useful to him. Master actually brought the immortal medicine with him. Chen Yang spotted the sack on Zhu Shan's body, containing the golden seal immortal herb. This was a precious find indeed. Chen Yang carefully removed the sack. Some of the herb's branches and leaves had been crushed by the stone. After inspecting it, he found only a few pills and nothing else. Chen Yang wrapped up the items, glanced at Zhu Shan, and quickly departed. The heavy rain continued to pour down. A massive wild boar lay dead in the ditch, its mouth gaping open. Blood stained the entire ditch crimson. The sight was horrifying. This is the place. After an unknown period, when the rain finally ceased, two ghostly figures emerged from the darkness. A man and a woman. The man wore a conical hat and a red robe, appearing to be in his 40s, though his spine was grotesquely twisted. The woman held a green umbrella. She was tall and slender, with a curvaceous figure, but her face was covered in large patches of mottled blue and red, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 75, Night Escape. They stood above, looking down. Clothed, husband. Looks like it's not just a wild demon. The woman frowned. While nakedness didn't prove the absence of sentience, clothing generally indicated it. Zhu Shan's robe was of fine quality even after transforming into its true form, it remained intact upon his body. And it's a pig demon. Possesses magical power, Dao Palace realm. Wonder if it's from the High Clan. Who killed it? The man observed. Let's go down and take a look first. The two leapt down. Such pristine flesh and blood, it must belong to someone from a powerful faction. A body this pristine could never belong to a wild demon. The woman recognized Zhu Shan's identity at a glance. She touched the pig's hoof and said solemnly, abundant spiritual energy beneath the skin. This pig practiced the High Clan's divine arts before death. It had returned to the High Clan to claim its ancestral lineage. If it had already returned to its ancestral roots, why wasn't it staying in the High Continent? What was it doing in these parts? The man pried open the pig's mouth to inspect. Probably just a lowly wild demon by birth, the woman speculated. Its bloodline was too weak to survive there, forcing it to come to these places. The man nodded with a smile. That's likely it. A low-blooded wild demon wouldn't have an easy time in High Continent. Its insides are smashed into a bloody pulp. What a tragic end. The woman shook her head in dismay as she stared at the massive boulder. Even someone cultivating the high divine art was killed. My dear, could it be that the attacker was a chi-consuming realm cultivator? The man grew increasingly puzzled. Practitioners of the high divine art possessed abundant magical power, giving them a significant advantage within their own realm. What are you thinking? His flesh is so clean. If it were a chi-consuming realm cultivator, they wouldn't have left the corpse here. The woman stood with her foot planted on the demon corpse's belly. Whoever fought this pig demon must have been at the Dao Palace cultivation level too. If they couldn't carry the body away, could it be they were injured? Highly likely. The man stroked his chin. This corpse was a treasure. The question is whether it was human or demonic. Lotus Sect. So it was an elder from Lotus Sect. The woman retrieved a waste token from the pig demon's corpse and smiled. Then there's no problem. Husband, pack up this demon corpse and take it to the marketplace. We can trade it for quite a few good things. Right away. The man pulled a black sack from his clothes. Taking a deep breath, he blew forcefully into it. Instantly, the sack, originally the size of a head, expanded to 2 zhang in diameter. The man chuckled, good thing I bought a big enough corpse bag. Otherwise, this thing wouldn't fit. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and pack it, the woman urged. The man swiftly stuffed the demon corpse into the bag. Tie the opening tight, the woman reminded him. We don't want the Lotus Sect chasing us down. My dear, do you think this might draw the attention of the Lin clan? After all, the Lotus Sect is under their protection. The man was far more cautious. It died out here. It brought it on itself. The Lin clan won't bother with such trifles. If it had died mysteriously within the sect, then maybe they'd intervene. True. Why did it leave the Lotus Sect, where it could have been used to heal people, and come out here? The man pulled out a rope and tied it tightly around the bag's opening, feeling somewhat puzzled. Inside the Lotus Sect, one had no worries about food or clothing, with resources for cultivation provided. Protected by the Lin clan, it lived a stable life. Wild cultivators would only dare to steal herbs, rarely attacking the elders within. The elders of the Lotus Sect were also cautious, seldom venturing out. After all, a clean body was far too tempting, and there were always desperate individuals willing to take risks. Who cares? Let's go. Today we stumbled upon quite the opportunity. The woman turned and walked away. This is heavy. The man hoisted the black sack containing the corpse onto his shoulder. The weight was so great it made his already hunched back appear even more deformed. The cultivator who killed the pig demon was human. But strangely, why didn't he conceal his scent? And why did he run toward the territory of the Yin clan? The woman cast a spell and effortlessly detected the other cultivator's trail so effortlessly it left her utterly astonished. To act this way after causing trouble was nothing short of courting death. Who would act like that? He must be gravely wounded. Let's pursue him, we might even gain something from it. Reasonable. The woman smiled faintly. Then she walked ahead, umbrella in hand. The man followed behind, carrying a large sack. Their swift footsteps traversed the rugged mountain terrain as if it were level ground. What must the world outside be like? The rain had ceased and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, leaving only the pale moonlight to illuminate the earth. Chen Yang stood atop the heights, his gaze sweeping over endless, unbroken mountain ranges devoid of even a single light. After leaving the Lotus Sect, he faced a world entirely unfamiliar to him. He now desperately wanted to find a place with other people, to gather information and understand this world he knew nothing about. My master was a demon, and the elders of the Lotus Sect were all demons too. Could it be that the people of this world are merely at the bottom of the food chain, raised and devoured by demons? Chen Yang's doubts swirled within him. From what he could see, it seemed to be exactly that. Could this be a world ruled by monsters? And humans, merely their sustenance? A terrifying thought took root in Chen Yang's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Wasn't this the exact opposite of the world he knew? In his old world, humans raised pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. In this world, pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep raised humans. I must be overthinking this. Humans also possess immortal seeds and can cultivate into immortals. Surely there are those with profound cultivation. But if humans truly had such powerful beings, would these monsters dare to keep them as livestock? Chen Yang suspected that even if humans harbored divine seeds, the entire human race likely occupied a low rung on this world's food chain. Otherwise, the demons wouldn't act so brazenly. Let's keep moving. After composing himself, he pressed onward. He followed the river's course. If there were any human settlements, following the river was the most likely way to find them. There it is. After walking a little further, Chen Yang spotted a faint glow in the distant mountains. Though faint, it stood out clearly in the night. He immediately began moving cautiously toward the light. Half an hour later, Chen Yang stood atop a high mountain peak, where the view stretched farthest. The lights he had seen earlier were now much clearer. This place couldn't be another demon lair, could it? He saw several towns in the distance, each enclosed by high walls. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Lotus Sect he had encountered earlier. Judging by the peaceful scenes, Chen Yang knew he was likely looking at yet another demon lair. The villages within those walls were human medicine kept by the demons. Having barely escaped, he dared not venture in to investigate. Could this entire area be nothing but a monster breeding ground? Gazing ahead, Chen Yang couldn't help but suspect he might be in some sort of industrial park for monsters. Chapter 76, Aristocratic Air? Let's look elsewhere. Chen Yang didn't linger long, turning to leave the area. He continued his escape. Little did he know, two pairs of eyes had silently appeared behind him. How could it be a mere divine treasure realm brat? The two had tracked him down by scent. The woman spotted him first. Divine treasure realm? Impossible. Could he be concealing his cultivation level? The man behind her refused to believe it. Could a divine treasure realm cultivator possibly kill a Dao Palace realm cultivator of the High Clan? Especially one who practiced the high divine arts? Even if the couple joined forces, they could at best secure victory killing him? They couldn't guarantee it. No, it is divine treasure realm. No wonder he can't conceal his scent, he simply lacks magical power yet. The woman observed him closely, discerning his true level from the way he traversed mountains and valleys. After all, a Dao Palace realm or chi-consuming realm cultivator wouldn't need to use their hands to climb over a mere 10-foot-high ledge. Husband, this little fellow moves so clumsily on mountain paths. He clearly hasn't endured much hardship. Most importantly, his features are pure and delicate. Indeed. His body is utterly pure too. The man looked closely and found it was indeed as his wife had said. Chen Yang's features bore no resemblance to their own grotesque, misshapen faces. He must be one of those young masters from prominent families sent out for training. To have slain a Dao Palace-level pig demon, he must possess an extremely dangerous treasure. The woman analyzed based on her experience. Only disciples from those great clans would dare act so openly and boldly, unlike them who hesitated and hid. If they are young masters from prominent clans, at this age, their cultivation should be at least at the Dao Palace realm. The man sensed something unusual. The offspring of noble families were born with innate divine potential, perfect from birth. They entered the mortal transformation realm the moment they were born, and by the age of 15 or 16, most had reached the Dao Palace cultivation level. He's currently in the late divine treasure stage, on the verge of breaking through. Perhaps it's precisely because his cultivation lags behind that he's venturing out to train in defiance, the woman said. But the direction he chose for his trials is far too dangerous. That's in continent outside the 5 clans and 7 noble houses, the Heavenly Gate, Earthly Gate, and the Water and by families, the Yin clan shows no deference to other human clans. True. With such weak strength, even the most powerful treasures would be useless. It's a suicide mission. Let's go persuade him. Normally, these great clans wouldn't deign to associate with us wild cultivators. This is a rare chance to build goodwill. A gleam flashed in the man's eyes. If they seized this opportunity, serving the young masters of these great clans would be like leaping through the Dragon Gate, a chance to rise above their station. Husband, it seems we have another great opportunity before us. A smile spread across the woman's face. Cultivation resources were monopolized by those noble clans. Wild cultivators were like beggar dogs, scavenging scraps from their leftovers. Without connections to them, they would forever remain lowly and insignificant. Normally, these wild cultivators didn't even get the chance to meet or speak with the young masters of the great clans. My cultivation is too weak. Wandering aimlessly like this could be dangerous. We should find a secluded place to cultivate diligently. Once I break through to the Dao Palace realm, then we'll venture out again. As the excitement of escaping Lotus Sect subsided, Chen Yang's mind regained its calm, turning inward to ponder. In these vast mountains, he didn't even know which direction to go. Wandering aimlessly would only lead to greater peril. He still had some elixirs on him, enough to sustain him for quite some time. Moreover, the late stage of the divine treasure cultivation involved seated meditation, requiring no specific location for practice. Once he reached the Dao Palace realm and his strength increased, venturing out to search for people would be much safer. Young master, you cannot proceed any further. As Chen Yang pondered, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed from behind him. In the dead silence of this ancient mountain forest, the voice sounded like a female ghost's low chant. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Chen Yang felt as though a giant hand had clenched his heart. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Who's there? Chen Yang pointed his knife behind him, his eyes darting around. 5 zhang away, 2 figures stood with their backs turned toward him. Could it be other elders from the sect pursuing him? The thought flashed through his mind. Young master, fear not. We mean you no harm. We only wish to warn you that continuing forward will lead you into danger. The woman hastened to explain their purpose. Seeing Chen Yang's reaction only strengthened their suspicions. After all, no self-taught cultivator would be so pathetic. Only sheltered young masters from noble families would act this way. Who are you? Chen Yang took a step back, creating distance. He knew they couldn't be elders from a sect. If they were, they wouldn't be wasting their energy on him like this. Young master, we were cultivating in the woods when we saw you. Young master, you must not proceed any further. The couple said. Friends, would you mind turning around to speak? Chen Yang spoke in a calm tone. They stood with their backs to him, creating an eerie atmosphere. Greetings, young master. The two finally turned around and bowed cautiously to him. Monsters. Upon seeing their appearance, Chen Yang nearly broke out in a cold sweat again. What kind of monsters were these? The woman looked more ghostly than any ghost, while the man bore no resemblance to a human form whatsoever. Young master, we are human, not monsters. We apologize for frightening you. We are merely lowly, unrefined cultivators who cannot appear in polite company. The pair quickly turned away again. This was precisely why the young masters of prominent clans despised interacting with wild cultivators. You are truly human? Chen Yang asked incredulously. How could humans look like this? And judging by their behavior, they seemed to hold him in great awe. Yes, we are human, not shape-shifting monsters. Hearing their reply, Chen Yang muttered inwardly, shape-shifting monsters look more human than you two. He was used to seeing the elders of the Lotus Sect with strange appearances and physiques, but these two cultivators who claimed to be human were even stranger. Friends, I was rude earlier. Please turn around to speak with me. Chen Yang had no choice but to believe them. Thank you, young master. The two faced him and bowed humbly. My friends, there's no need for such formality. Young master, you mustn't insist. Your noble status demands this courtesy. The two remained stiffly formal. My status is noble? Chen Yang found this remark rather puzzling. If we're not mistaken, young master, you're the scion of some prominent family, aren't you? The man replied. How did you come to that conclusion? Chen Yang asked casually. Xu Shan had mentioned those prominent families outside, but to the ears of these two, it was as if Chen Yang had already admitted it himself. The man flattered, your appearance alone radiates wealth and nobility. Appearance? Does this world mean that the more human-like one looks, the higher their status? Chen Yang wondered. Was it that the more human one looked, the higher their status? Or was it that only those of higher status could look more human? Chen Yang found it absurd. Chapter 77, The Terrifying World. You two are quite perceptive. In this desolate wilderness, seeing the misunderstanding between the two, Chen Yang decided to simply admit it. He couldn't tell if these two were good people. If they discovered he was fake, they'd likely turn on him in an instant. Young master, we've brought your spoils of war. The man walked behind a tree and dragged out a massive object wrapped in a black bag. What is this? Chen Yang asked in confusion. His own? The man opened the bag's mouth, revealing a massive pig's head inside. He declared, this pig demon. It's my master. Seeing the contents inside, Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. This was none other than his own master. These two wild cultivators had actually carried Zhu Shan's corpse all the way here. Zhu Shan's pig-like head stared at him with eyes that refused to close in death. As if his spirit refused to rest. Young master, was it this pig demon who tried to harm you earlier? The woman asked. Chen Yang turned his face away from Zhu Shan and nodded. Yes. That creature truly had the audacity of a bear and the nerve of a leopard. The man seemed to be voicing indignation on Chen Yang's behalf. Young master, the pig demon's corpse is pure. It could nourish your poisonous insects. It'd be a shame to waste it. Let us carry it for you. The woman's tone carried a hint of flattery. Chen Yang pondered briefly before shaking his head. It's useless to me. You may have it. He could clearly see how the two regarded Zhu Shan's corpse as a precious treasure. Though they had merely found it, hearing Chen Yang offer it as a gift filled them with excitement. They immediately thanked him profusely, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, young master." Are these two wild cultivators just naturally like this, or have they been oppressed into this state by those great clans and noble families? Seeing how they fawned over him, Chen Yang felt only pity for them. What are your names? Chen Yang asked casually. Names? The two wild cultivators exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the question. Is it inconvenient to share? Chen Yang assumed they were reluctant to share, which made sense. Caution was paramount when traveling. The woman hurriedly replied, "Young master, we are wild cultivators. We have no family or clan, so naturally we have no names." Young master, don't you know? The two looked puzzled. Wasn't this common knowledge? Having a name was a symbol of status. If Chen Yang revealed his name, they might assume he came from the Chen family. Is that really the custom? Realizing his mistake, Chen Yang clarified, "It just slipped out. What do you call yourselves?" The couple found this reasonable, assuming Chen Yang was accustomed to interacting with young nobles from other clans. But when it came to how they addressed each other, they truly didn't know how to answer. Having no names or surnames, the husband and wife simply called each other husband and wife. The man replied, "Call us whatever you like, young master." All right then. Chen Yang didn't press the matter further. "Young master, you're traveling alone for your training, aren't you?" The woman asked softly. "MHM." Chen Yang gave a simple nod and a MHM. He knew far too little about this world. He knew better than to speak too much. In front of these two, he'd say as little as possible to avoid revealing his true identity and exposing their true nature. Then it would be best to seek training elsewhere. Further ahead lies the territory of the Yin clan, where demons grow ever more numerous. Traveling alone, young master, is far too perilous. If you do not mind, we too would be honored to serve as your bodyguards. The man added eagerly, "Young master, we're both at the peak of the Dao Palace realm. Though our strength is modest, staying by your side might prove useful. Do you know of any place where cultivators gather?" Chen Yang didn't respond directly but asked about a place he had in mind. The woman pointed in a direction and replied, "This is the border between the forest domain and Yin continent. It's sparsely populated. The nearest place is about 200 li to the southwest. There's a second-tier clan there, the Qian family. They have a marketplace where you can trade and find entertainment. Young master, allow us to accompany you." The man desperately wanted to seize this opportunity. Having lived so long, this was his first time getting this close to a young master of a clan, and his first chance to speak to one. Chen Yang remained silent, deep in thought. These two won't let this go easily. If I tell them to leave, they'll likely follow in secret. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "Follow me for now." He still needed them to reach the Chen family. The journey spanned roughly 200 li, traversing mountains and valleys fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead them astray to who knew where. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master." Receiving the response they'd hoped for, the two men were overcome with excitement. "Lead the way. I'll head to the Qian residence to relax. After all that training, I'm exhausted," Chen Yang said in a commanding tone. "Yes, young master." Seeing that they had persuaded Chen Yang, the two breathed a sigh of relief. They certainly didn't want to follow him to Yinzhou. Glancing at the pig carcass on the ground, the man added, "Young master, might you wait for us a moment?" "Husband?" The woman looked puzzled. The man continued, "Young master, carrying this corpse would be quite inconvenient. My wife and I will handle it here first. Would that be acceptable?" "All right." Chen Yang nodded. "Husband, are you planning to leave this pig demon here?" The woman understood her husband's meaning. "Exactly. This place is rarely visited by humans or demons. We'll escort you to safety first, then come back for it." The man had thought it through carefully. Besides, carrying such a thing along would likely upset Chen Yang. "You're right. The young master's safety is paramount. Begin." The man thrust his sword into the ground. He channeled the mystical power within his Tao palace, silently commanding, sword chi. Then, countless thread-like strands of sword energy surged into the earth. The sword energy swirled like a whirlwind, and soon, a pit 10 feet deep appeared on the ground. Is this the power of magic? Chen Yang felt a pang of envy, though his expression remained unruffled. The gap in strength between those who mastered magic and those who did not was simply too vast. After the pit formed, the woman secured the black sack and tossed the corpse inside. The man spoke with awe, "Young master, you are truly formidable. Even if my wife and I had joined forces, we wouldn't have been certain we could slay that pig demon. Yet you killed it single-handedly." They naturally didn't believe Chen Yang had done it through his own strength. It must have been the treasures he carried. The pig demon was left in such a pitiful state, while Chen Yang remained unscathed. But then again, when young masters from noble families went out to train, they were always armed to the teeth. Chen Yang ignored him. The man chuckled awkwardly to himself. Then the two of them filled the hole back in with dirt. After a considerable amount of effort, they finally finished covering up the scene. "Young master, we kept you waiting." The two men looked at Chen Yang apologetically. "Lead the way." Chen Yang said nothing more. "Understood." The two walked ahead, with Chen Yang following behind. "Young master, what is your surname?" the woman inquired cautiously. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Chen Yang knew full well she was probing his background to learn about his family. Seeing the anger in Chen Yang's expression, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. They wisely kept their mouths shut. The journey passed in silence. Under the moonlight, the three hurried through the mountains. With no paths through the rugged terrain, the mountain ridges proved treacherous and difficult to traverse. 200 li may not seem far, but winding through these mountains, they walked from night into morning and from morning into night, yet the three still hadn't reached their destination. Without the ability to fly, navigating such dense forests proved exceedingly inconvenient. Is that it? As evening fell, Chen Yang spotted a plateau in the distant mountains. The plateau was dotted with buildings and vast stretches of fertile farmland. It looked quite lively. The woman shook her head. "Young master, this is the Yin family's territory, not the Qian family's." "Then let's keep moving." Fearing he might slip up and give himself away, Chen Yang asked no further questions. The Yin family. His gaze swept carefully across the plain before him. After traveling so long, he had finally encountered the first faction composed of human immortals. This also meant they were far from the border now. So the Yin family makes their living from farming? Chen Yang murmured to himself. For the buildings at the plain's center were surrounded entirely by fertile fields. Moreover, the crops growing in the fields appeared to be blood rice. Only the cultivated area was vastly larger than that of Bayoni town. "Young master, the Yin family is a third-tier clan within the forest domain, possessing their own spirit land." Seeing him still gazing, the man spoke up. "MHM." Chen Yang nodded. "Young master, let's take this detour. Where wild cultivators going straight through might cause trouble." The man gestured to the side. As a scion of a prominent family, Chen Yang could simply present his identity token and proceed straight through. But the other two couldn't. "All right." Chen Yang agreed. Could it be that the young master before us comes from a second-tier noble family? Seeing Chen Yang show no reaction to the Yin family, the man couldn't help but speculate. The trio bypassed the plain. But as they walked, the woman beside him began scratching her face with her hand. "My lady, what's wrong?" The man noticed something was amiss and asked immediately. "Husband, my face is so itchy. The poison is acting up again." Her expression was one of distress. "What happened?" Chen Yang approached to inquire. The man pulled out a small vial from his clothes and replied, "Young master, I'm sorry, my wife's poison has flared up again." "Poison? What kind of poison?" Chen Yang looked at the woman. Upon closer inspection, pus-filled sores were erupting on her face. She'd been poisoned? Yet neither of them seemed panicked, as if they were accustomed to this. "It's just a mild dose of the protective medicine she took earlier." The man poured the powder from the vial and applied it to the woman's face. The pus-filled sores visibly subsided at a rapid pace. The woman's expression of pain eased. "Is it serious?" Chen Yang inquired. "Not serious. I'm used to it." "Can it be treated? Cure it? Why bother?" The two looked at him with puzzled expressions again. "Never mind." Chen Yang realized he'd asked another question that was common knowledge. "You mean, young master, you want me to switch to a less unpleasant body-preserving medicine?" The two thought they might have misunderstood Chen Yang's meaning. "MHM." Chen Yang decided to remain silent. The man said to the woman, "I think you should take my kind of body-preserving medicine. Aside from causing physical deformities, it's painless and itch-free, much more comfortable." "He takes body-preserving medicine too?" Chen Yang was astonished. If the body-preserving medicine had such severe side effects, why would anyone take it? "How effective are your body-preserving pills?" he inquired casually. The man chuckled, "Not bad. We're so poisoned now, filthy beyond belief. Even after we die, no beast would dare eat us." What about using them for medicinal cultivation? Chen Yang asked casually. Young master, the ground where we're buried won't grow a blade of grass for 2 years. Do you think you could grow herbs there? The man said proudly. Self-preservation, so that's what it means. Chen Yang murmured to himself, now grasping the purpose of the self-preservation herbs. It rendered one's body worthless. Without value, one became less likely to be targeted, thus naturally preserving oneself. He had witnessed it firsthand at the Lotus Sect. Even mortal bodies held countless uses, let alone immortal ones. No wonder, upon first meeting, the two had remarked that Zhu Shan's body was clean. At the time, he dismissed it as a joke. After all, his master reeked so badly, how could he be clean? But now, compared to those two, Zhu Shan was practically spotless. This world seems far more brutal than I ever imagined. These rootless, clanless wild cultivators resorted to such methods just to survive. Chen Yang's heart grew heavy. All his hopes for this world shattered instantly. He had thought he'd escaped the darkness of the Lotus Sect, but now it seemed he'd stumbled into an even darker realm. Young master! Young master! The two called out to him from the side. Let's go! Chen Yang snapped back to reality and urged them to continue. What kind of world have I stumbled into? Despite the magnificent mountains and rivers stretching around him, scenery as breathtaking as a fairyland, Chen Yang suddenly felt it wasn't all that beautiful anymore. Young master, the Qian family's domain lies ahead. The next morning, as the sun peeked over the mountain ridge, beams of golden light pierced through the mist, illuminating a majestic complex of buildings. Chen Yang and his two companions stood atop a high vantage point, gazing at the distant cluster of towers. Young master, this is Qian Di. It's filled with immortals and serves as a trading hub for cultivators from the surrounding areas. The man explained. Chapter 78, Chen Market. Chen Yang scanned the landscape. Much like the Yan family estate before, the Chen family domain was surrounded by patches of spirit fields. Only, compared to the Yan families, the scale was vastly more expansive. These fields formed the very foundation of the Qian family. The immortal grain cultivated in these spirit fields sustained the entire Qian family. So many villages and towns. All around these spirit fields, human settlements covered the mountains and valleys. Young master, you must be cautious here. Do not pass through the areas where mortals dwell. The Qian family's rule is that visitors must not disturb the normal lives of those common folk. The man cautioned. Moreover, Qian family guards watch over every mortal village. While you may pass unhindered, us wild cultivators risk being slain if we approach too boldly. The woman said apprehensively. Guards posted. Hearing their words, Chen Yang couldn't help but draw parallels to the Lotus Sect's medicinal gardens. Could it be that the Qian family and the Lotus Sect are alike? A wild thought suddenly crossed Chen Yang's mind. There are quite a few ordinary people here, aren't there? Chen Yang remarked slowly. By conservative estimates, there are over 5 million commoners within the Qian family's domain. Such a substantial foundation ensures the Qian family never lacks for sustenance. Is that really the case? Chen Yang had initially thought he was imagining things, but their responses clearly confirmed that the absurd notion he'd just sensed was indeed real. It seems the Qian family is another colossal Lotus Sect. He thought gloomily to himself. He understood now, whether within the Lotus Sect or the wider world beyond, whether demon or human, all mortal beings served as cultivation resources for cultivating immortal potential. Though they were of the same kind, the saying held true, immortals and mortals were worlds apart. This was a beautiful world, yet also a filthy one that needed cleaning. Do you keep mortal bodies? Chen Yang inquired. The two shook their heads. We wild cultivators have no spirit fields. Raising mortals serves no purpose for us. Spiritual fields? Could it be that mortal bodies only become useful to immortals after consuming what grows within them? Chen Yang speculated. So many mountains lie untapped they could be cleared for cultivation. Growing crops to supply mundane needs would pose no problem. Land was plentiful, but truly useful land was scarce. The Lotus Sect chose such a remote location precisely because the soil in those medicinal gardens possessed spiritual essence. Only land imbued with spirit could nurture extraordinary individuals. Young master, this way. The man led Chen Yang into a mountain valley. No mortals lived on either side. It was an entrance. After walking for another half hour, they passed through the mortal settlement. Suddenly, a black sedan chair flashed past them like a ghostly fireball. The occupant lifted the curtain by the window to scrutinize them. Chen Yang returned the gaze. It was a young man, tall and graceful, exceptionally handsome and dashing. His appearance alone suggested unimaginable wealth. He looked at Chen Yang with puzzlement, seemingly wondering why he was mingling with wild cultivators. Something that can fly. Here, Chen Yang finally spotted other cultivators. And there were even these peculiar flying creatures. As they approached the Qian family's territory, the surroundings finally took on a more human feel. The cluster of buildings bathed in golden sunlight in the distance grew closer and closer to the trio. Husband, do we have any medicine left? The woman scratched her face in discomfort as she asked. Throughout their journey, the side effects of the protective medicine on her face had never subsided. No matter how often she applied the powder, the symptoms would return before long. It's gone. Can you suppress it with your magic for now? The man shook the bottle forcefully, but it was empty. No more powder to ease her symptoms remained inside. This flare-up is too severe. Magic won't suppress it. The woman's expression twisted in agony. She desperately wanted to scratch her face raw with her hands. We'll be at Qianjiafang Market soon. Just bear with it. The man was equally helpless. Chen Yang felt a pang of sorrowful pity. Compared to this, the elders of the Lotus Sect lived far too comfortably. Let's hurry. The path ahead grew increasingly easier to traverse. Amidst the fields, a broad path gradually emerged. This was specifically for cultivators who couldn't fly. Surrounded by spirit fields, outsiders were strictly forbidden from entering and desecrating the land. After stepping onto the main road, Chen Yang occasionally spotted other cultivators passing by. Their appearances clearly marked them as wild cultivators. All could only be described as oddly shaped. Like the two companions beside him, they had taken body-preserving potions. These wild cultivators were disciplined, avoiding the crops in the fields beside them as they walked silently with heads bowed. All sorts of types. Chen Yang observed as the Qian family's spirit fields cultivated numerous varieties of immortal grain, tended to by cultivators within. The cultivators within appeared perfectly normal in appearance. It seemed they were under the protection of the Qian family, spared from having to take body-preserving potions like the wild cultivators. Strange. Chen Yang glanced at the two wild cultivators, only to notice that when they looked at these seemingly ordinary cultivators, their eyes held none of the reverence they directed toward him. This puzzled him, but he didn't ask about it now. It might be common knowledge anyway. After all, they were heading to the Qian family. Once inside, gathering information would naturally reveal the answer. After traversing field after field of spirit crops, they finally arrived. The Chen family's Qian market. Within the market, towering pavilions of every style stood densely packed. The place teemed with people, bustling with commerce and the clamor of 100 trades, a scene of prosperity and revelry. Standing outside and gazing in, Chen Yang momentarily felt as though he had traveled back in time again, arriving at one of those prosperous ancient capitals seen in historical dramas. Young master, the Qian family's market town might not seem very large to you. It's less than 5 li long. The man beside him remarked. Chen Yang glanced at him but said nothing. This fellow was subtly probing for information about him. Now that they had arrived, Chen Yang finally let his guard down. Throughout the journey, though outwardly calm, he had remained on high alert, fearing these two might suddenly turn hostile if they sensed something amiss. Now, at last, he could set those worries aside. With the Qian family maintaining order within the market, wild cultivators dared not cause trouble. Young master, we know this Qian market well. Wherever you wish to go, we can take you there. The woman offered to continue guiding him. No need. I'll be on my own from here. Having reached this place, he had no desire for anyone trailing behind him. Young master, The woman tried to say more, but the man cut her off sharply. Young master is weary from his trials. He wishes to enjoy himself alone, to relax his body. Wouldn't us lowly servants trailing behind him only spoil the mood? Young master, go attend to your business. We'll wait for you right here, the man told him. Chen Yang agreed, confident these two wild cultivators wouldn't wait forever. Seeing they would not persist, Chen Yang stepped into the money market. Wife, your poison sickness is flaring up badly. Let's go get some more medicinal powder. Watching Chen Yang walk away across the stone floor, gradually disappearing into the crowd, the two began to consider how to handle their own affairs. Chapter 79, The World. The money market is bustling with activity. Chen Yang scanned the street left and right. It resembled a bustling market day, dashing young nobles, graceful beauties, and oddly dressed wild cultivators mingled together. Compared to the lavishly dressed young nobles, the wild cultivators moved with cautious care. Though Chen Yang wore ragged clothes, the wild cultivators who saw him immediately overlooked his appearance, their eyes showing respectful courtesy. This world still judged by appearances. Could there be wild cultivators who haven't taken body-preserving pills, blending into this marketplace? Chen Yang wondered, though he suspected there might be. Just like in his previous life, where bold individuals impersonated wealthy patrons to defraud others. Such acts demanded formidable mental fortitude and audacity. Among the wild cultivators of this world, there must surely be such extraordinary individuals. With these pills, I should be able to trade for something. Chen Yang spotted a clothing shop and felt a stir of interest. Since he was now using this body to impersonate a noble heir, he might as well play the part convincingly. As the saying goes, a Buddha needs gold to shine, and a man needs clothes to look his best. With that thought, he stepped inside to try his luck. The shop wasn't large, just 2 zhang in length and width, a small tailor's shop. The middle-aged proprietor inside spotted Chen Yang, his eyes lighting up. He hurried forward with a smile, asking, "Young master, might you be looking to purchase some garments?" Chen Yang nodded and casually pointed to a man's garment, asking, "How much for this one?" "Young master, this is for wild cultivators. It doesn't suit your noble status. How about this one?" The shopkeeper pointed to the garment displayed higher up. "How much?" 9 treasure coins, the shopkeeper replied. Chen Yang ran his fingers over it. The fabric felt excellent. This alone was made of high-grade silk. Young master, it's quite splendid, isn't it? The shopkeeper was confident in this garment. Chen Yang took out a bone blood pill from his robe and asked, I don't have any treasure coins on me. How much is this pill worth? Crafting a single bone blood pill required consuming a carefully cultivated mortal embryo. It should be worth a fortune. A bone blood pill? Truly a fine elixir. The shopkeeper examined it in his hand before declaring, this pill is of excellent quality. It's worth 7 treasure coins. That's expensive. Chen Yang inwardly gasped. This single pill contained the essence distilled from over 30 years of a mortal's life, yet now it couldn't even buy a single garment worn by a young noble. The life of a mortal body was worth no more than a blade of grass. That should be enough. Chen Yang poured another pill from the bottle. These had been seized from Zhu Shan's body, over 20 pills in total. The bone and blood pills were rations issued by the sect to its elders. This one is of inferior quality, worth 6 treasure coins. Young master, these shoes. After a while, Chen Yang emerged from the shop, his appearance completely transformed. Treasure coins. Chen Yang examined the 2 thumb-sized black iron coins in his hand. These were treasure coins, forged from the essence of mineral veins. They served as valuable materials for crafting divine weapons and never depreciated in value, a universally accepted hard currency among all immortals. Pills would lose potency and spoil, but these treasure coins would not. After purchasing clothes, shoes, and 2 bone blood pills, only 3 treasure coins remained. The shopkeeper provided attentive service, arranging for a woman to style his appearance. After this transformation, he looked incomparably more refined than before. Time to get acquainted with this world. Chen Yang entered a large merchant's shop. Young master, please come in. A young woman of striking beauty greeted him. Young master, what might you be interested in purchasing? The girl inquired. I'm just browsing. Chen Yang had no desire to interact with other immortals for the time being. Understood, young master. The girl sensibly withdrew. There are some books over there. Chen Yang scanned the area and spotted what he was looking for, walking straight over. Wait, what's this? But just as he passed a display case, something caught his peripheral vision. As he turned to look, his pupils contracted. He saw an ornament resembling a globe. He shook his head, thinking he must have seen wrong. But when he looked again, the thing was still there. He hadn't misseen it. Chen Yang walked over, curiosity piqued. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a globe, but the planet covered in craters yet radiating vibrant life was none other than the primordial immortal realm where he now resided. So this is what this world looks like. Chen Yang murmured as he traced the globe. According to the description on it, he discovered that the barbarian immortal realm wasn't much larger than Earth. The dense craters clearly indicated that this world had once suffered a major catastrophe. At first, Chen Yang was surprised by the existence of such a model, but upon reflection, it seemed perfectly normal. In the age of exploration, sailors could sketch the world's outline based on their routes. In this realm where immortals could soar through the skies, it was certain that those who mastered aerial flight had long since ascended to survey the world's entirety from above. The difference, however, was that the barbarian immortal realm contained only one relatively small ocean. The landmasses were vast, dotted with numerous lakes scattered like stars across the terrain. Chen Yang also noticed inscriptions on the sphere: heaven, earth, forest, zhou, zi, zhou, yin, and so on. Upon that solitary ocean lay the character Chen. A mere penny. Finding this item cheaply priced, Chen Yang decided to purchase it for later study. Holding the spherical model of the barbaric immortal realm, Chen Yang headed toward the book storage area. Miscellaneous records of the wilderness. 24 strange parasites. 9 realms, 12 continents. Heaven and earth's spiritual roots. 24 sorceries. Barbarian chronicles. A brief discussion of the tribes. Seeing these miscellaneous texts, Chen Yang felt as if he had struck gold. These were precisely what he needed most at this moment. Chen Yang selected over a dozen volumes, deeming it sufficient. These items cost him 1 treasure coin. Young master, seeking lodging? A servant asked as Chen Yang entered an inn. Yes. A lower grade room is 2 copper coins for a night, a middle grade room is 3 copper coins, and a superior room is 5 copper coins. The cheapest room. Chen Yang placed a treasure coin on the table. 10 copper coins exchanged for 1 treasure coin. Staying for 5 days. Sir, please follow me upstairs. The attendant led him upstairs with great courtesy. Once inside the room, Chen Yang shut himself in. The interior was exquisitely decorated, exuding an antique charm and refined elegance. Chen Yang placed the object from his embrace on the floor, sat cross-legged, and eagerly picked up the model for a closer look. Fine lines crisscrossed the model, dividing the entire barbarian immortal realm into over 20 sections. The character here must indicate this area is the forest domain. So I'm currently in the forest domain. Chen Yang's finger lightly touched the map. He had learned his location in this world from those 2 wandering cultivators. So many meteor craters, like the moon. The forest domain was situated within a meteor crater. Not only that, but the neighboring Zhou domain was also within a crater. Author's note: dear readers, the topographical map of the barbaric immortal domain is posted in the comments section. Feel free to check it out if you're interested. Chapter 80, The Truth of the World. So this is how the world truly is. An hour later, Chen Yang had finished reading all the books he had purchased. He finally gained some understanding of this world. Master was right about the 3 sects and 2 families, the 5 clans and 7 noble houses. It's all true. He set the book down. During his trip to White Candle Town, Zhu Shan had revealed the nature of this world to him and Zhou Lingjun. Though Zhu Shan spoke many lies, those few words were true. 9 domains and 12 continents. Chen Yang gazed at the model of the barbarian immortal realm before him. This world was divided into over 20 fragments, controlled by the 3 sects and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 noble houses, and the 12 sacrificial offices of the demonic tribes. The 9 domains comprised the territories of the Shui and by clans alongside the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses. Among them, the 5 clans and 7 noble houses comprised the Zhou clan, the Yi clan, the Cui clan of West River, the Cui clan of East River, the Royal clan of South Mountain, the Royal clan of North Mountain, and the Lin clan of the Forest domain to which he now belonged. The 9 domains: Zhou domain, Yi domain, Hashi Cui domain, and others are the 9 largest meteor craters within the barbarian wilderness immortal realm. These are also the 9 most fertile regions across the entire world, blessed with exceptional talents and abundant spirit fields, thus rich in resources. However, the 9 domains are not vast combined, they cover less than a single domain of the demonic race. The 12 continents of the demon race contain sparse meteor craters. Though 100 times larger than the 9 domains, they lack fertile land and possess weak soil fertility. Even though they are covered in vibrant primeval forests, in the eyes of the human race from the 9 domains, they are all barren lands. The savage immortal realm consists of over 90% landmass, with only 1 ocean occupied by the Chen clan. This world is truly feudalism at its most extreme, a veritable slave society. Chen Yang gazed thoughtfully at a book detailing the various factions. The text classified racial factions into 3 tiers, with the Qian clan currently occupying the 2nd tier. Above these tiers stood the most ancient 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses, and the 12 sacrificial offices. Over countless millennia, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier powers rose and fell, yet these 24 most powerful clans remained eternally unchanged. The reason those great clans remain so powerful is because they possess spiritual roots, right? Chen Yang flipped to the chapter on spirit roots. From the book, he learned that there were 24 spiritual roots in the world. It was their existence that had allowed these 24 great clans to remain powerful until now. Mysterious bugs, magical arts. Master was right. The armor technique is the mightiest defensive divine power in the barbaric immortal realm, Chen Yang murmured softly. The insects that grew on the 24 spirit roots were the 24 strange bugs. The Lin clan strange bug was named Awakening of Insects, the heavenly gates was beginning of spring, the earthly gates was clear and bright, and the mystic gates was frost's descent. After absorbing sufficient nutrients, the bugs would form immortal pills, the finest treasures in the world for helping immortals break through their cultivation levels. The fruits born on the spiritual roots contained innate divine abilities, giving rise to the 24 schools of magic in the primordial immortal realm. Chen Yang was familiar with 2 of them, the armor cloak technique wielded by Zhu Shan, and the high divine technique he had heard of. It seemed his master had consumed at least 2 of these divine power fruits. Those cultivators we saw earlier in the Qian family's spirit fields must be immortal slaves. Chen Yang recalled the cultivators he and the 2 wild cultivators had passed in the spirit fields flanking the road to the Qian family estate. Those cultivators appeared normal, yet the 2 wild cultivators showed them no sign of respect. He had been puzzled at the time, but now it all made sense. Those must have been the Qian family's immortal slaves, mortal-born immortal embryos within their domain, similar to his fellow disciples at the Lotus Sect. These immortal embryos were identified at birth and taken away by the Qian family for cultivation. After presenting the annual tribute to the Lin clan, the remaining funds could be rewarded to Qian family disciples. These immortal slaves possessed pure physical bodies, ideal for cultivating insect-based elixirs and refining immortal pills. It truly is survival of the fittest. Wild cultivators are actually quite fortunate. I had felt pity for those 2 wild cultivators who relied on protective potions, but compared to the immortal slaves, they seemed far better off. Wild cultivators could at least barely look after themselves. However, since all the prime locations were already occupied by the great clans, lacking spiritual lands meant they had only 2 paths to obtain cultivation resources: either steal immortal provisions from the great clan's spiritual lands within the 9 domains, or venture into the vast outer realms to wrest provisions from the demonic tribes, then bring them back to trade with various factions for cultivation resources. Most chose the latter path. For those who dared to cause trouble after consuming divine fruit or mystic demon pills, the great clans possessed ample means to track them down whenever they pleased. Dare to harm the offspring of noble families? No matter how high your cultivation, if you commit such an act of presumption, this heinous crime of defying authority, you will be executed. No wonder those 2 wild cultivators fawned over me just for my looks. Chen Yang felt a pang of gloom. Under such a rigid hierarchical system, serving the offspring of noble families might be one of the few opportunities for wild cultivators to defy fate and change their destiny. Even among the various sects outside the great clans, only those with a name and status among the great families could join. So what should I do now? After grasping the world's harsh reality, Chen Yang sat on the floor, propping himself up with his hands behind him. Staring blankly at the ceiling, his gaze grew increasingly vacant. He was just as pitiful as any wild cultivator. No, he was a wild cultivator himself, lacking any real strength, nothing more than a juicy lamb. For now, he couldn't see any other path forward besides following the same fate as other wild cultivators. Knowing too much yet powerless to change it, Chen Yang felt a heavy knot in his chest. He saw no path forward. Though he refused to become human medicine, his heart involuntarily began to yearn for the carefree days in Bayoni town. I can't keep pretending to be a noble heir any longer. They have tokens to prove their status. Chen Yang flicked the model, causing the sphere to rotate slowly on its stand. If he kept pretending and someone questioned him, he'd be finished. After much deliberation, he sighed in resignation. I'll take the self-preservation potion first. Keeping my life intact is paramount. Chen Yang understood that to survive in the future, he must emulate other wild cultivators, first render his flesh and blood useless. Only by safeguarding his life could he address other concerns. First, I'll buy the life-preserving medicine, then seclude myself for cultivation. I must break through to the Dao Palace realm. Fortunately, I still have a divine herb on me, so I have the materials for the qi-consuming realm too. Glancing at the sack at his waist, Chen Yang finally felt a glimmer of comfort. In this wild and untamed immortal realm, reaching the qi-consuming realm already marked one as a minor expert. My qi has surged significantly these past days. The primordial essence Master bestowed is truly a precious treasure. Reflecting on his cultivation, he began to sense changes within his body. Since breaking through to the late stage, his divine organs had been like volcanoes erupting ceaselessly over the past few days, causing the qi within him to double. He naturally attributed this to Zhu Shan's previous abdominal surgery, where primordial essence had been infused into his divine vault. Lifting his robe, he saw the scars on his skin had completely vanished, revealing the warm, pulsing divine vault beneath. Chen Yang removed the sack, eager to examine this precious immortal herb. Having been rushing to keep up with the journey these past 2 days, he hadn't yet had a chance to examine it closely. How could this be? Upon opening it and peering inside, Chen Yang's expression instantly turned grim. The once vibrant golden seal herb now lay withered and yellowed, many leaves fallen, lifeless and clearly beyond recovery. This was his only treasure, the crucial ingredient for breaking through to the qi-consuming realm. With the sacred herb ruined, given his status, obtaining another sacred herb in the future would be incredibly difficult. If only that rock had struck a bit higher, it might not have damaged the herb. Chen Yang was filled with regret. Though Zhu Shan had been barely clinging to life at the time, Chen Yang had played it safe by using a large rock to strike him. While Zhu Shan had died, the rock had also severely damaged the roots, stems, and leaves of the divine herb. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Chen Yang's heart ached with regret. Chapter 81, Cremated Ash Milk Powder. I wonder how much treasure it's worth now. Now that it had come to this, it was an immortal herb, and he knew he couldn't keep it alive. Chen Yang began to consider selling it. That way, he could at least exchange it for some treasure coins to buy other useful things. Better to just consume it. Boost my energy reserves wasted if I must. But after careful consideration, he decided consuming it himself would be better, it would strengthen his cultivation. Currently at the late divine treasure realm, his greatest need was meditation to refine his spirit. Without magical power, his divine treasure couldn't refine the immortal essence within the medicine. At best, he could only absorb plant essences to refine essence into qi. Consuming immortal medicine at the divine treasure realm was nothing short of squandering heavenly treasures. Chen Yang cradled the immortal medicine in his hands. Staring at the leaves, he swallowed hard. This wasn't the eager anticipation of hunger, but rather a way to steel his resolve. When he had previously broken through to the divine treasure realm, Zhu Shan had given him a small leaf fragment. The taste had been like holding a mouthful of mustard, leaving his taste buds numb for a long time afterward. Just thinking about it now gave him goosebumps. Now he faced an entire plant. But Zhu Shan was right, if he refused to eat this and that, how could he cultivate in the future? Steeling his resolve, Chen Yang cradled the divine herb and lowered his head, popping the topmost leaf into his mouth. Like a cow grazing. Ugh! As the yellow gentian leaf crumbled between his teeth, the sensation hit instantly. It doesn't seem as unbearable as last time. But soon, Chen Yang was surprised to find that while it was still bitter, the taste was milder than when he first took it. He dared not chew at all, swallowing it whole in rapid gulps. In less than 10 breaths, he had consumed a tenth of the entire large medicinal plant. That'll do for now. After all, it was a divine herb, he dared not consume more. His stomach now felt intensely bloated. His divine treasure grew scorching hot as it absorbed the essence of herbs and plants from the immortal herb, generating vast amounts of energy that filled his body. This divine herb was meant to be the cornerstone of a grand edifice, yet here he was burning it like firewood. If other cultivators ever learned of this, they would surely be filled with bitter regret. Only the great clans possessed the resources to indulge in such extravagance. I should go look for some protective medicine first. After feeling more comfortable, Chen Yang stood up, preparing to purchase and consume the body-preserving medicine. He had considered secluding himself to break through to the Dao Palace realm first, but he worried that if he failed to advance after a long period, his elixirs would be depleted. Then he'd have to drag his exhausted body out again to seek resources. Better to secure the protective elixir first, then cultivate with peace of mind. Otherwise, constant anxiety would only hinder his cultivation. After stowing the immortal elixirs, Chen Yang stepped outside. I should get a mask to wear. On his way, Chen Yang mused that he should buy a mask. Many wild cultivators did so, and besides, it would be rather implausible for a young master from a prestigious family to be seen purchasing protective elixirs. This one will do. A short while later, Chen Yang entered a shop specializing in transactions with wild cultivators, wearing a floral patterned mask. The interior was vast, filled with numerous items. And aside from a few members of the Qian family, the rest were all sorts of oddly shaped wild cultivators gathered here. These lowly cultivators, neither quite human nor quite ghostly, gave one the disorienting sensation of having stumbled into a zoo. This was the Qian family's marketplace, where most businesses were run by members of the Qian clan. Immortal slave. Chen Yang's gaze swept over the shop assistants. Those with normal facial features all bore a peculiar mark between their eyebrows. These were slave marks, signifying they were assets of the Qian family, both a means of identification and a tool for controlling them. Sir, what treasures might you wish to purchase? A girl of 17 or 18 approached him and asked. Protective medicine. Chen Yang replied. After perusing the books, he had gained a basic understanding of such matters. Originally concocted by the Shenmen sect, these protective elixirs were later widely promoted by noble families to curb the internecine warfare plaguing the wild cultivator world. Though they caused some physical abnormalities in users, they did not hinder cultivation progress. However, Shenmen cultivators were few in number, and their sects remained hidden. Disciples mastered alchemy and then left the sect upon graduation. Once disciples completed their training, they never returned to the sect, nor could they locate it. Mastering alchemy allowed them to refine all manner of immortal pills without relying on parasitic insects. All the immortal pills sold by the Qian family were crafted using bug insects. Just don't make it too disfiguring. Chen Yang emphasized. As if beneath the mask on his face lay a horrifying visage. Understood, sir. Follow me. The woman led him to a display cabinet. Pointing to a green pastry resembling osmanthus cake, she said, Sir, this body-preserving medicine is our Qian family's latest creation. It carries the lowest risk of facial deformities. Its greatest feature is its delightful taste, sweet and fragrant upon entry, making the medicine's effects far less unpleasant. How many taels? Chen Yang inquired. Not expensive, just 200 treasure coins. 200. Chen Yang was speechless. 200 wasn't cheap? He wouldn't even have that much if he sold all the bone blood pills he carried. Let's look at the others then. Chen Yang scanned the area and asked, What's your cheapest body-preserving medicine? Something useful even at the Dao Palace realm. As cultivators advanced in realm, their immortal bodies instinctively purged impurities. Thus, the higher the realm, the more potent body-preserving elixirs were needed to maintain the body's purified state. Sir, inferior body-preserving pills can compromise their effectiveness, the woman cautioned. I know. Sir, this one should suit you best. 120 treasure coins. It still works quite well even at the Dao Palace realm. The biggest drawbacks are the awful taste and the discomfort your body will feel when it takes effect. The woman pointed to another box of medicine. What kind of adverse reactions does it typically cause? Chen Yang inquired. Sir, as you know, everyone's constitution is different. The side effects from taking body-preserving medicine can vary. This one usually affects the feet, but it could just as easily be the hands, torso, or head. It's unavoidable. Medicine works differently for each person. That's true of any body-preserving medicine. Are there any other options? 120 treasure coins was still a bit steep. If the price is any lower, the protective medicine's effectiveness diminishes. It might even become useless at the Dao Palace realm, forcing you to spend a fortune buying new ones later, not worth the cost. The woman patiently explained to him. Chen Yang pondered her words. She had a point. A little more expensive was a small price to pay. Alright, I'll take this one. He selected the protection potion priced at 120 treasure coins. The woman retrieved the item and inquired, Sir, you're currently at the late divine treasure stage. You should break through soon. Have your parents considered purchasing divine fruit for you? This shop still has divine fruits? Yes, a few. The Lin clan had an exceptionally bountiful harvest of spiritual roots this year, yielding quite a number of divine fruits. We still have several in stock. The cheapest one is only 1,000 treasure coins. 1,000 coins can grant you a divine spell technique. Is it the thunder technique? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. The divine technique cultivated from the Lin clan's spiritual roots was indeed the thunder technique. Consuming the divine fruit would grant mastery of this spell. This was a spell that allowed one to manipulate thunder with their bare hands. Anyone would be tempted. Divine fruits from the Lin clan's spiritual roots naturally bear the thunder technique. The woman nodded. Throughout the entire barbarian immortal realm, there were only 24 magical arts, all controlled by the renowned noble clans. Could you take me to see it? Though he couldn't afford it, Chen Yang yearned to witness it with his own eyes. It's right up there. The woman pointed her hand toward the sky. Chen Yang looked up and saw 5 soft, glowing orbs floating at the very top of the shop. Upon closer inspection, he could vaguely make out the outlines of round fruits within them. Occasionally, he could catch glimpses of lightning arcs crackling and flashing around them. What a marvelous thing! Chen Yang also wanted to learn a spell. The cheapest is a grade C divine fruit. Even at the chi-consuming realm, it still packs some punch, the woman explained to him. Chen Yang stared at the divine fruits in the air, saying nothing. Gradually, however, his expression grew solemn. He thought to himself, though these things are valuable, they are also chains. Once you consumed the divine fruit, those prestigious clans could sense your presence through special means. If you ever offended them, no matter how powerful your cultivation became, they would find your location. But without the divine fruit, one possesses no spells. Without spells, even with abundant innate power within, one cannot unleash their true strength and would be powerless against anyone. Without magic to rely on, a wild cultivator couldn't survive in the wilderness, and a clan disciple couldn't survive within their own family. Virtually every immortal in the primordial wilderness who possessed magical power had consumed the divine fruit. They must expend resources to purchase divine fruits directly or indirectly from the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 nobles, or the 12 sacrificial offices. What's this? Chen Yang shifted his gaze to the side, spotting a wooden barrel filled to the brim with a substance resembling flour. This is milk powder. You're not a child anymore, sir. You'll likely need it soon enough. The woman explained with a smile. So there's such a thing. Chen Yang was amazed and asked curiously, what's it made from? Wild demon milk? That kind of formula is worth a fortune, of course not, the woman patiently explained. This is made from corpse ash. As for whose remains it comes from, we don't know. But it's rich in nutrients and very safe. This formula is quite popular among our fellow wild cultivators. Gulp. Chen Yang swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation. He thought witnessing human remains used as fertilizer at the Lotus Sect was shocking enough, but now he was encountering something even more mind-boggling. Sir, would you like to try a sample first? No need. Chen Yang hastily declined. Surveying the shop's bizarre and dazzling array of wares, Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He had barely escaped the dark abyss of the Lotus Sect, only to discover that the world beyond its gates was a veritable hell on earth. Lotus, what a beautiful name. A moment later, Chen Yang emerged from the shop. In his hand was a single box. This protective medicine had drained half of the bone blood essence within him. That woman could discern my cultivation level at a glance. She must be at the Dao Palace realm. To possess such cultivation at her age, her talent is truly remarkable. Chen Yang reflected. Such cultivation at such a young age would place her among the mid-tier talents within the Qian family. Yet her origins as a celestial slave meant that no matter how high her talent, she could only ever be a promising celestial herb within the Qian family. Chapter 82, Something's Off with the Divine Treasure. Goodbye, sir. We hope to see you again soon. The woman followed him out to see him off. Though her cultivation was somewhat higher, as a celestial slave, no matter how advanced her cultivation, she remained nothing more than a slave. She possessed no arrogance whatsoever, showing not the slightest air of superiority even before low-level wild cultivators. Over the long ages, the great clans have consciously selected the mortal offspring within their domains. A docile and compliant disposition has become deeply ingrained in the bloodlines of both mortal offspring and celestial slaves. Even when their appearance seems normal in Chen Yang's eyes, the celestial slaves within the great clans appear less human than the wild cultivators. Very well. Chen Yang nodded to her before turning and walking away. After eating this thing, I wonder what I'll turn into. On the street, Chen Yang stared at the box in his hand, his expression heavy as he contemplated the unknown changes to come. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He sighed inwardly with resignation. That's just how the world works. If you can't change the world, change yourself. Since you're already here, you might as well accept it. Force yourself to accept it, force yourself to adapt. This wasn't the world he'd once known. This was a world that defied reason. Under the rules imposed by the powerful and influential families, survival demanded submission, crawling on one's hands and knees, bowing low, and kissing the ground. Chen Yang didn't linger on the road, heading straight back to the inn. He closed the door, sat down, and took out the box. Opening the lid, a nauseating stench assaulted his nostrils. Inside lay a green-hued spirit pill. This was the protective medicine he had purchased. Chen Yang held the pill in his hand, his gaze fixed upon it. Swallowing this thing would turn him into a sickly, deformed creature. Damn it, what a disgusting world. Once I gain the strength, I'll wipe out every last immortal. After the muttered words, he tilted his head back and flung the protective pill into his throat, swallowing it whole. Then Chen Yang sat on the floor, waiting for the potion to take effect. This world, though not vast, was rich in resources. It should have been an incredibly beautiful and happy place. Chen Yang understood clearly, the immortals kept all living beings caged. It was precisely because of the existence of the immortals that the entire world had become so polluted and corrupted. If everyone were merely mortal, at least equality in life would exist. Without the vast, insurmountable power gap between immortals and mortals, this world would undoubtedly be far more beautiful than it was now. The only way Chen Yang could conceive of mortals defeating immortals was through sheer numbers overwhelming them until the immortals, sated by their bloodlust and overcome by their own excitement, would ultimately destroy themselves. The magical power they wielded granted some immortals the supreme privilege to act with utter recklessness. I wonder what form my illness will take. Chen Yang stared at his own hands, hoping he would retain at least a semblance of humanity afterward. It's coming. After waiting for nearly 20 breaths, a peculiar sensation began to stir within his body. The body-preserving elixir was taking effect. Chen Yang's expression grew solemn as a lactic acid buildup began to ache throughout his entire body. His body was undergoing some kind of transformation under the influence of the medicine. Chen Yang glanced at his lower abdomen, where the divine treasure began to burn intensely once more. Before he could ponder the reason, the excruciating pain piercing his flesh made him gasp sharply. It hurts so much. Chen Yang clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth to endure the agony. Snap. Crack. Joints cracked as his muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. Under the drug's control, his body rose from the ground in an eerie posture. Like a marionette. I can't control it. Chen Yang could no longer control his body's movements. Crack, crack. His entire body cracked and popped. His limbs bent, his spine twisted. Could I be turning into that wild cultivator's form again? Chen Yang felt his current form resembled that of the man who had escorted him to the Qian family. Fortunately, this deformed state subsided in less than 30 breaths. Chen Yang regained control of his body. Is it over? Of course not. Soon, his head began to throb intensely. Ouch, it hurts so much, like it's going to split open. Chen Yang scratched his head fiercely, feeling it swell like a balloon, the skin on his scalp tearing apart. This. He looked up and caught sight of the mirror across the room. His eyes widened instantly. Because the swelling was real. His head was indeed growing larger, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the mirror, Chen Yang's forehead bulged high. His head resembled a pumpkin. After swelling to 3 times its original size, it finally stopped. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, truly afraid his head might explode. At least this way I still look human. He thought this might finally be over. Glancing at his reflection, he saw nothing unusual about his body except for the larger head. This appearance was better than he'd anticipated, and Chen Yang could accept it. What else? The drug's effects hadn't worn off yet. Before long, his head suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly returning to its original shape. The next moment, pus-filled boils erupted across his back. His palms and legs rapidly swelled, becoming whiter than his face. After maintaining this state for a while, the symptoms vanished. Let's see how long this can last. Since he couldn't control it anyway, Chen Yang simply gave up. Let the self-preservation potion do whatever it wanted. Time passed slowly. Chen Yang stayed indoors. Until night fell. Finally, it settled down. After a long period with no further physical disturbances, Chen Yang, lying on the ground, shifted slightly before pulling himself up. These past few hours had been utterly exhausting. He was utterly exhausted. Now, the effects of the medicine had finally worn off. Chen Yang dragged his weary body to the mirror to examine himself. He wanted to see what state the body-preserving medicine had left him in. Seems like nothing's changed. He examined himself from every angle. Aside from looking a bit haggard, he appeared no different than before taking the potion. He checked his body again, it was the same as before. Could it be that the side effects haven't manifested in me? Chen Yang wondered. But then he dismissed the thought, it seemed impossible. Everyone else had side effects, why would he be the exception? Could it be that it's not working? Another possibility occurred to him. He approached the black blade and ran his finger along its edge. A streak of crimson blood flowed out. Red. Chen Yang frowned. After taking the protective potion, his blood shouldn't look like this. It should have been dark and foul-smelling. He placed his finger in his mouth and sucked on it. He tasted it carefully, but the blood still tasted like normal blood. A fake body-protecting pill? Chen Yang's first thought was suspicion that the protective medicine was counterfeit. No, the medicine probably isn't fake. It must be something wrong with me. He instantly dismissed the notion of counterfeit medicine. The Chen family needed to attract smaller factions and clans from the surrounding areas to conduct business here. Selling fake medicine, something that would ruin their reputation, was absolutely forbidden. Besides, all the symptoms he'd experienced after taking the medicine weren't fake either. Since the medicine was unlikely to be the issue, the problem must lie within himself. After taking the body-preserving medicine, my dantian has remained scorching hot. My qi has also increased somewhat over these past few hours. Chen Yang felt his body. Aside from the abnormality in his divine treasure, the qi within him had also become more abundant. It felt as if he had consumed some potent elixir akin to immortal medicine. It must be my divine treasury absorbing and refining the protective elixir. Though my master infused it with primordial essence before, it's been so long it must have been fully refined and absorbed by now. Something feels off about my divine treasury. Chen Yang was certain his divine vault was problematic. The protective elixir, which even Dao Palace realm immortals couldn't refine, had been fully assimilated by his divine vault. It was utterly unbelievable. For the first time, he sensed an abnormal state within his body. Chapter 83, Verification. I'm only at the late stage of divine treasure cultivation. How could I possibly refine the protective elixir so quickly? Shouldn't other wild cultivators refine it gradually? Moreover, the protective elixir isn't a tonic. After consuming it, why would the qi within my body inexplicably increase? Chen Yang pondered calmly. Upon deeper reflection, the underlying reasons were far from simple. After wild cultivators consumed the protective elixir, its potency would diminish as their cultivation level rose. Their bodies would then refine and expel the toxins, gradually returning to normal. The fact that his skin remained unblemished indicated the toxins hadn't been expelled. Instead, he had absorbed and utilized it. What baffled him even more was that the body-preserving elixir wasn't some kind of strength-enhancing tonic. How could consuming it actually benefit his cultivation? His currently burning divine treasure was absolutely abnormal. Feverish. Since fleeing here, my divine treasure has remained feverish throughout the journey. I haven't consumed any tonics, yet my qi keeps increasing. Upon noticing the anomaly in his divine treasure, Chen Yang gradually recalled several puzzling aspects of his situation. He had initially attributed it to the effects of the innate essence he had absorbed earlier, but upon closer reflection, other possible causes came to mind. After studying books on cultivation, Chen Yang had gained some understanding of the practice. Qi couldn't be conjured out of thin air. Could it be that yellow gentian plant? Chen Yang thought of the immortal herb left behind by Zhu Shan. Before arriving at the Qian family, his divine treasure had been burning hot, indicating it was absorbing and refining something. He retrieved the withered, yellowed divine herb. Staring at the withered coppice, he grew increasingly convinced. Immortal herbs possessed far more tenacious vitality than ordinary plants. Even if severely crushed by rocks, they wouldn't deteriorate so rapidly. Right after completing my mortal transformation at Lotus Sect, senior brother Joe and I went to the Hall of Merit to collect a packet of immortal herb seeds. Not only did those seeds have a low germination rate, but their growth was also extremely poor. Chen Yang naturally recalled his experience cultivating herbs on Xianyun Peak. Even Zhu Shan had been unable to explain what had happened back then. He had previously suspected the seeds were the problem, but after witnessing the Huanglian divine herb before him, the issue likely lay with himself. Back in White Candle Town, when Master gave me the spirit insect to test the immortal embryo, the immortal herb leaves meant to feed it also lost their potency. He recalled the anomalies in White Candle Town. Perhaps the leaves had been normal when Zhu Shan handed them over, only changing after coming into contact with him. Thus, mounting evidence pointed to himself as the cause. Could my divine treasure be absorbing something from the immortal herbs without me even taking them? Chen Yang wondered, for the body-preserving medicine was also made from immortal herbs. The moment the thought surfaced, he dismissed it as absurd. How could that be possible? But if that were the case, it could explain many things. Go test it out. All this was merely conjecture, but it could be verified. Chen Yang gazed at the golden seal, plucking a few leaves. He planned to take them to a herbal medicine shop that bought back used herbs to test his theory. His cultivation was too low to detect anything unusual, but the shopkeepers would surely have discerning eyes. They could tell whether the Huanglian had undergone any changes, whether it had truly absorbed something as he suspected, or if it had simply withered from severe injury. No sooner said than done. Chen Yang opened the door and descended the stairs. With the protective potion ineffective, he didn't bother wearing a mask. The night market bustled with lights, even livelier than daytime. In the taverns, songbirds sang and swallows danced, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of zither and lutes. Behind gauze curtains, beautiful women swayed their willow-like waists, while the talented young men of prominent families gathered around, drinking, reveling, and competing in poetry and song. The marketplace was a riot of lights and revelry, a cacophony of noise and prosperity. People came and went. Chen Yang walked alone through the streets. The night market was nothing short of a paradise on earth. Lanterns cast their glow upon graceful beauties and dashing young men radiating wealth and prestige. Tianyao Tower. Chen Yang gazed toward the brightest spot in the distance, a towering pavilion 20 zhang high. 3 gleaming characters adorned its peak, Tianyao Tower. From books, he learned that the Heavenly Demon Tower was the finest culinary establishment in the land. Its presence in a location signified that area's considerable prosperity. The Chen family was a second-tier clan. Among second-tier clans, it was indeed rare for the heavenly demon tower to conduct business. This one it is. Chen Yang found a suitable shop and stepped inside. Shopkeeper, do you accept immortal herbs here? He approached the counter and asked. An old man was there. The old man smiled. Of course we do, as long as the price suits you, young master. Take a look at the leaves of this immortal herb I have. Chen Yang laid the prepared yellow gentian branches and leaves on the counter. They're withered like this. The old man frowned as he examined the herb in his hands. Chen Yang remained silent, waiting for his verdict. The old man's frown deepened. After a moment, he lit a red candle and examined them carefully by its light. Under the crimson glow, the yellow-barked immortal leaf gradually emitted a faint radiance. Just as I suspected. The old man blew out the candle and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. Shopkeeper, what is this item worth? Chen Yang inquired. The old man placed the immortal herb on the table and sighed. This herb has lost a significant amount of its immortal energy, damaging its efficacy and greatly reducing its value. If you wish to sell it, I can only offer 12 treasure coins. So it lost its divine energy. No wonder it withered so quickly. Could it be that I absorbed the divine energy from the herb? Chen Yang wondered. Severe loss of divine energy? That can't be possible. He wasn't concerned about the price. What truly preoccupied him was the loss of divine energy in this cactus. Zhu Shan had explained to him that divine energy was the very foundation of a divine embryo. Without it, the embryo would become an ordinary object. If I'm not mistaken, young master, this branch of your Huanglian immortal herb must have been cut off several months ago. Then it was stored improperly. Alas, carelessness, such a waste. You should have brought it to sell earlier. That's truly unusual. Chen Yang gazed thoughtfully at the yellow gentian's leaves and stems. Improperly stored immortal herbs gradually lose their essence. The old man claimed it took months for the herb to deteriorate to this state, yet it had been perfectly fine just 2 or 3 days ago. 12 pieces it is, then. Chen Yang agreed to the old man's price. Here you go, young master. The old man picked up a large jar and pulled out 12 black treasure coins to hand him. He then retrieved a sandalwood box, placed the yellow gentian leaves Chen Yang had sold inside, and advised him, young master, you must be more careful when storing immortal herbs in the future. Shopkeeper, if the divine energy hasn't dissipated, how much would this be worth in treasure coins? Chen Yang asked. The old man replied, at least 20 coins. Chen Yang understood. Before the divine herbs from Mount Zhu withered, they were worth at least 1,000 coins. After stowing away the treasure coins, he turned and began surveying the shop. He intended to purchase a normal divine herb leaf to take back. Since he needed to determine whether the issue lay with his own body, he must acquire a sample of a spirit-infused herb leaf to verify. Sir, would you like to purchase anything else? I'm just browsing. He was the only customer in the shop at the moment. Shopkeeper, what kind of immortal leaves are these? Chen Yang noticed a box filled with numerous green leaves about the size of a thumb. The shopkeeper approached and explained, these are honeysuckle leaves. They clear heat and detoxify. If the side effects of your self-cultivation elixir are too strong, you can take these immortal leaves to alleviate the symptoms. How much? 1 treasure coin per leaf. Not too expensive. Chen Yang inquired, is the celestial energy within potent? The old man replied, relatively speaking, it's quite potent. Of course, compared to the yellow gentian branches you just sold, it's a bit weaker. These leaves were freshly picked from the immortal herb yesterday morning. That immortal herb must be enormous. To yield so many leaves at once, it's practically a money tree. The old man nodded with a smile. Yes, it's 300 years old. The flowers must be even more valuable, I imagine. The old man replied bitterly, valuable they are, but it only blooms about 1,000 flowers each year. And all of them must be supplied to the Lin clan for their tea. We common folk can't even taste it. Give me 2 leaves. Chen Yang settled on this item. Right away, young master. Though puzzled why Chen Yang would buy these leaves, the old man was a businessman. If someone wanted to buy, he was happy to sell. He promptly retrieved 2 immortal leaves and handed them over. Shopkeeper, if I just leave these here, how long will it take for the divine energy inside to dissipate completely? Chen Yang stroked the leaves. About a month. Chen Yang handed over 2 treasure coins. If it took that long to dissipate, it would serve as verification. Young master, would you like to purchase anything else? The old man tucked the treasure coins into his pocket. What kind of treasure is this? Chen Yang looked up and saw a green-skinned gourd floating inside the cabinet. It looked incredibly valuable at a glance. The old man pointed at the gourd and said, this contains calamity energy. Disaster energy. Chen Yang had encountered this concept in books, its counterpart being auspicious energy. Both calamity energy and auspicious energy were primarily used for refining spirit weapons. Where was it collected? Chen Yang asked casually. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled, naturally, from my Qian family's medicinal garden. We spread disease and unleash all manner of calamities, causing the mortals within to suffer greatly. This essence is produced through prolonged, repeated torment and refinement. It's not easily gathered and cost the elders of the Qian family considerable effort. This gourd contains only a faint trace. The price is fair 90 treasure coins, young master, if you wish to purchase it. Too expensive. Chen Yang shook his head. He couldn't afford it. Besides, he had no immediate use for it. His black blade was merely an ordinary weapon. Without lingering, he took the immortal leaf and departed. He headed straight back to the inn. Chapter 84, Following Heaven's Will. The innkeeper said that branch of golden lotus leaves had been broken off its stem months ago. Otherwise, the divine essence wouldn't have dissipated so much. If it really was my doing, that means my divine treasure can absorb the divine essence within a divine embryo. If it can absorb the divine essence within a divine herb, then the divine essence within a divine being. Chen Yang muttered to himself, staring at the honeysuckle leaf in his hand. Immortal beings of flesh and blood and immortal herbs of plant form were fundamentally no different. Both were cultivators whose very essence was divine energy. In White Candle Town, my master detected a divine embryo. But after handing it to me, subsequent readings showed it had become a mortal embryo. Could it be that I absorbed the divine energy within it? And that spirit insect, it was perfectly fine when my master gave it to me, yet its aura grew weak afterward. He recalled the cesarean-born infant. Could it have become mortal because he drained its immortal energy? Connecting all these strange occurrences happening around him, Chen Yang felt it was almost certainly his doing. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Let's test it. If it truly is my fault, this immortal herb leaf will show a noticeable change by tomorrow morning. Chen Yang placed a leaf in his mouth and chewed it slowly, committing its current taste to memory. After finishing, he tucked another leaf into his robe. Whether it was his fault or not, the answer would come tomorrow morning. Cultivate. Diligently strive to break through to the Tao Palace realm as soon as possible. Chen Yang sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating. Through meditation, he sensed a state of emptiness. Then, refining the void to merge with the Tao, unifying essence, energy, and spirit, nurturing magical power, and achieving the Tao Palace. Now, let my meditation transport me to the Great Fish Spring. With a flick of his mind, the surroundings rapidly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the Great Fish Spring on Xianyun Peak. According to Zhu Shan, his senior disciple had meditated around the Great Fish Spring, comprehended the state of emptiness, and attained the cultivation level of a Tao Palace. Chen Yang had visited the Great Fish Spring during his time at the Lotus Sect and remembered it vividly. But without a master to guide him, he didn't truly know how to meditate or what to pay attention to. He spent the entire night in a haze of unfocused thoughts. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window. Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. But his eyes were filled with bitterness. After meditating all night, his mind felt utterly chaotic. Several times, he had even nearly fallen asleep. He hadn't grasped the way of meditation at all. A night has passed that immortal leaf should have changed. Chen Yang pulled open his clothes and retrieved the immortal leaf tucked inside. It was exactly as he had expected. After just one night, the once vibrantly colored leaf now showed signs of yellowing, resembling the previous yellow bile leaf. Just as I thought. Staring at the leaf in his hand, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. The transformation of the immortal leaf was too drastic. It seemed as though it had been left out for a long time. He placed the leaf in his mouth and chewed it. The taste was completely different from the one he had eaten yesterday, now tasting like an ordinary mortal leaf. My divine treasure can indeed absorb the surrounding immortal energy. This experiment proved that his body was indeed peculiar. It seems my master's death was also connected to this ability of mine. Having confirmed his ability, he recalled Master Zhu Shan's unusual condition, how he often felt unwell while teaching him. It must have been due to his divine energy being drained. Divine energy is the very foundation of immortals. This also explained why Zhu Shan's body had suffered severe damage during their later battle, ultimately being drained to death by him. Absorbing divine energy, turning immortals into mortals, transforming immortal elixirs into mundane potions. Could it be that I am the natural enemy of the immortal realm, sent specifically to this world to eliminate immortals? Chen Yang stroked his chin, murmuring thoughtfully. Suddenly, he felt that with this extraordinary ability of his, he might just be this world's savior. You've lost your mind. He had been nothing more than an ordinary young man, fresh out of school. Suddenly burdened with such a weighty responsibility, he found himself utterly unprepared. He was still clueless about everything, lacking both the resolve and the strength needed to save the masses oppressed by the immortals in this world. Such a heavy burden felt like a joke to Chen Yang. Yet this joke had indeed come to pass. But no one starts out as a world-shaking force. The pillars of skyscrapers begin as ordinary saplings in the forest. This power suits me perfectly. Heaven wills it, and I shall follow its decree. A faint smile touched Chen Yang's lips. For whether or not he possessed this power, if he ever grew strong enough, he intended to eliminate every immortal in this world. He despised how the immortals had turned this world into such a cesspool, and he couldn't accept their worldview. Rather than forcing himself to adapt to this deeply uncomfortable environment, he would make the world adapt to him, reshaping it into the form he desired. With this ability to absorb divine energy, he suddenly felt he could give it a try. Chen Yang rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling marketplace below. In a daze, he murmured, "Is this what they call an ideal? In his previous life, he had been an ordinary college student. After graduation, he followed the routine path to an ordinary job, rushing about day after day without knowing what to do. Without ideals, he drifted aimlessly like a headless fly. But now, he seemed to have found a purpose in life, his goal clear: to eliminate every immortal in this world. Self-preservation potions are useless to me. I'll break through to the Tao Palace realm first, then consider my path forward. Chen Yang gazed upward toward the sky. His immediate priority was to advance his cultivation. His ability had its drawbacks: it could absorb anything containing immortal energy. The immediate concern was safety. Without the identity token of a noble family scion, continuing to pretend would lead to certain death if discovered a capital offense. I could smear some poison on my body and wear a mask to cover my face, pretending to have taken the body-preserving potion. I wonder if that would work. Chen Yang mused. It was indeed a viable option. But his body automatically absorbed divine energy. He doubted he could find a poison potent enough to counteract it. After standing by the window for a moment, Chen Yang turned to pack his belongings. This inn's room rates were far too expensive. He'd have to find a cheaper place. He had no idea how long his meditation would take to achieve breakthrough. After packing, he departed the inn. Before leaving, he settled the extra treasure coins he had spent. For him, Qianzhou Market was currently the safest place, so he chose to seclude himself here for cultivation. His treasure coins were sufficient to sustain him for a considerable period. I should buy some more books on meditation practice to study. Walking down the street, Chen Yang's thoughts stirred. He couldn't just meditate blindly, he needed to learn more. He had to figure out how to more quickly attain the state of void, refine the void to merge with the Tao, and break through his cultivation realm. Without a master to guide him, he would have to figure things out on his own from now on. After wandering the streets wearing his mask, Chen Yang entered a Qian family shop. Just as the Lotus Sect taught its disciples medicine, reading, and calligraphy, the great clans also provided various insights and assistance in cultivation to the vast number of wild cultivators and minor factions. What Chen Yang sought was actually quite common in these shops. Chapter 85, Meditation. Shopkeeper, how much is this item? Chen Yang spotted a scroll detailing how to meditate and comprehend the concept of void. He decided to purchase it. 1 treasure coin. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man. The price was reasonable, so Chen Yang paid with his treasure coin and bought the item. After putting the coin away, the man handed him the scroll and smiled. Young man, though you're still young, you've already reached the late stage of the divine treasure realm. It won't be long before you successfully merge with the Tao and break through to the Tao Palace realm, I imagine. Thank you for your kind words, shopkeeper. Chen Yang thanked him politely. With that, he turned to leave. Young man, wait a moment. The shopkeeper hurried toward him. Chen Yang frowned, his guard instantly rising. He looked at the man and asked with confusion, Shopkeeper, what is it? Wearing a mask that revealed only his eyes, the man couldn't discern Chen Yang's expression. He found Chen Yang's attire perfectly normal, assuming many wild cultivators who had disfigured themselves by taking body-preserving potions wore masks, too ashamed to show their faces. Young man, no need to be nervous. I'd like to do another business deal with you, the man said kindly. What kind of business? The man smiled. Young man, you have remarkable talent. Reaching the qi-consuming realm should pose no problem for you. When the time comes, come find me at the Qian family. I can help you break through. As he spoke, he slipped an iron token into Chen Yang's hand. Chen Yang examined the iron tag. 3 large characters were engraved on it, Shen Xiaoyuan. At the very bottom, a line of small text detailed his residence within the Qian family compound. Is this a business card? Chen Yang wondered. Seeing him examine it, the man continued, my Qian family will provide 3 divine medicine seeds free of charge. Once the seeds sprout into seedlings within your Tao Palace, I will take 2 of them as payment. The remaining seedling will be yours, young friend. You can rest assured about safety, my Qian family's reputation is impeccable. Moreover, we consistently strive to assist wild cultivators in advancing their cultivation in every way possible. I trust your Qian family implicitly. I'll come find you when the time comes. Chen Yang agreed, unwilling to linger on the matter. Upon reaching the Tao Palace realm, cultivators could choose to slit open their abdomen with a blade, creating a small opening in their divine treasury. They would then insert the immortal herb seed into the treasury. Once it took root, sprouted, and became connected to their bloodline, they would naturally break through to the qi-consuming realm. Alternatively, one could cultivate the seed externally first, nourishing it with fresh blood. Once it bonded with the bloodline, a larger incision would be made in the abdomen and divine treasury to implant the seed. The advantage of the former method is that the wound is small and requires little effort, but it makes refinement difficult. If the immortal herb cannot be controlled for an extended period, one risks being drained dry. The latter method allows for thorough refinement without risking life, but the incision required is substantial. Wild cultivators possess few healing resources, and if the divine vault recovers poorly, it will impair cultivation prowess. For wild cultivators, choosing external cultivation also carries other risks. The immortal herbs painstakingly cultivated for over a decade might suddenly be stolen. Wild cultivators typically opt for the first method, often collaborating with these noble families. It requires no preparation and is free. Though the sprouting of immortal herb seeds within consumes considerable bone marrow essence, this is no concern. After slaying several demons in demonic territories to cultivate bug-like parasites, consuming the immortal pills produced by these parasites restores the depleted essence. My divine vault can absorb celestial energy, but how will I break through to the chi-consuming realm? After leaving the shop, Chen Yang fell deep in thought. Few immortal herbs could withstand his innate power. Ah, if only I had a cultivation technique. Chen Yang sighed. From books, he learned that beyond conventional cultivation methods, this world held immortal cultivation techniques, but such methods were monopolized by the 24 greatest factions. Beyond these prestigious clans, even the first, second, and third tier factions below them lacked the qualifications to practice them, forced instead to follow the same cultivation paths as wild cultivators. Never mind that for now. I'll deal with these matters after handling the immediate tasks at hand. Looking too far ahead breeds helplessness. Only by mastering the present can one climb higher step by step. Chen Yang, however, maintained a remarkably open-minded attitude. Sir, a room costs a single copper coin for a night. A short while later, he found an affordable inn at the corner. Long-term stay? Chen Yang inquired, as such places often housed wandering cultivators staying long-term. Long stays get a discount 5 treasure coins for 2 months, but no early checkouts allowed. I'll take it for a month first. Chen Yang handed over 2 treasure coins and a few small change pieces. All right. After confirming everything was in order, a young attendant led him down into the underground chambers. Below were numerous stone chambers. Though many people lived there, it remained quiet. The passageway was lined with luminous stones embedded in the walls, so it wasn't dark inside. It felt a bit oppressive though. Sir, this is your room. Xiao Si quickly led him to a room. Chen Yang stepped inside. It wasn't large, measuring about 10 feet in length and width. Aside from a bed for meditation and cultivation, there was nothing else inside. Who'd have thought I'd get to live in a basement in this world? Chen Yang muttered self-deprecatingly after closing the door. The environment was a bit rough. But to him, it didn't matter. Hopefully it won't take 7 or 8 years to break through. Chen Yang took out the scroll he had purchased. The step of refining the void and unifying with the Tao was the most difficult within the divine treasure realm. Many wild cultivators remained stuck here for over 10, even 20 years, unable to break through. At the Lotus Sect, many disciples only reached the Tao Palace realm when they were nearly 40. He unrolled the scroll. Though the room's light was dim, it was sufficient to make out the contents clearly. Chen Yang studied it carefully. Indeed. Meditation wasn't just random thinking, it required careful attention to numerous details. The previous night, he had been just daydreaming. The text wasn't long, just 1,000 words or so, yet Chen Yang read it over 10 times. Try again. He sat cross-legged against the wall on his bed, slowly closing his eyes. This time, he wasn't fixated on a specific destination. Be an observer, free your mind from constraints, let things unfold naturally, and stay focused. Chen Yang now resembled an ancient tree, with the myriad thoughts surfacing in his mind like the ever-changing seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter swirling around its trunk. Chen Yang recalled his experiences in Bayoni Town and at the Lotus Sect. Unconsciously, he gradually forgot himself and became immersed in the moment. He was merely an observer, watching his own life unfold. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Yang was utterly absorbed, unable to pull himself away. Just as he was lost in his meditative trance, a strange beeping sound suddenly reached his ears. At first faint, it grew louder and louder. And it sounded as if it were right next to his ear. Who's there? Chen Yang snapped his eyes open in irritation, determined to see what was disrupting his cultivation. What is this? But when he opened his eyes, the stone chamber vanished. Instead, he found himself at a crossroads in the dead of night. Under the glow of streetlights, he found himself standing in the middle of the intersection, dressed in his work clothes. Before he could react, a blinding flash of light suddenly shot from the side, accompanied by a piercing screech. A large truck. It was already mere inches away. Chen Yang had no time to dodge, instinctively shielding his head with his hands. But the scene he had imagined did not unfold. Whoosh! Amid the roar of its engine, the truck passed right through his body. Chen Yang stared blankly at the receding truck, then looked down at his own body. Had that vehicle just glided right through him? Chapter 86, Choice. Whoosh! Another vehicle drove past him. Can none of them see me? Watching the passing vehicles show no intention of honking, turning, or slowing down, Chen Yang realized he must be invisible to them. My soul? Chen Yang muttered to himself. This intersection feels so familiar. He scanned the surroundings, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Then it hit him, this was where he'd been hit by a car and killed. But now, the scenery at the intersection looked vastly different, completely unlike how it had been back then. What's this? Chen Yang turned around and noticed a passageway behind him. Through the passageway, he glimpsed a figure seated in meditation. It was himself, meditating in the stone chamber. I came back? Chen Yang stood at the crossroads, gazing at the two worlds, one inside, one outside. Beep, beep, beep. The persistent beeping grew louder and louder. Where is it coming from? He looked up and scanned his surroundings, but saw no source for the sound. Suddenly, a sense of intuition struck him, and his gaze fixed on a specific direction. Yushui City First People's Hospital. About 3 kilometers away stood a hospital with a clearly visible sign. Could it be? Combining the beeping sound in his ear with his realization, Chen Yang's expression changed abruptly. He immediately started walking toward the hospital. Traffic flowed relentlessly on the road, but Chen Yang made no attempt to avoid it, letting vehicles pass right through him. His pace quickened into a light jog. He ran until he was panting heavily, as if he were a real person. As he passed rows of towering buildings lining the street, his figure appeared reflected in the exterior glass. But only he could see it. The faces and clothing of those inside were identical to his own when he was alive. After about 10 minutes, he arrived outside the hospital. The beeping sound near his ear grew increasingly clear. Simultaneously, an inexplicable fluctuation connected with him, drawing his gaze to the 12th floor. That connection emanated from there. Upon reaching this point, Chen Yang felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. He silently walked inside. The hospital was crowded. Chen Yang joined the crowd waiting for the elevator on the first floor. 12th floor, intensive care unit. Chen Yang glanced at the sign beside the elevator, noting that his destination was the hospital's ICU. The elevator doors opened before long. He squeezed inside. He felt like a puff of air as people passed right through him. The floor numbers flashed as the elevator doors opened and closed. When it stopped on the 11th floor, since no one else was going to the 12th, Chen Yang stepped out with the others. After climbing another flight, he arrived outside the intensive care unit. That connection he felt was emanating from inside. Seems I'm not quite dead yet. Chen Yang already understood what was happening. His body passed through the wall and entered the room. He finally came to a hospital bed. A man in his 30s lay there, his hair cropped short, beard neatly trimmed, face clean shaven. He appeared no different from any ordinary person. However, his body was now covered in numerous tubes. His vital signs were sustained by the surrounding machines. Just arrived. Chen Yang glanced at the nameplate on the bed and realized he had only been admitted to the ICU yesterday. No wonder he looked so neat and tidy in his hospital bed. Beep, beep. As he approached, the beeping from the ECG monitor grew more urgent. That sound had been ringing in his ears the entire time. Now that he was so close to his own body, Chen Yang felt their connection growing ever stronger. He had the illusion that he was about to awaken and come back to life. Simultaneously, a suction-like force emanated from the body, attempting to pull him inside. Chen Yang took a few steps back, and the suction finally lessened. Yet the bond between them remained potent. Chen Yang tentatively wiggled his fingers, and to his astonishment, the fingers on the hospital bed actually moved. Seeing this, Chen Yang knew the illusion was real. What's wrong with this patient? The change in rhythm from the ECG monitor prompted several nurses on duty to come check on the situation. Nothing's wrong. After confirming everything was normal, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, is this patient about to wake up? Asked a young intern nurse. It's better if he doesn't wake up. Otherwise, it'll be tough on the family. If he stays unconscious, they'll likely choose to give up. The nurse in her 40s shook her head. Paralyzed from the waist down, caring for him is truly a burden, the young nurse agreed. Paralysis alone would be manageable. The worst part is his mental state. He's lost his mind. He screams for no reason and frequently goes into fits. That's the most tormenting aspect, the nurse said, settling into a chair. I'm paralyzed. Chen Yang stood nearby, overhearing their conversation, and tried to move his legs. But he found his legs completely immobile, devoid of sensation. The car accident had ultimately saved his life, but it had shattered his spine, leaving him completely paralyzed. His brain had also been damaged in the crash, turning him into a mental patient. I saw his mom yesterday. Her hair had turned completely white and she looked utterly exhausted. A young nurse remarked. This patient was hit by a car 16 years ago. His mother has cared for him for 16 whole years. How could she not look worn out? Sigh, if they hadn't saved him back then, it would have been a relief for everyone. The nurse sighed and shook her head at the man in the hospital bed. Mom. Hearing that word, Chen Yang's nose instantly stung. His father had passed away from illness early on, leaving his mother to raise him and his younger siblings alone. Keep a close eye on this patient. Yesterday he suddenly had convulsions and lost consciousness. Abnormal brain activity and his vital signs are all over the place. The nurse instructed several interns under her supervision. Chen Yang hurried out into the hallway, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mother. But the person he hoped to see was nowhere to be found in the hallway. Chen Yang sat on a lounge chair, clutching his head with both hands. An indescribable agony gripped his heart. Should I stay in this world or go back? Based on his earlier sensations, he knew that if he chose to return to his body, he should awaken, regain consciousness, and return to normal. But he didn't want to. For these two worlds represented two entirely different lives. Choosing this world meant the best outcome would be drifting through life in a wheelchair. In the other world, he had his own aspirations, and heaven had granted him the means to achieve them. Though it would be harder and more exhausting, he believed that the hardships and struggles would only add meaning to his life. The choice was clear. Chen Yang selected the latter without hesitation. The moment that thought formed, the passageway materialized before him. Let me see my mom first. Chen Yang did not enter immediately. He wanted to see the woman who had given birth to him and raised him one last time. But before that, there was one more thing to do. Chen Yang stood up and entered the ICU once more. He approached the hospital bed. He gazed at the figure in the bed with a complex expression, a person who felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Beep, beep, beep. The heart monitor's beeps grew more urgent. The nurse's eyes turned toward him. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed sharply. He then took control of his body on the hospital bed, violently ripping all the tubes from his body with his right hand. It was time to settle things once and for all with this world. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm instantly filled the entire ICU. No! Seeing the sudden emergency, the doctors and nurses inside rushed over. The man clutched the tubes, sustaining his vital signs with both hands. No matter how hard the nurses and doctors pulled, they couldn't pry his hands loose. Quick, bring the machine over. Everyone thought he was having a seizure, and the doctors continued their life-saving efforts. Without the equipment sustaining his vital signs, the man's body stiffened. The incessant, irritating beeping that had filled the air finally began to fade away, bit by bit. Silence fell at last. He's finally dead. Looking at his own lifeless form, Chen Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The doctors paused, all staring in astonishment at the tube clutched in his hand. Whether they knew further resuscitation was futile or silently respected his wish, they remained silent. After completing this act, Chen Yang turned and walked away. He then sat down on the rest chair outside the door, waiting for the person who had cared for him for over a decade. Chapter 87, Dao Palace Realm. The doctors and nurses in the ICU behind him, seeing that the patient had passed away, silently dispersed. They made calls to notify the family. I wonder how mom looks now. Chen Yang's eyes scanned the moving figures before him, keeping watch on the elevator doors across the hall. Parents from both worlds had given birth to him and raised him. In the savage immortal realm, he had no family left. Here, his mother and younger siblings were his last remaining ties. But now that he had finally resolved his own affairs, he could leave with peace of mind. He sat there waiting for about 5 minutes. The elevator doors opposite opened, and a short, gray-haired old man hurried out. Mom! Chen Yang recognized her instantly. This was his mother. Her appearance was completely different from 16 years ago, as if she were a different person altogether. He hurried over. The elderly woman clutched her phone tightly. She had already received the doctor's notification. Her steps faltered, her body seemingly drained of all strength. Her weathered, haggard face was heartbreaking to behold. He was barely 60, yet looked like he was in his 70s. Mom! Chen Yang instinctively reached out to steady her shoulders. But his hands passed right through his mother's body. A nurse was already stationed at the ICU entrance. Spotting the elderly man, she asked, "Are you a family member of Wang Chao?" The old woman stared into the ICU, her mouth opening several times as if to speak, but something seemed to be stuck in her throat, preventing any sound from escaping. 2 young nurses quickly guided her to a nearby chair. Sitting alone, her hands pressed against her face, she finally broke down and began to cry. Chen Yang stood before her, looking at her with guilt. His heart ached deeply. Then he sat down beside his mother. Soon after, his body was wheeled out of the ICU. The old woman wiped away her tears and walked to the bedside, feigning strength. Mom, take care of yourself. His wish fulfilled, Chen Yang gazed at his mother for a moment. His expression gradually steadied, and he turned to walk down the corridor. The entire scene faded away. Inside the stone chamber, Chen Yang's tightly closed eyes snapped open. His eyes were slightly moist, though he hadn't noticed when it happened. Did I truly go back just now, or was it merely a deep meditation within my mind? Chen Yang touched the corner of his eye. The scene he'd just witnessed felt utterly real. Perhaps he truly had returned. Or perhaps it was the deepest, most unresolved longing within him playing tricks, fulfilling his own wish while he was in deep meditation. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Yang's restless mind gradually settled. Whether it was real or not, it was time to draw a line under it. Next, it was time to strive diligently toward realizing his ideals. The 3 divine treasures are now connected. Chen Yang sensed the state of his body and was astonished to find the 3 divine treasures within him unusually clear. Moreover, they were remarkably active, as if his entire physical form had vanished. Only these 3 divine treasures floated within the stone chamber. Is this the state of void? Chen Yang stared at his own hands, feeling strangely unreal. In this state, flesh and blood seemed to dissolve into nothingness, leaving only the divine treasure as a tangible entity. This was refining the spirit to return to void, the culmination of mental power reaching its absolute peak. Next comes refining the void to merge with the Tao. Chen Yang cast aside all distracting thoughts, focusing his entire attention on the 3 divine treasuries. With his mind, he guided the 2 upper divine treasuries downward. Among the 3 divine treasuries, only the lowest one was a tangible organ. Refining the void to merge with the Tao. Once the 3 divine treasuries fused into one, they would become a Tao palace. Essence, energy, and spirit would blend together, forming mysterious and unfathomable magical power. Under the urging of his intent, the divine treasures within his mind and chest began to descend. The chi and spirit within his body gradually converged into the lower divine treasury, merging essence, energy, and spirit together. Chen Yang was utterly focused. He was so absorbed he lost track of time. It was the immortal herb in his pouch that had silently withered away, its leaves completely fallen. The entire plant held not a trace of divine energy. It had utterly transformed into an ordinary herb, a common yellow gentian root, offering only slight benefits to mortals. The 3 divine treasures within Chen Yang's body now resembled 3 suns. They were slowly merging. Chen Yang remained motionless, carefully guiding their integration. The stone chamber was silent. Essence, energy, and spirit intertwined, gradually giving birth to something profoundly mysterious. Time passed, its duration unknown. Under Chen Yang's urging, the 3 divine treasures finally merged completely. At that very moment, a pitch-black aura emanated from his divine treasures, gathering around him. Like a burning black flame. A single glance felt utterly eerie. It's finally done. Chen Yang snapped his eyes open. His essence, energy, and spirit had fused completely, giving birth to his own magical power. How wicked! Chen Yang gazed at his newfound power with initial delight, but soon sensed something amiss. Everything seemed fine except the aura his magic emitted felt wicked. It was like the persistent gloom that hung over a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Chen Yang found it hard to comprehend. Though he had been an ordinary person in his previous life, his values were now utterly upright. Compared to other immortals in this world, his righteousness bordered on the extreme. How could someone like him cultivate something that felt so profoundly evil? This instantly made him seem like anything but a good person. Whatever. Retract. With a flick of his thoughts, Chen Yang withdrew all the dispersed magical energy back into his Tao palace. With the malevolent aura gone, he instantly transformed into a bright-eyed youth. Sigh, now I have all this power but no spells to wield it with. I can't fully unleash my strength at all. The exhilaration of breaking through his cultivation realm had settled in Chen Yang's heart, and he began to seriously assess his current situation. He possessed power, yet lacked the means to wield it. The Tao Palace realm wasn't particularly powerful either, as most cultivators with a divine embryo could reach this level. Even the self-preservation potion proved ineffective when I consumed it. Might the divine fruit suffer the same fate? Relying solely on close-range weapon attacks was severely limiting and dangerous. He couldn't even block a single sword chi from someone who knew spells. Though consuming them would bind him to those prestigious clans, refusing them would leave him defenseless against wild cultivators. After careful consideration, Chen Yang resolved to partake of the divine fruit offered by the great families. As for the hidden dangers, once his strength grew in the future, solutions might yet emerge. Still, Chen Yang worried the divine fruit might prove as useless to him as the body-preserving elixir. Whether it works or not, I have to try. Even the lowest grade divine fruit costs over 1,000 treasure coins. Without venturing into the outer realms, I'd need to cultivate for over 20 years just to afford one. Chen Yang fell silent once more. As a wild cultivator without the spirit fields granted by the forest clans, he had only 2 paths to earn treasure coins. The first was to find a secluded spot to diligently cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy, then use his own blood to nourish immortal herbs. It would take roughly 20 years for those herbs to yield about 1,000 treasure coins. That was precisely the price of Zhu Shan's golden seal immortal herb. However, as a member of the High Clan, even though he was a lowly bloodline wild demon with mediocre talent, he could still receive 1 fruit for free from his clan. His years at the Lotus Sect had earned him enough salary to buy another. Furthermore, the disciples he had cultivated represented a considerable fortune, which could be used for other cultivation purposes. The second option was hunting demons in the outer realms. Slaying a Tao Palace level demonic immortal could also yield enough for a divine fruit. But this was a life-risking endeavor, and few wild cultivators chose this path. Most wild cultivators hid in spirit energy-rich mountains and forests to cultivate herbs, sustaining their daily lives by selling medicinal branches and leaves for treasure coins. Looks like I'll have to head to the outer realms first. I need to get my hands on a divine power fruit. Chen Yang made up his mind. Without mastery of spells, even the highest magical power was useless. In that moment, he deeply felt the hardships of starting anew. It's okay. All beginnings are difficult. At least I've officially embarked on my cultivation path now. Chen Yang consoled himself, rising to his feet and stepping outside. Chapter 88, An Uncontrollable Ability. This immortal herb is completely useless now. What a waste. Chen Yang opened the pouch containing the immortal herb with regret. As expected, the herb inside had lost every trace of its divine energy. Of course, this divine herb had played an indispensable role in enabling his smooth breakthrough. For him, divine energy was the ultimate nourishment. But what will I use to break through to the next chi-consuming realm? Gazing at the now ordinary yellow gentian, Chen Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed unlikely any other immortal herbs would suit him. Without the aid of immortal herbs, relying solely on himself would make absorbing spiritual energy far too inefficient. No point dwelling on it now. First things first. These matters could be considered later. The underground passage was deserted. Chen Yang donned his mask, feigning the act of taking a protective potion, and walked alone. "Shopkeeper, I'm here to check out." Upon reaching the counter, he placed a stone token on the surface. Since he wasn't staying long-term, he could cancel his reservation and get a refund. He had paid for a month's stay up front, though he didn't know exactly how long he'd been cultivating, certainly not a full month. A lower-tier room, numbers bing and ding. The innkeeper glanced at the stone tablet before pulling out a ledger to search through it. The Tao Palace is stirring, it's absorbing the immortal energy within him. Chen Yang frowned as he watched the innkeeper, sensing a suction force emanating from the Tao Palace. After breaking through his cultivation, his perception had heightened. He could now clearly sense the immortal energy of the person before him being absorbed by himself. Moreover, absorbing this divine energy brought an immense sense of comfort to his body. This sensation made him unconsciously begin to savor it. "Sir, you've stayed at our inn for 10 days. I should refund you." The innkeeper speaking suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Oh no. Chen Yang noticed the innkeeper's unusual state and immediately turned to leave. This innkeeper was a member of the Qian family. If he sensed the immortal energy within him being absorbed by Chen Yang, he would surely strike him dead with a single blow. "Hey, customer. Your money. Your money." Seeing him suddenly leave, the shopkeeper hurriedly called out. "No need." With that, Chen Yang left the inn without looking back. A wild cultivator, penniless as a church mouse, yet pretending to be wealthy. The innkeeper looked down on Chen Yang's behavior with utter contempt. After stowing the treasure coins away, he stroked his chin and frowned. Strange. Why did I just feel like I was going to throw up? That was close. Only after the commotion from the Tao Palace had faded did Chen Yang breathe a long sigh of relief. Thankfully he'd left early. If that shopkeeper had caught on, he'd be finished. In a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against these aristocrats without magic. This power is good, but it's uncontrollable. Chen Yang stared at his lower abdomen, his expression clouding with worry. It was as if the imperial seal had fallen into the hands of a commoner. Though the Tao Palace resided within him, he held no control over the abilities of the divine treasure. A wild cultivator passed by nearby. The Tao Palace stirred once more. A hunger surged through Chen Yang's mind, unleashing a monstrous appetite. An overwhelming urge seized him, the urge to rush forward and drain every last bit of immortal energy from the cultivator's body. Within the Tao Palace's magical energy, pitch-black runes gradually began to emerge. After breaking through to the divine treasure realm, his divine embryo seemed to have fully awakened. Yet that uncontrollable power continued to manipulate his thoughts. No. Chen Yang suppressed the urge to consume the divine energy. I must leave this marketplace immediately. After calming down, he was startled. The Qian family harbored hidden talents and was filled with masters. If they detected him absorbing divine energy, it would be disastrous. He quickened his pace, heading toward the city gates. Cultivators at the Tao Palace realm or Qi-consuming realm might not immediately detect the loss of divine energy, but those at the Spirit Spring realm could sense even the slightest anomaly in their bodies with crystal clarity. Fortunately, it was late at night, and few people were on the streets. Before long, he had made his escape. Why are they still here? As he left the marketplace, Chen Yang spotted two familiar faces by the roadside. They were the two wild cultivators who had escorted him here. Over 10 days had passed, yet these two were actually still waiting here. Chen Yang was quite surprised. But now that he was dressed differently and wearing a mask, he wasn't worried about them recognizing him. He made no move to call out to them, keeping his pace steady as he walked past. This couple were restless wild cultivators. Once they discovered Chen Yang's disguise, they would surely show their true colors. Chen Yang made his way to the outer mountains in one breath before finally stopping. Only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief. I need to figure out how to control this power. Chen Yang plopped down onto the ground, his voice still trembling with lingering fear. The power of the Tao Palace was terrifying. Without control, it would only turn against him. Such an odd power, impossible to conceal. If anyone truly detected it, he'd surely be captured by some powerful being and dissected like a lab rat for thorough study. But how to control it? He had no clue, no starting point. First, let's test my current strength. After sitting for a while, Chen Yang picked up the black blade. His fingers lightly traced the blade as he mused, I wonder how much of my magical power this mundane weapon can withstand. This black blade was a mundane artifact, incapable of withstanding magical power enhancement. It was only suitable for those in the mundane transformation or divine treasure realms. Now at the Tao Palace realm, he should be using a magical artifact. Chen Yang began channeling his magical power. Unskilled in spells, he could only infuse it with raw magical power. Hum, hum, hum. Soon, the black blade began to hum, its blade trembling involuntarily. Strands of magical energy began to radiate from its surface. Only 60%. Chen Yang knew this was the Black Blade's absolute limit. Fortunately, he hadn't mastered divine abilities yet, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand even 20%. These are. As the magical energy surged, Chen Yang suddenly noticed black runes appearing around him like fireflies. Spells? His eyes widened in shock, for runes only appeared after one mastered magic. He felt the power within the Black Blade threatening to break free. Chen Yang swung the blade with all his might. A surge of blade energy erupted from the tip. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5 large trees before him were all cleanly severed by the blade energy. After the strike, Chen Yang frowned as he examined the runes surrounding his body. He realized the blade energy he had just unleashed had no connection to these runes. Strange. What exactly does this spell do? After carefully sensing them, he discovered he couldn't activate these runes at all. Could this be that peculiar ability of mine? Chen Yang couldn't help but speculate. Uncontrollable, that must be it. Chen Yang withdrew his magical power, looking at the fallen tree before him with satisfaction. Even without divine abilities, simple spell enhancements can unleash formidable attack power. If the Black Blade could withstand my full magical power, even my master wielding the armor coating technique might not be able to block it. Such potency still caught him off guard. Regardless, he now possessed some means of offense. Come to think of it, those 2 wild cultivators are still waiting for me at the marketplace. Could my master's remains still be buried in the mountains? Chen Yang thought of those 2 wild cultivators. If they truly hadn't disposed of Master Zhu Shan's remains yet, then he wouldn't need to venture to the outer realm. Carrying the remains here could earn him treasure coins. The attack earlier was decent, but it lacked killing power. He really needed to study magic. Chapter 89, Gratitude to the Master. Once I master spells, should I forge a weapon next? Chen Yang produced a treasure coin. It was a black treasure coin. Treasure coins could not only be used for purchases but also served as materials for weapon forging. They came in 3 colors, black, white, and purple. Black treasure coins could be used to forge magical artifacts, while white ones could be used to forge spirit artifacts. The more treasure coins used, the higher the quality of the weapon. Of course, forging weapons also required both calamity and blessing energies. Chen Yang possessed too few treasure coins, barely enough to forge a single magical dagger. Moreover, hiring someone to craft the weapon would incur additional costs. Without a weapon, even with magical arts, fighting bare-handed would be a significant disadvantage. Among the 24 magical arts of the barbaric immortal realm, the art of weapon control required a weapon to activate its full power, the most lethal of all techniques. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled at the worst possible time. Having gone without food for so long, he was starving. This hunger felt entirely different from the hunger he had experienced while absorbing immortal energy. Those who hadn't reached the chi-consuming realm still needed sustenance. Chen Yang took out a bone blood pill and swallowed it. Thinking of the precious coins he'd spent on it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Ordinary Dao Palace realm wild cultivators wouldn't dare consume such pills. They usually relied on low-grade immortal sustenance like bloodling pills to stave off hunger. The bone blood pill was forged from mortal flesh, containing no divine energy, so it wouldn't lose its potency while carried. In that direction. After determining the direction, Chen Yang set off. He knew the way there. He had a feeling his master's remains might still lie untouched by those 2 wild cultivators. Those 2 wild cultivators could never have imagined that the young master of a prestigious family they sought to approach would secretly return to scheme against that corpse. Once I retrieve my master's remains, will my abilities drain all the immortal energy from his body? Chen Yang pondered as he hurried along. He knew Master Zhu Shan had cultivated the Haishan technique, meaning the divine energy within his body was far denser than that of other cultivators at the same realm. Its value was naturally far greater. That was the defining characteristic of the Haishan technique. Never mind. I'll go see for myself first. Even if I can't exchange it for treasure coins, I can still absorb the immortal energy to strengthen myself. Chen Yang quickened his pace. On the road, he also considered whether to continue pretending to be a noble young master, but after some thought, he decided it would be better to keep wearing the mask and act as if he were taking protective medicine. After all, some wild cultivators were desperate outlaws who cared nothing for your identity as long as your body was clean enough to feed their venomous creatures or refine elixirs. That was all that mattered. If they committed crimes, they'd simply flee to the outer realms. Thus, the elders of the Lotus Sect rarely ventured outside. The Lin clan demanded they remain within the sect, diligently cultivating medicinal herbs. If trouble arose within the sect, the Lin clan would intervene. But if trouble struck outside the sect's walls, they would bear no blame. To pass as a noble young master, one must come from a prestigious lineage. Yet the hallmarks of such families are too distinctive for outsiders to imitate convincingly. Guided by starlight and moonlight, Chen Yang swiftly traversed the undulating terrain deep within the mountains. Simultaneously, he drew his magical power inward. At the Dao Palace realm, mastering one's magical power allowed for the concealment of one's aura, the most fundamental means of self-preservation, ensuring one's whereabouts remained unknown. The following day at noon, the sun beat down fiercely. That's the mountain. Chen Yang gazed at the mountain range across the valley, a smile spreading across his face. After such a long journey, they had finally arrived. Fortunately, the mountains in this wild and untamed immortal realm were all majestic and awe-inspiring, etched deeply into his memory. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find this place at all. Chen Yang slipped into the vast primeval forest. He moved with utmost stealth throughout his journey, fearful of being detected by the wild cultivators lurking within the woods. Hidden within these endless mountain ranges were countless wild cultivators. Some practiced in silence, sustaining themselves by watering immortal herbs with their own blood to earn treasure coins. Others, however, were mere bandits who robbed and plundered. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yang arrived at a flat clearing. This is the place. Why isn't the Dao Palace reacting? As he drew closer, Chen Yang's brow furrowed. He was standing directly above the burial site. At such a close distance, his peculiar ability should have already reacted. Could it have been taken away? Chen Yang sensed something was amiss. But looking at the intact ground, it didn't appear to have been dug up again. Could it be that after digging, the two had the presence of mind to restore the grave pit to its original state? Let's dig it open and see. Chen Yang chopped down a tree with his knife and fashioned a shovel for digging. Gazing at the ground, he silently prayed, "Master, I hope you're still down there. We were master and disciple once, please help your disciple one last time." With that, he plunged the wooden shovel into the earth and began digging. The soil was soft and easy to work with. With each scoop of earth tossed aside, a pit gradually formed on the ground. The pit grew larger and deeper. Still here. After tossing out another shovelful of dirt, Chen Yang spotted a layer of black bags. His expression instantly lit up with joy. His master was still there. This was a bag full of treasure money. A clean body, every part of it was precious. Chen Yang tossed the shovel aside and hurriedly used both hands to wipe away the remaining dirt. A black body bag wrapped around the corpse was fully exposed. He found the bag's opening and untied the rope. A massive pig's head came into view. "Master, I never imagined you could still help your disciple even after death." Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction. With this corpse, he could finally trade it for a divine fruit. Without any means at all, venturing into the outer realm was practically a suicide mission. Even if one lucked out and killed a demon beast, how could one possibly traverse hundreds or even thousands of miles to transport the beast's corpse back? This was a serious problem. The Dao Palace is stirring again. The moment the pouch opened, the Dao Palace detected the scent of divine energy, and those eerie runes began to surface. The divine energy within Zhu Shan's corpse was being extracted. Seems this shroud can block perception of my abilities. Chen Yang mused. This corpse served a vital purpose for him. He couldn't let the Dao Palace absorb it now. He immediately sealed the bag's opening. Sure enough, the disturbances emanating from the Dao Palace ceased. The body bag was used by wild cultivators to store their prey, sealing it off from the outside world to prevent tracking. This discovery filled Chen Yang with delight. His abilities could indeed be restrained by external objects. If I fashioned a garment from this shroud, might it also contain the strange power within me? Chen Yang pondered. Though formidable and terrifying, this power would become a menace if left unchecked. Without control, he dared not even venture to the marketplace to trade with others. First, move the master out. Chen Yang lifted the shroud and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The immense weight caused his feet to sink into the mud. Damn, this is heavy. Chen Yang groaned with effort. Zhu Shan's frame was several times his own size. But he dared not use his magical power now, for doing so would leak his aura, leaving a traceable opening for pursuit. Chapter 90. The shroud envelopes the body. How can I possibly carry master out of here? After climbing out of the pit, Chen Yang stared at the steep mountain path and found himself at a loss. These paths were manageable alone, but carrying such a colossal weight made reaching the marketplace nearly impossible. Even if he managed to get there, it would take at least 10 days to a fortnight if all went smoothly. His master was simply too heavy, too massive. If they took the main road, they'd likely be spotted before even reaching 10 li. It was simply too conspicuous. If he knew the ugly god technique, he could carry his master with one hand. But he didn't. Chen Yang had come prepared to absorb his master on the spot if he couldn't carry him away. But now that he discovered this shroud could block the Dao Palace's strange abilities, he had other plans. Staring at the black sack before him, Chen Yang pondered, "I'll find a new burial spot for my master. Then I'll slip this sack over myself. That way, the Dao Palace and the marketplace won't suspect a thing. My master is massive and heavy, carrying him back would be too laborious and unsafe. Better to buy a bug and refine it into an immortal pill right here." There were two methods for refining immortal pills. The first involved using a pill refining bug. The second was the alchemy techniques of the Mystic Gate. Alchemy was one of the 24 magical arts of the primordial wilderness immortal realm. Mastering it allowed one to gather immortal ingredients from across the world to refine immortal pills. Since it didn't require a bug, this technique saved on alchemy costs and freed one from dependence on others. However, only practitioners of the Xian sect possess this alchemy skill. When wild cultivators encounter prey they cannot carry away, they typically digest it on the spot using alchemical parasites. Once transformed into an immortal pill, it becomes easily portable. Chen Yang now planned to utilize the corpse wrapping sack's ability to block immortal energy, wrapping it around himself to return to the marketplace and purchase alchemical parasites. He still possessed some bone blood pills, which could be exchanged for treasure coins enough to purchase the necessary alchemical worms. Let's go. Chen Yang hoisted his master onto his shoulders and carried him to another location. He's really heavy. The weight of such a heavy burden nearly overwhelmed his slender frame. Chen Yang carefully carried his master through the mountains, taking every precaution to leave no trace. 1 hour later. This spot should do. Chen Yang spotted a small ravine and decided it would be perfect for hiding his master, so he stopped. He laid Zhu Shan down. He opened the bag and removed his master's remains. This burial sack really keeps things fresh. He's been dead for half a month, yet he still looks lifelike. Chen Yang marveled. Zhu Shan's blood was still crimson, as if death had come only moments ago. This material is truly remarkable. No wonder it could block my absorption of divine energy. Sensing another disturbance emanating from the Dao Palace, Chen Yang hurriedly retreated. Only after retreating 15 zhang did that eerie power gradually subside. The bag's elasticity proved remarkable, slowly retracting in his hands until it shrank to about 1/5 or 1/6 of its original size. I wonder if this will work. Chen Yang used his black knife to cut 4 openings in the bag. He then stripped off his clothes and pants, slipped his limbs inside, and used strips of underwear fabric to bind the 4 openings around his wrists and ankles. He wrapped himself as completely as possible within the bag to minimize exposure. After a moment of fiddling, he was finally ready. Fortunately, the bag's stretchiness allowed for movement. It just looked awkward and felt extremely uncomfortable. Chen Yang put his outer clothes back on over the top. He covered himself completely, making it impossible for anyone to tell he was wearing a body bag underneath. This is so uncomfortable. Chen Yang tried walking around, but the constant tugging felt unbearable. He'd just have to endure it for now. He approached Zhu Shan and began the verification. It works. 10 zhang, 5 shang. Chen Yang drew nearer and nearer, the Dao Palace remaining utterly silent. This filled him with delight, proving it truly worked. Chen Yang had now reached the foot of the mountain, yet the Dao Palace remained utterly still, its defenses impenetrable to his senses. However, when he reached out to touch it, the Dao Palace gave a faint response. Not bad. A faint smile touched Chen Yang's lips. For now, he had managed to control this ability. The heavy weight pressing on his heart finally lifted. If this power remained uncontrollable, it would bring him endless trouble, even mortal danger. Should he encounter enemies in the future, if he couldn't defeat them, he would simply slit open the shroud beneath his clothes and use this peculiar ability against them. After verifying its effectiveness, Chen Yang pushed Zhu Shan's corpse into the ditch. Using tree branches as tools, he covered it with earth. He would go to the marketplace alone to purchase the pill bug. The trip would take no more than 2 days. Acting alone was clean and efficient, far more convenient than forcibly bringing his master along. Besides, as an elder of the Lotus Sect, his master would be difficult to sell even if he had no acquaintances in the marketplace. After 15 minutes, Zhu Shan was finally buried. He even covered the exposed fresh soil with a thick layer of dead branches and fallen leaves. It looked indistinguishable from the surrounding area. After a thorough inspection to ensure no flaws remained, he hurried off to the Qian family estate. Chen Yang now had a decent grasp of the distribution of factions throughout the entire forest domain. The Chen family was the closest second-tier power. Typically, only second-tier factions possess sufficient resources to gather enough immortal cultivators to establish a trading market. Within the forest domain, there were 5 first-tier factions, over 70 second-tier factions, and roughly 1,000 third-tier factions. The Lotus Sect was a third-tier power. The mountains and forests were eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional faint rustle of animal movement among the towering ancient trees. This is unbearable. Chen Yang hurried along, his clothes layered over a body bag that didn't fit properly, making every step uncomfortable. He resolved that once he had properly laid his master to rest, he would visit a tailor to have a more comfortable set of undergarments custom made to fit the shroud. The next morning. Golden dawn light bathed the land. After traveling all night, Chen Yang finally arrived outside the Qian residence once more. Taking a different route, he entered the Qian residence from another direction this time. The surrounding area was similarly densely populated by ordinary mortals. Many wild cultivators also passed through. Though he had gained control over his peculiar ability, Chen Yang remained cautious. Young master, what kind of bug are you looking to purchase? Chen Yang entered a shop specializing in the sale of poisonous insects. An elderly man approached to inquire. Chen Yang wore no mask, so the old man naturally assumed he was a young master from a prominent family. In this marketplace, besides members of the Qian family and wild cultivators, many individuals from second and third tier factions and even some from first tier powers also frequented the area. I'll look around myself first. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Young master, I won't disturb you then. Just let me know if you need anything. The old man nodded kindly at him. Chen Yang smiled back and nodded, turning his attention to the various transparent bottles displayed in the shop. Inside these bottles lay the very bugs. Blood bone bug. Chen Yang recognized the familiar ant-like blood bone bugs. This was the type the Lotus Sect used for medicinal purposes. The bone blood bug was also a very common type of medicinal bug. So expensive one costs a whole treasure coin. Seeing the price, Chen Yang was somewhat startled. It seemed the bone blood pill he had consumed was quite costly to refine. Chapter 91, Burying the Soil to Refine Dan. The ant-like pillworms in the bottle lay motionless in hibernation. Besides the bugs, he also spotted numerous bug eggs. The eggs were much cheaper. Jinja bugs. Soon, he was astonished to discover that this shop even sold awakening insects. Chen Yang's gaze lingered on a mature dung beetle. This was the bug that grew on the spiritual roots of the Lin clan, the awakening of insects, one of the 24 marvelous bugs of the primordial divine realm. So expensive. A grade C rare bug costs 1,300 treasure coins for just one. Seeing the price, Chen Yang swallowed hard. Even selling his own master wouldn't cover it. Rare bugs traded by prestigious clans were categorized into 3 grades, A, B, and C. Even the lowest grade was beyond the means of ordinary wild cultivators. Those who required grade C were generally cultivators at the chi-consuming realm. After a moment's consideration, Chen Yang shifted his gaze elsewhere. He searched for something more within his means. He now possessed only 20 bone blood pills, worth roughly 130 treasure coins. Mind-clearing bug. After scanning the area, Chen Yang stopped before a bottle containing a gray moth. Inside was a clear mind parasite. If one fell victim to the mouse spirit technique, this bug could be used to restore clarity of mind. You're the one. Chen Yang deemed this bug the most suitable choice. The main reason for choosing it was that it only cost 100 treasure coins and it could absorb the physical essence of up to 2 Dao Palace realm immortals. It would be just right for absorbing his master's essence. He wasn't buying the bug for his own use. His master's body was simply too large to carry around, and his status made it difficult to sell. His experience with the body-preserving elixir had taught him that with the Dao Palace's strange abilities, any elixir or medicine would likely lose its potency once ingested, its spiritual energy completely absorbed. Chen Yang took down the bottle. The bottle itself was of decent quality. Holding it in his hand, the Dao Palace showed no reaction. It couldn't absorb the immortal energy within. Shopkeeper, I'll take this one. He carried the bottle to the counter. Sir, 100 treasure coins. Chen Yang replied, Shopkeeper, I don't have that many treasure coins on me. Can I trade these pills instead? He took out 14 pills. Bone and blood pills? Certainly. The bone blood pill was a common and clean type of pill. The shopkeeper recognized it immediately, having consumed such pills himself during his Dao Palace cultivation stage. Chen Yang exchanged the bone blood pill, haggling over the price with precision. These 14 pills were worth nearly 100 treasure coins. After careful inspection, the shopkeeper agreed the amount sufficed. He bent down, retrieved a small paper packet from the counter, and said, Young master, these are granules of spiritual medicine enough to feed this clear-minded parasite for half a year. This is complimentary, no charge. Thank you. Chen Yang accepted the items and offered a casual thank you. Take care, sir. The shopkeeper was very courteous. Chen Yang stowed the items away and departed. Time to head back. Once outside, he didn't linger, heading straight for the Chen family compound. The item was now in his possession. With this poisonous insect, he would soon be able to transform his master into an immortal pill. But as he walked down the street, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the land. In the distant mountains, a tornado gradually took shape. Such a spectacle drew the gaze of many immortals. As the gale picked up, enormous wooden cages began rising from the ground. They hovered around the tornado without spinning. How many times has this happened? The 5th time. They should be done transporting by now. Wild cultivators by the roadside exchanged whispers. Friends, what's going on here? Chen Yang, seeing such a grand and unusual spectacle, stepped forward to inquire. The wild cultivators behind Chen Yang immediately adopted respectful expressions. One of them asked flatteringly, Young master, you're new to the Qian family, aren't you? Is this the Qian family's doing? The man nodded. Indeed. The Qian family's masters are transporting mortal bodies. This year is nearly over, and next month the Lin clan will hold a ritual to sacrifice to the heavens. They require a large number of mortal bodies as offerings to ensure the prosperity of the Lin domain's immortal fortune and the flourishing of the Lin clan. So they're transporting mortal bodies. Chen Yang stared at the enormous tornado. Within the surrounding cages were countless mortal bodies, each petrified with fear. Their terrified screams were swallowed whole by the raging winds. Chen Yang was well aware of this grand ritual to the celestial realm, the most significant event in the barbarian immortal domain. Each January, the 24 supreme factions would select an auspicious day to offer a vast number of mortal bodies as sacrifices to the heavens. It seemed that above the clouds, some mysterious and unfathomable beings existed, enjoying the incense offerings made by the immortals using mortal bodies. Whenever the sacrificial rites commenced, countless wild cultivators would journey thousands of miles to the sacred site to pay homage. Such a massive disturbance must be the work of a Manhwa realm cultivator, or even someone at the flesh fruit realm. Chen Yang murmured to the sky. Upon reaching the spirit spring realm, cultivators opened channels for the mutual transport of nutrients between their physical bodies and the immortal herbs within them. As their flesh and the herbs complement each other, fusing into a single entity, a mystical flower blooms. This is the mystical flower realm. When the mystic flower withers and the physical body ripens into fruit, one reaches the flesh fruit realm. The Chen family was a second-tier clan, and this was typically the peak strength achievable within such households. Moments later, after all the cages in the vicinity were lifted, the whirlwind swept over the ridge and began flying toward the distance. Third-tier factions lacking the means to transport mortal bodies would deliver their offerings to the Chen family, who would then handle the transportation. Take the Lotus Sect, for instance. Only the sect master could fly, and even then, not very far. Asking him to transport thousands of mortal bodies to the Lin clan? It would likely take over a year to complete the journey. The ordinary bodies offered by the Lotus Sect had to traverse mountains and rivers, walking over 300 li on foot to reach the Chen family. After the tornado departed, tranquility returned to the heavens and earth. Though the exact timing of the sacrificial ceremony remained uncalculated, many wild cultivators had already begun journeying to the sacred site. If I have the time, it might be worth seeing what the largest event in this barbarian immortal realm is like. Chen Yang mused inwardly. He wasn't going for the pilgrimage itself, but rather to gain a clearer understanding of this world. It was said that during the sacrifice, extraordinary celestial phenomena would occur. This was merely a minor diversion. Chen Yang swiftly set off on his return journey, carrying his belongings. Night fell, the moon bright and stars sparse. The hooting of wild birds echoed intermittently through the mountains. The forest took on an eerie atmosphere under the night sky. Beneath the canopy, the moonlight couldn't pierce through the dense foliage. In the darkness, a figure leapt down from above. This is the place. Chen Yang's face broke into a smile. After a day's journey, he had finally arrived. Seeing the scene intact and his master's remains undisturbed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately grabbed his tools and began digging without delay. Before long, Jushan was unearthed from the ground. Master was so plump, and with all that spiritual fat, the immortal pills he produced shouldn't be too shabby. Chen Yang wrapped his hands in the burial cloth, fearing his strange ability might uncontrollably absorb the immortal energy from the insect's body. He carefully opened the bottle, poured out the moths inside, and placed them into Jushan's mouth. Sensing nourishment, the moth burrowed into Jushan's belly. Chen Yang used tools to fill the surrounding soil, carefully reburying his master. In 10 days or so, he could dig up the soil and retrieve the immortal pill. Chapter 92, Wild Cultivators Brawl. After burying him, Chen Yang packed the soil down firmly with his feet. He then covered the site again with dead branches and fallen leaves. All done. With the task complete, Chen Yang brushed the dust from his hands and scanned the surroundings carefully. Satisfied there were no loose ends, he departed. Of course, he didn't go far. Instead, he looked around for a place to hide. He needed to stay nearby to guard his master. This spot will do. A short while later, Chen Yang spotted an ancient tree hollowed out by lightning strikes about 20 zhang away. Though its interior was pitch black, its branches and leaves remained lush and green. This spot was perfect for hiding and offered a clear view of the burial site. The only drawback was that it was exposed to the elements on all sides, offering no protection from the rain. Chen Yang crawled into a slightly larger hollow in the tree. The interior was just wide enough for him to sit cross-legged. He immediately began his cultivation practice. Seated upright, he opened his mouth wide and drew in deep breaths, filling his lungs with as much air as possible. The air contained spiritual energy. The more he inhaled, the more spiritual energy he absorbed. The spiritual orifices within his body grew increasingly active. Even without formal cultivation, ordinary breathing allowed for the absorption of spiritual energy. However, formal cultivation allowed him to absorb a far greater quantity of spiritual energy. Without the aid of immortal herbs, relying solely on lung breathing makes cultivation far too inefficient. Before long, Chen Yang opened his eyes again, utterly frustrated. He realized that although he had reached the Tao Palace realm, his current rate of absorbing spiritual energy was nowhere near as fast as it had been at the Divine Treasure realm when he was near immortal medicines. At this rate, recovering from even a single fight would require months of cultivation. If only I knew the cultivation techniques of those great clans. Chen Yang gazed at the moon through the tree hole, feeling utterly disheartened. Beyond the 24 magical arts, the barbaric immortal realm also held 24 methods for ascending to immortality. Those who cultivated these immortal ascension methods no longer needed to plant immortal herbs within their bodies to gather celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. By circulating their cultivation techniques, they could absorb vast amounts of energy directly, even surpassing the capabilities of immortal herbs. However, these immortal ascension methods were fused into bloodlines. Only those possessing the bloodlines of those 24 factions could cultivate them. The first, second, and third tier factions of the primordial immortal realm were essentially no different from wild cultivators. To enhance their strength, they had to cultivate their own bodies as spiritual fields, planting immortal herbs within. Yet these factions, backed by great clans, enjoy preferential treatment. They can purchase cultivation-enhancing strange bugs and divine fruit at prices far cheaper than those available to wild cultivators. They've truly tightened their grip on the barbarian immortal realm, leaving no room for opportunity whatsoever. Leaning against the hollow tree, Chen Yang keenly felt the suffocating hierarchy of this world. Over countless millennia, countless other factions rose and fell, yet the great clans remained eternally fixed, those same 24, like the unchanging cycle of the seasons. They perpetually overshadowed the entire barbarian immortal realm, manipulating every blade of grass and every tree within it. The entire history of this world was nothing but the ancient chronicles of these 24 great clans. It makes sense. Unless these great clans are out of their minds, they wouldn't leave any openings for other immortal families. They'd crush any minor threat beyond their control, no matter how insignificant. It's a bit inefficient, but better than nothing. After a moment of reverie, Chen Yang resumed his cultivation. Inhale, exhale, inhale again, repeating the cycle. The more spiritual energy absorbed, the greater the magical power. Increased magical power expanded outward, strengthening the Tao Palace space. Simultaneously, the Tao Palace compressed the magical power in return. This mutual interaction created a positive feedback loop. Over time, the Tao Palace grew increasingly resilient, providing fertile ground for the cultivation of immortal herbs. Throughout this process, the magical power itself deepened and refined, elevating its quality and amplifying the potency of any spells unleashed. Within the soil. After the poisonous insects burrowed into his body, Zhu Shan's corpse began to transform rapidly. First, his hair lost its luster and began to fall out. Then, his skin cracked open. His internal organs rotted at an alarming rate. Black, pus-filled flesh oozed from the fissures in his skin. Within the black liquid in his belly, the Qingxin bug greedily absorbed nutrients from the pork. With its minuscule form, it gradually digested the colossal beast piece by piece. After absorbing vast amounts of nutrients, its body began emitting a foul stench. Like divine medicine, this was a form of self-protection for the bug, preventing it from being eaten by predators. Some bugs even produce toxins after forming their pills. This distinction fundamentally separates the use of bugs in alchemy from the refinement of immortal pills. Bitter medicine cures illness, and immortal herbs and elixirs taste even more bitter than bitter. Without the extraordinary consciousness of sentient beings, one could never overcome their peculiar taste. Among all the elixirs, the 24 marvelous goo worms offer the most potent cultivation benefits and the most palatable taste. Time passed slowly. Chen Yang remained right there, guarding his immortal pills like a miser, refusing to go anywhere. Beneath the earth, his precious elixir slowly took shape. Boom! At noon 5 days later, Chen Yang, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly heard commotion coming from the valley below. Fighting sounds. Wild cultivators are battling. Chen Yang opened his eyes and peered out through the tree hollow. Sure enough, about 50 zhang below in the valley, the treetops swayed violently. Numerous trees had even been struck down, toppling over. What a racket. Looks like they're all at least chi-consuming realm cultivators. Chen Yang speculated inwardly, muttering to himself, just keep fighting over there and stay away from me. He remained utterly still inside the hollow, holding his breath and doing his utmost not to give himself away. Boom! Unexpectedly, the battle ended swiftly. After another loud crash, an ancient tree collapsed. Chen Yang saw a figure slumped against the trunk. It was a middle-aged man with a crooked mouth and squinty eyes, his skin covered in numerous bumps, resembling a toad. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices as he struggled to his feet, sword in hand, his eyes wide with terror. About 15 feet away, a dwarf-like man of middle age stood grinning maliciously at him. The dwarf's physique was bizarre, sporting a head nearly as large as his belly. He had been passing by when the dwarf suddenly ambushed him. With just 2 punches, in less than 2 breaths, he had been severely wounded. This was a powerhouse 1 realm above him. Sir! The man started to speak. But the dwarf clearly had no intention of wasting time. His body shot forward, a fist thrusting out as countless illusory shadows materialized around him in an instant. As he lunged forward, each phantom merged into his body. By the time he reached the man, the punch had gathered immense power. The speed was too fast. The fist slammed squarely into the man's chest. The man's eyeballs instantly shattered from the impact, sending his body flying backward like a stone. His small frame smashed through 7 towering ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. A gaping, straight path was carved through the forest. His body was embedded in the trees, motionless. He was utterly dead. The one who struck him must be a spirit spring realm powerhouse. Chen Yang stared nervously outside. His heart pounded as he witnessed the man's gruesome state. In less than 3 breaths, the man had been beaten to death. The attacker's strength was undoubtedly far superior to the man's. Fights between wild cultivators usually followed this pattern. They only attacked when they were certain of victory, aiming to finish the opponent swiftly. This conserved magical energy and prevented them from becoming prey for other cultivators. Among peers, encounters usually involved a brief exchange. If one sensed they couldn't prevail quickly, they'd retreat swiftly for safety. If they realized they were no match, they'd flee immediately. This sword is quite good. The dwarf approached the man, first taking the weapon from his hand. With a flick of his finger, he assessed its weight and felt its value. It could fetch a decent sum. A smile spread across his face. As he spoke, he pulled back the man's clothing, revealing a golden inner armor beneath. 3 fist marks were clearly imprinted on the armor. The dwarf exclaimed, "No wonder he could withstand my full power 3 punches. So he was wearing this fine piece of gear. I almost thought my spells had lost their potency." He had ambushed the man logically. The first punch alone should have shattered his body and killed him. Yet the man had stubbornly endured all 3 blows before finally falling. This armor is worth a few treasure coins. After securing the treasure armor, the dwarf stripped the man of his clothes and pants, bundling them up to take away. He spared nothing of value. Finally, he even plunged his hand into the man's abdomen and tore out his Dao Palace. The immortal elixir inside had been tainted by the body-preserving potion, and with the man's death, it had lost its vitality. Seeing it was useless, the dwarf tossed it aside like trash. Chapter 93, Collecting the Body. After stripping the man bare, he departed. The mountain forest returned to stillness. Save for the fallen trees and the man's corpse, it seemed as though nothing had ever happened. Neither his body nor the immortal elixirs in his Dao Palace were of use. Could it be his weapon that brought about his demise? The battle that had just unfolded wasn't far from his hiding place, and he had seen everything clearly. It was 2 wild cultivators locked in a deadly struggle. Chen Yang surmised that the dead wild cultivator had met his end precisely because he carried a weapon. After all, both his flesh and the immortal medicine within his body had been tainted, rendering them useless. Forget it. I won't use weapons anymore either. Gazing at the gruesome corpse, Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He had been wandering the mountains with a sword openly drawn. Even though it was just a worthless mortal weapon, other wild cultivators wouldn't know that. If ambushed in the dark, he might well meet the same fate as this man slashed to death. For wild cultivators, this was a lawless world. Killing was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Death meant death. No one cared, no one took responsibility. That man's weapon was undoubtedly a magical artifact. Casually earning 400 or 500 treasure coins in a few breaths, without bearing any legal consequences. Who could resist such temptation? Immortal herbs could be rendered worthless by using protective potions, but weapons were different. Weapons were treasure coins, absolute luxuries in this world, and incredibly easy to sell. Witnessing the man's fate, Chen Yang immediately abandoned any thought of wielding weapons. Carrying one was like hugging a gold brick, an easy target for chi eaters and those of higher cultivation to ambush and plunder. Moreover, the wild cultivator's ruthless cruelty had shocked him. Even though that dwarf was only at the spirit spring cultivation level, he had stripped the man of everything of value, down to his underwear. Chen Yang now understood, to survive as a wild cultivator, one must appear utterly useless. Without laws, the conduct of wild cultivators relied entirely on inner moral restraint. Yet in this dog-eat-dog world, where could such noble virtues as morality possibly take root in the hearts of cultivators? That man's corpse must contain potent immortal energy. Absorbing it will be a tremendous tonic for me. What others saw as trash, Chen Yang regarded as treasure. For any protective elixir, all he needed was that divine energy. I'll wait until nightfall to go. Chen Yang thought to himself. The battle had only just ended. The dwarf was surely still nearby. Moreover, though the fight had been brief, the commotion was considerable. Other wild cultivators might have heard and come to pick up the scraps. He had to wait until nightfall. Chen Yang held his breath inside the hollow tree. Make absolutely no sound. Immortals perceive their surroundings through 3 senses: sight, sound, and smell. With these precautions, it was difficult for other wild cultivators to detect him in the woods. The mind-cleansing parasite buried beneath the soil posed no risk of exposure. The creature remained well hidden throughout its feeding and metamorphosis. This is the instinct of the bug. Those that didn't would have been hunted to extinction by predators. In these wilds, discovering various wild immortal herbs and bugs is exceedingly difficult. To avoid being eaten, they all disguise themselves perfectly, becoming nearly indistinguishable from ordinary objects. Someone's coming. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yang suddenly saw a figure dart swiftly across the treetops in the valley. Drawn by the commotion. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished from his sight. Beneath the dense forest, a stout man stood cautiously 30 paces away from the corpse, watching it warily. After discovering the body had been stripped clean, he turned and walked away. Late at night. No stars, no moon. The mountains were pitch black. About time. Chen Yang crawled out of the tree hollow, ready to collect the bodies. By now, those who would leave had long departed, and those who would come had already arrived. Chen Yang cautiously felt his way toward the body's location. Soon he arrived. What a mess! He muttered to himself, staring at the bloody hole in the man's abdomen. What a potent toxin! Chen Yang looked up at the large tree embedded with the corpse. The tree's leaves had already begun to turn yellow, likely due to the blood from the body contaminating the ground. The man had only died at noon, yet the tree was already turning yellow. How potent must the poison within him have been? Let's move him to a shady spot first. Chen Yang grabbed the man's legs and pried him free from the tree. The moment his hands touched the man, the Tao Palace within Chen Yang sensed the divine energy within his body and immediately stirred. The divine energy flowed into his body like a clear spring. It felt incredibly refreshing and soothing. That perverse hunger surged again, causing Chen Yang's mouth to water. Swallowing hard, Chen Yang moved the man to the side. What's that? Just as he set the body down, Chen Yang suddenly noticed something stirring in the nearby grass. It seemed to be some small animal. A wave of caution immediately washed over him. He slowly approached, knife in hand. Parting the grass blades with his blade, he discovered a small, fleshy ball covered in numerous pinkish-red tentacles. This is the corpse's Tao Palace. Chen Yang recognized what the flesh ball was. Even separated from the body, the Tao Palace retained vitality. Those tentacles, or rather, the divine veins through which magical energy flowed, still waved like an octopus. Strange. Is this thing really an organ that grew from a human body? Even like this, it still has vitality. It feels like a separate living entity. Chen Yang touched the flesh ball with his blade. The tentacles reacted, all clinging to the blade's surface. This made him suspect the Tao Palace possessed its own consciousness, as if some unknown creature had parasitized within the immortal's body. Chen Yang thrust his black blade directly into the flesh ball. Like a deflated balloon, the tentacles coiled around the blade went limp, finally slipping off and falling to the ground. Dead. Chen Yang felt increasingly certain his suspicions were correct. Could it be that all the immortals in this world are controlled by this thing? Faced with this scene, a startling thought surged through Chen Yang's mind. Immortal embryos were called such precisely because they harbored this entity within. Without it, they were mere mortals. The immortals of the primordial wilderness had long grown accustomed to it, seeing nothing amiss in a moving Tao Palace, much like a lizard finding it perfectly normal for its severed tail to twitch. But Chen Yang was different. Coming from beyond the heavens, he hadn't assimilated into this world's worldview. Untainted, his mind harbored ideas utterly at odds with this realm. What seemed utterly ordinary to the natives appeared to him as one bizarre anomaly after another. What a terrifying world, he thought. No wonder it's so cruel and absurd. Chen Yang raised his blade and sliced the flesh ball cleanly in two. Inside, a divine herb was clearly visible. It was a Chianko herb, its leaves a vivid crimson. By now, the roots of the immortal herb had fully embedded themselves within the flesh ball. Chen Yang stared at his own lower abdomen. A similar grotesque, nauseating flesh ball had also grown inside him. Chapter 94, The Pure Heart Pill is complete. Such potent divine energy. Chen Yang cradled the two halves of the flesh ball in his hands, allowing vast amounts of immortal energy to flow through his palms and into his body. The divine energy within was far more potent than that surrounding his physical body. The celestial energy within an immortal's body primarily concentrated within the flesh of the Tao Palace. Magical power, however, was a fusion of essence, energy, and spirit, containing no celestial energy. This feels so good. Absorbing this Tao Palace felt even more pleasurable. Though he possessed this very essence within his own abdomen, Chen Yang could no longer afford to be picky. Without absorbing it, his strength could not advance. My magical power grows denser, its quality improving, while the Tao Palace gradually hardens. As vast quantities of immortal energy were absorbed and refined by the Tao Palace, Chen Yang could distinctly feel his cultivation steadily strengthening. Just as the Tao Palace devoured the divine energy, another strange phenomenon arose. Runes began to float around Chen Yang's body. After these runes appeared, propelled by a mysterious force, the speed at which the Tao Palace consumed the divine energy greatly increased. It truly is a spell evolved from that peculiar ability. Seeing this, however, Chen Yang felt no joy. He sensed that the Tao Palace itself was controlling this peculiar spell, an innate divine ability that seemed to possess its own consciousness. It felt as though a separate, sentient being resided within his body. The perverse hunger I felt, and that pleasurable urge to absorb divine energy, those must have come from it too. Chen Yang's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Perhaps because it had fused with the divine essence within his vital energy, the Tao Palace's various reactions were subtly influencing him. Divine energy surged into his body like a gushing spring. Chen Yang released his grip. The runes gradually dissipated, and the divine power subsided. Thankfully, this divine power for absorbing immortal energy didn't spiral out of control. Seeing it remain within his control, Chen Yang placed his hand back on the two halves of the Tao Palace. The divine power manifested once more. Empowered by his innate divine ability, it took less than a quarter of an hour for him to devour every last trace of the man's immortal energy. Deprived of all its divine energy, the man's Tao Palace melted into a pile of flesh. The corpse showed no obvious changes, but without the divine energy, it had lost its former steel-like bones and become an ordinary corpse. It would rot and stink within days. Absorption complete, but refining this much divine energy will take considerable time. Chen Yang sensed the Tao within his own Tao Palace, where vast quantities of immortal energy were stored. The Tao Palace glowed like a red-hot branding iron, radiating intense heat. Having consumed so much nourishment, it was now sated. The hunger in Chen Yang's mind had vanished, replaced by a peculiar sense of fulfillment. After burying the man's corpse in a freshly dug grave, he returned to the tree hollow on the mountain to continue guarding his immortal pills. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The refinement is complete. At dusk, Chen Yang, hidden within the tree, opened his eyes. Gazing at his palms, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. These 10 days of cultivation equaled years of silently absorbing spiritual energy. The enhancement in his strength was visibly apparent. After refining the divine energy, the Tao Palace returned to its normal temperature. Let's try it. Chen Yang eagerly picked up the black blade and began channeling his magical energy into it. Snap, snap, snap. However, the black blade couldn't withstand even 10% of his magical power. Instantly, cracks began to spread across its surface. In the end, it shattered into fragments. My magical power has grown significantly stronger, but without spells, I can't unleash its true might. Chen Yang calmed his magical power, a look of regret in his eyes. He urgently needed a spell now. Half a month has passed. Masters should have completed the immortal elixir by now. Chen Yang gazed toward the spot where Zhu Shan lay buried not far away. It was time. He stepped out of the tree hollow and approached the ditch. He picked up his tools and began digging. Of course, he moved with great care, working in complete silence. Dirt flew out with each swing of the wooden shovel. Chen Yang quickly became covered in grime. He didn't mind. As a wilderness cultivator, the shabbier he looked, the better. A penniless beggar, no one would suspect him of murder or treasure hunting. After some effort, a large pit appeared. Got it. With the final shovel strike, thick black blood seeped from the earth. His shovel had pierced through Zhu Shan's abdomen. Chen Yang hastily cleared away the remaining soil, revealing Zhu Shan's entire corpse. In just half a month, this oversized wild boar had already begun to severely decompose. Many bones had already torn through the skin. Chen Yang rummaged through Zhu Shan's body with his shovel. Soon, he spotted the moth clinging to his master's ribs, still covered in decaying flesh. The moth's size hadn't changed much, but it lay motionless, lifeless. Beneath it lay a cluster of bright red eggs, rice grain-sized, densely packed together, forming a mass about the size of a fist. These eggs were the Qingxin Dan. Unfertilized, the moth eggs were unviable. So many laid. Seeing such a large cluster of eggs, Chen Yang was both surprised and delighted. It seemed he had underestimated his master's capabilities after all. Chen Yang reached out and plucked the pills off. They were warm and soft. At that moment, suction surged again from the Tao Palace. He was prepared and immediately used the bottle that had previously held the poisonous insects to store this immortal pill. Can this thing really be eaten as a pill? Chen Yang stared at the hair-raising substance inside the bottle. Consuming such an immortal pill indeed required considerable courage. From his brief contact earlier, he sensed the profoundly concentrated immortal energy within the egg. This was thanks to Zhu Shan's cultivation of the Haishan technique. Chen Yang brought it close to his nose and sniffed. An indescribable stench assaulted his senses. Ugh! The scent assaulted his nerves, nearly making him vomit. How disgusting! Chen Yang frowned deeply, having genuinely felt the urge to vomit just now. The mind-cleansing parasite had taken every precaution to prevent its eggs from being eaten by predators. Ordinary immortals wouldn't dare consume it upon smelling it. This scene suddenly reminded him of what Zhu Shan had said when taking the placenta: if you won't eat this and won't eat that, how will you cultivate in the future? This scent truly does clear the mind. Chen Yang capped the bottle, now understanding the mechanism of its potency. Ingesting this substance would undoubtedly sharpen the mind and clear the spirit. With this many mind-clearing pills, it should be more than enough to trade for a divine fruit. After examining it, he tucked the bottle close to his body. He spent some time giving his master a proper burial here. After finishing, he donned his mask and turned toward the Chen family estate under cover of darkness. These calming pills must be disposed of swiftly. Transform them into something other wild cultivators couldn't steal. Having witnessed the gruesome death of that wild cultivator, Chen Yang moved with extreme caution, constantly alert to his surroundings to guard against sudden attacks. Wild cultivators cared little for honor or fair play. To swiftly eliminate their prey, they crept silently, striking from ambush whenever possible, never engaging in direct confrontation no matter how powerful their cultivation might be. That was precisely why Chen Yang now dared only travel at night. Immortals possessed astonishing vision, seeing no clearer at night than during the day. Chapter 95, Riding the Dragon. He traveled through the night. Finally, before dawn, they arrived at the Qian family estate. The streets are so empty. Have they all gone on pilgrimage? Though dawn was just breaking, the Qian family marketplace would normally be bustling at this hour. Now, as he walked the streets, he saw hardly a soul. Even the shops lining both sides of the street were all closed. The immortals had all gone to the sacred sites for pilgrimage. The year's plans begin in spring. Every spring, during the sacrificial ceremonies, most immortals, whether from sects and noble families or solitary cultivators, would make pilgrimages to the sacred sites. The streets were eerily quiet as Chen Yang walked alone. In a daze, the entire market district seemed to transform into a ghost market. The silence was eerie. He walked onward, yet not a single shop was open. He clutched the Qingxing pill in his pocket. Such a precious item, wealth that ordinary cultivators from Taoist palaces might take over a decade to earn, left him feeling uneasy carrying it without exchanging it quickly. Finally, a shop still open for business. Turning left and right, Chen Yang finally spotted a shop still open for business. He walked over. Flying Cloud Tower. Upon approaching, Chen Yang realized this wasn't a place for exchanging treasures, but a teleportation tower. Wonderful! Finally, a friend has arrived. A middle-aged immortal inside beamed at him, exclaiming, "Friend, you're heading to the Lin clan pilgrimage, aren't you? Your timing couldn't be better. We were just one person short. Without a full group, the Qian clan won't deploy the dragon. 20 people. We can depart now." An elderly man rose upon seeing Chen Yang enter. Over a dozen people sat inside, each oddly shaped, many wearing masks like Chen Yang. Only the old man appeared most ordinary. He was a member of the Qian family. This Feiyun Tower was a Qian family enterprise. Chen Yang was about to turn and leave, but upon reflection, he realized that while he couldn't make a deal with the Qian family for now, he could head to the Lin clan instead. That was a major place, with far richer resources. He could also go see what kind of ritual ceremony had so many immortals in such a frenzy. Turning to the immortal who had spoken to him earlier, he nodded. "Very well. How much treasure coin would it cost to travel to the Lin clan from here?" The elder behind him pointed to a stone tablet on the opposite wall. "Dragon-drawn carriages, clearly priced. From our Qian family to the Lin clan, 1,000-li journey, 1-hour travel time. The cost, 2 treasure coins." Chen Yang glanced over. The stone tablet clearly listed the prices for travel to various destinations. Not too expensive. Chen Yang thought to himself. 2 treasure coins to traverse 1,000 li in a single hour, a fair price indeed. And it was a dragon-drawn carriage, no less. "Please wait here. I'll fetch the dragon from the enclosure immediately." The old man patted his clothes as he spoke, then turned and walked through the door at the back. Flying Cloud Tower measured 20 zhang in length and width, a courtyard-style structure with an open space at its center. "The smell in here is truly awful." Chen Yang sat down on a chair. The moment he entered Feiyun Tower, a pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. The stench of dragon excrement was overwhelming. "Friend, traveling alone? Why did you wait so long to come? You nearly missed it." The talkative middle-aged wild cultivator inquired. The wild cultivators seated inside were grouped in 3s and 5s, all sharing blood ties. The journey was long. After Chen Yang replied, he asked, "Uncle, when is the sacrificial ceremony scheduled?" The man chuckled, "Tomorrow. I almost didn't make it in time." Noticing Chen Yang wasn't keen on conversation, the man chatted for a few more moments before tilting his head back and staring blankly into space. A profound silence descended. Out of instinctive caution, most wild cultivators avoided speaking with strangers. Even with 20 people seated around them, not a sound was heard. Occasionally, a few locals would exchange quiet whispers among themselves. In this forest domain, the divine power fruits of the Lin clan are relatively cheaper. However, while the Lin clan's thunder technique is quite powerful, it's far too loud when cast audible clearly 50 or 60 miles away. It's not quite suitable for me. As for the water and my clan's mystic ice technique and blazing fire technique. Chen Yang began pondering which spell to try. With the peculiar abilities of his Dao Palace still unknown, he couldn't be certain if these divine power fruits would even work for him. He hoped they wouldn't prove as ineffective as the protective potions had been. Roar! Before long, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the sky. "The dragon's coming." All eyes turned in unison. The next moment, a 3 zhang long green dragon, its body bound by several iron chains, swept in from the sky. Trailing behind it was a large palanquin. Its long whiskers fluttered in the wind, radiating an imposing presence. The old man sat astride its neck, gripping the reins threaded through the dragon's nostrils. "So this is a dragon?" Chen Yang scrutinized the demonic beast before him. The dragon was a specialty deliberately bred by the Chen clan. It was not picky about food, ate anything, and was extremely easy to raise. It could fight and fly, possessed no temperament or intelligence, and was the best mount in the barbarian immortal realm, beloved by all factions. Each year, the Chen clan earned vast wealth by selling dragons to the outside world. Before the dragon's emergence, celestial mounts were diverse and varied. Once the dragon appeared, all others were swiftly phased out. The Chen clan had monopolized this industry outright. "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay and take your seats." The elder extended his hand. The crowd immediately formed an orderly line. One by one, they handed over their treasure coins. Chen Yang brought up the rear. After paying his treasure coin, he entered the sedan chair. The interior was spacious, easily accommodating 50 seated individuals. "Hold on tight." The old man called out loudly. Everyone scrambled to grab the handrails inside the sedan chair. Chen Yang heard the clanking of chains sliding before feeling a strange force pull at the sedan chair. Then, the world spun wildly. The dragon soared skyward, dragging the large sedan chair behind it, charging straight into the clouds. Inside the palanquin, Chen Yang clung tightly to the handrails to avoid being thrown out. Since only immortals occupied the palanquin, it didn't even have doors. Everyone could clearly see the distance from the ground growing ever greater. This is unbearable. As they reached a certain height, Chen Yang began to feel a tingling sensation on his skin. Senior, is this height sufficient? The void force is manifesting. If we ascend further, our bodies won't withstand it. The other wild cultivators also felt uneasy and quickly shouted out. These wild cultivators are truly pathetic. Barely this high, and they're already giving up. The old man grumbled before gently patting the dragon's head. The dragon growled lowly, lowering its body. It began to glide steadily through the air. The skies aren't meant for reckless wandering either. The palanquin no longer jolted. Chen Yang sat upright, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. The sky stretched endlessly blue. Yet within this expanse of azure lay a tremendous peril, the power of the void. The void force corrodes the flesh of living beings. The higher one flew, the stronger the void power became. Immortal flight was thus largely confined to low altitudes. The void force penetrates everywhere, its potent corrosive power piercing flesh to leave countless microscopic holes. Moreover, the higher one ascends, the more sparse the celestial energies become, diminishing the physical resilience of immortals. After the dragon adjusted to a suitable altitude, Chen Yang's discomfort vanished. Flying for the first time, he gazed down below, curiously admiring the primordial immortal realm from the sky. White clouds still lingered overhead. It was early morning, and the newly risen golden sun shone brightly. Bathed in sunlight, the mountains and rivers were magnificent and resplendent. Chapter 96, Jingxi City. Much slower than the plains from my past life. Chen Yang watched the mountain ranges gradually recede below as he made the comparison in his mind. This dragon's speed couldn't match that of the iron birds. Yet this pace remained unattainable for immortals like them, those at the Tao Palace, Qi-consuming, or even Spirit Spring realms. Flying is still the most comfortable way to travel. No need to traverse mountains and rivers, steep peaks and dangerous ridges feel like level ground beneath your feet. The Wu clan's Wu divine technique excels at flight. It's an excellent escape skill. Mastering it would make things so much easier. Chen Yang continued pondering which magical technique he needed most at present. The primordial wilderness immortal realm recognized three supreme life-saving techniques: the Chen divine art water walking, the Z divine art earth diving, and the Wu divine art divine travel. Water, land, and air. One fastest in water, one fastest underground, one fastest in the air. For this trip to the forest clan, I'll switch to a different survival spell. An offensive one. I'll change it later. After much internal deliberation, Chen Yang concluded that his immediate priority was ensuring his survival within the barbaric immortal realm. I'll choose the Z divine art. While burrowing underground, the earth itself provides concealment, making it hardest to track. Though the Wu and Chen divine arts are far faster, they still allow immortals to spot you visually. After much deliberation, he concluded the Z divine technique offered the best value among escape spells. Should danger arise, he could simply burrow underground. Enemies wouldn't go to the trouble of digging up the earth just to find him. Spells that increased his killing power were tempting, but his limited resources meant he couldn't afford them all. Chen Yang understood this wasn't the time. Possessing such a weapon would stir murderous intent within him. With power came the temptation to tempt fate. Without escape options, that would be deadly. Life was precious, and the path to achieving his ideals was long. He couldn't afford to lose it carelessly right at the start. He needed to proceed steadily, building his foundation step by step. Mastering life-preserving spells first was essential. Learning more lethal techniques could wait. Chen Yang had made his decision. As time passed, they drew ever closer to the forest clan. From above, looking down upon the rugged mountains below, one could see numerous immortals hurrying along the path. Wah, wah. Suddenly, the quiet palanquin was pierced by the wail of an infant. Everyone looked over. The female wild cultivator seated furthest inside held a small child still swaddled in cloth. Swaddled tightly in cloth. The baby is hungry, the woman said to the man beside her. The man remained silent as he took the bundle from behind his back, pulling out 2 bottles and a bowl. He opened the bottles and poured their contents into the bowl. Inside were powdered milk and water. After mixing it, the woman carefully lifted the cloth strip. Chen Yang's brow instantly furrowed. For what emerged was a tiny face covered in fleshy granulations. Having grown accustomed to plump, rosy-cheeked babies, he was genuinely startled by this sight. The man carefully held the bowl to the infant's mouth. The baby instantly stopped crying. It began gulping down its food. The woman had taken body-preserving medicine, making her breast milk toxic and unsuitable for feeding. The infant's appearance clearly indicated it had also been administered infant-specific body-preserving medicine. Both parents were cultivators at the Tao Palace realm. Their child possessed innate perfection, born as a divine embryo with profound primordial essence within its divine treasury. This innate essence was a precious commodity. Without the protective elixir, it risked being stolen by other wild cultivators. After the infant finished eating, the man carefully put everything away again. Good baby, good baby. The woman gazed tenderly at her child, murmuring softly with a smile as she gently patted its back. The man teased the little one with his finger. The little one giggled delightedly, reaching out with his chubby, bud-covered hands to grasp his father's fingers. The infant's innocent, childlike laughter rang out like a bronze bell, clear, pleasant, and uplifting. We live like neither humans nor ghosts, in a world beyond salvation, a truly filthy world. Looking at the child's face, Chen Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. After murmuring to himself, he turned away from the sight and gazed out the palanquin window. His gaze gradually hardened. In his eyes, this world had become so filthy it was unbearable to look upon. Time passed slowly. We must be arriving soon. An hour passed. They had entered the territory of the Lin clan. Chen Yang could see several dragon serpents pulling people to this place. Below them stretched endless fertile spirit fields, densely planted with high-quality immortal grains. At the far end of these fertile fields, a towering city gradually came into view. 2 characters were carved upon the city gates: Jingjia. This was the most prosperous feng shui treasure land in the forest domain, Jingjia City. Spanning 50 li in length and width, it could accommodate up to 1 million immortals. It was vastly larger than the Qian family's domain. We're almost there. Everyone, hurry up. The elder of the Qian family turned to remind them. Those inside the palanquin immediately gripped the handles tightly. Soon the dragon dove downward, plunging into the city. It landed safely on one of the platforms. The roars within grew incessant. Everyone, go prepare yourselves. The sacrificial ceremony begins tomorrow. The elder leapt from the dragon's back and clapped his hands as he spoke. Thank you, elder. Thank you, elder. The group bowed politely in his direction before heading toward the exit. The elder led the dragon to the side and secured it. So many dragons. Chen Yang surveyed the surroundings. This platform held no fewer than 100 dragon snakes. The largest one measured a staggering 6 shang in length, its form immense beyond measure. Chen Yang followed the others outside. The streets outside were bustling with noise. He scanned the crowd and saw that most were wild cultivators who had come on pilgrimage. What a bustling scene! Gazing at the exquisite pavilions lining the street, Chen Yang couldn't help but utter his admiration. The Chen family's market district was actually just an ordinary small street here. Within Jingjia City, hundreds of streets stretched out. It was a major holiday of the year, and every pavilion was adorned with lanterns and decorations, creating a festive atmosphere. Previously, entering Jingjia City required paying an entrance fee, but to celebrate tomorrow's grand occasion and join in the universal festivities, the entrance fee had been waived for these few days. First, go exchange the calming heart pills. Chen Yang had no mind to admire the city's prosperity and beauty at the moment. His immediate priority was to dispose of the items he carried. Stepping off the sedan chair, he headed straight for a nearby merchant building. The place was bustling with people, a lively hubbub filling the air. Much like outside, most were wild cultivators going about their business. Young master, please lower the price a bit more. Even 1 treasure coin less would be appreciated. 50 coins is simply too expensive. As soon as he entered, Chen Yang saw an old man with chi cultivation pleading pitifully to a young man. All treasures in this shop are priced according to official records. Not a single coin can be discounted. The young man replied expressionlessly. He was a celestial slave of the Lin clan. Members of prestigious clans like the Lin clan rarely appeared in public. They always maintained a certain mysterious distance from other immortal families. Seeing his haggling futile, the old man reluctantly paid an extra coin. Even for those cultivating chi, every treasure coin was hard-earned for wild cultivators. Chapter 97, The Realm-Changing Treasure. Chen Yang pushed through the crowd and approached a young man inside. Elder, does your shop accept treasures? Chen Yang inquired softly. Of course. The young man nodded. Take a look at this. How much treasure do you think it's worth? Chen Yang fumbled inside his clothes and pulled out the bottle containing the pills. This is the calming heart pill, right? The young man recognized the pill at a glance. Chen Yang handed the bottle over. The young man opened it, sniffed it, and remarked, this scent, the quality is quite good. Let me examine it closely. He poured the pills onto his palm and examined them closely. Chen Yang waited nearby, hoping for a good price. After a moment, the young man addressed him, 1,200 treasure coins. How about it? It's worth that much? Though Chen Yang kept his composure outwardly, his heart leapt in surprise at the quoted price. 1,200 coins. That was more than enough to buy a single divine fruit, with money left over to purchase other valuable items. Setting aside the cost of the calming mind parasite, that meant a net profit of 1,100 coins. A clean corpse, half a month's work, and he could earn that much money. Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel. Sometimes money really was easy to come by. Life was worthless, but flesh was priceless. Fortunately, the body-preserving potion rendered the flesh of wild cultivators worthless. Senior, 1200 treasure coins seems a bit low, don't you think? Chen Yang frowned and replied. This is the best we can offer. If you're not satisfied, take it elsewhere to sell. The young man offered no further explanation. He'd seen plenty of bargain hunters like Chen Yang and wasn't about to indulge him. He simply handed the Qingxin Dan back. Chen Yang clearly hadn't anticipated the young man's resolute refusal. But since the matter had been settled, Chen Yang accepted his own pills. Jingzhi City was vast enough to sell elsewhere. Besides, he had a clear idea of its value. After putting it away, he departed. This gentleman has offered 300 treasure coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As Chen Yang walked down the street, he suddenly heard a clamor of shouts coming from an alley ahead. Selling treasures in the open air? He quickened his pace. In the narrow open space between two merchant buildings in that alley, roughly 100 wild cultivators had gathered. A tall, lanky man stood at the center, touting the treasures in his hands. Friend, are you auctioning off something? As soon as he approached, a woman came forward to ask. Her face was beautiful, and like the young man in the shop earlier, she was a celestial slave of the Lin clan. That's correct. Chen Yang nodded. The woman smiled. We only provide the venue. You must conduct the auction yourself. How much you can bid depends entirely on your own skill. Each time you step up to the podium, the fee is 2 treasure coins. I'll just look around. Chen Yang didn't agree immediately. He wanted to assess the situation first. All right. The woman nodded. Does looking around cost anything? Chen Yang asked. No charge. The woman smiled and left. They charge for even this? Chen Yang chuckled wryly. But the entire city belonged to the Lin clan. Even entering normally required payment. They demanded payment, and wild cultivators had no choice but to pay up. Chen Yang squeezed to the edge of the crowd to peer in. The skinny man was auctioning off a divine pill. Friend, this immortal pill is yours for 300 treasure coins. No one else bid, and the woman bought the skinny man's item. No rush. I need to inspect it properly. The woman didn't pay immediately, instead examining and sniffing the pill. Once satisfied it was genuine, she paid, and the pair departed happily. Though such transactions carry risks, there are no middlemen skimming profits. Chen Yang pondered whether he should also promote his own tranquil mind pills. Had the skinny man's goods been sold to the Lin clan trading house, they certainly wouldn't have fetched 500 treasure coins. And if that woman had gone to the trading house to buy them, the 500 treasure coin shopkeeper wouldn't have sold them either. My turn. The moment the skinny man left, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Friends, I'm selling a broken blade for 500 treasure coins. He pulled the broken blade from beneath his clothes. Including the hilt, it measured just over 3 feet in total length. Though the blade was broken, those around him could still clearly sense the chill emanating from the edge as it was revealed. It was indeed a fine blade. This fellow must be at the Spirit Spring cultivation level to have forged it like this. Certainly. He's a master. The crowd stared at the man below, murmuring among themselves. Clearly, the blade's owner was not this man. With the sword shattered, its former master must be dead. They all unconsciously assumed the man had killed to seize the treasure. Unfazed by their opinions, the man continued, 500 treasure coins is my absolute bottom line. Take it to the shops, they'll offer no more than 480 at best. Gentlemen, it's up to you. If you like it, bid for it. This was in Jingzhi City, where the Lin clan maintained order. He had no fear of anyone causing trouble. The man felt completely uninhibited. 500 treasure coins isn't too much. I'll take it. A bid came quickly. With a little more investment, this blade could be reforged far more economical than buying a new one. It was worth the purchase. 505 coins. Another suitor had taken notice. Wielding weapons carries its own dangers, but also numerous advantages. When wielding a weapon, channeling the art of instrumental control unleashes the most lethal power among all supernatural abilities. Some cultivators possess such imposing stature that they can conceal weapons entirely within their bodies, undetectable to outsiders, only drawing them when necessary. Moreover, weapon attacks are silent and stealthy. Not only do they possess the greatest lethal force, but they also offer the highest concealment. They are most suitable for wild cultivators venturing into the territories of demonic tribes in the outer realms, allowing them to slay demonic cultivators without anyone knowing. After a brief bidding war, the broken blade was purchased for 530 treasure coins. Next, another treasure was brought forth. With so many wild cultivators gathered in one place, everyone sought to sell their treasures at the most favorable price and acquire what they needed. Chen Yang watched from the sidelines for a while. Frowning, he thought, the treasures being traded are all valued below 1,000 treasure coins. My cultivation is the lowest here, and the treasure I brought is the most valuable. Selling it like this might not be wise. After pondering, he decided it would be safer to sell his item at a shop instead. A little less profit was better than none. This item is a transformation realm treasure. As you all know, it can disguise its owner as an immortal of any cultivation level. The auction continued here. An elderly man with a long beard drew a withered branch hairpin from his hair and called out. He immediately began his demonstration. Originally at the chi-consuming realm, his displayed cultivation instantly transformed into that of a divine treasure realm cultivator. The hairpin flashed, and the old man's cultivation level shifted again, now appearing as a spirit spring cultivator. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. It was impossible to discern his true strength. 320 treasure coins. Any takers? The old man scanned the crowd. Such treasures were commonplace in the world of wild cultivators. Especially in the wilderness, the ants you saw at the Dao Palace realm might very well be spirit spring cultivators in disguise, and the Xianhua realm powerhouses you encountered could just as easily be Dao Palace ants pretending. Without a fight, one could never discern their true capabilities. If you couldn't discern their true strength, striking first would only lead to an unexpected defeat. In the wild cultivation world, every encounter is a battle of wits and courage. Chapter 98: The Fragrance of Blessings and Longevity. This thing is quite decent. Chen Yang murmured to himself as he examined the realm-shifting treasure. Such treasures could conceal one's cultivation level, hanging a sharp sword over the heads of many wild cultivators who sought to profit through murder. They dared not act rashly against others, for one careless move could turn them from predator to prey. Walking by the river long enough, one is bound to get their feet wet. Success rates matter little. A single failure could spell eternal ruin. Chen Yang believed this realm-swapping treasure was second only to the life-preserving elixir in greatness. The body-protecting elixir rendered wild cultivators worthless as targets for assassination, while the realm-swapping treasure served as a smokescreen for their true strength. Its existence deterred even mighty cultivators at the chi-consuming or spirit spring realms from casually attacking weaker opponents like those at the divine treasure Dao Palace realm. After all, who could say for certain that a seemingly insignificant ant wasn't actually a powerful cultivator in disguise? The body-protecting elixir was specifically developed by the Xian sect for wild cultivators, while the realm-swapping treasure was crafted by the Earth sect for the same purpose. Without these two items, the wild cultivators of the barbaric wilderness immortal realm would have slaughtered each other into extinction. This clearly did not align with the interests of the prestigious sects and clans. After all, the more wild cultivators there are, the greater the resources brought back annually from demonic territories. This represented a substantial income beyond the stable yields of the spirit fields. Though barren, the outer realm compensates with its boundless expanse. After observing for a while, Chen Yang concluded that the tranquil mind pills weren't suitable for such a transaction and turned to leave. Look! The Lin clan is lighting the longevity incense. The streets suddenly erupted with excitement as all eyes turned toward the center of Jingzhi City. Chen Yang followed the crowd's gaze. Toward the sun. 3 towering pillars slowly rose before the sun. This is the incense of blessings and longevity, standing 99 zhang tall, brought forth to pay homage to the heavens. All the immortals within the city gazed upon it with reverent expressions. These 3 incense sticks are actually made from mortals. Chen Yang's pupils suddenly contracted as he gazed upon the 3 towering structures in the distance. For the 3 incense sticks of longevity were densely studded with countless living mortals. So this is how they make offerings. When the hour comes, they'll burn them as incense. Chen Yang now understood the nature of this sacrificial ritual. Truly spectacular. Indeed. Each viewing stirs the soul. The surrounding immortals murmured in hushed tones. The incense stick stood tall at the very center of Jingzhi City, visible clearly from every vantage point. Chen Yang stood rooted to the spot, gazing upward with a heavy heart. He felt nothing but sorrow. Though they were all human, these immortals who wielded magical powers fundamentally did not regard mortals as their equals. While other immortals adhered to the belief that immortals and mortals were fundamentally different, Chen Yang did not share this view. Even now that he had achieved greatness and become an immortal himself, he could never bring himself to regard mortals as mere monkeys. He never forgot that he, too, had once been mortal. Without divine energy, everyone was the same. To him, immortal energy was like clothing stripped bare, they were all the same flesh and blood. After a moment of silence, he vanished into the crowd. Friend, 1220 treasure coins, what do you say? A quarter of an hour later. Chen Yang entered a shop. The shopkeeper across from him examined his clear mind pills and quoted a price. Alright, that'll do. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. During this time, he had already visited several shops, and this one offered the highest price. 20 extra treasure coins a bargain. Here's your money. The shopkeeper pulled out his money pouch and placed over 30 treasure coins on the counter. Chen Yang examined them, 12 were white, 20 were black. The white coins appeared to be of superior quality, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. Each was worth 100 times that of the black coins. One could be exchanged for 100 black coins, suitable for refining spirit artifacts. The count was correct. After stowing the coins away, Chen Yang departed. Time to buy some divine fruit. Chen Yang weighed the treasure coins in his pocket. They felt heavy. Soon he arrived at a place specializing in divine ability fruits. It was a towering 5-story building. Which clan's divine fruit would the honored customer like to purchase? A young girl approached him as he entered. She was also a spirit slave of the Lin clan. Judging by her appearance, she was only about 15 or 16 years old, but her cultivation level was already at the chi-consuming realm. Chen Yang was startled upon sensing an aura from her that was even more profound than his own master's. Such talent surpassed even most of the young men and women in the Qian family. Such talent would be unmatched even within the Lotus Sect. But no matter how high the talent, it was useless. Immortal slaves were just that, immortal slaves, destined only to be used as cultivation materials for the offspring of great clans. Possessing such talent meant her parents were at least Shenhua realm slaves. Are there any offspring of the clan? Chen Yang inquired. Yes, sir. Which grade of divine fruit from the subclan would you like to purchase? The young girl nodded and asked in return. Her features were delicate, her skin as white as snow, and her complexion appeared purer than that of many young nobles. Grade C. Chen Yang replied. Only grade A, B, and C divine fruits were available for trade. Higher grades were never sold by the great clans, they were typically exchanged among themselves for mutual benefit. The higher the grade of the divine fruit, the greater the power of the spells it could unleash. About 1,000 treasure coins, Chen Yang added. Even within the same grade, there were varying levels of quality. 1,000 treasure coins would buy a very ordinary one. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll fetch it for you right away. The young woman turned and headed upstairs. All the workers here are celestial slaves. Sitting in his chair, Chen Yang surveyed his surroundings and noticed that all the vendors were celestial slaves. They were easily recognizable because each bore a rune implanted at birth between their eyebrows. They were easy to spot. Even in Qian Family Market, one could still spot members of the Qian clan conducting business. But in Jingjia City, the Lin clan stronghold, not a single Lin clan member was in sight. These members of the great clans were as elusive as dragons seen only by their tails, they rarely showed themselves in public. It's all wild cultivators buying divine fruits. Chen Yang surveyed the crowd and realized that aside from the immortal slaves, the place was filled with wild cultivators just like himself. Among all the immortal families in the barbarian immortal realm, nameless wild cultivators still constituted the vast majority. With limited spirit fields, only a small number of cultivators could be sustained. Sir, here are the divine fruits you requested. Before long, the young girl approached, holding a red wooden box. How much? Chen Yang inquired. As per your instructions, 1,000 treasure coins. The girl replied with a smile. She opened the box, revealing a fist-sized, jade-like green fruit carved from emerald. It occasionally shimmered with rippling patterns. Exquisitely beautiful. Here you go. The girl handed him the box. Put it over there. Chen Yang gestured toward the counter beside them. The girl smiled as she placed the item on it. Only then did Chen Yang take the box. After confirming everything was in order, Chen Yang placed 10 white treasure coins on the counter. The transaction complete, he departed with his goods. After exiting the shop, he quickly spent 2 more treasure coins to rent a room at an inn in the city. He needed to consume this thing quickly. He wanted to see if his peculiar ability could absorb the magical essence within the divine fruit. Consuming it was all that was needed, it wouldn't take much time. Locking the door, he opened the box and carefully cradled the divine fruit in his hands. Chapter 99, Loss. The moment it touched his skin, the Tao Palace within his lower abdomen reacted instantly. A tremendous suction pulled at him. A wave of hunger instantly surged through his mind. The divine energy from the fruit in his hands flowed through his palms into his body. Numerous patterns emerged on its surface. These patterns flashed incessantly, coalescing into one rune after another. These runes were the essence of the divine art of the subordinate gods. Consuming it would grant mastery over the divine art of subterranean flight. Yet under the relentless absorption of Chen Yang's Tao Palace, the runes rapidly dimmed. Finally, like embers on ashes, they gradually extinguished. This won't do. Anything containing celestial energy will be absorbed by the innate divine abilities within the Tao Palace. Though he had prepared for this outcome, witnessing it unfold still left Chen Yang feeling a pang of disappointment. It seems that only after mastering this technique will one be able to wield the great clan's magic. Before long, the divine essence within the sacred fruit was completely drained by him. Its original glass-like luster vanished. Now it was utterly ordinary. Fortunately, the shroud I'm wearing now can somewhat block the Tao Palace's connection to the outside world. Otherwise, with how ravenously I've been consuming it, any contact with immortals would surely expose me. Chen Yang stared at his lower abdomen, utterly baffled that something growing on his own body remained beyond his control. Fortunately, it was only the Tao Palace he couldn't control. His consciousness could still resist that monstrous hunger, keeping his body under his command. Otherwise, he would have long been dominated by the Tao Palace, roaming the streets absorbing divine energy. It absorbed that quickly? The Tao Palace's power seems to have grown stronger again. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. In less than 10 breaths, it had completely drained all the divine energy. Though the divine fruit's essence was inferior to that of the wild cultivator at the chi-consuming realm, it still contained 1/5 of that quantity. Too fast. Well, at least it serves as a decent self-defense technique. Such rapid absorption would overwhelm the physique of a Dao Palace cultivator, causing their physical body to collapse within moments. Take his own master, for instance. Even after death, vast quantities of divine energy remained within his body. Divine energy is the foundation of a cultivator's physique. In his words, it's like the steel reinforcement within concrete. Even a small loss could cause the edifice to collapse under its own weight. The same principle applies to a cultivator's divine body. Chen Yang could sense that the power of this spell, which he couldn't yet control, was absolutely no weaker than the spells of the great clans. The only regret was that he currently lacked the opportunity to test the full might of this spell now fully awakened against a living immortal. The divine essence was lost, rendered useless. Chen Yang brought the divine fruit to his lips and took a bite. Delicious. He had expected another strange flavor, but to his surprise, it was exceptionally sweet. Chen Yang was quite surprised. It was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten since arriving in this world. The divine fruit was crisp, like biting into an apple. Moreover, it contained no seeds, only sweet, fragrant flesh. He devoured the entire divine fruit in no time. The lingering flavor was exquisite, even his breath carried a faint fragrance. Cultivation. This Jingxi city is one of the most spirit energy-rich places in the primordial wilderness immortal realm. Since I've spent the money, I might as well absorb as much spirit energy as possible. The sacrificial ceremony wouldn't begin until tomorrow, so there was still time. Chen Yang seized the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate within the city. All the spirit energy-rich spots in the primordial immortal realm had already been claimed by the great clans and noble families. Chen Yang took deep breaths continuously. He strained to draw more spiritual energy into his belly. Under normal circumstances, only members of first-tier factions could enter Jingxi city for cultivation. Other immortals had to pay a hefty sum based on their cultivation level to gain entry. The cost was exorbitant, so wild cultivators typically only splurged on a visit to Jingxi city when they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Once tomorrow's ceremony concluded and after one more night's rest, the Lin clan would expel all wild cultivators and practitioners from minor factions from the city. The city was now teeming with pilgrims, the crowds unbearably dense. Chen Yang practiced in silence as dusk gradually fell. His Dao Palace relentlessly refined and absorbed the divine energy, growing increasingly resilient while its internal space expanded. On the streets, some immortals awaiting the ceremony's start, with nothing else to do, sat down wherever they could and began cultivating just like Chen Yang. Outside Jingxi city, countless immortals still raced desperately toward the city. At the highest platform in the city's very center, 3 towering incense sticks of longevity stood erect. Mortal heads impaled upon them faced outward, feet inward, resembling fish caught in a deep-sea net. Their bodies still twitched, eyes wide open, mouths agape as they strained their necks outward. The density was overwhelming. Each one desperately stretched their necks, gasping for the fresh air outside. Thus passed the night. The sky gradually turned the color of a fish's belly. At dawn, sunlight tinged with a chill streamed through the window. Chen Yang opened his eyes. The divine essence had been completely refined away. Those 1,000 treasure coins weren't spent in vain. Though I didn't gain any spells, my cultivation has improved slightly. He murmured to himself. He could sense that overnight, the quality of the magical power within his body had risen slightly. The Dao Palace's space has expanded. Have I reached the peak of the Dao Palace? Chen Yang carefully sensed the state within his body. Because his own divine essence resided within his magical power, he could now clearly perceive the changes in the Dao Palace. The internal space of the Dao Palace was expanding. This was the manifestation of reaching the Dao Palace's peak. The pinnacle of the Dao Palace involved expanding its internal space. After all, this organ was only about the size of a fist. Under normal circumstances, its internal space was extremely limited, incapable of holding any immortal medicine. Chen Yang had learned from texts that for powerhouses above the flesh fruit realm, their magical power was as deep as a pond, and the space within their Dao Palaces could be vast enough to hold a boat. The expansion of the Dao Palace signaled that its barriers had grown sufficiently resilient to support the cultivation of herbs. How fast! In such a short time, I'm already showing signs of breaking through to the qi-consuming realm. Chen Yang startled himself with his own reaction. Fast? Too fast. After all, his master had nearly aged to senility while cultivating within the Dao Palace realm. Once again, he realized the terrifying power of that strange spell. Celestial energy is my finest nourishment. If I could absorb the energy of a few more wild cultivators at my level, the Dao Palace's space would be sufficient. The Dao Palace's space had only just begun to expand, it still wasn't enough. Last time was pure luck, I won't always stumble upon corpses. Besides, this bizarre ability of mine can even absorb divine fruits. I doubt any immortal medicine could resist it. Chen Yang stroked his chin, lost in thought. He was troubled by how to break through to the qi-consuming realm. Knock knock knock. Knocks sounded at the door. Sir, are you still cultivating? The person outside asked softly. Not anymore. Chen Yang replied. Sir, preparations for the ceremony have begun. All wild cultivators must proceed to the city walls to await further notice. I advise you to hurry so you can secure a good spot. The person reminded him. The Lin clan began clearing the area. Wild cultivators could only wait on the city walls to pay homage. That spot was the farthest from the Fusho incense. All right. Chen Yang rose and walked out. Outside stood an old man. Like the others, he was an immortal slave, his skin covered in pus-filled sores, yet he emitted an incredibly sweet fragrance. Chen Yang's brow instantly furrowed. His nerves tightened. It wasn't the old man that triggered his reaction, but something within himself. He realized that upon approaching the old man, the Tao Palace within his body stirred once more. That familiar hunger surged once more within his mind. This meant the Tao Palace could sense the immortal energy within the old man, even through the shroud. Fortunately, it was merely a sensing. No suction force had been transmitted. Thank goodness. Chen Yang exhaled a long breath of relief. His brow furrowed deeper with worry, for as the Tao Palace absorbed more divine energy, its sensing ability grew stronger. The shroud covering his body was rapidly losing its effectiveness. Chapter 100, Wishful Thinking. Seeing no further action from the Tao Palace, the weight on his heart finally lifted. The old man before him, capable of working within the Jingjia Inn, must possess profound and unfathomable cultivation. If the Tao Palace truly began absorbing divine energy, he might be detected in an instant. Sir, what's wrong? Did my appearance frighten you? The old man asked suspiciously. No. Chen Yang replied casually before walking away. As night passed, the streets outside grew noticeably quieter. After being permitted to ascend the city walls, Yishio made his way up early to secure a prime vantage point. The prime spot was directly facing the burning incense sticks. Once I leave this place, I'll need to buy a higher quality body bag and have a new outfit custom made. Chen Yang walked down the street, lost in thought. The Lin clan had now sealed off Jingjia City. No one could enter or leave. Wild cultivator, get off the streets and hurry to the city walls. A Lin clan immortal slave shouted at Chen Yang from a distance. Understood. Chen Yang responded, quickening his pace. The city streets were reserved for cultivators of the first, second, and third tiers within the Lin domain. Soon he reached the ramparts. All the wild cultivators crowded the ramparts, heads jostling in a chaotic throng. They were all jostling toward the front of the Fusho incense. Given the current situation, Chen Yang had no intention of joining the crowd in such a place. He chose to observe from the sparsely populated sides. The city wall stood 4 zhang wide, with no parapet along its sides. Its surface was remarkably flat, starkly different from the traditional city walls Chen Yang envisioned. Calling it a wall was misleading. It resembled more a road suspended high above the ground. The entire gate tower was constructed from massive black stone slabs, each over 10 feet wide. Walking upon it, a profound sense of age and history washed over him. Chen Yang crouched down and tapped the surface with his finger. The texture was incredibly hard. It was no ordinary stone. Yet every immortal walking upon it could sense a terrifying power concealed within the walls. After a moment of inspection, he rose and turned his gaze toward the city interior. Most buildings within the city stood only 3 or 5 stories tall, many not even reaching the height of the city walls. From this elevated vantage point, the city's layout was clearly visible. How orderly! It's practically a gigantic altar. Under Chen Yang's gaze, the entire city of Jingjia radiated outward from the stone platform holding the incense of longevity. 8 broad main streets spread out in straight lines, connecting to the 8 city gates surrounding it. All structures within the city were arranged in a grid pattern, neatly organized with great precision. Especially now, as the sacrificial ceremony was about to begin, these main streets and the concentric rings of secondary streets glowed with a soft, gentle light. The entire scene was truly magnificent. At the 8 cardinal points of the central stone platform, corresponding to the main streets, stood 8 massive black tripods. Behind the cauldrons stood great drums. And behind the drums stood a great ox horn. This arrangement clearly signaled the sacred and solemn nature of the upcoming ceremony. After taking it all in, Chen Yang finally fixed his gaze upon the 3 incense sticks, their smoke nearly piercing the heavens. Silently, he observed the mortals who had been fashioned into incense yet still clung to life. The incense rose 99 zhang high, displaying the majesty of heaven and the insignificance of the immortals below. Chen Yang stood alone at the city's edge, waiting in silence. As the sacrificial hour drew nearer, the number of wild cultivators gathering around him gradually increased. Don't crowd together. Form 9 columns, aligning front, back, left, and right. Such disorder is a grave disrespect. Quickly. Everyone vied for prime pilgrimage spots, but space was limited. This chaos wouldn't do, so several powerful immortal servants stepped in to restore order. Under their guidance, the chaotic throng of wild cultivators gradually fell into orderly ranks. They formed 9 rows on the city walls, encircling the city 9 times. Chen Yang took his place in the 3rd row. He couldn't care less about this so-called pilgrimage. The wild cultivators around him stared at the incense, their faces flushed with excitement. They've cleaned themselves up so nicely. Chen Yang surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the usually disheveled wild cultivators had completely transformed. Each was dressed immaculately, their faces glowing with radiance. even if they still looked like neither human nor ghost. Seeing everyone else do the same, Chen Yang removed his mask. This was a sign of disrespect toward the heavens, and he didn't want to risk trouble by keeping it on. Brother, your protective potion isn't working very well. His normal appearance made him stand out like a sore thumb among the wild cultivators, drawing many curious glances. A middle-aged man standing nearby couldn't help but comment. His appearance showed no change, indicating the protective potion hadn't fully taken effect. Chen Yang chuckled, not at all. My face is the best part of me, every other part stinks to high heaven. No wonder you're wrapped in a shroud. Another man shook his head. Due to the cuffs, part of the shroud bag on Chen Yang's arm was exposed. These wild cultivators were familiar with shroud bags and recognized it immediately. They all assumed he did it to prevent the stench from spreading. Chen Yang chuckled but said nothing. Young friend, once this matter is settled, you should switch to a different type of protective potion. Your appearance is bound to arouse suspicion. You're a grown man, don't be afraid of looking unattractive. Appearance is trivial, life is paramount. You won't need to wear a mask anymore. Look at us, those powerful immortals see us and lose all desire to harm us. The old man in front of him advised. They assumed Chen Yang had chosen this protective potion out of deep concern for his personal appearance. Thank you, elder. Chen Yang thanked him politely. The aura emanating from this old man was comparable to his own, suggesting a Dao Palace realm cultivation. But knowing about the existence of realm-changing treasures, he dared not make such assumptions lightly. Perhaps this unassuming old man was actually a chi-eating cultivator, or even a spirit spring realm immortal. The cultivation environment for wild cultivators was sparse in spiritual energy, with few resources available. For them, reaching the spirit spring realm was already the limit. As for the higher mystic flower realm, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. The factions under the Lin clan are beginning to enter the arena. Once all the wild cultivators in the city had taken their places on the city walls, numerous dignified and splendidly dressed immortals began to walk down the 8 main streets. In stark contrast to the wild cultivators with their fierce and varied appearances, these celestial beings wore ceremonial headdresses and robes, every movement imbued with grace and decorum. These were the members of the first, second, and third tier factions under the Lin clan's control. Their grooming and demeanor stood in stark contrast to the wild cultivators, making it immediately apparent that they belonged to entirely different social strata. Gazing upon these handsome and beautiful immortals, the wild cultivators on the city walls couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. Envy for their status. Even more, they envied that they didn't have to swallow body-preserving pills just to live like humans. Even the strongest wild cultivators had to rely on body-preserving pills for self-protection. With the backing of Grey clans, even the weakest cultivators from minor sects and families never had to worry about their safety. Though many wild cultivators claimed outward appearances and physiques mattered little, such words were mere self-comfort in the face of unchangeable realities. When confronted with the dignified immortals below, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own appearance. That's how a true man should be. A young man swallowed hard and sighed. What the hell are you thinking? The others around him shot him disdainful glances. The young man scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Chapter 101, Apocalyptic Catastrophe. Chen Yang shook his head slightly. The young man's ideas were rather far-fetched. Joining these factions required more than just cultivation prowess. While some wild cultivators might get lucky and snag a position within these factions, such chances were exceedingly slim. The noble families and sects under the Lin clan rarely accepted wild cultivators. The two sides simply belonged to different worlds. The first, second, and third tier powers within the Lin domain clans like the Qians, Yans, and Dus all trace their lineage back to the Lin family. From books he had read, Chen Yang knew that if a Lin clan member failed to master the clan's cultivation techniques, they would be expelled from the family and stripped of the Lin surname. The Lin clan's path to immortality, that cultivation technique, was evolved from the clan's innate celestial roots, just like the Jingxi bug and thunder arts. Those without Lin bloodlines simply couldn't master it. Even those with the bloodline were not guaranteed to master it. That is, as the cultivators from these factions entered, a sudden green whirlwind erupted from the central stone platform. As the whirlwind gradually dissipated, it revealed a green serpent with twin wings sprouting from its back. Its body measured at least 30 zhang in length. What kind of demon beast is this? It looks so bizarre. Chen Yang's gaze locked onto the colossal creature. This creature's sheer size radiated a terrifying wildness that could be felt clearly even from over 20 miles away. This was undoubtedly the largest creature he had ever encountered since arriving in this world. Compared to the dragon-like creatures he had seen before. Pale in comparison. The elder ahead remarked, "This is a strange species from the primordial wilderness, divine realm, a tongue snake. I never imagined the Lin clan would release it during this ritual. I last saw one here a decade ago, and it seems it has grown considerably since then. The Lin clan must have suffered some losses in their conflict with the Zhou clan. Releasing the Tang snake this time is surely meant to win over us wild cultivators." Another murmured. Wild cultivators roam freely, unbound by constraints. If they sense the Lin clan is faltering, they might just head to the Zhou domain or Li domain for pilgrimage next year. It's truly enormous. Chen Yang marveled. Naturally. These primordial beasts are the largest creatures in the immortal realm. The young man beside him nodded. Alien species. Are there many like this in the barbarian immortal realm? Chen Yang inquired. Not many in number, but quite diverse in species, the young man replied with a smile. How so? Chen Yang was puzzled, sensing a contradiction. The elder ahead interjected, fundamentally, there are only a few dozen. However, the barbaric immortal realm harbors numerous races, giving rise to all manner of aberrations. Besides this soaring serpent, the forest clan also possesses a Taotai. Chen Yang understood. It was akin to genetic mutations. Each race produced different aberrations, though such anomalies were rare. These aberrations must possess power capable of shattering the heavens and destroying the earth, right? He stared at the soaring serpent and murmured softly. Its terrifying aura sent shivers down the spine even from a distance. Indeed. A fully matured aberration rivals the power of an immortal. Beyond the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 nobles, and the 12 sacrificial offices, no force could possibly suppress it. The elder replied with reverence. The serpent lay coiled upon the stone platform, its massive body wrapping twice around the burning incense stick. The mortal atop the incense screamed in terror. Terrifying. Chen Yang murmured. This is nothing. Legend speaks of an extreme darkness, a peculiar entity called the apocalyptic cataclysm. That is the true terror. Doomsday calamity? That's quite the name. What is it? Chen Yang's interest was piqued by the youth's words, something even more terrifying than the Tingsha or Taotai. The young man replied solemnly, primordial beasts feed on spiritual energy, but the cataclysmic disaster we just mentioned? That's a terrifying creature that feeds on immortal energy. Whenever it descends, it brings the end of the world. Feeding on immortal energy. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Why did this sound like it was describing him? But he wasn't scary, was he? Feeding on immortals? What's there to fear? Even if it descends, the tall ones will bear the brunt, Chen Yang said nonchalantly. Ignorant. Unexpectedly, the elder ahead immediately rebuked him, glaring at Chen Yang. When calamity strikes, us wild cultivators suffer first. The disaster secretly absorbs us to strengthen itself before targeting the major factions. Chen Yang fell silent, for that was precisely what he had been thinking. So I'm called the apocalyptic calamity. After the ritual concludes, I'll investigate this thoroughly. Chen Yang thought to himself. An entity known even to these wild cultivators should be relatively easy to research. After a moment of silence, Chen Yang tentatively asked, friends, if one day everyone were to become ordinary mortals, would you be willing? He wanted to gauge the wild cultivators' perspectives on this matter. You mean even the great clans and noble families would become ordinary mortals? The young man asked in a deep voice. Chen Yang nodded. Yes, everyone. The elder stroked his beard solemnly. That's a profound question. I never imagined someone so young could have such an extraordinary thought. But if everyone truly became ordinary mortals, it would be an immense blessing for us wild cultivators. Exactly. If everyone were mortal, our strengths would be more evenly matched. At least we wouldn't have to live in constant fear like we do now, relying on protective potions just to survive. If we're all ordinary mortals, doesn't that mean I could chase down the clan leader of a major family with a kitchen knife if the opportunity arose? The group murmured dreamily, unable to fathom what kind of world that would be. Chen Yang was taken aback by their reactions and pressed, could you truly let go of your cultivation? What's there to let go of? Our cultivation is no different from that of ordinary mortals in the eyes of those powerful factions. These wild cultivators didn't care much about their cultivation levels anyway, they weren't particularly high to begin with. What's all the commotion? The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Quiet down, everyone. Seeing them chatter, the Lin family spirit servant maintaining order nearby immediately scolded them. Everyone obediently fell silent and stood in orderly formation. Chen Yang's earlier question was nothing but a joke to them. No one paid it any mind, and it would soon be forgotten. It seems creating a world without immortals isn't just wishful thinking on my part, Chen Yang murmured, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Having come to observe the sacrificial rites, he suddenly felt he had gained much. His vision wasn't just a pipe dream. Woo! Woo! The deep, resonant sound of horns echoed from the distance. On the stone platform, 8 burly men blew their ox horn trumpets. It's about to begin. The world fell into an eerie silence, signaling the imminent start of the ritual. As the horns blared, a group of figures clad in robes adorned with 9-colored feathers flew out from the surrounding structures and landed on the stone platform. A mighty procession. These were the people of the Lin tribe. Radiating a halo of light, their nobility was beyond measure. Upon reaching the 9th tier of the stone platform, they sat cross-legged in silence, their backs turned toward the incense of blessings and longevity, facing the assembly of celestial beings. Their gazes were stern, their posture rigidly upright. From afar, they resembled divine altars placed for worship. Chapter 102, The Sacrifice. Too bad it was too far. Standing atop the city walls, Chen Yang could barely make out the figures clad in feathered robes. At this distance, most wild cultivators coming to pay homage could only glimpse the incense of longevity and the soaring serpent. The incense is being distributed. As the Lin family took their places, numerous immortal servants flew from the city to the ramparts. The wild cultivators murmured among themselves. In their arms, the celestial servants carried large bundles. Incense. Everyone, be quiet. Stand still and don't move. The celestial servant called out among the crowd. Then, one by one, they distributed the yellow incense. Before long, one of the celestial servants approached Chen Yang. Here. He pulled out 3 sticks and handed them over. Chen Yang accepted them. Soon, everyone would have to line up to burn incense in the central area. Chen Yang held them to his nose and took a light sniff. They emitted a rich, grassy fragrance. The Taoist palace showed no reaction. It wasn't made from divine herbs. Offerings to the heavens were always made with mundane items. The number of celestial servants was considerable, and the incense was quickly distributed. Each wild cultivator now held 3 yellow sticks. After distribution, the city of Jingzha fell silent once more. All now awaited the appointed hour. Every face bore solemn expression. They stood quietly and respectfully. Such a grand scene was now unfolding simultaneously at 22 other locations throughout the wilderness immortal realm. Only one other location had a sparse gathering of immortals. But incense sticks were set up everywhere. On this auspicious day, the noble clans of the primordial immortal realm and the 12 sacrificial ministries offered 24 sticks of longevity incense to the heavens. Like the Lin clan, they all used mortal bodies as incense offerings. The human side employed mortal beings, while the demonic side used mortal beasts. At these 24 locations, some were bathed in daylight while others were shrouded in darkness. The hour has come. All immortals, pay homage. After waiting roughly an hour, flames suddenly erupted from the 8 great cauldrons, and a resounding voice echoed from within the city. All eyes widened in shock. Immortals on the streets and city walls held incense sticks and stood in orderly formation, preparing to begin their ceremony. Seeing this, Chen Yang followed suit. First bow. The voice sounded again. Holding incense sticks in both hands, the crowd bowed in unison toward the bundle of longevity incense. Second bow. Third bow. After performing 3 consecutive bows, the immortals stood straight. Dong. Thud. Thud. The ceremony concluded as the great drum atop the stone platform was struck. Simultaneously, the 3 massive incense sticks of longevity and fortune were lit. The mortals on the uppermost tier were reduced to ashes at a visible pace, transforming into billowing black smoke that surged toward the heavens. At the same moment, throughout the wild and untamed immortal realm, other incense sticks of longevity and fortune began to burn as well. Please offer incense to the immortals. The voice drowned out the drumbeat. The immortals standing on the streets began to move forward in perfect unison. After lighting the incense in their hands, they reverently placed it around the longevity incense. Those of higher status placed theirs closer to the front. Just like visiting a grave. Chen Yang muttered to himself as he watched the scene unfold. Given the large number of immortals coming to pay homage, it looked like it might be afternoon before his turn came. The sacrificial ceremony appeared grand, yet the process was simple. It was simply the offering of incense. Each immortal pilgrim offered a single stick of incense to the revered heavens. Chen Yang couldn't understand the point of traveling such a long distance just to burn incense. And why they seemed so utterly engrossed in it. Now they waited, solemn expressions etched upon their faces. His mindset differed entirely from that of the immortals in this world, so naturally he couldn't grasp the meaning behind it. The immortals below went first, followed by the wild cultivators on the city walls. As more and more incense was offered, the entire stone platform became shrouded in choking smoke. After 1 hour, when the celestial beings from the major factions had mostly ascended, it was finally the turn of the wild cultivators. Those who secured prime spots rejoiced. Those from the 2 directions opposite the longevity incense went first, following behind the immortals from the noble families and sects. Those like Chen Yang, positioned on either side, could only bring up the rear. The ritual was not yet concluded. Those immortals who had offered incense earlier did not depart but returned to their original positions. They knelt prostrate before the incense of longevity and fortune, paying the highest homage to the heavens. The lay cultivators behind them then proceeded up the path, flanking them on either side. The immortals advanced in a vast procession. By the time Chen Yang approached the stone platform, dusk had fallen. The longevity incense had burned for nearly a full day, now reduced to less than a fifth of its original length. A deep trench encircled the incense. Now, the trench was more than half filled with the fallen incense ash. This incense ash, obtained through sacrificing mortal bodies, was itself a treasure. It could be used to fertilize the land. Being a gift from the heavens, its fertilizing effect far surpassed that of human medicine or bones, capable of nurturing the highest quality immortal grain. In this wild and untamed immortal realm, nothing of value was ever wasted. Such thick smoke. Chen Yang frowned deeply. He was still over 100 zhang away from the stone platform. Yet the smoke had already drifted this far. Yet this scene, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, felt as though one had truly entered the realm of immortals. The longevity incense had burned for so long that its black smoke had turned the sky above Jingjia City pitch black. Rolling black clouds obscured the sun's rays. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Chen Yang felt profoundly uneasy, yet observed the immortals around him, seemingly intoxicated by the haze. Everyone walked forward in silence, not uttering a word. The smoke grew thicker the further they advanced. Visibility steadily diminished. Finally, Chen Yang could only make out blurry figures huddled together, moving slowly through the haze. The immortals within hung their heads, moving like the walking dead, reduced to unconscious shells. Chen Yang dared not stand out. He lowered his head, blending in with the crowd as they inched forward step by step. Another quarter of an hour passed before he spotted flickering flames through the haze. This signaled they had reached the edge of the stone platform. It was a great cauldron. The flames within still burned. Chen Yang followed the people ahead to the cauldron, using its flames to light the incense in his hand. He continued walking inward. Upon ascending the stone platform, numerous immortal servants stood there, directing the wild cultivators into separate streams. However, wild cultivators like Chen Yang, who arrived later, could only be directed to the outermost perimeter. These must be the Lin clan members. Soon, Chen Yang spotted figures clad in feathered garments amidst the smoke. They sat motionless, like statues. Chen Yang and his group were led by a celestial servant to a member of the Lin clan. Before him stood a massive incense burner, its surface dotted with numerous small holes, each filled with countless sticks of incense. Everyone, offer your incense. The Lin tribe elder sat high above, his gaze sweeping over them. Chen Yang and his companions bowed 3 times in his direction. Finally, they stepped forward and inserted the incense sticks they held into the small holes of the incense burner. After offering incense, they descended the steps. The wild cultivators returned to the city walls. The incense of longevity and fortune had yet to burn out. The ritual was not concluded. Like the immortals of those factions, the wild cultivators knelt upon the city walls, paying homage to the heavens. Are these Lin tribe members absorbing the incense offerings meant for the wild cultivators? Chen Yang felt no reverence. He sensed they weren't kneeling to the heavens, but to the Lin clan. Another hour passed. The central stick of longevity incense finally extinguished. As the last speck of ash fell, it signaled the conclusion of this year's sacrificial rites. Chapter 103, Spring Rain. The wild cultivators may disperse. Immortals under the jurisdiction of the Lin clan may now come forward to share the incense. The black smoke rising from the city ceased, the ritual concluded. At the call of the Lin clan's powerful figures, the immortals kneeling on the street began moving toward the stone platform together. The distribution of sacred ashes was about to commence. Using it as fertilizer is one thing, but the most important aspect is good fortune. Bringing the ashes home is like bringing home auspicious blessings. The wild cultivators could only watch longingly, filled with envy. Without an identity token, there was no way to slip past the guards and obtain the incense ashes in such a setting. Still, having stepped forward to offer incense, he felt he'd absorbed some of the blessings and auspiciousness. This offered him a small measure of solace. The immortals below began gathering toward the city center, while the wild cultivators headed to the dragon boats to prepare their departure. After tonight, anyone still in Jingjia City would have to pay. It's so crowded. Seeing the ceremony conclude, Chen Yang resolved to depart swiftly. His Dao Palace powers had grown stronger after absorbing the divine fruit, so he needed to move as swiftly as possible. However, when he finally reached the dragon boarding area, his expression darkened considerably. The area was now packed with wild cultivators. The number of pilgrims was simply overwhelming. Looks like I'll have to wait a while. Chen Yang thought to himself. The space was limited, and pushing through the throng would inevitably lead to physical contact. In comparison, finding a quieter spot to rest seemed far more prudent than waiting in this chaotic queue. Beyond Jingjia City lay vast spirit fields, and beyond those fields rose a majestic mountain range. These areas were off limits to wild cultivators. Whether entering or leaving, one could only do so by flying vehicle. Jingjia City was one of the most prosperous places in the barbarian immortal realm. Here, one could reach any marketplace in the world. Boom! Boom! Chen Yang turned to leave after seeing the crowded boarding area for the dragon-shaped flying machines outside. Just then, a deep, muffled thunderclap echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw vast swaths of smoke-darkened clouds over Jingjia City begin to flash with lightning, churning ceaselessly. Rain is coming. This was the sign of rain. My fellow wild cultivators, you've traveled far and wide. Today, my Lin clan offers you a gift. Let you enjoy the blessings from the heavens. A voice of immense authority boomed from within the clouds. The Lin clan is giving us a gift? Could it be incense ash? Impossible. That ash is precious. The wild cultivators in the city were utterly baffled by the announcement. They had no idea what gift the forest clan was referring to. Chen Yang stood on the street, gazing skyward with the crowd. What is it? Suddenly, something landed on his cheek, sending a chill through him. Chen Yang wiped it away with his hand, discovering it was a smear of grey rainwater. The rain carried an odd, unpleasant smell. His brow furrowed instantly as he ducked under the eaves of a nearby shop. Rain began to fall in the city. Other wild cultivators on the street were getting dripped on. In contrast to Chen Yang's evasion, the wild cultivators were startled. Then their expressions shifted to wild excitement as they exclaimed, "Rain! It's rain! The Lin clan wants us to bathe in this spring rain. Good heavens, how generous! What a grand gesture! Is this the gift? I absolutely love this gift." The wild cultivators erupted into a frenzy. Their eyes brimmed with wild delight. This was the spring rain after the annual heavenly sacrifice ceremony. The sky blackened by burning longevity incense would transform into a downpour. This is the spring rain, symbolizing the revival of life and flourishing prosperity. A blessing bestowed by heaven itself. Immortals believed bathing in the spring rain purified the soul. Spring rain was as precious as oil. In the past, only those from powerful immortal clans could enjoy it. Wild cultivators never had the fortune to bathe in it. Splash, splash, splash. The rain grew heavier, falling upon the city, upon the people, upon the fields outside. All the wild cultivators in the city cheered. To appear normal, Chen Yang stepped out from under the eaves, though inwardly he resisted getting drenched in this corpse smoke rain. Some wild cultivators stripped off their clothes entirely, letting the spring rain drench their entire bodies. Others tilted their heads back, mouths wide open, tongues stretched out as if crops long parched by drought finally received sweet rain. Infants still in swaddling clothes were held aloft by their parents, hoping their children would absorb more of the fortune. The city buzzed with noise. Chen Yang surveyed these absurd scenes around him in the rain. Thank the Lin clan! Thank the Lin clan! Finally, the wild cultivators in the city chanted in unison, kneeling down in the rain and bowing their heads toward the city center with profound gratitude. The rain fell heavily, continuing for a full quarter of an hour before finally ceasing. The dark clouds dispersed from the sky. The dazzling rays of the setting sun bathed the faces of the immortals within the city. People gradually rose to their feet. Their expressions radiated contentment. They never imagined this journey would yield such unexpected rewards. The forest clan was actually willing to share heaven's bounty with them. The rain had stopped, and the wild cultivators resumed their tasks. Since we have to wait a while anyway, let's see if we can learn more about the exotic species of the barbarian immortal realm. Chen Yang didn't want to join the crowd. Spotting a shop, he walked inside. He was deeply curious about the peculiar beings of this world, especially himself. If he truly was the apocalyptic calamity spoken of by the immortals, it was necessary to understand himself more deeply. "Elder, do you have any books detailing the alien species?" Upon entering, Chen Yang asked the elderly man inside. "Over there." The old man gestured toward a corner up ahead. Chen Yang walked in the direction indicated by his finger. There were several rows of bookshelves. Chen Yang searched through them carefully. Chronicles of the Savage Mutants. Before long, he found what he was looking for. He pulled the book down a thick stack. A rune seal adorned its cover. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. "Elder, how much is this book?" Chen Yang brought the book to the old man to ask. 3 treasure coins. The old man replied casually. The contents of these books were widely circulated throughout the immortal realm and held little monetary value. "Here you go." Chen Yang placed 3 treasure coins on the table. The old man swept his palm over the book and the runes on its surface swiftly faded away. "Thank you, senior." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Yang took the books and left. He arrived at a quiet street, found a stone to sit on, and leaned against the wall. Holding the book, he began to flip through its pages. Jimeng, Zhuyan, Fuzhu, Youyu, Honghun, Shishui. The book had no table of contents, so Chen Yang searched page by page. The variety of strange species within this primordial immortal realm far exceeded his expectations. Beyond the demonic tribes harboring these peculiar beings, numerous distinct categories also existed among the human race. The apocalyptic disaster found it. Before long, Chen Yang discovered the information he sought within the text. The apocalyptic cataclysm feeds on divine energy, the greatest calamity threatening the immortal realm. This uncontrollable aberration poses a shared responsibility for all immortals to safeguard the primordial wilderness. To prevent widespread devastation, constant vigilance is essential. Should any entity consuming divine energy be detected, immediate reporting to nearby factions is mandatory, with substantial rewards offered. As Chen Yang read on, the text increasingly resembled a wanted notice, causing his brow to furrow. His situation was more perilous than he had imagined. It was clear that many, whether wild cultivators or members of established factions, were aware of the characteristics of these calamitous alien species. A chill ran down Chen Yang's spine. Fortunately, his master's cultivation was insufficient to detect the absorption of immortal energy. This widespread public notice served as the most effective preventive measure, severely limiting the growth potential of this terrifying natural disaster. It allowed detection before it could fully develop its power. The Shui and Bai families were once top-tier clans, but after enduring the calamity, they were severely weakened, their status downgraded from clan to mere family. The book detailed the calamity's devastation, revealing how two elite clans akin to the Lin clan had nearly been annihilated. Upon reading this, Chen Yang understood that if his ability to absorb divine energy were exposed, it would inevitably draw the attention of powerful figures from the great clans, who would seek to eliminate him. Facing such an ultimate threat, he had a clear understanding of just how formidable these adversaries would be. Chapter 104, Planning. The text states that for those of different races, cultivating divine herbs within the body isn't necessary to break through cultivation levels. Scanning further, Chen Yang suddenly made a major discovery, his eyes lighting up instantly. The defining trait of the setting them apart from ordinary immortal embryos was their innate affinity for spiritual energy. They could absorb vast amounts of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy without relying on immortal herbs. It seems that with sufficient divine energy, I can quickly break through to the chi-consuming realm. Chen Yang breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had been agonizing over how to cultivate immortal herbs within the Tao Palace, only to realize he never needed to plant them at all. Ordinary immortal embryos in the chi-consuming realm achieve nourishment without food through a symbiotic exchange of nutrients with immortal herbs. However, after breaking through to the chi-consuming realm, the Tao Palace of an aberrant type would develop a special tumor. This tumor would convert spiritual energy into nutrients required by the physical body, enabling true sustenance through the absorption of spiritual energy. Yet after the bitter lessons of the Shui and Bai clans, the entire barbarian immortal realm now regards natural disasters as the greatest threat. Since then, no such calamity has been allowed to grow. Noble heirs possess life-bound trees, while immortal slaves are controlled by slave seals. Draining their immortal energy would risk immediate exposure. Chen Yang pondered silently, his surging emotions gradually subsiding. The moment any member of those factions died, their clan or sect would immediately sense it. Following that trail would inevitably lead straight to him. This was precisely why wild cultivators dared not lightly kill members of major factions. The tracking methods of major factions were far too numerous. Before I've grown strong, at least before reaching the upper third realm, I must not expose myself. Otherwise, I'll die a miserable death. Chen Yang slammed the book shut, his heart heavy with gravity. He realized his situation was perilous. The forces that ruled this world would never tolerate his existence. How should I proceed from here? Chen Yang gazed at the sky, and contemplating his current predicament, a wave of helplessness washed over him. The stark reality lay before him. Given the vigilance of those major powers, the path of absorbing immortal energy for growth was no longer viable, it was a dead end. He couldn't touch the followers of these factions. To absorb divine energy, he'd have to target wild cultivators. But the strongest wild cultivators were only around the mystic flower realm. Even if he absorbed every single one of them, his power would still be far inferior to the top-tier experts of those major factions. The lower three realms were mortal transformation, divine treasure, and Tao Palace. The middle three were chi consumption, spirit spring, and mystic flower. The upper three were flesh fruit, feather transformation, and immortal. Within the 3 gates and 2 houses, the 5 clans and 7 noble houses, and the 12 sacrificial temples, each harbored a terrifying ancestor surpassing even the immortal realm. Chen Yang knew that even if he were exposed at the feather ascension realm, let alone the flesh fruit realm, he would likely be crushed into dust by the 24 immortal ancestors, each occupying a heavenly spirit root within the immortal realm. I can't rely on absorbing immortal energy to grow anymore, he thought, mapping out his future path. While it boosts power quickly in the short term, it will inevitably lead me down the same path as those ancient calamity-born anomalies. Unlike other immortals, his body contained no immortal herbs. This fundamental difference meant concealment would become impossible in the late stages. Any encounter with a powerful being would instantly reveal his uniqueness. In short, the path ahead was smooth, but it was a dead end. As his power grew, encounters with major factions became inevitable. To prevent the emergence of threats to their dominance, the 24 major factions strictly controlled the power of wild cultivators and immortal slaves, leaving no fertile ground for strength to grow. Apart from the initial upheaval caused by those 2 apocalyptic calamities, none of the subsequent disasters produced a single cultivator who reached the upper 3 realms. If only I could control the divine ability within me. Then I could plant herbs inside my body, hiding it perfectly like most immortals do. Chen Yang stared at his lower abdomen, feeling utterly helpless. Why couldn't he control this innate divine ability? Could it be because I come from another world? It must be. Chen Yang mused. It was the only plausible explanation. After all, he didn't belong here. Moreover, he could sense that the Tao Palace possessed its own thoughts, even capable of influencing his emotions. It felt like 2 minds inhabiting a single body. Had he never come to this world, his body would likely be controlled by the Tao Palace's organ consciousness. Seems my greatest enemy right now is myself. Chen Yang's gaze narrowed as he stared intently at his abdomen. Forget about enhancing his strength for now. If he didn't control this divine ability, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the previous celestial disaster, perishing at the hands of the major powers. Only by mastering this ability to absorb immortal energy could he cultivate within his body, planting immortal herbs and following the path of most cultivators. That was the only way to hide perfectly under the noses of all the major powers. Though this path seemed equally bleak, at least it wasn't a dead end. Survival came first, only then could he seize opportunities. The reason wild cultivators could only reach the Xianhua realm at most was twofold. First, they lacked sufficient resources. Second, upon reaching the Lingquan realm, they gained opportunities to serve under great clans. They could be granted spirit fields, establish third-tier families or sects, and thus shed their wild cultivator status as the Lotus Sect patriarch had done. With exceptional performance, one could further elevate their strength, becoming a second-tier power or even a first-tier force rivaling the great clans. How can I control this divine ability? His overarching plan was becoming clear, but he remained utterly clueless about mastering the divine ability. Sigh, thankfully I can still absorb spiritual energy to strengthen myself. But the texts say celestial calamity mutants can only feed on immortal energy. Could it be that my origin from another world has caused another mutation? Chen Yang murmured inwardly. Previous calamity creatures could only absorb divine energy, unable to take in spiritual energy, as helpless as ordinary mortals. Fortunately, this change had now emerged, offering a glimmer of hope in what had been a dead-end situation. Wait, could there be a divine herb capable of resisting the Dao Palace's absorption of its innate divine energy? Chen Yang glanced at the layer of shroud beneath his sleeve, a sudden flash of insight lighting up his mind. Besides controlling his divine abilities, he could also search for immortal herbs like the shroud, those with uniquely textured outer layers that could completely seal celestial energy within the herb's body. If so, couldn't one cultivate immortal herbs within the Dao Palace? He was at a loss regarding how to control his divine abilities, but such immortal herbs were worth seeking out. Chen Yang had found a direction. And it might just work. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Once we leave Jingjia City, I'll first visit a small shop selling burial shrouds to inquire about the materials used to craft such bags. Chen Yang reopened the book and sat in the corner, flipping through its pages. Though he was eager to inquire immediately, he reconsidered given the city's abundance of powerful individuals. He would wait until he was out of here. He would try to minimize interactions with the city's immortal cultivators. Body bags were commonplace items, there was no need to inquire specifically here. Chapter 105, Departure. Within Jingjia City, there were several locations where one could board dragon-shaped vessels. As time passed, more and more wild cultivators were transported away from here. Jingjia City gradually became less crowded. Chen Yang sat waiting in an alleyway until the next morning. It's about time. He figured it was about time, so he got up and headed toward the place where one could board the dragon-like vehicles. Soon, they would start charging fees. Though the wild cultivators were gone, the city remained bustling with numerous immortal factions. What a wonderful scent! As he walked through the streets and alleys, Chen Yang suddenly caught a whiff of a fresh, invigorating scent. Just the scent alone made his mouth water involuntarily. It was the aroma of delicacies, divine cuisine wafting through the air, utterly free of any greasy fumes. Tianyao Tower. His gaze fell upon a towering pavilion in the distance. It was the Heavenly Demon Tower. He had heard Zhu Shan mention it during his time at the Lotus Sect and had seen it again at the Chen family estate. Though the architecture was identical, the Tianyao Tower within the Lin clan grounds was far more imposing than the one at the Qian residence. The Heavenly Demon Tower possessed formidable strength, with branches spread throughout the barbarian wilderness immortal realm. It was a first-rate power, second only to the great clans. From a mile away, he could already smell the tantalizing aroma of delicacies wafting from within. I can't afford it. Chen Yang shook his head, averted his gaze, and continued on his way. In the Heavenly Demon Tower of Jingjia City, even the cheapest dish cost over 10 treasure coins. It was enough to make wild cultivators hesitate. Elder, where is this dragon heading? Arriving at a dragon riding station, Chen Yang saw a dragon about to depart and approached the elder to ask. The area was no longer crowded with wild cultivators. To Chu territory. The old man replied. The Chu region. Chen Yang had already gained an understanding of the distribution of various factions within the forest domain. Like the Qian family, the Chu family was a second-tier power, and their territory wasn't far away either, about 500 li. How much, sir? He asked. To him, it made no difference where he went. 1 treasure coin. Here you go. Chen Yang handed over a treasure coin and then entered the carriage behind him. The interior was spacious, with over 100 seats. Glancing around, he saw about 60 people seated. Chen Yang found an empty seat and sat down. Hold on tight, we're departing. If you fall out mid-flight and get crushed, I won't be held responsible. The old man atop the dragon's head bellowed before piloting the creature into the air with a sudden surge. All aboard were cultivators. Even as the dragon twisted and turned, they remained composed and unfazed. Soon, the dragon's flight stabilized. Chen Yang looked out the window. They were now over 200 zhang high, with Jingjia City receding far below. At this speed, we should reach Chu territory in half an hour. Chen Yang mused. This dragon's flight speed was comparable to the one they had ridden earlier. Not bad. As he surveyed the scenery outside, he suddenly noticed a group beside him staring at him. They sat together, 9 of them, men and women, old and young. Clearly a family group. Friends, is there something you need? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. These family-based wild cultivators were the most law-abiding and kind-hearted sort, typically practicing diligently on safe mountain peaks while raising their families. Murder and robbery were far too risky for them. One misstep could mean annihilation for the entire clan. The most dangerous wild cultivators were the solitary wanderers. Young man, are you making this pilgrimage alone? Where are your family? A woman around 40 inquired softly. Though Chen Yang wore a mask, these seasoned practitioners could tell he was young. Her probing questions made Chen Yang frown, his guard rising. Young man, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm, a middle-aged man beside her murmured softly. My family has already returned to Chu. Chen Yang replied. I see. Young man, you haven't married yet, have you? The man smiled faintly. Well. The tone made Chen Yang sense something was off, very off indeed. We're all from Chu territory. My daughter is 16 now. If you haven't married yet, would you be willing to meet with my family once we arrive in Chu? The man glanced at his daughter, his meaning now crystal clear. He wanted to arrange a marriage between them. Chen Yang glanced at the young girl seated behind him. She kept her head bowed, silent and somewhat bashful. Such was the custom among wild cultivators. Wild cultivators sought out other wild cultivators. Parents were the same. Once their children reached a certain age, they would start arranging marriages. Since the other party brought it up first, it proved they were quite satisfied with him. After all, reaching the Dao Palace cultivation level at this age was rare among wild cultivators, making it highly likely he could break through to the qi-consuming realm. I'm sorry, I'm already betrothed. Chen Yang replied apologetically. Very well. The family looked disappointed and didn't press further. Damn it, and here I am thinking no one would ever want to marry me off. Chen Yang thought bitterly to himself. This was his first experience with marriage proposals. Still, the girl's face was quite pretty even among the wilderness cultivators. In his previous life, he'd had a relationship during college, but it ended after graduation. Marriage felt like a distant concept to him. Marriage. I suppose I'm destined to remain alone. Chen Yang gazed outside, his eyes growing increasingly somber. He was a divine embryo, a freak of nature born of apocalyptic calamity, feeding on immortals. For someone like him, forget about a divine wife, even friends were beyond reach. It didn't matter anymore. Being alone wasn't so bad. Unencumbered, he could charge forward without hesitation. Death would only take his own life. All was quiet. Inside were all wild cultivators. Half an hour passed before the dragon began its descent. Chu territory, we've arrived. Hold on tight, the elder piloting the dragon warned. After 6 or 7 breaths, the dragon landed safely on a stone platform. After disembarking, everyone dispersed in their own directions. This was within the Chu family compound. The Chu family compound mirrored the Chen family's layout, a single market street stretching several li. This will do. Chen Yang entered a shop selling burial shrouds. Besides inquiring about the material of the shrouds, he also needed to purchase a new one to make a fresh garment. Chapter 106, Coffin Fungus. The price isn't bad. Chen Yang examined the shrouds in the shop. The cheaper ones cost about 2 treasure coins, while the pricier ones went for over 50. He could afford any of them. I'll take this one. Chen Yang selected a shroud that appeared to be of better quality than the one he was wearing. He tested it with his hand. It had excellent elasticity. Though it was currently no larger than a single garment, this was its compressed state. Fully expanded, it could easily hold 2 Zhu mountains. Senior, how much is this bag? He took it to the counter and asked. The man glanced at it and replied with a smile, 20 treasure coins. It can hold up to 20,000 jin of water. Not bad. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Calculating the volume, it was over 3 times larger than the one he was wearing. When filled with water, it could be as big as half a small room. Capacity was also a measure of a body bag's quality. Elder, what material is this body bag made of? It's so remarkable. Not only does it mask the prey scent, but it's also incredibly resilient, Chen Yang inquired. Such material was indeed remarkable, and it even blocked his Dao Palace's perception of immortal energy. Leather. The man toyed with the small object in his hand, uttering just 2 words. Leather? Chen Yang stared at the body bag in his hands in disbelief. This thing was actually made of leather. He had assumed it was crafted from some special material like those used in luxury garments. Curiosity welled up inside him. What kind of animal skin could possibly possess such properties? What kind of leather? He asked. What skin? Human medicine skin, of course, the man replied, raising an eyebrow. Human medicine skin. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. The man's voice was calm and matter-of-fact, yet it sent a chill down his spine. Human medicine skin. Hand it over. Before he could react, the man extended his hand toward him. Chen Yang cautiously handed over the bag. Young man, this is excellent material. 20 treasure coins, a fair price indeed. The man pinched one corner of the bag in each hand. As he spoke, he pulled both corners apart with force, instantly stretching the small opening wide. See? Pretty good, huh? The man folded the bag several times, stretching it out as easily as pulling noodles. This was his way of demonstrating the shroud's quality. Very good. Chen Yang nodded and asked, this should be the skin of a human medicine immortal embryo, right? Ordinary mortal skin couldn't achieve this level of quality. The man shook his head. How could it be immortal fetus skin? That quality would cost at least 100 treasure coins. Besides, no one would squander such precious material on a shroud. That's divine material, usually reserved for crafting magical robes. Now that's the real treasure worn. It repels blades and arrows, withstands fire and water. Far more comfortable than stiff treasure armor, and incredibly splendid too. True enough. Chen Yang murmured softly. Animal hides were highly prized among nobles and dignitaries. Senior, this is merely mortal skin. How did it achieve such marvelous properties? Chen Yang pressed further, eager to uncover more details. Since it was human medicine, the transformation of its skin must be linked to its daily diet. During his time as a human medicine in Bayoni town, the Lotus Sect fed them special medicinal herbs daily to ensure the Dan Gu parasites within their heart grew and developed optimally, yielding higher quality bone blood Dan. Coffin fungus. The man placed the shroud bag on the table. The shroud swiftly returned to its original state, the size of ordinary clothing, brand new and gleaming. Pointing to the intricate patterns densely covering it, the man said, young man, look. These are the markings left by the coffin fungus. The shroud's ability to block out energy comes from this. Is the coffin fungus a divine medicine? Chen Yang asked. Not the ones growing on this leather, but coffin fungus is a medicinal ingredient. Any medicinal ingredient can be either mundane or divine. Elder, which clan produces the leather used for these shrouds? Human medicinal leather. There must be a faction cultivating this specific human medicine. The Tianshui sect of Beishan. The man was a merchant, so he naturally knew these matters inside out. He regularly sourced supplies from the Tianshui sect. So it's the Tianshui sect. Chen Yang knew where the Tianshui sect was located, just 70 li from the Chu family estate. It was a third-tier power, roughly on par with the Lotus Sect. Here you go, senior. Chen Yang placed 20 treasure coins on the table. Young man, is there anything else you need? The man tucked the coins away. No, thank you. Senior, I take my leave. Chen Yang took the body bag, bowed politely, and turned to leave. This coffin fungus sounds quite unique. Once outside, he mused to himself, if even the ordinary coffin fungus can block perception, might the divine coffin fungus truly render my Dao Palace powerless against it? First, I'll search this Chu family market. If I can't find the immortal grade coffin fungus here, I'll head to the Tianshui sect. Chen Yang began searching through the market stalls. He still had about 200 treasure coins on him, which should be enough to purchase a common immortal herb. Fortunately, Zhu Shan had left him a considerable inheritance. If the coffin fungus could indeed shield one from the Dao Palace's perception, he could cultivate it within his body. By having it absorb spiritual energy, he could enhance his cultivation. It would allow him to perfectly conceal his identity as a celestial disaster mutant within this wild and untamed immortal realm. Half an hour passed. Chen Yang emerged from the last merchant building, disappointed. He sighed, coffin fungus of medicinal quality is rare. Finding it in shops isn't easy. Looks like I'll have to try the Tianshui sect. He had searched the entire small marketplace, yet not a single shop sold coffin fungus. This also revealed that coffin fungus had few uses as a divine medicine, hence its scarcity. Otherwise, they would have been mass cultivated like ginseng or lingji by now. I'll get some clothes made first. Chen Yang didn't head straight there. Instead, he glanced at the body bag in his hand and stepped into a small shop. Before making clothes, he wanted to buy a weapon. Large swords and broadswords were too conspicuous and unsafe, so he decided to buy a small dagger to carry on his person. Without supernatural abilities and completely unarmed, he felt uneasy relying solely on his bare hands. Elder, how much is this small knife? Before long, he spotted a small dagger about a foot long. Just by its feel, it was far superior to his previous weapons. 32 treasure coins. That's a bit pricey. Chen Yang frowned and asked, is treasure coin included in the price? Weapons forged with treasure coins were all magical artifacts. Though those forged with treasure coins mixed into ordinary iron weren't magical artifacts, their power far surpassed ordinary weapons. The old man nodded. Correct. 20 black treasure coins were added to the mixture. Acceptable. Chen Yang ran his finger along the blade. It was razor sharp. Though a bit pricey, after pondering for a moment, he decided to purchase it. This quality should withstand his magical power. Moreover, it served as hard currency if he ran short of funds for future purchases. These coins could be used as payment. Chen Yang placed a white treasure coin on the table. The old man looked surprised. White treasure coins were used as materials for refining spirit artifacts, and one white coin was worth 100 black ones. He only had a few black treasure coins on him now, so he could only use the white one. The old man carefully stowed the coin and returned 68 black coins in exchange. Chen Yang took the small knife and left. Not bad. You wouldn't have guessed. He tucked the knife inside his clothes. His attire was neatly pressed, and since the knife wasn't long, it was impossible to tell he carried a weapon. Chapter 107, Tianshui Sect. After leaving the shop, Chen Yang spent a few coins to find lodging in the Chu family market. The journey to Tianshui Sect was not far. Just over 70 li he could reach it in a single night. It was daytime now, and traveling through rugged mountain terrain during daylight hours was unsafe. He planned to wait until nightfall before setting out. He would travel under cover of night. Sir, this is the place. He found one of those basement-style rooms. Chen Yang nodded to the servant before swiftly entering and closing the door behind him. With the divine embryo nearby, the Dao Palace constantly reacted. After securing the door, Chen Yang swiftly stripped off his clothes and replaced the old shroud beneath them. Just as before, he followed the same procedure, slipping the new shroud over his body. He secured it tightly with silk thread. The shroud proved remarkably resilient. Within a quarter of an hour, only his hands and head remained exposed, his torso completely encased as if wearing a tight-fitting bodysuit. Not bad. Chen Yang turned his head to inspect himself, thoroughly satisfied with his handiwork. Wearing this didn't hinder his movement at all. The only drawbacks were the lingering stench from long neglect of bathing and the filthy state of his clothes. But these were minor issues easily ignored. After all, wild cultivators were neither quite human nor quite ghostly. A bit of stench and grime was perfectly normal. But the thought that this was a human skin made his heart grow cold. He pulled on his outer garments. Let's test this little knife. Chen Yang held his self-defense weapon, flicked it lightly with his finger, and began slowly infusing it with magical energy. Wisp after wisp of black smoke began to seep from the blade. Soon, the small hut echoed with the weapon's resonant hum. Not bad. It can withstand 70% of my magical power. Sensing its limit, Chen Yang withdrew his energy. After consuming the divine fruit from the Lin clan, his magical power had grown significantly richer, and his Dao Palace was expanding its space. His cultivation level had now reached the peak of the Dao Palace stage. After all, this blade had cost only a few dozen coins. Though enhanced with treasure coins, it was no longer ordinary iron. Yet, its ability to withstand 70% of his magical power was already quite impressive. After testing it, Chen Yang carefully tucked the blade close to his body. He sat quietly on the ground, eyes closed in cultivation, waiting for nightfall. The spiritual energy here is truly sparse. Chen Yang silently sighed inwardly. Compared to the Lin clan's Jingzha city, the spiritual energy here was far too sparse, barely different from that found in wild forests and mountain wilderness. The Lin clan possessed heavenly spirit roots that could gather the world's spiritual energy. Outside the sacred lands of the great clans, the concentration of spiritual energy varied little from place to place. The great sun sank in the west. Nightfall arrived as expected. At dusk, Chen Yang left his room. Gone. The new shroud proved remarkably effective. As he walked the streets, passing other immortals, the Dao Palace remained utterly silent. This signaled that the Dao Palace had once again severed its connection to the outside world. This brought a sense of relief to Chen Yang. As long as it worked, the money wasn't wasted. He then focused on his journey. After leaving the Chu family market, he headed toward the direction of the Tianshui Sect. This inner region of the Lin clan's territory was where most wild cultivators gathered. Relatively stable, it attracted numerous wild cultivators practicing amidst the mountains and wilderness. Chen Yang moved cautiously. He made every effort to avoid making noise that might disturb them. Though no paths existed in the mountains, for cultivators at the Dao Palace realm, any terrain barring sheer cliffs could be traversed as easily as level ground. Chen Yang proceeded with utmost caution. Fortunately, the journey passed without incident. As the morning sun bathed the land, numerous wooden huts came into view in the distant mountains. We're here. Chen Yang stood atop the hill, surveying the scene. The towering structures ahead were the destination of his journey, the Tianshui Sect. As for the inhabited areas, they were naturally the medicinal gardens. Like the Lotus Sect, each medicinal garden was surrounded by high walls. Hopefully there's some coffin fungus elixir. Chen Yang murmured to himself as he walked toward an open area in front of the medicinal garden. All visiting immortals must first go there. That was the rule. Approaching from elsewhere would easily raise suspicion of being a sneaky immortal with ulterior motives. Within a quarter of an hour, Chen Yang arrived. Friend, what brings you to our Tianshui Sect? As Chen Yang approached the gate, a voice called out from the wall. It belonged to a middle-aged man, an elder of the Tianshui Sect. Similar to the Lotus Sect, immortal embryos born from the human medicine garden were considered high-grade human medicines. They were forbidden from interacting with outside cultivators to prevent them from developing ulterior motives that could harm the sect. Elder, I have come to your sect to purchase immortal herbs. Chen Yang stated his purpose. Come in. The gate opened, and the man leaped down from the wall. Purchasing immortal herbs? Welcome, welcome. The man was quite courteous, returning the bow with a respectful gesture. Chen Yang returned the gesture politely. He inquired, Elder, does your sect possess coffin fungus that is transformed into immortal medicine? Coffin fungus, immortal medicine, we have it. That's good. Hearing the affirmative response, Chen Yang felt reassured, knowing his journey hadn't been in vain. How are they sold? Chen Yang inquired further. The man chuckled. Friend, there's no need to discuss business with me. I'm merely a menial elder and hold no authority. I'll take you to see Elder Chu. The man turned and led the way ahead. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Yang followed behind. These minor sects were quite eager to trade with wild cultivators. May I ask the elder's name? Chen Yang inquired politely. My surname is Huang. I come from the Huang family north of Beishan. The man replied. The Huang family. Chen Yang had read about this Huang family in books of third-tier power on the edge of the Beishan Mountains. The Beishan Mountains formed a vast range, home to 10 factions of varying sizes within its borders. This cultivator from the Huang family seemed to possess mediocre talent, leading a lowly existence within his clan before fleeing here to become an elder. Within the minor sects of the immortal realm, elders were almost invariably the fallen members of various clans. After all, every clan, regardless of size, had cultivators who failed to rise or had offended others. Minor sects served as decent refuges, safe havens with steady income, like bones with scraps of meat clinging to them. Those who couldn't make it elsewhere or faced exclusion would seek shelter in minor sects to scrape by. Of course, such meaty bones rarely fell to ordinary wild cultivators. Unless favored by someone from a major clan, granting them entry. The two wild cultivators Chen Yang encountered after escaping Lotus Sect had desperately fawned over him, seeking nothing more than such an opportunity. However, if a wild cultivator refused stipend, worked for free, and sought only sanctuary like Elder Bear or Elder Turtle of the Lotus Sect, these sects gladly accepted them. Upon stepping inside the high walls, a chill instantly enveloped them. The dampness within the walls was overwhelming. The ground, wild grass, and every structure were soaked through. The wooden huts where the herbalists lived were crude and dilapidated. The prolonged dampness had given the entire medicinal garden a foul, musty stench. Clap, clap, clap. A little girl ran across the muddy ground ahead. Her clothes were thin, her bare feet splashing through the muddy water, her hair and clothing soaked through. Hiding behind a tree nearby, she peeked out, her small head peering at the two people. Chen Yang looked at her, his brow slightly furrowed. The girl looked delicate, her skin pale and waxy, likely from prolonged malnutrition. But that wasn't what troubled Chen Yang. What caught his attention was the mold growing on her hands and feet like moss, covered in eerie fungal threads. Chapter 108, Mold. The little girl immediately ducked her head back when she saw Chen Yang looking at her. Little butterfly, come here. The man smiled, clapped his hands, and crouched down on the ground. Uncle Huang. Hearing the call, the girl's face lit up with joy as she ran over. The man held out his arms and effortlessly lifted her into his hands. He tickled her little nose with his fingers and asked, Little butterfly, why are you up so early? The little girl twiddled her fingers and replied, But Uncle Huang got up early too, didn't you? Uncle is an adult, but you're still young and growing. You need more sleep for your health. That way, the mushrooms on your body will grow better and faster. The man gently bumped his forehead against hers. Got it. The little girl rolled up her sleeves. Uncle Huang, look. Aren't these mushrooms getting bigger? Little butterfly, you're amazing. The man praised her repeatedly and encouraged her, make sure to get plenty of sleep. Don't worry, I'll eat well and sleep well. The little girl nodded obediently and earnestly. Here, have some candy. The man pulled a bright red, soft, sticky treat from his pocket and handed it to her. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Overjoyed with her treat, the little girl beamed. Go play now. The man set her down and ruffled her little head. The little girl proudly showed him her arm covered in mold, happily saying, Uncle Huang, when my mushrooms grow bigger, I'll come tell you. Among all my friends, mine grow the fastest. Alright, Uncle will give you more candy then. The man was filled with affection. Chen Yang watched the little girl's joy at her mold growth, silent. For these medicinal people, growing mold on their bodies was perfectly natural, even a symbol of status. Those without it were considered outsiders. Through Tianshui sect's long-standing indoctrination, this belief had become deeply ingrained. Having never seen ordinary humans, they naturally assumed that not growing mold was abnormal, that everyone should have it. After the little girl ran off, the two continued deeper inside. That little girl was quite adorable, wasn't she? Elder Huang remarked casually. Yes, remarkably spirited, Chen Yang replied. If only I had a little daughter like that, the man sighed, tilting his head back. No wonder Elder Huang dotes on her so much. Fondness? Hearing Chen Yang's words, the man smiled faintly and shook his head. She's merely human medicine. Mortal fools. Once she matures, I'll personally turn her into a shroud. Though she's of mortal flesh, her growth seems satisfactory. The quality of her skin should be quite good by then. The fungus growing on her body must be coffin fungus. Chen Yang watched the little girl's receding figure. Correct. Once infected with this fungus, a person becomes a living coffin. The fungus slowly consumes the flesh beneath the skin. When only the skin remains, it's ready. The man explained. How long do these human specimens typically survive? Chen Yang asked softly, surveying his surroundings. It was still early morning, and many residents hadn't risen yet. Few people were visible outside, but at a glance, they were all young. Usually in their 30s. The longer they live, the better the quality of the skin becomes. Unfortunately, the longest-lived ones barely make it past 40. It's quite similar to Bayoni Town. Chen Yang murmured to himself. Still, compared to this medicinal garden, the people of Bayoni Town lived more comfortably. Elder Huang, are mortal bodies always used to make shrouds? Chen Yang inquired. Sometimes we use immortal embryos too, but unfortunately, these medicinal gardens produce very few. In my 7 years at Tianshui sect, I've only taken one disciple. The man spoke with a hint of regret. Still, that's better than us wild cultivators. It's passable, I suppose. Chen Yang pressed further, wouldn't using beasts to cultivate coffin fungus yield better results? That was what he wanted to ask. Not so. The man shook his head. Beasts aren't as fragrant as ordinary people. Humans are intelligent and easy to cultivate, they don't require much effort. Most importantly, they have long lifespans. Once infected with coffin fungus, beasts typically only survive 3 to 5 years. With such poor quality, it's completely ineffective. No one would buy it. True enough. Chen Yang agreed, marveling, your Tianshui sect's coffin fungus is truly remarkable. To create something like the corpse-wrapping sac that seals off aura, it offers immense help for us wild cultivators hunting demonic beasts in the outer realms. This is the very foundation of our sect. The humidity in this medicinal garden is incredibly thick. Chen Yang murmured softly. He had only been inside a short while, yet he could already feel his skin growing damp. The man replied, the heavy moisture is precisely what fosters the growth of various fungi. To cultivate this environment, the sect has raised numerous water-swallowing toads beneath this medicinal garden. Water-sucking toads were demon beasts cultivated by the Tianshui sect. They prefer to dwell deep underground, feeding by sucking vast amounts of moisture to filter out microscopic organisms from the soil. This moisture would then be expelled through their skin glands as vapor. Thus, areas inhabited by water-swallowing toads are typically shrouded in mist and saturated with moisture. It also provided an ideal environment for various molds to thrive. The two walked and talked until they reached the entrance of a small courtyard shrouded in mist. Friend, wait here for a moment while I go inside to announce our arrival. The man entered the house. Chen Yang stood outside the door, observing the scene within the medicinal garden. Residents wandering about were all covered in mold. Worse still, some had their entire bodies covered in coffin fungus. Though still clothed, they resembled nothing so much as white-furred monkeys. If I were to cultivate coffin fungus elixirs in the Dao Palace, would I end up covered in mold like this too? Chen Yang frowned as he contemplated this. But that clearly wouldn't happen. If the coffin fungus elixir were to be useful, he would need to nourish and cultivate it with fresh blood for an extended period. Only after it became bound to his bloodline could he plant it in the Dao Palace, ensuring the elixir wouldn't run amok. Friend, you may enter now. Soon, the man stepped out of the door. Chen Yang followed him inside. Blue bricks and black tiles. Though no rain fell, water dripped steadily from the eaves within the courtyard. The soothing sound of raindrops shattering upon the ground. It was quite poetic. This is the place. The man led Chen Yang to a room upstairs in the inner courtyard and gestured for him to enter alone. Chen Yang gave him a slight nod, then bowed toward the door and said, a hermit cultivator from the mountains and marshes pays his respects to Senior Chu. Come in. A deep voice echoed from within. Chen Yang pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, exquisitely decorated with antique furnishings, and radiated an air of refined elegance, clearly the domain of a cultured individual. However, the most striking feature was the scroll hanging on the wall. For large characters, written in a vigorous and spirited style, dominated the canvas, Spring Pool's lovely melody. Below the characters, a figure was bent over a desk, gesturing as if engaged in some intricate task. Greetings, Elder Chu. Chen Yang bowed politely. This man bore the surname Chu. Judging by his demeanor, he held a respectable position within the Tianshui sect, likely a member of the Chu family. The man merely gave a faint nod before returning to his task. Chen Yang noticed he was writing with a brush. How's my calligraphy? Only after finishing did the man turn to face him. He appeared to be under 50, with a lean, athletic build and an air of ethereal grace. Excellent. Chen Yang replied, it's not flattery, the calligraphy truly is a delight to behold. Practicing calligraphy is like cultivating oneself. Only when the brushwork is perfected does one truly master the art. Elder Chu placed the brush on the brush stand. He calmly gathered the calligraphy away. Chapter 109, 5 Grains. It was clear he was a devoted calligraphy enthusiast. The room was filled with his calligraphic masterpieces. I heard from Elder Huang that you wish to purchase the coffin fungus elixir? After tossing the scroll to the man to put away, Elder Chu got down to business, his eyes scanning the man up and down. Yes. I happen to have a few coffin fungus elixirs. How much money do you have? I can sell them to you. He inquired, knowing it would be a waste of effort if the offer fell short. 200 treasure coins. Chen Yang replied. All he had left were 2 white treasure coins and a few black ones. Elder Chu frowned slightly, muttering to himself, that's a bit low. Only 200 coins, not even enough to forge a single weapon. Chen Yang's heart sank upon hearing this. He had thought 200 treasure coins should be sufficient. Even if he couldn't afford a major immortal medicine, surely he could manage a minor one. He said, Senior Chu, I was planning to buy a small one. He didn't want a large one. The larger the immortal herb, the harder it was to refine. One must nurture them from infancy with blood offerings, for only then would the elixir grow closer to its cultivator. A small one, huh? Elder Chu's expression turned disappointed, for the small ones held little value. You wish to purchase the lesser elixirs? Do you intend to cultivate them within the Dao Palace? Elder Chu regarded him with surprise. No, my father sent me to buy them. As for their purpose, I have no idea. Chen Yang offered a casual excuse. Indeed, coffin fungus holds no nourishment and is unsuitable for cultivation within the body. Elder Chu chuckled wryly. While the world holds many varieties of immortal herbs, only a small fraction are suitable for cultivation within the body to absorb spiritual energy. Herbs like ginseng, white atractylodes, Chinese yam, and astragalus, even as mortal herbs, they are highly nourishing. Transformed into immortal herbs, they become supremely potent tonics. Planted within the Dao Palace, their medicinal properties perfectly nourish the immortal body, even aiding in the recovery of hidden ailments and various injuries. Coffin fungus, however, belonged to the nutritionally lacking variety. Cultivating it within the body offered no cost-benefit ratio whatsoever. Yes. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Given his current physical condition, nutrition was no longer something he could afford to consider. Merely sustaining the innate abilities of the Dao Palace and absorbing spiritual energy was already more than he could ask for. I have some here. Follow me, and I'll show you. Elder Chu turned and walked out the door. Chen Yang followed behind him. Senior Chu, how much would my coffin fungus elixir fetch? He inquired. Let's not discuss price just yet. After you've seen the goods, if you're satisfied, we can negotiate slowly. As always, you're thoughtful, Senior Chu. Life is truly tough for you wild cultivators. Rest assured, our Tianshui sect operates with integrity and transparency. We wouldn't stoop to swindling or deceit. We have no need for such ill-gotten gains. Elder Chu assumed Chen Yang feared being cheated. My father often speaks highly of the Tianshui sect's integrity. Naturally. Senior Chu, are we heading to the sect's headquarters? Chen Yang asked. Yes, to my quarters. Elder Huang, keep an eye on the medicinal garden. I'll be back shortly. Elder Chu instructed the man. Yes. Follow me. Elder Chu led him toward the mountain peak behind the medicinal garden. Once they stepped beyond the garden, the air instantly grew dry and devoid of chill. This normal environment felt much more comfortable. Behind the medicinal garden lay another garden, separated by a wall. Gone was the thick humidity. Instead, hundreds of acres of fertile fields stretched out, home to over 70 households. The fields were filled with bright red rice stalks. Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise, these blood seedlings are growing remarkably well. The fields were indeed planted with blood rice, but the stalks towered above human height, each grain plump and full. Elder Chu explained, it's mainly due to the excellent spiritual soil in this medicinal garden. Blood rice planted here matures in just 3 years, yielding 7,000 jin per mu. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chen Yang praised. The annual yield of blood child rice from this small medicinal garden alone was nearly on par with that of Bayoni town. The quality of this medicinal garden's spirit fields far surpassed that of the Lotus Sects. Besides our excellent blood rice yields, our black iron wheat and azure cloud beans also reap bountiful harvests year after year. The old man's gaze drifted to the distant horizon. Truly a bountiful harvest. Chen Yang marveled. Blood rice, golden rice, white corn, black iron wheat, and azure cloud beans. These 5 grains are the most common immortal provisions in the barbarian immortal realm, collectively known as the 5 grains. Blood rice reigns supreme among them, cultivated most extensively. Beyond the 5 grains, immortal grains encompass a vast array of other varieties. Indeed. It is precisely because of these harvests that we can sustain the entire sect. The old man chuckled heartily. The two passed through the medicinal garden and continued onward. Tianshui sect appeared somewhat larger than Lianhua sect. Neither could fly, so they relied on their feet, taking a quarter of an hour to traverse the medicinal gardens and enter the central sect area. Tianshui sect is quite serene. Though dotted with pavilions and towers, the mountains were eerily silent, much like the Lotus sect. With only a few dozen elders and about 400 disciples, it's naturally quiet. Better quiet than noisy, it saves my ears. Back when I was still with the Chu family, those young upstarts bickered endlessly all day long. Elder Chu walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Senior Chu, will you be returning to the Chu family afterward? For clan elders like them, returning to their family was quite easy. Elder Chu shook his head. Why go back? I won't return. A young master from the Lin clan failed his Qi awakening ceremony and was demoted to the Chu clan. And wouldn't you know it, he took a fancy to my fields and seized them all. The children of the top great clans undergo the spirit awakening ceremony at 15. Essentially, this ceremony involves cultivating the clan's martial arts techniques. Those who succeed remain within their clan, while failures are demoted to lesser branches and forced to change their surname. Clans like the Qian, Chu, or even the Huang, though seemingly separate from the great clans, are actually composed of their bloodline descendants, differing only in surname. I'm sorry. Chen Yang hadn't realized the matter was so complicated. It's fine. Life at Tianshui sect is good now. I hold no lingering attachment to the Chu family. Chen Yang chatted casually with him as they walked. Eventually, they arrived at a mountain valley. Elder Chu walked straight to a sheer cliff face and reached out to twist a switch. The stone wall shifted, revealing a passageway. The immortal herbs you seek lie within. Come in. Elder Chu stepped inside first. Inside here. Chen Yang gazed at the cavern as he followed behind. The passage was pitch black. Elder Chu extended his palm, and a flame blossomed in his hand. Fire blast technique. Chen Yang gazed at the flame with envy. This was the Bai family's blazing fire technique. The flame illuminated the cave brightly. Much like the medicinal garden before, the cave was heavy with moisture, its stone walls damp and slick. At the same time, it was accompanied by a musty, unpleasant odor that made one's throat feel uncomfortable. Coffin fungus that transforms into immortal medicine is extremely rare. I only have 5 specimens right now. This stuff has little medicinal value, and most alchemical insects won't consume it. If you hadn't come to the Tianshui sect, acquiring it outside would be incredibly difficult. Elder Chu explained as they walked. The deeper they went, the heavier the mist became. Chen Yang felt as though his entire body was submerged in water. Chapter 110, Deal Done. This is the place. The two soon reached the deepest part of the cave. Chen Yang halted his steps. He saw 3 figures suspended from the cave walls. 3 people, completely naked, their limbs bound by iron chains, tightly restrained in place. One was entirely covered in mold, resembling a freshly fermented block of moldy tofu, thick with white fur. Long fungal threads dangled nearly to the ground, an utterly terrifying sight. That such a being still clung to life, despite this state, spoke volumes about the tenacious vitality of immortals. The other 2 were in slightly better condition, though they too were barely clinging to life. Upon closer inspection, their eyes were open on their pallid cheeks, yet the light had long since faded from them, leaving only a vacant, dazed expression. He had seen this state before on the fat god. Sure enough, when he looked above their heads, he found sharp blades embedded in the celestial beings' skulls. The blades had pierced through their skulls, destroying specific areas of their brains. Though they still breathed, they were nothing more than living corpses. These are my 3 disciples at the Dao Palace realm. After all these years at Tianshui sect, this is all we have to show for it. Look, the white mushrooms growing on their bodies are the coffin fungus elixir you seek. Elder Chu walked up to the 3 and explained to Chen Yang. Sure enough, among the stark white mold covering their bodies, several fleshy, bud-like mushrooms could be seen. Senior Chu, are your disciples near death? Chen Yang observed. Elder Chu shook his head. Not at all. They've merely lost their consciousness. They can still live for at least another decade. But in another sense, they died the moment they broke through to the Dao Palace realm. In this state, aside from their hearts still beating, they're practically indistinguishable from the dead. Had I not escaped the Lotus Sect, I fear I too would have met this fate after breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Chen Yang thought to himself. Clearly, the full potential of disciples couldn't be realized immediately after breaking through. They definitely needed to be nurtured for a period like this to fully unlock their value. What do you think of this coffin fungus? It's the smallest one. If you're interested, I'll sell it to you for 150 treasure coins. Elder Chu approached a female disciple and said. Chen Yang approached. The disciple bore only a light coating of mold. She appeared young, in her 20s, with a delicate and refined face. Senior Chu, this disciple must have broken through only a few years ago, right? Your Tianshui sect disciples truly possess extraordinary talent. Instead of immediately examining the divine herb, Chen Yang appraised the woman. This disciple of mine is indeed gifted. She reached the Dao Palace realm at 17, surpassing even my own talent. She's a top-tier seedling cultivated in the human medicine garden. When I took her as a disciple, several elders vied for her, even coming to blows. Fortunately, I prevailed. Elder Chu stroked the woman's jet-black hair with pride. At this point, he addressed the other 2 bound disciples. Their talents are somewhat lacking. It took them well into their 20s to break through, costing me considerable effort. Fortunately, the investment paid off. Their medicinal hides have been reserved by the Earth Sect for crafting spirit artifact garments, and the price is quite favorable. Being an elder in the sect is so much more comfortable. Chen Yang remarked enviously. Not at all. Every position has its own hardships. Elder Chu smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. After Chen Yang moved aside, he pointed to the patch of mold on the woman's back and said, Young friend, this is the one. Among the mold grew a small coffin fungus, resembling a bean sprout, delicate and fragile. The Dao Palace shows no reaction. Chen Yang approached and found the Dao Palace utterly silent. He then cautiously reached out his hand toward the woman's back, intending to touch the coffin fungus embedded in her skin. When his bare fingers made contact with the coffin fungus, the Dao Palace remained utterly still. The coffin fungus can actually evade detection. Seeing this, the heavy weight in Chen Yang's heart finally lifted. It seemed the path of ordinary immortals was now possible. He immediately closed his eyes to sense its energy. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy is quite decent. His subsequent discovery filled him with delight. He observed that this coffin fungus absorbed spiritual energy at a remarkably fast rate, nearly matching his own current cultivation speed. Though still far slower than the golden seal immortal herb he had encountered before, this specimen was merely a tiny spore. The larger the specimen, the faster it absorbed spiritual energy. Well? Elder Chu asked with a smile. Chen Yang withdrew his hand and replied, "It's decent, but it's too small. Larger ones are still available, but for 200 treasure coins, it's clearly." Elder Chu's gaze shifted to the other two disciples. The coffin fungi growing on them were noticeably larger, and their price would undoubtedly be double. But this coffin fungus is simply too small. Chen Yang appeared hesitant. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Elder Chu pondered briefly before proposing, "Young friend, how about this? I'll sell you this small immortal herb for 150 treasure coins. On top of that, I'll throw in a gourd of tiger immortal blood. What do you say? Tiger immortal blood?" The name alone sounded promising. Chen Yang hadn't expected the man to throw in extras. Elder Chu explained, "Tianshui sect keeps some tiger immortals in captivity specifically for blood production. I receive one gourd each month as an extra perk. Young friend, you're likely practicing bloodletting to cultivate your medicine now. Drinking tiger blood can effectively replenish depleted vital energy in blood. Your sect breeds tiger immortals? Aren't you afraid of the tiger clan?" Chen Yang was taken aback. The Yin clan lived right on the edge of the forest domain. Not a problem, not a problem. These tiger immortals were born as wild demons. They hold no status among the Yin clan, they're merely cultivation materials. Alright, I'll take this immortal herb. After a moment's consideration, Chen Yang decided to take it. You're a straightforward young friend. I'll fetch the immortal herb for you right away. Elder Chu grabbed the mushroom. Then he yanked it violently. He yanked it out, taking with it a patch of surrounding mold. Such brutality made Chen Yang's heart leap in fear, dreading that the divine herb might be damaged. Noticing his expression, Elder Chu chuckled. This is divine medicine, far from fragile. It's tough as nails. No worries. The mold around it is merely a byproduct of the medicine's spread. Mundane stuff. Keep it if you find it useful, toss it if not. Understood. Chen Yang took the immortal herb and tucked it into his pocket. He then produced 2 white treasure coins and inquired, "Senior Chu, what about the tiger immortal blood? It's in the medicinal garden below. I didn't bring it with me. I'll give it to you when we return." Elder Chu removed his money pouch and counted out 50 black treasure coins to hand over. Heavy as lead. "Young friend, please wait a moment." Elder Chu approached the disciple beside them, plucked a coffin fungus from his robe, and planted it on the female disciple's back. Then he took out a pill and had the woman swallow it. Chapter 111, Dowry. In the next instant, a luminous green glow enveloped the woman, her long hair swaying in the air without a breeze. "Senior Chu, do we need to feed her more immortal pills?" Chen Yang asked curiously. Wasn't this a bit extravagant? Could they ever recoup the cost? Elder Chu approached another disciple, pried open their jaw, and stuffed a pill inside. Smiling, he replied, "These aren't divine pills at all. They're fertilizer for the fungi cultivated by our Tianshui sect. Their physical bodies are spirit fields. Without fertilization, the coffin's fungi above would drain their flesh and blood dry." I see. Chen Yang studied the 3 figures. He reached out to touch them, wanting to see what difference the fungal corrosion had made to their skin. Remarkable resilience. The moment his fingers made contact, what he felt wasn't soft skin but a texture like scales. It was cold, devoid of any warmth that flesh should possess. Seeing someone loitering before her, the woman stirred slightly, lifting her head to stare blankly at him. "Not bad, huh?" Elder Chu observed his actions and remarked smugly. Senior Chu, this disciple of yours must be worth a pretty penny." Chen Yang withdrew his hand and turned away. Elder Chu shook his head. "No matter how much this disciple might fetch, I would never sell him." "Why?" Chen Yang was thoroughly puzzled. Elder Chu smiled and explained, "This female disciple possesses exceptional quality. Her skin will also become superb immortal material in the future. I plan to refine it into a spirit artifact, a crimson robe, to serve as my daughter's dowry." His gaze softened at the thought of his daughter. He continued, "She's my one and only precious child. I must give her the very best and never let her suffer the slightest hardship." What a heartfelt parental love. Chen Yang sighed. As long as my daughter is happy and content in the future, I don't mind enduring hardship and fatigue." Elder Chu chuckled softly, tilting his head back. All right, enough talk. Let's go." After fertilizing another disciple's plot, Elder Chu headed toward the exit. Chen Yang silently glanced at the three figures hanging there, feeling speechless and gloomy. He turned and quickly followed. Emerging from the dark, damp cave, the sunlight outside was bright and warm. Elder Chu closed the stone door and led Chen Yang down the mountain. Just as before, the mountain remained quiet and deserted. Master. Midway down the slope, a graceful youth clad in white sat in a roadside pavilion. He gazed at the distant morning scenery, pen in hand, writing something in a book. Spotting the two, he immediately stepped forward to bow. Rise. Elder Chu's eyes brimmed with gentleness. This was one of his disciples, about 13 years old. What is today's morning journal entry? Elder Chu inquired. This disciple wishes to write about the spring breeze at dawn. The boy answered earnestly. The title sounds promising. Let me see how you've written it. Elder Chu reached out to take it. Master, I've only just decided on the topic. The youth muttered nervously, shifting his feet uneasily as he reluctantly handed over the small notebook. Elder Chu examined it. Sure enough, only the title was written, The Spring Breeze Caresses My Dreams. Not bad. This title shows some skill. The use of the character caress here is particularly well chosen. Elder Chu offered his critique with the earnestness of a strict teacher. Pleased by the praise, the youth jumped up excitedly. Master, I thought of this last night. Let me test you. Which word do you think is better, caress or disturb? Elder Chu clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at him. Spring breeze disturbs my dreams, disturb, caress. After pondering for a moment, the youth replied, Master, I believe is more fitting. Why? Elder Chu wanted to hear his reasoning. To me, disturb feels like a mosquito buzzing in your ear, annoying and irritating. But caress is different. The spring breeze is like a gentle hand, softly waking sleepers. It feels soothing, like dawn breaking and a mother bird gently rousing her chicks from their nest. The youth shared his feelings. Is that so? Elder Chu's brow gradually furrowed as he tossed the small notebook back to him. Without another word, he began walking down the mountain. The youth stood rooted to the spot. He couldn't understand why his master had suddenly become angry. Chen Ji, you really have a knack for this. Chen Yang murmured to himself as he followed behind. Reading, calligraphy, music, chess, painting, and writing essays, these were all forms of cultivation for the spirit. Much of what Zhu Shan had taught him before were genuine methods to help him elevate his spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved the unity of essence, energy, and spirit so quickly, reaching the Dao Palace realm. Young friend, should you need to purchase treasures from Tianshui sect again, come directly to the medicinal garden to find me. Elder Chu said as they walked. You're humble and fair in your dealings, senior. I'll definitely seek you out next time I come. Chen Yang gently touched the coffin fungus in his pocket, carefully guarding it as he exchanged polite words. Soon, the two arrived at the medicinal garden at the foot of the mountain, where white-haired residents tended to the plants. Inside, the herbalists went about their daily tasks as usual, bustling about in the humid air. Young friend, here you go. Upon entering the courtyard, Elder Chu kept his word, picking up the gourd from the shelf and handing it over. Inside was the tiger immortal's blood. Thank you, senior. Chen Yang accepted it and immediately expressed his gratitude. The gourd felt heavy and warm in his hand, and he could already sense the potent blood energy within. Here, take some of this too. Elder Chu produced a bundle wrapped in cloth strips. What's this? Chen Yang held it in his hand. It seemed to contain small stones. It's honey. A gift for you. Tiger immortal blood is incredibly bloody. While it's a powerful tonic, the taste is truly unpleasant. Adding some sugar will improve the flavor and make it easier to endure. Elder Chu explained thoughtfully. Thank you, senior. Chen Yang thanked him repeatedly. He pulled the stopper from the gourd. Sure enough, a strong, pungent, bloody odor hit him, overwhelmingly foul. Chen Yang quickly resealed the gourd. That tiger spirit was at the chi-consuming realm, with exceptionally robust vital energy. Fortunately, we castrated it beforehand. Otherwise, the stench of that beast would have made it even more unbearable to swallow. Elder Chu explained. This blood actually belongs to a chi-consuming realm tiger spirit. Chen Yang was deeply surprised. Though it was chi-consuming realm, this gourd held only about a pound of blood. It wasn't essence blood either, worth at most 5 or 6 treasure coins. That tiger spirit must have had at least 100 pounds of blood. Senior, I shall take my leave then. With the transaction complete, he prepared to leave and attend to his own affairs. Very well. Elder Huang, please escort this young friend out of the medicinal garden. Elder Chu instructed the middle-aged man standing outside the door. He too wished to avoid contact with wild cultivators. Such prolonged condescension weighed heavily on his heart. Chen Yang bowed in respect before stepping outside. The middle-aged man led him away. Before long, Chen Yang found himself outside the medicinal garden. Elder Huang, I take my leave. Farewell. After a final mutual bow, Chen Yang plunged headlong into the vast mountains beyond. Chapter 112, The Plan. 150 treasure coins, not too expensive, really. Deep within the mountains, Chen Yang sat beneath a tree, holding the coffin fungus in his hands and examining it. If he were buying any other immortal herb of this size, it would easily cost 300 coins. But you get what you pay for. This also showed just how unsuitable the coffin fungus was for cultivation as an immortal herb within the body. Its purpose was solely for crafting immortal materials, possessing no discernible nutritional or medicinal value. Someone's here. As he was examining the elixir, he suddenly caught sight of movement 20 zhang away. A wave of caution washed over him. Looking closer, he saw a tall cultivator dressed in ragged clothes, wrapped tightly from head to toe. That appearance, that attire, no doubt a wild cultivator. Chen Yang held his breath, hiding his body behind a tree to avoid detection. The distance was too great to gauge his strength. Even if he could gauge their strength, he dared not act rashly. Human nature was unpredictable. Who knew if this wild cultivator was fishing for a realm-changing treasure, deliberately letting him see a false display of their cultivation level? Chen Yang watched intently as the wild cultivator gradually faded into the distance. Only after the figure vanished from sight did his heart finally settle. He possessed no divine abilities or spells at present. If forced into combat, he held no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, this hermit cultivator clearly wasn't one to stay put. Most hermit cultivators rarely wandered about, preferring to remain in their dwellings, diligently tending to their immortal herbs and seldom venturing out. I'll rest here for now and continue my journey tonight. After waiting a while, Chen Yang glanced around before climbing up a tree and hiding among its dense foliage. Daytime offered clear visibility, making travel too conspicuous. Wild cultivators fought without regard for fair play, seeking swift victories through stealthy approaches and ambushes. Much like beasts hunting their prey. Efficiency was paramount. Ideally, a single decisive strike to end the fight as swiftly as possible. Not long ago, he had witnessed such an ambush firsthand. Even though the attacker possessed a cultivation level higher than the victims, they still relied on stealth. In an instant, 3 full power punches crushed their prey to death. It was swift, decisive, and utterly ruthless. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, such as the law of the jungle. If someone targeted him for a sneak attack, he wouldn't stand a chance, not even against an opponent of equal skill. Having concealed himself sufficiently, Chen Yang remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. From his elevated vantage point, he could observe perfectly. The wild cultivator was alone, with no companions. Coo, coo, coo. A silly bird perched on a nearby branch cooed at him. It seemed Chen Yang had trespassed into its territory. It was trying to chase him away. Chen Yang glanced at it. He picked off a piece of hard bark and flicked it toward the bird. The bird's chirping abruptly ceased and it finally landed beneath the tree. Finally, it was quiet. The mountain breeze felt refreshingly cool against his skin. The ancient tree's thick branches and trunk could easily conceal him completely. Where should I go next to cultivate the immortal herbs? Chen Yang leaned his back against the tree and gazed up at the sky. Sunbeams filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light across his face. He contemplated his next destination. Cultivating immortal herbs was a time-consuming endeavor, requiring the gradual refinement through the infusion of fresh blood. The shortest process took at least 3 to 5 years. It could not be rushed, nor were there any shortcuts. Unlucky solitary cultivators might spend their entire lives unable to refine their own immortal herbs. I'll stay within the Ba Mountains. After careful consideration, he decided the vast Ba Mountains were ideal. The spiritual energy was dense here, and deep within the forest domain, most cultivators residing in the mountains were law-abiding wild cultivators. It was relatively safe. Of course, the safest places were undoubtedly the market towns, but they required payment. Even the cheapest basement-like dwellings, like the one he'd stayed in at the Chen family's place, cost a single copper coin per day. 10 days and nights amounted to 1 treasure coin. Over 3 to 5 years, the cost of lodging alone would be enough to buy a single immortal herb. Far too extravagant. A wild cultivator like him simply couldn't afford it. I wonder if my savings will last long enough. Chen Yang felt the pouch at his waist. Inside was a small vial and over 50 treasure coins. The vial contained the bone blood pill he'd taken from Jushan. 3 pills remained. Along with the small knife and the tiger immortal's blood, these were all his possessions. About 100 treasure coins. Chen Yang had to budget carefully, but this meager sum clearly wouldn't suffice to refine the coffin fungus. Refining the coffin fungus demanded vast quantities of his own blood. Producing sufficient blood required spending considerable money on nourishing tonics to prevent physical depletion and regression in his cultivation. I'll try refining it first. Once the money runs out, I'll figure something else out. What if I get lucky and succeed in 2 or 3 years? He pinned great hopes on the coffin fungus. But deep down, he knew the odds were slim. Even his master's immortal herbs, nurtured since childhood, had taken over 20 years to refine. If only I had 1,000 or 2 treasure coins? Chen Yang sighed deeply in frustration. Wild cultivators had no spirit fields, leaving only a few paths to earn treasure coins: either kill and plunder for profit, quietly cultivate herbs to sell to factions, or hunt demonic beasts in the outer realms. The former and latter options were high-risk, high-reward ventures, but most who pursued such trades didn't live long. One misstep usually meant certain death. This is how it'll be done. Having only just reached the Dao Palace realm and newly arrived in this wild and untamed immortal domain, Chen Yang possessed few real means. He knew he wasn't qualified to take such risks, yet it was better to play it safe. First, he would attempt to refine it. Chen Yang reached into his chest and pulled out a book. It was the record of barbaric mutations. Though he'd already gleaned the information he sought from its pages, he deemed the material sturdy enough to serve as chest armor, tucking it into his clothing. After all, he couldn't just throw away something that cost him 3 coins. Chen Yang opened the book and began flipping through its pages. Naturally, his eyes fell upon the page detailing the apocalyptic calamities. Feeding on immortals. If that goal were truly achievable, leaving no immortals in this world, then I, having lost my food source, would likely starve to death. Chen Yang pondered the words as he read. From the description, he understood his physique hadn't fully awakened yet. Only upon reaching the chi-consuming realm, after absorbing sufficient immortal energy and developing abnormal flesh growths within his Dao Palace, would he truly become an apocalyptic disaster. That tumor would function like immortal medicine, converting immortal energy into nourishment for his body. To achieve the goal, however, the final step devoid of resources necessitated absorbing divine energy to become the apocalyptic disaster. To rid the world of immortals, I must destroy all 24 heavenly spirit roots. They are the foundation of the immortal way. Without these roots, immortals would lose their divine energy, their Dao Palaces would wither, and they would become mortals. When that happens, my Dao Palace would naturally follow suit, becoming mortal like everyone else. Upon reflection, he realized he had overthought it. All that mattered was destroying those roots. Those roots grew within the massive, crater-like depressions across the immortal realm, the sacred grounds of each great clan. Once his goal was achieved, becoming mortal would matter little. His thoughts were simple and pure. Chen Yang continued flipping through the pages. Understanding the world's unique species. The blazing sun type, whose body radiates like the sun, the starlight type, bathed in celestial glow, the diamond type, indestructible as diamond, the mind-peering type, capable of seeing through hearts. These were all unique species from the human side, equally diverse in variety. Slap. A mosquito landed on his arm. Chen Yang swatted it dead with a casual flick of his hand. There are so many mosquitoes. However, as he stared at the mosquito's corpse stuck to his arm, a realization dawned on him. His expression suddenly grew pensive. He murmured to himself, in the eyes of immortals, mortals are like this mosquito. The immortal embryos born among mortals and the rootless wild cultivators are like that bird from earlier. And the force behind this phenomenon is magical power. The existence of magical power meant that powerful immortals fundamentally did not regard the lives of the weak as lives at all. Just as he had done moments ago, casually killing a bird and casually swatting a mosquito. Mage power. This was something even more terrifying than political power. Power inflates the ego, magical power erases self-awareness. Mage power is the root disease that has turned this world into a cesspool. Unless it is eradicated, this world will never change. Chen Yang sought a world without immortals, a world without magical power. Then mortals would no longer be prey to the immortal realm. At the very least, on the level of life itself, ordinary people could rise and draw their blades when crushed, blood splattering 5 steps. Chapter 113, The Serpent Wife. After dark, head to the Chu family market first. Sell anything you can for money and buy some provisions. Once I start refining the immortal medicine, I won't be able to move around freely. A green leaf fell onto the book, snapping Chen Yang from his reverie. He began to ponder. He certainly couldn't keep using bone blood pills as daily sustenance, far too extravagant. He needed to switch to a more cost-effective pill. I just hope no other wild cultivators snatch them away. With all else settled, only this final concern lingered in Chen Yang's mind. He feared that wild cultivators might come to snatch the immortal herbs he had painstakingly nurtured, leaving all his efforts to benefit others. After all, coffin fungus was a divine herb, albeit one of lesser value. Due to his constitution, he couldn't consume body-preserving elixirs. His body was pure, his blood was pure, and the immortal herbs nourished by his blood remained untainted and uncorrupted. Untainted immortal herbs and untainted flesh were both highly alluring. Other wild cultivators needn't worry about such matters. The immortal herbs they cultivated were as worthless as their own bodies. Without value, they attract no covetous eyes. Such immortal herbs only become controlled and purified again when planted within an immortal's Dao Palace, should the immortal need to harvest their branches and leaves for sale or trade. Unnoticed. The sun dipped below the western horizon, and nightfall descended slowly. We can depart now. Seeing the forest already shrouded in darkness, Chen Yang crawled out of his hiding place and swiftly made his way to the surface. He began making his way toward the Chu family's residence. The Chu residence was not far from here, less than 70 li away. He retraced his steps along the path he had taken earlier. His pace quickened considerably. By dawn, Chen Yang had reached the vicinity of the Chu residence. What's the Chu family up to tonight? It's the middle of the night, yet it's still so lively. Standing atop the hill, he saw the Chu residence illuminated by bright lights not far away. Every street and alleyway shimmered with light. An unfamiliar observer might have thought the Chu residence was engulfed in flames. Though it looked like something was happening, the atmosphere clearly indicated it was a joyous occasion. Chen Yang continued to approach. Upon entering the market district, he saw streets and alleys adorned with festive decorations and double happiness characters plastered everywhere, radiating joyous celebration. Numerous Chu family servants bustled about, hanging lanterns and arranging various decorations. Which important figure from the Chu family is getting married to warrant such a grand spectacle? Surrounded by the sea of red decorations, Chen Yang understood what was happening. The Great Clan's ritual to honor the heavens had just concluded, and many sought to share in the blessings by holding their weddings in the days that followed. Chen Yang paid it no mind. Who cared whose wedding it was? It had nothing to do with him. He simply walked straight into a shop. The shop was empty. Business was slow at night. An elderly shopkeeper, engrossed in a book, rose immediately upon sensing someone enter. "Young friend, what might you need?" "Elder, could you tell me how much treasure this gourd of tiger blood is worth?" Chen Yang handed over the gourd of tiger immortal blood. While the blood had some nourishing effect on him, the quantity was too small. Unless taken long term, its benefits would be negligible. A single flask served little purpose. Converting it to treasure coins would be far more useful. "This is tiger immortal blood from the Tianshui sect, isn't it?" The elder examined it in his hand, sniffing its scent before frowning deeply. "You have keen eyes, senior." Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. As neighboring factions, the old man had lived for so many years and possessed considerable knowledge, it was only natural he recognized it. The old man chuckled heartily. "This scent leaves no doubt." Then, stroking his beard, he mused to himself, to make those tiger immortals produce more blood, they fed them special food and harvested the blood relentlessly. Over time, with all the medicine they consumed, their blood turned foul. "Still, this gourd's blood is of decent quality. The smell isn't too strong." "You seem quite knowledgeable about the Tianshui sect, senior." "Naturally. Once, when castrating a tiger spirit, a friend from the Tianshui sect even invited me to taste tiger eggs. Prepared using the techniques of the Tianyao Tower, stir-fried over high heat with rich divine oil, the flavor was beyond description." The old man placed the gourd on the counter, his expression nostalgic. "Senior, how much treasure would this tiger spirit blood fetch?" Seeing the conversation drifting off topic, Chen Yang quickly steered it back to business. "Though the quality is decent, the quantity is too small. I can only offer 6 treasure coins." The old man stated the price. "All right." Chen Yang found the offer fair and accepted. In truth, this price was already higher than he'd anticipated. He'd originally estimated it would fetch around 5 coins. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Elders like Elder Chu truly enjoyed exceptional treatment within the sect, and this tiger immortal blood was merely one of their monthly perks. "Here you go." The old man handed him 6 treasure coins. "Senior, I'd like to look at the pills some more." "Certainly." Seeing Chen Yang still intended to make a purchase, the smile on the old man's face grew even broader. "What type?" he inquired. "The filling kind, for daily sustenance." "Then it's the 5 grains pill. It's most suitable for cultivators at the Dao Palace cultivation level. 1 treasure coin per pill." As the name suggests, the 5 grains pill was concocted from 5 types of immortal grains: blood rice, golden rice, white corn, black iron wheat, and azure cloud beans. This served as the primary staple for wild cultivators below the chi-consuming realm. Of course, its nutritional value couldn't compare to spiritual elixirs like the bone blood pill. The primary function of this pill is to satisfy hunger. It offers little benefit to cultivation advancement, nor does it cause any harm. 5 grains pill. Chen Yang was familiar with this pill, recognizing it as the most cost-effective sustenance available. He pondered inwardly. With the coffin fungus still so small, if I nourish it with fresh blood without taking supplements, my body should hold out for 4 or 5 years without issue. Switching entirely to 5 grains pills would be enough to sustain basic sustenance for all those years. He pondered carefully. The immortal herb was still small, requiring only modest blood nourishment. His body, having absorbed so much divine energy, possessed a foundation far stronger than most wild cultivators at his level. Sustaining himself for a few years wouldn't be a problem, but dragging it out for 10 or 80 years? That would be unbearable. Chen Yang could only hope the refinement process wouldn't take too long. "Greetings, Elder." At that moment, 2 immortal servants, a man and a woman, entered from outside, carrying a bundle. They bowed respectfully to the elder. "What is it?" The elder glanced at them. With heads bowed, they replied, "Elder, we were ordered by the supervisor to deliver red satin to the shops in the marketplace." "Understood. Leave it there. You may go now. Don't disturb me while I'm doing business." The old man sounded impatient. "Understood, Elder. We'll leave you to your business." The 2 men set down their goods, bowed respectfully, and quickly withdrew. "Elder, which young master of the Chu family is getting married?" Chen Yang was also curious what important figure could warrant such a grand spectacle. "What young master?" "It's our family head." The old man replied softly. "The family head?" Chen Yang looked utterly astonished. The head of the Chu family was already in his 60s and he was still marrying? Yes, and the lady he's marrying is a Snake Clan spirit maiden. At the mention of the spirit maiden, the old man's eyes gleamed with admiration. Within the 12 ritual offices, spirits were further classified based on their transformed appearances into 3 categories of spirits and 9 types of monsters. Those with handsome and beautiful features were called spirits, while those with ugly faces were called monsters. The 3 spirits referred to the Chen clan, Si clan, and Mao clan. When the immortals of these 3 clans took human form, the males were all gallant and handsome, while the females were all graceful and exquisite. Your clan leader is truly remarkable. Chen Yang praised. The Chu family, merely a second-tier power in the forest domain, had managed to marry into a great demon clan. You bet, the old man replied. They offered 200 immortal servants and 10,000 mortal bodies as dowry. That's quite the grand gesture. It was unclear whether the old man was being sarcastic. That many? Chen Yang was stunned by the dowry's magnitude. Spending that much just to marry a snake wife? Moreover, due to their different races, even if the Chu family had truly possessed the ability, the couple would never be able to have children together. Chapter 114, The Wilderness Cultivator Sells Medicine. Yes, but it cost a fortune. I even offered up a celestial slave. The old man gazed at the fluttering red streamers lining the street outside, his heart aching at the sight. He didn't have many immortal slaves to spare, yet here he was handing them over to the Serpent Clan's immortals for alchemy. An alliance through marriage with the Snake Clan brings many benefits. Your clan leader will surely reward you handsomely in the future, Chen Yang remarked politely. Indeed, that was the case. Otherwise, why would the Chu family head spend so much on the dowry? As a family head, he possessed foresight. Chen Yang didn't believe the other party had married a snake wife merely for pleasure. Let's hope so. The old man shook his head and sighed. Our Chu family is small. Marrying into a major immortal clan carries great risk. It attracts the attention of Xianmen cultivators. The Chen family paid a fortune for a dragon bride, but I hear she vanished without a trace. She was likely captured. Ah, let's hope we don't end up with nothing to show for it. Elder, I have 3 bone blood pills here. What do you think they're worth? Chen Yang didn't want to linger on the topic and pulled out a small vial. He intended to sell the bone blood pills too, exchanging them all for 5 grains pills. The old man poured the pills out and appraised them. These bone blood pills are of decent quality. How about 20 treasure coins? Agreed. The price matched his estimate. He pulled out his money pouch and said, exchange them all for 5 grains pills. Certainly, certainly. The old man smiled broadly, took the money pouch, counted it, and said, 75 grain pills. The pouch contained over 50 treasure coins. Combined with the proceeds from the tiger immortal's blood and the bone blood pills, it totaled exactly 80. Naturally, he couldn't spend it all. He needed to keep some for emergencies. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, confirming the count. He still had 10 coins left. He would keep the small knife for self-defense and wouldn't trade it unless absolutely necessary. The old man smiled and turned away to prepare the pills for him. 20 breaths later. The old man approached carrying 3 small bottles, handing them to Chen Yang. Here you go. Chen Yang took the bottles in his hands and began counting the pills. 72 pills. He was surprised to find that each vial contained 24 pills. 3 vials totaled 72 pills. The old man had given him 2 extra pills. Thank you, senior. This was clearly intentional, and Chen Yang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. The old man's expression remained humble. Another person entered, then a middle-aged man of short stature. His upper body appeared relatively normal, but his lower limbs were extremely short, barely 2 feet long. His feet were no larger than fists, and he suffered from severely bowed legs. This was the result of consuming body-preserving elixirs. He was a wild cultivator, displaying the cultivation level of the divine treasure realm. Whether it was genuine or not remained unclear. The man glanced up at Chen Yang, then called out to the Elder Chuyen. Ah, it's you. The old man smiled. Judging by their tone, they were clearly well acquainted. This was a regular customer. Chen Yang glanced at him briefly before looking away. The man did the same. As strangers, neither intended to strike up a conversation. Sir, I won't disturb your business any longer. Chen Yang stuffed the bottles into his coat pockets, bid farewell, and left the shop. Stepping outside, he gazed at the festive streamers lining the street and muttered to himself, marrying a snake? These families sure know how to make things extravagant. Why not marry a human? Sure, a snake wife could take human form, but who's to say she wouldn't revert to her original state? The thought of sleeping with a long reptile every night sent shivers down his spine. First, I need to find a topographical map of Beishan to see which areas are suitable for me. Chen Yang walked down the street, looking around. Dawn was approaching, so he decided to stay at the Chu residence until nightfall before departing, a chance to familiarize himself with Beishan. Inside the shop. Friend, are you here to buy treasures or sell something valuable? The old man asked the middle-aged wild cultivator. The cultivator rubbed his belly and replied, selling some immortal fruits. The old man looked at his belly and asked, fruits from your immortal herbs? Yes. The cultivator nodded. Come in. The old man turned and walked into the back room. The wild cultivator followed him inside. Inside was only a wooden bed and some knives. Lie down on it. The old man instructed. The wild cultivator obediently lay down. The old man extended his hand, and a green iron gourd hanging on the wall flew into his palm, bursting with a green glow. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the iron gourd hovered above the wooden bed. With a mere thought, a small knife drifted into his hand. The wild cultivator was already prepared, rolling up his clothes to expose his belly. To extract the immortal fruit from the Tao Palace within, he naturally had to cut open his belly and then peel open the Tao Palace itself. Judging by his practiced ease, the wild cultivator had clearly visited this shop to sell immortal fruits many times before. Are you ready? The old man walked to the bedside holding the small knife and asked. Ready. The hermit nodded firmly. It was clear he still felt a bit nervous inside. Good. Without another word, the old man pressed the blade's tip against Yishio's abdomen and drew it down gently. The blade was a magical artifact, razor sharp. A smooth incision appeared, palm-length, blood seeping slowly from the wound. The belly was opened, exposing the Tao Palace within to the air. The immortal veins of the Tao Palace surged outward from the wound like octopus tentacles. They danced in the air like seaweed. This was the Tao Palace's natural reaction. The old man paid no heed to these, his gaze fixed intently on the Tao Palace within the wound. With a flick of his hand, he drew another slash. The Tao Palace opened wide. A torrent of magical energy surged forth. The treasure gourd. The old man murmured under his breath. Above, the gourd swayed, its surface shimmering with green light as it sucked in all the escaping magical energy. Once the energy flowed dry, the silhouette of a divine herb slowly materialized. Planted within was a goji berry plant. Though not large, it was lush and leafy, heavy with fruit. The ripe berries glowed a vivid red, exuding an enticing fragrance. The immortal herb had been refined, its essence intertwined with the wild cultivator's bloodline. Under his mental control, it prevented the self-preserving potion from contaminating the berries. So many! What a bountiful harvest! The old man's face lit up with joy. I tended to it with great care. Will it fetch a good price? The wild cultivator on the bed asked weakly. Of course you can. Upon hearing this, the hermit smiled happily. The old man reached into the wild cultivator's Tao Palace, plucking each goji berry one by one. It took quite a while before they were all picked clean. Elder, how many immortal fruits are there? Yishio asked eagerly. 131. That's 1/6 more than last time, and the divine herbs have grown considerably larger, the elder replied. Then, how much are these immortal fruits worth? The wild cultivator watched him expectantly. The old man picked up a goji berry, examining it in his hand, and replied, they're all in excellent condition. I'll give you 3 treasure coins for each one. Yeshio calculated the sum, nearly 400 treasure coins, and his smile grew even broader. The Tao Palace possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Within moments, dense clusters of granulation tissue had already begun sprouting from the wound. Finally, the two edges met, the granulation tissue intertwining and fusing together. The wound on the Tao Palace gradually faded away. However, the flesh on his abdomen wasn't healing so quickly. Blood continued to flow freely. The old man picked up needle and thread, deftly stitching out the abdominal wound. He then removed the iron gourd and handed it to the wild cultivator. The wild cultivator drew a deep breath into the gourd's mouth. The magical energy within, which belonged to him, was reabsorbed into his Tao Palace. Chapter 115, Immortal Soldier. With the support of magical energy, the once frail wild cultivator's complexion visibly improved. The elder had already placed the goji berries on a porcelain plate and offered it to him, saying, the quality is truly exceptional. One can distinctly sense the potent medicinal properties within. These are even superior to the goji berries cultivated in our Chu family spirit fields. The wild cultivator glanced at his own belly and chuckled, of course they are. How could spirit fields compare to the fertile soil of a wild cultivator's body? Count them, see if the number is right. The wild cultivator carefully counted them with the porcelain bowl in hand. 131 goji berries, not one more, not one less. After confirming the count, the wild cultivator said, Elder, as you said, 3 treasure coins per berry. The elder nodded. I'll fetch the treasure coins for you right away. Unnoticed, dawn began to break. Let's head to the southern foothills of Beishan. Chen Yang sat on a roadside stone, studying the map in his hands over and over. He had purchased it with a few coins. It detailed the distribution of wild cultivators throughout the Beishan Mountains and the general terrain. After careful analysis, he concluded the southern foothills suited him best. His gaze lingered on a corner of the map, the southernmost tip of the Beishan Range. This area, filled with foul miasma, was unpopular among wild cultivators, resulting in a lower density of practitioners settled there compared to other regions. This was precisely what Chen Yang valued most. He had no desire to interact with wild cultivators in the wilderness. As for the foul-smelling miasma, as long as it posed no harm to his body, it was no big deal. This minor hardship was something he could overcome. Perfect. There's also a river. Upon closely examining the southern foothills, Chen Yang was delighted to discover a river winding through the terrain. His eyes lit up instantly, and he made up his mind this was the spot. I'll pick a concealed spot near the river. If danger arises, I can always jump in and escape. Chen Yang calculated that he needed to plan his escape route carefully. The wilderness was inherently unsafe, and he possessed no supernatural means of flight. He knew he couldn't outrun anyone on land, so the Great River was his fastest escape route. In the wilderness, threats mostly came from wild cultivators. Here, in the heart of the forest domain human territory, he wasn't worried about encountering demon beasts. Wild beasts in the wilderness were like gold nuggets treasure, wealth long since plundered clean by wild cultivators. He'd never stumble upon any unless he ventured into demonic territories or border regions. Having settled on his destination, Chen Yang strolled aimlessly around the Chu residence. He planned to depart for the southern foothills of Mount Ba after nightfall. It's so cold. At noon, while observing the various scenes arranged by the Chu family's immortal servants, Chen Yang suddenly felt the surrounding air temperature rapidly drop. Thick, invisible water vapor quickly filled the air. It felt like being submerged in water, that kind of chill. Others on the street halted in their tracks, looking around in confusion. At that very moment, the entire Chu residence was enveloped by a mysterious force. What's going on? Chen Yang felt the chill intensify, growing increasingly damp. But the next moment, he understood what was happening. All eyes turned toward the end of the street. Under their gaze, a vast school of fish swam toward them, tails flickering. In schools, each fish unique in shape and color. They glided along the street like sharp arrows, swimming forward with effortless grace. The fish floated in the air, a spectacular sight of 10,000 fish parading through the streets, making one feel as if they were underwater. The Chu family sure knows how to make a grand gesture. Who knew a wedding would come with a performance? They've used an array disc to envelop the entire Chu residence, creating a unique aquatic world. Seems they're going all out to make this wedding truly magnificent. Wild cultivators and members of other factions lining the street chattered among themselves. Chen Yang stood on the side of the street, watching the fish. Soon, large fish darted past him, using the streets and alleys as their waterways. This made the Chu family compound appear even more fantastical and romantic. They're all immortal fish. Some were mere inches long, while others stretched over 10 feet. What astonished Chen Yang was that these weren't ordinary fish, they were divine creatures, imbued with celestial energy. Why are they all taking body-preserving potions? Chen Yang frowned slightly. Every celestial fish swimming through the streets showed signs of abnormality: flesh tumors, blistered scales, rotting gills. Clearly, this was the effect of the protective potions. They looked passable from a distance, but up close, they were downright terrifying. They're all immortal embryos. Eating them is incredibly nourishing, so they absolutely need body-preserving medicine. Otherwise, big fish would eat small fish would eat even smaller ones, and eventually, they'd all be devoured. That's the way of nature: the strong prey on the weak. It's true for wild cultivators, and it's true for fish too. A man beside him overheard his mutterings and chuckled. Chen Yang pondered the logic behind it. To the big fish, without body-preserving medicine, the surrounding small fish were nothing but tempting morsels. Immortal soldiers. Look! The Chu family's celestial soldiers. As the crowd admired the swimming fish, sudden cries of alarm erupted. Over a dozen figures appeared in the sky. Both men and women, without exception, clad in sturdy armor and wielding sharp blades, each radiating an aura of overwhelming power. But what drew the most attention was that each wore a bronze mask fused with their flesh, deeply embedded into their faces. These masks were their identity. Immortal soldiers. Chen Yang looked up at them. These were the peak-tier warriors of the Chu family. All at the mystic flower realm, immensely powerful. But they weren't members of the Chu family. They were immortal slaves. In the barbaric immortal realm, immortal slaves had only two paths: immortal materials or immortal soldiers. Those with ordinary talents became immortal materials, used to nourish the clan's cultivation. Those with top-tier talents were trained into immortal soldiers, becoming blades for war. After a dozen immortal soldiers appeared, they formed two lines and stood at attention, waiting with heads bowed. Which important figure is arriving? Judging by the setup, they were preparing to welcome someone. For celestial soldiers to act this way, one needn't guess the visitor must be of immense stature. Could it be the bride is arriving? Seems quite possible. The immortals below watched expectantly. Chen Yang also gazed upward, but his eyes were fixed on the celestial soldiers. Those runes must be used to control them. He noticed that on the exposed skin of the celestial soldiers, there were rows of rune markings. These were the chains binding them. The celestial soldiers hovered less than 100 zhang above them, clearly visible. The Chu family's celestial soldiers must have all come out to greet us. Chen Yang murmured to himself. For a second-tier power like the Chu family, having over a dozen immortal soldiers at the mystic flower realm is already quite impressive. Chapter 116, The Grand Scene. Employing so many methods to control the celestial soldiers, it seems the Chu family doesn't trust them at all. Of course they don't. These celestial soldiers aren't from the Chu family and they're incredibly powerful. They absolutely must be kept firmly in check. Even among the major clans, celestial soldiers frequently rebel and take their own lives, causing enormous waste of resources. For a second-tier power like the Chu family, they simply can't afford such losses. Wild cultivators nearby murmured as they watched the figures in the sky. Though these celestial soldiers possessed formidable power, the immortals below did not regard them with respect. No matter how high their cultivation, they were nothing but celestial slaves. Immortal soldiers, rebelling? Chen Yang's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, surprise flickering in his eyes. In this world where every facet was controlled by the great clans, the very notion of rebellion seemed utterly foreign to the immortal cultivators within. Yet upon reflection, such defiance made sense. Beyond serving as the blades of various factions, celestial soldiers functioned as vast reservoirs of resources. After all, powerful celestial beings required formidable celestial slaves, the soldiers, to sustain their lives when injured or weakened by age. With such vast numbers, some were bound to grow restless. Yet rebellion for these celestial soldiers amounted to little more than self-annihilation, barely even a moth flying into the flame. The various markings branded upon them rendered them incapable of any other course of action. As the immortal cultivators of the Chu family all looked up toward the powerful figures in the sky, soon, a streak of crimson dawn rose from the distant mountains. The crimson glow rapidly spread, resembling blossoms of red flowers unfurling in the sky. Hail the Patriarch! Hail the Matriarch! A thunderous chorus erupted from the heart of the Chu estate, a unified shout from hundreds of voices that shook the heavens. As their voices faded, the festive silk banners hanging in every alley, street, and building of the Chu family suddenly fluttered in the wind. The celestial fish patrolling the streets also radiated brilliant light, shimmering with brilliance. What are these? Spectators gathered in alleys and lanes suddenly witnessed with astonishment as illusory lotus leaves sprouted from empty ground, roof tiles, and even walls. Crystal clear lotus blossoms then bloomed from them. Before long, the entire Chu residence found itself nestled within an immense lotus pond. Countless celestial fish played and chased each other among the lotus leaves. Wow, it's so beautiful. Truly the work of divine hands, crafting a celestial wonderland. Indeed, the Chu family truly possesses vast wealth and influence. The immortals gasped in unison, marveling at the breathtaking scenery before them. Chen Yang, however, could find no appreciation for this grand spectacle. He only felt terror. He muttered to himself, "This welcome ceremony is downright sinister." He then turned his gaze back to the sky. 2 breaths later, a procession emerged from the crimson clouds filling the horizon. Drums pounded and gongs clanged as the grand procession advanced, at least 500 souls strong. Among them were the Chu family going to receive the bride and the Sea clans sending her off. Beyond them, there were dragon-like creatures, colossal elephants, and soaring whales. Magnificent. Truly befitting the marriage of a great clan's daughter, the spectacle left Chen Yang inwardly marveling at its grandeur. Today had certainly broadened his horizons. At the very front were 2 figures, one clad in crimson and the other in azure. The blue-clad figure was a white-haired man dressed in azure robes. Though his face bore the marks of age, it radiated a rugged, masculine vigor. His silver hair flowed like surging river currents, his vital energy more potent than that of the dragons, whales, and elephants trailing behind him. The red-clad figure was a young, slender woman adorned in a phoenix crown and wedding robes. Her crimson wedding gown trailed behind her for over 10 zhang. Slightly shorter than the man, her face and figure were breathtakingly beautiful, radiating a mesmerizing, vortex-like charm that made it impossible to look away once one's eyes met hers. Without a doubt, these 2 were the head of the Chu family and his bride. A woman of the Sea clan truly living up to her reputation. Chen Yang marveled at the sight. That such a form could exist among the women of this world. Snake spirits truly worthy of being counted among the 3 spirits. The procession descended slowly toward the heart of the Chu estate. The subsequent grand banquet and wedding ceremony were not for the wild cultivators to witness. The wild cultivators hung their heads in disappointment. The sky was still bright. Chen Yang found a spot on the street to sit down. He pulled out the map of Beishan and spread it across his lap. The Beishan mountains are rugged and steep. Reaching the southern foothills will likely take some time. And we can't go through the mountains themselves, we'll have to circle around them. He stroked his chin, carefully analyzing the terrain on the map. This wasn't like heading to the nearby Tianshui sect. The southern foothills were less than 100 li away as the crow flies. Even with the treacherous terrain and difficult paths, he could reach them in 2 days at most, but that required traversing the heart of the Beishan mountains. The Ba mountains teemed with wild cultivators. Though these were diligent, law-abiding immortals who cultivated celestial herbs within their bodies for sustenance, Chen Yang still felt it best to minimize contact with them. Without means to protect himself, any conflict would expose his true nature, leaving him unable to escape. This is the route we'll take. After studying the map for a long time, Chen Yang traced a long, winding line with his finger, completely bypassing the densely populated areas of wild cultivators. It should only add about a day to the journey. Chen Yang calculated that the detour wasn't too far out of the way. He tucked the map away. His decision made, he waited quietly for nightfall. Good news. Really great news. As dusk fell, the Chu family's marketplace suddenly erupted in excitement. What's the news that's got everyone so excited? Chen Yang was admiring the fish and flowers when he heard the commotion, puzzled. The Chu family has decided to recruit 2 female wild cultivators at the Spirit Spring realm to attend to the daily needs and personal protection of the Lady of the Sea clan. They'll even receive a monthly stipend. Is that true? Absolutely true. The wild cultivators murmured among themselves. Ah, that explains the commotion. Chen Yang continued observing the fish, unfazed by the cultivators' reactions. After all, wasn't the relentless pursuit of cultivation precisely to gain entry into such factions one day? Not to mention, just the fact that they wouldn't have to take body-preserving pills and could live openly and honestly was enough to make anyone envious. Not to mention receiving a stipend. Sigh, why are they only recruiting female wild cultivators? A wild cultivator nearby sighed dejectedly. This casual complaint made Chen Yang's heart skip a beat. Glancing over, he saw a middle-aged man whose cultivation level was only at the Divine Treasure realm. Chen Yang thought to himself, this guy, he can't possibly be a Spirit Spring realm wild cultivator, can he? His expression was so dejected that Chen Yang found it highly plausible, very plausible indeed. That so-called Divine Treasure realm was likely just a disguise deliberately created using a realm-changing treasure. If Chen Yang possessed such a valuable artifact, he too would conceal his cultivation as low as possible. Without spirit fields and lacking cultivation resources, the Spirit Spring realm was the highest cultivation level a wild cultivator could achieve. And the Spirit Spring realm was the cultivation goal for wild cultivators. Once this cultivation level was attained, there was a chance to shed the identity of a wild cultivator. One might be granted a surname and fields by a Grey clan, and their descendants would then have a name and status like those from other factions. Chapter 117, Arrival at Bashan. Joining a faction and defying fate to alter one's destiny is the driving force behind a wild cultivator's cultivation. Otherwise, if one remained a wild cultivator for generations, what motivation would there be to cultivate? What's that smell? It smells so good. Before long, another mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. Delicious food. Chen Yang caught the scent and turned his gaze toward a towering building in the distance. It was the Tianyao Tower erected by the Chu family. The scent of food, delicious food, always brought to mind the celestial demon tower. Street-side street food vendors also turned their gaze toward the sky demon tower. The mouth-watering aroma made them involuntarily swallow hard. What kind of dish is Tianyao Tower preparing? Chen Yang wondered inwardly. It was an indescribable aroma free of greasy fumes or charred notes, yet as soothing to the soul as sipping fine tea. This must be some kind of divine nectar. That scent, it sounds like one of the Tianyao Tower's signature dishes, divine fish. Someone remarked. No way. Tianyao Tower served this dish not long ago, and the aroma wasn't quite like this. Some wild cultivators shook their heads slightly. Another, after taking a long, careful sniff, smiled with certainty. It is divine fish. Different ingredients yield different aromas, but no matter what's used, the essence of its freshness remains unchanged. Though the name includes the word fish, the main ingredient of the divine fish dish is highly variable. The most crucial element is the preparation method. Any creature with a backbone can be used to create that fish. I'd love to taste it. Such an intense aroma, it must be made with precious divine ingredients. Certainly. It must be the immortals the Chu family is hosting to welcome the Sea clan's brides. The Sea clan is a major lineage. Marrying their daughters demands grand celebrations in every aspect. TSK, TSK, TSK. With so many immortals from the Sea clan visiting, the Chu family must be bleeding money just to host this feast. Numerous wild cultivators on the street gazed at the Sky Demon Tower with deep admiration. It truly is a considerable expense. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. The cost of the Chu family head's wedding was beyond his ability to calculate. The cost of this single signature dish alone was beyond his wildest imagination. The sun sank toward the west. Before long, nightfall descended slowly. Yet within the Chu residence, the bustle continued unabated. Lanterns hung brightly, festive decorations adorned every corner, and the glow of celebratory torches illuminated the mansions and towers as brightly as daylight. It's time to go. Chen Yang looked up at the stars gradually revealing themselves in the sky. It was time to set out for the southern foothills of Mount Ba. He began walking toward the outer gates of the Chu residence. Compared to when he arrived, the streets were noticeably more crowded. People from various surrounding factions had come to offer gifts and watch the spectacle. Many had not taken body-preserving potions, and their presentable appearance and demeanor made the street look considerably more pleasant. After leaving the Chu residence, Chen Yang hurried toward his destination. Huff! Amidst the mountains, he suddenly spotted someone darting swiftly through the air. Lingquan realm. The ability to fly through the air could only belong to someone at the Spirit Spring realm. Heading toward the Chu family's direction. Could he have received a message and be going to try his luck at the Chu residence? Chen Yang watched the figure recede into the distance. He surmised it was likely a wild cultivator. Those affiliated with major factions at the Spirit Spring realm would either have mounts or their own flying artifacts for travel. Moreover, this cultivator's attire was quite ordinary, and they might even be taking protective elixirs. While Spirit Spring cultivation represented absolute peak strength among wild cultivators, it offered little assurance of safety. Wild cultivators enjoyed no protection from the rules. Death brought no consequences. A pristine body at this cultivation level was a rare immortal material, versatile and invaluable. Even members of major clans couldn't help but covet such a prize. Thus, whenever opportunities to join major factions arose, qualified wild cultivators would flock to them in droves. Some powerful wild cultivators even recruited large numbers of subordinates, stationing them around these factions to receive intelligence firsthand. To gain the upper hand. Truly magical. Chen Yang murmured inwardly. He withdrew his gaze and, under cover of night, silently continued his journey. 3 days later. Late at night. Splash, splash, splash. Dark clouds hung heavy, pouring torrential rain over the mountains. The forest was drenched everywhere. Suddenly, a foot stepped on the soft, decaying leaves beneath the ground. A figure darted through the woods with the agility of a wolf. Beyond the woods lay a steep slope of bare rock. A river with a swift current flowed past the foot of the mountain. Almost there. Chen Yang stood behind a tree, wiping rainwater from his face as his gaze fixed on the distant river's surging current. It was a corner of a vast mountain range stretching into the night. This was the very river he had seen marked on the map. Due to the heavy rain, the entire river now resembled a roaring, raging beast. Chen Yang was satisfied with its fury. For the past 3 days, he had traveled by night and hidden in secluded spots during daylight hours. The journey had been smooth, without incident or danger. Only his clothes had been torn to shreds by thorns. He cherished days like this, when the downpour obscured sight and washed away traces. Dawn will break in another hour. I must hurry. Chen Yang slid down the steep slope and vanished once more into the night. He was only a dozen or so miles from his destination. The spiritual energy within the Ba Mountains is indeed denser than outside. Half an hour later, Chen Yang entered the vast mountain range. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes to sense it, he confirmed the spiritual energy was indeed thick. This was precisely why this mountain range held such appeal for wild cultivators. Chen Yang slowed his pace, advancing with heightened caution. A foul odor permeated the surrounding air. It was the miasma unique to this region. The smell was unpleasant. Chen Yang paid it no mind. Deep within the dense forest, a crude thatched hut lay hidden among thick, thorny vines. The faint sound of crackling could be heard from within. Red center. 50,000. I'll take your 50,000. 1 dragon. 8 bamboos. Outside, the rain poured down, but inside the thatched hut, the atmosphere was lively. Several figures were gathered around a table, passing the time by playing cards. All were strange-looking immortals. There were 9 people in the thatched hut, both old and young. Apart from the card players, the others were busy with their own affairs. Suddenly, a mirror hanging on the wall began to tremble. An uninitiated cultivator has entered the perception range of the barrier mirror. Everyone frowned. For a figure had appeared within the mirror. Everyone instantly grew alert. They prepared to fight. It's just a passing wild cultivator. Upon realizing the figure wasn't heading their way, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as they weren't heading for their home. The mountains of Beishan harbored a relatively large number of wandering cultivators. With the need to venture out to trade treasures, it was common for travelers to pass through the surrounding areas. Especially now that the celestial worship ceremony had just concluded, immortals returning from the event were hurrying back to their homes. In such situations, people usually kept to themselves. Chapter 118, A Cup of Water. Brother, look, isn't that the young man we saw when we rode the Jelong back a couple days ago? Everyone scrutinized the mirror, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Looks like it. That's right, it's him, definitely him. Despite Chen Yang's tattered clothes, they recognized him. Who'd have thought we'd run into this kid again? Does his family live around here too? When they had returned from Chu aboard the dragon boat, he had left quite an impression on them. His limbs were well proportioned, his physique healthy, and most importantly, he possessed Dao Palace cultivation despite his young age. It was precisely this quality that had caught their attention, prompting them to consider the possibility of an alliance through marriage. Probably not. There are only a dozen or so households nearby, and we know most of them. A man shook his head. The southern foothills of Mount Beishan offered a harsher environment, attracting few wild cultivators to settle here. This particular family had lived among these rugged slopes for generations, knowing every contour of the terrain. Moreover, families settled here would visit each other regularly. This served 2 purposes, fostering familiarity and considering the next generation. After all, when children reached marriageable age, families naturally prioritized nearby matches, neither willing to part with them nor comfortable sending them far away. Could it be they just moved to the southern foothills? Probably. The group began speculating. The rugged terrain of Beishan made it unlikely they were merely passing through. Wild cultivators heading to the other side of Beishan would rarely choose this route, which was both treacherous and densely populated with fellow practitioners. That leaves only one possibility: the person had been living here all along, had just returned after attending the Lin clan sky worshipping ceremony. And this youngster is most likely alone in the Ba Mountains. He was alone when first spotted aboard the dragon boat, and now, deep within these ancient forests, he was still alone. This inevitably cast doubt on the truthfulness of Chen Yang's earlier claims. When returning from the Lin tribe aboard the dragon boat, Chen Yang had claimed he came with family, that his relatives had returned ahead of him while he followed later. But now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. For immortals, having offspring is exceedingly difficult, especially one with such remarkable talent. No matter how broad-minded his family might be, they should never have allowed him to wander the wilderness alone. To them, this was utterly incomprehensible. Meeting is fate. Invite him over. If he truly resides in these Ba Mountains, it's worth getting to know him properly. The eldest elder seated on a stool instructed the others. Yes, father. A burly middle-aged man nodded in response. All right, no need to make a big deal out of it. Come on, let's get back to our cards. The old man motioned for the others to sit back down, resuming their pastime. There are so many pine trees in this forest. Chen Yang made his way cautiously through the mountains. But soon he was surprised to discover that in these Ba Mountains, pine trees were exceptionally abundant and towering. This scarcity of thorny vines and shrubs made the forest floor feel surprisingly open and spacious. Only when the wind blew did the rustling of pine needles create an eerie sound. Hey! Suddenly, Chen Yang, who was hurrying along, heard a sudden cry. Someone's here. Startled, he immediately halted, pressing his back against a large tree. His eyes scanned the surroundings intently, searching for the source of the sound. It was a human voice. In this desolate wilderness, encountering another person was never a good sign. Over there. Then he saw a figure leap down from a tree ahead. Is he alone, or are there others nearby? Chen Yang's thoughts raced. Young man, no need to be so tense. Relax. If I meant you harm, I wouldn't have called out to you just now. A sneak attack would have been far easier. Seeing Chen Yang's state, the man spoke with his hands behind his back. A middle-aged man, tall and broad-shouldered, yet his entire head appeared scorched by fire. No hair, no skin, only taut, blackened scar tissue and flesh. Bathed in the pallid moonlight, he resembled a partially decomposed corpse crawling from a grave. Chen Yang agreed with this logic. If someone truly intended harm, why stand openly before him? He humbled his voice and said, This junior did not mean to intrude upon your secluded retreat, senior. I beg your forgiveness. Forgive what? These Ba Mountains aren't my property. You may come and go as you please. The middle-aged man's facial scars left him with a perpetual expressionless face, yet his light-hearted tone carried a hint of amusement. Hearing this, Chen Yang grew even more perplexed. If he was free to go wherever he pleased, why had the man come out to interrupt him? Young man, we meet again. The middle-aged man halted 3 zhang before him, maintaining a safe distance to ease Chen Yang's tension and lighten the mood. Beyond a passing curiosity to make his acquaintance, the man held little interest in Chen Yang otherwise. Both were wild cultivators rarely carrying valuables, their bodies tainted by self-preservation potions. Each carried an internal scale, weighing every action against its cost. Ultimately, the risk of killing Chen Yang now outweighed the value of meeting him. Of course, every being possessed unique traits. Each immortal's internal scale differed. For some wild cultivators, even killing for the tattered clothes on his back would be a worthwhile bargain. Others crave the thrill of killing so intensely that they'd willingly risk being killed themselves. This sensation of dancing on the edge of death holds an intoxicating, irresistible allure. It's you! Chen Yang recognized the man's face and quickly recalled. Wasn't this the very immortal he'd encountered among the group aboard the dragon carriage just days ago? They had even tried to arrange a marriage between a young maiden and him, which left a deep and vivid impression. So that group also resides in Beishan. What a coincidence to run into them again. Chen Yang was quite surprised inside. Good to remember. The man looked at him, his expression seemingly smiling. Senior, I never expected to meet you here again. Chen Yang tried to strike up a friendly conversation. I never imagined your family also resides on the southern slopes of Mount Ba. You're probing my background. Chen Yang caught the implication, his nerves instantly tightening. These wild cultivators lived here and surely knew the southern foothills well. One wrong answer could give him away. He dared not reveal he was alone. If they discovered his true nature, who knew what schemes this man might harbor? Young man, you really are observant. The man chuckled, aware of the mental gymnastics Chen Yang was performing to formulate a response. No need to worry. I know you're training alone. After all, no parents would let their child attend the heavenly sacrifice ceremony by themselves and return alone. The man cut straight to the heart of the matter. Truly worthy of your seniority. Chen Yang shot him an admiring glance. At this point, he couldn't keep up the pretense. It wasn't the real thing, and lying would only lead to inconsistencies. We really are meant to meet. Come, let's go to my place for a drink of water. The man extended the invitation, feeling rather elated and thoroughly enjoying the attention. Fate? You're not going to talk about marriage again, are you? Chen Yang inwardly groaned. If that were the case, it would be a real headache. Chapter 119, The Family in the Forest. And if it was just about matchmaking, that would be bearable. What Chen Yang feared most was whether they might have ulterior motives. His eyes darted around furtively. There was no escape route nearby. Any attempt to run would be thwarted in mere moments. Well? The man inquired. Agreed. Chen Yang nodded in agreement and asked, Where is your home, senior? Not far, just ahead. The man turned and led the way ahead. He's so confident, willing to expose his back to others so easily. Chen Yang thought to himself as he watched the man's retreating figure. This was undoubtedly a display of absolute confidence in his own abilities. Chen Yang followed behind him. Strange. How did they spot me? He was thoroughly puzzled. He hadn't made a sound and had walked outside for so many days without incident. How could he be discovered so soon after entering Bashan? Aren't you going to take off that mask? It must be uncomfortable to wear. The man slowed his pace to wait for him, asking in a calm tone. Chen Yang replied hesitantly, Senior, my face is disfigured. It's better to keep it on, lest I frighten people. The man chuckled. You'll stop caring about it when you're older. It's really no big deal. I've looked this frightening since childhood. I used to scare my little sister into tears all the time. Back then, I dressed much like you do now, wearing a mask everywhere I went, even in front of my parents. Senior, my appearance problem is far more severe than yours. Chen Yang replied. For immortals, appearance is trivial. True strength is what matters. The man offered him comfort, whether intentionally or not. He didn't doubt Chen Yang's explanation that was precisely the side effect of the body-preserving elixir. Just get used to it. And stop calling me senior all the time. My name is Yu Chai. Just call me Uncle Chai, the man continued. To avoid taboos, wild cultivators dared not adopt the surnames of clan factions. Without names, they often referred to themselves by animals or plants for convenience. Uncle Chai, my name is Yang. At this moment, Chen Yang dared not reveal his surname. Yang, like the sun. That's excellent. It sounds as warm and comforting as sunlight on your skin. The two walked side by side, chatting as they went. 10,000. 5 sticks. Red dragon. Kong. Before long, Chen Yang heard the faint sound of cards being played drifting from the forest. We're here, right up ahead. Yu Chai patted his shoulder as he spoke. Chen Yang saw a row of thatched huts beneath some bushes ahead. Moss and weeds covered the roofs, blending perfectly with the surroundings. In the forest, they didn't look out of place at all. What was refreshingly different was how neatly the area around the huts had been kept close to nature, yet tidy and clean. Quite lively. Judging by the sounds, quite a few people were inside. There are 9 of us in my family now. Down here on the southern slopes of the Ba Mountains, that makes us a fairly prosperous household. Yu Chai continued walking forward. Uncle Chai, how long has your family been here? Chen Yang asked. Counting from my grandfather's time, it's been nearly a century now. His family had settled in the Ba Mountains for a very long time, and as long as the family line remained unbroken, it was highly likely they would continue to live here for generations to come. Father, I've brought our guest. Yu Chai pushed open the door of the thatched hut. The room was dark without candles lit, but since they were all immortals, the absence of candles made little difference. They could see clearly regardless. As the door swung open, Chen Yang's eyes fell upon 4 figures seated around a wooden table. 2 men and 2 women, each with bizarre appearances, one abnormally obese, another covered in pus-filled sores, one emaciated to the bone, and one with hands entirely covered in white hair. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang felt no particular emotion. It seemed perfectly normal after all. Ordinary folk in the barbaric immortal realm were expected to look anything but human. If everyone inside appeared perfectly normal, he would have suspected he'd stumbled into a den of monsters. The card players paused their game, their eyes scanning him up and down. Please come in, guest. A hoarse, aged voice called out. Chen Yang approached. He found an old man resting on a bed, clutching a tobacco pipe and puffing on it. He was the only person in the room, and it was clear he had been the one speaking earlier. Beside the old man, a young girl gently massaged his back. Whoa, whoa. Chen Yang suddenly felt something grab his foot. He looked down to see 2 bare-bottomed infants crawling out from behind the door, clutching his shoes and gnawing on them. They were tiny, strange-looking infants, only about 7 or 8 months old. Startled, Chen Yang bent down to scoop them up. But the 2 little rascals reacted with lightning speed, dodging like mice and scrambling around the room at breakneck speed. Good day, everyone. Chen Yang greeted everyone politely. This young man is Yang, our new neighbor in Bashan. Yu Chai introduced. Young man, what a coincidence to meet again. Please, have a seat. The woman with white hair covering her skin stood up, moved a stool aside, and gestured for Chen Yang to sit. No need, elder, Chen Yang protested. How could he accept a seat offered by someone older? It's all right. The woman fetched another stool. Sit down. No need to be polite or feel awkward, Yu Chai said with a smile. Chen Yang sat down inside the room. Yang, this is my wife. You can call her auntie. That one is my brother's wife, you can call her auntie too. Yu Chai introduced the two women. The one with white hair on her skin was his wife, and the plump one was his brother's wife. His brother, the man covered in pus-filled sores. Auntie. Auntie. Uncle. Chen Yang greeted the three in turn. Yang, my name is Lei. I'm Xiao Yu's older brother. The gaunt young man introduced himself proactively. Brother Lei. Though he remained vigilant, Chen Yang now felt slightly more at ease. If this group truly intended harm, they would have acted already. Why the pretense? The young man before him was already on par with Chen Yang in cultivation, and the two middle-aged men were likely both chi-eating cultivators. Yu Chai instructed the girl, Yuer, go fetch some of the pine flower cake your mother made a few days ago. Yes, father. The girl bowed her head and walked out. Young man, when did you move to Beishan? The old man approached while puffing on his pipe. Honestly, senior, this is my first time in Beishan too. I haven't settled on a place yet, Chen Yang replied. Yang, where were you before this? The young man inquired. I was in Xiandi. After attending the Lin clan's sacrificial ceremony, I just picked a random place to go and ended up here in Chu. Seeing how abundant the spiritual energy is in Beishan, I thought I'd come take a look. You're traveling alone? What about your parents? The plump woman hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Chen Yang's face darkened. My family suffered a great tragedy. I was the only one who survived. Alas, Xiandi borders the Yin tribe. Many desperate wild cultivators roam those lands, slaying demons yet harming people. It's a chaotic place. The other side, expressing sympathy for Chen Yang's plight. Such tragedies were not uncommon in the wilderness immortal realm. Chapter 120, Understanding the Distribution. What are your plans moving forward? The old man pressed his thumb against the mouthpiece of his pipe, extinguishing the ember, and asked him. I intend to find a safe place to focus on cultivation. Other matters can wait until I break through my current cultivation level, Chen Yang replied. Why not train with us? It's perfectly safe here. The old man extended a direct invitation. His skin cracked open like tree bark, and his 10 fingers were as slender and black as chopsticks. Yes, Yang, since you have no one left now, why not join us? Lei added warmly. Chen Yang shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm just a troublesome burden. I'd rather cultivate on my own. No. It seems you have your own plans, young friend. Very well. Lei's words were cut off by the old man's voice. It was clear Chen Yang wouldn't stay, so he didn't press further. More words would be futile. So you intend to stay here at the southern foothills of Mount Ba? The old man pressed on. I'm just here to look around. I haven't decided yet, Chen Yang replied. The old man bent down, sketching the terrain on the ground with his tobacco pipe as he spoke. Our family has lived on these southern slopes for generations. We know this place like the back of our hands. Meeting you is fate. We can share insights about this area, helping you avoid unnecessary trouble. His hands moved swiftly, and as he spoke, the pipe quickly sketched the general terrain of the southern foothills onto the ground. Chen Yang observed that the elder's sketch closely resembled the map he carried. Thank you, elder. Chen Yang was more than happy to accept the offer and thanked him immediately. None of this was recorded on the map. The nearby fish jackal remarked, Yang, while the living conditions in the southern foothills aren't ideal, quite a few families reside here, 19 households, to be exact. If you settle down here too, that number might just reach 20. That's quite a few. Hearing this number, Chen Yang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected so many wild cultivators to reside in this miasma-filled area of Nanlu. The southern foothills weren't large to begin with. 19 households, such density explained why he'd been spotted the moment he entered. If even the southern foothills had this many wild cultivators, one could only imagine how many more might be scattered throughout the rest of Beishan. The Ba Mountains were rich in spiritual energy, naturally drawing many wild cultivators to gather here. Yu Chai gestured with his hand on the ground. Yang, these 19 households are located in these areas. Chen Yang focused intently, committing each location to memory. Do these households all have experts at the qi-consuming realm? He asked. How could that be? There aren't that many cultivators at the qi-consuming realm. Yu Chai changed his tone and added, but most of them do. They just conceal their cultivation levels, so it's hard to tell. Even though they lived in Beishan Mountain, they visited each other's homes from time to time. Yet, no one truly knew the actual circumstances of every household. Families that produced powerful individuals never deliberately flaunted it. Chen Yang glanced sideways at the old man before him, secretly suspecting he was a qi-consuming realm cultivator. Time for pastries. The young girl who had gone out earlier returned carrying a wooden tray. The tray held numerous pale yellow pastries. They were quite exquisitely made, showing that the white-haired woman was also skilled with her hands. Yang, try one. My mother made them, they're quite tasty. Lei handed him a piece. Chen Yang shook his head. No, thanks. I'm not hungry yet. Lei smiled helplessly and ate one himself. As the pastry cracked open, its fragrance began to waft out, quickly filling the entire room with a refreshing pine scent. There are many pine trees in Bashan, and this pine pollen is a divine grain. We often collect it to make food, reducing our consumption of grain pills. The old man also took a piece and popped it into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. I see. Chen Yang understood. No wonder there were so many wild cultivators in Bashan. Besides the dense spiritual energy, those pine trees were another reason. Pine pollen was also a type of immortal grain. While its nutritional value couldn't match that of the 5 grains, it was far superior to ordinary mortal grains. When paired with the 5 grains pill, it could reduce daily expenses. For wild cultivators at their level, achieving self-sufficiency in grain pills wasn't difficult. However, lacking spirit fields made them feel uncertain about anything they did. Having grown accustomed to hardship and terrified of poverty, even when funds were ample, they remained stingy and frugal, meticulously calculating every expense to minimize spending. Yah! Wah wah! The 2 toddlers scrambling about the room spotted the food and immediately crawled toward it. They crouched before the girl, mouths wide open, eyes pleading, waiting to be fed. Drool dripped from their corners as they yearned desperately for a bite. You 2 are the biggest gluttons. The girl picked up the pastries and gave each child one. After receiving their treats, they resumed crawling around the room. The mud floor left them filthy from head to toe. They scooped up anything they found on the floor and shoved it into their mouths, regardless of whether it was edible or not. They were only 3 or 4 months old. Immortals sure do raise children casually. Chen Yang mused to himself. Both infants were celestial embryos, children of immortals. They possessed innate essence passed from their mothers, granting them vitality far more resilient than mortal children. Even in winter, naked and crawling through rain and snow, they wouldn't catch cold or freeze. Their health required no concern whatsoever. After their first month, they could survive on mere scraps. These 2 infants, however, had grown monstrous due to the life-preserving elixir they consumed. Abandoned in Bayoni town, the residents would never believe these were the legendary children of immortals. They wouldn't even dare approach them. The girl placed the tray on the table and walked away with her head bowed. Yang, I suggest you go check out this place. Yu Chai pointed to a section on the map. This location is suitable, though the miasma is a bit strong. Still, it won't hinder cultivation. The elder also approved. It was an unmarked area, currently uninhabited by any wild cultivators. All right. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, though his gaze lingered on the great river. Let's go there. For wild cultivator families were scattered along the river, with 2 families separated by 10 li, leaving a sizable empty stretch in between. He intended to go there. Yang, has your immortal seed sprouted yet? Lei asked. It has. Immortal seeds were the seeds of divine herbs cultivated within the Dao Palace. To prevent their divine herbs from being stolen, most wild cultivators chose to plant the seeds directly within their bodies. Unlike Chen Yang, who nurtured seedlings externally before transplanting them after refinement. If the spiritual herbs ever grow out of control and threaten your life, you may come to us for help, the elder said. This family was quite warm-hearted. Thank you, elders. Chen Yang thanked them politely. Planting immortal herb seeds within the body carried risks. If the seedlings weren't refined during their early stages, life-threatening complications could arise later. The roots of the immortal herbs would have already taken hold deep within the Dao Palace, making removal extremely troublesome.